Jiang Daoxuan traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming the patriarch of the Jiang clan. He acquired the most formidable family system, where his strength was intrinsically linked to the collective power of his clan. The stronger his kin, the mightier he became. Moreover, by investing in his clan members, he could trigger critical returns on his investments. Years later, while others fought fiercely for a single imperial weapon, the Jiang clan had already equipped each member with their own. When various factions struggled to recruit a prodigy, the Jiang clan boasted numerous divine bodies, sacred physiques, and children of destiny. As the Jiang family began to dominate the universe, rising supreme emperors emerged to illuminate the heavens and suppress countless realms. In the midst of this grandeur, Jiang Daoxuan declared, "In my lifetime, I owe no explanation to anyone." Jiang Chun Gang proclaimed, "Heaven did not give birth to me." Jiang Chun Gang, the sword path stretches endlessly like the long night. Jiang Wu Shi mused, "At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak?" Upon seeing Wu Shi, the doubt transforms into emptiness. Jiang Bai Tian asserted, "When chaos reigns over yin and yang, my demonic blood shall stain the azure sky." Jiang Jiwei expressed, "In my life, I cherish only the 7-foot sword, slashing through illusions of self." Jiang Chen asserted, "As long as I exist, the primordial world shall have no emperors." Jiang Han proclaimed, "The myriad immortals are not omnipotent, yet I am capable of anything." Jiang Lan declared, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud with me." Jiang Lan, "Heaven exists." Jiang Fan claimed, "I am the celestial emperor, destined to suppress all foes in this world." Jiang Hao challenged, "Who dares to claim invincibility? Who can utter the word undefeated? Even the fall of emperors cannot be witnessed." In Wudan City, atop the mountains behind the Jiang clan, a strikingly handsome man clad in a blood-stained white robe sat upon a mat, his complexion pale. "Where's this place?" He gazed at the unfamiliar scenery, engulfed in confusion. Before he could grasp the situation, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. "I have actually traversed into another realm?" Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his throbbing head, realizing that in the brief moment of closing and opening his eyes, he had become the head of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Wudan City. According to his memories, his predecessor had remained at the pinnacle of innate realm for an extended period, determined to break through and thus retreated to the forbidden area of the back mountain to enter seclusion. However, on the first day of his retreat, someone had tampered with the breakthrough elixir, resulting in a failed ascension and ultimately his demise. Yet, these matters paled in comparison to the gravity of the situation. The most pressing concern was that due to the failure of his breakthrough, he had lost all his powers and had become as weak as a defenseless child. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned grave. This world was a transcendent domain, a sanctuary for the powerful, where the mightiest could move mountains and fill seas, pluck stars and seize moons, ruling over all. Yet, for the weak, it was a hellish existence, where the frail were akin to weeds, easily crushed by the aftermath of a powerful battle. In such a chaotic world, given his current state of utter powerlessness, his personal safety was far from assured. And that was not even the worst of it. According to his memories, the other 3 prominent families had long been eyeing the Jiang clan with malicious intent. How long had he been in seclusion? What was the current state of the Jiang family? With furrowed brows and worry etched in his eyes, Jiang Daoxuan pondered. Just then, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. "Ding, the strongest family system has been activated. Detected abnormal host status. A beginner's gift package has been automatically opened. Congratulations, host, you have received Chaotic Dao I, innate sacred body Dao and total clan power. Chaotic Dao I, born from the primordial chaos. This eye of the Dao gradually unlocks as the host's strength increases currently. The eye of insight has been unlocked, capable of perceiving the information of beings within 2 major realms above the host. Innate sacred body Dao Ke, an unparalleled constitution formed from the fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Dao Te. Invulnerable to all evils, it counters anomalies, possessing an indomitable physical form and near Dao power. Once fused, the system will reshape this body to perfectly align with the host's soul. Total clan power permanently grants the cumulative power of all clan members. The stronger the clan members, the greater the effect of the total clan power. Note, the death of clan members will not affect the host's power. Furthermore, the total clan power does not conflict with the host's own cultivation. Achieving a perfect state of synergy, the host may continue to cultivate. Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily stunned, but then elation surged within him. This truly was a twist of fate, illuminating a path forward amidst adversity. Without a trace of hesitation, he immediately fused with the innate sacred body Daote. In the next moment, a faint golden aura began to emanate from his skin. The powerful Dao constitution resonated with the great Dao, as countless strands of Dao rhythm descended from the void, enveloping him and aiding him into a state of comprehension. Within the heavens and earth, the sounds of the Dao faintly resonated, auspicious signs of 5 colors manifested, and a golden lotus bloomed from the earth. An abundance of Dao power surged through his being, reviving his once decayed body with newfound vitality. His skin gleamed like divine jade, exuding a fragrance akin to celestial herbs that filled the air. After a while, as Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his body was now brimming with an overwhelming vitality. He raised his hand, discovering it had transformed into a crystalline form, pure and flawless. With the successful fusion of the innate sacred body Daoke and the complete remolding of his physical form, this body had become more attuned to his soul, achieving a harmonious unity of spirit and flesh. Although his appearance had not changed, internally, a tremendous transformation had occurred. In a certain sense, this body wholly belonged to him, akin to a physical traversal rather than a soul's passage. Nonetheless, this was quite agreeable after all. Using another's body could be somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, with the completion of the physical remolding, all such issues had vanished. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, then focused, dispelling the surrounding Dao phenomena and activating the total clan power. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around him, rushing forward to enter his body. Vast amounts of spiritual energy flowed through his limbs, madly cleansing his muscles and skin. His realm ascended rapidly, until the innate true essence gathered in his dantian began to undergo qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Strands of true essence compressed and metamorphosed into elemental power. With a booming sound, a copious amount of elemental power coalesced, instantaneously opening a void within his dantian. Within the void, purple chi swirled, nourishing his soul and manifesting his consciousness. Innate realm completion. Purple Mansion Realm, first layer. Purple Mansion Realm, second layer. Purple Mansion Realm, third layer. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning, captivating all who beheld it. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, akin to an arrow, it pierced the ground, leaving a small crater. Was this the scene of the Purple Mansion Realm? If placed in his previous life, it would be akin to being a minor superhuman. Indeed, Jiang Daoxuan felt a deep sense of reflection within. In this world, realms were delineated as body refinement, blood condensation, bone forging, postnatal, innate, purple mansion, elemental sea, star wheel, moon wheel, sun wheel, myriad forms, elemental spirit, celestial being, saint, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, not only had he opened the Purple Mansion space to store external objects, but the true essence within him had also entirely transformed into elemental power. Once he wielded elemental power, he could achieve flight. In the eyes of mortals, this realm was indistinguishable from that of terrestrial immortals. Ding detected that the host status has returned to normal. The investment return function has been activated. Investment return. The host may invest in clan members, triggering varying levels of critical returns, thereby obtaining rewards. Investment levels range from black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, to rainbow, with higher levels offering more generous rewards. Invest in clan members? Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon transforming into one of peculiar intrigue. The sentiment system seemed intent on leading him further down the path of benevolence and altruism. However, the sensation of nurturing the sheep only to shear them appeared rather agreeable. At that moment, an ethereal panel quietly manifested before him. Name: Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation: third level of Purple Mansion. Bone structure: Celestial Talent Original, upper grade. Comprehension: Celestial Talent Original, upper grade. Innate gift: Innate Sacred Body Daote. Family fortune: 444. Detected that the host family is in distress. Please assist in resolving the situation promptly. The family is in distress? Jiang Daoxuan was startled, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Jiang family, a multitude of clan members had gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. Everyone was acutely aware that the matters at hand were of utmost importance, thus maintaining a heavy silence, the only sounds being the weighty breaths of one another. In front of them stood a group of uninvited guests, clad in gray attire and wielding glimmering long blades, members of the rival Tang family. Leading them was none other than Tang Jingyang, the head of the Tang family, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. At that moment, Tang Jingyang appeared indifferent, casually surveying the layout of the hall before shaking his head. Is this truly the Jiang family's council hall? How could it be so diminutive, smaller even than my Tang family's restroom? I had anticipated that a place capable of producing a talent like Jiang Daoxuan would be extraordinary, yet upon seeing it, I am gravely disappointed. It would have been better had I not visited. Nevertheless, as one of the 4 great families, to be so impoverished is a disgrace to us all. Therefore, I shall generously offer your Jiang family 10 taels of silver to aid in your renovations. What say you? Upon hearing Tang Zingyang's shameless remarks, the eldest elder of the Jiang family felt a vain throb on his forehead. If it were not for your relentless pressure, how would my Jiang family have fallen to such a state? Though seething internally, the elder suppressed his fury to avoid escalating the situation, responding in a low voice, "This is a matter for our Jiang family. There is no need for your concern, Tang patriarch. Your own affairs?" That statement is somewhat misplaced. After all, your Jiang family once sought refuge under my Tang family, and there's a bond of kinship in that. Or do you, having ascended to the ranks of the 4 great families, believe you have entirely severed ties with us, viewing us as outsiders unworthy of your consideration? Tang Jingyang raised his head, his gaze icy, and his voice laced with mockery. Realizing that the other party had come specifically to provoke trouble, the elder's expression darkened. Tang patriarch, my Jiang family has not been your vassal for centuries. Why bring up old matters now? Is it merely to humiliate my Jiang family? Tang Jingyang crossed his arms, a sneer gracing his lips, his tone dripping with derision. Ha ha, consider it an insult if you will. His words ignited the ire of the Jiang family members, who glared furiously. That is most inappropriate. How can a pack of hounds bare their teeth at their former masters? Yet, I must admit, I find some amusement in witnessing your pathetic attempts to challenge me, despite your evident disdain. Tang Jingyang shrugged. In times past, when Jiang Daoxuan was present, he would have refrained from such excesses now. However, those concerns were no longer relevant. Faced with Tang Zingyang's brazen arrogance, the anger within the Jiang family members surged, their fury intensifying to the point where they trembled with rage. In an instant, emotions ran high, and voices rose in vehement protest. The elder clenched his fists, barely containing his wrath. Amidst his indignation, a tinge of sorrow welled up within him. If only the patriarch were still here. If only our leader Jiang Daoxuan were present. How could the Tang family dare to act so brazenly? Yet now, the patriarch had entrusted the family to him and had retreated into seclusion for 6 years, with no word of his fate. As the strongest member of the family, he could only muster a cultivation of the 7th level of the innate realm. How could he possibly contend against the advancing Tang family? Jiang Daoxuan traversed into a fantastical realm, assuming the role of the patriarch of the Jiang clan. He acquired the most formidable family system, where his strength was intrinsically linked to the collective might of his clan. The stronger his kin, the more powerful he became. Moreover, by investing in his kin, he could trigger critical returns. Years later, while all others fought fiercely over a single imperial weapon, the Jiang family had already equipped every member with one. When other powers lamented their inability to recruit a prodigy, the Jiang clan had already produced numerous divine bodies, sacred physiques, and fated children. As the Jiang family gradually ascended to dominance across the universe, unparalleled emperors emerged, casting their shadows over myriad realms. Jiang Xian declared, "In my life, I need not explain my actions to anyone." Jiang Chungang proclaimed, "Heaven did not give birth to Jiang Chungang. The sword path stretches eternally like the long night." Jiang Wushi mused, "At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak?" In a single glance, the void of Wushi becomes empty. Jiang Baitian asserted, "When chaos disrupts yin and yang, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens." Jiang Jiwei expressed, "In my lifetime, I love only the 7-foot sword, severing the self that I am." Jiang Chun stated, "As long as I exist, the primordial chaos shall have no emperor." Jiang Han remarked, "The immortals are not omnipotent. I, however, possess boundless potential." Jiang proclaimed, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud in this world where there is Jiang, there is heaven." Jiang Fan declared, "I shall be the heavenly emperor, suppressing all adversaries in this realm." Jiang Hao challenged, "Who dares to claim invincibility? Who speaks of being unbeaten? Even emperors of the fallen age are unseen." In Wudan City, within the Jiang family's rear mountain, a strikingly handsome man clad in a blood-stained white robe sat upon a mat, his complexion pale. He gazed at the unfamiliar scenery before him, engulfed in confusion. Before he could comprehend his situation, an overwhelming tide of memories surged into his mind. Had he truly traversed realms? Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his throbbing head. In a mere blink of an eye, he had become the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Wudan City. According to his memories, his predecessor had remained at the pinnacle of the innate realm for an extended period, and in pursuit of a breakthrough, had resolutely ventured into the forbidden area of the rear mountain to enter seclusion. However, on the very first day of his retreat, due to sabotage involving the breakthrough elixir, he had failed and met an untimely demise. Yet, these matters were secondary. The gravest concern was that due to his failure, he had lost all cultivation and had become a powerless wretch. Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew solemn. This world was a transcendent realm, gathering the might of countless powerful beings. It was a paradise for the strong, where the mightiest could move mountains, part seas, and see stars. Yet, for the weak, it was a hell where they were akin to mere blades of grass, easily crushed by the aftermath of battles waged by the powerful. In such a chaotic world, given his current state of utter impotence, his personal safety was far from assured, and that was not even the worst of it. In his memories, the other 3 prominent clans had already set their sights hungrily upon the Jiang family. How long had he been in seclusion? What was the current state of the Jiang family? As concern filled his brow, an icy voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Ding, the strongest family system has been activated. Host condition detected as abnormal and novice gift package has been automatically initiated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring chaotic Dao I, innate sacred body Dao fetus, and total clan power. Chaotic Dao I. Born during the time when heaven and earth were not yet separated, this eye of the great path gradually unlocks as the host's strength increases. Currently, the insight eye has been unlocked, allowing the host to perceive information about beings within 2 major realms of their own. Innate sacred body Dao fetus, an unparalleled constitution formed from the fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Dao fetus. It is impervious to myriad evils, resistant to anomalies, and possesses an invincible physical form and near-path strength. Once fused, the system will reshape this body to be the most harmonious with the host's soul. Total clan power permanently grants the cumulative cultivation of all clan members. The stronger the clan members, the more potent the effects of the total clan power. Note, if clan members perish, it will not affect the host cultivation, and the total clan power does not conflict with the host's personal cultivation, resulting in a perfect cumulative state. The host can continue to cultivate. Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then filled with immense joy. This truly was a path through a mountain of obstacles, revealing a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he immediately fused with the innate sacred body Dao fetus. In the next moment, a faint golden radiance began to emerge from his skin. The powerful near-path constitution resonated with the great Dao. Thousands of strands of Dao rhythms descended from the void, enveloping him and aiding him in entering a state of comprehension. From the heavens and earth, faint Dao sounds echoed, and auspicious signs of 5 colors emerged as golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. A torrent of Dao force washed over his body, rejuvenating his previously withered form with vibrant vitality. His skin gleamed like divine jade, exuding fragrant notes akin to celestial herbs, permeating the air. After some time, when Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his body was now brimming with boundless vitality. He raised his hand and found it had become crystalline and flawless. Having successfully fused with the innate sacred body Dao fetus and completed the reshaping of his body, this flesh had become even more attuned to his soul, achieving a unity of spirit and flesh. While his appearance had not changed in the slightest, internally, a tremendous metamorphosis had occurred. In a sense, this body belonged entirely to him, akin to a physical traversal rather than a soul one. Yet, this was preferable, as utilizing another's body could be somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, after the reshaping of his body, all such issues ceased to exist. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, then gathered his spirit, dispersing the surrounding Dao rhythms and employing total clan power. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, rushing toward him in frenzy. A torrent of spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones, feverishly cleansing every fiber of his being. His cultivation skyrocketed until the innate true essence within his dantian began to undergo transformation through sheer quantity. Strands of true essence compressed, evolving into primordial power. With a resounding explosion, a vast amount of primordial power coalesced, instantaneously opening a void within his dantian. Within the void, purple chi swirled, nurturing his spirit and revealing his consciousness. Innate realm perfected. Purple Mansion Realm, 1st level. Purple Mansion Realm, 2nd level. Purple Mansion Realm, 3rd level. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flew open, his gaze electrifying and captivating. With a deep exhalation, a breath of turbid air shot forth like an arrow, instantly piercing the ground and leaving a small crater. Was this the essence of the Purple Mansion Realm? If he were to be transported back to his previous life, he would likely be akin to a small superhero. Jiang Daoxuan mused with a sense of nostalgia. In this realm, the cultivation levels are delineated into body refinement, blood condensation, bone forging, postnatal, innate, purple mansion, primordial sea, star wheel, moon wheel, sun wheel, myriad forms, primordial spirit, celestial being, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Now, having successfully attained the Purple Mansion realm, he not only opened the space for the Purple Mansion to store external objects, but his true essence also completely transformed into primordial power. Once he harnessed this primordial power, he could directly achieve flight. To mere mortals, such a cultivation level would be indistinguishable from that of an earthly immortal. Ding host condition restored to normal. The investment return function has been activated. Investment return. The host can invest in clan members, triggering varying levels of critical returns, thereby obtaining rewards. Investment levels are classified into 9 grades: black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. The higher the grade, the more substantial the rewards. Investing in clan members? Jiang Daoxuan was initially taken aback, but soon wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. It seemed that the system was encouraging him to tread further along the path of benevolence and assistance, delving deeper into the virtues of altruism. However, this sensation of nurturing the sheep, while simultaneously shearing them, appeared rather appealing. At that moment, an ethereal panel materialized before him. Name: Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation: 3rd level of Purple Mansion Realm. Bone structure: celestial talent formerly superior. Comprehension: celestial talent formerly superior. Innate gift: primal sacred body Dao Te. Family fortune: 444. Detection indicates the host family is in dire straits. The host is advised to intervene promptly. The family is in trouble? Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily stunned, followed by a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Jiang family, a gathering of family members stood in tense silence, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Each individual understood the significance of the day's events, maintaining a solemn silence, broken only by the sound of their labored breaths. Before them stood a cadre of unexpected guests, clad in gray attire and wielding glinting long knives, the forces of the rival Tang family. Leading them was none other than Tang Jingyang, the patriarch of the Tang clan, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. At this moment, Tang Jingyang wore a placid expression, casually surveying the hall's layout before shaking his head. Is this truly the Jiang family's conference hall? It's rather diminutive. It hardly surpasses the size of my Tang family's restroom. I had anticipated that a place capable of producing a talent like Jiang Daoxuan would be extraordinary. However, I am profoundly disappointed. It would have been better had I not come. Yet, as one of the 4 great families, to be so impoverished is a disgrace to us all. Therefore, I shall generously offer your Jiang family 10 taels of silver to assist in your renovations. Upon hearing Tang Zengyang's shameless remarks, the elder of the Jiang family felt a vain throb on his forehead. If it were not for your relentless pressure, how could my Jiang family have fallen to such a state? Though anger surged within him, the elder restrained his fury to avoid escalating tensions, responding in a low voice. This is a matter for the Jiang family alone. There is no need for the patriarch of the Tang family to concern himself. Your own affairs? That sentiment is rather misplaced. After all, your Jiang family once sought refuge under our Tang family, and there exists a bond between us. How can you suddenly act as though we are strangers? Or perhaps you, having ascended among the four great families, have forgotten this history, believing your Jiang family has completely severed ties with our Tang family? Is that why you regard us as outsiders, disregarding our presence? Tang Xingyang raised his head, his gaze icy and laced with mockery. Realizing the sudden confrontation was intended to provoke trouble, the elder's expression darkened. Patriarch Tang, my Jiang family has not been a vassal of your Tang family for centuries. What is the purpose of resurrecting old grievances? Is it merely to humiliate the Jiang family? Tang Xingyang crossed his arms, a sneer upon his lips, his tone dripping with derision. You may take it as humiliation if you wish. This statement incited a furious response from the Jiang family members, their glares fixed on him. This is unacceptable. How can a pack of lapdogs bare their fangs at their former master? Nonetheless, I find a certain amusement in witnessing your feeble attempts to confront me, despite your evident disdain. Tang Xingyang shrugged nonchalantly. In times past, when Jiang Daoxuan was present, he dared not act so brazenly, yet now he felt no such trepidation. As Tang Xingyang flaunted his arrogance, the anger among the Jiang family members intensified, igniting their fury to the point of trembling with rage. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with indignation as voices rose in furious protest. The elder clenched his fists, barely containing his wrath. Amidst his simmering resentment, a pang of sorrow welled within him. If only the patriarch were still here. Had their leader, Jiang Daoxuan, remained, the Tang family would not dare exhibit such audacity. Yet, now, the patriarch had entrusted the family to him and had been in seclusion for 6 long years, shrouded in uncertainty. As the strongest member of the family, he could only claim the 7th level of innate realm. How could he possibly contend with the formidable forces of the Tang family? Chapter 2. The betrayal of the Wang brothers. The situation was spiraling out of control, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. For the safety of his kin, the Grand Elder suppressed his inner fury and turned to Tang Xingyang, demanding, "What is it that your Tang family truly desires?" At this point, the truth was laid bare. With a cold smirk, Tang Xingyang replied, "Today, I have come to obliterate your Jiang family. Wudianqing is far too small to accommodate 4 clans, so I must regrettably consign you to death first." The Grand Elder felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. He could never have anticipated that events would devolve to such a dismal state. Yet, there remained a flicker of hope for the Jiang family. Gathering his wits, he waved his hand, signaling his kin to silence. He then addressed Tang Xingyang. "Even if your Tang family is powerful, do not forget that our genius, Jiang Chun, is currently studying at Qinshan sect. If you intend to annihilate the Jiang family, what would that mean for Qinshan sect's reputation? Should they hold you accountable? Could your Tang family bear the consequences?" Jiang Chun, Tang Xingyang scoffed. He might have been a figure of some note, but if he were still an inner disciple, I would afford Qinshan sect a modicum of respect. However, now, the Grand Elder's heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over him. It seems you are unaware. That so-called genius of yours was attacked by Luofeng's sect while on a mission for Qinshan sect. He has been rendered a waste. His Dantian destroyed. Not long ago, he was expelled from Qinshan sect. In an instant, the Jiang family erupted in disbelief. All present stared in shock, unable to fathom that the once promising scion, who held the key to their family's resurgence, had vanished like a shooting star. Not only was his cultivation obliterated, but he had also lost the protection of his sect. At that moment, even the elder members of the Jiang family turned pale, filled with dread. If Jiang Chun had indeed been expelled from Qinshan sect, who could possibly safeguard the Jiang family's safety now? They could scarcely withstand Tang Xingyang alone. Among the crowd, the Wang brothers, who had enjoyed the Jiang family's patronage, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. If the Jiang family could still hold their ground against the Tang family, it would have been reasonable to lend their support for the sake of past ties and shared resources. However, with the clan leader in seclusion and Jiang Chun, who had joined Qinshan sect, rendered powerless and expelled, they reconsidered their options. After a brief, silent exchange, the Wang brothers stepped away from the Jiang family's side and approached Tang Xingyang. Wang De clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully to Tang Xingyang. "Clan leader Tang, we have long revered the might of your Tang family and have yearned to ally with you. We never anticipated that we would meet the illustrious leader in such circumstances. Might you consider the humble strength of the 3 of us? If you would accept us, we are willing to forsake the shadows and serve the Tang family from this day forth." Hearing such shameless words, the Jiang elders erupted in fury, pointing accusatory fingers at the brothers. "Wang De, Has the Jiang family ever wronged you? In our hour of peril, we do not ask you to share our fate. But how can you repay kindness with treachery? They were indifferent to the Wang brothers' cowardice. The audacity of the brothers to openly betray the Jiang family in front of the Tang family was a slap in the face to their clan. Faced with the Jiang family's wrath, the Wang brothers could only lower their heads in shame, yet their resolve remained unchanged. They understood that in this critical moment, failing to align with the Tang family could mean missing an opportunity of a lifetime. They were acutely aware that the Jiang family was on the brink of collapse. And if they wished to secure resources for cultivation in the future, they could not afford to let this chance slip. Aha. Excellent. A bird chooses a good tree to perch upon. Those who recognize the times are true sages. Rest assured, if you join my Tang family, your treatment will be equal to that of other patrons, enjoying resources far superior to what you currently possess. After all, the Tang family is not as impoverished as the Jiang family. Tang Jingyang laughed heartily. The Wang brothers, filled with elation, knelt before Tang Jingyang, expressing their gratitude. To demonstrate their sincerity and loyalty, they immediately divulged a piece of information. We have not seen Jiang Daoxuan for 6 years. Traitors. Ungrateful wretches. The Jiang family's higher-ups could not contain their outrage upon hearing the brothers reveal their final trump card. Realizing their guilt, the Wang brothers hastily retreated behind Tang Jingyang. Tang Jingyang, pleased with the information, nodded in approval. Although he had already suspected Jiang Daoxuan would not appear, hearing it confirmed from their lips was another matter. He then turned to the Jiang family members, his gaze suddenly sharp. Today, the Jiang family shall be annihilated. Instantly, the entire courtyard turned frigid, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. However, just as Tang Jingyang prepared to act, a voice as warm as jade rang out from a distance. Annihilate my Jiang family? Do you think you are worthy? Chapter 3. Please, clan leader, advocate for us. At these words, everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the voice. There, at the entrance, stood a man of imposing stature, his countenance like a jade crown, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. His white robe, stained with blood, hinted at an aura of unrelenting ferocity. As the crowd recognized the man's identity, their pupils dilated in disbelief. It was none other than the Jiang family leader, Jiang Daoxuan. It is the clan leader. He has emerged from seclusion. I had the fortune to see him 6 years ago. It cannot be mistaken. The clan leader possesses immense strength. Our despair has been lifted. Please, clan leader, advocate for us. The Tang family seeks to sever our lineage of hundreds of years. They are being utterly tyrannical. With Jiang Daoxuan's appearance, the Jiang family members felt as though they had found their anchor. Their previously despondent hearts soared with renewed hope. Many among them had grown up listening to tales of Jiang Daoxuan, the man who had once single-handedly dominated all innate beings in Wudanqing. Indeed, it was Jiang Daoxuan who had ensured the Jiang family standing among the 4 great families of Wudanqing, alongside the Tang, Sun, and Gao families. As they cheered, the Tang family members, who had been somewhat bewildered, quickly grasped the situation and fell into a state of shock. Jiang Daoxuan? How can this be possible? Wasn't he said to have been in seclusion for 6 years? How is he alive? What should we do? Jiang Daoxuan is a figure even our ancestors fear. Can we truly face him? Perhaps we should retreat? With our ancestor overseeing matters, we have not truly annihilated the Jiang family. At most, we can compensate for some resources. Many Tang family members, paralyzed by fear, wore expressions of trepidation. As fellow members of the 4 great families, they were well aware of Jiang Daoxuan's formidable reputation. He had been hailed by the current city lord of Wudanqing as the most promising candidate to become the 3rd figure of the Zifu realm in the city. Now, with such a presence among them, it felt as if an insurmountable mountain loomed overhead, instilling a sense of despair. The question was no longer whether they could annihilate the Jiang family, but rather whether they could retreat unscathed. The Wang brothers, who had once served the Jiang family, were equally horrified. The clan leader? They could hardly believe their eyes. Jiang Daoxuan, who had been presumed dead after 6 years of seclusion, had resurfaced. Regret surged within them. Had they known Jiang Daoxuan would appear, they would never have changed allegiances in front of everyone. Indeed, one has rendered oneself an outcast. However, considering our years of service to the family, the clan leader should not hold any grievances against us, correct? Jiang Daoxuan. Tang Jingyang widened his eyes, his expression akin to that of someone who has seen a ghost. He could not have anticipated that the voice he had just heard belonged to Jiang Daoxuan, who had long been presumed dead. Even though he had attained the peak of the innate realm, he felt a surge of panic in the presence of this formidable figure renowned throughout Wudang City. Within the Jiang family, the Grand Elder gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, his lips parted in disbelief, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, yet unsure of where to begin. Everything felt so surreal, leaving him anxious that this might merely be a figment of his imagination. Do not worry, rest well. From here on, I shall take charge. Jiang Daoxuan reassured the Grand Elder softly. His words were like a gentle breeze, soothing the hearts of the Jiang family members, dissipating their worries and refreshing their spirits. Jiang Daoxuan then turned his gaze upon Tang Xingyang. Their eyes locked, and the icy glare from Jiang Daoxuan made Tang Xingyang tremble. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his throat felt parched, prompting him to swallow instinctively. Under such overwhelming pressure, he immediately felt the urge to retreat. Jiang, clan leader, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. At this point, any thoughts of schemes to annex the Jiang family were cast aside. Survival was of utmost importance. Explain? Jiang Daoxuan's countenance grew cold. With a mere gesture, a surge of primal energy erupted forth, piercing through Tang Xingyang's body and reducing him to a mist of blood in an instant. Crimson droplets fell like rain, staining the surrounding walls and pooling on the ground, creating a gruesome scene that left the Tang family members pale and terrified. Their clan leader had been effortlessly slain by Jiang Daoxuan. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. Even the Jiang family members were momentarily stunned, gazing at Jiang Daoxuan with expressions of disbelief. They knew that Tang Xingyang was a genuine master of the innate realm. How could he be dispatched so casually? Could it be that the clan leader had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through the onlookers. Under the awed gazes of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained impassive as he withdrew his hand. Your death serves as the best explanation for me. His words sent a shudder through the remaining Tang family members, rendering them mute with fear, even restraining their breaths. Chapter 4. Those who dare intrude upon the Jiang family shall be met with no mercy. The atmosphere grew exceedingly oppressive as Jiang Daoxuan's piercing gaze swept over the Tang family, finally settling on the three Wang brothers. How long have you three been working for the Jiang family? Reporting to the clan leader, we have been with the Jiang family for 10 years, the Wang brothers stammered, nodding vigorously, fearing any delay in their response might provoke displeasure. 10 years. Has it truly been so long? Yet, after all this time, even raising a dog would foster some affection. Yet some individuals are treated even worse than livestock. Would you not agree? This clan leader is correct? At his words, the three brothers grew increasingly fearful, lowering their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Wang De, feeling the weight of his guilt, bit his lip and fell to his knees. Clan leader, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. We chose the wrong side. We shall never act thus again. Never again. Acknowledgement warrants punishment. 10 years ago, you were mere mortals, yet you provoked enemies, forcing you to seek refuge within the Jiang family. The Jiang family resolved your troubles, sheltered you, and provided resources to help you ascend to the innate level. Yet this is how you repay us? In that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice turned icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. As the chilling aura enveloped them, Wang Er and Wang Sen turned pale and weakened, collapsing to their knees in terror. Clan leader, we were in the wrong. We were foolish. Yet, considering our years of service, we implore you to show mercy. Ridiculous. 10 years ago, you should have perished at the hands of your enemies. Now, I shall personally reclaim your lives. As his words fell, their pupils constricted to pinpricks. In the next instant, a cold wind swept through, and before they could resist, they spewed forth torrents of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve, retracting his hand, and turning to the remaining Tang family members. Witnessing their former clan's protector slaughtered without a shred of mercy left the Tang family paralyzed with fear. Gritting their teeth, they managed to speak. Clan leader, are you truly intent on severing ties with the Tang family? Do not forget that our ancestor still lives. Are you Jiang family members truly prepared for an all-out war with the Tang family? At these words, Jiang Daoxuan ignored them entirely, instead gesturing toward the Jiang family members behind him. Jiang family disciples, heed my command. Those who dare intrude upon the Jiang family shall be met with no mercy. Kill. Yes. The Jiang family members erupted into fervor, raising their arms in agreement, and a merciless slaughter commenced. Under the combined might of Jiang Daoxuan and his kin, the Tang family, having lost Tang Xingyang, crumbled like a house of cards. The air was filled with relentless pleas and curses. Before long, the clamor began to subside. The Jiang family courtyard was strewn with corpses, and many Jiang family members, exhausted from the fierce battle, succumbed to fatigue. However, even in their weariness, their faces shone with joy. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a sea of lifeless bodies, each bearing a single fatal wound, all having met their end in one swift motion. Ding, crisis averted, fate altered, ensuring the survival of the family. Family luck 300. Family luck? Jiang Daoxuan pondered, still uncertain of its specific significance. Unable to decipher it, he decided to let the matter rest. He shook his head and prepared to approach his kin. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding, green-tiered family member discovered. Host may initiate investment. Invest 1 solidifying essence pill to receive a bottle of cleansing marrow pill. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. From his memories, he recalled that the cleansing marrow pill was a rare and superior elixir. Once consumed, it could purge impurities from the body, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy by at least 3 times, while also repairing hidden injuries and restoring the foundations of martial artists below the Yuanhai realm. With a slight enhancement of their bone structure, such a precious item had never been obtained by anyone in Wudong City. He had merely heard tales of it but had never seen it. Yet now, not only had he encountered it, but he could also directly acquire an entire bottle, truly astonishing. Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of warmth within and promptly followed the system's guidance to the Grand Elder. Greetings, clan leader. Upon noticing Jiang Daoxuan's approach, the Grand Elder instinctively prepared to bow. Forget the formalities. You have worked hard these years, Jiang Daoxuan said with a concerned expression, stepping forward to support him. Familiar with the memories of his predecessor, he understood that the Jiang family had relied heavily on the Grand Elder during his period of seclusion. Without him, the Jiang family might have perished, leading to the complete failure of the system's family functions. As the Grand Elder was helped to his feet, he looked up and noticed several peculiarities due to their proximity. The clan leader's features appeared more refined, his skin more delicate, and his aura more ethereal. Remembering the tremendous power Jiang Daoxuan had just unleashed, the Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he cautiously inquired, "Clan leader, have you achieved the Purple Mansion?" As his words echoed, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the Jiang family members perked up, eager to listen. They shared the Grand Elder's curiosity regarding this matter. Under the intense scrutiny of their fervent gazes, Jiang Daoxuan casually replied, "By fortunate chance, I have now attained the initial stage of the Purple Mansion." A unique aura belonging to the Purple Mansion realm quietly emanated, permeating the surroundings and filling every space. At the same moment, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure so intense it was nearly suffocating. The pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, in an instant. It was retracted by Jiang Daoxuan. As the members of the Jiang family regained their composure, they erupted with exuberance, akin to water boiling over. The clan leader has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? Aha! Our Jiang family now has a Purple Mansion cultivator to safeguard us. Who would dare to underestimate my Jiang family now? Fortune has shifted, truly. It is the ancestors' blessing that we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of our second Purple Mansion cultivator in centuries during this critical time for our family's survival. At this moment, the city lord, being a person of the court, would not meddle in the disputes of noble families. However, the elder of the Tang family had grown frail with age, and his days were numbered. Now, who could possibly obstruct the brilliance of my Jiang family? For a time, the entire courtyard was filled with the joyous laughter of the Jiang family members. It was not that they lacked composure. It was simply that this was the Purple Mansion realm. Even though the Jiang family had established itself in Wudong City for hundreds of years, only the ancestors had reached such heights. And now, how fortunate they were to welcome a second cultivator of this caliber. Such a formidable being. If they were to join the immensely powerful Qinshan sect, could assume the position of elder and be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Even in the court, they could wield great power and become the lord of a distant city. The emergence of such a powerful existence within their Jiang family was indeed exhilarating. At that moment, even the usually composed elder could not maintain his calm, trembling with excitement. His lips parted slightly, murmuring, "Fortune has truly arrived." Under the fervent gaze of admiration from the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan maintained his usual demeanor, merely retrieving a dark, black pill from his possession and presenting it to the elder. "The years of toil have left your foundation unstable. Take this solidifying origin pill." Solidifying origin pill? The elder's eyes widened. He was no stranger to this item. It was a premium yellow-grade pill of great value. Even if the Jiang family expended considerable assets, they could procure only a few. Its effects were miraculous. Upon consumption, it could significantly accelerate recovery and stabilize one's foundation. Years ago, before Jiang Daoxuan entered seclusion, he had paid a hefty price to acquire one. "Thank you for your generous gift, clan leader." The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled as he carefully accepted the pill, cradling it in his hands. He then swallowed it whole. Before long, the pallor on his face began to visibly fade, and his complexion swiftly regained its rosy hue. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bottle of cleansing marrow pills. It has been automatically placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Ah, quite considerate. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, then turned to the elder, speaking slowly. How long has it been since I entered seclusion? What has transpired during this time? Just as he had hastily arrived after perceiving the crisis within the courtyard using his purple mansion divine sense, he was unaware of the specifics. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, the elder immediately suppressed his inner joy and recounted the recent events. Reporting to the clan leader, "It has been over 6 years since you entered seclusion. During this time, news of your retreat has spread, and many have speculated that you had failed to break through and perished, leading the Tang family to become increasingly reckless, encroaching on our Jiang family's lands and instigating various disputes merely to test whether you still existed. Years have passed, and seeing that you have not emerged, the Tang family has lost all restraint, forming alliances with the Sun and Gao families to seize our Jiang family's mines and lands, disrupting our shops and taverns within the city, causing numerous complaints from customers and leading us to lose significant market share, worsening our situation. However, 2 years ago, we had a fierce confrontation with the Tang family, during which your cousin Daoling was killed by a member of the Tang family. Following that, Daoling's son, Jiang Daoxuan, displayed remarkable cultivation talent. Our clan sold several shops and taverns, converting 30% of our assets into wealth, thereby facilitating Jiang Daoxuan's admission into the Qinshan sect as an inner disciple. With the protection of the Qinshan sect, the actions of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families have significantly diminished. Yet, the Tang family has somehow learned that Jiang Daoxuan encountered an ambush from the Luofeng sect while undertaking a sect mission, resulting in his Dantian being shattered and his expulsion from the sect. This has emboldened the Tang family, leading Tang Xingyang to personally bring his kin to our doorstep, intent on annihilating our clan today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew contemplative, his demeanor gradually shifting. The movements of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families were not unexpected. However, the experiences of Jiang Daoxuan evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity within him. Once a family genius, he joined his sect, executed a mission, was ambushed by a rival sect, suffered a shattered Dantian, and was expelled from the sect. Could it be? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Such a grand fate could not possibly befall the Jiang family. Those were tales of the Yi, Lin, Shao, and Su families, among others. He quickly cast aside the thought and began to contemplate his next course of action. Now that he had decisively dealt with the Tang family members, thoroughly severing ties, it would be prudent to transform from a passive stance to an offensive one, taking the initiative to strike first. How could he allow others to slumber soundly beneath his very bed? He must eradicate the threat in its cradle, shaking the eggs of the Tang family until none remain, and pouring boiling water on their ant nests, allowing not a single one to escape. Just as Jiang Daoxuan resolved with murderous intent, the dignity of the family shall not be trampled. Family mission activated. Annihilate the Tang family. Instill fear in the petty individuals of the city. Mission reward. Based on evaluation scores, the higher the score, the more abundant the rewards. Achieving full scores will grant a mysterious reward. A family mission? Jiang Daoxuan's heart surged with joy. Excellent. The system's mission aligns perfectly with my intentions. The Tang family is destined for annihilation. With a cold chuckle, Jiang Daoxuan raised his gaze to the crowd. The Tang family has acted with such audacity against my Jiang family. How could we endure? This deep-seated grudge must be washed away with blood. Are you all willing to follow your clan leader to the Tang family to exact blood for blood and seek justice? His voice echoed throughout the courtyard, momentarily stunning those present. However, as they quickly regained their senses, excitement lit their faces, and they responded with thunderous cheers. My elder brother and second uncle fell at the hands of the Tang family. Such blood feuds can only be resolved with the Tang family's destruction. Now that the clan leader stands in our stead, we willingly follow. The Tang family has bullied my Jiang family to this extent. It is truly intolerable. We must seek justice. Haha. The clan leader has attained the Purple Mansion upper realm, while the elder of the Tang family is old and feeble. How could we fear such a puny clan? They are bound to crumble under a single blow. In that moment, all the members of the Jiang family clenched their fists. Their spirits ignited. The elder watched this scene with flames seemingly igniting in his eyes. The debts owed to the Jiang family by the Tang family were due for collection. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to address everyone with a grave tone. Let us depart. With those words, Jiang Daoxuan immediately turned and strode towards the entrance of the Jiang residence. Seeing this, everyone followed closely behind, forming a long line. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan reached the entrance of the Jiang residence. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly paused, momentarily stunned. This caused the crowd behind him to halt as well, puzzled by his sudden stop. The reason for Jiang Daoxuan's pause was simple. A notification from the system had appeared. Ding, golden level family member discovered. The host may initiate investment. Golden level? Jiang Daoxuan was astonished. It is known that even the elder Being at the 7th level of the innate realm was merely assessed as a green level by the system. Now, who could this suddenly emerging golden level family member be? And how extraordinary must they be? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan surveyed his surroundings. Following the guidance of the system, he soon identified his target. 100 meters away on the street, there stood a disheveled young man clad in tattered gray attire, his emaciated frame and pallid complexion conveying a sense of despair. He staggered forward as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. At that moment, the boy was laboriously making his way towards the Jiang family. Who is this person? Jiang Daoxuan furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity in his eyes. He did not recognize this unfamiliar face from his memories. But as his doubt began to surface, the members of the Jiang family, following the gaze of their patriarch, turned to behold the young man. Upon closer inspection, they exclaimed in disbelief, "Jiangchen? Is it really Jiangchen returning?" Indeed, it was Jiangchen, but why did he appear so destitute? Could it be that what Tang Xingyang had said was true, and Jiangchen had indeed been expelled from the Qianshan sect? How could the Qianshan sect be so cruel? Jiangchen was still so young. To be cast out in such a manner, it seemed that if he had returned any later, he might have starved on the streets. The Qianshan sect is so far from Wudong City, could it be that he had walked all the way back? The members of the Jiang family began to voice their indignation, their faces etched with anger, rallying in defense of Jiangchen's plight. They were united. How could they allow outsiders to trample upon their kin? Hearing the discussions, Jiang Daoxuan understood the situation. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Jiangchen's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. His vision blurred to the point where he could scarcely see the path ahead, relying solely on instinct to navigate his way home. However, his body was utterly exhausted, pushed beyond its limits. Suddenly, he stumbled, losing his balance and plummeting to the ground. Just as the back of his head was about to strike the earth, a refreshing breeze enveloped him. Jiang Chun felt the sensation of falling dissipate as someone grasped his arm, struggling to open his eyes. He was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome man clad in snow-white garments, exuding an air of elegance. Up close, he could clearly discern the familiar features of the man before him. Memories long buried began to resurface. The patriarch. Jiang Chen's spirit surged as his eyes sparkled with disbelief. He had once had the fortune of meeting the patriarch a few times in his youth, and due to the patriarch's illustrious deeds, he had always idolized him. However, was it not said that the patriarch had been in seclusion for 6 years and might even be dead? How could he suddenly appear here? The overwhelming shock made Jiang Chen question his own perception. Yet, the tangible sensation brought him back to reality. This was no illusion. Jiang Daoxuan lifted Jiang Chen to his feet, and in that moment, feeling the warmth radiating from the patriarch's hands, Jiang Chen felt a lump rise in his throat, tears welling in his eyes. He recalled the tumultuous changes he had endured, from being a genius to feeling utterly worthless. In the presence of his elder and idol, all the pent-up emotions and grievances erupted within him, and he could not help but sob quietly. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan, as a benevolent elder, gently patted Jiang Chen's back, offering soft words of comfort. "It is good that you have returned." As he spoke, he utilized the chaos eye to gather information. Name, Jiang Chun, cultivation, half-waist, original, postnatal stage. First level, root bone, half-waist, original, superior, comprehension, genius, fate, golden, from adversity comes prosperity, talent, mortal body, fortune, reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Expulsion from the sect after his dantian was shattered, wandering outside, and fortuitously receiving celestial fire, currently undergoing transformation, which will be completed in 1 day. In that moment, Jiang Daoxuan was convinced. His younger kin was indeed a destined child. A shattered dantian, the reincarnation of an emperor, celestial fire descending. He was equipped with an abundance of buffs. Ding current objective. Investment can trigger a golden level return. Investing 1 cleansing pill can yield 10 diamond pills. Investing in a low-level Xian rank martial technique Thunderpalm can yield a premium earth rank martial technique Purple Thunderpalm. Investing in a low-level Xian rank cultivation method Qi induction method can yield a premium earth rank cultivation method Pure Yang technique. Gazing at the bountiful rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan took a deep breath. Then, with a subtle motion of his wrist concealed within his sleeve, he retrieved a cleansing pill from the system repository. "Take this. It will aid your injuries." Jiang Daoxuan did not explicitly state it, but Jiang Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. He accepted the cleansing pill and swallowed it without delay. Immediately, the pill dissolved within him, flowing through his limbs with pure medicinal energy. Jiang Chen's pallid complexion began to visibly regain its color. Although his dantian remained unrepaired, the other internal injuries had returned to their original state. This revitalization filled Jiang Chun with vigor, making him feel as robust as any ordinary person. Feeling the transformation within his body, Jiang Qin's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly straightened his attire and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your generous gift." Though he knew not the worth of this pill, he had never before encountered such a miraculous remedy that could restore his injuries so swiftly. Even within the Qinshan sect, he had never heard of such a wondrous pill that acted so rapidly. The value of this pill was beyond comprehension. As he contemplated this, a warmth surged within Jiang Qin's heart. Although he had believed himself incapable of cultivation and considered himself worthless, as his fellow disciples had described, the mere fact that he was not despised by his family felt like an immense fortune. The thought that the Patriarch would utilize such a precious pill to heal his wounds was something he could scarcely fathom. At that moment, observing Jiang Qin's deeply moved demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan spoke solemnly. "The Qinshan sect is blind to the gem that stands before them," he declared. "In the future, I shall personally visit the Qinshan sect to seek justice for you." His words sent ripples of astonishment through all the members of the Jiang family. They understood the formidable standing of the Qinshan sect, whose master was a renowned Yuanhai realm cultivator, a figure whose might instilled fear in surrounding cities. Families trembled at the mention of the sect, considering it an honor for their kin to join. Beyond the Yuanhai realm master and the Grand Elder, the sect was fortified with numerous elders, all powerful beings in the Purple Mansion realm. Such a formidable force was not to be trifled with, even by the city lord. Yet, the Patriarch was willing to confront them directly for Jiang Qin's sake. This bold declaration deeply moved everyone present. However, soon, they felt a surge of pride. If Jiang Qin, despite being rendered useless, could receive such unwavering support, how would it be for the others? Should they face hardship, perhaps the Patriarch would similarly stand up for them, advocating for the members of the family. This thought filled everyone with immense pride for having such a protective Patriarch. As for Jiang Qin, the very subject of this discourse, he was rendered speechless. His eyes glistened with tears, his heart stirred. He had never anticipated that the Patriarch would risk life and limb to seek justice on behalf of someone deemed worthless. Overwhelmed with gratitude yet acutely aware of the family's current strength, Jiang Qin felt a pang of remorse for the Patriarch's potential peril. "Patriarch, it would be best to set aside this matter of seeking justice for now. The Qinshan sect is far too powerful, and I am but a mere waste. There is truly no need for you to take such risks. If something were to happen to you, my heart would be heavy with sorrow." Waste? How ludicrous! Who says a shattered dantian signifies a waste? At this declaration, Jiang Qin was left utterly astonished. Jiang Daoxuan continued, "A shattered dantian does not mark the end for an individual. It can also signify a new beginning. As the saying goes, one must break before they can stand. As long as the passion within one's heart remains ablaze, prosperity shall surely follow. I impart this wisdom not only to you, but to all the members of the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Jiang family present perked up their ears in anticipation. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of Jiang Qin's Fighting Spirit, Pure Young Essence. The true adversary one must conquer is not the scorn and derision of others, but rather the denial of oneself. With great wisdom comes a profound benevolence. Why fear solitude? Why fear slander? Can you awaken to this truth? At these words, a warm surge ignited within everyone, stirring their blood. Jiang Qin stood dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, "A new beginning, rebuilding from the ruins. From denial comes fortune. What defeats us is our own self-doubt. Why fear solitude? Why fear slander?" At this moment, the once dim light in Jiang Qin's eyes began to brighten. As if a fierce flame had been ignited within him, he clenched his fists, his heartbeat resonating with newfound vigor. Indeed, though his dantian was shattered, he was not dead. How could he succumb to despair? The clan leader was right. He should live according to his true self, without doubt or concern for external opinions. Choosing to persist in authenticity. Clan leader. I understand now. Seeing Jiang Qin's spirit reignited, Jiang Daoxuan displayed a satisfied expression, as expected of the destined child. A mere nudge was all it took for him to awaken. Ding detected that the destined child Jiang Qin has regained his fighting spirit. Family fortune 100. Jiang Daoxuan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. Smiling, he took out 2 books from his possession and handed them to Jiang Qin. "Take these thunderclap palm and chi induction technique for your cultivation. Others may doubt you, viewing you as a fallen waste who cannot rise again, but I, the clan leader, believe otherwise. I await your emergence as a man capable of shielding our family from storms, not as the waste others speak of." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's heart surged with passion. He yearned to begin his training immediately. However, as he processed the names of the 2 techniques, his pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. As a member of the Jiang family, how could he have not heard of the illustrious thunderclap palm and chi induction technique? It was said that these techniques were passed down from the first ancestor of the Jiang family, a figure of the Purple Mansion realm, hundreds of years ago. Their profound nature granted them the status of clan-defending techniques, reserved solely for the clan heads and elders. Yet, such precious techniques were now so easily placed before him. This left Jiang Daoxuan feeling both honored and astonished. It is known that Qian-level techniques are typically accessible only to practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm. Even during his time at the Thousand Mountains sect as an inner disciple, the techniques he encountered were predominantly of the yellow level. Techniques above the Qian level were entirely beyond his reach, reserved for exceptionally talented inner disciples or true disciples. Contemplating the wonders of Qian-level techniques, Jiang Daoxuan's heart surged with emotion as he hesitantly reached out to accept the techniques. Thank you, clan leader. From this day forth, I shall strive onward. Living up to your expectations. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 bottles of diamond pills. Diamond pills, Earth-level supreme elixirs that enhance physical strength upon consumption. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-level supreme martial technique Purple Thunder Palm. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-level supreme technique Pure Yang technique. With the rewards received, Jiang Daoxuan sought to avoid any untoward incidents should they confront the Tang family. He promptly extracted 2 techniques from the system repository and transmitted them into Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Within moments, Jiang Daoxuan successfully mastered the perfected Purple Thunder Palm. When unleashed, it could condense an immensely penetrating purple thunder in the palm, capable of obliterating even a typical practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm upon impact, reducing them to a mist of blood. As for the Pure Yang technique, it transformed the essence within him, becoming fiercely pure and resilient, driving away all evils and forming pure Yang essence. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, the quality of his pure Yang essence far surpassed that of ordinary essence. In battle, if he encountered an opponent of equal rank, a mere strike infused with pure Yang essence would be sufficient to shatter the enemy's defenses. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with delight. It was no exaggeration to say he could easily overpower 10 versions of his former self. Gradually, Jiang Daoxuan composed himself and turned to the assembled members of the Jiang family at the door. Since he had made an exception to teach Jiang Daoxuan the clan's techniques, to prevent inciting jealousy among other family members and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Jiang Daoxuan decided to treat everyone equally. After this battle, all members of the Jiang family, whether direct or collateral descendants, may cultivate the Thunderclap Palm and Qi Induction technique. Having acquired the Purple Thunder Palm and Pure Yang technique, he naturally no longer valued these initial Qian-level techniques. Upholding the principle of utilizing resources wisely, he found them well suited for his kin's training. As for the 2 Earth-level techniques he now possessed, he would not be foolish enough to indiscriminately disclose them until his strength reached a certain threshold. After all, Earth-level techniques were coveted even by practitioners of the Star Wheel realm. If carelessly revealed, it would be akin to a child parading around with gold. Should it attract the greed of a Star Wheel practitioner, the Jiang family, in its current state, could not withstand such upheaval. As Jiang Daoxuan's words fell, all members of the Jiang family chorused in unison. Thank you, clan leader. Long live the clan leader. Initially feeling a twinge of discomfort at Jiang Daoxuan's acquisition of 2 Qian-level techniques, they now felt relieved. 2 Qian-level techniques to 1 person, what was there to envy? The clamorous voices echoed. It was only then that Jiang Daoxuan noticed a crowd of family members gathered at the entrance. Feeling perplexed, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan and quietly inquired, Clan leader, what is this? This mission is to eradicate the Tang family. Jiang Daoxuan replied casually, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing a mundane matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan could not maintain his composure. As a member of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the Tang family, not to mention their ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm. Even the Tang family's 4 tigers were formidable adversaries. The eldest, Tang Jinyang, was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, while the second was at the 6th level of the innate realm. The remaining 2 brothers were also strong at the 4th level of the innate realm. Such a lineup seemed far beyond what the Jiang family could contend with. With that thought, concern etched itself upon Jiang Daoxuan's face. Just as he was about to ask further, he suddenly noticed that every family member wore an expression of unwavering confidence, devoid of even a trace of worry. Recognizing this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately realized that the situation's development was not as he had imagined. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice reached him. Your current cultivation is insufficient, and accompanying us to the Tang family would be overly perilous. It is best for you to return for now and await our return. Though Jiang Daoxuan possessed golden fortune and was unlikely to meet his demise in a small place like the Tang family, considering various factors, It was indeed prudent for him to remain at the Jiang family stronghold. Yes, Jiangchen did not insist on following. Aware that he had lost his cultivation and become an ordinary person, he realized his presence at the Tang family would only hinder rather than help, potentially distracting his kin from protecting him in case of danger. This realization was difficult for him to bear, as he once held lofty ambitions. Thus, he chose not to go. Chapter 8. The Calamity of the Tang Family. Summon the Ancestor. Jiangchen passed by Jiang Daoxuan and entered the Jiang family residence. As he walked past the crowd, a youth of similar age to Jiangchen exclaimed excitedly, "Jiangchen, wait for us to return. The clan leader has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. The Tang family stands no chance." Jiangchen, who had been focused on entering, froze at this news. Purple Mansion realm. His lips parted in disbelief. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of his family's confidence. The Tang family ancestor was aging. How could he possibly contend with their clan leader? Yet, Jiang Chun silently lifted his gaze, watching the departing figures of his kin. He clenched his teeth, vowing to himself, "This is the first and last time." In a fierce battle concerning the survival of two families, he found himself unable to participate due to the loss of his cultivation. This sense of helplessness was unbearable for him. As a member of the Jiang family, how could he not wish to contribute to their cause? As the figures of his kin gradually faded from view, Jiang Chun took a step forward, eager to delve into the two profound techniques he longed to master, hoping to seek his own miracle. Shortly after, at the Tang family residence, inside a pavilion beside the pond, the atmosphere was lively and filled with revelry. Three men were enjoying some appetizers and sipping wine, relishing the graceful movements of the dancers while listening to soothing melodies. The mood was jovial as they engaged in light-hearted banter. "Ha ha ha, by now. My elder brother must have annihilated the Jiang family, right? I suppose they are finished, so have you all figured out how to divide their lands and resources? I've already told my brother, I only want the Fenglai Tower. The rest is yours to choose. Second brother, why are you so eager? Could it be that the courtesan of Fenglai Tower has truly captivated you? You wish to forsake all else for this realm of beauty and indulgence," chuckled Tang Laosi, sipping his warm wine. Tang Er, with a look of infatuation, smiled in response. "You do not understand the sincerity that Yenna holds for me. She is unlike the other women I have encountered. She is perfect and unblemished, not interested in my wealth, but rather in a lifelong companionship. How can those superficial women compare?" Upon hearing this, Tang San and Tang Laosi exchanged knowing glances. A mere flower girl, easily bought with money, could only be believed by their foolish second brother. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, knowing that criticizing their brother could impact the distribution of their assets. After all, if Tang Er refused resources, it would mean a larger share for them. With this in mind, Tang San and Tang Laosi couldn't help but chuckle. The three men were engrossed in their conversation when, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Tang Er furrowed his brow and tossed the empty wine jar to the ground. Tang San and Tang Laosi stopped their chatter and turned to see a family servant, clad in gray, rushing towards them. In his haste, he stumbled and fell. Tang Er, displeased, scolded, "What a disgraceful display." The servant, startled, quickly gathered himself. "It's the Jiang family. Many members have come. They are killing everyone they see. We have lost many brothers." The revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, darkening their expressions. How dare the Jiang family come to our Tang family and commit such atrocities? Tang Er thundered, slamming his hand down, splitting the dining table in half. Tang San pondered, "It's strange. My elder brother has already gone to the Jiang family, so logically, they should not have survived to come here." Tang Laosi's mind raced. "Third brother, could it be that our elder brother arrived at the Jiang family only to find it empty? Is that why they managed to escape? No, that doesn't make sense. If they had run away, I wouldn't be surprised. But why would they come to our Tang family to seek death? Our ancestor is still here," Tang Sen mused, confusion enveloping them. However, Tang Er had no time for speculation. He abruptly rose, eyeing the treasured sword beside him. With calloused hands, he grasped the hilt and swung the blade with alarming prowess, the air whistling around him. "Why ponder so much? Since they dare to intrude upon our Tang family, I shall ensure their blood spills here today." He prepared to leave the pavilion, but Tang San quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Second brother, wait." Seeing the ferocity in Tang Er's eyes, he quickly turned to the messenger. "This matter is suspicious. Ensure that you inform our ancestor of this news." "Understood, third master." The servant nodded and hurried off towards the family ancestral hall. Only then did Tang San release his grip on Tang Er. "Let us go see what audacity the Jiang family has to dare intrude upon our home." With a cold snort, Tang Er gripped his sword tightly, showing no hesitation as they left the pavilion and made their way to the front courtyard. Tang San and Tang Laosi followed closely behind. Before long, they could faintly hear the sounds of combat and, as they advanced, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. "What a massacre has occurred here!" they thought, quickening their pace until they reached the front courtyard. The scene before them was grim. Numerous family members in their attire lay scattered across the ground, lifeless, with blood painting the earth. The surrounding flora was spattered with crimson droplets. The battle raged on, and upon witnessing a family member struck down by a Jiang warrior, Tang Er's fury erupted uncontrollably. "I will slay you all," he roared, charging into the fray, his sword poised to cleave the nearest Jiang warrior in two. The young Jiang disciple, upon seeing the formidable blade, was paralyzed with fear, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. Just then, amidst the chaos, Jiang Daoxuan noticed the unfolding scene. With a steely gaze, he raised his arm and flicked his fingers. A surge of pure yang energy shot forth, piercing through Tang Er's skull, causing a gruesome explosion of blood and gore. In that moment, Tang Er's headless body collapsed to the ground, leaving Tang Laosi utterly pale with shock. He could hardly fathom that his brother, a 6th-level innate cultivator, was no match for this adversary. Tang San's expression darkened as he recognized Jiang Daoxuan's familiar visage. Memories of a haunting past flooding back to him. "Jiang Daoxuan," he exclaimed, the name echoing like a nightmare from years gone by. The revelation sent Tang Laosi's heart racing. "What is this? How can you still be alive?" he gasped, panic gripping him. "Where is my elder brother? If Jiang Daoxuan is alive, then my brother's fate is dire." Unfazed, Jiang Daoxuan leaped forward, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, ready to unleash his might. In the face of such overwhelming power, Tang Laosi was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, while Tang San instinctively retreated, seeking to distance himself from the impending doom. Soon, the stunned Tang Laosi became the target of Jiang Daoxuan. With a sharp glint, the icy blade dominated the scene. A swift stroke severed the throat, and blood splattered everywhere. Tang Laosi's eyes widened, filled with unyielding despair, as his expression gradually dimmed. Moments later, his body fell rigidly to the ground, devoid of life. Witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's ruthless slaughter of 2 individuals, treating the innate as mere livestock, the Jiang family warriors felt invigorated and fought with renewed vigor. In stark contrast, the Tang family members appeared ashen, their spirits shattered. The barely surviving Tang Laosan collapsed to the ground, raising his head in terror as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan. "You," he began, but Jiang Daoxuan coldly interjected, "Silence." As their eyes met, Tang Laosan was overwhelmed by an almost suffocating pressure emanating from Jiang's pitch-black gaze. Akin to an abyss, it felt as though uttering another word would cost him his life, rendering him a lifeless corpse. Drip, drip. Blood droplets gathered at the sword's tip, falling like ominous harbingers of death. Tang Laosan bowed his head, his face contorted in a grimace. He yearned for wealth and power. How could he resign himself to dying here? Realizing that further delay would lead only to his demise, he steeled his heart, abandoning all dignity and pride, and pleaded for mercy under the watchful eyes of the surrounding Tang family members. "No, please don't kill me. I do not wish to die. If you spare me, I am willing to lead the Tang family as your vassal." With his elder brothers now deceased, he was the sole candidate for the next clan leader, ready to serve Jiang Daoxuan like a dog, obeying his every command. Perhaps fearing a delayed response would earn him a fatal blow, Tang Laosan spoke with astonishing speed. Jiang Daoxuan, however, remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with mockery, as if he were merely an audience enjoying a jester-esque performance. Just as the performance reached its peak, an unexpected intruder interrupted. An elderly patriarch with snow-white hair suddenly appeared on the scene. "To disturb my Tang family and slay my descendants, you possess remarkable audacity. You shall take your own lives to atone, lest I dirty my hands." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing such brazen words, the Jiang family members immediately grasped the implication. Patriarch? Could this be the ancient ancestor of the Tang family, who has achieved the Purple Mansion realm for many years? Simultaneously, as the voice of the ancestor rang out, a glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Laosan's eyes. He felt immensely grateful for having summoned the ancestor. He quickly glanced at the patriarch, his eyes filled with anticipation, his lips moving, ready to speak. Yet, before a single word escaped his lips, Tang Laosan felt a chill at his neck. Suddenly, he found himself soaring through the air. Thud. In that instant upon hitting the ground, he caught sight of a headless figure. That was me? As the final thought crossed his mind, Tang Laosan's consciousness plunged into an endless abyss. Impudence. The sight of one of his most talented descendants being slain before his eyes ignited the fury of the Tang family patriarch. His internal energy surged forth, spreading around him and creating a powerful wave that halted the battle, forcing everyone to retreat. The patriarch's gaze sharpened, locking onto his target, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward. Within a blink, he covered the distance of several dozen meters. Swish. The patriarch gathered immense spiritual energy in his palm, unleashing a strike filled with boundless rage. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan remained relaxed, having discerned the opponent's weaknesses in an instant. Although the patriarch possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, his age and declining vitality had severely diminished his strength. Against such an opponent, a single strike would suffice. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes as he silently activated the purple thunder palm, gathering arcs of purple lightning in his palm. In a swift motion, he raised his arm and struck. Boom! The two palms collided, intertwining their energies, unleashing a tremendous force. Flashes of purple light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Not good. Feeling the pain emanating from his palm, the Tang family patriarch's expression changed. Before he could react, the lightning power within the purple thunder palm erupted a second time. In an instant, it tore through his skin and surged into his body. At that moment, the patriarch's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The forces of lightning and pure yang energy rampaged within him, unable to endure any longer. A deafening explosion erupted as his body was torn apart. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan lightly tapped his toes and retreated several meters. He dissipated the energy clinging to his palm and withdrew his hand behind his back. The entire process took less than 3 breaths, executed with astonishing ease. Upon witnessing the death of their patriarch, the remaining Tang family members, who had been desperately resisting, stood frozen in shock. The patriarch is dead? Impossible. He is a formidable cultivator of the Purple Mansion. How could he perish so easily? Someone tell me this is not true. The Tang family members were left in a daze, paralyzed by fear, forgetting to flee. The patriarch's name had resonated throughout Wudong City for decades. Even they regarded him as their spiritual pillar. But now, the foundation of their faith crumbled suddenly. Many Tang family members displayed panic, utterly at a loss. However, for them, true despair was only just beginning. Jiang Daoxuan turned to the eager warriors before him and coldly commanded, "Let us send them on their way." With his words, the Jiang family members, who had still been immersed in shock, quickly regained their composure and rallied together, charging forward with a unified battle cry. Faced with the invigorated Jiang family, the Tang members, stripped of all support, felt an overwhelming urge to retreat and began to flee in panic. However, in their frantic state, many stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet, driven by the terror of death, they crawled and scrambled to escape. Their movements were far too slow. Soon, the Jiang family members surrounded them completely, sealing their fate. Kill. One by one, the Jiang family warriors drew their weapons and commenced the slaughter of the Tang family. Jiang Daoxuan blended into the crowd. For him, this level of combat was akin to child's play. Recognizing the significance of gaining practical experience for his kin, he chose to observe rather than intervene. However, should any Jiang family member find themselves in peril, Jiang Daoxuan would swiftly take action to influence the outcome. Under the coverage of his Purple Mansion consciousness, he had complete control over everything occurring on the battlefield, ensuring no surprises arose. The entire Tang family had become a means to hone the combat skills of the Jiang clan. Not long after, the air became thick with the stench of blood. Lingering heavily, the ground was littered with severed limbs, the sight horrifying. With the final scream echoing, all the Tang family members present had been annihilated. At that moment, the faces of the Jiang family warriors were flushed with excitement, their blood surging. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's intervention, they emerged with only minor injuries, mostly superficial wounds. Once the surroundings fell silent, adoration gleamed in their eyes as they gazed at the figure of their patriarch, grateful for the protection of their ancestors. They felt assured with such a powerful leader at the helm. What could they possibly fear? Yet, Jiang Daoxuan was not satisfied. Addressing the crowd, he declared, "If we wish to erase the humiliation suffered by the Jiang family over the centuries, this is merely the beginning. Today, we shall make all of Wudong City understand the price of provoking the Jiang family. Now, scour the entire Tang estate and find every survivor, be it human or beast. I want every last trace of the Tang family eradicated, completely severing their roots. To show mercy to our enemies is to be cruel to our own kin." Hearing their leader's command, all Jiang family members bowed in respect. Yes, in their hearts, they held no reservations about this matter. Remembering the audacity of their adversaries, who had come with intentions of annihilation, they could not help but shudder at the thought. If it were not for the appearance of the clan leader, they would have likely already become the souls beneath Tang Xingyang's sword. Such a deep-seated enmity could hardly be resolved easily. Thus, fueled by their inner fury, numerous descendants of the Jiang family surged forward to cleanse every corner of the Tang household. Soon, the air was filled with curses, pleas for mercy, the barks of dogs, and the honks of geese. Before long, the entire Tang family estate fell into silence. At that moment, the Tang family was utterly erased from Wudong City. As the Jiang family members returned and regrouped, Jiang Daoxuan stood still, seemingly awaiting something, until a chime resonated. A system notification emerged before him. Ding, detection of the Tang family's annihilation. Family mission completed. Settling rewards. Ding, based on your completion rate. This mission scores a full score. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 points of family fortune. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Earth Tier Supreme Technique Great Sun Body Refining Method. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Cultivation Acceleration card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Scroll of the Wordless Sword Manual. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mysterious reward Inwa visualization diagram. Gazing at the bountiful rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled. Simultaneously, the system's notification confirmed that the Tang family had indeed been completely obliterated, allowing him to finally steady his thoughts. Subsequently, he led the others in pillaging the Tang estate. In pursuit of robust family development, various material resources were indispensable. Before long, numerous Jiang family descendants emerged, hauling wooden boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, martial arts techniques, and deeds to shops. After triple-checking that they had thoroughly emptied the Tang family of all resources, the group united to carry the boxes out of the Tang manor, retracing their steps onto the main street. Along the way, the commotion caused by the Jiang family attracted the attention of a large crowd. What a strong scent of blood. Who are they? That's Jiang Yongyan and Jiang Yongyu. I recognize them. They are from the Jiang family. Look at their heavy steps. What could be in those boxes? But that is not the focal point. The key is, they seem to have emerged from the Tang family. The Tang family? Could it be that the two families? The onlookers buzzed with speculation, a myriad of conjectures swirling in their minds. At that moment, one person noticed the white-clad figure leading the procession. Who is this leader of the Jiang family? I have never seen him before. When did the Jiang family produce such a figure? Some younger individuals and outsiders, unfamiliar with Jiang Daoxuan's visage, expressed their confusion. However, soon enough, several elders who had lived in Wudan City for many years recognized him. In the crowd, a martial artist clad in formidable attire suddenly gasped, disbelief etched on his face, exclaiming, "This visage, he is Jiang Daoxuan." The utterance sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a tremendous uproar. Chapter 11. The shocking news sweeping through Wudan City. Family meeting. What? Is that the Jiang family leader who swept through his peers several years ago, only to retreat into seclusion and vanish from sight? Wasn't it said that he had perished? How could he suddenly appear here? Wait, they came from the Tang family. Could it be? The onlookers were filled with astonishment. Soon, a daring soul stepped into the Tang estate to investigate. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within, everyone turned pale, bowing their heads to retch. In no time, news of the Tang family's extermination spread, sending shockwaves throughout Wudan City, like a thunderclap on a clear day. The previously stable Wudan City was met with a cataclysmic upheaval. Upon hearing this news, countless ordinary citizens, martial artists, and scions of noble families were left in disbelief. After all, this was the Tang family, the foremost of the 4 great clans. Not only were there numerous experts within the clan, but also the formidable Tang 4 tigers, each a master of the innate realm, and the clan's elder had reached the Purple Mansion realm for several years. Yet, such a powerful assembly could not withstand the Jiang family. The chilling realization dawned that within the Tang estate, and among the Jiang family members on the street, not a single corpse was found. This indicated that the Jiang family had managed to annihilate the entire Tang clan with 0 casualties. This alarming feat immediately evoked suspicion among many. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan not only survived, but also successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm? At this thought, they could not help but tremble inwardly. With the demise of the Tang clan elder, if the Jiang family had indeed attained the Purple Mansion realm, the title of the foremost family in Wudan City would undoubtedly belong to them. As the news spread from 1 to 10, then to 100, it quickly engulfed the entirety of Wudan City. Shortly thereafter, at the city lord's residence, the city lord Ding Xian stood by a pond, scattering food scraps into the water, where fish swarmed eagerly. At this moment, his focus was not on the fish, but rather on the grave report from his subordinates. Once they had finished recounting the events surrounding the Tang family, Ding Xian slowly withdrew his hand after scattering the last of the scraps. The annihilation of the Tang family was a minor affair, but the fact that all 3 Tang brothers met their demise by a single sword strike, and the elder of the Tang family fell as well, was no trifling matter. To achieve such a feat, mere innate realm strength was far from sufficient. Are you suggesting that this is Jiang Daoxuan? The captain lowered his head in silent contemplation, bewildered. If my assumptions are correct, he must have attained the Purple Mansion realm. Truly formidable for one so young. A purple mansion cultivator under 50 is a rarity even among the major sections. Yet, it is a pity that he possesses such talent yet chooses to remain the leader of a small family, burdened by trivial matters. What a waste of such extraordinary gifts. If he were to abandon his family and join a superior faction, who knows how high he might reach, perhaps even surpassing the Purple Mansion realm. Alas, now that he has broken through to the Purple Mansion, he has likely exhausted his family's resources, and with the burdens of family affairs, future progress may be stunted. The Purple Mansion might be the pinnacle of his life. Ding Xian's expression revealed a sense of regret, feeling quite disheartened. Upon hearing this, the captain was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the city lord would hold Jiang Daoxuan in such high regard. He then nervously spoke, "In the matter of the Tang family?" The complete annihilation of the Tang family within Wudan City is a significant event that requires the city lord's decision. Hearing this, the city lord closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. These noble families disrespect the court, refuse to be governed, and dare to harm the interests of the court for their own gain. They are nothing but parasites. Such trivial disputes among insects are of no concern to me, nor do they matter to the court. This matter need not be raised again. However, the Tang family does have some connections to the Tiandu Tang family, and their destruction within my jurisdiction warrants an explanation to the other party. I shall set out tomorrow to personally visit the Jiang family and ascertain the truth. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Jiang family's conference hall, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family had gathered, surrounded by their kin. Excitement radiated from every face as they exchanged hushed words, sharing in their collective joy. Jiang Qin, keeping his head down among the crowd, gleaned the situation from their discussions. Listening to accounts of the clan leader's impressive might, treating the innate as mere animals, and slaying the elder of the Tang family, Jiang Qin's spirit was invigorated. His eyes filled with yearning, as if he were witnessing the event firsthand. His blood boiled with fervor, yet he felt a twinge of regret for not being present. Under the watchful gaze of countless eager eyes, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from his seat, facing the assembly. At that moment, he noticed several new potential investors among them. Beep. Detected green-level clan members. The host may initiate investment. Invest 1 washing essence pill to receive 3 enhancing essence pills. Enhancing essence pill. A top-tier Xian level elixir that significantly increases the speed at which the user absorbs spiritual energy. Invest 1 washing essence pill to receive 1 washing essence pill. Beep. Detected white-level clan members. The host may initiate investment. Invest 10 low-grade spirit stones to receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. Invest 3 Qi guiding pills to receive 10 Qi guiding pills. Upon observation, Jiang Daoxuan realized that these green-level investing clan members had notably excelled during the conflict with the Tang family. With this thought in mind, he immediately called out the names from the list of green-level clan members, speaking in a deep voice. Now that the Tang family has been eradicated, it is time for rewards to be bestowed. Those whose names I announce shall step forward. Jiang Yongyan, Jiang Yongping, Jiang Daohua. As his voice echoed, the named Jiang family members, brimming with excitement, emerged from the crowd to stand before Jiang Daoxuan. By the time the naming concluded, over 20 individuals stood tall, their spirits high, basking in the envious glances of their fellow clansmen. While they maintained a facade of calmness, internally they were exhilarated, nearly bursting into laughter. Once the most diligent among them had gathered, Jiang Daoxuan retrieved a bottle of washing essence pills and addressed the assembly. I have witnessed your performances. As such, I present to each of you a washing essence pill. At these words, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that they had misheard? A washing essence pill? The very elixir of legend, said to be a top-tier Xian-level medicine? It was rumored that the washing essence pill required the blending of 9 precious herbs, coupled with intricate refining processes, making it exceedingly rare even within the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture. In the past, not to mention a bottle, even a single pill would have been beyond their reach, even if they drained the Jiang family's treasury. Yet, this miraculous item was now being distributed to each of them. As they accepted the washing essence pills, their hearts surged with excitement. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding Jiang family members erupted in a clamor, regret washing over them. Had they known such treatment awaited, perhaps they would have exerted themselves more fervently and found themselves in line for the washing essence pills as well. In that moment, they lowered their heads, feeling as if they had consumed a pound of lemons, their hearts growing increasingly sour. Resolving silently, they vowed to exert every effort for the clan's sake, striving to ensure the clan leader recognized their contributions. Jiang Daoxuan, observing the expressions of the crowd, smiled. Beep. Detected blue-level clan members. The host may initiate investment. Invest 1 washing essence pill to receive 1 top-tier purple spirit pill. Top-tier purple spirit pill. a low-grade Earth-level elixir that significantly increases the probability of a perfected innate realm practitioner breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Invest pure Yang skill to receive one top-tier calming herb. Top-tier calming herb, a low-grade Earth-level herb that can nurture a practitioner's residual soul. These are splendid items, Jiang Daoxuan remarked, his eyes brightening as he approached the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, your hard work over the years has been invaluable. The Jiang family would not have endured this long without your contributions. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes misted over, as if years of unwavering effort had finally been acknowledged, stirring profound emotions within him. The Jiang family belongs to all of us, as Grand Elder. It is my duty to serve. There is no need for modesty. This clan leader has always been clear in rewards and punishments. When there is merit, it must be rewarded. I see your vitality is waning and your foundation has suffered. Here is a washing essence pill and a bottle of enhancing essence pills for you to consume. Additionally, I have a cultivation method for you as well. Jiang Daoxuan presented the newly acquired bottle of enhancing essence pills, the washing essence pill, and the pure Yang skill to the Grand Elder. With trembling hands, the Grand Elder accepted the items, gazing at the washing essence pill with deep emotion. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Repeated failures and breakthroughs had left his foundation damaged, extinguishing any hope for future advancement. Yet now, contemplating the miraculous properties of the washing essence pill, hope flickered in his eyes. The bottleneck that had confined him for years might finally be shattered. Furthermore, the bottle of enhancing essence pills filled him with exhilaration. Although their value was slightly lower than that of the washing essence pill, their ability to rapidly enhance a practitioner's innate realm cultivation was a rare treasure. In the past, even if the Jiang family had exhausted their wealth, they could not have acquired a single one of these elixirs. Yet, here he was, fortunate enough to receive an entire bottle. The Grand Elder, overwhelmed with joy, then lifted the cultivation method. Initially assuming it to be just another entry in the family's collection of skills, he had not paid it much mind. However, as he perused its contents, his pupils constricted and his breathing quickened. This was an Earth-level premium cultivation method. The Grand Elder was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the pure Yang skill bestowed upon him by the clan leader would be such a profound and powerful technique. Moreover, he was astonished that the clan leader possessed such an extraordinary method yet still generously gifted it to him. Thank you, clan leader. The Grand Elder wept tears of joy. As one who had dedicated everything to the clan, he did not dwell on the enormous fortune the clan leader might have encountered during his secluded training. His focus lay solely on whether the clan could thrive under the leader's guidance. He also recognized the clan leader's subtle intention in not disclosing the skill's rank. An Earth-level premium technique, if leaked, would be impossible for the current Jiang family to protect. For safety's sake, it was better to cultivate it in secret and reveal it only when their strength was sufficient. Seeing that the Grand Elder understood his intentions, Jiang Daoxuan chose not to elaborate further. He nodded and then approached a wooden chest, effortlessly shattering it to reveal a cache of spirit stones. He proceeded to break open another chest beside it, unveiling a collection of black elixirs. Jiang Daoxuan addressed all present. Every clan member who participated in the annihilation of the Tang family shall receive 10 spirit stones and 3 Qi guiding pills as rewards. This is not the last occasion for rewards. From this day forth, any contributions made, regardless of whether you are a direct descendant, collateral branch, or side lineage, shall be treated equally. Rewards will be granted based on merit, without prejudice to your identity. At these words, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Cheers echoing as if they would lift the roof off the building. Long live the clan leader. Initially, some had assumed they would not receive rewards. But the tide had turned unexpectedly. Though the value paled in comparison to the washing essence pill, 10 spirit stones and 3 Qi guiding pills still held significant worth. In the past, they would have had to save for over a year to acquire such resources. Soon after, as the rewards were distributed and the remaining resources transported to the family treasury, Jiang Daoxuan, having received the rewards from the system, declared the assembly at an end. Many satisfied Jiang clan members collected their rewards and gradually departed for their residences. Once the hall was empty, Jiang Daoxuan did not linger. He retraced his steps along the mountain memory route back to his chamber. Fortunately, despite his prolonged seclusion, his room had been regularly cleaned and remained spotless. Thanks to the spiritual energy purging his pores, even after years without cleaning, his skin remained smooth and unblemished. Although his body was unsoiled, recalling the bloodstains on his garments, Jiang Daoxuan changed into a pristine white outfit. He then approached his bed and sat down, beginning to examine his current gains. First and foremost, he had acquired the cultivation method for the Great Sun Body refining art through the system's guidance. By channeling the power of the solar star's radiance, one could refine the physical body, with blood and energy surging like an unending ocean. A common person, upon reaching the consummate realm, could withstand the might of Earth-level magical artifacts, becoming a living embodiment of a magical treasure. If one were to cultivate oneself to perfection, it is likely that, with the formidable nature of the innate holy body and Tao, withstanding a heavenly-grade treasure would not be a daunting task. Following the cultivation steps, Jiang Daoxuan commenced the absorption of the first wisp of solar starlight that permeated the air. At the moment, he employed the Great Sun Body refinement technique. His physique underwent a tremendous transformation, as though he had transformed into a colossal vortex, ravenously absorbing the solar starlight surrounding him. The light was fully integrated within his body, cleansing his bones and flesh, causing a remarkable surge in his vital energy. Within less than 10 breaths, the highly concentrated solar starlight enveloped him in a faint golden halo, making Jiang Daoxuan appear as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. After completing a full cycle of the Great Sun Body refinement technique, Jiang Daoxuan paused momentarily to sense the changes within his body. Although the time was brief and the effects were not yet pronounced, he could already perceive a slight enhancement in his constitution. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the formidable nature of this Earth-grade supreme body refinement method. Merely practicing it for a short while yielded such evident enhancements. If he were to engage in long-term cultivation, the results would be exceedingly remarkable. He couldn't help but ponder whether the Great Sun Body refinement technique and the pure Yang technique, both of which followed a path of utmost Yang and rigidity, could complement each other to create a more efficient outcome. Given the brevity of his practice, he was uncertain, but surely after a night of cultivation, he would reach a conclusion. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan centered his mind and retrieved his next reward. In an instant, a yellow medicinal vial materialized in his hand. This was indeed the King Kong pill obtained after investing in Jiangchen. Jiang Daoxuan lifted the vial, pouring a vividly orange pill into his palm. Its fragrant aroma filled the air, invigorating his spirit. Witnessing the extraordinary nature of the King Kong pill, Jiang Daoxuan felt an increased anticipation within his heart. He quickly raised his hand and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into streams of pure medicinal liquid that coursed through his limbs and bones, igniting a fervent heat throughout his body. Sensing this anomaly, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted, and he instinctively activated the Great Sun Body refinement technique. Waves of solar starlight surged into his body, rapidly merging with the potency of the King Kong pill. After completing 9 cycles of the Great Sun Body refinement technique, the medicinal power of the King Kong pill was completely refined. Jiang Daoxuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He then slowly opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. Truly, it was an Earth-grade supreme pill, and its effects were astonishingly potent. Jiang Daoxuan marveled silently. Under the swift refinement of the Great Sun Body refinement technique, the potency of the King Kong pill not only remained undiminished, but was utilized to its fullest extent, perfectly absorbed by himself. In such a brief moment, he felt his physique enhanced by more than 20%. Although the effects would diminish over time, at present, such a substantial boost exceeded Jiang Daoxuan's expectations. He couldn't help but wonder how formidable his physique would become if he were to consume all 10 vials of the King Kong pill. After a moment of joy, Jiang Daoxuan began to extract the mysterious reward from his task, the Nuwa visualization diagram. The instant he retrieved the reward, a resplendent golden light enveloped the entirety of his consciousness space. As the radiance faded, its true form became apparent. It depicted a woman with a human upper body and a serpentine lower body. She stood between heaven and earth, her aura harmonizing with the rhythms of nature, exuding a sacred and ancient profundity that evoked a sense of reverence. Just a glance drew Jiang Daoxuan's spirit into a deep trance, akin to returning to the womb, enveloped in warmth, where his mind found tranquility and his soul's power subtly strengthened. After several breaths, Jiang Daoxuan emerged from this state. By this time, the fatigue that had weighed upon him had completely dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. Observing the changes within his body, a hint of joy flickered in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that the mysterious reward for achieving full marks on his task would be a special visualization diagram capable of enhancing soul power. It is well known that aside from rare heavenly materials, only formidable beings of the primordial spirit realm could touch upon the depths of the soul. Yet now, thanks to the Nuwa visualization diagram, he began to access this realm while still at the Purple Mansion stage, placing him far ahead of other cultivators. Even more pleasing to Jiang Daoxuan was the realization that once his soul power was enhanced, his memory and consciousness would also be correspondingly strengthened. Additionally, nurturing his soul power in advance could reduce breakthrough difficulties and provide opportunities to attain the primordial spirit. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered, and he began to compose himself. He then retrieved his next reward, the wordless sword talisman. A meter-long sword talisman materialized within the room. In an instant, a wave of unparalleled sword chi surged forth. Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily startled and quickly steadied his mind to avoid being overwhelmed by the sword chi. Once the tumult subsided, he looked up at the center of the talisman. True to its name, the surface bore no inscriptions, only vast expanses of blankness, accompanied by a sword mark that had sliced through the paper. Gazing intently at the sword mark, he could distinctly sense the astonishing sword intent emanating from it. Had it not been for his cultivation at the Purple Mansion stage, any innate warrior observing the sword talisman would likely suffer injury from the sword chi, resulting in damage to their psyche. As for those below the innate stage, a mere glance could lead to severe mental trauma, possibly resulting in immediate death. Such fierce sword chi. After observing for more than 10 breaths, Jiang Daoxuan began to gain deeper insights. The scene before his eyes suddenly transformed. It was no longer a blank canvas, but an expansive and tumultuous sea of swords. Having studied the sword for several years, his swordsmanship was indeed unparalleled among his peers, even capable of contending with the elder generations of swordmasters. However, as he immersed himself in this vision, he could not help but feel his own insignificance. What level of swordmaster had inscribed this sword talisman? Jiang Daoxuan found himself at a loss. Yet, this did not quell the fervor within his heart. His swordsmanship had stagnated at the Sword Yuan stage for many years, and now he could utilize this talisman to refine his sword path, striving to attain the profound essence of sword intent. Just as Jiang Daoxuan prepared to comprehend the sword talisman, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed. Ding, the Tang family has been eradicated, danger eliminated, and the family development task has now been triggered. Develop the family over a 24-day cycle. With comprehensive performance determining the score, the higher the score, the more abundant the rewards. Note: achieving full marks will grant a mysterious reward. This task was precisely to his liking. Gazing at the task details, Jiang Daoxuan revealed a cold smile. He had not forgotten that during his seclusion, not only had the Tang family seized the Jiang family's mines and lands, but the remaining Sun and Gao families had also meddled in the affairs. Now that the Tang family had been eradicated, it was time to settle accounts with these two families. The four great families. Apologies, but from this moment forth, Wudong City only needs one great family. As Jiang Daoxuan gradually solidified his resolve, that night was destined to be extraordinary for many in Wudong City. Upon learning of the Tang family's demise, the remaining two families were engulfed in fear, dreading retaliation from the Jiang family, coupled with their reluctance to part with their assets. Simultaneously, the two families were already preparing to offer apologies, terrified and sleepless through the night. In the stillness of the night, after concluding his cultivation for the day, Jiang Chen lay back onto his bed, his weary body succumbing to exhaustion. He soon felt a wave of deep sleepiness wash over him, his eyelids heavy, gradually closing as he entered a dream state. Not long after, an extraordinary event unfolded. An orange-red glow quietly emerged from Jiang Chen's chest, shimmering in the night. Subsequently, wisps of flames erupted from his pores, forming small whirlwinds that voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. An immense influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, beginning to self-repair all his injuries. After a night's rest, Jiang Chen's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. The lingering drowsiness vanished upon realizing the astonishing transformation within his body. What is this? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in profound shock. He hurriedly scrambled off the bed, standing upright to sense the changes within him. Originally, the fatal flaw caused by the shattered Dantian, which hindered the absorption of spiritual energy, had completely vanished. To my astonishment, I found myself capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Jiang Chen lowered his head, gazing at his trembling hands. Disbelief etched across his face. He never anticipated that such a transformation would occur merely upon awakening from slumber. The sudden joy overwhelmed him, almost inducing a sense of whether he was still dreaming. It was only when he pinched his face hard that he confirmed the reality. Ouch, that hurts. Feeling the searing pain on his cheek, Jiang Chen finally assured himself that this was not a dream. He could once again embark on the path of cultivation. After a moment of exhilaration, he began to scrutinize the situation. Before long, he experienced something extraordinary. At that moment, his Dantian not only restored to its original state, but its size had also expanded several-fold. In the corner of his Dantian, he beheld a swirling mass of flames. Why had this manifestation suddenly appeared within my body? Furthermore, this entity seemed oddly familiar. Gazing at the peculiar flames, a contemplative look crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. He furrowed his brow, striving to recall the source of this familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this from that day? Jiang Chen couldn't help but recollect the events from a few days prior. After being expelled from the Qinshan sect, One night on his way home, he had witnessed a flame descending from the heavens, landing upon him. At that time, he had been utterly bewildered, yet nothing unusual had transpired within his body. "So, you have been following me since then?" Jiang murmured. At this juncture, he understood that the restoration of his dantian was likely connected to this mysterious flame. Chapter 14. New Investments, the Qingying Sword, and the Myriad Swords Converging. As Jiang gazed at the flames for several moments, an unusual sensation stirred within him. "I seem to be able to control it." With that thought, Jiang began to experiment. After over 10 attempts, he discovered he could manipulate the flame with his consciousness. Opening his palm, a tiny flicker of flame rose from his hand, but it extinguished almost instantly. Observing this wondrous spectacle, Jiang's interest surged, and he started to explore various applications of the flame. Through his experimentation, he uncovered even more functions of the flame. Once he absorbed spiritual energy and refined it with the flames, the energy became exceedingly pure. Additionally, he could utilize the flames to expand meridians, refine bones, and much more, showcasing a multitude of effects. After continuously absorbing the refined spiritual energy from the flames, a sudden, clear sound resonated within him. Jiang was astonished to find that he had actually made a breakthrough. He had now reached the second level of the postnatal realm. When did breaking through become so effortless? A peculiar expression crossed Jiang's face, quickly replaced by joy. In that moment, the words of his clan leader echoed in his mind. From destruction comes rebirth. Indeed, the clan leader had spoken the truth. As long as one perseveres and does not give up, miracles will come. Jiang clenched his fists, his heart swelling with emotion. Now, his admiration for his clan leader had deepened. It was no longer merely admiration for strength, but a recognition of a guiding figure in his life's journey. A beacon in times of confusion. At this moment, his only thought was not to hasten his cultivation, but to seek out his clan leader and share the joyous news. The clan leader had treated him so well. He must be the first to convey this good tidings. From now on, he would no longer be a mere spectator. He could participate and help strengthen his clan. Suppressing his inner elation, Jiang turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, murmuring, "Qianshan sect and Luofeng sect. You have brought me such misery. One day, I, Jiang, shall make you pay the price." Reflecting on the bitter experiences of these past days, nearly losing his life, Jiang's heart ignited with anger. Yet he understood that with his current strength, he could not contend against these two formidable entities. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, he promptly stood up, pushed open the door, and made his way to the clan leader's residence. Inside the room, Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly brimming with countless sword energies, exuding an intimidating chill that was impossible to gaze upon directly. "This sword intent holds potential far beyond my expectations." Jiang Daoxuan regarded the sword intent once more, now perceiving it with a different understanding. During this period of seclusion, due to the overall enhancement effects of the clan, combined with the acceleration card for cultivation, he had leaped from the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm to the 5th level. His physique, aided by the Great Sun Body refining technique and the Diamond Pill, had ascended to an entirely new level, allowing him to withstand a mystical grade magic treasure with sheer physical strength. His swordsmanship had also advanced significantly through his comprehension of the sword intent. He had surpassed the consummate sword essence and reached the level of sword intention. The realm of sword intention serves as the first threshold that countless sword cultivators must overcome on their journey to the ultimate sword mastery. The difficulty of comprehension is so high that it is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even among all practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm, fewer than 1 in 100 can grasp sword intention. Typically, only those in the Yuan-Si realm can comprehend such realms. Yet now, Jiang Daoxuan was able to reach the realm of sword intention less than a day after his breakthrough. This speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. Once the sword intention is summoned, it can intimidate the hearts of others, causing them to falter before the battle even begins, enhancing its lethality manifold. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, a glimmer of joy surfaced in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Just then, through his divine sense, he suddenly sensed an anomaly outside. He saw Jiang approaching swiftly, arriving at the door. To his surprise, upon inspecting with his divine sense, he discovered that Jiang's previously weak aura had dissipated, with his cultivation now at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm. "Oh, it seems the transformation has concluded." Jiang Daoxuan's eyes reflected understanding. Before Jiang could speak, with a thought, the door opened on its own. Upon seeing Jiang, he immediately checked the information once more. Name, Jiang, cultivation, 2nd level of the postnatal realm, root bone. Peerless, previously, superior, comprehension. Prodigy, previously, genius, fortune. Golden, rising sun. Talent, ordinary body, opportunity. Reincarnation of an ancient emperor. With celestial fire swirling in the Dantian qualification level, dull, inferior, average, superior, genius, prodigy, peerless, extraordinary, celestial talent, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Qin's qualifications were indeed remarkable. At that moment, upon seeing the clan leader, Jiang Qin forcibly repressed his excitement, preparing to speak. However, Jiang Daoxuan preemptively chimed in with a smile. The second level of the postnatal realm? It seems the rumors of rebirth are not unfounded. As the words fell, Jiang Qin was initially taken aback, but upon considering that his clan leader was a purple mansion cultivator while he was merely at the postnatal level, there was no way to conceal this from the clan leader's perception. Realizing this, he slightly lowered his head, scratching the back of his head, and smiled sheepishly. The clan leader truly deserves his title. It was Jiang Qin who had overstepped. Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand, preparing to continue speaking. However, just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding, current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest in a mystical grade sword to receive a heavenly grade supreme treasure. Chungying sword. Invest in a top-tier earth grade technique pure yang art to obtain a heavenly grade supreme sword technique myriad swords converging. Invest in the great sun body refining technique to receive a strand of golden crow energy. Gazing at the abundant rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. He looked up at Jiang Qin, who was indeed increasingly pleasing to the eye. Yet, feeling the intensity of his clan leader's gaze, Jiang Qin was overwhelmed with discomfort. Observing Jiang Qin's awkward expression, Jiang Daoxuan realized the situation and cleared his throat, immediately stating, "Since you have fully recovered, there is no need to seek further learning at the Qianshan sect. The Qianshan sect has been exceedingly oppressive. I have no desire to return. From now on, I shall fight solely for my clan and will not go anywhere else." Jiang Qin replied with a serious demeanor, cupping his hands. Even though the Qianshan sect boasts powerful practitioners and numerous mystical grade techniques, he felt no interest. This experience of being expelled from the sect had made him acutely aware of the warmth and coldness of human relationships, in the contrast between sects and families. Even if the family is lacking, he would rather stay with his family than cling desperately to the scheming sect. Truly, he embodies the spirit of the Jiang family. It matters not if the techniques of the Qianshan sect are disregarded. We, the Jiang family, have no use for such rudimentary skills. As a prodigy of the Jiang clan, the clan leader shall not permit you to suffer any indignities. Here, take these copies of the pure yang technique and the great sun body refining method to cultivate. Do not let the name of the Jiang family fall into disrepute. Jiang Daoxuan once again retrieved the copies of the great sun body refining method and the pure yang technique from the system space and handed them to Jiang Qin. Chapter 15. The shock of Jiang Qin and the Grand Elder. The city lords visit pure yang technique. Great sun body refining method. Jiang Qin's face was a picture of confusion. As a member of the Jiang family, he had never heard of these two techniques belonging to his clan. Regarding his clan leader's disdain for the simplistic techniques of the Qianshan sect, he found it hard to believe, perceiving it as mere self-comfort. After all, although reluctant to admit it, the Jiang family was indeed pitiably weak compared to the formidable Qianshan sect, which dominated several cities. Carrying these doubts, Jiang Qin accepted the two techniques and flipped through them briefly. Soon, the myriad of profundities within captivated him, causing his gaze to sharpen, and he became immersed. His breath quickening. What is this? After several breaths, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in shock. The magnitude of his astonishment nearly caused him to fumble the techniques, almost dropping them to the ground. He could scarcely fathom what he had just seen. Who would believe it if he spoke of it? These were two top-tier Earth-grade techniques. How could this be possible? A storm of emotions surged within Jiang Qin. In that moment, he realized how little he understood about his family. What other secrets did the Jiang family harbor? After this shock, Jiang Qin also comprehended the source of his clan leader's confidence. It was no wonder he looked down upon the techniques of the Qianshan sect. Just one Earth-grade technique was sufficient to overshadow all of the Qianshan sect's skills, let alone two. Calming himself, Jiang Qin looked again at Jiang Daoxuan, swallowing nervously. Clan leader, is this truly a gift from you? Although he held the two techniques in hand, he still found it hard to believe, feeling both honored and astonished. After all, as a former disciple of the Qianshan sect, his horizons were broad. He understood precisely what top-tier Earth-grade techniques represented. Such techniques, once revealed, would attract not only the Qianshan sect, but even those powerful sects far superior to it, who would swarm in like sharks, sensing blood, ultimately tearing the Jiang family apart. At this thought, his heart swelled with emotion. As a purple mansion cultivator, the clan leader certainly understood the risks involved. Yet even so, he unhesitatingly chose to impart such supreme techniques to him. This trust ignited a fire within Jiang Qin, filling him with excitement. Why should the descendants of the Jiang family cultivate the crude techniques of the Qianshan sect? That would be a disgrace to their identity. You may keep these two techniques, for the clan leader has no habit of reclaiming gifts. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally confirmed that his clan leader truly bestowed these two techniques upon him. A wave of immense joy enveloped his spirit, causing him to kneel on the ground. The clan leader's generosity, I, Jiang Qin, shall forever cherish in my heart. In the days to come, I will not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, then produced his sword, presenting it to Jiang Qin. As a talented scion of the Jiang family, how can you be without a worthy weapon? This sword is gifted to you, to aid you in your future cultivation journey, and to remind you that the family will always be your strongest support. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin instinctively raised his head. Gazing at the silver-white longsword before him, he trembled with recognition. As a descendant of the Jiang family, how could he not recognize the origins of this sword? It was a personal weapon forged at great cost by the clan leader himself. Its grade was even at the low-tier profound level. It was the only other profound weapon besides the ancestral sword used in Jiang family rituals. Yet, this treasured item was being gifted to him. The overwhelming shock led Jiang Qin to question whether this was all a dream. However, despite his elation, he hesitated to take it, instead looking to Jiang Daoxuan. But what about you? If I take this sword, what will you use? Although the clan leader had already reached the Purple Mansion realm, losing this profound-grade weapon would surely impact his combat capabilities and expose him to danger. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Take it quickly. Are you still hesitating as a descendant of the Jiang family? Do not worry, since I have achieved the Purple Mansion realm. Do you think I would lack for a mere weapon? Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qin scratched his head and eagerly embraced the long sword in its sheath to his chest. Reluctant to let go, he then lowered his head, glancing at his clan leader from the corner of his eye, and smiled broadly. Thank you, clan leader, for your generous gift. He never expected that not only would his cultivation mysteriously recover today, but he would also receive continuous opportunities from the clan leader. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade ultimate treasure, the Shadow Sword. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly grade ultimate sword technique. 10,000 swords to the sect. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wisp of Golden Crow energy. Golden Crow energy, once used, it can project a young Golden Crow phantom comparable to a Sun Wheel Realm cultivator to confront enemies, dissipating after 10 breaths. Gazing at these three rewards, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of joy once more. However, considering Jiang Qin was still present, he refrained from revealing the Shadow Sword to avoid complications. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan turned to the elated Jiang Qin, his lips moving as he prepared to say something. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps broke the moment. Jiang Daoxuan turned to see the Grand Elder approaching. Upon sensing, he noted that the Grand Elder's aura had strengthened significantly. He had evidently completed his breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. At that moment, the Grand Elder gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, his heart surging with excitement. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, the damage to his foundation from multiple failed breakthroughs had been completely restored. Thanks to the powerful effects of the Yuan enhancement pill, he had achieved his long-desired breakthrough in just one night. Although there were many words he wished to express, prioritizing the important matters at hand, he subdued his inner joy and respectfully addressed Jiang Daoxuan. Clan leader, City Lord Ding has arrived and is currently arranged in the council hall. Jiang Daoxuan maintained his composure. It was entirely expected that the City Lord would visit the Jiang family today. After all, he had stirred up significant events in the city, and it would be strange if the City Lord did not respond. Compared to this matter, the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm was undoubtedly more significant. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan promptly produced a premium purple spirit pill and handed it to the Grand Elder. Since you have reached innate perfection, hasten your breakthrough to Purple Mansion. Seeing that he had just broken through and his realm had yet to stabilize, the Grand Elder instinctively paused. However, when he received the purple spirit pill and looked down at it, he recognized its familiar appearance. This is the purple spirit pill? Initially startled, the Grand Elder's brow immediately furrowed, sensing something was amiss. The most ordinary low-tier profound purple spirit pill bore only a single medicinal pattern. Even the finest purple spirit pill had at most 3 patterns. Yet, this purple spirit pill had an astonishing 4 patterns on its surface. Could this be the legendary premium purple spirit pill? The Grand Elder's pupils constricted, based on the appearance of the pill in his hand. He immediately recalled that it was a rare treasure that only existed in legendary tales. It was said that consuming this pill could increase the probability of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm by 90%. In other words, if he truly took it, regardless of whether his realm was stable, the gateway to the Purple Mansion realm would be wide open to him. Realizing this, he felt the pill in his hand become exceptionally warm. He hastily raised his head to look at his clan leader, just as he was about to say something. But then, he caught sight of Jiang Daoxuan's gaze. As their gazes met, the Grand Elder instantly comprehended the authenticity of the supreme purple spirit pill. Noticing that the Grand Elder had ceased his inquiries, Jiang Daoxuan shifted his gaze and turned to Jiang Qin beside him. "Qin'er, come along. We shall pay a visit to the city lord." Jiang Qin hurriedly steadied his emotions, bowed his head, and replied, "Yes." Chapter 16. The Scandal of the Tang Family in Tiandu Mansion. Watching the two figures depart, the Grand Elder finally recognized something unusual. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jiang Qin, who had previously lost his cultivation due to a shattered dantian, had remarkably regained his powers. This revelation stirred his heart profoundly, prompting him to turn and glance back at his clan leader. Could it be that Jiang Qin's dantian had been restored through the clan leader's means? But how could that be possible? In his understanding, he had never heard of anyone possessing such miraculous abilities. Such a feat seemed only to be recorded in legendary tales. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. He then noticed the precious sword cradled in Jiang Qin's arms. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was the clan leader's personal sword. It appeared that Jiang Qin was indeed experiencing a fortuitous turn of events, replete with blessings. The Grand Elder's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Before long, in the conference hall, Jiang Daoxuan entered with Jiang Qin. Before them sat a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority, as if he regarded the place as his domain. He lounged in a grand chair, leisurely sipping tea. Jiang Daoxuan cast a glance, and with the effect of his insightful eye, discerned that the man's realm was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. Noticing their arrival, City Lord Ding Xian halted his tea drinking, immediately raising his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan. After a moment of perception, he confirmed that Jiang Daoxuan was indeed at the Purple Mansion. Yet the depth of his cultivation could only be revealed through combat or the leakage of aura. Ding Xian placed his teacup back on the table and spoke with a serious tone. "Jiang clan leader, you do possess quite the spirit. It has been some time since our last parting, and today's reunion is truly a different matter." Jiang Daoxuan disregarded the pleasantries, shaking his head and opting for directness. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Is it to seek an explanation regarding the Tang family?" Seeing Jiang Daoxuan's forthrightness, Ding Xian chuckled lightly. "If it were merely about the Tang family, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of coming here. Besides, to offend a young Purple Mansion cultivator over a family that has already perished is not a wise course of action." Jiang Daoxuan approached a grand chair and slowly sat down, looking at Ding Xian beside him. "Then what brings you here, City Lord? Are you aware of the origins behind the Tang family?" Ding Xian inquired. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered slightly. "I would like to hear more. Since I assumed the position of City Lord, I stumbled upon historical records that reveal the Tang family is originally a branch that separated from the Tiandu Tang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan was somewhat taken aback. The Tiandu Tang family was among the prominent clans in Tiandu Mansion, boasting a true immortal of the moon cycle to safeguard them, their reputation so grand that even sects like Qianshan would not dare provoke them. Yet, how could a force of such caliber be related to the Tang family of Wudong City? If there were indeed a connection, the Jiang family would likely have been obliterated by the Tang family of Wudong City long ago. At this moment, seemingly perceiving Jiang Daoxuan's doubts, Ding Xian lifted his teacup and took a sip to clear his throat. "Ah, this involves a scandal. Although the Tang family has made great efforts to conceal this, I have managed to glean some insights. It is said that the ancestor of the Wudong City Tang family, Tang Ming, was the illegitimate child born from an affair between the old ancestor of the Tiandu Tang family and his granddaughter-in-law. The old ancestor, having fathered a son late in life, showered Tang Ming with affection. However, the truth eventually surfaced. 10 years later, Tang Ming's husband, who was also the old ancestor's grandson Tang Feizhong, stumbled upon this secret, leading to immense turmoil within the Tang family. Tang Feizhong, exceptionally gifted and possessing a thunder spirit body, had achieved the pinnacle of the Yuan Sea realm before the age of 30. Upon discovering his wife's infidelity with the old ancestor, he broke through to the Star Wheel realm and, with his formidable strength, killed the old ancestor of the Tang family, thus becoming the strongest in the clan. Tang Feizhong was a man of deep feelings. Recalling the bond with his wife, he could not bring himself to kill her or their son Tang Ming. However, to preserve the family's honor, he had no choice but to send them to Wudong City. Over time, Tang Ming, endowed with extraordinary talent, cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm and established himself in Wudong City. However, due to the family's past scandals, Tang Ming was reluctant to act under the banner of the Tiandu Tang family. After Tang Ming's death, this matter faded from memory. Even among the descendants of the Tang family, who remained unaware of their connection to the Tiandu Tang family. Now hundreds of years have passed, and Tang Feizhong, still alive with his moon cycle cultivation, might begin to reminisce about the Wudong City Tang family, which could pose some trouble for your Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan maintained an expression of calm, neither confirming nor denying, and spoke softly. Then, what is it that you wish to gain from me? I suspect, if you had no ulterior motives, you would not have gone to such lengths to discuss this with me. Ah, conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing. Ding Xian chuckled, placing his teacup back on the table. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes sharpening. The Tiandu Tang family has long drawn ire due to their tyrannical ways. If you are willing to join us, I assure you, there will be someone to shield you from their wrath. At his words, Jiang Daoxuan's interest was piqued. It appears that this city lord is backed by formidable forces. The confidence to protect himself from the Tiandu Tang family's inquiries suggested that Ding Xian's influence was significant, likely linked to the scandal he had just unveiled. Jiang Daoxuan pondered for a moment. Noticing Jiang Daoxuan's contemplation, Ding Xian was about to speak again when he suddenly sensed something. He shook his head. It seems now is not the time for conversation. Someone is arriving. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed. Jiang Daoxuan turned to see a young Jiang family member rushing in, approaching him with urgency. Greetings, clan leader. The heads of the Sun and Gao families have come with many people, seeking an audience with you. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted. He had not anticipated that they would come to him before he sought them out. However, this development suited him well. With this in mind, he replied softly, then allow them to enter. Upon hearing the clan leader's command, the young Jiang family member nodded and swiftly exited the room. Soon after, Sun clan leader and Gao clan leader, accompanied by over 10 individuals, entered. Upon seeing Jiang Daoxuan seated at the head, they quickly lowered their heads. Anxiety evident on their faces and bowed in greeting, we pay our respects to clan leader Jiang. Afterward, they discreetly scanned the room with their peripheral vision. Suddenly noticing Ding Xian seated beside Jiang Daoxuan, the group was taken aback. They had not expected the city lord to be present. To avoid appearing disrespectful, they hurriedly added, "We also pay our respects to city lord." Chapter 17. Apologies from two prominent families. In response to the crowd's respectful greetings, Ding Xian exhibited no interest, barely lifting his head, and casually remarked, "Speak as you will, I need not be involved." The Sun and Gao clan leaders felt a tightening in their expressions. Though he had said as much, they dared not ignore the esteemed figure beside them. At that moment, they regretted their timing. Had they known they would encounter the city lord, they would have delayed their visit to Jiang's family. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Jiang Daoxuan turned to the two clan leaders, speaking with a hint of amusement. "What brings you both here together to seek my counsel?" The High clan leader and the Sun clan leader swallowed nervously and hastily said, "Chief Jiang, during your absence over the years, we never intended to encroach upon the Jiang family's mines and lands. It was simply a matter of necessity. Yes, at that time, the Tang family constantly threatened us to act against you. As you are aware, our two families like a purple mansion cultivator for protection, to safeguard ourselves. We had no choice but to comply, but we truly never intended any harm toward the Jiang family. We implore you to see this, Chief Jiang." Upon learning of the Tang family's demise and the high probability of Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, they were utterly terrified. Their strongest member was merely at the 9th level of innate cultivation. With such meager strength, how could they possibly contend with the Jiang family? Hearing their shameless excuses, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze turned cold, and he raised his head slightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "So, according to your reasoning, you consider yourselves victims?" At his words, both clan leaders trembled, cold sweat streaming down their faces. No. Although we were under threat, we have indeed committed many foolish acts over the years. To compensate for the losses the Jiang family has suffered, we are willing to offer 40% of our family assets as reparation. From this day forth, we pledge to follow the Jiang family without question." Jiang Daoxuan, visibly impatient, waved his hand to silence them. Once the hall fell silent again, he coldly declared, "My Jiang family has endured such immense suffering. Had I not emerged from seclusion, perhaps you would have driven us to extinction by now? What, are you frightened now?" These words cast an oppressive atmosphere over the entire meeting hall, leaving everyone from the Gao and Sun families stricken with fear. Only the Gao clan leader mustered the courage to speak, but was cut off by Jiang Daoxuan. "We will discuss these matters later. For now, I am quite curious about one thing, and I wonder if clan leader Gao can provide an answer." Upon hearing his name mentioned, the Gao clan leader's lips twitched as he stammered, "Please, go ahead. Before my retreat, I expended great resources to purchase a purple spirit pill from the treasure pavilion established by your Gao family. However, after consuming it, I discovered that the pill had been tampered with, harboring some kind of poison that nearly led to my downfall. Clan leader Gao, do you not owe me an explanation? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes turned cold, his words laced with a hint of murderous intent. As his voice faded, it fell like a stone into still waters, causing a stir among the crowd. The Gao clan leader's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. How unfortunate that he had inadvertently opened this Pandora's box. He had not anticipated Jiang Daoxuan would bring this up directly. Damn it, hadn't Tang Xingyang claimed that the poison was colorless and tasteless? Even a purple mansion cultivator couldn't withstand it. The Gao clan leader cursed Tang Xingyang in his mind. Initially, he thought that Jiang Daoxuan had not consumed the pill and had achieved his breakthrough through sheer strength, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. But upon hearing the accusations, he realized he had misjudged the situation and trouble was brewing. The members of the Gao family behind him were equally stunned by their leader's audacity. The Sun clan leader looked at the Gao clan leader with a gaze of disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, this was Jiang Daoxuan. Did he dare to directly poison him? Did he not fear retribution if the plan failed? Sitting in the master's chair, Ding Xian regarded the Gao clan leader with a strange expression. Even attempting to poison the purple spirit pill did not suffice to eliminate Jiang Daoxuan. They were indeed a group of incompetents. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that their clan leader had encountered such peril during his seclusion. Suddenly, a surge of righteous anger welled up within him. He stepped out from behind Jiang Daoxuan, approached the assembly, and pointed an accusing finger at the Gao clan leader, exclaiming, "What audacity from the Gao family! You dare to tamper with the medicine, intending to poison our clan leader? Were it not for the fortuitous nature of our leader, you would have succeeded. You have committed such shameless acts and still expect the Jiang family to forgive you? Preposterous. You deserve to perish 1,000 times over." His furious voice resonated throughout the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ding Xian glanced at Jiang Chun, a slight smile appearing on his face. A mere second-level postnatal cultivator had the audacity to confront the 8th-level innate expert, the Gao clan leader, so boldly. He was indeed audacious. Seeing a junior chastising him so brazenly, the Gao clan leader felt his pride wounded, and his face darkened. However, before he could respond, his son, Gao Jingshan, interjected, impudent. "If clan leader Jiang seeks accountability, I have no objections. However, my father is a clan leader. How dare you, a mere junior, speak so freely? Is this the kind of upbringing you receive in the Jiang family?" With Ding Xian present, he felt emboldened, believing the Jiang family would not dare to overstep their bounds. After being rebuked by Gao Jingshan, Jiang Qin's anger flared anew, his chest heaving with indignation. Yet this time, he managed to suppress it and turned to his clan leader. Seeing his esteemed leader wronged, Jiang Daoxuan fixed his icy gaze on Gao Jingshan, his voice cold as ice. "How my Jiang family conducts itself is not for outsiders to dictate. You are truly unaware of your own folly. Chinner, go and deliver 20 slaps to make him understand the consequences of his words." Seeing such blatant favoritism, Gao Jingshan's expression shifted. "Clan leader Jiang, regardless of the circumstances. You are a prominent figure. How can you stoop to the level of a junior?" Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed. Jiang Qin could no longer contain his inner fury. He swiftly stepped forward, raised his arm, and extended his fingers. "You dare to instruct our clan leader. You deserve a slap." With that, he swung his hand. Seeing this, Gao Jingshan, an innate cultivator of the first level and a figure of some standing in Wudong City, could not possibly allow a junior from the Jiang family to humiliate him publicly. Should this news get out, would he be able to maintain his reputation in Wudong City? Thus, he did not choose to remain passive and prepared to evade the slap. Just as he moved, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From an unseen angle, Jiang Daoxuan seized a sunflower seed from the fruit plate on the wooden table, pinched it between his fingers, and flicked it with great force, transforming the powerful force into kinetic energy, sending the seed flying like a dart, instantly piercing Gao Jingshan's right leg. With a sharp sound, blood splattered, staining his trousers crimson. "Ah!" Gao Jingshan screamed in agony, the intense pain causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. He quickly clasped his hands over the wound on his leg, his face pale and trembling, curling up in pain like a shrimp. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to look behind him. Upon seeing the smile of their clan leader, he understood everything. With the clan leader backing him, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming surge of strength and glared fiercely at Gao Jingshan, delivering another slap to his face. "How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you speak to our clan leader in such a manner?" The sound of slaps echoed, and Jiang Qin found a strange satisfaction in his actions. Gao Jingshan, realizing the consequences, dared not retaliate and could only endure in silence, reflecting on the sudden and horrifying event. He realized that if Jiang Daoxuan could pierce his legs so effortlessly, targeting other parts of his body would be child's play. This realization led him to concede defeat. After all, if he fought back, his survival would be uncertain. Moreover, he understood that the city lord would not offend Jiang Daoxuan over their family matters. Not long after, the sound of slaps gradually ceased. At this moment, Gao Jingshan's face was swollen and bruised, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Jiang Chun, still feeling the thrill of the moment, retracted his hand. Indeed, the Gao family possesses a thicker skin than most. My palm is beginning to throb from the blows. After learning about the Xiling Dan incident, he harbored no fondness for the Gao family. Thus, he could not resist the urge to taunt them. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingshan's inner fury surged. Yet feeling the searing pain on his face, he could only lower his head in silence, choosing to bow his tail and submit, witnessing his son's dismal state. The patriarch of the Gao family was greatly alarmed, stealing a glance at Jiang Daoxuan from the corner of his eye. However, this fleeting glance met the cold, indifferent gaze of Jiang Daoxuan. In that moment, the patriarch felt a chill envelop him, as if his heartbeat had faltered. A wave of intense fear swept through his soul. Terrified of meeting his demise here, he hastily began to explain, it was the Tang. The Tang family, they instructed us. We didn't wish for this. But the Tang family threatened us. He was cut short by Jiang Daoxuan. To blame everything on the dead while absolving yourself is rather convenient. But I have no interest in your excuses. The patriarch's expression turned frantic, and he prepared to speak again. Yet this time, a scarlet beam of light surged toward him with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to evade. Gao Jingshan's eyes widened, filled with resentment. But he could only allow this pure yang energy to pierce his forehead. A resounding explosion echoed, blood splattering across the hall as the patriarch's head burst apart like a watermelon, his headless body collapsing to the ground, quickly forming a small pool of blood. The crimson liquid stained Gao Jingshan's robe and face. Witnessing his father's gruesome death before him, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. In that instant, rather than rage, his heart was consumed by an overwhelming fear. He dreaded becoming the next victim. Observing the horrifying scene before him, the patriarch of the Sun family was no better off. Trembling uncontrollably from the shock, he never anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan would strike without warning and right in front of the city lord. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The members of the Sun and Gao families too terrified to utter a word. Amidst all this, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, as serene as a tranquil pond, showing no sign of disturbance. He offered no explanation to those present. They were unworthy of it. He then turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Sun and Gao families. 40% of your assets? Or shall we go straight for 100%? Recalling the numerous atrocities committed by the two families, which had led to the deaths of countless Jiang family members in conflicts and nearly resulted in their extermination. How could he simply allow these individuals to walk away? In the next moment, under the terrified gazes of all present, Jiang Daoxuan's figure flickered, unleashing a barrage of dozens of strikes, creating a dense array of illusory palm shadows that landed on each individual. When he returned to his original position, a series of resounding thuds echoed. In an instant, more than a dozen members from the Sun and Gao families had their skulls shattered, lifeless forms crumpling to the ground. Observing this scene, Jiang Chun and the many Jiang family disciples gathered at the door looked towards their patriarch with fervent admiration. The heads of the two families were killed at a mere whim. The entire process as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. This is the power that our patriarch possesses now? It is truly formidable. Under the worshipful gazes of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. At that moment, Ding Xian's voice suddenly broke the silence. Haha, Jiang Patriarch, you wield impressive means. In response, Jiang Daoxuan, dispersing the gathered clan members, slowly turned his attention to Ding Xian. Just eliminated some insignificant pests. But what was it you mentioned earlier? Ding Xian straightened. Rising from his grand chair, the cultivation method practiced by the Jiang Patriarch must be of a high grade, I assume? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head casually. Merely a technique left by my ancestors. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian was not surprised, instead wearing an expression that suggested he had suspected as much. After all, as the lord of Wudong City, he was well aware of the Jiang family's historical development. Thus, even upon recognizing the finesse of Jiang Daoxuan's techniques, he did not leap to the conclusion that they were of the earth grade. He continued, for you to have cultivated to this level with such a technique indicates considerable talent. However, to advance further may prove challenging. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Daoxuan's gaze deepened. Yet, Ding Xian remained oblivious, continuing his discourse. However, now there lies an opportunity to alter your fate right before you. By joining us, not only will you gain protection from the Tang family, but you will also have a chance to acquire rare techniques. Furthermore, should you manage to satisfy that esteemed individual, obtaining a powerful Earth-grade technique would not be out of reach, making the pursuit of the Star Wheel realm no longer a distant dream. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's interest waned. Had his former self encountered such an opportunity, he might have agreed in pursuit of deeper techniques. Yet now, armed with 3 Earth-grade techniques and even a heavenly-grade sword technique, the prospect seemed ludicrous, akin to a beggar presenting a vision of wealth to a millionaire, promising that with effort, he could earn a few hundred coins through begging. Meanwhile, listening to the city lord's promises, Jiang, standing behind Jiang Daoxuan, began to wear an odd expression. Were it not for his strong self-control, he might have burst into laughter. With the patriarch already imparting 2 Earth-grade techniques, how could he possibly desire the techniques that the others held in such high regard? In comparison, even the inferior Earth-grade techniques appeared as mere trinkets. Initially, he had believed the force attempting to recruit their patriarch to be formidable, yet this revelation diminished that impression considerably. As both men maintained their composure, Dingxian gradually sensed something amiss. Not only did Jiang Daoxuan show no interest in the allure of the Earth-grade techniques, but even the young Jiang family member displayed an unusual calm. Dingxian found it difficult to comprehend. He remembered how utterly exhilarated he had been when he first heard these terms, unable to sleep for 3 days. Noticing Dingxian's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan recognized his own excessive composure and hastily shifted the topic. So, who exactly is the force behind you? Upon hearing this question, Dingxian cast aside all doubts, proudly declaring, "It's hardly a secret. The one I pledge my loyalty to is none other than the Lord of Endowed Prefecture. He is a perfected moon wheel realm cultivator, poised to reach the sun wheel realm, a formidable figure who has been conferred noble status by the court. By entering his service, you will gain access to unimaginable resources. Of course, you will need to make a slight sacrifice of your loyalty, beginning with stepping down from your position as patriarch, allowing the Lord to send someone to manage your Jiang family. After that, you will be free from mundane concerns, able to focus on your cultivation and serve the Lord directly." As Dingxian elaborated, Jiang Daoxuan gradually grasped the nature of this force. Aside from lacking a signed contract of servitude, the other terms were akin to treating these Purple Mansion cultivators as mere servants, resembling the treatment of death warriors. Should one break through to the Yuan Hai or Star Wheel realms, these terms would be upgraded, leading to greater attention from the Endowed Prefecture Lord and access to more cultivation resources. Those who excelled might even be appointed to significant positions across various cities within the Endowed Prefecture, as Dingxian had been made the city lord of Wudong due to such circumstances. Yet, what was a favorable arrangement for an ordinary person was akin to a mere chicken rib for Jiang Daoxuan. Before Dingxian could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan. "I have no interest in this matter. It need not be mentioned further." Dingxian's expression froze, as he questioned whether he had misheard. He looked at Jiang Daoxuan incredulously. "Are you jesting with the city lord?" It was beyond his comprehension that the patriarch of a mere minor clan could resist such temptation. Calmly, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his chair, and under Dingxian's gaze, he leisurely lifted his teacup, took a sip, and softly remarked, "The tea has gone a bit cold, seeing that the hour is late. The city lord should return to attend to pressing matters." With Jiang Daoxuan's clear dismissal, Dingxian's visage darkened. He had initially believed that the other party would join their cause, which was why he had patiently elaborated so much. Instead, he was met with a nonchalant refusal. Anger surged within Dingxian as he could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Preposterous! Jiang Daoxuan, I had thought you to be a man of wisdom. Yet you have made such a foolish decision. Are you aware of the calamity this will bring upon your Jiang family?" His voice, laden with fury, echoed through the hall like a clap of thunder, resounding powerfully. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the city lord, Jiang Qin's expression tightened. The intense pressure stemming from the disparity in cultivation levels made him pale and struggle for breath. Just then, a familiar, blazing energy enveloped him, akin to a radiant sun dispelling all shadows, nullifying the oppressive influence brought by Dingxian. It was the patriarch. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Qin, his eyes sparkling with joy. As the 2 formidable pressures of the Purple Mansion realm intertwined, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Dingxian and casually remarked, "Why must the city lord trouble a mere junior? Humph. I did not expect you to possess the cultivation of a 5th-level Purple Mansion. I must admit I underestimated you. But I wonder how proficient you are in martial arts?" Dingxian's face was as cold as ice, a hint of murderous intent barely concealed. The humiliation he suffered today would surely compel Jiang Daoxuan to pay a significant price for his arrogance. In response, Jiang Daoxuan maintained his calm demeanor, slowly placing his teacup back upon the wooden table. Observing the other's nonchalance, seemingly treating him as inconsequential, only intensified Dingxian's fury. Without further ado, Ding Xian leaped forward, closing the distance of less than 3 meters, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he unleashed a punch. Jiang Daoxuan remained motionless, showing no intention of evading. Ding Xian was taken aback, momentarily believing the other to be stunned by his ferocity. However, just as his fist was a mere 2 fingers away from Jiang Daoxuan's face, an unforeseen change occurred. In an instant, a terrifying, formless sword intent erupted from Jiang Daoxuan's being. Enhanced by this sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan's figure transformed into a peerless blade, a sharp aura sweeping around him, enveloping the entire assembly hall. Chapter 20, Supreme Sword Intent, Annihilating 2 Major Families. The unrelenting sword intent surged toward Ding Xian, who immediately felt a searing pain throughout his body, as though blades were scraping against his skin. His eyes burned with intense agony, compelling him to instinctively shut them. Simultaneously, due to the abruptness of the situation and the pain distracting him, the force contained within his punch diminished drastically. Ultimately, facing what was ostensibly a simple punch, Jiang Daoxuan merely swayed slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. Realizing his strike had missed, Ding Xian was momentarily dazed. Just as he was about to open his eyes to assess the situation, with a swish, a sound of slicing air rang out, a cold wind rushed at him. And before Ding Xian could react, Jiang Daoxuan swung his sleeve, extending 5 fingers as he delivered a palm strike, summoning a cyclone of pressure that struck Ding Xian's face. With a resounding boom, the terrifying force of his innate sacred body erupted. Although it was merely a slight exertion, it sent Ding Xian, a 6th-level purple mansion cultivator, hurtling backward over 10 meters, crashing into the wall, the impact fracturing the surface and creating a spiderweb of cracks. Ding Xian slowly slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground. His face was swollen, and his body felt as though it had been shattered. The intense pain caused his muscles to tremble. After a few moments, as his internal energy surged forth, he managed to alleviate his injuries and ease the pain. Ding Xian opened his eyes, propping himself up with his hands, and looked at Jiang Daoxuan. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Sword intent." This scene was entirely beyond his expectations. He could not fathom that Jiang Daoxuan not only possessed the cultivation of a 5th-level purple mansion, but had also grasped the profound essence of swordsmanship that even many Yuan Sea realm cultivators might struggle to comprehend. This was utterly beyond his imagination. After all, to comprehend sword intent at the purple mansion level was a feat that, even throughout the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture, could be regarded as extraordinary, with few examples even within the vast Qin dynasty. It was indeed a rarity. How peculiar that he had failed to recognize the terrifying swordsmanship talent of Jiang Daoxuan until now. While Ding Xian was caught in a whirlwind of disbelief, Jiang Chun was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated that his family patriarch possessed such mastery of sword intent. It was well known that individuals who wielded sword intent were exceedingly rare, even across several cities. In his previous sect, Jieshan sect, only the renowned Yuan Sea realm sect leader had such capabilities. The fact that his family patriarch had comprehended sword intent at the purple mansion level was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Indeed, everyone had gravely underestimated the patriarch's capabilities. Filled with admiration, Jiang Chun gazed at Jiang Daoxuan's silhouette, unable to refrain from silently praising him. At that moment, under Ding Xian's watchful gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained indifferent as he mockingly inquired, "Does the city lord wish to test my prowess further?" Upon hearing this, Ding Xian's expression darkened, the veins on his temples bulging ominously. Though he harbored a strong desire to teach the other a profound lesson, he found himself lacking the strength to do so. Forced to swallow his pride, he lowered his head, his chest heaving, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Jiang Patriarch, you truly possess remarkable skills. I acknowledge my oversight. I concede defeat. A true gentleman knows when to yield and would not recklessly jeopardize his life over trifling pride." Without wishing to linger any longer, Ding Xian swiftly turned, preparing to leave. Yet, just as he took a step, a voice called out from behind, "Wait." Ding Xian froze, his right foot suspended in midair. As he turned to face Jiang Daoxuan, "What is it? Do you wish to spare my life?" Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, speaking softly, "In the future. How much of the commercial tax will the city lord require from my Jiang family?" According to the laws of the Qin dynasty, ordinary families engaged in businesses such as taverns, markets, shops, and escort agencies would be subject to a portion of their earnings being collected as commercial tax for the national treasury. Historically, the 4 great families were required to settle accounts monthly, submitting 20% of their earnings to Ding Xian, who would then forward it to the Tiandu Prefecture, which in turn would pass it to the Imperial court. However, after passing through so many hands, the actual amount that reached the treasury remained uncertain. Given that this realm was an extraordinary world, filled with formidable families and powerful beings, many of whom rivaled significant sects. They could even contend with the imperial court. In such a context, commercial tax served as a heavy burden for the common folk or the weak, yet it was merely a formality for the powerful families and cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Xian gritted his teeth, barely managing to suppress his ire. Just as he was about to propose a half-rate tax for the Jiang family, he caught sight of Jiang Daoxuan's icy gaze, and it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his fiery anger. Fearing he might not be able to leave the Jiang family as promises, he hastily amended, "No, it's unnecessary. The Jiang family's commercial tax will be entirely waived from now on." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Ding Xian felt an immense relief wash over him, his body feeling lighter. Yet promptly after, he began to experience a twinge of regret. The Jiang family of today is undeniably incomparable to its former self, especially after the annihilation of the Tang family and the acquisition of their wealth amassed over centuries. The monthly profits are astonishing. Yet the Jiang family's refusal to pay commercial taxes implies they cannot reap any benefits from it. However, having wealth without the means to enjoy it is of little consequence compared to the value of life itself. Ding Xian shook his head, casting aside these lingering thoughts as he stepped through the door. Soon, the Grand Council Hall was left with only Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Chun. Jiang Daoxuan surveyed the surroundings, taking in the numerous corpses strewn across the floor. Without hesitation, he exited the hall and swiftly summoned the clansmen to eradicate the Sun and Gao family strongholds. In the face of overwhelming power, the two families offered no resistance and were swiftly obliterated. As a multitude of Jiang family members carried boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, and various resources through the streets, bystanders were left in shock. It had been merely a day since the Tang family's demise, and already the Jiang family had struck again. Whispers spread among the crowd. Who would be the next family to suffer such a calamity? I overheard that the strongholds of the Sun and Gao families had turned into rivers of blood, littered with corpses, and it was undoubtedly the doing of the Jiang family. In the past, these three families were of the same ilk, taking advantage of Jiang Daoxuan's seclusion to oppress the Jiang family. It seems Jiang Daoxuan is settling old scores. While settling scores is one thing, the Jiang family's methods appear excessively ruthless. They have wiped out entire clans, extinguishing hundreds of lives within merely 2 days. Such actions could easily be deemed as those of a malevolent force. Chapter 21. The Peerless Divine Weapon, Shadow Sword. Do you know? The devastation wrought upon the Gao and Sun families mirrors that of the Tang family. They too have been exterminated. Jiang Daoxuan is a man of heavy-handed brutality. One must tread carefully around him. Does the city lord, Ding, not intervene? But you may not be aware that before the fall of the Sun and Gao families, the city lord had already departed for the Jiang family. If Ding, the city lord, had already visited the Jiang family, why did such a horrific event unfold afterward? I am uncertain, but I heard that the city lord left the Jiang family in a rather disheveled state, his expression quite grim, and immediately thereafter, Jiang Daoxuan led his clan to the strongholds of the Sun and Gao families. It appears that even the city lord faced difficulties before Jiang Daoxuan, which seems implausible. After all, Ding has long since surpassed the Purple Mansion realm and is regarded as the strongest in Wudong City. Even the former ancestor of the Tang family dared not act recklessly in the presence of the city lord. What capabilities does Jiang Daoxuan possess that would allow him to best the lord? Countless individuals engaged in speculation, their discussions rife with conjecture. Although they could not comprehend the events that transpired, one thing was clear: the heavens of Wudong City were about to change. The once co-equal standing of the four great families had transformed into a singular dominance following the destruction of 3 clans. The Jiang family would emerge as the sole great family in Wudong City. Not long after, within the Jiang family, following the awarding of merits to clan members, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his chambers to assess his system rewards. From the system's repository, he retrieved the shadow sword. In an instant, a sword with a black sheath appeared before him. Jiang Daoxuan grasped the sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right, slowly drawing the blade. A melodious sound of the sword resonated, accompanied by a radiant glow. Once the blade was fully unsheathed, Jiang Daoxuan held it before his chest, slightly nodding as his gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the shadow sword. The sword measured 3 feet 4 inches in length and 1.5 inches in width, its blade transparent and formless. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from the sword, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened as he murmured, "What a blade that is both shadowy and formless." Such a divine weapon is indeed a rarity in his lifetime. The strongest artifact he had previously encountered was merely of the profound level. Thus, in the past, he could scarcely dream of possessing even an earth-ranked artifact, let alone a heavenly one. This weapon's rarity is such that even within the vast Qin dynasty, it would be challenging to find a second of its kind, truly unique. The Shadow Sword's power is terrifying, once infused with pure yang energy. It can unleash an unparalleled sharpness capable of cleaving through the defenses of Star Wheel, Moon Wheel, and even Sun Wheel realm experts with ease. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Daoxuan sheathed the Shadow Sword. As the blade disappeared into its sheath, all brilliance faded, the sharpness subdued, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary profound longsword. Until the moment the Shadow Sword was drawn, no one could have anticipated the extraordinary weapon concealed within its sheath. Observing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan relaxed, relieved that the system's gifted sheath could suppress the sword's might. Otherwise, its visible power could easily attract unnecessary troubles. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan stored the sword within the Purple Mansion space, nurturing its spirit within his internal realm. Through this subtle communion, he aimed to achieve a state of unity with the sword, thereby unleashing its greater potential. Having completed these tasks, he promptly accessed the system's repository for the 10,000 Swords Assembly. In the next moment, a wealth of information flooded his mind, akin to a grandmaster of swordsmanship demonstrating techniques repeatedly, immersing him in profound insights. Before long, when Jiang Daoxuan opened his eyes, an extraordinary sword light flickered within the depths of his pupils. At this moment, he had completely mastered the 10,000 Swords Assembly, a pinnacle heavenly sword technique. Harnessing the terrifying comprehension of the innate sacred body, he had refined this sword technique to a remarkable degree in such a short time, already reaching the great completion stage. And with just a few more days, he would attain perfection. To illustrate, most cultivators would require decades to bring an ordinary heavenly sword technique to full fruition. Yet, Jiang Daoxuan's swift mastery highlights the extraordinary nature of his innate sacred body. At this juncture, when he invokes the 10,000 Swords Assembly, he can condense pure yang energy into countless threads of sword chi finer than silk, imbued with terrifying sharpness capable of piercing through all. However, the substantial energy expenditure required to execute this technique means that an average cultivator might only manage to use it twice in a battle, which would be deemed extraordinary and reserved as a trump card. For Jiang Daoxuan, endowed with the innate sacred body, such consumption is negligible, allowing him to use it freely as if it were a basic attack. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow energy stored in the system's repository remains a reserved trump card. After accounting for the system rewards, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged upon his bed, retrieved a diamond pill, and began to fervently cultivate alongside the pure yang technique and the great sun refinement technique. 7 days later, due to the abundance of resources bestowed by Jiang Daoxuan, the Jiang family experienced a monumental transformation. Many clan members, empowered by the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, the energy boosting pill, and the chi attracting pill, alongside ample spirit stones, shattered their bottlenecks and ascended multiple minor realms. Over 20 talented clan members successfully cultivated internal energy, reaching the postnatal realm. Such warriors can be considered among the third tier within Wudong City. As for Jiang Chun, his progress was astounding, reaching a shocking pace. Particularly, he discovered that during his training of the Great Sun Refinement Technique, the celestial fire within him provided an augmenting effect, significantly reducing training time and accelerating his progress. Coupled with the support of the pure yang technique and medicinal resources, his cultivation speed was nothing short of meteoric. In a mere span of 7 days, one's cultivation level surged from the second layer of the acquired realm to the ninth. Chapter 22. A Dual Purple Mansion, Visitors from the Branch Family. By harnessing the power of celestial fire to transform the physical body, coupled with 2 supreme earth-tier techniques and a profound great sword, one's peak combat prowess could even rival that of experts at the third layer of the innate realm. Thus, when Jiangchen triumphed over an elder of the first layer of the innate realm, the entire Jiang clan was thrown into a frenzy. Many members of the Jiang family were filled with exhilaration, for they understood that their prodigy had not been crushed by the trials of reality, but had once again risen. Moreover, this time, he underwent a profound transformation, his innate talent far surpassing previous levels, rendering him even more formidable. Such astonishing feats eclipsed those of the past Jiang Daoxuan. In an instant, Jiangchen became an idol in the hearts of numerous young Jiang descendants, and the elders hailed him as a potential successor to surpass their illustrious ancestors. A seat of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, aside from these young clan members, for elders who had been stuck at the perfected acquired realm for many years were able to restore their foundations with cleansing elixirs, thereby successfully advancing to the innate realm. Alongside the 3 innate elders already present in the clan, the Jiang family now boasted a total of 7 innate realm experts. Among them, the Grand Elder, through the effects of a supreme purple spirit pill, broke the barrier between the innate realm and the Purple Mansion. successfully opening the Purple Mansion space and achieving the status of a Purple Mansion cultivator. To this day, the Jiang family not only vanquished the three major clans, but also witnessed the emergence of a second Purple Mansion cultivator. This exhilarating news sent waves of jubilation among the young Jiang descendants. They prepared to host a grand banquet, but the Grand Elder declined. However, upon learning of this news, Jiang Daoxuan decisively took charge, announcing throughout the Jiang family that a banquet would be held in honor of the Grand Elder. Faced with the command of the clan leader, the Grand Elder could no longer refuse and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yet, contrary to the original plan of inviting only family members to the feast, Jiang Daoxuan ordered the clan members to widely distribute invitations, summoning all the heads of the small families within Wudong City to attend. Under the resplendent power of the Jiang family, and recalling the fate of the three major clans, no head of a small family dared to defy the Jiang family. Thus, that evening, numerous heads of small families arrived as promised, presenting various extravagant gifts to express their sincerity. During the banquet, buoyed by the might of the dual Purple Mansion, all the small families hastily declared their allegiance to the Jiang family, vowing unwavering loyalty. On this day, the Jiang family firmly established its dominance in Wudong City. When the banquet concluded, news of the Grand Elder's breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm swiftly spread from the various families to the outside world. Wudong City was once again stirred by news related to the Jiang family, causing great upheaval. Many citizens could not help but express their admiration for the Jiang family's current renown. A small portion of individuals previously associated with the three major clans privately lamented the injustice of heaven, questioning why such a brutal family would produce a second Purple Mansion cultivator. However, upon realizing that all small families in the city had rallied under the Jiang family's banner, they dared not discuss it even in private, only whispering in their hearts, fearful of inadvertently revealing their thoughts and being overheard by those connected to the small families, thus inviting disaster. As for City Lord Ding Xian, he chose to feign ignorance, deliberately avoiding involvement. Now that the Jiang family was so powerful, he could not afford to provoke them. Therefore, until he had absolute certainty, he prepared to remain a cautious turtle, avoiding any confrontation with the monstrous Jiang Daoxuan. Under the blazing sun at noon, within the room of the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, his pores open, radiating divine brilliance. Suffused with the essence of Tao, akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, his movements halted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. The 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, achieved. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at his palm, feeling the surging power within, a smile of joy emerging on his face. In these 7 days, through his own cultivation and the cumulative effect of the entire clan's efforts, he had broken through 3 minor realms, directly reaching the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. During this time, whenever he became mentally fatigued from prolonged cultivation, he would immediately visualize the Nuwa visualization chart, enhancing his spiritual strength while dispelling fatigue. Once he regained his composure, he would resume practicing the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique and the Pure Yang Art, repeating this process to form a perfect cycle. Beyond his cultivation level, Jiang Daoxuan also comprehended the minor completion of Sword Intent, mastering the myriad swords converging and the Purple Thunder Palm to perfection. Judging by his current combat strength, it would be effortless to slay cultivators of the Yuanhai realm across great realms. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was carefully sensing the vast power within his body, a series of dull knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Daoxuan collected his thoughts, rose from his bed, and looked toward the door, softly saying, "Come in." As his words fell, the door was slowly pushed open. The Grand Elder entered, leading a white-haired, anxious-looking elder. Upon reaching Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Patriarch." Simultaneously, the elder behind the Grand Elder suddenly knelt on the ground. "Salutations, esteemed Patriarch. Please, Patriarch, take charge for us." Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter?" The elder instinctively sought to respond but, overwhelmed with nerves, found his words stuck in his throat, unable to articulate them. Observing this scene, the Grand Elder quickly interjected, "This is our Jiang family's elder from Xuanqing, Jiang Hongwan." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted slightly, and memory stirred. Long ago, many clan members of the Jiang family had committed grave errors, leading to their expulsion from Wudong City to establish branch families in other cities. The Xuanqing branch was one of them. However, the two sides had not been in contact for decades, and now they suddenly visited the main family, requesting his intervention. What could have transpired? Jiang Daoxuan's heart was filled with curiosity as he looked at Jiang Hongwen and gently said, "Do not panic. The main family and branch family are of one lineage. If someone has wronged you, This patriarch will naturally not stand idly by. However, since you wish for this patriarch to intervene, please elaborate. Upon hearing the patriarch's comforting words, Jiang Daoxuan's previously overwhelming anxiety eased significantly. He then bowed his head, clenched his fists, and began to recount his grievances. The Dantai family has been utterly oppressive. I implore the patriarch to take a stand for my son, Yin'er. As Jiang Daoxuan narrated, Jiang Daoxuan gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that over a decade ago, Jiang Daoxuan's son, Jiang Daoyan, had forged a bond with the eldest son of the Dantai family, Dantai Shang, during their adventures, enduring life and death trials, ultimately becoming sworn brothers. Later, as Jiang Daoyan and Dantai Shang each ascended to the position of family head, they arranged a betrothal between their children, Jiang Daoyan's son, Jiang Yin, and Dantai Shang's daughter, Dantai Yuer. In the intervening years, Jiang Yin displayed remarkable talent, achieving perfected bone tempering by the age of 10, with the acquired realm within reach. Observing Jiang Yan's prodigious aptitude, the Dantai family was satisfied with the marriage arrangement. Yet, 3 years ago, an unexpected incident occurred, for reasons unknown. Regardless of how Jiang Yin absorbed spiritual energy, it would inexplicably vanish upon entering his body. Without the nourishing essence of spiritual energy, his vitality began to wane, and his original cultivation level started to decline. Consequently, the Jiang family exhausted all possible remedies to no avail. Witnessing Jiang Yan's condition deteriorate, the only innate realm expert in the family, Jiang Daoyan, resolutely resigned from his position as family head and departed for the royal capital in search of a solution. And that parting lasted 3 years. To this day, the Jiang family had received no news regarding Jiang Daoyan, and Jiang Yan's cultivation had plummeted to the level of a commoner, losing all his abilities. In stark contrast to Jiang Yan's plight, Dantai Yuer, with her exceptional talent, had attained the 5th layer of the acquired realm, becoming a disciple of the Qianshan sect and even establishing a connection with the son of the sect leader, Qilin. This has led to Dantai Shang's reluctance to marry his daughter to the now incapacitated Jiang Yin. Furthermore, Dantai Yuer had publicly expressed her disdain for Jiang Yin. Consequently, a few days ago, Dantai Shang, honoring over a decade of friendship between the two families, informed the Jiang family about his daughter's intention to withdraw from the engagement, allowing Jiang Daoxuan ample time to prepare, thus avoiding any embarrassment between the two clans. However, if it were merely this, Jiang Daoxuan would not have sought assistance from the main family. According to information we inadvertently acquired, Qilin is also set to accompany Dantai Yuer on her visit to the Jiang family. It is said that Qilin possesses a peculiar temperament, harboring grudges and seeking revenge. Should any trouble arise, it could spell disaster for our Jiang family in Xian City. Jiang Daoxuan spoke with palpable concern. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would not have approached the main family, but the inherent danger was potent enough to threaten the Jiang clan's existence. A gamble he could not afford. Only the main family held the potential to defuse this looming crisis. Yet, the Qianshan sect was formidable. Although the main family boasted 2 purple mansion cultivators, they might not choose to offend the Qianshan sect for the sake of such a minor branch family. Just as Jiang Daoxuan bowed his head, consumed by anxiety, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This sense of déjà vu felt eerily familiar. Had he heard something like this before? A once promising genius, suddenly unable to cultivate, becoming a family disgrace, with no apparent anomalies. Facing a broken engagement, could it be that Jiang Yin possesses an elder with a ring? Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued, and turned to Jiang Daoxuan. Fear not, whether it be the branch family or main lineage, they are all of the Jiang bloodline. How could I, the clan leader, stand idly by while you face such a perilous fate? Moreover, what of the Qianshan sect? Should they wish to annihilate our Jiang bloodline, do they possess the qualification to do so? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Daoxuan abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan. He had never anticipated that even after revealing the risks involved, his clan leader would show no hesitation and readily agree. He had contemplated numerous strategies to solicit the clan leader's intervention during his journey, yet before he could even implement them, the clan leader had consented without reservation. The entire process had unfolded so smoothly that he was seized by an absurd illusion that he might be dreaming. After a brief moment, Jiang Daoxuan steadied his emotions. Gazing at Jiang Daoxuan with a quivering voice, Clan leader, are you truly? Even though he had received a definitive response, he instinctively remained incredulous. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered as he looked toward the entrance, seemingly peering into the distance, as if he could visualize the Qianshan sect. Rest assured, I shall personally intervene in this matter. Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your assistance. Jiang Daoxuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face, His experiences in Wudong City had made him acutely aware of the formidable presence that the clan leader represented. With such a powerful figure at the helm, surely Qilin would temper his behavior. Or so he hoped. Rise, after this matter is settled. You shall depart from Xian City and settle in Wudong City. Jiang Daoxuan grasped Jiang Hongwen's hands, gently helping him to his feet. Clan leader. Upon hearing the prospect of returning to the main family and stepping once more upon this ancestral land, Jiang Hongwen was suddenly moved to tears. He had never anticipated that merely requesting the clan leader's intervention would lead to such fortuitous circumstances. Returning to the main family had long been the greatest dream of their branch family for a century. Many elders had wished not to be buried in Xian City upon their passing, yearning to return to their roots. This desire, deeply embedded in their hearts, stemmed from the transgressions of their ancestors, which had burdened them for generations. After all these years, the mistakes of their forebears had long been absolved. They need not continue to pay for the foolish acts of those before them. From this day forth, our family shall stand united, advancing and retreating together, Jiang Daoxuan declared resolutely, looking at the fervently emotional Jiang Hongwen. He had not forgotten that the collective strength of the entire clan encompassed all Jiang family members, meaning that, aside from the main family, the other branches were included as well. Thus, for the sake of maximizing benefits, he could not solely develop the main family. The other branches deserved their share of prosperity too. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan silently resolved to gather all the scattered branch families once the current matters were settled. Once these individuals were united, forming a tightly knit collective and supplemented with resources, the speed of his own enhancement would undoubtedly accelerate. Meanwhile, as Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Hongwen conversed, the elder standing nearby was taken aback. It was known that the clan leader had previously looked down upon these branch families, believing that sinners deserved their fate and harboring no sympathy for them. Why had such a drastic transformation occurred upon his return from seclusion? The elder could not fathom the reasons behind this shift. Yet he was pleased with the clan leader's change of heart. After all, those distant branch family members shared the same bloodline as the main family. They were all Jiang family members, and any suffering they endured outside was a disgrace to the Jiang name. It would be far better to unite and strengthen their collective might. Given the recent conflicts with the Tang family, the main family had indeed lost numerous members and could readily rely on these branch families to swiftly replenish their clan strength. Chapter 24, A Familiar Experience. Jiang Qin's resonance. Jiang Daoxuan slightly turned his head, observing the gratified elder, and instructed, "During my absence, the clan shall be entrusted to you temporarily." With the elder, a purple mansion cultivator, at the helm, the Jiang family should be secure for the time being. Upon hearing the clan leader's directive, the elder immediately cupped his hands in response. Understood. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Jiang Hongwen. "The time remaining before Dan Tai Yuo arrives at your home is likely limited. We should proceed to Xian City promptly. Lead the way." "As you command." Jiang Hongwen, fully aware of the situation's gravity, promptly turned and guided Jiang Daoxuan outside. However, as they passed through the courtyard, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air captured everyone's attention. Jiang Daoxuan halted, turning toward the source of the noise, only to discover that it was Jiang Qin, who was practicing basic sword techniques with an ordinary longsword. The force emanating from his every move was anything but basic. It resembled the might of a yellow-grade sword technique. To master basic sword moves to such an extent attested to Jiang Qin's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Jiang Daoxuan, intrigued, contemplated imparting some advanced techniques to him. Unfortunately, aside from the 10,000 swords to the throne, the most formidable sword techniques he mastered were also yellow-grade, which would hold little value for Jiang Qin. Moreover, the prerequisite for learning 10,000 swords to the throne was to possess purple mansion cultivation. Only by harnessing Yuan power to support its terrifying consumption could one barely execute this supreme sword technique. Thus, at present, he could not find a suitable sword style to teach him. It seemed he would have to wait until later, either for new sword techniques suitable for those below the purple mansion realm to emerge, or until Jiang Qin made his own breakthrough to that level. Just then, as everyone halted, Jiang Qin, who had been immersed in his sword training, seemed to sense their presence. He promptly ceased his practice and turned to face them. Upon seeing his clan leader standing nearby, Jiang Qin hurriedly sheathed his sword and dashed over, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the esteemed clan leader." As his voice rang out, Jiang Hongwen was rendered speechless. From the aura Jiang Qin had just exuded while practicing, he could easily discern that this youth, who was only slightly older than his own grandson Jiang Yan, possessed a 9th-level postnatal cultivation. It was worth noting that even he himself was merely at the 9th-level postnatal realm. Yet, this level of cultivation within the main family was astonishingly impressive. far beyond what the branch families in remote areas could compare to. As Jiang Daoxuan sighed in admiration, thoughts of the clan leader's promise ignited a warmth within him. After this matter passes, I and others will be able to join such a powerful family and enjoy various resources. The future is bright. Jiang Daoxuan scrutinized Jiang Chun and suddenly raised his brows. Why do you not use the sword I gifted you? Instead, you wield a mere ordinary longsword? Noticing that his clan leader was inquiring about this, Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment and he scratched his head awkwardly. Well, the sword you bestowed upon me is truly too precious. I worry that using it frequently might lead to wear and tear, which would be disastrous. Moreover, it holds special significance for me as it was once used by you, esteemed leader. Thus, I have been practicing my sword techniques with this ordinary longsword. Jiang Daoxuan felt exasperated, gently flicking Jiang Chen's forehead with his finger. Do you truly believe that a profound-grade weapon is as susceptible to damage as your ordinary ones? Let me tell you, even if you were to falter, the weapon would remain intact. Additionally, I provided you with that weapon for your use, not for you to keep as a collectible. Do you understand? I understand, Jiang Chun replied, rubbing his sore forehead in resignation. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Return and take the weapon. We shall go on a journey together. Since there was a connection with the Qianshan sect this time, it would be beneficial for Jiang Chun to accompany them. The scene at that time would undoubtedly be quite spectacular, wouldn't it? Jiang Chun did not ask further and promptly ran back to his room to retrieve the profound-grade sword, securing it to his back. Having completed all preparations, he returned to stand before Jiang Daoxuan, inquiring with curiosity, Esteemed leader, where are we headed next? Jiang Daoxuan smiled. A junior from our Jiang family in Xuanqing was originally betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Dantai family in the same city. However, that Dantai eldest daughter is now preparing to call off the engagement with your cousin. This matter concerns the dignity of our Jiang family, so I am preparing to pay a visit. Furthermore, your cousin might pique your interest in the future. If Jiang Yin truly is another child of destiny, then the encounter between two such individuals promises to be quite fascinating. Upon hearing this from his clan leader, Jiang Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Cousin? He is of similar age to you, both being talents of the clan. Yet, following a major upheaval, your cultivation was obliterated, while he was unable to cultivate and suddenly lost his abilities. I believe you two will have much to discuss. Oh, Jiang Chen's curiosity deepened. In the clan, there was indeed someone who shared a similarly tragic fate? At that moment, he felt a strong sense of intrigue towards this cousin he had never met. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Jiang Chen. He never imagined that this promising youth, possessing a 9th-level postnatal cultivation, had previously endured such calamities. Yet, since he now had a 9th-level postnatal cultivation, it implied that the issue of his damaged dantian had been resolved. The thought left Jiang Daoxuan astounded. In his understanding, no one could re-enter the path of cultivation after their dantian had shattered. Without exception, they became waste, merely surviving the remainder of their lives. What intrigued him further was whether such a miracle was a result of their clan leader's influence. If it were related to the clan leader, might it also suggest a solution for his grandson Jiang Yan's inability to cultivate? With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan became increasingly agitated. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan paid no mind to Jiang Daoxuan's anomaly. He merely turned to Jiang Chen and continued, Additionally, your cousin's fiancée is Dan Ayuer, an inner disciple of the Qianshan sect, and accompanying her is the sect leader's son, Ko Qing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The Qianshan sect? I must see this for myself. As a former inner disciple, he was naturally familiar with Dan Ayuer and Ko Qing. He had even witnessed their intimate exchanges within the sect on multiple occasions. Chapter 25. Encountering a Broken Engagement. Jiang family of Xuanqing. Matters of romance were of little concern to him. Yet the fact that Dantai Yuer had secretly engaged with a branch family disciple while flirting with other men was utterly shameless. Engaging in such disgraceful acts and still demanding a cancellation of the engagement was intolerable. Such a woman made Jiang Shen feel nauseated, and he could not help but sympathize with his cousin's plight. Reflecting on his own experience, where the Qianshan sect led to his dantian's destruction, only to be humiliated and ultimately expelled from the sect, both old and new grievances surged within him. The Qianshan sect's humiliation of his Jiang family was something he could not endure. Seeing that Jiang Chun was eager to head to the Jiang family in Xuanqing, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Jiang Daoxuan. Let us go. As his words fell, Jiang Daoxuan finally regained his composure and promptly led everyone out of the Jiang family, setting off towards Xuanqing. Several days later, in Xuanqing, a carriage rolled through the streets. Inside the carriage sat a pair of magnificently dressed individuals. Once we arrive at the Jiang family, how do you wish to handle the situation? Ko Qing's eyes radiated infatuation as he fixated on the fair skin of the beauty before him, a smile gracing his lips. Sensing his ardent gaze, Dan Tai shyly lowered her head. When we arrive, we shall simply call off the engagement. After all, my Dan family has had a good relationship with the Jiang family for over a decade, and Jiang Shu and his family have treated me well in the past. If we act too harshly now, I would feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Ko Qing's eyes flickered, a cold glint surfacing within their depths. If that is your wish, I will naturally comply. However, if the Jiang family does not recognize their place, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. You mustn't act rashly. Though the Jiang family is small, their backing is not to be underestimated. If trouble arises, the sect leader may reprimand you. Dan Tai sensed something amiss in Ko Qing's tone and quickly advised him. Hearing Dan Tai's concern warmed Ko Qing's heart. This only heightened his resolve not to lose face before the beauty, and he immediately scoffed, dismissing, "Trouble? That hardly qualifies as trouble. Even if the Jiang family's backing is formidable, they remain a third-rate family at best. If they dare oppose us for the sake of a mere branch family, just with Uncle Qilin's strength, he could easily send them all to meet the king of hell. Thus, what could a small family, lacking even a cultivator from the Purple Mansion, be worth? Furthermore, the only talent from their family had expended considerable resources to gain entry into our Qianshan sect through backdoor means. If their clan's disciples were still studying within our sect, I might extend them a modicum of respect, but I would never hold their main family accountable for the affairs of the branch family. However, since Jiang Qin's dantian is shattered and he has been expelled from the sect, this family, devoid of talent and cultivation, does not merit my Ko Qing's concern." Hearing Ko Qing's domineering words, Dan Tai's face flushed with embarrassment. She then recalled the Uncle Qilin he mentioned, the middle-aged man driving the carriage. This individual was specifically assigned by the sect leader to accompany Ko Qing, possessing the strength of a second-level cultivator in the Purple Mansion. With such formidable power, annihilating a Jiang family would indeed be effortless. Thinking of this, Dan Tai's expression softened, and she couldn't help but feel pity for the Jiang family's plight. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, two prodigies of the clan, had both fallen into a state of waste. Their fates were too tragic. After the two within the carriage exchanged idle chatter for a while, a robust voice suddenly rang from outside. "Young master, we have arrived at the Jiang family." Feeling the carriage come to a stop, Ko Qing extended his right hand to pull open the window, allowing the sunlight to spill in. He immediately extended his left hand, gesturing before Dan Tai, "Come down with me." Observing this, Dan Tai felt a tinge of hesitation. After all, they were right at the entrance of the Jiang family. What would others think if she were to descend in this manner? However, given the esteemed status of Ko Qing, he could easily disregard everything. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, a peculiar thrill coursing through her. Unable to resist, she extended her delicate hand, allowing Ko Qing to grasp it. Feeling the softness emanating from his palm, Ko Qing smiled, and then, taking Dan Tai's hand, descended from the carriage. At that moment, more than a dozen members of the Jiang family stood at the entrance. Witnessing the intimacy between the two, their expressions darkened, and a fierce anger surged within them. However, considering Ko Qing's identity, they could only curse under their breath before choosing to avert their gazes and quell their irritation. Noticing the reactions of the Jiang family, Ko Qing laughed heartily, still unwilling to release her hand. "Come, let us enter and take a look." As soon as he spoke, he led Dan Tai past the onlookers, strolling leisurely into the courtyard of the Jiang family. They arrived at the conference hall, where many high-ranking members of the Jiang family had gathered. Upon seeing Ko Qing and Dan Tai appear in such an unashamed manner, the gathered Jiang family members were instantly taken aback. It should be known that the Jiang family of Xian City had developed here for over a century and had their own dignity. Yet Ko Qing's actions were akin to rubbing their faces in the dirt. If news of this spread, the Jiang family would become a laughingstock in Xian City. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a slender black-haired youth, witnessing the scandalous display before him, was consumed by rage. Having fully accepted his fate as a cripple, he had long since ceased to wish to trouble anyone. He even considered asking his grandfather, Jiang Hongwan, to annul the engagement so as not to hinder anyone's happiness. Yet the other party's visit to withdraw the marriage and the current scene struck him like a blow. This was a blatant provocation he could not tolerate. Thinking that he had nothing left to lose, Jiang Yin stepped forward from the crowd to salvage his family's honor. "Dan Tai, I believe our engagement still stands. Does it not? What is the meaning of this?" His weak voice reverberated through the hall, catching the attention of everyone present. When they realized it was Jiang Yin, many members of the Jiang family couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Some who were closer to Jiang Yin even reached out, attempting to pull him back. Although they wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Yan's words, the towering presence of the Qianshan sect made it clear that some things were better left unsaid. At that moment, confronted with Jiang Yan's questioning gaze, Dan Taiyuer found it difficult to meet his eyes, feeling a pang of guilt, and instinctively withdrew her hand from Ko Qing's grasp. Noticing the movement, Ko Qing's expression darkened as he looked at Jiang Yan. After assessing the situation, realizing the latter was merely an unremarkable mortal, his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Ha! A worthless wretch without a hint of cultivation dares to instruct me? You possess quite the audacity. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me?" Chapter 26. Jiang Yan's withdrawal from the marriage. Ko Qing's fury. Humph. The worst that could happen is death. Yet here you are, the son of the Qianshan sect's leader, shamelessly pursuing another's fiancée. Truly disgraceful. I have heard tales of the Qianshan sect's greatness, but it seems nothing more than a den of corruption. Jiang Yan, unyielding, gazed coldly at Ko Qing. Over the years, having accepted his fate as a cripple, he had long since disregarded life and death. Upon hearing Ko Qing's words, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Especially feeling the mocking gazes around him, he felt his chest swell with rage. How dare a mere cripple defy him? Just then, Dan Taiyuer sensed the tension and, wishing to quickly quell the uproar caused by her presence, turned to the Jiang family. "You must all be aware of my purpose for coming here. I am here to dissolve my engagement with Jiang Yan. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better it will be for everyone. What do you all think?" Upon hearing Dan Taiyuer's voice, Ko Qing managed to suppress his internal fury. To strike against a worthless wretch devoid of cultivation would be beneath him, undoubtedly diminishing his own status. Sensing the escalating tension, an elder from the Jiang family quickly approached Jiang Yan, offering the marriage contract and writing materials. "Yan heir, your mother passed away early, and your father is missing. In light of the current situation, it is better to live than to die in vain. You should sign the contract and terminate the engagement promptly." Looking at the former family genius now reduced to this state, the elder felt a deep sense of sorrow. Jiang Yan took the marriage contract, and as he gazed at the black ink on white paper, a wave of indignation surged within him. Historically, it was unheard of for a woman to come and annul a marriage. How could he allow the Jiang family to suffer such humiliation? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yan's expression hardened, and he tore the marriage contract apart, turning to the stunned Dan Taiyuer. "Today, the marriage is nullified, but you must remember, this time it is not you who is annulling the engagement. It is I, Jiang Yan, who cast you aside." The declaration sent shockwaves through the hall. Dan Taiyuer's face fell immediately. If she had annulled the engagement herself, she could have salvaged some dignity. But to be cast aside in such a manner was a monumental slap in the face. Imagining the laughter that would ensue once the news spread, she bit her lip. Feeling a sense of grievance, "Jiang Yan, are you truly determined to take it this far?" Jiang Yan surveyed the room with a derisive smile. "From the very beginning. Who has truly been the one to take it too far? Is it not you all?" As Dan Taiyuer trembled, her complexion growing increasingly pale, Ko Qing felt a pang of sympathy. He turned to Jiang Yan, rebuking, "Enough. You still wish to maintain some dignity for your family, but now, I see no reason to do so." Ko Qing approached Jiang Yan, his eyes darkening with a hint of malice. "As a consequence for your disrespect towards you heir, let me ponder how I should deal with you. Should I break your hands first, or perhaps your legs?" His icy words seemed to chill the air, causing the temperature in the hall to drop dramatically. The members of the Jiang family fell silent. The elder who had just handed Jiang Yan the writing materials hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling before Ko Qing, pleading for Jiang Yan. "Young Master Ko. Yan heir is still young and does not understand. You possess such esteemed status. Why bother with him? Rest assured, we will resolve the engagement matter amicably. I apologize for this. Do you think you are worthy to instruct me?" Ko Qing, already fuming, had no intention of listening further. He kicked the elder, sending him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this, several Jiang family members rushed to help the elder up, glaring at Ko Qing. "Ko Qing, as the son of the Qianshan sect's leader, how can you lay hands on an elder of our family? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of your sect?" Amidst the rising clamor, Ko Qing's agitation only intensified, and he hissed, "Silence. Whoever dares to utter another word shall face death." As Ko Qing's threat echoed, despite their anger, the Jiang family members could only lower their heads in resignation before the imposing presence of the Qianshan sect. Witnessing the elder's plight as he sought to defend him, Jiang Yan felt a surge of grief and fury. At that moment, he yearned for power. If he had not encountered misfortune, if he could still cultivate, how could the Jiang family be subjected to such disgrace? Memories flooded his mind, intensifying his unwillingness to accept his fate. Yet, just as Ko Qing raised his arm to strike, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, reverberating throughout the hall. "Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Your Qianshan sect remains as vile as ever. Upon hearing such a brazen insult directed at the Qianshan sect, the Jiang family members were taken aback, and Ko Qing's actions came to an abrupt halt, his expression darkening ominously. Jiang Yin blinked in surprise, opening his eyes wide, as he turned towards the source of the voice. There, at the entrance of the hall, stood a handsome, unfamiliar youth. Behind him stood a man clad in white, exuding an otherworldly grace, alongside an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair. Could it be grandfather? Jiang Yan's heart jolted. He never anticipated that his grandfather, Jiang Hongwan, would return at such a pivotal moment. Simultaneously, more and more members of the Jiang family began to recognize the old man's identity. The former head of the family had returned. Who were the two individuals standing beside him? They appeared unfamiliar to me, as I had never encountered them before. I had heard that the old patriarch had sought assistance from the main family just days prior. Could these individuals be from the main family? Surely, they must be. To accompany the patriarch back. As the murmurs among the crowd intensified, Uncle Qilin, standing behind Ko Qing, cast a cold glance at Jiang Daoxuan and his companions. Utilizing his formidable purple mansion spiritual sense, he swiftly assessed the opponent's cultivation levels. Two were at the 9th level of the acquired realm, while the third appeared to be a purple mansion practitioner. Sensing that his spiritual sense was being obstructed, Uncle Qilin furrowed his brow. He had not heard of any purple mansion cultivators being stationed at the Jiang family's main house. Could these outsiders have been invited by the Jiang family? With this thought, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan, offering a slight bow as he introduced himself. I am Kai Qilin, an elder of the Qianshan sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? If the opponent had a profound background, he could not allow Ko Qing to act recklessly, bringing undue enmity to their sect. However, if they lacked a significant background, the situation would be entirely different. In response, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed and casually replied, Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. As soon as his words fell, before Kai Qilin could ascertain which Jiang family he referred to, a young Jiang family disciple exclaimed, Jiang Daoxuan? The clan leader. Chapter 27. 2 consecutive slaps to the face. Jiang Daoxuan strikes. How could it be? The clan leader of the main family would personally visit the Jiang family. It was said that the clan leader had been in seclusion for several years, and many had even assumed he had met with misfortune, yet here he was, emerging from seclusion. Before entering seclusion, the clan leader had already achieved the pinnacle of the innate realm. Now that he had emerged, had he perhaps broken through to the Purple Mansion? After centuries, had the Jiang family birthed another Purple Mansion cultivator? The eyes of the Jiang family disciples widened. Filled with awe as they fixated on Jiang Daoxuan, their hearts surged with excitement, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. As a branch family member who yearned to return to the main family, they had heard of the illustrious name of every clan leader. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's name, they immediately recognized his identity. As the discussions among the crowd reached Kai Qilin's ears, he could not help but relax slightly, his expression turning peculiar. After all this time, he had presumed the opponent possessed some significant status, only to discover it was merely the clan leader of the Jiang family. Moreover, according to what they said, he had recently emerged from seclusion, likely having just broken through. Though he did not know what stroke of luck Jiang Daoxuan had encountered to achieve such a breakthrough, he surmised that the most he could be was a first-level Purple Mansion cultivator, certainly not a match for himself. With this thought, he immediately exchanged a glance with his young master. After a brief moment of silent communication, Ko Qing felt reassured. If Uncle Qilin could handle it, then there was nothing to fear. Without any reservations, Ko Qing turned his attention to Jiang Chun, scrutinizing him before suddenly sneering. Was that your voice just now? Jiang Chun, I remember you. What? After being expelled from the sect, did you come crying back to your family? In response to Ko Qing's mockery, Jiang Chun did not rush to retort, but instead turned to look at Jiang Daoxuan behind him. After receiving a nod of approval from the clan leader, he stepped forward to confront Ko Qing. If I am a defeated dog, then what do you consider yourself? Hearing the disdain in Jiang Chun's words, veins bulged on Ko Qing's forehead, and a murderous glint sparked in his eyes. You wretched. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift, resounding punch came crashing towards him. Ko Qing's pupils contracted as he never expected this former waste would dare to strike him directly. Caught completely off guard, he could not even evade the blow and had no choice but to take it squarely on his face. With a dull thud, Ko Qing was instantly left bruised and battered, staggering back 2 steps before losing his balance and falling to the ground. As he felt the searing pain on his face, he gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by an unprecedented humiliation. What made it worse was that this detestable Jiangshan had embarrassed him in front of so many, including Dan Taiyuer. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got back on his feet, shooting Jiang Chun a venomous glare. I never imagined you would possess such luck to regain your strength. I admit I underestimated you earlier, but that will not happen again. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce expression crossed Qil's face as he unleashed a low-grade profound martial technique, aiming a powerful punch at Jiang Daoxuan. This strike was meant to reclaim all the dignity he had lost. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, even keeping his sword sheathed, effortlessly dodging Qil's punch with a feint. As Qil's attack missed, he was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly drew his sword sheath and executed a horizontal sweep that struck Qil's face, sending him hurtling several meters through the air, flipping multiple times before crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Qil's expression shifted as he quickly left his original position and rushed to Qil's side, helping him back to his feet. Witnessing Qil's disheveled appearance, Dan Taiyuer could not help but show her astonishment. She knew well that Qil possessed the strength of the 9th level of the acquired realm and was adept in numerous profound techniques, making him exceptionally formidable, even among the inner disciples. Yet, this powerful individual had been humiliated twice in succession by Jiang Daoxuan, a once disgraced individual, as if an adult were besting a child. Their strengths on entirely different levels. What on earth had transpired to him? A wave of immense confusion enveloped Dan Taiyuer's mind, leaving her bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Yan was equally astonished. He had never expected that this seemingly unremarkable youth, who appeared to be of similar age to himself, could possess such formidable strength. Was this the genius of the main family? Jiang Yan's gaze dimmed. Had he not encountered misfortune and continued his cultivation, he was confident that his talents would have allowed him to rival this genius from the main family. However, fate had played a cruel trick on him. With Qil's support, Qil stood once more, feeling as if his entire body were falling apart with pain. The resentment in his eyes had thickened to a nearly tangible degree. He understood that if news of today's events spread, his humiliation at the hands of Jiang Daoxuan would undoubtedly become fodder for laughter among his sect friends. With this thought, Qil turned to Qilin beside him. His tone icy. "Uncle Qilin, I want this boy dead." As soon as he spoke, a fierce glint shone in Qilin's eyes as he regarded Jiang Daoxuan as if he were already a corpse. Such strength at such a young age, promising talent indeed. But your reckless nature has provoked the wrong people. Since my young master has given the order, I shall send you on your way. However, to ensure you do not feel lonely on your journey to the underworld, I will ensure everyone here joins you shortly. As Qilin spoke, he advanced toward Jiang Daoxuan. With the ominous weight of his words, the expressions of the Jiang family members changed drastically. How could they not understand the implications? He was preparing to annihilate their entire family. As Qilin approached, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged. For behind him stood the clan leader, his greatest support. With the clan leader present, what could he possibly fear? Noticing Jiang Daoxuan's calm demeanor, Qilin could not help but marvel. At this point, you can still maintain your composure in the face of danger, truly a good seedling. However, this only solidifies my resolve to eliminate you. With that, he prepared to strike. Just then, a voice drifted through the air. "Oh, is this the virtue of your Qianshan sect? When the younger generation cannot prevail, you resort to bullying the weak." Qilin furrowed his brow and turned to find Jiang Daoxuan, who had been observing from the sidelines. He withdrew his hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Ha! You make a valid point. I have suddenly changed my mind. This wretched individual has acted with malice, and I can only assume you have taught him. Very well. Let us settle the score with you first." "Settle the score? You lack the qualification for that." With those words, Jiang Daoxuan vanished from sight in an instant. A chilling wind swept over, sending shivers down Qilin's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. Such incredible speed. This is bad. Chapter 28. The remnant soul of the celestial in the ring. Jiang Yan's dilemma. Qilin's expression changed drastically, realizing there was no way to evade. He could only gather his elemental force to shield his body, preparing to withstand the oncoming attack. Clang! No one could discern what transpired. They merely caught a glimpse of a dazzling flash of sword light. Following that, Qilin's defensive barrier was instantly shattered, and a stream of blood erupted from his throat. Ugh! Qilin's hands trembled as he desperately clutched his throat, trying to staunch the flow of blood, but it was futile. Ultimately, his pupils dilated, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. Such swiftness in the sword. As the last thought flickered in his mind, he lost all consciousness and sank into an endless darkness. The scene erupted in chaos as the terrifying figure met his end with such ease. What had just transpired? It was too fast to comprehend. To accompany Qil, this individual must possess formidable strength, perhaps even a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, such might could not withstand a single strike from the clan leader. Is this the terrifying power possessed by the clan leader? I find myself envious of the clan's members. Who could disagree? If only we had a formidable leader like the clan head. How could we have endured the humiliation from the Danai family? Even the Qianshan sect would have to tread carefully. The Jiang family was abuzz with astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Ko Qing and Dan Taiyuer, who were well aware of Kai Kuan's strength, were rendered pale with disbelief. Kai Kuan was a formidable practitioner of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of contending with experts of the fourth level. Yet, why was he unable to endure even a single strike from the leader of this small clan? Could it be that the head of the Jiang family is actually a ninth-level practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, or even a great master of the Yuanhai realm? The thought sent a chill down Ko Qing's spine. At this moment, he understood that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Jiang Daoxuan cast a calm glance at Ko Qing and Jiang Yin, a plan forming in his mind. He then addressed Jiang Qin. As punishment for the affront against our Jiang family, Qin'er, you shall sever his limbs. Ko Qing, as the son of the sect leader of Qianshan, had already created irreconcilable conflicts with the Jiang family. Thus, if they had to offend, they might as well collect some interest before the annihilation of the Qianshan sect. Upon hearing the clan leader's command, Jiang Qin turned to Ko Qing, a warm smile gracing his face as he approached. As the distance between them decreased, Ko Qing's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Panic etched across his face. He pleaded, "No. Don't come closer. My father is the sect leader of Qianshan, a master of the Yuanhai realm. You cannot kill me." Jiang Qin halted before Ko Qing, looking down upon him. "It seems you still fail to grasp reality. At this moment, even if your father is the sect leader, it is of no consequence." With that, he swiftly kicked out his right foot, stamping down on Ko Qing's limbs. Each stomp was infused with hatred towards the Qianshan sect, devoid of mercy and brimming with force. Accompanied by piercing cries of agony, Ko Qing lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog. His limbs were reduced to a bloody mess, shattered beyond recognition, and his body was drenched in sweat, marked with dark stains. Witnessing this scene, the previously fervent discussions among the Jiang family members fell silent, replaced by expressions of dread. Although Ko Qing's current state was entirely deserved, the Qianshan sect was an immensely powerful force. Should the Yuanhai realm sect leader learn of his son's mistreatment here, it would spell disaster for the Jiang family. While the Jiang family members were filled with trepidation, Dan Taiyuer was utterly terrified. She could not fathom how a mere engagement issue could escalate to such disastrous consequences. Not only had Kai Kuan, a second-level practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, perished here, but Ko Qing had also been rendered limbless. It was crucial to remember that Ko Qing was the only family member of the Qianshan sect leader. If the sect leader were to discover what had transpired, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Perhaps the Danai family would also face the wrath of the Grand Elder. The severity of the situation had reached an irreparable point. Everything was over. As this realization dawned upon her, an overwhelming fear engulfed Dan Taiyuer's spirit, causing her body to tremble as she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. In an instant, the entire conference hall became oppressively silent. Under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, Jiang Daoxuan quietly observed Jiang Yin. Utilizing his insightful eye, he examined the information. Name, Jiang Yin. Cultivation, none. Original, 9th level of bone refinement. Root bone, genius. Comprehension, genius. Fate, golden, light gold. Talent, ordinary body. Fortune, possesses a ring containing the remnant soul of a celestial realm practitioner. Expected to awaken soon under the influence of Jiang Yan's emotional fluctuations. Golden fate, indeed the child of destiny. Jiang Daoxuan instinctively glanced at the ancient black ring on Jiang Yan's finger. Ding current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Investing a cleansing elixir will yield 10 pounds of divine liquid. Investing in earth level supreme technique pure yang art will yield a heaven level supreme treasure. Martial blood garment. Investing in earth level supreme technique great sun body refinement technique will yield a heaven level exotic fire. Sangyan spirit fire. Noticing new investment opportunities, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and walked directly to Jiang Yin. Under Jiang Yin's anxious gaze, Jiang Daoxuan casually remarked, regarding the recent events, "Do you believe he deserves to have his limbs severed?" Jiang Yin, uncertain of the clan leader's intentions, took a deep breath and replied solemnly. In response to the clan leader's words, Ko Qing has insulted our Jiang family. Not only should he have his limbs severed, but taking his life is also entirely justified. Excellent. Truly worthy of being a son of the Jiang family. Now, I shall grant you an opportunity. Jiang Daoxuan drew a sword from the waist of a Jiang family member and tossed it before Jiang Yin. Do not fear the threats from the Qianshan sect. I shall shield you from them. Now, simply fulfill your heart's desire. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan. He had never anticipated that the clan leader would offer him such an opportunity. However, he did not hesitate. After all, from the moment Ko Qing's limbs were severed, He had thoroughly offended the Qianshan sect. With that in mind, what was there to fear? In the next moment, Jiang Yin decisively bent down, extended his right hand, opened his fingers, and picked up the long sword from the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he strode towards Ko Qing. Chapter 29, Enlightened Mindset, Excited Branch Family Members. Upon witnessing this scene, Ko Qing was instantly overwhelmed with terror. He desperately wanted to flee, but with his limbs rendered useless, he could only painfully drag his body across the cold floor, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. As he struggled to move, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Jiang Yin, I was wrong. You can have Dan Taiyue. Please, do not kill me. Once I return to the sect, I will ensure my father does not hold today's events against you. I will even have him personally accept you as a true disciple and teach you the profound techniques of the Qianshan sect. Faced with Ko Qing's myriad promises, Jiang Yin remained unmoved, merely displaying disdain as he walked past Ko Qing. Then, under Ko Qing's horrified gaze, swished the hand rose, and the sword fell. In an instant, the sharp blade sliced through skin, tearing flesh and piercing his heart. Ko Qing's face contorted in agony as his muscles convulsed momentarily before falling silent. Witnessing Ko Qing's demise at his own hands, Jiang Yin forcefully withdrew the sword embedded in his chest, gazing at the crimson blood that coated the blade. He felt as if trapped in a dream, the entire scene surreal and unreal. Before Jiang Yin could gather his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated softly. Well done. Now, regarding this woman, do you wish to spare her or end her life? Jiang Yin was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Dan Taiyue. Upon sensing his gaze, Dan Taiyue was filled with dread. She had never imagined that after the deaths of Kai Qilin and Ko Qing, her turn would come next. A primal urge to survive surged from deep within her, compelling her to plead for her life. Casting aside all dignity, she spoke in the most melodious yet pitiful voice. Jiang Yin, it was Ko Qing who forced me into this engagement. He threatened that if I did not marry him, he would target the Dan Tai family. I truly did not wish for this, but Ko Qing was too powerful for me to defy. Now that he is dead, I can withdraw from the engagement. Just give me one more chance today, and we can be wed tomorrow. With tears welling in her eyes, her hair cascading around her, her frail form collapsing to the ground, she appeared utterly pitiful. However, at the moment her voice rang out, the confusion in Jiang Yin's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce reprimand. At this point, do you still treat the honor of the Jiang family as a mere jest? You speak of canceling the engagement at will, and then retracting it again. You are nothing but a repulsive woman. Recalling the image of Dan Taiyue entering arm in arm with Ko Qing, Jiang Yin's anger surged, and he raised his sword, ready to strike. Realizing that her pleas were futile, Dan Taiyue swiftly shed her facade of weakness, revealing a sinister demeanor. Glancing around, she saw no one to intervene and could not help but smirk. With her limbs intact and her cultivation at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, how could she allow this unskilled Jiang Yin to take her life? With that thought, she prepared to seize Jiang Yin, intending to use him as leverage to escape the Jiang family. As they drew closer, Dan Taiyue stealthily concealed her right palm behind her back, secretly channeling her inner strength, eager to capture Jiang Yin before anyone could react. However, this small movement did not escape Jiang Daoxuan's keen perception. Upon noticing, he immediately condensed pure yang energy at his fingertip and flicked it, unleashing a rapid energy attack. At that moment, the distance between them was merely a meter. Dan Taiyue's expression turned fierce, pride gleaming in her eyes as she raised her hand to strike Jiang Yin, just as her palm was within inches of him. Jiang Daoxuan's pure yang energy arrived instantaneously, piercing through Dan Taiyue's hand and exploding her delicate palm into a mist of crimson blood. Ah! Dan Taiyue cried out in unbearable pain, her voice transformed from its usual sweetness into a haunting, ear-piercing shriek, reminiscent of a wailing specter. Jiang Yin was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to thrust his sword forward. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through Dan Taiyue's chest, protruding from her back, delivering a chilling blow. Dan Taiyue's pupils constricted as she trembled, reaching out with her left hand in a desperate attempt to drag Jiang Yin down with her. But Jiang Yin would not grant her that chance. Coldly, he withdrew his sword, causing her body to shudder as blood gushed from her wound. Ultimately, she succumbed to a wave of weakness, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Jiang Yin gripped his sword tightly, gazing at the lifeless bodies of Ko Qing and Dan Taiyue, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and exhilaration. He tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh. In that moment, the pent-up emotions within him found a brief release. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared before Jiang Daoxuan. Ding detected the destined child Jiang Yan's clear state of mind. Family fortune 100. Ding crisis resolved. Fate altered. Allowing the branch family to survive, Family fortune 200. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan wore an expression of understanding. Ever since he had previously reignited Jiang Qin's fighting spirit and received a family fortune reward, he had speculated that if he could restore some confidence in Jiang Yin, the destined child, he might once again receive a family fortune reward. The appearance of the system notification confirmed his conjecture. At that moment, after calming his emotions, Jiang Yin approached Jiang Daoxuan and knelt, proclaiming, "Thank you, Patriarch, for rescuing us." Jiang Daoxuan nodded, "Rise. The main family and branch family are one. There is no need for excessive gratitude." After speaking, he turned to survey the crowd, noting the fear and unease etched on the faces of those present. Next, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Hongwen. Understanding immediately, Jiang Hongwen walked to the center of the hall. As the elder patriarch prepared to speak, all members of the Jiang family fell silent. Under their collective gaze, Jiang Hongwen slowly began. Before leaving the main family, the patriarch declared that after this incident, all of us can depart from Xuanqing and settle in Wudong City, living together with the main family. From now on, the two families shall be inseparable, sharing both fortune and misfortune. As the elder patriarch's impassioned voice resonated, the previously tense Jiang family members first froze, then gradually relaxed. Their hearts, which had been silent for so long, began to beat vigorously with renewed hope. Joy illuminated their faces, and glimmers of hope sparkled in their eyes. They could hardly believe that the long-desired wish for the family to reunite, which had eluded them for generations, was finally being realized today. From this day forth, they would no longer bear the burdens of their ancestors' mistakes, and could return to the main family to start anew. Chapter 30. Martial Path Bloodgarb. Kindred spirits among the destined ones. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Jiang Yin and casually produced a cleansing elixir, handing it over. "Take it." Jiang Yin, somewhat bewildered by the scene, thought that the patriarch would not wish him harm, and thus took the elixir, swallowing it whole. Instantly, warmth spread through his abdomen as the medicinal power coursed through him, alleviating much of his weakness. Feeling the miraculous changes within his body, Jiang Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Patriarch, for your generous gift." Jiang Daoxuan nodded and retrieved copies of the Pure Yang technique and the Great Sun Body Refinement technique. Presenting them to Jiang Yin, "I have learned about your situation from your grandfather. However, my Jiang family has never lacked talented individuals. Take these two techniques and cultivate them diligently. There may yet be a day of resurgence." Listening to Jiang Daoxuan's comforting words, Jiang Yin could only offer a resigned smile. He was acutely aware of his own condition. If no miracles occurred, he would never have the hope of treading the path of cultivation again, destined to live as an ordinary person. Nevertheless, to honor the patriarch's goodwill, Jiang Yin accepted the two techniques, exclaiming, "Thank you, Patriarch, for the gifts." Holding the two techniques tightly, he did not plan to peruse them immediately, but intended to review them when time allowed. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pounds of divine liquid. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-tier artifact, Martial Path Bloodgarb. Martial Path Bloodgarb. Formed from a drop of blood from a mysterious existence, it is flexible and can adhere to the skin, concealing the wearer's appearance. It enhances certain physical strengths and automatically heals the wearer's injuries, capable of mitigating some damage from cultivators at the celestial realm and below, and can withstand a full-force strike from a sage realm cultivator. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Celestial Tier Extraordinary Fire, Azure Flame Spirit Fire. Azure Flame Spirit Fire, capable of transforming the owner's physique into the Azure Flame body. It possesses recovery abilities far surpassing that of an ordinary person and offers various miraculous effects. Upon witnessing these rewards, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened. Let us not dwell on the exquisite rarity of the two heavenly treasures. Even the value of this divine liquid is exceedingly precious, a coveted item for countless cultivators. This divine liquid serves as a medium of exchange among high-ranking practitioners, imbued with an exceptionally pure essence of heaven and earth. Upon absorption, it offers immeasurable benefits to cultivators. According to market rates, a single pound of divine liquid could be exchanged for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, despite this staggering ratio, it remains a commodity that is more sought after than available. One can only imagine the immense worth of the 10 pounds of divine liquid in my possession. When converted to spirit stones, that amounts to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. What a terrifying figure that is. It seems that acquiring the entirety of the heavenly capital mansion would be a mere trifle in comparison. After the initial shock, Jiang Daoxuan quickly regained his composure. He raised his head, facing the crowd, and began to issue commands. instructing all members of the Jiang family to pack their belongings in preparation to journey to Wudong City alongside him. Under Jiang Daoxuan's orders, the entire Jiang family erupted into a flurry of activity, bustling with energy. Observing his family members scurrying about, Jiang Yin found himself momentarily lost in thought. Noticing this, Jiang Chen approached him, sword in hand, and inquired, "What troubles you?" Startled from his reverie, Jiang Yin instinctively looked up, only to see Jiang Chen before him. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Jiang Yin pays respects to brother Jiang Chen. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Yet I must ask, what weighs upon your heart?" Jiang Yin's expression dimmed as he lowered his head, faced with the brilliance of Jiang Chen, a prodigy of the clan. He felt a wave of intense inferiority wash over him. He resented the heavens for allowing him a glimpse of potential greatness only to close the door, locking it tight. He could have endured a life of mediocrity, but why must he first experience the narrative of a genius? The disparity he felt was known only to him, far beyond the grasp of ordinary understanding. Seeing Jiang Yan's despondent demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but reflect on his own past. Before encountering the clan leader, had he not been similarly lost? Yet, having weathered the storm himself, he felt compelled to extend a hand to others, to rekindle Jiang Yan's fighting spirit. Jiang Chen gently placed a hand on his shoulder. When Jiang Yan finally looked up, Jiang Chen offered a warm smile. "On our journey to Xuanqing, I heard your grandfather speak of you, so I understand your current feelings. However, the clan leader once said that as long as one's fervor remains undiminished, fortune will inevitably follow, and even from destruction, rebirth is possible." Seeing the doubt in Jiang Yan's eyes, Jiang Chen chuckled. "You doubt my words? Allow me to share a not-so-secret secret. My own circumstances were far worse than yours. At one point, my Dantian was not only crippled, but I was also expelled from the Qinshan sect. Yes, you heard me correctly, the same sect as Qilin and Dantian. But brother, how do you possess such strength now?" Jiang Yin was utterly astonished, disbelief filling his gaze. If Jiang Chen's Dantian had been destroyed, how could he have cultivated to his current level? He had never heard of anyone continuing their training after such a calamity. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. "As I mentioned earlier, the key lies in the 4 words, destruction followed by rebirth. It was precisely because a miracle occurred in my life that I firmly believe in its possibility for you too. As long as you do not abandon yourself, fortune will surely smile upon you, and miracles will manifest." Borrowing the wise words of the clan leader, I now pass them on to you. The true adversary is not the criticism and mockery of others, but rather the denial of oneself. As these final words resonated within Jiang Yan, they illuminated the depths of his heart, dispelling all shadows. Jiang Chen's words echoed in his mind, and his gaze grew progressively brighter. Initially, he had perceived his elder brother as the family's most celebrated prodigy, inciting his feelings of inferiority. Yet, he discovered that Jiang Chen had faced similar tribulations, which explained his resentment towards the Qinshan sect and his merciless attitude towards Qilin. Simultaneously, Jiang Yin began to empathize with this illustrious brother. If Jiang Chen could persevere despite the destruction of his Dantian and ultimately reclaim his path in cultivation, then what reason did he have to give up? His own Dantian was intact. There was no justification for surrendering. In this moment, Jiang Yin recalled the clan leader's words that resonated in his mind. The Jiang family has never lacked in talented individuals. There may yet be a day of resurgence. Initially, he had thought these words mere platitudes, but upon learning of Jiang Chen's journey, he realized their profound significance. They were not merely words of comfort, but a beacon of hope. Filled with newfound zeal, Jiang Yin felt invigorated, his spirit transformed, no longer shrouded in despair. He stood tall, chest out, and eyes resolute. He turned to Jiang Chen and expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Without your guidance, I fear I would have continued to wallow in despondency, wasting precious time." Seeing the change in Jiang Yin, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though he quickly assumed a mock-scolding demeanor, at this point, must we still stand on such formalities? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback before he understood and replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is I who have been distant. Jiang Yin pays respects to brother Chen. Now that is more like it. From now on, I shall protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, they must first seek my approval. Thank you, brother Chen." Ding detected the destined child Jiang Yin regaining his fighting spirit. Family Fortune 100. Noticing the heartfelt exchange between the two, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but smile. It was indeed natural for two individuals with similar experiences to bond easily. Such an atmosphere was precisely what he wished to see. He preferred a harmonious and supportive family over one fraught with intrigue and division. In the following days, the Jiang family from Xuanqing busied themselves transporting various goods, forming a temporary caravan that grandly departed for Wudong City. Upon the merging of the main family with the branch family, Jiang Daoxuan recognized a pressing issue. The Jiang family's residence was far too small. Accommodating both the main family and a branch was already a tight fit, causing some discomfort. If they were to relocate additional branches, the existing residence would be insufficient, leading him to consider seeking a new location capable of housing more family members. But where would be the ideal place? Jiang Daoxuan pondered thoughtfully. After a few moments, a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled a nearby majestic mountain known as Kangwu. Its vast expanse encompassed numerous peaks, with the principal summit, Kangwu Mountain, renowned across several surrounding cities, steep and formidable, making it easy to defend. Moreover, due to its distance from the bustling mundane world, the spiritual energy at Kangwu Mountain surpassed that of Wudong City. Clearly, this location was well suited to become the new residence of the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Daoxuan solidified his intentions, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out. Ding family task triggered. Seek a new family residence. Task rewards. 3 low-grade Earth Spirit Veins. 1 acre of low-grade Earth Spirit Fields. 1 complete set of low-grade Earth Protective Formations. 1 low-grade Earth Spirit Spring. And 3 portions of low-grade Dragon Tooth Rice Seeds. Task deadline. Within 100 million years. Upon realizing a new family task was available, Jiang Daoxuan's face lit up with delight, marveling at how fortuitous this was. As if a pillow had come just as he was falling asleep. The system was indeed remarkably considerate, and the rewards were particularly enticing. Any reward received from here would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, attracting countless powerful individuals and factions vying for it. Such treasures hold immense importance for the development of any force. Once a new family residence is established and endowed with these treasures, the concentration of spiritual energy in the new abode could rival that of first-rate sects within a dynasty. It is worth noting that those first-rate sects are protected by formidable cultivators of the Sun Cycle realm. While the Jiang family does not even have a single cultivator at the Yuan-Si realm, highlighting the vast disparity, Jiang Daoxuan's heart began to blaze with fervor. The vicinity of Kangwu Mountain is teeming with ferocious beasts, including those at the Yuan-Si realm, rendering it nearly impossible for any sect to establish a residence there. However, to him, these challenges were trivial. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan set off, soaring through the skies towards Kangwu Mountain. Before long, he arrived at the main peak of Kangwu Mountain. Ding detected this location can serve as the new family residence. Do you choose to bind Kangwu Mountain? Yes, no. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Daoxuan did not hesitate and immediately clicked confirm. In the next moment, the system chimed again. Ding binding successful. Task of finding a new family residence is complete. Congratulations, host has received 3 low-grade Earth-level spiritual veins, 1 acre of low-grade Earth-level spiritual fields, 1 set of low-grade Earth-level mountain protecting formation, and 1 low-grade Earth-level spiritual spring, as well as a building gift package. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Due to his extensive study of ancient texts, he was no stranger to these items. A spiritual vein, which is buried underground, can release spiritual energy, transform the environment, and enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Spiritual fields consist of fertile soil imbued with pure spiritual energy, which can benefit medicinal plants. Depending on the level of the spiritual field, it can stably cultivate different grades of spiritual herbs and shorten their maturation time. As for the spiritual spring, it is water transformed by immense spiritual energy, which can be used to irrigate spiritual fields, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and enhancing both their yield and quality. Drinking it can cleanse bodily impurities, open meridians, and strengthen one's constitution. Even when added to food, it enhances flavor, imparting certain characteristics of spiritual cuisine, offering numerous benefits. Furthermore, for mortals, the spiritual spring water is akin to a fountain of life. Should one fall gravely ill, a mere sip of spiritual spring water can restore their health and eliminate all hidden ailments. Thus, the potential wealth generated by the spiritual spring is immeasurable. As for the last randomly awarded low-grade Earth-level mountain protecting formation, named the Binding Spirit Formation, it imposes a significant suppression on any cultivator below the Star Wheel realm entering the formation unless directed by the formation master. However, since this formation requires spiritual veins as its energy source, it cannot be set up until the spiritual veins are planted. At this point, Jiang Daoxuan's thoughts shifted. Suddenly, a palm-sized 3-dimensional model appeared before him, the model of Kangwu Mountain. According to the system prompt, he could resize it at will. By pointing and clicking on a specific location on the model, he could place all the items he had just acquired there. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This strong sense of déjà vu led him to momentarily feel as though he were playing a sandbox simulation game. He shook his head to dispel this notion and promptly embedded a low-grade Earth-level spiritual vein. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Initial fusion. Transforming the mundane into the spiritual, remodeling the spiritual mountain. Time required, 7 days. Jiang Daoxuan quickly withdrew his gaze. It seemed that there was no rush to move his clan to Kangwu Mountain. After all, he had already reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and a breakthrough to the Yuan-Si realm was merely a few days away. This period of spiritual vein fusion was an opportune time for him to focus on his own breakthrough. Once he accomplished that, he could then notify his clan to relocate to Kangwu Mountain. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan wasted no time and vanished from the spot, returning to Wudong City. As night fell in Wudong City, within the Jiang family's abode, Jiang Yin sat cross-legged on his bed. Slowly, he took out the 2 techniques bestowed upon him by the clan leader. Over the past few days, he had perused them multiple times and had come to realize that these techniques were indeed powerful, top-tier, earth-level methods. From initial shock to confusion, Jiang Yin now understood the immense expectations the clan leader had for him. Thus, he could not afford to disappoint the leader. However, despite diligently practicing the pure yang technique again and again, regretfully, no miracles occurred, and there was still no change. All the spiritual energy he absorbed mysteriously vanished upon entering his body, without exception. What could be the reason for this? Jiang Yin's heart grew heavier. He instinctively clenched his fists and gazed out at the bright moon, murmuring, "Could it be that miracles will never occur for me? Am I destined to be a failure in this lifetime? No, I refuse to accept that." Jiang Yin gritted his teeth, quickly shaking his head to dispel his self-doubt, and began a new round of cultivation. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Yin became exhausted, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat, yet he still achieved nothing. Just when his will was on the verge of breaking, as if he were about to faint, an extraordinary change occurred. A faint blue light suddenly radiated. The glow was subtle, hardly noticeable during the day, but in the pitch darkness of night, it stood out vividly. This sudden phenomenon quickly caught Jiang Yin's attention. Following the source of the light, he gradually lowered his gaze to his right hand. To his astonishment, the light emanated from the ring he wore. What is this? The blue glow illuminated Jiang Yin's bewildered face. Before he could grasp what was happening, the light swiftly dissipated. Immediately, an ancient voice emerged from within the ring. "Young man, it seems you need some assistance. Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Yin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Do not panic, young one. I mean you no harm. After all, had it not been for the spiritual energy you absorbed over the years, I would not have awakened so quickly." As soon as the words fell, it was as if a thunderous clap struck within Jiang Yin's mind. Suddenly, past events interconnected, causing his composure to shatter as he exclaimed, "What? All the spiritual energy I absorbed vanishing mysteriously was your doing?" At this point, he could no longer deny that the culprit behind his transformation from a genius to a failure was indeed the ring in his hand. With this realization, he immediately extended his hand to remove the ring and cast it aside. Seeing this, the voice from within the ring hurriedly called out, "Wait. Since I have absorbed your spiritual energy for so many years, I will not abandon you. In return, I shall impart techniques and guide you in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin suppressed his anger. After all, he had already endured years of suffering, and if he could gain benefits from this mysterious entity within the ring, it would certainly compensate for some of his losses. With this thought, he halted his actions, slowly raised his hand, and looked at the ring on his finger with skepticism. "Are you certain you can teach me? Are you a master of the Yuan-Si realm?" In his understanding, cultivators of the Yuan-Si realm were considered legendary figures. After hearing Jiang Yin's words, the voice within the ring abruptly fell silent. After a few moments of confusion for Jiang Yin, the voice finally resumed. "Yuan-Si realm? Such a weak realm, in the past. They would not even qualify to be my servants." The tone of the ancient voice was filled with disdain, startling Jiang Yin. "Then who are you?" "Humph. Once, I was a practitioner at the celestial realm, poised to transcend the trials of a sage. Yet, I was betrayed by my most trusted disciple, whom I had nurtured myself, leading to my failure in the tribulation and the loss of my physical form. Now, only a fragment of my soul has escaped, residing within this ring of yours." As Jiang Yin listened to this narrative, his pupils constricted in disbelief. The counterpart had once been a formidable celestial realm expert, such a terrifying and supreme existence he had only heard of in legendary tales. In reality, even within the vast expanse of the great Qin dynasty, the existence of a soul realm master remained uncertain, let alone a celestial being. Moreover, this individual had previously endured the sage's tribulation, signifying that he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm in his prime. How could such a powerful entity now inhabit his ring? It was truly astonishing. Just as Jiang Yin was processing this revelation, the voice from the ring echoed once more. "I am willing to impart several profound techniques to you as a token of gratitude for these years. Of course, If you agree to one condition, I would gladly accept you as my disciple and pass down all my knowledge. What will your decision be?" Upon hearing such an enticing proposition, Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with interest, and he promptly inquired, "May I ask what this condition is?" "In the future, when your cultivation reaches its zenith, you must cleanse the sect and eliminate treacherous disciples. In that case, I shall pay my respects to my master." "Ha ha, a promising apprentice indeed." As the joyful voice emanated from the ring, Jiang Yan asked again, "May I know your name, master?" "For now, my name is of little importance. You may call me Old Zhou. My dear disciple, as a greeting, I shall impart to you a profound technique." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a translucent light of pale blue appeared before Jiang Yan, revealing the great transformation profound art. This was undoubtedly a mid-level earth rank technique. Old Zhou, concealed within the ring, gazed at Jiang Yan with anticipation, eager to witness his reaction. He had painstakingly gathered this technique, which was most suitable for low-level cultivators to forge an unparalleled foundation. Yet, his foolish disciple believed that those at the ocean realm were remarkable figures. It was clear that he hailed from an exceedingly barren place. Witnessing the intricacies of the great transformation profound art would surely reshape his narrow worldview. However, to Old Zhou's surprise, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As Jiang Yan perused the great transformation profound art, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Master, I already possess a technique." After receiving the pure yang art from the clan leader, how could he still regard this evidently inferior technique? Yet, since the other party was his newly acknowledged master, he refrained from bluntly stating this, fearing it might offend. Old Zhou furrowed his brow. Assuming that the contents of the great transformation profound art were too profound for his Na'vi apprentice to comprehend, he promptly clarified, "This is a mid-level earth rank technique, which surely surpasses your current practice by countless degrees. What is there to hesitate about?" Jiang Yan placed a hand on his forehead, helplessly responding, "But I already possess a top-tier earth rank technique." "What of a top-tier earth rank technique?" "It is still." "Wait, a top-tier earth rank technique? Did you not claim to belong to a small clan?" At that moment, Old Zhou was left speechless. How precious are earth rank techniques? They are not mere cabbages found on the streets. Furthermore, this newly accepted disciple was cultivating a top-tier earth rank technique. This hardly qualifies as a small clan. After all, our clan leader is a Purple Mansion realm practitioner, and this technique was imparted to me by him. Upon hearing his master refer to his family as a small clan, Jiang Yan instinctively retorted. Old Zhou, however, paid little mind to this detail, becoming increasingly perplexed. If his disciple's family were indeed merely a Purple Mansion clan, it would be impossible for them to possess a top-tier earth-rank technique. Even if they were extraordinarily fortunate to acquire an earth-rank technique, it would undoubtedly be treasured and never casually disseminated. How could it possibly be taught to Jiang Yan? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Could it be that the clan leader, in an effort to gain favor among the clan members, had chosen to exaggerate and deceive them into believing it was an earth-rank technique? Upon realizing this, Old Zhou nearly laughed aloud. To confirm his suspicion, he said, "Show me the top-tier earth-rank technique you are practicing. Perhaps there are hidden dangers within that I can help you address." Hidden dangers? How could the technique given by the clan leader possibly contain any? At that moment, Jiang Yan began to doubt the other's expertise. Nevertheless, considering that the individual had unveiled a mid-level earth-rank technique at the outset, his credibility was not entirely lacking. Thus, Jiang Yan promptly produced a copy of the pure yang art from his pocket and held it out for inspection. Chapter 33, Old Zhou's Shock. Who is the Jiang clan leader? Old Zhou utilized his dispersed spiritual energy to scrutinize the contents laid before him. Yet, as he continued to read, the relaxed expression on his face swiftly vanished, replaced by profound gravity. This was indeed a technique bestowed by a clan leader of the Purple Mansion realm. As a celestial realm powerhouse, he could discern the intricacies of the pure yang art. Although it was merely a top-tier earth-rank technique, its power, once mastered, could rival that of a low-tier heaven-rank technique. The complexity of the cultivation route detailed within was such that, upon completion, he could find no flaws. Only perfection to describe it. He had never encountered such an immaculate earth-rank technique, which was undoubtedly the most suitable for low-level cultivators. Should such a technique emerge in the places he once resided, it would likely be seized by those from sacred places and imperial dynasties. Yet, how could such a miraculous technique manifest in such a remote location? Old Zhou found himself utterly perplexed, suspicion flickering in his eyes as he regarded his disciple anew, suddenly harboring the impression that this lad was not entirely straightforward. Are you certain that your clan leader is merely of the Purple Mansion? Or is the strongest among your clan not the leader, but someone else? Or perhaps there are other powerful individuals in your vicinity? In the face of old Zhou's barrage of inquiries, Jiang Yin felt utterly bewildered. However, recalling that he had already accepted him as his master, he responded earnestly, "The strongest in our Jiang clan is naturally the clan leader. And it is said that the city lord of Wudong City is also a Purple Mansion practitioner. The nearby sect, Jiashan sect, is led by a practitioner of the Ocean Realm." As Jiang Yin divulged piece after piece of information, old Zhou's brow furrowed. For some reason, he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, though he was now in a state of residual soul and lacked a physical body. At this juncture, he was astonished to realize that, as a celestial realm expert, he was struggling to comprehend this seemingly bizarre Purple Mansion clan. Subsequently, he shook his head, dismissing further contemplations. Attributing the clan's fortune to their good fortune, the intricacies of this pure young art are such that even I cannot identify a single flaw. You may cultivate it with confidence. Moreover, this technique is far more precious than you can imagine. The clan leader has chosen to impart such a technique to you, indicating that he holds great expectations for you. In the future, you must cherish it well. Hearing his master's words, Jiang Yin felt a surge of warmth within him. He had never before cultivated an earth-rank technique, and thus lacked a full appreciation of their value. However, now, upon hearing the praises of this celestial expert, it was clear how extraordinary the pure young art truly was. The mere thought that the clan leader had imparted such a technique to him filled Jiang Yin with gratitude, and he silently resolved to repay the clan's kindness, never to betray the clan leader's trust. At that moment, old Zhou fell into a brief contemplation. Since Jiang Yin had already acquired the most suitable cultivation technique, the option of imparting a technique could be set aside for the time being. For low-tier cultivators, it is indeed a challenge to present superior techniques. However, it is somewhat unacceptable that, as a newly accepted disciple, one does not offer a greeting gift to their master. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhou decided to present his painstakingly gathered technique to Jiang Yin. The Yuan Fire Body Refinement Technique is a mid-grade earthly technique for body refinement. If cultivated to perfection, it can grant one combat prowess far beyond that of peers, and even withstand the might of top-tier profound treasures with mere physical strength. After glancing at it a few times, Jiang Yin's expression turned to one of disappointment. He spoke plainly, "Master, the clan leader has already provided me with a body refinement technique." The moment these words escaped his lips, it felt as if a bolt of lightning struck Elder Zhou, leaving him utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that, aside from the exquisite pure yang technique, the esteemed clan leader of the Purple Mansion would also bestow upon Jiang Yin a body refinement technique. Moreover, judging by Jiang Yin's demeanor, it was clear that the technique he possessed surpassed the Yuan Fire Body Refinement Technique in power. How could this be possible? It is known that body refinement techniques are even rarer than cultivation techniques. Even for a perfected celestial realm cultivator like himself, he had only managed to acquire his technique through sheer luck. Yet now, the Jiang clan leader was being more generous than himself? Who, then, truly stands as the powerful figure in the celestial realm? Elder Zhou's expression began to betray his mounting disbelief, especially as he noticed his disciple's admiration morphing into skepticism. He found it increasingly difficult to accept. Nonetheless, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Surely, the Jiang clan leader possessing a mid-tier earthly body refinement technique was already a significant fortune. It could not possibly surpass his Yuan Fire Body Refinement Technique. With this thought, Elder Zhou suppressed his discomfort and said, "My dear disciple, please allow me to see that body refinement technique." Jiang Yin did not hesitate, retrieving the copy of the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique from his possession and began to peruse it page by page. However, having learned from the previous experience, Elder Zhou's expression remained tense from the outset, as he meticulously analyzed every flaw and merit within. But as Jiang Yin finished flipping through the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, Elder Zhou was dismayed to discover that he could not identify a single fault. Like the pure yang technique, this was yet another flawless technique devoid of any shortcomings. Yet, what astonished Elder Zhou even more was the realization that, as a cultivator in the celestial realm, he could discern an extraordinary commonality between the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique and the pure yang technique. If these two techniques were cultivated simultaneously, they could yield a terrifyingly efficient effect. How could such a remarkable pair of perfect mid-tier earthly techniques, capable of producing synergistic enhancement, exist in the hands of a mere clan leader of the Purple Mansion? What manner of formidable figure was this Jiang clan leader? Elder Zhou felt a chill of apprehension creeping over him. From this moment onward, he could no longer underestimate the small family that Jiang Yin belonged to. The depths of the Jiang clan were far beyond what he had imagined. Once Elder Zhou regained his composure and looked at his disciple, he stated, "This technique is equally perfect, perhaps even surpassing the pure yang technique in value. If it were to leak, not just soul realm cultivators, but even those in the celestial realm would be tempted to take action. Your clan leader is truly generous. Elder Zhou was at a loss for words. The fact that the Jiang clan leader would endow Jiang Yan with two such invaluable techniques was indeed a bold move. After all, if his disciple were to inadvertently leak this information, the entire Jiang clan could be torn apart by countless greedy powers. Hearing his master's astonishment, Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "In recent years, aside from my grandfather, the clan leader has been the most benevolent to me." Elder Zhou nodded, pondering the implications of the techniques being shared publicly. Especially both at once. If Jiang Yan were not the biological son of the Jiang clan leader, such audacity would be hard to believe. Suddenly, Elder Zhou's expression turned peculiar. "You can't possibly be the clan leader's illegitimate child, can you?" Jiang Yan was taken aback for a moment before fervently denying. "How could that be? The clan leader has never visited our branch, nor has he ever married. He has solely devoted himself to our family's rise." Elder Zhou's gaze flickered. If that were true, the clan leader's style of conduct was indeed quite unfathomable. With a sigh, Elder Zhou remarked, "Since you possess both the pure yang technique and the great sun body refinement technique, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself further. However, I do have a unique technique that I can impart to you." As he spoke, a flurry of ethereal, tiny characters appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Flame technique. This was a technique I obtained from an ancient relic, named the Flame technique. Despite being merely a low-grade yellow technique, as one continuously refines, the rank of this technique can undergo transformation, making it extraordinarily marvelous. I am confident that this flame technique is not inferior to the techniques granted by your clan leader. Upon realizing such an extraordinary technique existed, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Noticing his disciple's newfound satisfaction, Elder Zhou finally exhaled in relief. Should the esteemed clan leader present an even more formidable technique than the flame technique, he would be left speechless, losing face before his disciple. Fortunately, this flame technique managed to restore a measure of dignity to his role as a teacher. Once Jiang Yan committed the cultivation method of the flame technique to memory, he eagerly began to practice the pure yang technique, diving into cultivation. Since his master had awakened, there was no longer a need to absorb his spiritual energy. This meant he could finally cultivate on his own. With this thought, Jiang Yan's heart surged with excitement. If one could choose to become a genius, who would willingly settle for a life of mediocrity? As he cycled through the pure yang technique time and again, Jiang Yan confirmed that the spiritual energy he absorbed would no longer inexplicably vanish. Under the nourishing flow of abundant spiritual energy, his previously diminished realm began to rapidly recover. After a night passed, as dawn broke, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged upon his bed. Although he had not slept all night, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. Feeling the surge of powerful energy coursing through his body, he nearly let out a cry of joy. In just one night, not only had he restored his cultivation to its apex, but he had also successfully broken through to the coveted first layer of the postnatal realm. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt as though the world was no longer a bleak landscape but transformed into a vibrant tapestry filled with hope. Noticing the rays of sunlight streaming through the window, he quickly donned his garments, opened the door, and stepped outside. He was eager to share the wonderful news of his restored cultivation with his grandfather, Jiang Daoxuan, and the clan leader. As he entered the courtyard, traversing the cobblestone paths, he suddenly halted at the sound of a whoosh. Instinctively, he turned toward the source of the noise. There, beneath a great tree, stood a familiar figure, a resolute young man with dark hair, wielding a sword and executing his techniques with reckless abandon. Each move was as graceful as a startled swan, yet it hinted at an underlying ferocity. In mere moments, the fierce sword wind swirling around him effortlessly sliced through the fallen yellow leaves cascading from the treetops into countless fragments that tumbled to the ground. This person was none other than the Jiang clan's prodigy, Jiang Daoxuan. Just then, noticing that someone was observing him, Jiang Daoxuan sheathed his sword and looked up. Their gazes met, and upon recognizing Jiang Yan, Jiang Daoxuan exclaimed in surprise, "Yan, you have restored your cultivation?" As a master at the 9th layer of the post-heaven realm, one could naturally discern the many anomalies surrounding Jiang Yan. He swiftly calmed his emotions, releasing a breath of energy, and grinned. "Brother Qin, you were right in your conversation with the clan leader. As long as we persist, we can create miracles and rise anew." Sensing the unique aura of the post-heaven realm, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with surprise as he became acutely aware of his younger cousin's exceptional nature. Having obtained a mysterious flame restoration pill to mend his dantian and resume his cultivation journey, one could not help but wonder what Jiang Yan relied upon. For some reason, the clan leader's words echoed in his mind. Your cousin may evoke considerable interest in you in the future. Initially, he thought the clan leader referred to similar experiences, but upon reflection, it seemed rather peculiar. Did the clan leader foresee this moment? Did he know Jiang Yin could restore his cultivation? Just as Jiang Shen found himself lost in contemplation, the elder residing within the ring on Jiang Yan's finger, Old Shou, sensed something unusual. Through his formidable soul perception, he immediately recognized that Jiang Shen possessed extraordinarily robust innate qualities. This revelation left Old Shou bewildered. Such a powerful innate talent would suffice to position one among the prodigious figures of those sacred dynasties. How could it possibly emerge from such a humble clan? Old Shou's expression grew increasingly grave. To clarify his suspicions, he intensified his perception to probe Jiang Shen's essence. However, as he delved deeper, his countenance changed drastically. At that moment, he felt an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Shen's very core. This presence was so potent that it was almost unimaginable, causing Old Shou's soul to tremble. Realizing he could no longer continue his inquiry, he understood that any further attempt could lead to his complete obliteration before this mysterious force. What on earth was this youth? Startled, Old Shou quickly withdrew his perception, overwhelmed with trepidation. Despite having once attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he felt as fragile as an ant in the face of this aura. Could it be that within his disciple's cousin lay a terrifying entity beyond the realm of saints? Contemplating this, Old Shou was filled with uncertainty. Fortunately, Jiang Shen's cultivation was still merely at the post-heaven realm. Had it been several tiers higher, even he might not have detected the existence of such a dreadful phenomenon. Chapter 35. Old Shou's speculation. Is the Jiang clan leader the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? In that moment, he became even more convinced of the Jiang clan's peculiarities. After all, which small family could produce two perfect Earth-tier supreme techniques and harbor a youth burdened with such immense karmic ties? Considering this, Old Shou deemed it prudent to alert his disciple, promptly conveying through thought, "Your cousin is quite extraordinary. Be cautious in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin maintained an unperturbed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Regardless of how remarkable Brother Qin might be, he was still a member of the Jiang family. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly aid the clan in becoming more formidable. Not to mention, he had once humiliated Ko Qing and saved him. Thus, in his heart, if Jiang Daoxuan represented a fatherly figure, then Jiang Chun was akin to an older brother. After observing Jiang Yan's nonchalance, Old Shou let out a slight sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. Nonetheless, with Jiang Shen bearing such profound karmic ties, his future achievements were likely to be limitless. And with a brother of such caliber, Jiang Yan's path of cultivation could potentially become smoother. It was even possible that, in time, he could not only cleanse his own path and eliminate traitorous students, but also acquire the opportunity to reshape his own physical form. Contemplating this, Old Shou's eyes brightened momentarily. Subsequently, after concluding their idle chatter, Jiang Yin bid farewell and headed straight to the clan leader's residence. Before long, he arrived at the door. Just as he was about to knock, the door slowly swung open, revealing a handsome man with an ethereal demeanor, resembling a celestial being. This man was none other than the clan leader of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. Having sensed Jiang Yan's arrival with his divine consciousness, he had paused his meditation and stepped out. Upon gazing at Jiang Yan, Jiang Daoxuan immediately discerned the latter's cultivation at the post-heaven realm. It seemed he had restored his powers overnight, likely due to the awakening of the remnant soul within the ring. Just as Jiang Daoxuan pondered this, a prompt from the system suddenly rang out. Ding current target. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Investing 1 pound of divine liquid can yield 1,000 pounds. Investing in Songyan spiritual fire can grant the 3 mysteries true fire divine ability. Investing in supreme calming herbs can yield 3 earth-tier supreme treasures, witnessing the activation of a new investment opportunity. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, then turned to Jiang Yan, his gaze fixating on the ring in his hand. At that moment, his profound gaze intertwined with Old Shou's. Old Shou, who had been pondering the identity of the Jiang clan leader, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The terrifying gaze that seemed to pierce through everything sent chills down his spine. Good heavens! I am a celestial realm cultivator, and he is merely a purple mansion practitioner. How can he see through me? Old Shou felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he did not voice it, the feeling of being completely seen through was unmistakable. He had been exposed. At this juncture, Old Shou was certain that this Jiang clan leader was anything but ordinary. And the Jiang family undoubtedly harbored secrets. Subsequently, to ascertain the truth, Old Shou again emitted his perception. As soon as it settled upon the Jiang clan leader, he sensed an overwhelmingly rich and almost Tao-like terrifying aura. This sensation, Old Shou's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. This situation seemed reminiscent of a legendary physique known as the innate Tao embryo. Such an extraordinarily powerful constitution was exceedingly rare even in his region. Taking countless epochs to manifest, he had only gleaned fragments of information from ancient lore. Of course, he had yet to perceive the characteristics of the primordial Saint Bodhi, let alone connect it to the innate Saint Bodhi Dao embryo. Thus, upon noticing the evident fluctuation of Dao rhythms emanating from Jiang Daoxuan, he immediately realized that this Jiang clan leader was likely a peerless genius possessing the innate Dao embryo constitution. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous attention of numerous supreme powers, elevating him to the status of a revered figure akin to a holy son. Individuals endowed with such formidable constitutions, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to achieve quasi-emperor status, with prospects of attaining true emperor status, competing with numerous prodigies on the path to supremacy. What manner of family is this Jiang clan? Even those ancient clans might not possess such terrifying legacies. Reflecting on his experiences thus far, Old Zhou felt a shiver coursing through him, particularly recalling Jiang Yan's assertion that they were merely a small family. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Pray tell, what small family could give rise to a youth burdened with karmic ties surpassing that of a saint? Alongside a clan leader endowed with the innate Dao embryo constitution, such a family could easily be mistaken for an ancient clan or imperial lineage. And he would not be surprised, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was merely a small family, with its strongest combatant being at the Purple Mansion realm. Just as Old Zhou remained entrapped in his astonishment, an unexpected development occurred. As his perception deepened, an extraordinarily brilliant golden light suddenly radiated. A vague figure resembling a human head with a serpentine body materialized before Old Zhou's eyes. An immense aura enveloped the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming power that inspired an instinctive reverence. Upon contact with this aura, Old Zhou was nearly paralyzed with fear, instantly withdrawing his perception and curling up in a corner of the ring's space, trembling uncontrollably. Who exactly is this Jiang clan leader? Old Zhou's face was etched with terror and unease. He had never encountered such a formidable presence. Even a saint he had once been fortunate enough to meet seemed as insignificant as an ant in the wake of this aura. The magnitude of this power could not possibly originate from a saint, nor even a saint king. At that moment, a bold thought suddenly invaded Elder Zhou's mind, refusing to dissipate and spiraling out of control. Could it be that the patriarch of the Jiang family is actually the reincarnation of an ancient emperor who has awakened his memories? With this notion, Elder Zhou nervously swallowed. If this were indeed the case, then everything would have an explanation. As an ancient emperor with awakened past memories, possessing mastery over two supreme earth-level techniques and the ability to perceive his existence with Purple Mansion cultivation, while also harboring such a terrifying aura, would not be an extraordinary matter. For himself, it would be a tremendous boon. Given the current state of the Jiang family, everything was merely in its nascent phase. The so-called hidden dragon in the abyss would surely soar through the 9 heavens someday. If he could seize this opportunity and wholeheartedly assist Jiang Yin in growing stronger before the Jiang family rose to prominence, surely when this patriarch reclaims his imperial path, he will remember the contributions he made in aiding Jiang Yin. If even a sliver of fortune were to trickle through his fingers, then not only would he be able to reshape his body, but he could also restore his perfect celestial realm cultivation, or even easily transcend into sagehood. Chapter 36. You call me master, and I shall call you young lord. With this thought, Elder Zhou immediately lowered his stance and transmitted his voice to Jiang Yin. Disciple hearing his master's sudden address, Jiang Yin was somewhat bewildered. But considering the patriarch was still present, he silently thought, what is it, master? Cough, cough, dear disciple, let us agree on this. From now on, we each maintain our titles. You shall call me master, and I shall refer to you as young lord, shall we? Since he intended to cling to the Jiang family's immense power while it was still in its infancy, Elder Zhou naturally did not dare to regard Jiang Yin merely as his disciple. After all, this was not just a disciple inheriting his legacy, but rather a young lord providing him with a path to greatness. As Elder Zhou's respectful words resonated, Jiang Yin was utterly stunned. Master, what has come over you? Why do you say such things? Being referred to as young lord by a cultivator at the celestial realm was indeed an overwhelming honor for Jiang Yin, leaving him momentarily speechless and hesitant to accept it. In response to Jiang Yan's confusion, Elder Zhou chose not to clarify. After all, given that the patriarch had not revealed his identity to the family, he likely had his own plans. If Elder Zhou were to expose the identity, it would not only jeopardize obtaining any fortune, but possibly his very life as well. Thus, after a sigh, Elder Zhou cautiously said, Alas, there are things I cannot divulge. I can only hint that your patriarch is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing your imagination. From now on, you merely need to cling tightly to your patriarch's side. Achieving sagehood in the future will be far from difficult. In fact, Even the pigs raised by the Jiang family might stumble upon opportunities to break through to the stellar cycle realm, perhaps even defeating the formidable Yuan High Realm cultivator of the nearby Qianshan sect. To speak frankly, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Being able to coexist with such an existence within the same family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his celestial master held the patriarch in such high regard, which was truly astonishing. Just by clinging to the patriarch's side, could one attain the opportunity to become a sage? That seemed rather exaggerated, did it not? Although he trusted the patriarch immensely, sagehood represented an overwhelmingly powerful existence. A mere strike from such a being could likely obliterate the entire Qin dynasty. If what his master said were true, then the patriarch Jiang Yan's gaze flickered, and his heart surged with fervor, leading to an even greater admiration for the patriarch. At that moment, observing the shifting expressions on Jiang Yan's face, Jiang Daoxuan found the situation amusing. He realized that the celestial realm cultivator within the ring had likely conveyed something to Jiang Yan, though he did not particularly mind. Subsequently, he stored a pound of divine liquid, Trong Yin spiritual fire, and 3 exceptional calming herbs within a spatial ring. He then retrieved the ring, holding it in his palm, and presented it to Jiang Yan. Now that you have restored your cultivation, it can be said that your hardships have finally borne fruit. As the leader of the clan, I cannot be without my gestures. Consider this a gift to congratulate you on your rebirth. You must strive diligently in your cultivation, fighting for the rise of our family. As his words echoed, Jiang Yin was jolted from his reverie. He turned his gaze towards the spatial ring in Jiang Daoxuan's palm. Momentarily dazed, he had not even had the chance to share his joyful news, yet here he was receiving another gift from the patriarch. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. Why are you still in a daze? Jiang Yin regained his composure, swiftly extending his hand to accept the spatial ring, then knelt down. Bowing respectfully, thank you, patriarch. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will take it upon myself to rejuvenate our family. Jiang Daoxuan nodded. Excellent. This clan leader looks forward to witnessing the day you can shield the family from the storm. You may withdraw now, for cultivation is of utmost importance and must not be neglected. Yes. Jiang Yin first performed a respectful salute, then rose to depart, disappearing from Jiang Daoxuan's view. Only then did Jiang Daoxuan slowly retract his gaze, turning back to his room. At that moment, the system's prompt rang out. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 pounds of divine liquid. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 supreme, earth-level treasures. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3 mystical fire divine ability. 3 mystical fire, refined from essence, chi, and spirit into the 3 mystical. As it is pure fire, once summoned, it burns fiercely, impervious to water, and burns even more vigorously upon contact with water, possessing the power to incinerate an entire realm, reducing it to nothingness. With the distribution of system rewards, Jiang Daoxuan's mind also filled with information regarding the 3 mystical fire. His body seemed to awaken a certain instinct, allowing him to unleash the formidable 3 mystical fire divine ability at the mere thought. Indeed, my means of combat have increased. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. If one's methods of combat are too singular, it is easy for others to detect and counter. Therefore, techniques such as the myriad swords attacking the sect and the 3 mystical fire are exceedingly beneficial, as one never knows when they may be required. With this fleeting thought, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his bed, choosing to sit cross-legged, retrieving the divine liquid, and continuing his cultivation. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with only one final step remaining before he could officially ascend to the Yuan High realm. The day of his breakthrough was not far off. Meanwhile, after sharing the joyous news of his restored cultivation with his grandfather, Jiang Hongwen, Jiang Yin returned to his residence. Ensuring that no one was around, he shut the door and approached his desk, casually taking a seat on a nearby stool. He then carefully retrieved the spatial ring gifted by the patriarch. Holding it in his hand, he activated his spiritual energy to open it. In an instant, the scene within the spatial ring unfolded before his eyes. A jar made entirely of white jade, a fist-sized ball of orange-red flame, and a strangely shaped blue herb. Looking at these 3 items, Jiang Yin was bewildered to find that he did not recognize any of them. The treasures bestowed by the patriarch were certainly not ordinary. Perhaps he could have his master take a look. Determined, Jiang Yin immediately took out the white jade jar and placed it on the wooden table. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, prompting him to reach out and open the lid. As he did so, an intense surge of life energy erupted, filling the entire room. Jiang Yin was astonished by this spectacle and instinctively inhaled, feeling an immediate revitalization, a rush of boundless energy coursing through him. Witnessing this wondrous phenomenon intensified his curiosity, prompting him to lean closer and peer into the jar's interior. What met his gaze was a pool of faintly glowing, light green liquid. What could this be? Limited by his own knowledge, Jiang Yin could not ascertain the origins of this substance and could only call out, "Master, please help me discern the properties of this item." Chapter 37, Heavenly Fire Technique and Sanyan Body. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's call, the venerable Zhou, hidden within the ring, hastily responded, "Young master, if my estimations are correct, this object is likely the divine liquid." The term divine liquid was utterly unfamiliar to Jiang Yin, causing him to furrow his brow. Noticing this, Zhou patiently elaborated. If spirit stones are the common currency for ordinary cultivators, then the divine liquid serves as the currency for those above the myriad realms. It encapsulates an exceedingly pure essence of heaven and earth. Should you absorb it, the benefits would be numerous. As for its value, the divine liquid before you could be exchanged for approximately 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, though there may be some fluctuation in price due to regional differences. The variance will not be substantial. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, and a tempest of astonishment surged within him. He had never anticipated that the first gift bestowed upon him by the clan leader would harbor such staggering worth. Consider the implications of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Acquiring 100 Wudon cities would hardly pose a challenge. The clan leader's generosity was indeed extravagant. Had he not pondered whether my heart could withstand such a revelation? Jiang Yin swallowed nervously, attempting to steady his racing heart, and found himself filled with anticipation for the remaining two items. If this first gift was so remarkable, the others must surely be of similar caliber. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yin retrieved the blue peculiar herb from his spatial ring. "Master, could you discern the origins of this item?" Zhou inspected it for a moment before his expression shifted to one of complexity. "Indeed, your clan leader is quite thoughtful." Intrigued by his master's reaction, Jiang Yin inquired, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "This is known as tranquil spirit herb, generally classified as an Xian-tier spiritual herb. However, upon examining its quality, this particular specimen is likely of the finest grade, thus attaining the standard of a low-grade earth-tier herb. Its function is to nourish lingering souls." "Lingering souls? Wait, could it be that the clan leader has discovered your condition?" Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he grasped the implications. After all, his soul had not sustained any damage, and the clan leader's sudden gift of this herb was clearly intended for someone specific. Zhou responded affirmatively, then sighed. "In my prime, this herb would have been unremarkable. But now, as a remnant soul, it holds great significance for me. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to your clan leader, as I have benefited from your presence." Hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled faintly, feeling a swell of pride for his family's powerful leader. Once his emotions settled, he continued, "Master, how should I administer this tranquil spirit herb to you?" "Simply place it upon the surface of the ring." "Understood." Jiang Yin followed Zhou's guidance and placed the herb atop the ring. Soon, a flash of blue light enveloped the herb, and it vanished from sight. Just as Jiang Yin marveled at the phenomenon, Zhou's voice resonated, "Young master, check once more to see if the clan leader has left you any other treasures." Regaining his composure, Jiang Yin promptly extracted the peculiar orange-red flame from the spatial ring. The flame floated in midair, exuding no heat whatsoever. Even when Jiang Yin, unable to contain his curiosity, prodded it with a finger, he felt no anomaly. "Master, what is this item?" he questioned. Before he finished speaking, Zhou's voice erupted with excitement. "This is a celestial tear. Your clan leader has actually bestowed this upon you. It is truly unfathomable." Zhou, perplexed, could not fathom why Jiang Yin, merely a cultivator at the initial stage of the acquired realm, had been gifted such a treasure by the clan leader. The rarity of this item was such that even in his past, as a perfected celestial, he had only heard of it in legends, never having witnessed it firsthand. After all, even the he had painstakingly sought, risking life and limb, was merely a half-step celestial tier. To receive a celestial tier so casually was a testament to the clan leader's unparalleled generosity, a true reincarnation of a great emperor. Zhou's thoughts surged as his heart raced. Celestial tier? Jiang Yin was taken aback. Although he had learned of through the records of the flame technique, this was his first encounter with such a tangible entity. Seize this opportunity, young master. Quickly invoke the flame technique to refine this celestial tier. The rewards upon successful refinement would be boundless. Zhou urged with urgency. Jiang Yin snapped back to reality and promptly activated the flame technique, attempting to refine the flame. Moments later, he successfully refined the Tsangyan spirit fire. The grade of the flame technique skyrocketed from low-grade yellow tier to mid-grade celestial tier. Simultaneously, influenced by the Tsangyan spirit fire, his physique transformed into the Tsangyan divine body. An unceasing surge of powerful spiritual energy converged within him, propelling him through the acquired realms, second, third, fourth, all the way to the seventh level in mere moments. With the aid of the divine liquid and the pure yang technique, a breakthrough into the innate realm was merely days away. Days later, in Wudong City, the Jiang clan. Over this period, Jiang Daoxuan, eager to accelerate the development of the two destined children, generously gifted them bottles of enhancement pills to consume as if they were mere candies. Furthermore, he bestowed upon each of them a high-grade earth-tier sword, and specifically gifted Jiang Qin a pound of divine liquid. With the substantial resources provided by Jiang Daoxuan, both Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun lived up to expectations, achieving breakthroughs in succession. First, Jiang Chun shattered the limits of the acquired realm, successfully advancing to the innate realm, becoming the seventh innate expert within the clan. Then, just 3 days later, Jiang Yin made rapid progress and also broke through to the innate realm, becoming the eighth innate expert of the clan. The remarkable achievements of these two youths, both under the age of 20, not only stirred the Jiang clan, but also sent ripples throughout Wudong City. Their formidable combat strength exceeded the expectations set by their cultivation levels. Armed with their 3-foot-long swords, they swept through various talents and seasoned innate experts, appearing as two insurmountable mountains that left the innate cultivators in the city gasping for breath. In contrast, their renown began to spread to surrounding cities, drawing in external talents eager to challenge them. Yet, without exception, all challengers fell within mere exchanges, culminating in defeat. In no time, the moniker Jiang Clan Twin Stars resounded across multiple cities, becoming the object of admiration for countless young warriors. They even became the objects of affection for numerous noble daughters, some declaring they would only marry Jiang Qin or Jiang Yin in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan, the dominant figure in Wudong City, saw his name gradually circulate through merchant conversations, extending its reach to nearby cities. Especially when City Lord Ding Xian revealed that Jiang Daoxuan had grasped the sword intent, it caused a tremendous stir. The comprehension of sword intent at the level of Purple Mansion was a rarity not seen in the region for over 1,000 years. Thus, upon the emergence of this news, Jiang Daoxuan's name was inscribed into the local chronicles of surrounding cities. For once someone comprehends sword intent, they are regarded as a sword Dao master, earning the title of sword sect. Consequently, amidst the discussions of countless warriors in the surrounding cities, fewer dared to utter Jiang Daoxuan's name outright, instead opting for respectful titles, directly calling him Jiang Sword Sect. As the sun set upon the horizon, in the bamboo grove of the Jiang clan's back mountain, a handsome young man clad in white martial attire sat upon the ground. Spirit energy surged around him, sweeping through the vicinity, causing the emerald bamboo to sway and shower countless bamboo leaves. The overwhelming force repelled all beasts attempting to approach, sending birds into flight. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, gazing at his palm. A faint red glow flickered in his palm, reflecting an intense vitality. An unceasing stream of power coursed through him, as if he could tear apart demonic beasts and grapple with young dragons. Such was the extraordinary power of the celestial tier treasure, the martial blood garb. Since donning the martial blood robe, it has seamlessly melded with my skin, rendering any external anomaly imperceptible. Yet, in the shadows, it bestows upon me formidable passive effects. One such effect allows for an uninterrupted absorption of spiritual energy for 24 hours, providing sustenance for my cultivation. Although the efficacy of this passive absorption pales in comparison to active cultivation, its cumulative nature generates a passive enhancement akin to an experience-boosting buff. Coupled with the innate sacred body, divine liquids, and pure yang techniques, along with the collective strength of my clan, I, Jiang Daoxuan, stand but a step away from transcending into the Yuanhai realm, poised to cross the threshold with ease. Chapter 39, the first Yuanhai realm cultivator in Jiang family history. The moment of breakthrough into the Yuanhai realm is upon us. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered as his fingers clenched tightly, his entire being surging with primordial energy. Without encountering any unforeseen obstacles, the process unfolded remarkably smoothly, and in an instant, a vast sea of primordial energy formed within the Purple Mansion. The Yuanhai has been established. From this point onward, I only need to continuously accumulate primordial energy, allowing the Yuanhai to deepen and expand. In battle, I shall unleash a torrent of primordial energy derived from the Yuanhai. At the very moment Jiang Daoxuan achieved his Yuanhai breakthrough, an incredibly intense spiritual energy storm erupted above. Threads of terrifying spiritual pressure swept through the surroundings, permeating the entire Jiang family residence. The elder, now possessing the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, was the first to sense the commotion. He abruptly looked up towards the back mountain, astonishment evident in his eyes. Such potent spiritual pressure far exceeds that of the Purple Mansion realm. Its source seems to originate from the back mountain. Could it be that the clan leader has broken through to the Yuan High realm? The elder recalled the clan leader's recent venture to the back mountain to enter seclusion for the purpose of breaking through to the Yuan High realm. Connecting the dots with the current anomalies emerging from the back mountain, he swiftly realized that perhaps their clan leader had indeed achieved this breakthrough. Remarkably, just over 10 days since the last exit from seclusion, the clan leader has once again ascended to the Yuan High realm. Such a terrifying talent is truly unprecedented. However, this is fortuitous, given that we have utterly offended the Qinshan sect. With the clan leader's successful breakthrough, he will be able to negotiate with them using his sword intent. The elder felt an immense sense of relief wash over him at the thought that from this day forward, the Jiang family would officially possess a Yuan High realm cultivator to safeguard them. Shortly thereafter, the significant disturbance caused by Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough also caught the attention of several innate realm elders. Such a powerful aura. Could it be emanating from a Yuan High realm cultivator? Yuan High realm? Could it be that the Qinshan sect has sent someone to demand an explanation? No, I just sensed it carefully. This aura seems to be coming from the back mountain. Are you suggesting it's the clan leader? If my suspicions are correct, the clan leader has indeed reached the Yuan High realm. Our Jiang family has actually produced a Yuan High realm cultivator? Who could have imagined that just days ago, we were nearly annihilated by the Tang family? All thanks to the clan leader, who upon emerging from seclusion has brought about such monumental changes in our clan. The elders marveled in awe. Soon, this news spread like wildfire among the younger members of the Jiang family. And upon learning that their clan leader had attained the Yuan High realm, the entire family erupted in joyous celebration. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin exchanged glances, their hearts filled with admiration. The clan leader truly lives up to his title, progressing at such an astonishing pace. Initially, they had felt a sense of pride due to their recent surge in cultivation, but upon discovering that their clan leader had achieved the Yuan High realm, any remnants of their arrogance were swiftly obliterated. They had thought to close the gap with the clan leader, only to find the chasm widening. With this realization, Jiang Chun clenched his fists. If I wish to keep pace with the clan leader, my current level is far from sufficient. From this day forth, I shall double my efforts. I strive to alleviate the clan leader's burdens as soon as possible. Jiang Yin remarked, it is quite laughable. I was feeling quite self-satisfied with my current progress, yet now I see I have been too complacent. The clan leader has bestowed upon us unimaginable resources, not for us to rest on our laurels. I too shall endeavor to relieve the clan leader of his burdens. Indeed, had we not indulged in pride from the very beginning, our realms would not be at this level. In the future, if any prodigies come to our Jiang family seeking to challenge us for fame, I shall not even bother to entertain them. Such encounters are merely a waste of our cultivation time. Yes, reputation is but a fleeting illusion. Only true strength is of consequence. The two young prodigies, who had recently basked in newfound fame, suddenly realized their complacency. Upon this realization, they awakened to their true aspirations, shedding their superficiality and reigniting their fervent determination. In that moment, a fervent fire of ambition ignited deep within their hearts, burning ever brighter. As the Jiang family reveled in their joy, Jiang Daoxuan, having completed his breakthrough, sensed that only 2 days remained until the fusion was complete. He promptly prepared to arrange for the relocation to Kangwu Mountain before notifying the clan members. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Daoxuan traversed the rugged mountain ranges, arriving at the outskirts of Kangwu Mountain. In the presence of his near-path power, even the fiercest beasts of the Yuan High realm behaved like docile kittens. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan utilized his divine sense to scout the area. After pinpointing the locations of all beasts of the Purple Mansion realm and above, he unleashed a thunderous strike, vanquishing them. Once only the innate realm and weaker beasts remained. Allowing his clan members to train more conveniently, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew and descended upon the mountainside of Kangwu Mountain. Gazing at the vast, overgrown area before him, Jiang Daoxuan immediately activated the architectural gift package from his system warehouse. With a flash of golden light, an array of grand halls and pavilions materialized. The Family Hall, Alchemy Hall, Forging Hall, Law Transmission Hall, Repository of Skills, and Training Grounds, all were present. Witnessing the transformation of his surroundings, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. He then proceeded to establish spiritual springs and fields, planting dragon tooth rice seeds within the spiritual fields. Dragon tooth rice, a precious low-grade spiritual grain resembling dragon teeth, once matured, can be steamed and consumed to enhance a cultivator's vitality, strengthen their physique, and regulate their internal organs, with the acceleration capabilities of the spiritual fields and springs. This grain is destined to become the staple food for the Jiang family in the future. Having accomplished these tasks, he promptly departed from Kangwu Mountain and flew towards Wudon City. Upon returning home, Jiang Daoxuan addressed the surrounding clan elders, commanding, within the span of an incense stick, "Gather all clan members here." His words conveyed a formidable authority. The elders quickly regained their composure. Yes. They responded hastily before dispersing, setting out to notify the Jiang family members scattered throughout Wudon City to return to the clan residence. Before long, the Jiang family members hurried back, congregating in the courtyard. Once the elders confirmed that all clan members had assembled, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. He then faced the crowd and announced a momentous revelation. From this day forth, the Jiang family shall relocate to Kangwu Mountain, establishing it as our new residence. Upon hearing this news, the younger members of the family initially reacted with instinctive shock. After all, the beasts surrounding Kangwu Mountain were notorious, making them a source of dread. Yet the clan leader chose to confront this danger head-on, which left them feeling uneasy. However, this apprehension did not linger long. Upon learning that the clan leader had eradicated all beasts of the innate realm and above, they were instantly engulfed in excitement and exhilaration. They understood that with these threats eliminated, the venerable Mount Kangwu boasts a spiritual energy far surpassing that of Wudon City, rendering any comparison virtually meaningless. Consequently, the prospect of settling on Mount Kangwu filled the younger clansmen with elation, their bodies trembling with excitement as they questioned whether they were still ensnared in a delightful dream. However, in contrast to the younger generation's aspirations, the elders, who had spent decades in Wudon City, were reluctant to abandon their ancestral home. Discerning their hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from pressuring them. He issued an order to allow those unwilling to depart to remain in the ancestral residence, providing them with ample resources to ensure their well-being. He assured them that should they encounter any difficulties in the future, they could dispatch someone to Mount Kangwu for assistance. Having completed these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan promptly instructed the remaining members to gather their belongings and embark on their journey towards Mount Kangwu. As the Jiang clan members paraded through the streets of Wudon City, their grand procession swiftly captured the attention of countless citizens. The news rapidly spread, reaching the city lord's mansion. Upon learning of Jiang Daoxuan's intention to lead his clan away from Wudon City and relocate to Mount Kangwu, Ding Xian experienced a surge of joy. Let the Jiang family depart, he mused, and may they never return. The thought of such a dominant family residing within his jurisdiction had caused him considerable distress, often disrupting his sleep and haunting his dreams. But now, with the Jiang family's departure, it was finally over. He could foresee a brighter future beckoning him. Chapter 40. The decision to stay or leave rests solely with them as dusk approached, casting long shadows across the land. The Jiang clan successfully reached Mount Kangwu. Gazing upon the array of palaces before them, they were overcome with astonishment. Had it not been said that Mount Kangwu was perpetually besieged by ferocious beasts, devoid of any human inhabitants? Then, what was the origin of these majestic palaces and pavilions? Who could have possibly constructed them? Sensing the collective bewilderment, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from offering an explanation. Instead, he addressed the elders, instructing them to gather all the clansmen together. After outlining the arrangements for their new settlement, he declared in a resolute voice, "From this day forward, Mount Kangwu shall be our Jiang clan's new home. Should you venture forth, you may identify yourselves as the Jiang clan of Kangwu." Upon hearing these words, everyone's heart stirred with emotion. They bowed deeply, responding in unison, "We obey." Observing their reaction, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. With a sweeping gesture, he announced the conclusion of the clan meeting, allowing everyone to retire and rest. The following day, in Wudon City, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes paid a visit to the city lord's mansion. Ding Xian, who had been leisurely enjoying the scenery and sipping tea in his courtyard, was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. Brother Su? He recognized the man as Su Gu, an acquaintance from years past. However, after Su Gu had successfully joined the Azure Mountain sect, a prestigious sect within the celestial capital prefecture led by an elder of the lunar wheel realm, their contact had become infrequent. He had not expected Su Gu to personally visit him after so many years. "Brother Ding, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Su Gu greeted with a slight bow and a smile. Ding Xian swiftly rose from his wooden chair. "Brother Su, what brings you here so suddenly? Had I known in advance, I would have prepared a welcoming feast for you. Now that you have graced my humble city with your presence, allow me to extend my hospitality. Tonight, let us indulge in a hearty drinking session until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Su Gu shook his head. "My apologies for not informing you in advance. Under normal circumstances, I would gladly join you for a convivial gathering. However, I am currently occupied with sect matters, and I must decline." "Oh, may I inquire as to the matter?" Ding Xian immediately realized that his old friend had come on official business. He composed himself and asked in a serious tone. Su Gu paused for a moment. I presume you are aware of the upcoming Centennial Sect competition in 3 months? Ding Xian's eyes flickered. Indeed, I am. The Centennial Sect competition, overseen by the prefect of the Celestial Capital, is a grand competition held throughout the Celestial Capital Prefecture. It requires each sect to send young disciples under the age of 20 to participate. Those who achieve a top 10 ranking will be eligible to enter the Celestial Capital Academy for further studies. And their respective sects will benefit from increased resources within the Celestial Capital Prefecture. Securing a top 3 position is even more remarkable, granting access to the Great Qin Dynasty's capital. The Black and White Academy, where they can receive guidance from Stellar Wheel, Lunar Wheel, and even Solar Wheel realm cultivators. Upon hearing Ding Xian's response, Su Gu continued. Since you are well aware of the importance of this event, I shall be frank. The sect has dispatched me to recruit talented individuals with the potential to participate in the Centennial Sect competition. After searching for several weeks without success, I recently heard of the Jiang family's twin stars in another city. Upon further investigation, I learned that the Jiang family resides in your city, Brother Ding. Therefore, I have come here specifically to seek your assistance in arranging an introduction. As he spoke, Ding Xian was taken aback, his expression gradually turning peculiar. He had not expected that his old friend's purpose was related to the detestable Jiang family. Noticing Ding Xian's sudden silence, Su Gu frowned and continued, Brother Ding, we have been friends for many years. If you can truly assist me with this introduction, I, Su Gu, will be in your debt. If the Jiang family's twin stars can achieve a top 10 ranking in the Centennial Sect competition, the sect will undoubtedly recognize your contribution and may even bestow upon you a great opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian's heart fluttered with anticipation. The Azure Mountain sect was a formidable force led by a Lunar Wheel realm cultivator. Obtaining an opportunity from them would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. With this in mind, he conveniently disregarded the unpleasant encounter he had experienced at the Jiang residence. However, recalling Jiang Daoxuan's arrogant demeanor, Ding Xian felt compelled to offer a word of caution. I can certainly arrange an introduction, but the Jiang family's patriarch possesses a rather domineering and haughty personality. He is not someone to be trifled with. You must exercise caution when you meet him. Su Gu's eyes gleamed. The Jiang family's patriarch? Are you referring to Jiang Jinzong? I have heard tales of him in recent days. What is your assessment of his strength? The thought of someone comprehending sword intent at the Violet Palace realm filled him with a sense of admiration. Even though he himself possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the Violet Palace realm, such a talent would undoubtedly rank among the top disciples in the Azure Mountain sect. Hearing Su Gu's inquiry, Ding Xian recalled his humiliating experience of being slapped by Jiang Daoxuan. To avoid losing face in front of his old friend, he refrained from elaborating and instead adopted a profound tone, uttering 4 words, unfathomable and immeasurable. Su Gu was somewhat surprised but waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. I am merely seeking a good future for his Jiang family disciples, not to make trouble for the Jiang family. Therefore, what is there to fear? Surely, he would not resort to killing me over a disagreement, would he? Furthermore, although he has comprehended sword intent, his attainment of the Violet Palace realm is still recent. In my presence, such strength is far from sufficient. His words were filled with confidence, laced with a hint of formidable power. Ding Xian's eyes lit up. Brother Su, you have broken through to the 9th level of the Violet Palace realm? Truly a harbinger of the Ocean Origin realm. Congratulations. Seeing this, his anxieties finally subsided. Although Jiang Daoxuan had comprehended sword intent and possessed combat prowess capable of transcending several minor realms, he was certainly no match for Su Gu, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Violet Palace realm. Moreover, Su Gu, being a member of the Azure Mountain sect, possessed a wealth of high-level techniques, making his combat strength far superior to that of ordinary cultivators at the 9th level of the Violet Palace realm. He was certainly not comparable to the self-taught Jiang Daoxuan. I was fortunate enough to receive a reward from the sect and recently achieved this breakthrough. Now are you at ease? Completely at ease. Then, I shall lead the way for you. Excellent. Not long after, Ding Xian led Su Gu to the foot of Kangwu Mountain. As they were there to recruit disciples, the two did not force their way in, but instead landed at the mountain gate. The guards of the Jiang family immediately sent someone to announce their arrival. Upon learning that the city lord had visited again, a preeminent elder stepped out, guiding them into the reception hall. We will inform the clan leader. Please wait a moment. The elder stated while beckoning the clan members to serve them hot tea. At that moment, Ding Xian had no desire for tea. He merely sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of the main guest. Su Gu, on the other hand, was discreetly observing his surroundings, gauging the strength of these clan members. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Su Gu's mouth as he thought, it appears the Jiang family's foundation is even weaker than I had imagined. How can such a family produce a practitioner capable of comprehending sword intent? Truly astonishing. However, this was advantageous. He mused that merely uttering the name of Qingshan's sect would likely send them into a frenzy, eager to offer their kin to him. The thought brought an even broader smile to his face. Before long, when Jiang Daoxuan entered the hall, an overwhelming sword intent enveloped the space, causing Su Gu to startle slightly. He quickly raised his gaze to meet the presence of a remarkably elegant man, exuding an ethereal charm. Ding Xian, however, kept his head bowed, unable to meet Jiang Daoxuan's gaze, evidently haunted by their previous encounter, which had left him with profound trepidation despite Su Gu's presence beside him. Jiang Daoxuan cast a casual glance at the two. With the powerful effect of his perceptive vision, he instantly discerned Su Gu's level, 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon receiving this information, he showed no particular interest, retracting his gaze to take a seat in the main chair and casually addressing Ding Xian, City Lord. It has been a while. You still possess your former grace. However, what brings you to lead an outsider here? Ding Xian dared not respond, but exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Gu. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere within the hall, Su Gu, no fool, recognized that there was some underlying tension between them. Realizing his old friend was unreliable, Su Gu took the initiative to speak. Jiang Jianzong. It is an honor to finally meet you. They say seeing is believing, and indeed, your presence exceeds the rumors by far. Jiang Daoxuan remained noncommittal, coldly replying. Spare me the pleasantries. I have no interest in such trivialities. Su Gu's brows arched, feeling a surge of displeasure, but recalling the purpose of his visit. He restrained himself and forced a smile. Ha! Jiang Jianzong, you are indeed straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. I am Su Gu, an elder of the Qingshan sect. I have heard of your Jiang family's prodigious talents and am eager to recruit them for our sect. Would you be amenable to this? If you agree to demonstrate that the rumors hold true, I would request that you summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen, so I may assess their potential firsthand. Should they pass the test, I dare not make grand claims, but the prospects of them becoming core disciples are significant. Once they ascend to true discipleship, your Jiang family could transcend this remote place and embark on a journey towards greater realms of development. Furthermore, you, Jiang Jinzong, might also encounter fortuitous opportunities for a substantial breakthrough. Such a mutually beneficial matter. What say you? Su Gu's eyes were fixed on Jiang Daoxuan as he spoke, observing his reactions closely. Under Su Gu's intent gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's demeanor remained calm as he casually lifted a cup of hot tea from the table, took a sip, and chuckled lightly. I have no interest in your Qingshan sect. However, everyone has their own path. I will not hinder my kin's future. If my Jiang family's members wish to pursue opportunities elsewhere, the choice is theirs to make. After Jiang Daoxuan's words, he signaled to the clan members nearby to summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen. Watching this unfold, Su Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Jiang Jianzong had refused, it would have posed a challenge, but simply persuading two young men should be a straightforward affair. Before long, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin arrived together in the conference hall. Sensing their presence, Su Gu slowly raised his head to look ahead. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin, and he extended his Purple Mansion divine sense to probe them. Upon sensing Jiang Chen's exceptional foundational roots, enhanced by cleansing pills and celestial fire, Su Gu's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. He had not anticipated encountering such extraordinary talent within this modest Jiang family. Their qualifications were far beyond what the rumors suggested. Such formidable roots surpassed all true disciples within his sect. A talent of this caliber must not slip from his grasp. He must secure them for the sect. Su Gu's eyes gleamed with intensity, regarding Jiang Chen as if he were a rare treasure. However, his exhilaration did not end there. When his divine sense brushed against Jiang Yin, Su Gu's pupils constricted, and he was struck with astonishment. This unique aura, could it be? This young man is a spiritual body. As an elder of the Qingshan sect, Su Gu was well acquainted with the extraordinary nature of spiritual bodies. The young man's manifestations aligned perfectly with the knowledge he had acquired. What a fortuitous day this is. I have stumbled upon a youth possessing a spiritual body. Su Gu trembled with excitement, marveling at how fortunate he was to have visited the Jiang family. It is well known that those with spiritual bodies not only cultivate at an accelerated pace but also find breakthroughs far easier than ordinary individuals. Typically, with diligent practice, advancing to the Star Wheel realm is a manageable feat, and with slight effort, even the Moon Wheel realm is within reach. Hence, when a spiritual body emerges, it is inevitably coveted by all major sects. This realization intensified Su Gu's excitement as he envisioned the rewards he would receive from the sect upon successfully recruiting such talent. At that moment, sensing Su Gu's fervent gaze, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen instinctively shrank back, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. They had learned from their clan about this man's background and intentions, yet they could not comprehend why he was regarding them with such a peculiar expression. Jiang Yin silently lowered his head, mentally calling out to his master, "What do you think of this person?" Old Zhou, concealed within the ring, casually glanced at Su Gu before retracting his gaze, shaking his head dismissively, merely a shallow purple mansion ninth-layer cultivator. Moreover, from what I observe, he seems to bear hidden injuries. This injury is subtle, difficult to detect given his meager cultivation, while it may not pose significant problems in daily life. Once he attempts to break through to the Yuan High realm, that hidden injury will manifest, leading to his failure and ultimately sealing his fate. Truly a hopeless situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nearly burst into laughter, barely containing himself at the thought. After all, according to his master, wasn't he this man merely a living embodiment of a short-lived fate? Meanwhile, after calming himself, Su Gu prepared to address the two again. However, concerned that Jiang Daoxuan might suddenly change his mind, he quickly glanced aside. Noticing that the clan leader remained preoccupied with his tea, he felt a bit more at ease. Subsequently, Su Gu turned his attention back to the two. "I am Su Gu, an elder of the Qingshan sect, here to select disciples for our sect. In light of the esteemed reputation of our Qingshan sect, it is not mere self-praise. I trust the Jiang family is well aware of the formidable power we possess. Once you both join our ranks, your family will undoubtedly benefit from the protection of our sect. Should you ascend to the status of true disciples or gain the favor of the elders, you will be granted invaluable earth-tier martial arts techniques. Based on my recent assessment, with your innate talents, your acceptance into our sect would surely garner the attention of the elders, even the sect leader, thus securing your position as true disciples. Are you willing to join our Qingshan sect?" Su Gu wore a smile, his eyes alight with anticipation as he gazed at the two before him, envisioning the commotion that would ensue from his successful recruitment of these gifted youths. However, this beautiful reverie was abruptly shattered the very next moment. Jiang Yin and Jiang Qin displayed no interest whatsoever, casually responding, "We are not inclined to leave our family." At their words, Su Gu's joyful expression instantly froze. Yet, recalling the mission from the sect, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. "You are still young. It is natural not to understand certain matters. Allow me to explain." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. "A refusal is a refusal. There is no need for you to waste your breath. Brother Chen is right. Having grown up under the protection of their family, blessed with numerous extraordinary advantages and opportunities, why would they wish to venture into a sect notorious for its internal strife?" Facing a second rejection, Su Gu's expression began to betray his frustration. "You have been sheltered in your family since childhood, unaware of the harsh realities of the outside world. You mistakenly believe your family to be an unassailable fortress, yet in the eyes of many sects, that fortress is as fragile as a mere piece of paper. Should calamity befall your family, where will you turn? Will you perish at the hands of your enemies, or be sold into slavery? Speaking from experience, I implore you, for talents born into lesser families like yours, joining our Qingshan sect and seeking the protection of our sect is the most prudent choice. This would not only shield the Jiang family from numerous calamities but also provide you with abundant resources, accelerating the transformation of your innate talents into formidable strength. From this perspective, choosing to remain with your family would not be wise. Rather, it would invite disaster, allowing many avoidable misfortunes to befall your family. Therefore, for the safety and growth of your family, I urge you to leave with me. I will escort you back to the sect, granting you access to opportunities you never dared to dream of." As Su Gu's persuasive words echoed, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun remained unmoved. Were it not for their family leader's presence, they would have likely turned away, unwilling to waste any more time here. Meanwhile, Elder Shou regarded Su Gu with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a fool's performance. Chapter 42. The protective Jiang clan leader to flaunt such matters before the reincarnation of an emperor, who has awakened his memories, is indeed a grave error. Leaving aside other considerations, the vast resources he mentioned made Elder Shou chuckle inwardly. Even I, a cultivator of the celestial realm, would not dare to boast as grandly as that in the Jiang family. How could these short-sighted fools presume to speak so boldly? At this moment, upon observing the silent Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, Su Gu abruptly recognized that he had been rejected once more. The realization that he had been turned down 3 times in succession by these youths, despite his status as a purple mansion cultivator, filled him with an irritable fire. Yet, considering his goal of recruiting these prodigies, he could not unleash his frustration upon them. Thus, Su Gu turned his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan beside him. Noting the calm demeanor of the latter, who appeared to be amused by his plight, Su Gu felt his irritation intensify. "Clan leader Jiang, I trust you have recognized the talents of these 2 children. I believe you are a sensible individual, understanding that keeping them here would only squander their potential, making it difficult for them to even break through to the Yuanhai realm in this lifetime. Only our Qingshan sect can provide them with a broader horizon. In time, achieving the Star Wheel realm would not be a distant dream, and we could also offer protection to your Jiang family, fostering mutual growth. What could be the harm in this? As Su Gu's words settled, Jiang Daoxuan erupted in laughter as though he had heard the most absurd joke. A broader horizon? Huh. Elevating yourselves by denigrating others, you Qingshan sect certainly possess a peculiar talent for self-aggrandizement. He then continued, slowly rising from his chair. Gazing down at Su Gu with a cold demeanor, I have stated that I would not obstruct the future of my clan members. Their choices are their own. Therefore, if Yener and Qinner wish to join the Qingshan sect, I would not object and would respect their decision. However, now that they have made their refusal clear, as long as I am present, no one shall force them to change their minds. Upon his declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Jiang Yin and Jiang Qin abruptly raised their heads, gazing at the imposing figure of Jiang Daoxuan, their eyes glimmering with admiration. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of the Qingshan sect, recognizing it as a powerful force with Moon Wheel Realm cultivators in attendance. Yet, even in the face of such power, their clan leader dared to voice such potentially offensive words in their defense. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming pride in being members of the Jiang family, blessed with such a protective leader. In stark contrast to their emotions were Su Gu and Ding Xian. Ding Xian could hardly believe that Jiang Daoxuan possessed the audacity to so brazenly offend the Qingshan sect for the sake of two seemingly ungrateful clan members. Regardless, he thought to himself, I shall watch how you manage this situation. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered during his last visit to the Jiang family, Ding Xian's expression darkened with resentment, and he prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's obstinacy, Su Gu's countenance darkened considerably. It appears I have underestimated the leader of your small family. Since you are so resolutely unwilling to agree and are intent on hindering the progress of your talented kin, refusing to seek a better path for them, then, for the sake of not letting a pearl gather dust, I shall ensure that these two disciples are taken, whether you consent or not. Jiang Daoxuan scoffed disdainfully. To prepare for a blatant theft merely because of rejection, this is the modus operandi of your Qingshan sect? In my view, you would be better off calling yourselves the Qingshan bandits. Impudent. As Su Gu bristled at the ridicule leveled at his sect, his brows furrowed in anger, and he swiftly drew his long sword from his waist. Chapter 43. Can you even steady your sword to teach me? Others have spoken of your remarkable swordsmanship, Jiang Daoxuan. Today, I wish to inquire whether the rumors hold true. With that, Su Gu lunged forward with his sword, targeting Jiang Daoxuan's arm. In his determination to recruit the two prodigies, he suppressed his inner fury and deliberately aimed to avoid any fatal strikes. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan did not even flinch, merely channeling his thoughts to unleash a near-complete manifestation of sword intent. Boom! An overwhelming aura of sword intent enveloped Su Gu, causing his movements to falter, his mind to cloud, and a myriad of dazzling sword images to dance before his eyes. In the next instant, Jiang Daoxuan struck out like a bolt of lightning, landing a palm strike directly on Su Gu's sword-bearing hand. Crack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the conference hall as Su Gu cried out in pain, his right hand instantly losing strength, fingers releasing their grip, sending the sword flying several meters away, embedding itself into the wall. Jiang Daoxuan remained unruffled, slowly retracting his hand and placing it behind his back. If you cannot even steady your own sword, what right do you have to seek my guidance? The disdain lurking in his tone caused Su Gu to alternate between ashen and flushed expressions. Although his heart brimmed with fury, he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he comprehended that Jiang Daoxuan's prowess was far from the simplistic portrayal of rumors. Had that recent strike not landed upon his palm, but rather on another vulnerable area, such as his throat, he might have perished in a single blow. Reflecting on this, Su Gu couldn't help but shiver, drenched in cold sweat. Just who was this patriarch of the Jiang family, endowed with such formidable strength? To defeat him with a mere flick of the wrist, devoid of weaponry, was not something a mere purple mansion cultivator could achieve. Could it be that the opponent was a practitioner of the Yuanhai realm? With this thought, Su Gu suddenly felt that the Jiang family, which he had initially regarded as easily manageable, had transformed into a treacherous abyss, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, yearning only to flee. Meanwhile, Ding Xian, seated upon a wooden chair, observed the scene with a frozen expression, his body tense. He could scarcely believe that Su Gu, whom he held in such high regard, was unable to withstand even a single strike from Jiang Daoxuan. Such a dismal display was utterly unbecoming of a master at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Wait, if both he and Su Gu had been defeated by a single blow, Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan was concealing his true cultivation? Ding Xian swallowed nervously, suddenly feeling as though he were perched upon needles. The assembly hall fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible, as no one dared to utter a word. After a tense moment, Su Gu, no longer wishing to linger in the Jiang family's presence, parted his lips, preparing to take his leave. However, Jiang Daoxuan, perceiving his intent, coldly interjected, "To speak recklessly in my Jiang family's presence, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Deliver 30 slaps to yourself and be gone." Su Gu surveyed the onlookers from the Jiang family, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, his face burning with humiliation. Despite his esteemed status as a steward of the Qingshan sect, far surpassing these commoners, he could hardly bear the thought of becoming the subject of their ridicule. Yet, considering the events that had transpired, a sense of panic inevitably crept in. Acknowledging the vast chasm between their strengths, he ultimately succumbed to the instinct for survival. Gritting his teeth, Su Gu raised his right hand and struck his own face. The sharp sound of slaps resonated, leaving him dizzy and his face swollen. Following this, Su Gu dared not lift his head, merely extending his sleeve to shield his face, quickly abandoning the composure expected of a purple mansion cultivator as he fled in disgrace. As he wove through the crowd, he internally lamented, "I never wish to return to this cursed place, Kingwu Mountain." Soon, as Su Gu's figure vanished from sight, Ding Xian, devoid of his protector, felt a rush of dread, trembling uncontrollably, his legs weak as he nearly stumbled to the ground. Chapter 44, triggering a new mission, annihilate the Qingshan sect. Under tremendous psychological pressure, Ding Xian, with a mournful expression, stammered, "Jiang. Patriarch Jiang, this is not my doing." Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance at him, showing no interest in the antics of such a fool. "For your transgressions, recognize your fault and deliver 90 slaps to yourself." Upon hearing this, Ding Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Su Gu's example fresh in his mind, he dared not refuse or negotiate. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck his own face. Fearing Jiang Daoxuan's dissatisfaction, he put all his strength into each slap. After delivering 90 blows, even as a purple mansion cultivator, he struggled to endure. His face was alarmingly swollen, and 2 of his teeth were knocked loose, causing him to sweat profusely, tears brimming in his eyes. Suppressing the pain, Ding Xian looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, his face resembling a monkey's rear, as he forced a strained smile. Thank you for sparing my life, Patriarch Jiang." Jiang Daoxuan, towering above him, replied coldly, 3 strikes are sufficient, should there be a next time. Ensure you have a proper coffin prepared." The chill in his voice, laced with a veiled threat, plunged Ding Xian into a state of panic. He hurriedly knelt, bowing his head in apology, promising, "Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, such an incident will not occur again. Furthermore, as long as I remain, I will not meddle or question the Jiang family again. Should you require assistance, I, Ding Xian, shall do my utmost, even at the cost of my life." Having realized the likelihood that his opponent possessed Yuan high-level combat strength, he had entirely abandoned thoughts of retaliation. Moreover, given that Jiang Daoxuan had brazenly offended both the Qingshan sect and the Qingshan sect, why would he fear the lord of Tiandu Prefecture and hold back? What a joke. If he dared to continue on this reckless path, there would be no doubt that the audacious Jiang Daoxuan would swiftly end his life with a single strike. Furthermore, considering that distant aid would not reach in time, should he truly provoke Jiang Daoxuan, he would likely meet his demise long before help arrived. In such circumstances, he saw no path to survival. Thus, to preserve his life and secure his position as the city lord, humbling himself and demonstrating sincerity was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After all, while Su Gu could leave Wudong City to return to the Qingshan sect, his roots remained firmly planted in Wudong City, leaving him with no choice but to coexist with the formidable Jiang family. I hope you are wise enough not to act foolishly again. Depart. Jiang Daoxuan, recognizing Ding Xian's trepidation, chose not to press further, simply stating coldly. As his words fell, Ding Xian felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders and hurriedly fled the scene. Once Ding Xian's figure completely disappeared from view, Jiang Daoxuan fell into contemplation. He began to strategize his next moves. With Yuanhai now attained, recalling the humiliation Jiang Chen had suffered at the hands of the Qingshan sect, as well as Ko Qing's death at Jiang Yan's hands, it was time to settle both new and old scores between the Jiang family and the Qingshan sect. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Just then, the system's prompt resonated at an opportune moment. Ding family mission triggered. Annihilate the Qingshan sect. Mission rewards: 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, sword Dao crystals, 200 supreme grade mystic treasures. 10 Supreme Grade Earth Techniques, 1 Supreme Grade Heavenly Technique, Ding Family Mission Triggered, Lead 2 Fated Children in Practical Combat Training Mission Rewards. Based on the performance ratings of the 2 fated children, different valuable rewards will be granted. Chapter 45. To avenge you, will you accompany me? Gazing at the rewards outlined in the mission, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. The system's mission was exceedingly considerate, perfectly aligning with his desires. Subsequently, he reined in his thoughts. Slowly turning to face Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin with an air of authority, softly stating, I wish to visit the Qianshan sect to avenge you. Are you willing to accompany me? Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the words of the patriarch echoed in his mind. In the future, I shall venture to the Qianshan sect to seek justice for you. At that time, he was acutely aware of the Qianshan sect's terrifying reputation, believing that retribution was merely a distant dream. Throughout this period, even as the patriarch demonstrated various extraordinary abilities, he had assumed that this task would require considerable time to accomplish. Yet now, this seemingly impossible endeavor was about to be fulfilled today? A wave of shock and elation surged within Jiang Qin. Feeling a lightness in his being, he faced Jiang Daoxuan and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Patriarch. This matter has long been anticipated, and I am naturally willing to accompany you. No longer was he the frail individual cast out of the sect due to a disabled Dantian. He now stood as a prodigy of innate strength, having vanquished numerous elder practitioners, earning acclaim across several cities, and was hailed as a stellar figure of the Jiang family. Witnessing this, Jiang Yin displayed a look of envy, feeling a stir of excitement. Just as he was about to speak, requesting the patriarch to take him along, he noticed Jiang Daoxuan turning his head and casually saying, Since you have achieved the innate level, you may accompany us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, and he nearly blurted out his thoughts before swallowing them back. Then smilingly replied, Thank you, Patriarch. I am eager to see what sort of people dared to humiliate Brother Qin in the past. Let's see how many of them can withstand a few of my strikes. Jiang Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction, then raised his head, gazing towards the direction of Qianshan sect. His eyes deep and revealing a murderous intent. Qianshan sect? From this day forth, it shall no longer be necessary to exist. Several hours later, at the gates of Qianshan sect, a group of young disciples stood guard, preventing any unauthorized personnel from entering. At that moment, they were engaged in lively chatter, as idle gossip had become one of their few interests during this dull task. Just as their conversation reached a peak, one disciple suddenly exclaimed, Look, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their discussions and looked down. They saw 3 figures suddenly appear on the stone steps. As they drew closer and recognized the visitors, they realized it was a handsome young man in white accompanied by 2 youths in blue robes. Instantly, someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Qin. Is that Jiang Qin? Just a while ago, I witnessed him being expelled from the sect. I heard they issued a decree forbidding him from stepping foot in the sect again. But now, why has he returned? Ha ha ha. Could it be that this waste could not survive outside and wishes to return for our sect's protection? Someone recalled his pitiful state, resembling a stray dog with no one to take him in. Now, he appeared somewhat presentable, almost like a human, making it hard to recognize him. The crowd laughed and commented on Jiang Qin, showing no trace of anxiety. Most of them had witnessed his departure just days prior. In Chapter 46, the humiliation Jiang Qin faced in the past and his resolute response. Amidst various scornful remarks, someone even kicked him down the sect steps, sending him tumbling down the green stone stairs. Seeing Jiang Qin leave in such a wretched state, they initially believed they would never see him again. Yet reality proved to be unexpectedly different, allowing them to encounter him once more so soon. At this moment, Jiang Qin lifted his head, staring at the same contemptuous faces above, and anger surged within him. Especially when recalling his past experiences, his fury reached its peak. Jiang Daoxuan keenly noticed Jiang Qin's emotional shift and, with a cold gaze, quietly said, In addition to seeking justice for you, I have come to annihilate Qianshan's sect. Therefore, you should repay their humiliation tenfold. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin felt a warmth in his heart, and his anger subsided considerably. He immediately nodded in response. Understood. He then redirected his gaze to the Qianshan sect disciples at the gate, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Repay tenfold? Just as I wished. As the distance between them decreased to less than 5 meters, one of the disciples shouted, Jiang Qin, how dare you return now, disregarding the sect's decree? Ha. Could it be that your useless family no longer supports you, and you wish to come back to the sect? Considering you were once a disciple of the sect, we won't lay a hand on you. Just turn back now. If you insist on coming up the mountain, do not blame us for being merciless. At that time, not only will your Dantian be destroyed, but watch out for broken limbs, haha. The disciples guarding the gate were merely at the bone refinement level and could not discern Jiang Qin's true cultivation realm. Thus, they continued to mock him, utterly oblivious to the peril they were in. Seeing their repugnant demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan coldly smiled, choosing not to speak further, but instead drew the exquisite sword bestowed upon him by the patriarch. Upon seeing Jiang Daoxuan draw his sword, their laughter only grew louder, completely unaware of the severity of the situation. Am I mistaken? He actually dares to draw his sword against us? Ha ha ha. Has he forgotten that his Dantian was destroyed? And he is now a waste? I say he has lost his mind. How dare he strike at me? It is nothing short of self-humiliation. It seems it is time to teach him a lesson. A brash, short youth stepped out from the crowd, approaching Jiang Daoxuan, ready to kick him and relish in the humiliation of his opponent. However, just as his foot moved, Jiang Daoxuan, with a swift motion, slashed his sword towards the youth's right leg. In an instant, the sharp blade severed his entire leg, revealing a gruesome sight of bone and blood. The youth lost his balance, crashing to the ground in a heap. He looked down in disbelief at his leg until the pain struck him. My leg. Ah! The short youth contorted in agony, his features twisted as he clutched the severed limb, unleashing a series of chilling wails. Witnessing this, the other disciples of Qinshan's sect were struck with terror, their eyes wide as they gazed at Jiang Daoxuan as if he were a ghost. What on earth is happening? No one could comprehend how waste, with a destroyed Dantian and no cultivation, could unleash such a swift, thunderous strike. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan did not pause due to the youth's cries. He gripped the hilt tightly, and, under the terrified gaze of his opponent, mercilessly swung his sword again. With a swift motion, he beheaded the youth, separating the head from the body. Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained cold, not even glancing at the corpse beneath him. Since the patriarch had decreed the destruction of Qinshan's sect today, those who had provoked him deserved to die. Seeing the once castaway slay one of their own, the remaining disciples were paralyzed with fear, slowly realizing the gravity of the situation. They hastily drew their weapons, raising them in front of their chests, desperately seeking a semblance of safety. In Chapter 47, The Massacre at Qinshan's Sect and the Fury of Kotongguan. Jiang Daoxuan, we are fellow disciples. Spare us. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan gave a cold smile. What? Now you remember your ties as fellow disciples? As for sparing you, whoever spared me back then? Recalling his past when he lost his cultivation and was expelled from the sect, only to face ridicule at the gates, and then being kicked down dozens of steps. Nearly losing his life, anger surged within him. These people deserve to die. They should not continue to exist in this world. As his thoughts swirled, Jiang Daoxuan raised his sword once more, preparing to launch his next attack. Seeing this, a youth in blue felt anxious and shouted, "Everyone knows his Dantian is destroyed. There must be some trick behind him being able to kill Li Tai with one blow. Given his current state, whether he can strike again is uncertain. This boy seems intent on not sparing any of us. We might as well fight back together for a slim chance of survival." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling there was some merit to the statement. They remembered that each of them was at the body refinement level. How could they not defeat a waste? With this thought, they rushed forward together. However, the blue-robed youth, who had spoken, quickly retreated, fleeing the scene. These fools deserve to be sold out, he thought, feeling smug. He had realized that Jiang Daoxuan was somewhat extraordinary and would no longer take the risk of staying. After running about 10 steps, he unexpectedly found there was no sound behind him. What happened? The young man in the blue shirt felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance behind. The sight that greeted him was chilling. The ground was strewn with bloodied corpses lying in disarray. Damn, when did this happen? The young man's pupils constricted, and in a moment of panic, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he hurriedly crawled, desperate to escape this dreadful place. Yet, before he could cover even 2 meters, his forehead collided with something soft, abruptly halting his movements. The young man stiffened, slowly raising his head to discover that the obstruction was none other than Jiang Daoxuan's right leg. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was one of indifference. His sword held firmly in one hand, its sharp blade stained with deep crimson blood, droplets cascading from the tip. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, creating an atmosphere that was oppressive and grave. A tremendous sense of dread enveloped the young man, leaving him feeling cold as if his very blood had turned to ice. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, Jiang Daoxuan flicked his wrist, and the sword lunged forward like a dragon, striking true, with a swift thrust. It pierced the heart, blood spraying in all directions. As Jiang Daoxuan withdrew the blade, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground, muscles twitching slightly, as he succumbed to death. Witnessing the demise of all the disciples of the Qinshan sect at his hands, Jiang Daoxuan's indifference suddenly vanished, replaced by a pallor that drained the color from his face, and his form appeared somewhat ethereal. This was his first experience with killing, and to do so on such a scale was overwhelming. The intense act of slaughter unnerved him instinctively. However, Jiang Yin, who had previously killed Wang Qing and Dan Iware, felt no discomfort. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. In his heart, he believed the disciples of the Qianshan sect to be nothing but scoundrels. Thus, witnessing Jiang Qin slaughter them like livestock ignited a fervor within him. Noticing Jiang Qin's unusual demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan commended him, saying, "Well done. When dealing with enemies, one must forsake all notions of kindness. Only through ruthless measures can one instill fear and earn respect. Kindness is reserved for one's own." "Understood, esteemed clan leader," Jiang Chun replied, gritting his teeth, his resolve strengthening. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, leading the way as he softly remarked, "Let us see just what capabilities the Qianshan sect possesses. That they would cast you out like a worthless stone." With those words, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on the sword. Following Jiang Yin closely. Not long after, at the Qianshan sect's main hall, a tall and robust middle-aged man, his face covered in stubble, wielded a massive sword with vigorous swings, honing his swordsmanship and grasping its profound intricacies. This man was none other than Ko Tongguang, the revered leader of the Qianshan sect, known across several cities. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and the hall doors burst open as a panicked young disciple tumbled in, exclaiming, "Not good. Sect leader. We are under attack." Ko Tongguang's fury erupted, his brows furrowing fiercely, his eyes glinting with menace. "What did you say? Who dares to invade my Qianshan sect? Is it the Luofeng sect?" The moment he learned of the assault on his sect, his thoughts immediately turned to the Luofeng sect, which similarly possessed a Yuanhai realm cultivator and was their adversary. However, to his astonishment, the disciple quickly shook his head, trembling with fear. "No. It's not the Luofeng sect. It's a man and two youths. One of the boys, Jiang Qin, was once an inner disciple of our sect. He was recently cast out after losing his cultivation at the hands of the Luofeng sect, a decision you approved. But for some reason, Jiang Qin has not only regained his cultivation but has reached the innate realm, slaughtering numerous of our true disciples, with even more casualties among the rest. The other youth is nearly as formidable, wielding his sword with lethal precision, even defeating Elder Gao." As the young disciple relayed this information, Ko Tongguang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger. He replied solemnly, "If that is the case, surely a mere elder could handle it with ease. What has caused you such distress?" The young disciple gulped, recalling the horrifying scene he had witnessed, and stammered, "Elder who?" Elder who attempted to intervene, hoping to capture the two youths. However, the man who had remained inactive suddenly made his move. With a single strike, Elder who was killed. A single strike? Ko Tongguang's demeanor shifted, astonishment flickering in his eyes. It was well known that Elder who was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet he succumbed to one attack from this mysterious man, revealing the terrifying prowess of his opponent. With such strength, could this man be a Yuanhai realm cultivator? The thought crossed his mind, and Ko Tongguang smirked coldly. "Against others, the outcome may be uncertain, but against me, defeat is inevitable." As a renowned Yuanhai realm powerhouse, not only had he reached the 6th level of the Yuanhai realm, but he also comprehended sword intent and wielded a powerful earth-grade technique. His formidable strength instilled confidence, rendering him unafraid of any nearby Yuanhai realm cultivator. With unwavering conviction, Ko Tongguang raised his head, gripping the hilt of his heavy sword with calloused fingers, and strode toward the hall's entrance. Suddenly, his pace quickened, his figure transforming into a blur. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he soon arrived at his destination. The clashing sounds of battle filled the air as he peered ahead. Two youths clad in blue were fiercely engaged in combat with nearly 100 Qianshan sect disciples. Their garments were drenched in blood, not their own, but that of their enemies, while the ground was littered with a multitude of slain bodies. Ko Tongguang's gaze did not linger long on Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, swiftly moving past them to rest upon Jiang Daoxuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly enjoying the unfolding spectacle, though he made no move to intervene. The disciples of the Qianshan sect remained on high alert, cautiously keeping their distance, directing all their assaults toward Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin. Observing this scene, Ko Tongguang understood that the disciples were utterly paralyzed with fear. It seemed he would have to intervene personally, as the thought crossed his mind. Just as he saw Jiang Qin poised to strike down another terrified young disciple, Ko Tongguang bellowed, "Halt." The overwhelming pressure of his Yuanhai realm aura radiated forth, causing Jiang Qin to instinctively flinch. Yet, bolstered by the celestial fire within him, he dispelled the oppressive force, continuing his attack without hesitation. With a swift stroke, he struck down the young disciple before him, whose face was etched with terror. Seeing the opponent's mere innate cultivation level able to disregard his aura, Ko Tongguang's countenance darkened further. Meanwhile, All the Qinshan sect disciples, upon hearing the voice, immediately abandoned their assault and retreated, as if they had found their backbone, calling out, "Sect leader! The sect leader has arrived. We are saved. Please, sect leader, uphold justice for us." These individuals were clearly bloodthirsty, slaughtering anyone in their path. Akin to demonic beings. Listening to the grievances of his disciples, Ko Tongguang's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, so young, yet so deeply enmeshed in bloodshed. What a pity for your innate talents. Misguided? Ha ha ha. What defines the right path, and what is the wrong one? Is it not power that speaks above all? The leader of the Thousand Mountain sect, Ko Zongzhu, is truly the epitome of hypocrisy, eliciting a sense of revulsion. He begins his sermon with an air of superiority, as if he genuinely believes himself to be the paragon of righteousness. Moreover, I, Jiang Chun, am acutely aware of the moral fabric of your sect. A sect so devoid of loyalty and virtue yet incessantly prattles on about righteousness and morality is indeed a facade of false benevolence, deserving of disdain. Both Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin remained undaunted, voicing their scorn in unison. Faced with the ridicule of these two youths before numerous disciples, Ko Tongguang felt his dignity stripped away, his anger flaring up, just as he was poised to retaliate. A cadre of elders from the Thousand Mountain sect received the news and hurriedly arrived. One particularly irascible elder of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, upon witnessing his beloved disciple slain by Jiang Chun, was unable to contain his fury. "How dare you act so brazenly within my sect?" His voice, heavy with rage, echoed around. Without a second thought, this elder leaped forward, his expression menacing, drawing his sword to strike down the impudent youth before him. The overwhelming force infused with a chilling intent caused Jiang Qin's pupils to constrict, as he felt the chilling proximity of death for the first time. The speed of this strike was astonishing, far surpassing any innate martial artist reaction time. Yet, there was one who moved even faster. Just as the sword tip approached Jiang Qin's forehead, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, nonchalantly extending his right palm. What was he attempting to do? The onlookers were engulfed in confusion. However, Jiang Daoxuan soon dispelled their doubts with his actions. He directed his palm directly toward the sword's tip, as if he intended to catch the razor-sharp blade with his bare hand. Was he out of his mind? The crowd gasped in horror, awed by Jiang Daoxuan's audacity. To dare withstand a strike from a 9th-level Purple Mansion expert with mere flesh and blood was an act so outrageous that even their sect leader would hesitate. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding clang reverberated through the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence. To their utter disbelief, Jiang Daoxuan not only intercepted the sword with his palm but emerged unscathed, without a single drop of blood. How could this be possible? The crowd erupted in astonishment, struggling to believe their own eyes, suspecting they were under a spell. Ko Tongguang's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning grave. This man possessed an astonishing physical prowess. He recalled that the elder's weapon was a highly prized, top-tier artifact. Even with his own protective barrier, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand a single blow. Evasion was the only option. Yet, this white-clad figure had managed to block the strike purely with his physical form. A feat that defied comprehension. Could it be that he possessed the legendary powerful spiritual body? This seemed the only explanation for the spectacle before them. With this thought, a profound sense of trepidation blossomed in Ko Tongguang's eyes. Just as the crowd remained in shock, the Purple Mansion elder, the very person involved, was so taken aback that his soul felt as if it had departed, his body weakened, even the sword trembling in his grasp. He understood all too well the sharpness of his weapon. It was precisely because of this sword that he had secured his position within the Thousand Mountain sect, ranking among the top 5. But now, the weapon he cherished and took pride in could not even breach the defenses of this young man. At this moment, though he was reluctant to admit it, his composure began to fray. Seeing the elder frozen in disbelief, Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance. With the enhancements from the innate sacred body, the great sun refining body technique, and the martial blood cloak, his physical strength had reached an astonishingly terrifying level. To withstand a high-tier artifact was merely a fundamental operation. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, his 5 slender, pristine fingers gripping the sword tip tightly. With a sudden surge of strength, a crack echoed as the blade's surface fractured, spiderwebbing with fine cracks. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan channeled his energy, gathering it in his palm. And with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a tremendous shockwave. A deafening explosion rang out. Under the astonished gaze of the Purple Mansion elder, the high-tier artifact shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Before the elder could recover from his shock, Jiang Daoxuan delivered a punch to his chest, sending him flying several dozen meters until he crashed into a stone wall, creating a substantial dent. Dust and debris filled the air as the elder was buried beneath the rubble. After enduring Jiang Daoxuan's punch and the violent impact, he was left battered and bloodied, covered in dust, motionless, as if life had departed him. In a single blow, a ninth-level Purple Mansion expert had perished at the hands of Jiang Daoxuan. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan slowly withdrew his right fist, waved his sleeve, and addressed everyone softly. "Is this all you have? How disappointing. My time is precious. You might as well come at me together." His words, steeped in contempt, snapped the onlookers out of their shock, igniting their fury. Especially Qilin, the sect leader, who felt the anger swell within him. Though the opponent's physical strength was formidable, he was confident that with his supreme artifact sword, he could breach that defense. Moreover, with the sword intent amplifying his power, he could unleash a force far beyond the ordinary. With this thought, Qilin resolve solidified, and he rallied the others. "This individual is somewhat sinister. A moment's negligence could spell disaster for our sect. To be prudent, let us strike together and eliminate this fiend." Upon hearing their leader's command, the remaining 5 elder experts of the Purple Mansion promptly drew their weapons, aiming them at Jiang Daoxuan. In the next instant, they shouted, "Kill!" Qilin bellowed and took a step forward, swinging his heavy sword, charging at Jiang Daoxuan in an instant. The others followed suit. As the sect leader and the 5 elders launched their assault, the surrounding disciples of the Thousand Mountain sect held their breath, eyes wide open, eager not to miss a single detail. Jiangchen and Jiang Yin were equally tense, anxiously observing their patriarch, pondering how he would navigate this impending onslaught. Under the multitude of gazes, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of drawing his sword. Witnessing this, Qilin tightened his grip on the heavy sword, his fury reaching its zenith. To dare act so arrogantly in the face of their combined assault was a blatant disrespect. Fueled by rage, their speed surged as they sought to make him pay for his arrogance. The distance between them rapidly closed, soon less than 3 meters apart. Yet, Jiang Daoxuan still did not draw his sword. He had no interest in methodically dispatching these insignificant foes. Thus, he chose to unleash his ultimate technique, 10,000 swords to the sect. In an instant, the pinnacle of the heavenly stage sword technique was activated. An overwhelming force erupted. Countless pure yang energy surged forth from his sea of energy, merging with a formidable sword intent to form unique pure yang sword chi. Threads of pure yang sword chi manifested around Jiang Daoxuan, each resembling a sword, delicate as silk, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, capable of piercing through all. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strands of pure yang sword chi appeared, encircling Jiang Daoxuan as if they were soldiers guarding their sovereign. At this moment, under the fearful gaze of Qilin and the others, Jiang Daoxuan raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, resembling a sword, pointed at the 6 before him, and made a swift motion. Swish, swish, swish. The radiant pure yang sword chi, imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill, surged forth with an overwhelming force, shooting toward them. Each strand of pure yang sword chi transformed into a gleaming blade, piercing the heart and shining brilliantly. Faced with such overwhelming might, the assembled disciples of the Purple Mansion were utterly defenseless. Amidst heart-wrenching cries filled with resentment, their elemental barriers crumbled before the pure yang sword energy, as fragile as mere parchment. In the blink of an eye, they were left riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely, and their lives extinguished. Beside them, Qilin fared little better. Under Jiang Daoxuan's perfected move, the 10,000 swords paying homage, he was akin to a mosquito struck by cannon fire, instantly crushed by the immense disparity in power. Without even enduring a single exchange, Qilin was rendered a ghastly sight. His prideful cultivation at the 6th level of the elemental sea proved utterly useless in that moment. Even the minor mastery of sword intent he possessed felt like a solitary boat tossed into a vast ocean, swiftly overturned and swallowed by the tumultuous waves, lacking any means to resist. After 3 breaths, the pure yang sword energy lingering in the air dissipated entirely. On the ground lay 6 corpses, bloodied and unrecognizable, devoid of any intact skin. Jiang Daoxuan, with nary a change in expression, withdrew his gaze. For others, the immense energy expenditure of the 10,000 swords paying homage was a last resort, but for him, it was clearly not the case. After briefly assessing the remaining energy in his elemental sea and accounting for the expenditure from the recent move, Jiang Daoxuan quickly concluded that the cost of this top-tier heavenly sword technique was indeed substantial. In his current state, he could manage to use it only a little over 100 more times. Should he exceed this limit, his elemental sea would face desiccation, rendering him unable to mobilize elemental energy for combat and forcing him to rely solely on his physical prowess. To once again harness elemental energy, he would require a lengthy period of rest and replenishment. As Jiang Daoxuan pondered, the disciples of the Qianshan sect were already petrified with fear, caught in a state of shock. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. Even the renowned sect leader and several elders had been decisively slain by this white-clad man with a single stroke. Why had such a terrifying figure come to our Qianshan sect? How could we possibly contend with him? Expressions of despair adorned their faces as they were engulfed in profound sorrow. Some even broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground. In a moment of desperation to preserve their lives, everyone discarded their weapons, turning towards Jiang Daoxuan and kneeling, pleading for mercy. Please spare me, my lord. I have only joined the Qianshan sect for less than 3 days, still merely an outer disciple. My cultivation methods are family-based, and I have yet to practice the sect's techniques. I beg you to see my innocence. I have barely any ties to the Qianshan sect. Me too. Ever since I joined the Qianshan sect a year ago, I've remained in the outer sect. The inner sect seniors have humiliated us repeatedly, forcing us to do all the dirty and laborious tasks. We have suffered under the sect's oppression for far too long. We would never trouble you due to the sect's matters. Please, grant us a chance to live. Though I am an inner disciple of the Qianshan sect, I lack the favor of my family and the elders, making my path fraught with difficulties. I am often bullied by the descendants of the elders. Now that the Qianshan sect is facing destruction, if you spare my life, I assure you I will never bring trouble upon you for the sake of such a sect. Lord Jiang, do you still remember me? My father is Zhang Mingyuan from the Zhang family of Wudong City. He has had past dealings with you. You crafted that profound grade sword for him, and he contributed greatly by gathering the materials for you. Considering our family's connections, please spare me this time. Moreover, I joined the Qianshan sect solely for resources, devoid of any genuine allegiance. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble in the future. Upon hearing the supplications of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged as he casually remarked, if you wish to live, identify those close to your sect's leadership. At this, chaos erupted. Outer disciples and inner disciples lacking backgrounds began frantically pointing out individuals nearby in a desperate bid for survival. Soon, the scene was divided into 2 factions. Jiang Daoxuan nodded and addressed the outer disciples. I will give you 10 breaths to flee. Witnessing the slaughterer might indeed spare them. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, seizing the moment to rise and scatter in haste. As they fled, they dared not glance back, only fleeing with single-minded determination. The thought of seeking vengeance for the sect evaporated upon witnessing the annihilation of their leader and several elders. It was a prospect too terrifying to contemplate. After all, they had barely clung to life. Who would willingly walk towards death? Before long, only about 20 individuals remained, all connected to the higher-ups of the Qianshan sect. As they watched the ones who had pointed them out flee, despair filled their hearts. The grand vessel of the Qianshan sect had sunk, yet they too longed to escape with the others. However, the memory of the terror emanating from the white-clad man deterred any foolish thoughts of fleeing. Such an act would undoubtedly lead to a swifter demise. Under the anxious gaze of dozens, Jiang Daoxuan pointed at Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, coldly addressing the remaining crowd. Now, I give you one last chance. If you can jointly defeat these 2, I shall let the past be bygones and grant you a path to survival. Upon hearing of this opportunity, the crowd's eyes brightened with newfound hope. Though the overwhelming strength displayed by Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin suggested slim chances of victory, it was still preferable to facing the terrifying white-clad man directly. The crowd was not foolish. They could discern the gravity of the situation. If they did not act, they were certain to die. Yet if they fought with all their might, a glimmer of hope remained. With this thought in mind, they hastily retrieved their dropped weapons, aiming them at Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, ready to fight for their lives. Observing this scene, Jiang Yin and Jiang Qin remained unperturbed. They understood that the clan leader was testing them, and thus felt invigorated. In the next moment, they roared, "Kill! Defeating them is our only chance at survival. Let's fight them." With fervent cries, the now frenzied group of over 20 charged at Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. However, the overwhelming disparity of 2 against 20 was swiftly mitigated by the unparalleled prowess of the Jiang twins, even surpassing it. Within mere moments, the clashing of weapons ceased, leaving only silence. The remaining 20 lay strewn across the ground, their bodies marred by sword wounds, revealing grotesque injuries, devoid of all life. As the last of the crowd perished, a cold system notification echoed in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding, Qianshan sect has been destroyed. Mission accomplished. Calculating rewards. Rewards received: 3 flying spiritual beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, sword and tint crystals, 200 top-tier profound-grade magical artifacts, 10 top-tier earth-grade techniques, and 1 top-tier heavenly technique, Pure Young Wuji technique. Sword and tint crystal contains a trace of innate sword energy, aiding cultivators in comprehending sword and tint. Pure Young Wuji technique, dual cultivation of inner and outer realms, harmonizing movement and stillness, refining the internal organs while strengthening the body, purifying and condensing pure yang elemental energy. It is an advancement method for the pure yang technique. Only cultivators of the Purple Mansion who have mastered the Pure Yang technique may practice it. The mention of the Pure Yang Wuji technique caused Jiang Daoxuan's eyes to shine. He had never anticipated that the system's reward would be an advanced method of the Pure Yang technique. It was widely understood that techniques for absorbing spiritual energy formed the foundation for every cultivator, profoundly impacting their combat prowess. Now, should he transition to the Pure Yang Wuji technique, it was unfathomable to imagine just how dramatically his already formidable strength would surge. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Daoxuan promptly accessed the Pure Yang Wuji skill within the system repository, instilling its cultivation methods into his consciousness. With the terrifying comprehension afforded by his innate holy body and Tao, this formidable technique, revered by countless powerful beings as a treasure of the highest order, revealed no secrets to him. In mere moments, Jiang Daoxuan thoroughly mastered the Pure Yang Wuji skill. He then proceeded to channel this skill, initiating the purification and concentration of the vast Pure Yang Yuanli within his body. As the transformation of the Pure Yang Yuanli reached completion, it became even more refined, leading to a significant increase in both the depth and breadth of his Purple Mansion Yuan Si. Simultaneously, due to the drastic changes in the Purple Mansion Yuan Si, his original first-level Yuan Si realm cultivation experienced a surge. He progressed from the first to the second, then to the third, and finally to the fourth levels of the Yuan Si realm. In just a few breaths, Jiang Daoxuan astonishingly broke through 3 minor realms, achieving the 4th level of the Yuan Si realm. Beyond the realm of cultivation, he also sensed a substantial enhancement in his physical form. Now, under the combined augmentation of the innate holy body, the Double-Pupil, the Great Sun Body Refining Technique, the Pure Yang Wuji skill, and the martial arts blood cloak, even Jiang Daoxuan himself was uncertain of the extent of his physical strength. While Jiang Daoxuan marveled at his newfound power, the system's melodious alert chimed once more. Ding detection of 0 enemies at the scene. Practical training concluded, task completed, and settlement in progress. Ding based on the performance of the 2 fated sons, the task is rated A, full score. Rewards are being dispensed. You have received 500 points of family fortune. Congratulations, you have acquired a special reward, Qilin treasure technique. Qilin treasure technique, renowned for its speed, once mastered. It allows one to grasp the intricacies of yin and yang transformations, enabling the wielder to transcend limits in speed. Congratulations. You have obtained a special reward, Level 1 Hongmeng Ancient Tree. Level 1 Hongmeng Ancient Tree, an ancient divine tree born from the primordial chaos, containing myriad transformations and infinite mysteries. You may plant it at any location within the family's territory, once planted. The Hongmeng Ancient Tree can conceal itself within the realms of reality and illusion, rendering its presence undetectable, nourished by the family fortune, and continuously upgraded. The higher the level of the Hongmeng Ancient Tree, the more potent its enhancement effects become. Effect unlocked. Level 1 Awakening Spirit capable of awakening the spirit of all clan members within the family's territory, subtly enhancing their comprehension. Chapter 51. The Three-Headed Purple Mansion Realm Flying Mount. Returning to Canwu Mountain. Gazing upon the rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards from completing the second family task. However, being well-versed in worldly matters, he quickly regained his composure, calming his emotions, and turned his attention to the Qilin treasure technique. Although his own strength was remarkable, he lacked a means of escape. This Qilin treasure technique perfectly addressed his current predicament, compensating for his deficiencies. Retrieving the Qilin treasure technique from the system repository, a flood of cultivation methods surged into his mind, allowing Jiang Daoxuan to instantly grasp this powerful technique that surpassed even the highest tier. After absorbing the extraordinary nature of the Qilin treasure technique, Jiang Daoxuan then turned to the other precious reward, the Hongmeng Ancient Tree, for one endowed with the power of his entire clan. The significance of the Hongmeng Ancient Tree was immense, with its awakening effect as long as he could elevate the comprehension of all Jiang clan members. They would find it easier to break through realms, thus providing feedback to augment his own strength. Although the awakening effect seemed to only slightly enhance the comprehension of ordinary clan members, for those who were just shy of the threshold, such an increment was profoundly evident, enabling them to take that critical step and achieve breakthroughs. And this was merely the effect of the Level 1 Hongmeng Ancient Tree. As family fortune accumulated, allowing the Hongmeng Ancient Tree to upgrade continuously, the enhancement effects in the future would likely reach an unimaginable level. At that time, it would not be inconceivable for every member of the Jiang clan to emerge as a figure of distinction. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan extended his divine sense to envelop the Thousand Mountain sect's residents. After scavenging the spatial rings of the sect's members and the resources from the sect's treasury, he did not linger and immediately prepared to return to Canwu Mountain. With this in mind, He retrieved the three-headed purple mansion realm flying spirit beast he had just acquired from the system repository. Unlike other items, this living entity could be summoned in various ways. One method was to appear out of thin air, and another was to manifest nearby and seek him out. However, seeing Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin standing before him, Jiang Daoxuan opted for the latter method for the sake of plausibility. Initially, nothing seemed amiss when he summoned it. Yet, after 10 breaths, high above, several piercing eagle cries suddenly echoed. Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin looked up, following the sound, and beheld 3 enormous crimson-feathered eagles, akin to flames blazing in the sky, swiftly approaching from afar. Within mere moments, they descended upon the group, and as they landed, a wave of scorching air burst forth from their massive wings, swirling dust and rendering the atmosphere significantly drier. The fierce wind struck their faces, and both Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin's expressions changed, their hearts tightening. The unabashed presence of these formidable creatures revealed their realm had indeed reached the purple mansion level. Upon realizing this, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom the reality before them. What a jest! Purple mansion realm beasts, stronger than themselves? In their past experiences, they had never encountered even innate realm beasts, let alone those of the purple mansion realm. Such formidable existences were only glimpsed in legends. Yet now, not only had these beings materialized before them, but there were 3 of them, leaving them utterly astonished. Before Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin could regain their composure, the next scene left them utterly speechless. The 3 imposing purple mansion realm eagles, which had exuded such an overwhelming presence, were now behaving like docile pets before their clan leader, bowing their heads in line to receive affectionate strokes on their feathers. So, these 3 magnificent creatures were the clan leader's pets? Realizing this possibility, they quickly pieced together the situation. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at his 2 fated sons, offering a serene smile, before transmitting a command to 2 of the red eagles. Upon receiving the command, the 2 purple mansion red eagles let out a soft chirp, turned, and approached Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin, lowering their heads in a gesture of invitation. Was this a sign for them to mount? The 2 felt a twinge of uncertainty, glancing at their clan leader, who gave a slight nod of affirmation. Seeing this, they felt reassured. With curiosity and a hint of trepidation, they cautiously stepped onto the eagles' backs. Fortunately, these 3 red eagles were vastly larger than an adult man, capable of accommodating 5 people comfortably. Thus, when Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin settled onto the backs of the eagles, they discovered the space was not cramped at all. Rather, it was quite spacious. Feeling the softness beneath them, their earlier apprehension dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. Once both had mounted, Jiang Daoxuan ascended onto the back of the foremost red eagle and settled comfortably. Let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Daoxuan commanded. The 3 red eagles lifted their heads, letting out a resonant cry, and with a powerful flap of their wings, they took to the skies, carrying the 3 towards Wudong City. They soared through the sea of clouds at an astonishing speed, transforming the surrounding scenery in the blink of an eye. In no time, the 3 red eagles traversed Kangwu Mountain, arriving above the Jiang family residence. Under Jiang Daoxuan's absolute command, the 3 red eagles immediately halted their flight and began to swoop down. As they landed with a thundering presence upon the family square, the atmosphere was charged with awe. All the members of the Jiang family nearby were struck with astonishment, gripped by a palpable fear. After all, in their eyes, this terrifying giant eagle, bearing such a fearsome visage, could undoubtedly devour a person. Chapter 52, The Jiang Clan's Awe and the Family Migration. Just as everyone was in a state of shock, a familiar figure descended from the Crimson Eagle. The clan leader? The clan leader has returned. These 3 spirit beasts are indeed the mounts of the clan leader? Haha. Truly befitting of the clan leader. The aura radiating from these giant eagles is overwhelmingly powerful, almost rivaling that of the Grand Elder. Hiss if what you say is true. Could these 3 spirit beasts possibly be? If my estimations are correct, they must be spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm. The fact that the clan leader could subdue 3 such formidable beasts is nothing short of extraordinary. I heard the clan leader had gone to the Qinshan sect. How has he returned so swiftly, bringing along these ferocious creatures? The numerous Jiang family members present exchanged murmurs, all filled with immense astonishment at the scene before them. Following this, 2 more figures descended from the Crimson Eagle. Gazing at Jiang Daoxuan and the crimson stains on his robe, many were taken aback, filled with concern. Some, however, instantly grasped the implication, their faces lighting up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Brother Qin, Brother Yin, did you just return from slaying at the Qinshan sect?" The moment these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Countless gazes converged upon Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin. They promptly fell silent, not daring to even breathe, patiently awaiting their response. Jiang Daoxuan did not disappoint them. He nodded and smiled, declaring, "The sect master of the Qinshan sect and numerous elders have perished at the hands of our clan leader. Some disciples were slain by us, while others with weak ties to the Qianshan sect were sent back home. Now, the Qianshan sect has been annihilated. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's proclamation, joy illuminated the faces of all Jiang clan members, plunging them into a state of jubilation. The innate elders who had rushed to hear this news were equally moved, their eyes brimming with indescribable excitement. It is known that the Qianshan sect is renowned far and wide, having instilled fear in the surrounding regions for centuries. Previously, for the Jiang family to allow its members to enter such a dominant sect, they would have to pay a hefty price to forge connections. If any member caught the eye of the Qianshan sect, it was akin to striking gold. The mere prospect of a small family head being unable to sleep for 3 days and nights in exhilaration over such news would necessitate hosting a grand banquet to celebrate, inviting numerous relatives and friends to revel in this exhilarating tidings. These were merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the prestige that the Qianshan sect had accumulated over hundreds of years. Even aside from this prestige, the name of the sect master, Kotong Wang, alone commanded respect across several cities, prompting countless small families to send their members in hopes of forging connections for protection. Yet, such a powerful sect as the Qianshan sect has simply ceased to exist? The crowd felt an increasing sense of awe, silently regarding the imposing figure of Jiang Daoxuan with profound respect. Witnessing the shock reverberating through the clan, Jiang Yin dropped another bombshell. Haha, you have no idea how imposing our clan leader was at the Qianshan sect. Even the sect master could not withstand a single blow from him. As Jiang Yin vividly recounted the events, the audience felt as though they were living it themselves. When they heard that the clan leader had not even drawn his sword, but instead unleashed a devastating move that annihilated the sect master and numerous elders in an instant, the entire venue erupted in fervor. I heard those elders of the Qianshan sect were all cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. What is the Purple Mansion realm to our clan leader? That sect master Ko had ascended to the Yuanhai realm over a decade ago, his strength formidable enough to be unrivaled in our vicinity. Yet, this colossal figure was slain by our clan leader in one strike. To be honest, it feels like a dream. When did our clan leader's power grow so terrifying? Not even the Qianshan sect could harm him. It is utterly incomprehensible. What level of cultivation do you think the clan leader is at now? The crowd was in a state of shock, engaging in heated discussions. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan paid little heed to it all. With the Qianshan sect now destroyed, he promptly summoned all clan members. I hereby issue a clan decree. All innate realm warriors shall set forth tomorrow morning to meet with the heads of all Jiang family branches, informing them that I, the clan leader, have forgiven the transgressions of their ancestors and wish to rally them back to the main family for mutual development. In the future, we, the Jiang family, shall unite and strive to strengthen our Kanwu Jiang clan. As his words resonated, the entire assembly was shaken. Many Jiang family members raised their heads in disbelief, gazing at their clan leader in awe. They never expected the clan leader to possess such a magnanimous spirit. Not only had he forgiven the branch of the Jiang family in Xuanqing, but he also sought to pardon all branches, inviting them to enjoy prosperity in Kanwu Mountain. This was indeed a momentous occasion for those branches. With myriad thoughts racing through their minds, the crowd immediately bowed in respect. We obey your command. Jiang Daoxuan, satisfied with their display, nodded approvingly. Considering the necessary preparations for the return of all branches, he deemed the arrangement sufficient. He then announced the conclusion of this family meeting and vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 53, Fusion Complete, Kanwu Spirit Mountain. Upon returning to his chamber shortly after, the system's cold voice echoed. Ding, the fusion of the spirit veins has been completed. As the voice faded, Jiang Daoxuan keenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy enveloping the surroundings. He swiftly buried the remaining 2 low-grade earth spirit veins deep beneath Kanwu Mountain. Since Kanwu Mountain had transcended the realm of ordinary mountains and ascended to become a spirit mountain, the speed of this fusion was astonishingly rapid, transforming the environment dramatically. The immense spiritual energy released by the 3 spirit veins enveloped the surroundings, rich to the point of near tangibility. Wisps of pure spiritual mist wafted around, rendering Kanwu Mountain akin to a celestial paradise. The rapidly escalating spiritual energy gradually captured the attention of all Jiang family members. What has transpired to cause such a level of spiritual energy? The density of the spiritual energy is so profound that it can be seen with the naked eye. I have never encountered anything like it in my life. Could it be that the disciples of the Qianshan sect once cultivated in such an environment? We truly made the right choice in coming here. Such a surging flow of spiritual energy is indeed a divine blessing. I initially thought it would take a month to achieve a breakthrough, yet now, it can be accomplished in just a day. The numerous Jiang family members were astounded by the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them, marveling at how wise their clan leader was to relocate to Kanwu Mountain. At that moment, the Grand Elder, returning to the temporary residence, also felt his pupils constrict in shock. As a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to certain changes. He could not believe that the former Kangwu Mountain could possess such dense spiritual energy. One may be innocent, yet possessing a treasure can invite calamity. Even a formidable sect like the former Qieshan sect would face annihilation if they dared to seize such a precious land, as word of it would undoubtedly provoke the greed of other sects. Given that the Qieshan sect occupied Kangwu Mountain for hundreds of years without facing any dangers, did this not imply that the former Kangwu Mountain was far less extraordinary than it is now? The Grand Elder fell into contemplation. Before the family meeting, the spiritual energy was normal. After the meeting, it surged dramatically. Could this be yet another scheme of the clan leader? Contemplating this possibility, the Grand Elder was left in awe, feeling increasingly bewildered by the capabilities of his clan leader. In ordinary circumstances, the ability to showcase various treasures would be remarkable enough. Yet now it seems one can directly alter the spiritual atmosphere of Kangwu Mountain. Such extraordinary capabilities are indeed astonishing. However, despite his profound bewilderment, he harbored no inclination to investigate further, for he understood that the patriarch's actions were all for the advancement of their clan. To this day, the elder had grown increasingly eager for the Jiang family to gradually rise under the patriarch's guidance, even aspiring to reach the ranks of the esteemed Great Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, seated upon his bed, Jiang Yin also sensed the astonishing changes surrounding him. This surge of spiritual energy. Just as Jiang Yin furrowed his brows in confusion, Old Zhou suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, your patriarch truly possesses formidable prowess. In my estimation, this transformation must be a consequence of the spiritual veins. And judging by the current quality of the spiritual energy, these veins are likely of the low earth tier. Moreover, the richness of the spiritual energy indicates that there are likely multiple veins of the same rank. With several low earth tier spiritual veins at your disposal, young master, your clan members are indeed fortunate." Old Zhou reflected with a sense of awe, recognizing that the patriarch of the Jiang family was indeed a reincarnation of an emperor, manifesting multiple low earth tier spiritual veins with a single gesture. Chapter 54. Activating the spirit binding formation to plant the Hongmeng tree. One must understand how precious spiritual veins are. They typically form naturally over the ages. Thus, as creations that cannot be artificially forged, their emergence inevitably attracts countless factions vying for them. For an ordinary mountain like Kangwu to be embedded with so many coveted spiritual veins is nothing short of a tenfold blessing. After all, the leap from a mundane mountain to a spiritual one is an extraordinary opportunity that is exceedingly rare. Spiritual veins? Upon hearing Old Zhou's words, Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. He recalled having read about spiritual veins in a biography, which clearly stated that even the emergence of a single low profound tier spiritual vein could incite fierce battles among powerful beings, resulting in the demise of several stellar cycle realm experts. This alone illustrates the immense value of spiritual veins. Yet now, their patriarch had summoned multiple low earth tier spiritual veins in a single sweep, the magnitude of which was unimaginable. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, Jiang Yin suddenly remembered Su Gu, who had once visited them. Your Qingshan sect prides itself on its abundant resources and boasts a moon cycle realm ancestor. Looking down upon my Jiang family, little do you know, is there even a single low profound tier spiritual vein at your sect's stronghold? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Simultaneously, a sense of superiority and pride in being a member of the Jiang family surged within him. With the protection of our esteemed patriarch, how could we not flourish in the future? Just as the Jiang family members were still immersed in their shock, Jiang Daoxuan had already positioned the spirit binding formation within a certain bamboo grove. Given the formation's extensive coverage, capable of enveloping the entirety of Kangwu Mountain, its placement was inconsequential. Before activating the formation, Jiang Daoxuan first cataloged the bloodline auras of the Jiang family members, adding them to a whitelist to render all clan members immune to any suppression of their cultivation. Once this was accomplished, he activated the spirit binding formation. Empowered by 3 low earth tier spiritual veins, the formation was set into motion without revealing any visible anomalies, remaining imperceptible to others. Only he was aware that should anyone intrude, they would trigger an extraordinary response. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan departed to plant the Hongmeng tree at the peak of Kangwu Mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds and ethereal radiance. It resembled a realm of deities. Dressed in white, Jiang Daoxuan stood tall, gazing into the distance with profound eyes, as if surveying all of creation. A fierce wind howled past, tousling his flowing black hair and causing his white robe to billow dramatically. Shaking his head, he quickly redirected his gaze. He then retrieved a Hongmeng tree from the system's repository. As it appeared, a gray mist surged forth from the void, mesmerizing all who beheld it. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a palm-sized tree enveloped in resplendent, multicolored light. Without hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan planted the tree into the ground. At the moment the Hongmeng tree broke through the earth, the surrounding space fractured slightly, allowing several roots to extend into the void. The tree's body and roots existed simultaneously in both realms. Moments later, the Hongmeng tree began to conceal itself, shrouding its presence and rendering it undetectable to all living beings. Once everything was properly arranged, Jiang Daoxuan unleashed the Qilin secret technique, leaping from the summit of Kangwu Mountain back to his abode. Chapter 55. Renowned among all sects, the favor of falling maple sect. The following morning, Jiang Chun, Jiang Yan, and several innate elders, armed with the patriarch's orders, departed from Kangwu Mountain at dawn. As they made their way to the branch family's location, disciples who had fled from the Qianshan sect began returning to their respective families, reporting the events that transpired at Qianshan. Upon learning of Qianshan sect's annihilation, numerous families scattered across various cities erupted in commotion. Subsequently, they connected Jiang Daoxuan's appearance to the recently renowned Jiang Sword sect. Wasn't this Jiang Daoxuan merely at the Purple Mansion realm? How could he have slain the Yuan Sea realm master, Ko Zhongzhu, with a single strike? Could it be that the Jiang Sword sect had never revealed its true strength all along? The patriarch of the Jiang family truly possesses remarkable cunning and patience. It is said that he had secluded himself for 6 years. Indeed, this was 6 years honing a blade, and the result is astonishing. Who could have anticipated that the prestige accumulated by Qianshan sect over centuries would become the stepping stone for the rise of the Jiang family? Truly, they have unwittingly become a pawn for others. In the future, who would dare oppose the Jiang family in this domain? Everyone, the Jiang family's momentum is unstoppable. We must prepare accordingly. On this day, numerous families convened to hold a family meeting, discussing the matters ahead. Once the meeting concluded, news of Qianshan sect's destruction quickly spread among the families as casual gossip. In mere hours, the news took flight, circulating through the city at an astonishing pace, stirring discussions among countless citizens. Have you heard? Qianshan sect was annihilated yesterday. Is it true? Wasn't Ko Zhongzhu of the Yuan Sea realm supposed to be powerful? Who could have killed him? Exactly. Ko Zhongzhu not only possesses profound cultivation but also comprehends sword intent. He could be considered a sword master. How could Qianshan sect simply vanish? Haha, you wouldn't know. The disciples who joined Qianshan sect have all returned, and this information has come from their mouths. Can it be false? Moreover, you may not believe it, but the one who obliterated Qianshan sect is none other than Jiang Daoxuan of the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan? That name sounds familiar. Wait, I remember now. Isn't the one from Wudan City, the Jiang Sword sect? Aside from him, who else could it be? It seems the Jiang family is destined for a complete rise, capable of eradicating Qianshan sect at will. In the future, which force could stand against them? They are likely to dominate all. With the citizens abuzz with excitement, even the children were aware that a new hegemonic force had emerged, stepping over Qianshan sect to claim its fame. The news spread wider, swiftly reaching the ears of major sects in surrounding regions. At Falling Maple sect, the sect master and numerous elders gathered to discuss the future development of their sect. However, just as the conversation was halfway through, it was abruptly interrupted by the jarring sound of a door being flung open. The expressions of the assembled crowd turned sour as they looked up. A flustered disciple clad in gray burst in, exclaiming, "It's bad, sect master. We're in serious trouble." Please elaborate. The sect master, who long furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous turn of events. At this, the displeased expressions of the elders in attendance vanished, replaced by an air of grave seriousness. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the gray-clad disciple felt a shiver run down his spine, his nerves heightened. Yet, recalling the shocking news he had heard, he steadied himself, closed his eyes briefly, and addressed the assembly. "It's the Thousand Mountains sect. I just heard from others that they faced calamity yesterday and are now utterly annihilated." These words struck the audience like a thunderclap, reverberating through their minds. The Thousand Mountains sect has been destroyed. Who long exchanged glances with the other elders, their eyes wide with disbelief. Over the years, due to resource competition, the Falling Maple sect had numerous conflicts with the Thousand Mountains sect. It is often said that one's fiercest adversary is the one who knows them best. Thus, they were acutely aware of the formidable foundation and strength of the Thousand Mountains sect, as well as the terrifying prowess of their leader, Ko Tongguang. Such power was of a level that even their own sect master could scarcely contend with. Yet, despite this, the Thousand Mountains sect had been so suddenly obliterated. Curiously, recent intelligence had not indicated that the Thousand Mountains sect had offended any formidable force. The elders wore puzzled expressions, completely at a loss regarding the matter. Only Hulong, a master at the Yuanhai realm, quickly pieced it together and solemnly inquired, "Do you know who was responsible for the annihilation of the Thousand Mountain sect?" As his words fell, all the elders turned their attention to the disciple. Feeling the sharp gazes upon him, the gray-clad disciple was terrified, his legs trembling, nearly losing control. "I report to the sect master, the destruction of the Thousand Mountain sect was carried out by the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. It is said that just yesterday, he killed sect leader Ko with a single move." As the disciple recounted the events, the crowd was shaken to its core, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. To slay Ko Tongwang with a single strike, could Jiang Daoxuan possibly be a master of the Starwill realm? Hulong pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "The Jiang family? Is it the Jiang family from Fobai?" In their vicinity, the only Jiang family capable of defeating Ko Tongwang with a single strike was indeed the one located in Fobai City, presided over by an ancestor of the Starwill realm. If it were truly the Fobai Jiang family that had acted, then their old rival had met a fitting end. However, to their astonishment, the gray-clad disciple shook his head. "According to my inquiries, this Jiang family is not the one from Fobai, but rather the one from Wudon City." Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, nearly convinced they had misheard. Wudon City? Their impressions of this place were faint due to its remoteness. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, the gray-clad disciple did not dare to conceal anything and promptly shared all the information he had gathered. After hearing about the Jiang family's exploits, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, deeply impressed. Finally, one elder broke the silence. "This Jiang family has developed rather swiftly, and Jiang Jianxiong's prowess is indeed formidable. Now that they have annihilated the Thousand Mountain sect, they are likely to become the local hegemon. Should we prepare some gifts and send someone to visit the Jiang family to establish a good relationship?" "I concur. The Thousand Mountain sect, once arrogant due to Ko Tongwang's strength, now lies in ruins. It is indeed a delight to see that, and we have no enmity with the Jiang family. It would be wise to forge an alliance. Jiang Daoxuan, as the leader of his clan, surely understands that having one more friend is preferable to having one more enemy. Therefore, when we extend our goodwill, he should not refuse." The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Hulong found himself somewhat swayed. After all, if Jiang Daoxuan was indeed a master of the Starwill realm, should he turn his attention to the falling Maple sect, they would likely meet the same fate as the Thousand Mountain sect. Thus, to mitigate risk by establishing a rapport beforehand was undoubtedly the best course of action. With this resolution, Hulong no longer hesitated and addressed the assembly. "In that case, hurry and prepare the gifts. I shall personally visit Kanwu Mountain to pay my respects to Jiang Jianxiong." The elders all bowed in agreement. They were well aware of the gravity of the situation. The Jiang family was powerful, and given the meager resources of the falling Maple sect, they could not afford to offend them. It was far better to set aside their pride and build a relationship in advance. Days later, at the foot of Kanwu Mountain, a sea of people gathered, filled with various clamor. These individuals hailed from many sects and families, all converging to visit the Jiang family of Kanwu. Following the obliteration of the Thousand Mountain sect, the Jiang family, now led by Jiang Daoxuan, had taken their place as the new overlord of the region. To ensure stable development, it was only logical for the surrounding sects and families to pay their respects at Kanwu Mountain. However, due to Jiang Daoxuan's edict of seclusion, no one could even enter the mountain gate, let alone meet with him. As time passed, more and more factions lingered at the mountain's base, gradually losing their urgency to depart. They began to congregate, engaging in conversations and forging friendships. Nearby vendors, seizing the opportunity, set up temporary stalls to sell various foods, transforming the foot of Kanwu Mountain into a bustling marketplace. On one particular day, around noon, an unremarkable man clad in black, yet with notably sharp eyes, stepped into this throng. He stood 8 feet tall, with a robust physique, yet his right sleeve hung empty, as though he had lost an arm. His remaining left hand gripped the hilt of a dark sword at his waist as he strode forward. As this man moved through the marketplace, a faint prickling sensation coursed through the crowd, akin to being pricked by silver needles. These individuals were senior members of various sects and families, well versed in the ways of the world. Amidst their astonishment, they quickly realized what this scene signified. This seems to be sword intent. A bearer of sword intent is no nameless figure. Who could this person be? Dressed in black, with a sword at his waist, missing his right arm, wielding a sword with his left hand, and possessing sword intent. Wait, could he be Gu Xingjian? What? It is indeed him. Unbelievably. News of the Jiang family's rise had already reached Gu Jian sect. The Gu Jian sect, which revered the sword above all, would naturally rejoice upon hearing of such a master as Jiang Jianxiong emerging in their vicinity. Historically, whenever a new sword master appeared, the Gu Jian sect would seek them out for a friendly contest, and it was said that several years prior, Ko, the leader of the Thousand Mountain sect, had suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands. Rumors suggested that the Jiang sect followed no formal school, having cultivated their craft solely from a fragmented sword manual, leaving many to wonder who would prevail in a contest between him and Jiang Daoxuan. As the onlookers speculated, they began to eagerly anticipate the outcome. Would the renowned Jiang emerge victorious, or would the newly ascended Jiang Daoxuan surpass him? Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Jiang traversed the marketplace and paused before the stone steps leading up Kangwu Mountain. He lifted his gaze slightly, peering at the mist-shrouded summit, where the top of the steps loomed just out of sight. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Jiang Daoxuan, I hope you will not disappoint me. Over the years, wielding his azure blade, he had traversed the surrounding territories, defeating numerous sword masters. In terms of his own realm, he had never known defeat. Thus, upon hearing of such a formidable opponent emerging at Kangwu Mountain, he could hardly contain his excitement and had rushed there overnight. Yet, he wondered how much of the rumors about Jiang's strength were exaggerated. Upon reflecting on the various rumors surrounding the other party, a remarkable glint surfaced within Jiang's pupils. In his early years, he had encountered Tongguang, a formidable master who comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. However, the sword intent wielded by Ko was feeble, and within just a few exchanges, Gu had decisively triumphed. Yet, this figure from the Jiang sword sect managed to slay Tongguang with a single strike, indicating an impressive level of cultivation. One could not help but wonder how much of this rumor held true, for over the years, he had encountered numerous charlatans. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang shook his head, dispelling his hesitation, and promptly ascended the stone steps. Drawing upon his formidable cultivation, he swiftly reached the summit. 3 Jiang family disciples, who were idly conversing at the mountain gate, instinctively turned their gazes forward upon hearing the commotion. They beheld a figure cloaked in dark garments, emanating an intimidating aura that suggested an air of danger. The crowd instinctively recoiled. However, recalling the prowess of their family head, they quickly regained their composure. The leader among them steadied himself and spoke in a grave tone. By the command of our clan leader, the Jiang family shall not entertain any guests during this time. We kindly ask you to return. Jiang raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, You, young man, display an admirable composure in my presence. Yet I am not here to forge ties with the Jiang family. My sole purpose is to engage your clan leader in a duel. This statement momentarily stunned the disciples. Many had come bearing gifts in hopes of establishing connections over recent days, but none had boldly sought a challenge against their esteemed family head. May I inquire your name? The leader of the Jiang disciples asked, his eyes flickering with curiosity. The audacity of Jiang, who had evidently heard of their clan leader's reputation yet still sought a duel, indicated a significant level of confidence, likely belonging to a powerful cultivator of the Yuan High realm. With a frigid expression, Jiang simply uttered, Jiang. As the name echoed, the 3 disciples exchanged incredulous glances. Jiang? Is this not the legendary figure from the Gu sword sect? His unrestrained lifestyle had inspired numerous tales, recounted by storytellers, thereby imprinting his name into the annals of legend. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader of the Jiang family disciples immediately clasped his hands and said, Since it is indeed Gu sword sect before us, please allow me to inform the clan leader. Kindly wait a moment. Very well, Jiang responded lightly, unperturbed. After all, he had not come to cause trouble but merely to engage in a friendly contest of swords with Jiang Daoxuan. Waiting for a short while was hardly a significant inconvenience. As the leader of the Jiang disciples departed, the remaining 2 disciples remained with Jiang, their heads bowed in silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of tension. They dared not utter a word, fearing they might inadvertently offend him. In this atmosphere, a heavy and oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Jiang, however, paid little heed, simply closing his eyes, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming duel. Chapter 57. Breakthrough to the 5th level of Yuan High Realm, mastering perfect sword intent. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Jiang family, an astonishing sword intent filled the spacious chamber. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed. Every pore of his body expanded as he absorbed and refined the surrounding spiritual energy. Through diligent cultivation and the cumulative effect of the entire clan's efforts, he had successfully reached a breakthrough, attaining the 5th level of the Yuan High realm. Moreover, his progress in the sword arts was even more remarkable. Drawing insights from the enigmatic sword manual, his understanding of swordsmanship advanced at an astonishing rate. In just a few days, he had transformed his previously rudimentary sword intent into a profound mastery, even achieving a state of perfection. Now, he stood on the cusp of condensing his sword heart, aspiring to join the ranks of sword lords. Such progress in swordsmanship was terrifying. Even a fully realized sword intent could ensnare numerous cultivators of the Star Wheel realm, rendering them immobile. The sword heart, on the other hand, was typically grasped only by cultivators of the moon wheel or even sun wheel realms, underscoring the difficulty of such attainment. At this moment, after completing another cycle of his pure Yang Wuji technique, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Jiang Daoxuan, with his keen senses, detected the disturbance and ceased his cultivation, dispersing the surrounding sword intent. He slowly turned his gaze towards the entrance, where a young Jiang disciple entered and bowed, reporting, "Clan leader, Gushi Jiang from the Goose Sword sect has arrived at the mountain gate, seeking to duel with you." "What are your orders?" "Duel?" Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with interest, surprised by how swiftly his reputation had spread. It was unexpected that the illustrious Gushi Jiang, having heard of his renown, would hasten to Kanwu Mountain for a challenge. This individual possesses remarkable sword skills. With my recently attained perfect sword intent, he could serve as an excellent opponent for practice. Rising slowly from the mat, Jiang Daoxuan resolved to meet this challenger. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a notification from the system suddenly chimed in his mind. "Ding, a time-sensitive family task has been triggered. Sword duel, with the influence of the host expanding. A talented sword cultivator has been successfully attracted. Ding, 2 distinct rewards have been triggered. 1. Defeat the opponent to receive a basic treasure blind box. 2. Kill or subdue the opponent to receive 2 basic treasure blind boxes. Task duration, 1 hour. Oh? Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly at the prospect of free rewards. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity. With the time limit displayed, he lost interest in leisurely strolling over, embracing a strategy of swift resolution. He hastily exited the family hall and activated the Kuanping technique, propelling himself down the mountain at an incredible speed. Shortly thereafter, at the Jiang family gate, Gushi Jiang, who had been meditating, suddenly sensed a change and opened his eyes with a start. He spotted a striking figure clad in white, approaching with an air of intrigue. Such speed, he thought, recognizing that this must be Jiang Daoxuan. Gushi Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had been meditating, his consciousness enveloped the surroundings, allowing him to observe the rapid approach of his formidable opponent. This was a habit he had cultivated from years of solitary travel, a precaution that had fortuitously allowed him to witness Jiang Daoxuan's astonishing speed. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the 2 Jiang disciples stationed at the gate instinctively lifted their heads to glance at Gushi Jiang. Following his gaze, they soon discerned Jiang Daoxuan's presence. "It is the clan leader. The clan leader has come in person. We pay our respects to the clan leader," they exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, nodding in acknowledgement before striding towards Gushi Jiang. Activating his insightful eye, he instantly discerned the opponent's cultivation level, 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, merely a step away from the Starwool realm. It was no wonder Gushi Jiang had cultivated such a formidable reputation. At that moment, Gushi Jiang remained unaware that in just a fleeting glance, Jiang Daoxuan had gleaned everything about him. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, a surge of battle intent igniting within him, as sword energy radiated from his being. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he could hardly contain his eagerness to draw his sword. As this energy surged forth, the 2 Jiang disciples instinctively recoiled, hastily vacating the area to grant space for the impending duel. Gushi Jiang and Jiang Daoxuan locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and with a breath, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. As a gentle breeze swept by, Gushi Jiang lightly tapped his toes, instantly leaving his original position, drawing his longsword from his waist, and thrusting it toward Jiang Daoxuan's chest. His swordsmanship was not a mere amalgamation of various schools. Rather, it was a skill honed through countless battles, cultivated drop by drop through relentless combat. There were no extravagant or eye-catching moves, only speed, precision, and ferocity. This was a sword meant for killing. Swish, the strike carried an overwhelming sense of slaughter, as if it could pierce through all existence, charged with an unstoppable force, and came straight at him. What exceptional swordsmanship! Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With just this pinnacle strike, he could have easily taken Ko Tongwang's life in an instant. Yet, he found himself facing Jiang Daoxuan. Jiang Daoxuan did not draw his Chengying sword. For once unleashed, its heavenly grade power would suffice to sever the opponent's sword with a single stroke. That was not his intention. So, when Gushi Jiang approached with his left hand wielding the sword, the tip less than 3 fingers away from Jiang Daoxuan, he suddenly moved. His speed had reached an incredible limit, and with a slight sway, he created an afterimage, instantly evading the opponent's thrust. This terrifying speed. Seeing his attack miss, Gushi Jiang's pupils constricted. Such speed surpassed all the Yuanhai realm cultivators he had encountered. Even that Star Wheel realm cultivator he had once seen might not possess such a terrifying velocity. Although stunned, he quickly suppressed his shock, shaking his wrist to change his sword technique, transforming his thrust into a slash aimed at Jiang Daoxuan. This time, Jiang Daoxuan did not evade. In the blink of an eye, he casually picked up a branch from the ground and enveloped it with pure yang elemental force to enhance its resilience. Then, as Gu Shijian's strike descended, Jiang Daoxuan lifted the branch and deftly deflected the sharp sword edge, striking the blade with tremendous force. Bang! An explosive sound reverberated throughout the area. Gu Shijian's expression changed. He felt as if his treasured sword had been struck by a 1,000-pound boulder, trembling violently. This Jiang Daoxuan possessed incredible strength. Chapter 58. I shall only strike once, so watch closely. Just as Gu Shijian marveled, Jiang Daoxuan flipped his wrist, and the branch, now enveloped in pure yang elemental force, swept toward him at high speed. A cold wind rushed toward his face, akin to a steel blade scraping against his skin. Gu Shijian's expression turned frantic, sensing impending danger. He quickly steadied his trembling sword, positioning it before him to block the sweeping attack. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. At the moment the sword and branch collided, a terrifying and unmatched divine force erupted. In just one exchange, Gu Shijian was sent flying, both man and sword propelled several tens of meters away. It wasn't until his back crashed against a towering boulder that he finally halted his momentum. The impact caused the boulder's surface to crack violently, resembling a porcelain vase with a web of fissures spreading across it. Coughing, Gu Shijian turned pale, his left hand gripping the sword plunged into the ground to steady himself. Even with his 9th-level Yuan High realm cultivation, facing Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying divine power felt exceedingly challenging and nearly insurmountable. Just a casual strike had sent turmoil through his body. If several more blows followed, what would become of him? At this moment, he had no doubt that even if his opponent wielded no weapon, relying solely on his fist would suffice to defeat him. Feeling utterly frustrated, he glanced at Jiang Daoxuan and coldly remarked, "Jiang Jianzhou, outsiders speak highly of your swordsmanship. Yet now that I witness it, it seems merely reliant on brute force, devoid of any exquisite techniques. Are you implying that Jiang Jianzhou looks down upon me, Gu Shijian? Do you feel it beneath you to employ your sword techniques against me?" Originally, he had come for a sword duel. However, Jiang Daoxuan had not drawn his sword throughout their encounter, let alone displayed any sword techniques. Furthermore, his opponent had picked up a roadside branch as a sword, relying on innate strength to overpower him. Such a disheartening experience was entirely contrary to his purpose, as he felt he had been subject to one-sided humiliation. Noticing Gu Shijian's increasingly gloomy expression, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and casually said, "I shall only strike once, so watch closely." To this day, aside from the myriad swords converging to one, he had mastered 4 exceptional Earth-grade sword techniques. He would casually employ one of them, the Gui Yuan sword technique. In an instant, a torrent of pure yang elemental force surged forth, enveloping the branch completely. A radiant light flickered, emanating an aura of impending death, as if all life were extinguished. The sudden explosion of overwhelming might swept across the surroundings, causing flowers and grass to bend, and leaves from the trees to scatter. Faced with such a formidable display of power, even before the true strike was unleashed, Gu Shijian instinctively swallowed hard, his left hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, ready to defend against the impending blow. To ensure absolute certainty, he hastily began to channel the perfected sword intent hidden within him. The sword intent erupted, creating a unique pressure that countered Jiang Daoxuan's overwhelming aura. But just then, a blindingly brilliant and terrifying sword light shot into the sky, reaching the pinnacle of sharpness. Realizing that his perfected sword intent was being suppressed, Gu Shijian's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Perfected sword intent." As soon as the words left his mouth, swish, a chilling wind surged toward him. Gu Shijian's body froze, every hair on his body standing on end, a sensation of dread enveloping him. When the cold wind dissipated, the surroundings fell silent. Gu Shijian was drenched in cold sweat, beads the size of soybeans trickling down his chin and splattering onto the ground. He stiffly lowered his head, only to see a branch, now reduced to a sharp point, hovering perilously close to his neck, less than half a finger's distance away. Gazing at this scene, Gu Shijian felt a wave of horror wash over him. Had his opponent not held back and allowed that sharp tip to advance a fraction further, it would have surely pierced his throat, sealing his fate here. What a swift sword! I concede defeat. As he realized he could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent, Gu Shijian hung his head in despair. The moment he spoke, the 2 Jiang family disciples observing nearby were rendered speechless. To them, everything had transpired too rapidly, almost within mere breaths, determining the victor and vanquished. The outcome of the duel far exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated a contest of equals, yet this renowned Gu Jianzhou had been utterly overpowered by their clan leader, suffering a dismal defeat. Just how formidable was the clan leader's strength? Under the admiring gaze of the 2 disciples, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Gu Shijian with a faint smile and said, "What do you think of my sword? I have traveled through countless cities, dueling numerous swordsmen. Yet your sword's finesse, Jiang Jianzhou, surpasses them all." It is the most formidable killing move I have ever witnessed. Even among the great powers guarded by Star Wheel Realm experts, such a technique is exceedingly rare. Moreover, you have comprehended the perfected sword intent at the 9th level of the Yuan Hai realm, a feat that defies belief. I find myself lacking in comparison. Initially, I had thought the rumors surrounding you were somewhat exaggerated, yet it turns out they underestimated your prowess. Gu Xinjiang shook his head, accepting the loss gracefully. He acknowledged his shortcomings. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and casually inquired, "Would you like to learn?" Though he had defeated his opponent with a single strike, it did not imply that Gu Xinjiang was weak. Rather, it illustrated Jiang Daoxuan's exceptional strength. After all, a 9th-level Yuan Hai realm cultivator wielding perfected sword intent possessed combat potential capable of threatening even Star Wheel realm experts. Thus, considering their clan's current lack of resources, Jiang Daoxuan felt inclined to recruit him. As Jiang Daoxuan's words fell, Gu Xinjiang was momentarily stunned, incredulous as he asked, "Do you mean to say that I can learn this technique?" Given the terrifying force of the previous strike, he realized it must undoubtedly be Jiang Daoxuan's ultimate technique. Yet now, after just a single encounter, this Jiang Jianzong was resolute in imparting his sword techniques to him. The astonishing developments in this magical realm are truly beyond comprehension. At this thought, Gu Xinjiang suddenly felt a twinge of shame within. He had come to Kanwu Mountain with the intention of challenging his opponent to a duel. Yet upon agreeing to the contest, and subsequently being defeated, not only did the other party refrain from making things difficult for him, but he also offered him such a magnificent opportunity. Such a broad-mindedness left Gu Xinjiang feeling inadequate in comparison. At this moment, as he observed the fishhook, Jiang Daoxuan casually tossed aside a branch, clasped his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "If you are willing to become a vassal of the Jiang family, I can teach you this sword technique. What do you think?" Upon hearing that there were conditions attached, Gu Xinjiang's expression turned conflicted. Chapter 59, Jiang Family Vassal, Gu Xinjiang. Although the terms offered were enticing, he was accustomed to a solitary existence and felt that joining a faction would inevitably bring inconvenience. Most importantly, the feeling of being beholden to someone else was quite uncomfortable for him. With this in mind, Gu Xinjiang clenched his teeth and lifted his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan, preparing to decline. However, before he could speak, Jiang Daoxuan discerned his thoughts and interrupted him. "Should you choose to become a vassal of my Jiang family, you need only remain at Kanwu Mountain for 3 years. After that, you may decide to stay or leave at your own discretion. Furthermore, I have heard that you possess a fragmented sword manual. Observing your swordplay, while it exhibits tremendous explosive power, it lacks follow-through. This is likely due to the influence of that incomplete manual, hindering your path in the sword arts." Jiang Daoxuan continued, "The sword technique I just demonstrated is called the Return to Origin Sword Technique, a supreme grade technique of the Earth tier. Once you master it, it will surely compensate for your deficiencies and elevate you to greater heights." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinjiang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had known that the sword technique wielded by Jiang Daoxuan was formidable, but he had not anticipated that it would be of such high caliber. The incomplete manual he possessed was merely of low Earth tier, while this Jiang Jianzong had offered him such an incredible surprise, which was hard to believe. In that moment, Gu Xinjiang did not consider that Jiang Daoxuan might deceive him, as the latter had easily defeated him with a single strike, dispelling any need for trickery. As he reflected on Jiang Daoxuan's various propositions, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He acknowledged that he was somewhat tempted. After all, merely joining the Jiang family for 3 years would grant him freedom and the opportunity to acquire the Return to Origin sword technique. Such an advantageous situation was rare to find. According to his knowledge, a precious sword technique of the supreme grade in the Earth tier could not be found even throughout the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Xinjiang's gaze flickered, and he made a firm decision. He slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Daoxuan, and for the first time lowered his proud head, solemnly declaring, "Gu Xinjiang greets the clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly. He retrieved a copy of the Return to Origin sword technique from his system repository and handed it to Gu Xinjiang. "Trust in those who are useful. Distrust those who are not. Since you have joined my Jiang family, let us dispense with any further formalities. Take this Return to Origin sword technique and begin your cultivation." Gu Xinjiang was taken aback. He had expected that obtaining the Return to Origin sword technique would require a period of assessment or the completion of certain tasks. To his surprise, it had come so easily. Upon receiving Jiang Daoxuan's trust, Gu Xinjiang felt a warmth in his heart. Extending his left hand to accept the manual and saying earnestly, "Thank you, clan leader," Jiang Daoxuan nodded. After quietly registering Gu Xinjiang's aura into the binding spirit array's white list, he stepped forward and said, "Follow me up the mountain." At these words, Gu Xinjiang promptly sheathed his sword and followed closely behind. The two crossed the mountain gate and gradually made their way to the Jiang family's residence. As they ventured deeper, the intense aura of spiritual energy enveloped Jiang, causing his pores to open and his spirit to lift. The density of the spiritual energy here seemed almost excessive. Sensing everything around him, even Jiang, who had long been a wanderer, could not maintain his composure at this moment, suddenly moved and displayed an expression of astonishment. The richness of the spiritual energy exceeded even that of the powerful sects guarded by moon cycle realm cultivators. Jiang's heart was shaken, and he discreetly regarded Jiang Daoxuan's figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding him. Simultaneously, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Within Qingwu Mountain, having a sword master like Jiang Daoxuan, who comprehended the profound sword intent, would allow him to frequently engage in duels and refine his techniques. Moreover, the terrifyingly abundant spiritual energy around him would provide ample resources for cultivation. It seemed that Qingwu Mountain was indeed a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. There was no need to leave at all. Jiang's heart surged with excitement. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan led Jiang successfully to the family residence. He then turned to address the many clan members, announcing, from this day forth, Jiang shall become the new vassal of the family, following the three Wang brothers. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang, is he the one we know? Of course. Who else could it be but the one clad in black, with a sword at his waist, missing his right hand and wielding his sword with his left? Not to mention, having caught the clan leader's attention. He must possess extraordinary strength, as ordinary individuals could not possibly attract the clan leader's interest. Wow, I never dreamed that just yesterday I heard tales of Gu Jianzong slaying the Black Wind stronghold, and today he has come to our Jiang family to become a vassal. It's simply unbelievable. Does this mean we can seek guidance from Gu Jianzong in sword techniques in the future? It seems quite possible. The clan leader is busy with family affairs, and we wouldn't dare disturb him, but perhaps vassal Gu would be approachable? Haha. Now that even Gu Jianzong has become a vassal of our Jiang family, it's unimaginable how glorious our family will become in the future. Many of the Jiang family disciples fell into a frenzy of joy. The addition of a powerhouse like Gu Jian to the Jiang family undoubtedly served as a powerful morale boost, filling them with immense pride in belonging to such a formidable clan. Once Jiang Daoxuan finished announcing the news and left the scene, the information about Gu Jian's new role spread rapidly among the Jiang family members. In no time, numerous disciples of the Jiang family, eager to learn sword techniques, sought out Gu Jian for guidance. In light of these requests, Gu Jian, being new and due to Jiang Daoxuan's influence, did not outright refuse. Instead, he began to patiently teach, pointing out the shortcomings in the swordplay of these disciples. Thus, from that day forth, Gu Jian not only served as a vassal of the Jiang family, but also unexpectedly took on the role of a swordsmanship instructor. Chapter 60, Star Cycle Realm Mount. Songyan White Crane. At that moment, within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his mat and took out two treasure blind boxes he had just acquired from the sword duel. According to the system's description, once opened, these blind boxes would yield random treasures, including magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, bloodlines, and physical qualities. Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his hands together and promptly opened the first blind box. As a white light surged forth, the blind box vanished, replaced by a golden elixir. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme grade elixir of the heaven tier. Tongxian Golden Elixir. Tongxian Golden Elixir contains the power to reshape the heavens and the earth. Once consumed by a cultivator, it can cleanse the impurities of the mortal body, restore their innate foundation, and receive the blessings of the heavens, unlocking the meridians and enhancing their innate qualities, thereby accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Note: only effective for cultivators of mortal physique. Individuals with special physiques cannot consume it. A supreme grade elixir of the heaven tier? Jiang Daoxuan was slightly taken aback. It must be noted that during this period, he had acquired numerous treasures of celestial grade, yet this was the first time he had obtained a pill of such caliber. Unfortunately, it appeared that this item would not serve any significant purpose for the time being. After all, he possessed an innate sacred body, while Jiang Yin bore the Songyan treasure body. Both of them had unique physiques, rendering them unable to consume the Tongxian golden pill. The only suitable candidate left was Jiang Qin. However, he had departed Qingwu Mountain a few days prior to summon the clan members. Thus, the Tongxian golden pill would have to be set aside for the appropriate moment of use. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan carefully stored the Tongxian golden pill into the Zifu space and turned his attention to the second blind box. Without hesitation, he promptly opened it. In the next moment, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing a striking black and white crane before him. The crane held its head high, raised its right foot, and spread its wings. surrounded by a faint mist, exuding an ethereal aura, truly a magnificent auspicious beast. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring a Star Wheel Realm mount. Songyan White Crane, possessing the bloodline of a sacred beast, endowed with extraordinary intelligence and unparalleled speed. Star Wheel Realm? Jiang Daoxuan was greatly surprised. He had never anticipated drawing a mount of such caliber. After all, among the strongest individuals within Qilin Mountain, Gu Xinjiang was the most formidable. Yet even Gu Xinjiang's cultivation level merely reached the 9th layer of the Yuan High realm, a far cry from the Songyan White Crane. This meant that his mount had ascended to become the mightiest being within Qilin Mountain. Contemplating this, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but display a peculiar expression, instantly realizing the system's mischievous nature. Shaking his head, he dismissed any strange thoughts and focused on the sacred beast bloodline displayed above. From his understanding, once a spirit beast's cultivation level broke through to the sage realm, it could be deemed a sacred beast. After achieving the status of a sacred beast, its bloodline would undergo mutation, a change that is hereditary. If a sacred beast were to bear offspring, it was highly likely that the offspring would awaken due to the mutated bloodline, inheriting some of their progenitors' innate abilities and thus possessing extraordinary potential far exceeding that of ordinary races. Realizing this, a smile crept onto Jiang Daoxuan's face. Although the Crimson Eagle at the 9th layer of the Zifu realm was impressive, it paled in comparison to the Songyan White Crane, which bore a sacred beast bloodline. If one were to make a comparison, it would be akin to exchanging an ordinary sedan for a luxurious supercar worth millions. Jiang Daoxuan sighed inwardly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gentle nudge on his sleeve. He quickly collected his thoughts and turned to look down. The Songyan White Crane was gently rubbing its long beak against his sleeve. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered. Do you wish for me to mount you? As soon as the words left his lips, the Songyan White Crane nodded, moving to the entrance of the great hall, spreading its wings and bowing low, awaiting its master. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, marveling at the creature's high intelligence. Very well, it was time to take a stroll. Rising from the meditation cushion, Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve and approached the Songyan White Crane, then stepped onto its back. Although the Songyan White Crane was not as large as the Crimson Eagle, it easily accommodated 3 adults without feeling cramped. Feeling Jiang Daoxuan's presence on its back, the Songyan White Crane lifted its head and let out a soft call. In the next instant, it flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky, merging with the clouds, carrying Jiang Daoxuan as they glided over Qilin Mountain. Surrounded by mist and clouds, the duo appeared ethereal, reminiscent of celestial beings descending to explore the mortal realm. It was as if they were reveling in the vastness of the world, quietly observing the myriad forms of life, exuding an aura of carefree elegance. Shortly thereafter, at the Jiang family's martial arts arena, a throng of young disciples encircled Gu Xinjiang, bombarding him with questions regarding swordsmanship. As he listened to the din around him, Gu Xinjiang rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. He had never anticipated that after offering guidance to a few, he would attract even more individuals. This left him with little time to cultivate the much-desired Guiyuan sword technique. As he contemplated temporarily dismissing the crowd and asking them to return the next day, a sudden, resounding cry echoed from above. Chirp! Everyone instinctively followed the sound, looking skyward. Upon seeing the scene above, some gasped in astonishment. Oh? When did such a magnificent white crane appear at Qilin Mountain? Humph! Qilin Mountain is indeed a land of exceptional talent. What significance does the appearance of a white crane hold? Am I mistaken? I can feel a powerful sense of pressure emanating from that crane. Not just you. I feel it too. Because even at this distance, we can sense such pressure. What realm is this crane from? The crowd momentarily forgot their inquiries about sword techniques, engrossed in discussions about the crane overhead, punctuated by exclamations of awe. At that moment, Gu Xinjiang gazed at the crane above, his expression suddenly shifting. Unable to contain his exclamation, Star Wheel Realm? Though he could not discern the crane's precise cultivation level due to the distance. The pressure it exerted on him, a 9th layer Yuan High realm expert, was undeniable. This could only mean it was indeed of the Star Wheel Realm. Realizing this, Gu Xinjiang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Such a spirit crane typically lived within a clan, rarely venturing out alone. Even if it did, once discovered, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful cultivators, including those at the Moon Wheel Realm or even the Sun Wheel Realm, who would covet it as a mount. How could it suddenly appear in Qilin Mountain? Just as Gu Xinjiang grappled with his bewilderment, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure atop the crane's back. It was a man dressed in pristine white, seated in meditation, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The clan leader? Gu Xinjiang's pupils contracted, his lips parting in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he would see Jiang Daoxuan atop the back of a Star Wheel Realm spirit beast. In the midst of his shock, a terrifying suspicion emerged within him. Could it be that this spirit beast was the clan leader's mount? With this thought, Gu Xingjian's heart trembled. Not only had he comprehended the complete sword intent capable of effortlessly defeating him with a single strike, but he also possessed a Star Wheel Realm spirit beast as a mount. The mysteries surrounding Jiang Daoxuan were indeed profound and unfathomable. Gu Xingjian silently sighed, swiftly regaining his composure. For him, now a vassal of the Jiang family, the greater the family's power, the more he stood to gain. Perhaps by diligently serving the Jiang family, he might procure a sliver of opportunity. In time, breaking through to the realm of perfected sword intent would no longer be a mere dream. Even the legendary and elusive Sword Heart realm might not be beyond his reach. As long as he could attain the Sword Heart realm and join the ranks of sword lords, gaining renown throughout Tiandu Prefecture would merely be a matter of time. At the foot of Kangwu Mountain, as dusk fell and golden rays bathed the earth, people from various families and sects gathered in the marketplace. They whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing towards the stone steps leading to the Jiang family's mountain gate, all eagerly awaiting the outcome of the sword contest between the two great sword sects and anticipating Gu Xingjian's descent. Yet, after several hours, there was still no sign of him. Confusion began to brew among the crowd. What had transpired atop the mountain? Curiosity ran rampant, for after such a long time, even with extraordinary prowess, the contest should have concluded. How could it possibly continue for so long? Had something unforeseen occurred on Kangwu Mountain? Speculation filled the minds of the crowd, yet no conclusion could be reached. The prolonged wait had left them feeling parched and restless. At last, a burly man, unable to endure the torment any longer, mustered his courage and stepped out from the crowd. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, he ascended the stone steps, intent on discovering the truth. Before long, when the man returned from the mountain, the crowd encircled him, eager to inquire, "What news do you bring? Has there been any outcome?" Indeed, who triumphed, the Jiang Sword Sect or the Gu Sword Sect? The duel has persisted for so long without resolution. It is truly maddening. Confronted by the anxious questions of the crowd, the burly man recalled the information he had just gathered and solemnly stated, "I have just learned from the Jiang family members stationed at the mountain gate that the Gu Sword Sect was defeated by the Jiang Sword Sect in a single strike shortly after they ascended the mountain." His words fell like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment among the crowd. They were aware that this was none other than Gu Xingjian, renowned for his prowess with the sword, who had carved a formidable reputation in the surrounding territories. As a celebrated sword cultivator for over a decade with countless admirers, it was astonishing that he could not withstand even a single blow from the now ascendant Jiang Daoxuan. Such a stark disparity in outcome was utterly unfathomable, as expressions of shock spread across the faces of the onlookers. A voice laced with doubt suddenly pierced the air. If the Gu Sword Sect has indeed fallen to the Jiang Sword Sect, why have they not descended from the mountain? This remark snapped the crowd back to reality, prompting a flurry of responses. It is peculiar. I have yet to see anyone from the Gu Sword Sect since this began. Could it be that the Jiang Sword Sect dealt a fatal blow, eliminating the Gu Sword Sect entirely? This was not beyond the realm of possibility, for rumors suggested that the Jiang Sword Sect had a penchant for bloodshed. During their time in Wudong City, they had annihilated entire families of rival clans, leaving not even the chickens and ducks unscathed, and even boiling ant nests, leaving all the earthworms severed in twain. None survived. As the chatter grew increasingly outrageous, the burly man decided to end the suspense, declaring, "The reason the Gu Sword Sect has not descended is simple. After their defeat, they accepted the Jiang Sword Sect's offer and agreed to join the Jiang family as honored guests." With the conclusion of his statement, the fervor in the atmosphere dissipated, leaving an eerie silence. In that moment, the weight of the news stunned the crowd into a temporary loss of reason. The silence lingered for several breaths before they gradually regained their composure. Then, a more intense discussion erupted among the crowd, filled with exclamations of disbelief. What? The Gu Sword Sect has joined the Jiang family? Setting aside the prowess of the Gu Sword Sect, how could someone so reclusive ever submit to the Jiang family? Indeed, this is perplexing. As far as I know, 3 years ago, a powerful sect led by a moon cycle realm master sought to recruit the Gu Sword Sect due to his extraordinary talent, offering numerous advantages to make him an elder. Yet, he rejected their overtures. What kind of magnetic charm does the head of the Jiang family possess that could persuade the Gu Sword Sect to abandon his wanderings and willingly become a mere guest? Alas, the heavens have truly shifted. The Jiang family of Kangwu not only boasts the formidable Jiang Sword Sect, but now also has the Gu Sword Sect in their ranks. Who would dare defy their commands in the future? The fervent discussions continued to swell, drawing in more participants. Now, with two sword sects aligned with the Kangwu Jiang family, their deep roots rendered them unparalleled in the surrounding regions. Should such a dominant force harbor intentions against neighboring factions, how could they withstand the onslaught of their might? Panic washed over the crowd, their eyes betraying their unease. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Individuals from various families and sects began to turn and hasten away from the marketplace, eager to return to their clans and relay this shocking news. As the situation escalated, it wasn't long before the marketplace stood nearly deserted, save for a handful of ordinary folk without any familial or sectarian ties. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Quantong, within the Jiang family's branch house, a gathering of family members convened in the council hall. Their faces reflected trepidation as they furtively glanced towards the opposite end of the room, where a man clad in fine garments, with an effeminate countenance, sat regally in a high-backed chair, lifting a teacup to his lips with languid grace. However, after only a sip of the steaming brew, he carelessly flung the cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Is this what you Jiang family serve your guests? This taste is akin to chewing wax, utterly unacceptable. Do you intend to serve such swill to livestock? Or is this how you treat your visitors? As the voice of the effeminate man resonated, the three young men behind him immediately chimed in. Brother Chow has traveled a great distance to grace your Jiang family with his presence. And yet you show such ingratitude by offering this cheap garbage. Truly, your intentions are suspect. Have you Jiang family grown so arrogant as to disregard us of the Black Tiger sect? Brother Chow is amiable, but we are not. Are you seeking your demise? Confronted by these scathing remarks, the Jiang family members clenched their fists, bowing their heads in indignation. They were well aware that these teas were precious commodities, acquired at great cost, and even the family head seldom indulged in them, reserving them for esteemed guests. How could such a treasured brew be so disparaged? It was clear that the issue lay not with the tea itself, but rather the deliberate provocation from their guests. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Hongnong, struggled to suppress his rising anger and, with a tone of deference, addressed the effeminate man. Chao Zhenchuan, we apologize for our inadequate hospitality. Allow me to fetch you a better brew. Chao Bo shook his head dismissively, replying, no need for tea. My visit to the sect was not without its trials. And I am pressed for time. Please summon Rower to meet with me. Once I have seen her, I shall take my leave. Jiang Hongyang's forehead throbbed with veins of frustration. Chao Zhenchuan, as a prominent disciple of the Black Tiger sect, you have many female disciples who admire you. Why pursue the affections of a widow? If this were to spread, would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Chao Bo's brow furrowed, his tone suddenly chilling. What? Old man, are you attempting to instruct a true disciple on how to conduct himself? Faced with this sudden confrontation from the esteemed disciple of the Black Tiger sect, Jiang Hongyang felt a deep sense of despair. Yet, considering the presence of his kin, he dared not retort directly, lowering his posture in a hurried apology. I would never presume to instruct you, Chao Zhenchuan. My apologies. Chao Bo scoffed, uninterested in furthering the exchange with the elder, and casually remarked, you have a point, indeed. Many of my female disciples harbor infatuations, hoping to become my partners. Yet, they are but naive girls, lacking the sophistication that Rower possesses. Frankly, my journey from the sect was solely for Roa. I trust your Jiang family will not be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, the three disciples of the Black Tiger sect standing behind Chao Bo exchanged glances, unable to contain their lewd grins, as they reveled in their master's pursuit. It is well known that this brother Chao harbors a profound affection for the wives of others, particularly those women who still possess an allure of maturity. Thus, it comes as no surprise that the enchanting Jiao Wanru, now wedded to the Jiang family, has caught his eye. Her captivating figure and beauty would stir desire in any onlooker. As Brother Chao resolutely seeks to meet Jiao Wanru, Jiang Hongnong cannot help but lament the trials of her fate. In her youth, she had encountered the family's prodigy, Jiang Daoxuan, whom she later married, giving birth to a son named Jiang Han. However, her fortunes waned tragically when Jiang Daoxuan, the family's sole innate talent, perished in a mishap, leaving Jiao Wanru a young widow. She not only weeps daily but also bears the burden of raising Jiang Han alone, leading a life fraught with hardship. Yet, despite her misfortunes, she remains unable to escape the attention of Brother Chow, a formidable figure from the Black Tiger sect, marking her destiny as particularly cruel. Jiang Hongnong shook his head, relieved he had prepared in advance. He turned to Brother Chow and respectfully stated, Chao Zhenchuan, Wanru recently returned to her family home with honor. If you wish to see her, you may visit the Jia family. As he uttered these words, Jiang Hongyang's heart raced with trepidation. He had long heard of Chao Bo's notorious reputation. Not only did he revel in the company of other men's wives, but once he tired of them, he would subject them to torment before discarding them like broken dolls, leaving them in a state far worse than death. Thus, upon learning that Jiao Wanru had previously met Chao Bo and spoken lightly of him, Jiang Hongyang quickly understood the gravity of the situation. To protect her virtue and life, he discreetly sent her back to her family, hoping to shield her from harm. At that moment, as Jiang Hongyang's voice faded, the smile on Chao Bo's face stiffened, transforming into an expression of ominous fury. What? Is the head of the Jiang family mocking me? having previously utilized the sect's information channels for investigation. He was aware of the formidable Jia family, which boasted several innate masters and a revered ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm, making them the most powerful family in Xuantua City. Faced with such a prestigious lineage, even the Black Tiger sect would hesitate to provoke them, knowing that even their own ancestral figures were merely of the Purple Mansion realm. Acknowledging the Jia family's formidable standing only deepened Qiao Bo's darkened demeanor. In response to Qiao Bo's accusatory tone, Zhang Hongyang swallowed nervously and hastily explained, No, you have misunderstood, Qiao Zhenchuan. It is merely that Wanru had to return to her family for some matters. Before he could finish, Qiao Bo coldly smirked, impatiently extending his right arm to grasp Jiang Hongyang by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Old man, spare me your evasive talk. Regardless of the truth, you must understand one thing. If you dare to waste my time, I shall see your entire family suffer for it. His words dripped with menace. As his chilling proclamation echoed, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, and one voice broke through the tension, shouting, Release the head of the family. In response, Qiao Bo's expression turned frigid, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he struck the man down to the ground. You truly do not know when to quit. As the cold words reverberated, the Jiang family members finally grasped that this Qiao Zhenchuan was no mere bluff, but a genuine innate realm expert of the second tier. With such prowess, none within the Jiang family stood a chance against him, as their strongest member barely reached the 9th layer of the acquired realm. Just as despair engulfed the onlookers, a vibrant and spirited voice suddenly rang out, piercing through the gloom. You think you can threaten my entire Jiang family? Huh. How audacious. Qiao Bo raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased, while the Jiang family members were taken aback, unable to fathom who would dare to rise against such an imposing figure. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing a young man with black hair, wielding a long sword as he approached. Who is this young man from the Jiang family? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched on their faces. Even Jiang Hongyang, the current head of the Jiang family, wore a look of uncertainty, having never seen this youth before. On the other hand, upon realizing the speaker's youthfulness, Qiao Bo erupted in derisive laughter. Haha. Is this truly all the Jiang family is left? Sending forth a naive child to confront me? As Qiao Bo's scornful laughter subsided, the 3 disciples from the Black Tiger sect regarded the young man with the look one might reserve for a corpse. The last individual who dared to provoke Brother Qiao had likely long since met their demise. Undeterred by the multitude of gazes fixed upon him, Jiang Yin approached Qiao Bo calmly. The latter, confident in his innate prowess, initially dismissed the young man as inconsequential. However, he would soon pay the price for his misplaced confidence. In a heartbeat, Jiang Yin smiled faintly and, without hesitation, clenched his fist, delivering a swift and powerful blow. The punch was executed with astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yin's fist struck Qiao Bo's abdomen with tremendous force. Empowered by the Sanyan body and the Great Sun refinement technique, Jiang Yin unleashed a surge of physical strength that left the innate warrior reeling in pain. Qiao Bo's forehead bulged with veins, his stomach churned violently, and he could not suppress a cry as he expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid. In an instant, he released Jiang Hongyang, clutching his abdomen with both hands, doubled over in agony. Summoning what little strength he had left, Qiao Bo glared fiercely at Jiang Yin. You little brat. Before he could finish his retort, Jiang Yin swiftly drew his sword from its sheath and struck down on Qiao Bo's back, sending him crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. As the crowd looked on in astonishment, Jiang Yin coldly regarded the fallen Qiao Bo. Now sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, he lifted his right foot and pressed it against Qiao Bo's head, applying just enough pressure for a rather intimate encounter between his face and the ground. Jiang Yin shook his head, mocking. You dare to come to my Jiang family and act with such impunity? His words left the Jiang family members in a state of bewilderment. What did he mean by acting with impunity? They had never seen this young man before. In that moment, while confusion reigned in their hearts, none dared to speak further. After all, given Jiang Yan's display of formidable strength, it was clear that the Jiang family needed to rely on his power to navigate this perilous situation. Seeing Qiao Bo felled so effortlessly, the 3 disciples from the Black Tiger sect were utterly frightened, abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. If even the seasoned Qiao Bo could not withstand this young man's might, how could they, mere practitioners of the acquired realm, dare to challenge him? Silence enveloped the gathering, a heavy stillness settling over the scene. After a tense pause, a disciple who was particularly close to Qiao Bo stepped forward, addressing Jiang Yin with a respectful bow. Your strength is formidable, and we acknowledge our oversight today. If you would be so gracious as to release Brother Qiao, we shall take our leave without further delay. Behind us lies the Black Tiger sect. You must weigh the pros and cons carefully and not act impulsively. As the situation escalated, with the opposing party attempting to leverage their sect's influence, Jiang Yin grew weary of words and swiftly drew the exquisite earth-grade sword concealed within its sheath. The blade glimmered as its sharp tip pierced through Qiao Bo's brow in an instant. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yin retracted the sword and returned it to its sheath. With a casual kick, he sent Qiao Bo's lifeless body tumbling before the 3 disciples of the Black Tiger sect. At that moment, Jiang Yin's voice resonated. Since you desire this fellow, I shall return him to you. The 3 disciples of the Black Tiger sect paid no heed to Jiang Yin's words, as their full attention was fixated on Qiao Bo's corpse. Gazing at the gruesome wound from which blood gushed like a fountain, their faces drained of color, becoming deathly pale. A wave of intense fear engulfed their souls, causing their legs to buckle, and they fell to the ground. In their daily lives, they had relied on their senior brother's reputation to gain advantages. But they had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle before. Seeing their previous arrogance evaporate, they were transformed into quivering wretches. Jiang Yin displayed no trace of pity. Dare to cause trouble in my Jiang family, and you need not return. Upon hearing these words, the trio instinctively sensed danger and abruptly raised their heads, subconsciously yearning to plead for mercy. However, all that greeted them was the dazzling brilliance of the sword light. With a swift motion, their throats were sealed with a single strike. Simultaneously, crimson lines appeared on their necks, and they all met their demise. When Jiang Yin sheathed his sword, the surrounding members of the Jiang family were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that this young man would act with such decisiveness. Seemingly unperturbed by the Black Tiger sect. At that moment, although Jiang Honglong felt an overwhelming anxiety, he quickly composed himself, recalling that Jiang Yin had saved them. He faced Jiang Yin and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, but may I ask why you repeatedly refer to yourself as one of our Jiang family? In response to his kin from the branch family, Jiang Yin adorned his face with a warm smile. My name is Jiang Yin, a member of the Kanwu Jiang family. How could I not be considered part of your clan? Jiang Honglong was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened with surprise. Are you from another branch family? The name Kanwu Jiang family was entirely unfamiliar to him. Could it be a newly established branch that had recently separated from the main family? Contemplating this, Jiang Honglong was beset by further questions. This Jiang Yin was so young yet possessed the strength to defeat Qiao Bo with a single strike. His prowess was undoubtedly at the innate level. But why would a new branch family, freshly separated from the main family, harbor such a prodigious talent? Had the main family not attempted to retain him? Chapter 64. The Yellow Springs Demonic Art, Jiang Han's Fury. The myriad uncertainties left Jiang Honglong. As the head of the branch family, in a perplexed state, observing the confusion on the faces of the others, Jiang Yin decided to unveil the truth of his origins and purpose. Upon learning that the main family had relocated from Wudong City to Kanwu Mountain and that the patriarch Jiang Daoxuan wished to summon them back, all the Jiang family members were struck with disbelief. After all, from Jiang Yin's words, they had grasped the terrifying power of the current Kanwu Jiang family. The Purple Mansion realm? Merely an easy target for their patriarch Jiang Daoxuan to extinguish at will. Even formidable Yuanhai realm cultivators could not withstand a single blow from the patriarch, perishing on the spot. Thus, upon hearing that the patriarch wished to summon them back to reside in Kanwu Mountain, their first thought was to question whether they were still trapped in a beautiful dream. Yet to awaken. It was no wonder they felt this way. Just a moment ago, they faced the threat of the Purple Mansion power, the Black Tiger sect. And now someone appeared to inform them that they had the formidable Yuanhai realm patriarch standing behind them, ready to protect them. The surreal unfolding of events left everyone struggling to fully embrace this astonishing reality. Only after Jiang Yan's repeated affirmations did they begin to accept this incredible yet exhilarating truth. Though they knew it to be true, it was still hard to believe that one day they could return to the main family and receive the patriarch's protection. Who could have imagined that after hundreds of years, the Jiang clan would give birth to such an extraordinary individual? After all, the ancestors of the main family had merely been of the Purple Mansion realm. In a time of great turmoil for the family, one who had reached the pinnacle of innate cultivation, secluding for 6 years, breaking through both the Purple Mansion and Yuanhai realms, mastering the essence of swordsmanship, and ascending to the sword sect, such astonishing feats surpassed those of the ancestors, reaching an unprecedented height. I can hardly contain my eagerness to head to Kanwu Mountain. Once we have the patriarch's protection, I shall see who dares to bully us. The many members of the Jiang family, long oppressed by reality, felt a sudden release of pent-up emotion upon learning about the main family and the patriarch Jiang Daoxuan's remarkable deeds. Their spirits were instantly uplifted, and they felt invigorated. Gazing at the elated crowd, Jiang Yin pointed towards Qiao Bo's corpse not far away and turned to Jiang Honglong. Now, tell me, what is the story behind this? Seeing the family prodigy inquiring about the matter, Jiang Honglong sighed softly. This is due to a recent incident when Wanra took Hano out and happened to cross paths with Qiao Bo. As Jiang Honglong recounted the tale, Jiang Yin gradually pieced together the entirety of the situation. He then recalled Gao Wanru and Jiang Han, who were at the Gao family, and his gaze shifted slightly as he softly spoke. The patriarch once mentioned that we must bring every member of the branch family back to Kangwu Mountain. Therefore, you should send someone to guide us to the Gao family and retrieve them. As members of the Jiang clan, it was not fitting for them to remain in the households of outsiders. They must accompany us to Kangwu Mountain. Jiang Hongyang nodded in agreement. He understood the gravity of the situation and immediately commanded the family members to gather their belongings before leading Jiang Yin away to the Gao family. Not long after, at the Gao family estate, a group of young Gao family disciples were practicing martial arts under the guidance of their elders. All of this was witnessed by a pair of brown eyes belonging to a slender, black-haired youth clad in coarse linen. He observed the various moves and techniques being practiced with a glimmer of understanding in his gaze, just as he was engrossed in learning. A well-dressed Gao family member happened to pass by. Noticing the movement, the youth quickly snapped out of his reverie, lowering his head and diligently sweeping the fallen yellow leaves from the ground. Seeing this scene, the Gao family member mockingly remarked, "Oh dear. Is this not the Jiang family young master Jiang Han, who refused to change his surname to Gao? How has he fallen so low?" The derisive laughter echoed. But Jiang Han remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such treatment. Ever since he had moved in with his mother Gao Wanru to this insular Gao family, he had been isolated by all the Gao family members for not agreeing to the elder's suggestion to change his name to Gao Han. Especially after his nurturing mother passed away due to overexertion, his situation in the Gao family had become increasingly dire, to the point where he had to perform menial tasks typically assigned to servants just to earn a meager living. However, this state of affairs would soon come to an end. Jiang Han clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality within him. He had evidently already attained the bone refinement realm. It was worth noting that previously, his poor aptitude had significantly hindered his cultivation speed compared to others. After years of cultivation, I have only attained the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. However, everything changed dramatically 3 days ago, on that fateful night. Jiang Han gently closed his eyes, and a radiant treasure map, glowing with a golden hue, emerged in his mind. This treasure, known as the Yellow Spring Demon Map, was serendipitously acquired that night. According to the remnants of information within the map, Jiang Han discovered that it was a legacy artifact left behind by the ancient emperor of the Yellow Spring, possessing numerous powers that he must gradually uncover. During these past few days, utilizing his remarkable comprehension, he mastered a formidable technique called the Yellow Spring Demon Art from the map. By employing this art, he could absorb the essence of others, replenishing himself and enhancing his cultivation. However, each act of absorption required a period for digestion before he could proceed to the next. It was through this method that he resolved his inadequacies, enabling a rapid breakthrough. Once my cultivation reaches new heights, I shall leave this wretched place. Reflecting on recent experiences, Jiang Han's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Had it not been for Qiaobo, the direct disciple of the Black Tiger sect, relentlessly pursuing him, how could he have been forced to leave the Jiang family with his mother and seek refuge with the Gao family? How could his mother have perished? All of this was Qiaobo's fault, no? It was the fault of the entire Black Tiger sect. If not for the protection and indulgence of the Black Tiger sect, how could Qiaobo act with such impunity? Since no one dares to offend you, eradicating your malignant sect, when my cultivation is complete, I will personally ascend the mountain and annihilate your cursed sect, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 65, Elder Zhou's Doubt. Is the Jiang family an ancient imperial clan? Just as Jiang Han's murderous intent surged within, a young member of the Gao family nearby was glancing around, and upon spotting Jiang Han, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly approached, saying, "Jiang Han, someone from the Jiang family has arrived. They are in the meeting hall, and the family head has asked me to summon you." Startled from his thoughts, Jiang Han was taken aback. Why would the family summon him at this time? Could something significant have occurred? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abruptly discarded his broom and rushed toward the meeting hall. Upon his arrival, he found a gathering of individuals within the hall. At the head of the table sat Gao Mingshi, the head of the Gao family, alongside Jiang Hongyang, the head of the Jiang family, and a seemingly young boy with dark hair, who appeared only slightly older than Jiang Han. Who was this person? Jiang Han's curiosity was piqued. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Jiang Yin subtly lifted his head and instinctively scrutinized his counterpart. Finding nothing amiss, he gradually averted his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Elder Zhou's voice resonated. "Young master, your cousin is no ordinary individual, oh? What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yan's eyes reflected a hint of surprise as he internally inquired. "From my observation, your cousin's strength has already reached the 9th level of the bone refinement realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was overwhelmed with curiosity. According to Jiang Hongyang, the branch family head, Jiang Han's innate talent was exceedingly poor, resulting in an excruciatingly slow cultivation pace. rendering his efforts nearly futile. Even with the resources left by Jiang Daoxuan, after years of cultivation, he had only attained the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. But how long had he been residing in the Gao family? Yet, his cultivation had surged explosively, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to the 9th level of the bone refinement realm. Such a terrifying rate of advancement surpassed even his own past accomplishments and those of Qin Go. Could it be that this cousin of his was not the inept individual rumored, but rather a hidden genius of cultivation? With this thought, Jiang Yan's interest in Jiang Han intensified. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou, intrigued by the changes in Jiang Han, instinctively extended his perception to discern the situation. As his powerful awareness penetrated deeper, the ease on his face began to fade, replaced by a serious expression. This young man seems rather uncanny? In Elder Zhou's perception, Jiang Han's innate talent was indeed abysmal. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, he would likely spend his life wandering within the acquired realm, with no possibility of breaking through to the innate level. Yet, somehow, he had utilized such poor foundational talent to consecutively break through, ascending from the blood condensation realm to the bone refinement realm in a short span of time. This immense leap in strength was utterly unfathomable and defied logic. Just as Elder Zhou was perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from the depths of Jiang Han's being. This aura. Elder Zhou's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically, as if confronted by a specter. Without hesitation, he withdrew his perception and skillfully curled up in a corner of his ring. At that moment, he was horrified to realize that this aura contained a power equal to that of the former Jiang Qin. Clearly, Jiang Han, like Jiang Qin, was also endowed with extraordinary fortune and destiny beyond the realm of saints. Had Jiang Han's cultivation not been so feeble, failing to conceal his anomalies, Elder Zhou would not have been able to discern his extraordinary nature. Elder Zhou's face revealed bitterness, his heart filled with incredulity. Considering the current situation, with the addition of Jiang Han to the ranks of Jiang family prodigies, the small Jiang family had birthed 4 exceptional individuals of unparalleled fate and fortune, truly incomprehensible. Could it be that the bloodline of the Jiang family harbors some unknown mystique? Lost in thought, Elder Zhou began to suspect whether the true origins of the Jiang family were those of an ancient imperial clan that had gradually faded into obscurity over countless ages. Meanwhile, on the other side, feeling Jiang Yan's gaze lingering on him, Jiang Han furrowed his brow. As he noticed the meaningful smile on Jiang Yan's face, he suddenly stiffened, his heartbeat seeming to slow. An absurd thought flickered in his mind. Could this person have discerned my cultivation? Jiang Han was taken aback, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Just then, Gao Mingshi, the head of the Gao family, spoke up. In the past, you were wary of the Black Tiger sect's might, allowing Wan Rou to bring Jiang Han back to our Gao family. Out of respect for our past relationship, I did not refuse and willingly took the risk of offending the Black Tiger sect to shelter the two of them. However, now that Wan Rou has passed, you wish to take Jiang Han back? You must provide a satisfactory explanation to the Gao family. Jiang Hongyang, aware of his vulnerable position, hurriedly explained. This situation was born of our helplessness. The Black Tiger sect is powerful, and you know the strength of the Jiang family. If we provoke the Black Tiger sect, we would certainly be unable to withstand it, which is why we resorted to this desperate measure. I ask for your understanding, family head. However, we must retrieve Han heir, as our family head has commanded that we all, without exception, return to Kangwu Mountain and formally rejoin the main family. Therefore, we must take Han heir with us. Hearing Jiang Hongyang's assertive tone, Gao Mingshi's expression soured, and instinctively he wanted to retort. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he suddenly remembered something and swallowed his response. Kangwu Mountain? That name seems familiar. Gao Mingshi furrowed his brow, racking his memory. With his extraordinary memory, he quickly recalled a piece of news he had received not long ago. Due to the Gao family managing numerous merchant caravans, they frequently engaged in trade with surrounding cities. Recently, the family caravan had brought him some news regarding the powerful rise of the Kangwu Jiang family. This information, passed through countless mouths, was inevitably incomplete and riddled with omissions. Thus, Gao Mingshi only knew of the Kangwu Jiang family's name, but was unaware of their connection to Wudan City. However, if Jiang Hongyang's claims are accurate, could it be that the Jiang family residing in Kangwu Mountain is indeed the rumored Kangwu Jiang family? Subsequently, to validate this conjecture, Gao Mingshi suppressed the tumult within his heart and turned to Jiang Hongang, inquiring, Kangwu Mountain? I recall that your main family resided in Wudan City. Is that not so? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hongang promptly clarified, in the past, our main family indeed lived in Wudan City. However, not long ago, the patriarch ordered the relocation of the family to Kangwu Mountain, making it our new abode. Chapter 66. The flattery of the Gao family and Jiang Han's self-mockery. Gao Mingshi's eyes flickered slightly as he cautiously asked, "Is the current patriarch of your family named Jiang Daoxuan?" Jiang Hongong, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, merely nodded and replied, "Indeed." As these unremarkable words resonated, the numerous members of the Gao family remained unchanged in expression, failing to perceive any oddity. Yet, those who had been part of the family caravan or had heard tales of the Kanwu Jiang family felt as if thunder had erupted above them, deafening and startling. How could this be? The Jiang family in our city is actually related to the Kanwu Jiang family? Alas, the Jiang family must truly be blessed. Having recently been concerned about the Black Tiger sect, they now find themselves soaring to great heights, directly connecting with the Kanwu Jiang family. Such fortune is indeed enviable. This Jiang Han has the chance to ally with the esteemed Jiang Jin sect. He must have exhausted 10 lifetimes of good fortune to attain this opportunity. To address him so casually is quite improper. Hongo possesses half of our Gao family's bloodline and is several years our senior. We must honor him as an elder. The crowd was engulfed in fervent discussions, while Gao Mingshi's pupils constricted as a wave of joy surged within him. Initially, he looked down upon the Jiang family for its decline and rivalry with the formidable Black Tiger sect. Unexpectedly, they presented him with such a delightful surprise. Let it be known, the Kanwu family boasts a patriarch of formidable strength, Jiang Daoxuan. Even their own ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm might not secure a meeting with them, let alone establish a connection. Now, through Jiang Han, who shares blood ties with both the Jiang and Gao families, perhaps they could ascend through this connection to the Kanwu Jiang family. With any association, they might seize immense opportunities, ushering their family into unprecedented glory. Contemplating this, Gao Mingshi felt a surge of fervor within, his face betraying a burgeoning smile. He then turned to Jiang Han, speaking gently, "Honor, this journey is long. You must take care of your health. Here is a bottle of qi-inviting pills. Please take it. Remember to return when you have the time. After all, you carry the blood of our Gao family. We are all kin." As he spoke, he handed a vial of pills to Jiang Han, who was momentarily bewildered by the scene, instinctively accepting the pills. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. "Hana, do you remember when you were 1 year old, climbing onto my shoulder and tugging at my beard? Han Di. We were foolish before. Please forgive us and do not hold it against us. Brother Han, remember, once you achieve wealth and status, do not forget us." Faced with this sudden shift in demeanor, Jiang Han was initially taken aback, but, recalling his previous experiences, he quickly grasped the source of this change. The Kanwu Jiang family? Could it be due to the main family's influence? Jiang Han felt a profound sense of confusion. It was said that during its most glorious days, the main family had only one patriarch of the Purple Mansion realm. How could this compel the Gao family, with its patriarch of the same realm, to adopt such a subservient posture? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, so he decided to shift his focus, looking up at Jiang Hongyang and softly asking, "Grandfather, what of the Black Tiger sect?" The Black Tiger sect is a powerful force with several patriarchs of the Purple Mansion realm. In the main family, aside from that patriarch, no one else had reached such formidable heights, prompting his concern. If the Black Tiger sect were to strike, would it not implicate the main family? Before Jiang Hongyang could respond, Jiang Yin, who had been silent, interjected calmly, "There is no need to concern ourselves with the Black Tiger sect. If they dare to provoke us, with the patriarch present, not just one Black Tiger sect, but 10 of them combined would meet their demise." This declaration left the room in astonishment. The confidence and disdain in Jiang Yan's tone shook everyone to their core. Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood why the Gao family had lowered themselves to flatter him. It was due to the formidable patriarch within his own family. At this juncture, Gao Mingshi's eyes sparkled as he suddenly grasped something. He turned to Jiang Yin and quietly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Yin cast a brief glance and replied, "Kanwu Jiang family, Jiang Yin." Gao Mingshi's heart surged with recognition. It was indeed as he suspected. The Kanwu Jiang family was the tree under which the Gao family could find their fortune, and they must cling tightly to it. He was about to speak, eager to forge a connection with Jiang Yin and expedite their alignment with the Kanwu Jiang family. However, Jiang Yin showed no interest in his continued discourse and merely turned to Jiang Han, stating, "I must return to Kanwu Mountain to report to the patriarch. If you have no other matters, we should depart." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's heart soared with joy. Other matters? With the opportunity to leave, he had no desire to linger in this place for another moment. Realizing this, he hesitated not, clasping his hands and self-deprecatingly saying, "Since arriving at the Gao family, I have grown accustomed to leisure. There are no other matters to attend to. Cousin, let us depart." Oh, hearing the clear dissatisfaction in his tone, Jiang Yin quickly understood. It seemed his cousin still harbored some grievances against the Gao family. Meanwhile, Gao Mingshi's forehead visibly throbbed with tension. He had never anticipated Jiang Han would take this moment to provoke him. Fortunately, Jiang Yin had no interest in interjecting further, merely shaking his head before turning to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Honong and Jiang Han promptly followed suit. Before long, the three returned to the Jiang family's residence, where all members had readied their belongings, prepared to depart. Jiang Yin wasted no words and immediately beckoned everyone to set forth towards Kangwu Mountain. Chapter 67. The arrival of the master of the Falling Maple sect and Jiang Daoxuan's command the following day. At noon, a figure streaked across the sky, swiftly descending at the foot of Kangwu Mountain. Clad in black, with bronze skin and rugged features, he exuded an air of authority without uttering a word. This individual was none other than Hu Long, the master of the Falling Maple sect. According to plan, he should have arrived at Kangwu Mountain several days prior. However, to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Daoxuan, he had taken considerable time to gather valuable gifts to present to him, intending to convey his respect and sincerity to forge a bond. Is this Kangwu Mountain? It appears to be even more splendid than the rumors suggested. Hu Long surveyed his surroundings, chuckling lightly. He then gazed at the stone steps before him. To avoid inciting the Jiang family's enmity, he refrained from using his power to ascend the mountain. Stepping forward, he placed his foot upon the bluestone steps, ascending them one by one. With his exceptional cultivation at the Yuanhai realm, he effortlessly reached the summit of the staircase in mere moments, arriving before the gates of the Jiang family. Noticing his approach, the Jiang disciples stationed at the entrance promptly declared, by order of the patriarch, our clan shall not receive any visitors for the time being. We kindly ask you to return. Hu Long, displaying an unruffled demeanor, replied, I am Hu Long, the sect master of the Falling Maple sect, here to pay a visit to your patriarch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he produced a small cloth pouch from the purple mansion space and tossed it before the guard. A token of my goodwill. I would appreciate it if you could relay my visit to Jiangjian. Upon witnessing this, the guard furrowed his brow instinctively. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's generosity, every month the Jiang family members received a substantial resource stipend, consisting of abundant spirit stones and various cultivation elixirs. While not exceedingly wealthy, it sufficed to cover their daily cultivation expenses. Thus, the guard felt no inclination towards Hu Long's bribe. Just as he was about to decline, a thought struck him. Hu Long had just claimed to be the sect master of the Falling Maple sect. The guard's gaze shifted slightly. For some reason, an odd sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he had heard the name of this sect before. Falling Maple sect. Wait, isn't that the sect that once crippled Jiang Qin's Dantian? The guard's memory clicked into place. It was indeed the Falling Maple sect that had ambushed Jiang Qin during his time at the Qianshan sect, leading to his expulsion. A cold smile crept across the guard's face. The Jiang family had yet to pursue trouble with the Falling Maple sect, and already their sect master had come knocking at our gates? With this thought, he swallowed the words of refusal he had prepared and bent down to pick up the pouch, slipping it into his pocket. After all, he needed to report the visit of the Falling Maple sect master to the patriarch, so this gift of resources was hardly to be dismissed. He then looked at Hu Long and said respectfully, Please wait a moment, sect master Hu, while I inform the patriarch. Seeing that his gesture had been accepted, Hu Long nodded slightly. Thank you. Soon after, as the guard departed towards the family residence, Hu Long observed his retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, wealth can move mountains. As long as one offers a sufficient price, anything becomes possible. Not long after, within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, attentively listening to the report from the guard. Once the report concluded, Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes. The Falling Maple sect? I have been too occupied with my cultivation to seek trouble with them, yet today their sect master has come to my doorstep. Perhaps this is fortuitous. Old accounts must be settled eventually, saving me the effort of searching for them. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Daoxuan instructed the guard. Go and convey my orders to Elder Gu, instructing him to capture the sect master of the Falling Maple sect and bring him here to see me. Now that he had Gu Xingzhan as a capable aide, he preferred not to expend unnecessary effort or waste his cultivation time dealing with such a minor character himself. It was a task best left for Gu Xingzhan. Understood. The guard responded respectfully, bowing once more before cautiously exiting the family hall. With no one around, silence returned. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes once more to resume his meditation. Despite the cumulative benefits of his entire clan, his own high level of cultivation, coupled with the fact that his clan members had yet to fully develop, rendered the overall boost somewhat meager. Thus, in this early stage of disparity, the fastest way to strengthen himself remained through personal cultivation. Possessing the innate holy body Dao physique, He could break through barriers with ease, encountering no bottlenecks. With just a bit of accumulation, breakthroughs would come naturally. Considering the permanent enhancement effect that the cumulative benefits of his entire clan provided, his personal cultivation combined with the clan's support would reach an optimal pace. Meanwhile, after the guard relayed Jiang Daoxuan's orders to Gu Xinjiang at the training grounds, Gu Xinjiang, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword, felt an exhilarating surge of sword intent emanating from his piercing eagle-like eyes. At last, the patriarch is allowing me to engage in some genuine work. If I don't stretch my muscles and bones soon, I might just rust away. A smile crept across Gu Xinjiang's face. During Jiang Daoxuan's prolonged seclusion, he had searched the entirety of Kangwu Mountain for a worthy opponent, yet to no avail. This left him with little more than solitary sword practice and instructing the Jiang family disciples in their sword techniques, a monotonous routine that had grown exceedingly dull over the days. This was why he felt a rush of excitement upon receiving the patriarch's command. As for Hulong, the sect master of the Falling Maple sect, Gu Xinjiang was no stranger to his name. However, for someone who couldn't even best Kotongguang, Hulong hardly seemed worthy of drawing his sword in the past. Yet, in the midst of his otherwise tedious existence, Hulong now stood as a somewhat acceptable opponent, allowing him to test his newly mastered return to origin sword technique. In Gu Xinjiang's eyes, that was the extent of Hulong's significance. Not long after, at the gates of the Jiang family on Kangwu Mountain, Hulong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings while patiently awaiting the guard's return. However, instead of the guard, he sensed a formidable and terrifying sword intent approaching from a distance. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan himself is coming? Hulong's expression shifted suddenly, his demeanor growing serious. As far as he knew, within Kangwu Mountain, only the renowned Jiang Jian possessed such overwhelming sword intent. Realizing this, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sword intent. Ahead came a man dressed in black, a black sword hanging at his waist, his right sleeve empty. The oppressive sword intent radiating from him was unmistakable. Hulong's gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not heard that Jiang Daoxuan had lost an arm. Curiosity piqued, he took a closer look at the man. As he did, a strong sense of familiarity surged within him. With such a fierce sword intent and these physical traits, could this man be not Jiang Daoxuan, but rather Gu Jian? Hulong raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the man's intentions. As the distance between them closed, he cautiously inquired, "Are you perhaps Gu Jian?" Gu Xinjiang cast a cold glance, offering no further words, merely nodding. A look of relief crossed Hulong's face as he bowed respectfully. "It truly is Gu Jian. I have often heard of your remarkable deeds over the years, and have long been eager to meet you. To think that fate would allow for our encounter today. Were it not for pressing matters, I would have surely invited you to a banquet to share a drink." As he attempted to cultivate a rapport, Hulong discreetly observed Gu Xinjiang's expression. Though surprised by Gu Xinjiang's unexpected presence, he found it understandable, given Gu Xinjiang's well-known obsession with swords in surrounding territories. It is easy to imagine the intense battle spirit that would arise within Gu Jianzong when the name of Jiang Jianzong spreads to his ears. Thus, his visit to the Jiang family in Kangwu becomes a matter of course. At this moment, facing Hulong's flattery, Gu Xinjiang merely shook his head, showing no interest in the other's words. He placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword, fingers tightly gripping it as he slowly drew it, revealing a blade that gleamed with a chilling light. "Enough of this idle chatter. I grant you the opportunity to strike first. Draw your sword." Upon hearing this, Hulong's expression froze in shock. He had never anticipated that a simple meeting would provoke such intentions from his opponent. Was it not said that Gu Jianzong only drew his sword against those he deemed worthy adversaries? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even the likes of Kotongguang was no match for Gu Xinjiang. How could he, who had yet to comprehend the essence of sword intent, stand a chance? Panic washed over Hulong's face as he hastily waved his hands. "Your strength is formidable. I do not wish to embarrass myself further. Perhaps we should forego this contest?" Gu Xinjiang remained unfazed, holding his sword aloft, its razor-sharp tip directed at Hulong. "If you do not make your move, it will soon be my turn to act." As he spoke, waves of potent sword intent radiated outward, saturating the air with an overwhelming pressure. Hulong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he swallowed nervously. The icy aura emanating from Gu Xinjiang's sword left him with no doubt that should he fail to act, he would be met with a swift and lethal strike. Realizing this, Hulong steeled himself, retrieving his sword from the space of the purple mansion. In an instant, he lunged forward, channeling his energy into the blade and striking towards Gu Xinjiang's chest. Gu Xinjiang regarded him with disdain, standing resolute and motionless, merely flicking his wrist to effortlessly send Hulong's sword flying. He then struck Hulong's face with the flat of his blade, sending him staggering back in pain. Gu Xingjian sheathed his sword behind him, scoffing, "Pathetic, your skills are far too weak. With such swordsmanship, you are not even worthy of forcing me to use my new techniques." In the blink of an eye, he had discerned Hu Long's weaknesses. Although Hu Long possessed the cultivation of the third realm of Yuan Hai, his comprehension of sword intent was non-existent, rendering his foundation shallow and his combat strength far inferior to Gu Xijian's expectations. In essence, this leader of the Luofeng sect seemed merely a product of resources, a hollow Yuan Hai practitioner. As Gu Xijian's derisive words lingered in the air, Hu Long clenched his fists, veins bulging as rage boiled within him. He contemplated making excuses for his failure, yet Gu Xingjian offered him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he plunged his sword into the ground, darting forward to unleash a flurry of punches. Faced with the overwhelming assault from Gu Xingjian, a ninth realm Yuan Hai cultivator, Hu Long found himself utterly defenseless. After enduring a barrage of blows that left him battered and bleeding, he collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. In his despair, Hu Long managed to lift his head and glare at Gu Xijian. "Gu Jianzong, I believed I had not wronged you in any way. So why do you abuse your power against me today? Do not forget, we are not outside but within Kangwu Mountain. As a guest of the Jiang family, your reckless actions disregard their honor. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Who would dare to visit the Jiang family in the future if word of this spreads?" Realizing that if Gu Xingjian continued his assault, he might not survive the day, Hu Long invoked the name of the Jiang family, hoping to instill a sense of caution in his opponent. However, his hopes were dashed as Gu Xijian suddenly seized the back of Hu Long's collar, lifting him effortlessly. Just as Hu Long was taken aback, a voice, tinged with amusement, echoed near his ear. "Oh, I am now a vassal of the Jiang family. Do you truly wish to invoke the name of the patriarch against me?" Upon hearing this, Hu Long's pupils dilated in horror, his mind racing with disbelief. What kind of joke was this? Gu Xijian, a figure of terror, was now a vassal of the Jiang family? When had this transpired? This crucial information had not reached him. As shock coursed through him, Hu Long suddenly recalled a chilling possibility. If Gu Xijian was indeed a vassal of Jiang Daoxuan, did this aggression stem from his orders? The thought sent a wave of icy dread surging through him. Had he truly wronged the Jiang family? Why was he subjected to such treatment from Gu Jianzong? Hu Long was nearly overwhelmed with fear, nearly losing consciousness. Noticing Hu Long's pathetic state, Gu Xingjian shook his head, lamenting the other's lack of composure. He was eager to return to the family hall to report to Jiang Daoxuan, and thus did not linger. With a swift motion, he carried Hu Long towards the Jiang family's residence. As they traveled, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air surged dramatically, transforming the atmosphere entirely from that at the mountain gate. Hu Long found himself dumbfounded as he sensed the overwhelming density of spiritual energy, which was far superior to that of his own sect, perhaps by dozens or even hundreds of times. This was merely his conservative estimate. The actual disparity was likely even greater. Just as Hu Long was lost in astonishment, an unforeseen event transpired. An invisible and intangible force suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Before he could comprehend its origin, he realized with terror that his cultivation was plummeting. Yuan Hai Realm 3. Yuan Hai Realm 2. Yuan Hai Realm 1. Moments later, Hu Long was aghast to discover that he had fallen to the third realm of the Purple Mansion. He had dropped an entire realm. Fortunately, this decline in cultivation was not permanent, but rather a temporary state of being forcefully sealed by external power. Meanwhile, Gu Xijian, keenly aware of the significant change in Hu Long's aura, witnessed his opponent's strength wane until he was reduced to the third realm of the Purple Mansion. He couldn't help but feel astonished. What had transpired? Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. What could possibly cause a Yuan Hai cultivator to silently and swiftly lose an entire realm? Could this be related to the patriarch? At that moment, Yu Xijian recalled the enigmatic figure of the patriarch, whose presence was shrouded in mystery. Such an unfathomable method could only be orchestrated by the patriarch himself. Suppressing his curiosity, Yu Xijian resumed his pace, carrying Hu Long into the Jiang family's residence. As they moved through the crowd, the sight of Gu Xingjian holding Hu Long aloft caused a commotion among the Jiang family disciples, who paused their training to watch the spectacle. Look! Who is this person captured by Gu's vassal? What a strange face. Why has he been seized? Is he an intruder attempting to breach our mountain gate? A crowd gathered, engaged in fervent discussions, rife with speculation. Just as the conversation reached a fever pitch, the young messenger from the mountain, facing the crowd, broke into a grin. Ha ha ha, you all are quite unaware. This man is named Hu Long, the master of the Falling Maple sect. Falling Maple sect? Wait. Why does that name sound familiar? Of course it sounds familiar. Just a short while ago, it was this Falling Maple sect that crippled Brother Chen's cultivation. What a twisted fate. I still vividly recall Brother Chen's frail figure returning home after losing his powers. Had he delayed even a few more days, he might have perished outside, and where would our Jiang family be without the illustrious title of the Twin Stars? Instead of seeking revenge, this master of the falling maple sect dares to visit our Jiang family to meet the clan leader. How utterly laughable. It seems today is the perfect occasion to settle old scores with the falling maple sect. No wonder Elder Gu captured him, a wise move indeed. Upon learning Hu Long's identity, the Jiang clan members erupted in applause. Recently, Jiang Qin had regained his cultivation and ascended as the family's prodigy, yet he remained humble, offering help to countless clan members. He often instilled the values of mutual support and collective advancement among the Jiang family. Through his compelling charisma, Jiang Qin garnered admiration from many young clan members, establishing himself as a leader of the newer generation. Thus, they felt a surge of indignation regarding the incident involving Jiang Qin's cultivation being sabotaged by the falling maple sect. At that moment, with the atmosphere charged with emotion, Gu Shijian had already escorted Hu Long to the grand hall of the clan. Upon entering, he beheld a figure clad in white, seated on a meditation mat. Gu Shijian casually tossed Hu Long aside and respectfully bowed to Jiang Daoxuan, saying, "Report to the clan leader, I have captured the master of the falling maple sect." As the words fell, Hu Long's eyes widened, realizing that this man was indeed the principal figure, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Under Jiang Daoxuan's unwavering gaze, he slowly rose from the mat, revealing a strikingly handsome man, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being. Hu Long dared not meet his gaze and hastily lowered his head. After suppressing his trepidation, he cautiously inquired, Jiang Jianzong? I come with great sincerity to foster a relationship between our families. May I ask why I've been brought here? Jiang Daoxuan replied with an indifferent expression. Not long ago, your falling maple sect ambushed a disciple of the Qieshan sect, shattering his cultivation and expelling him from the sect. Unluckily, this disciple is one of my Jiang family. At this revelation, the atmosphere shattered like glass. Hu Long's pupils constricted, his face a mask of horror. He could hardly fathom that there existed such a dark connection between the falling maple sect and the Kangwu Jiang family. I implore you, clan leader Jiang, to reconsider. Surely there is some misunderstanding? Hu Long's face twisted in regret. Had he known of this enmity with the Kangwu Jiang family beforehand, he would have kept his distance. Avoiding this trap entirely, Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance his way, stating, "Since your falling maple sect has harmed my clan's member, the matters of right and wrong are of no consequence to me." As his words echoed, a terrifying aura erupted, filling the grand hall with an oppressive energy. Hu Long trembled in fear, unable to comprehend Jiang Daoxuan's domineering nature and fierce protectiveness. Without any inclination to investigate or clarify, Jiang Daoxuan was prepared to strike. In a moment of desperation, Hu Long attempted to explain himself, but as he uttered a single word, a surge of pure young energy hurtled towards him. It struck with such swiftness that he could not defend himself. In an instant, this formidable force pierced through his cultivation core and energy sea. I have always acted justly. Since you have shattered Qin's cultivation, I shall shatter the cultivation of everyone in the falling maple sect. As Jiang Daoxuan's chilling voice resonated, Hu Long collapsed in terror. In that moment, he felt his energy core become riddled with injuries, his energy sea shattered, resulting in a chaotic outflow of power. His cultivation level plummeted at a visible pace. In mere moments, Hu Long's realm descended to the 9th layer of bone refinement. And this was merely the beginning. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, his body began to show signs of decay, leading him to further decline into the blood refinement and body refinement stages, eventually reverting to a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation. At this juncture, Jiang Daoxuan continued, "From this day forth, you shall serve as a slave to my Jiang family. Without permission, you shall never leave Kangwu Mountain. For now, you will manage our medicinal fields. Since we possess a patch of low-grade spiritual land, someone must attend to the cultivation of various spiritual herbs. Such mundane tasks should not burden our clan members, who ought to focus on their training. Thus, it is only fitting to assign this responsibility to the members of the falling maple sect." Upon realizing he could preserve his life, Hu Long's expression bore no trace of joy. Rather, he appeared ashen. For one who had once stood at the level of Yuan Hai, being reduced to a mortal was akin to a fate worse than death. Jiang Daoxuan paid Hu Long no further heed and turned to Gu Shijian, issuing a new command. At this point, the falling maple sect has lost its relevance. You shall set out to the falling maple sect, identify those responsible for crippling Jiang Qin's cultivation, and strip the powers of all its high-ranking members. The ordinary disciples are free to depart. After these tasks are completed, bring the remaining individuals back to Kangwu Mountain to assist in the medicinal fields, keeping Hu Long company. Understood. Yu Xinjian replied eagerly, without hesitation. He promptly exited the hall, harnessed his energy, and swiftly departed into the sky towards the falling maple sect. Once Gu Xingjian had completely left, Jiang Daoxuan did not cast another glance at Hulong, but instead summoned several clan members to enter the hall. He then commanded them to escort Hulong to the medicinal fields. In the future, the management of the fields, including sowing, fertilizing, and watering, would fall to Hulong. Naturally, to prevent him from causing chaos and ruining the fields, Jiang Daoxuan specifically instructed the members to rotate supervision every 2 days. The clan members promptly accepted their orders and dragged the now pitiful Hulong out of the hall. As they made their way to the fields, more and more clan members witnessed this spectacle. Word spread rapidly, and soon everyone on Kangwu Mountain was informed of this exhilarating news. Many Jiang family disciples could not resist gathering to observe Hulong. They chattered animatedly, some praising Jiang Daoxuan, others denouncing Hulong. A few, feeling that words alone could not quell their fury, chose to take action, delivering a few blows to Hulong. The catharsis brought by this confrontation led many to follow suit. Shortly thereafter, the guard stationed outside the family hall relayed another explosive piece of news. The clan leader had dispatched Elder Gu to the falling Maple sect, intending to completely eradicate it today. The moment the news broke, it instantly stirred a commotion, igniting a fervent sense of warmth in countless hearts. The presence of such a domineering and protective patriarch in the Jiang family filled them with an overwhelming sense of belonging and security. To be born into the Jiang family is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. At that very moment, this thought lingered in the minds of many, refusing to dissipate. A profound sense of pride welled up within everyone for being part of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, after a considerable time, Gu Shijian's figure appeared above the Luofeng sect. He lowered his head slightly, his sharp gaze surveying the scene below. After a cursory glance, he lost interest. Gu Shijian retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to unleash the full force of his sword intent from within. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended rapidly, enveloping the entire sect's premises. It felt as though the heavens had collapsed. All disciples of Luofeng sect were greatly startled by this sudden spectacle. Under the influence of this expansive sword intent, their bodies became inexplicably stiff, and their breathing grew increasingly labored, gradually struggling for air. What on earth was happening? In this moment, every disciple of Luofeng sect experienced an unprecedented wave of terror. Just then, an extremely cold voice erupted suddenly, booming like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. I am Gu Xingjian, a venerator of the Jiang family. In accordance with the patriarch's command, I have come to obliterate your sect. The suffocatingly terrifying might surged forth, causing all disciples of Luofeng sect to recoil in shock. Gu Xingjian, could he be the one who, wielding a single sword, had defeated countless heroes? Which Jiang family could summon such a formidable venerator from the Gudren sect? Recently, we have not heard of any conflict with the Jiang family. Countless thoughts surged through the minds of the crowd, creating a tempest within their hearts, leaving them in a state of turmoil. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of many, Gu Shijian gradually descended before the main hall of the sect. From his elevated position, he addressed the crowd with an icy tone. Where are the elders of Luofeng sect? I have arrived. Why do you not come forth to pay your respects? Upon uttering these words, an intimidating aura radiated from him, pressing down upon the hearts of everyone present like an avalanche. The expressions of all elders at the Purple Mansion realm tightened, and they quickly emerged from the crowd to stand before Gu Xingjian. Recalling the various rumors surrounding Gu Xingjian, the elders dared not express their anger and could only speak in a tone of utmost respect. Gu Jian sect, is there perhaps a misunderstanding between us? We have not offended the Jiang family. As Gu Xingjian unsheathed the sword at his waist, he coldly replied, whether there is a misunderstanding is of no concern to me. We shall discuss such matters later. For now, I must fulfill the task entrusted to me by the patriarch. With that, he turned his gaze toward the plaque inscribed with the 3 gilded characters of Luofeng sect, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Under the anxious watch of all disciples and elders of Luofeng sect, Gu Xingjian, with his left hand gripping the sword, activated the return to origins sword technique. Channeling his energy to envelop the blade, he then struck forward with a fierce slash. Swish, a dazzling and terrifying sword light illuminated the surroundings. Divine light danced, and the aura of sword intent surged forth, exerting an unstoppable pressure upon the scene. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes, instinctively bowing their heads and hastily closing their eyes. Boom! As Gu Xingjian's powerful slash, composed of energy and sword intent, struck the plaque of Luofeng sect. It shattered with a resounding crash. Following this, the energy rampaged, the sword aura unleashed, and an overwhelming storm of sword intent was unleashed. In an instant, the once majestic main hall of the sect was cleaved as if by 1,000 swords, marred with deep and shocking sword marks. As Gu Xingjian effortlessly withdrew his longsword and turned to face the crowd, a dull thud suddenly echoed, reverberating throughout the entire sect's premises, clearly reaching the ears of every disciple of Luofeng sect. They abruptly opened their eyes and looked forward, only to see all the wooden pillars within the main hall breaking apart. The walls crumbled with a thunderous crash, dust swirling, transforming the scene into a chaotic ruin. Witnessing this, an eerie silence fell over the crowd, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Gulp. All disciples of Luofeng sect felt an acute tension, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Gu Shijian paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, tilting the blade forward, pointing its tip at the crowd. I must return to report to the patriarch as soon as possible. To avoid wasting time, you should all come at me together. His cold and disdainful words echoed throughout the space. The 6 elders of the Purple Mansion realm present displayed fear on their faces, their expressions wavering. Judging by the overwhelming might exhibited by Gu Jian sect, it was evident that even if they all fought together, there would likely not be a match for him. Yet, if they chose not to act, feeling the faint aura of killing intent radiating from Gu Xinjian, the 6 Purple Mansion elders shuddered in alarm. Realizing that they faced certain death regardless, their eyes turned fierce, jaws clenched tightly, as they drew their weapons, directing them toward Gu Xinjian. Go. Exchanging glances. They charged forward in unison. In response, Gu Xinjian remained calm, his expression unchanged. As the first Purple Mansion elder reached him, whoosh, Gu Xinjian's wrist flicked. The sword sang as if it were a serpent, striking toward the opponent, faced with such a swift attack. So rapid it was beyond the capability of the naked eye to track. The elder could do naught but accept the blow. Fortunately, Gu Xinjian did not seek his life, merely piercing the elder's dantian with the tip of his sword before delivering a kick that sent him flying several dozen meters away. Before he could launch an attack on the next, 5 gleaming, sharp longswords surged toward him. Gu Xinjian cast a casual glance. Then with a slight shift of his form, like a ghost, he became an ephemeral shadow, easily evading the coordinated assault of the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators. Seizing the moment they faltered, Gu Xinjian summoned his inner energy, propelling his speed to new heights. He flashed in front of the 5 of them. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed 5 swift strikes, piercing the dantians of all the Purple Mansion elders. Vivid crimson blood stained their robes, and they all weakened, collapsing to the ground, wailing in agony. The cultivation they had painstakingly attained over decades crumbled in an instant. On the other side, witnessing all the elders unite in their attack only to be effortlessly neutralized by Gu Xinjian, the remaining disciples of Luofeng sect displayed expressions of sheer terror, falling into a hushed silence. They understood all too well that today, the Luofeng sect was likely facing annihilation. Then, noticing Gu Xinjian's gaze sweeping over them, every disciple felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, appearing utterly terrified. Having witnessed Gu Xinjian's terrifying prowess, they feared he would turn his attention toward them. If he did, what chance would they have to survive? However, Gu Xinjian's next words caused a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. Once, a member of the Kanwu Jiang family named Jiangshan sought knowledge at Xieshan's sect. Not long ago, Jiangshan was crippled by one of your own, leading to immense suffering. Now, the patriarch has personally ordered me to find this person. If anyone among you can identify him, I shall grant you a reprieve. If no one comes forth, you will all be deemed accomplices, and there will be no escape. His frigid voice reverberated, plunging the scene into uproar. The elders of Luofeng sect, their power stripped, were shaken by his words. It was only at this moment that they realized the Jiang family Gu Jian sect spoke of was, in fact, the Kanwu Jiang family. How could this be? Hadn't the sect master just prepared a grand gift days ago and personally ventured to Kanwu Mountain to forge a connection with the Jiang family? How had it come to pass that the patriarch Jiang Daoxuan sent Gu Xinjian to exterminate them? Did the sect master commit some foolish act on Kanwu Mountain that angered Jiang Daoxuan? The elders of Luofeng sect could not help but ponder, various conjectures flooding their minds. Meanwhile, all the disciples of the falling Maple sect present widened their eyes in disbelief. They never imagined that amidst the years of friction with the Thousand Mountain sect, they would inadvertently provoke the esteemed Jiang family of Kanwu, with their clan members' dantians ruined. It was no wonder that the Gu Jian sect had come to demand justice on behalf of the Jiang family patriarch. However, who was this Jiangshan? It seemed that this name had never crossed their ears. Upon learning that they could preserve their lives by naming the assailant, everyone began to recall the various grievances with the Thousand Mountains sect with fervor. Yet, despite their deep contemplation, the eyes of most falling Maple sect disciples still revealed endless confusion. Aside from the prominent true disciples of the Thousand Mountains sect and a few well-known inner disciples, they had never heard of this name. Chapter 72. Following the patriarch's orders, the falling Maple sect is disbanded today. However, among the crowd, 3 disciples of the falling Maple sect exhibited expressions markedly different from the others. Standing side by side, they appeared contemplative. Jiangshan. This name seems somewhat familiar. I also feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Wait, I think I remember. Do you all recall the individual from the Thousand Mountain sect who was thrown off a cliff by senior brother do not long ago? You mean? The two nearby disciples of the Falling Maple sect were momentarily taken aback, then their faces lit up with realization. Recently, they had accompanied Du Guang on a mission to the Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the area, they accidentally encountered 4 individuals dressed in the attire of the Thousand Mountain sect. Initially intent on avoiding trouble, they planned to bypass the encounter. However, Du Guang, noticing the distressed state of the Thousand Mountain sect group, evidently having endured a fierce battle, chose not to retreat but instead approached to observe the situation. Upon discovering the corpse of a fierce beast lying beside a Thousand Mountain sect disciple, along with a high-grade spiritual herb in their possession, Du Guang immediately led them to set an ambush, intending to seize the spiritual herb from the Thousand Mountain sect group. The outcome was tragic. 3 of the Thousand Mountain sect perished, and 1 escaped. Subsequently, the fleeing disciple was cornered at the edge of a cliff by them. Ultimately, Du Guang struck, shattering the disciple's dantian and sending him plummeting into the abyss. Through the skirmish, they learned that this unfortunate disciple was named Jiang Daoxuan. At this realization, the 3 Falling Maple sect disciples were struck with astonishment. They never imagined that the one Du Guang had cast off the cliff had survived. They had specifically observed the height of the cliff, which was no less than several hundred meters. Once falling, it was certain that not even an innate expert could survive, let alone someone like Jiang Daoxuan, whose dantian had been destroyed. This was truly bizarre. How had he managed to survive? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a young man clad in gray, drenched in sweat, trembled uncontrollably with a pale complexion. Jiang Daoxuan, how is it that this fellow is still alive? Du Guang could never have imagined that the very person he had carelessly thrown off a cliff not only survived, but that the Jiang family had dispatched the renowned sword cultivator Gushi Zhan to seek retribution against them for this incident. At this thought, Du Guang's legs quaked in terror. He had never anticipated that a day would come when a formidable sect would face annihilation due to his actions. Overwhelmed with panic, he instinctively glanced around, making eye contact with the 3 Falling Maple sect disciples. A shiver ran down his spine, and an ominous premonition gripped him. True to his fears, the next moment, the 3 disciples of the Falling Maple sect, desperate to save their own lives, spoke in unison. We report to the Gujian sect. I wish to testify. I too wish to testify. The one who ruined Jiang Daoxuan's dantian was none other than Du Guang. Indeed, we 3 witnessed it with our own eyes. It was Du Guang who struck him. Though they understood that revealing this could lead to their own punishment for pursuing Jiang Daoxuan, the safety of speaking out far outweighed the consequences of silence. As their testimonies echoed, the tension among the crowd eased, and relief washed over them. They had feared being unable to identify Jiang Daoxuan's assailant and facing dire repercussions. Thankfully, someone had finally stepped forward to save them. Grateful glances were cast towards the trio, soon replaced by furious glares directed at Du Guang. After all this, he was the culprit behind their calamity. Why, having already shattered Jiang Daoxuan's dantian, did he not ensure his death? Had he tidied up his task, Jiang Daoxuan would have been entirely erased from existence, and the Falling Maple sect would not have incurred the wrath of the Jiang family. The gazes of the Falling Maple sect disciples pierced Du Guang like daggers, instilling within him an unprecedented fear that left him trembling, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Du Guang hastily lifted his head, looking at Gushi Zhan, and with all his strength revealed the details of the pursuit against Jiang Daoxuan that the trio had accompanied him on. At this point, he understood that his fate was likely sealed. If he was to die, he might as well take a few others with him. At least he wouldn't be alone on the road to the afterlife. Yet, more than that, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. Why should those 3 remain safe while he was doomed to perish for their shared actions against Jiang Daoxuan? Fueled by his intense bitterness and determination to drag them into the abyss with him, Du Guang began to fervently expose the trio's past wrongdoings. Faced with this unexpected turn, the 3 who had just testified were momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Du Guang's insanity. However, their shock quickly morphed into fear. Why must he drag them down with him? Could he not simply accept his fate? They silently cursed him, but in a desperate bid to alleviate their own anxiety and enhance their chances of survival, they immediately began to reveal Du Guang's misdeeds, frantically casting blame. In an instant, chaos erupted, filled with vile accusations and scandalous words. Meanwhile, Gushi Zhan gradually pieced together the events from both sides' accounts. Understanding the patriarch Jiang Daoxuan's protective nature, it became clear to him that none of these individuals could be spared. Thus, Gushi Zhan sheathed his sword, then, with a deft movement, leaped from the ruins of the hall into the crowd. Channeling his spiritual awareness, he swept over the area, locking onto Du Guang and the others. Raising his left hand, he brought his fingers together to form a sword-like gesture. quickly condensing his energy at his fingertips. He unleashed 4 swift energy arrows with lightning speed. In an instant, the 4 individuals cried out in agony, collapsing like overcooked shrimp, curling into themselves. Seeing this, Gu Shijian nodded slightly. The task assigned by the patriarch was nearly complete. After a fleeting thought, Gu Shijian looked around at the disciples of the Falling Maple sect, who were pale with fear and trembling. Following the patriarch's orders, the Falling Maple sect shall be disbanded today. Now, you have a single incense stick's time. Should you fail to depart by then, you shall not leave. Chapter 73, A Chain Reaction, a Shocking Revelation. As soon as the words left his mouth, every disciple of the Falling Maple sect trembled, then fled in a panic. In their haste, some stumbled and fell, yet no one paid heed to their injuries, merely crying out as they scrambled away. In no time, the area was deserted. Yu Shijian turned slightly, gazing at the fallen, ashen-faced elders of the Falling Maple sect and Du Guang. Next, there remained but one task for him, to escort these individuals back to Kangwu Mountain and present them to the clan leader for judgment. Soon after, as numerous disciples of the Falling Maple sect returned to their respective families, the news of the sect's annihilation spread like wildfire across the surrounding territories. In that moment, whether they were heads of great families, sect leaders, or common folk, all regarded this event as fodder for lively discussion, engaging in fervent debates. In Qingyang City, at the Dragon Gate Inn, one could hear the buzz. Have you heard? The Falling Maple sect has been destroyed. How could that be? Wasn't there a formidable leader who, protecting them? It is said that the one who brought about their downfall is Gu Xingjian of the Gu Sword sect. On that fateful day, armed with his Qingfeng sword, he ascended the mountain gate of Falling Maple sect and, in mere moments, incapacitated their elders. Is that even conceivable? Though the Gu Sword sect is known for their obsession with swordplay and challenges, they have never obliterated a sect before. How could the Falling Maple sect fall to them? Could it be that the Falling Maple sect committed some heinous act that provoked the ire of the Gu Sword sect, leading to such cataclysm? As patrons gathered, their discussions grew more animated, capturing the attention of others. Curiosity shimmered in their eyes as they set aside their meals, leaning in to listen intently. It was impossible for anyone to remain indifferent to the demise of the Falling Maple sect, a powerful force that had commanded respect for centuries. In times past, one would take pride in being a descendant of the Falling Maple sect, basking in the admiration and envy of friends and neighbors. Yet now, this once mighty sect had been vanquished by the Gu Sword sect. What could have transpired? Amid the eager gazes, someone finally spoke up with insider knowledge. When the Falling Maple sect was destroyed, many disciples fled home. Among them was a distant cousin of my great-uncle's neighbor, and that is how I gleaned some inside information. Currently, the Gu Sword sect has become a vassal of the Jiang family. The Falling Maple sect did not offend the Gu Sword sect directly, but rather the Jiang family behind them, prompting the Gu Sword sect to collect debts on behalf of the Jiang family. The Jiang family? I have not heard of the Gu Sword sect aligning with any family. Which Jiang family could compel the Gu Sword sect to join them? As excitement swelled, the speaker calmly sipped his drink before continuing. The Jiang family in question is the one based at Kangwu Mountain, home to the Gu Sword sect. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd astounded. But even the Kangwu Jiang family cannot command the Gu Sword sect's allegiance, can they? The Jiang Sword sect, though renowned, has only recently risen to prominence. Whether they can be considered a rival to the Gu Sword sect remains to be seen. How could they possibly recruit such a formidable sect? This is truly perplexing. How did the Falling Maple sect offend the Jiang family? It is said that a member of the Jiang family named Jiang Chun was crippled by the disciples of the Falling Maple sect, which incited the Jiang family to send the Gu Sword sect to settle the score. Merely a single family member harmed, and they seek to annihilate an entire sect? The Kangwu Jiang family wields significant power. Moreover, Jiang Chun is not dead. He is merely unable to cultivate further. Surely, the Falling Maple sect could offer compensation. Perhaps surrender the disciple responsible for his injury, rather than subjecting the entire sect to ruin? In my view, the Jiang Sword sect's intentions are more than they appear. The Kangwu Jiang family has only recently emerged, and while they have vanquished the Qianshan sect, their reputation cannot yet rival that of established powers. It seems the destruction of the Falling Maple sect serves a greater purpose, to elevate their own standing. Given your perspective, I find myself unsurprised by the Falling Maple sect's demise. What a display of power! The Jiang Sword sect truly possesses deep cunning. With the Falling Maple sect eradicated, once this news spreads, who would dare to provoke the Jiang family? Forgive my candor, but I find myself somewhat envious of the Jiang family. Not only do they have the might of the Jiang Sword sect at their disposal, but they also provide their kin with such robust protection. Indeed, while many paths may lead to the royal city, some reside within its walls, while ordinary folk like us may never glimpse its grandeur. The fortune of the Jiang family is enough to evoke envy. As the discussions drifted further from the original topic, The Dragon Gaiden soon resonated with a chorus of sighs and lamentations. If one could choose the circumstances of their rebirth, who would willingly remain a destitute commoner? Deprived of sustenance, warmth, and the resources for cultivation? This thought lingered in the minds of those present. And an unbidden desire arose. How splendid it would be to belong to the Jiang family. At the Qilin sect's great hall, the sect's most powerful leader, the Purple Mansion sect master, convened with other innate elders. Their expressions reflected shock and dread, the atmosphere heavy with tension and silence. After a moment, the Qilin sect master wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing his rising panic. He turned to the elders before him and sighed. At this juncture, who would have thought that even the falling Maple sect would fall to the Kangwu Jiang family? As his words settled, the elders slowly regained their composure, their faces etched with bitterness. The Gu Sword sect becoming a vassal of the Jiang family is indeed unexpected. After all, the once mighty Daha Sword Palace, which boasted a moon cycle realm master, once sought their affiliation but was rebuffed. What sort of means did the Jiang Sword sect employ to persuade the Gu Sword sect to lower their status and willingly join such a modest family? Truly, it is baffling. Just because a disciple of the falling Maple sect incapacitated a Jiang family member, they send forth the Gu Sword sect to obliterate the falling Maple sect. The Jiang Sword sect seems to harbor a deep-seated desire for revenge, fiercely protective. In the face of such power, how could we survive should we offend a member of the Jiang family? Surely, the Jiang clan leader would not grant us an opportunity for explanation. Indeed, with this incident, who among us would dare to bully the Jiang family's kin? The falling Maple sect stands as a cautionary tale. The elders were gripped by fear, their voices trembling with trepidation. Their fear was not unfounded. The falling Maple sect had once been the dominant force in the region, a powerhouse that left many families and sects subservient to their might. Yet, this formidable sect had been obliterated in a single day due to their transgressions against the Kangwu Jiang family, erasing centuries of legacy in an instant. The Qilin sect master's demeanor was hardly more composed. His pallor betrayed his anxiety as he looked around at the elders, his eyes darting with urgency. The audacity of the Jiang Sword sect, willing to annihilate the falling Maple sect for the sake of a single crippled family member, instilled an unprecedented fear within him. To avoid meeting the same fate, he raised his gaze to the assembled elders and spoke with utmost gravity. I command all disciples of our sect, from this day forth. Should you encounter anyone from the Kangwu Jiang family, you shall retreat and avoid any conflict at all costs. As his words echoed, all present elders nodded in agreement. They are genuinely concerned that there may be indiscreet disciples within the sect who could offend the members of the Jiang family, thus inciting the wrath of the Kangwu Jiang clan. At that point, calamity would descend upon them like a bolt from the blue. Faced with such a formidable family capable of effortlessly obliterating the falling Maple sect, how could their Qilin sect, with its meager resources, hope to withstand such a disaster? As thoughts surged through their minds, the elders resolutely decided to reiterate their warnings to every disciple to prevent any future misfortune. Observing the elders' anxious demeanor, the sect leader of Qilin sect felt a sense of relief. It seemed these individuals would promptly and accurately convey his orders to every disciple. The sect leader sighed inwardly, preparing to dissolve the meeting, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. He then altered his tone and addressed the assembly. Since Jiangjian sect is so protective of its kin, why do we not send a few suitable young women from our families to Kangwu Mountain? If they were to form bonds with the Jiang family members, when our Qilin sect faces adversity in the future, the Kangwu Jiang family would surely not turn a blind eye to that connection. Of course, even if they were to do so, it would not matter, as long as our Qilin sect establishes this marital relationship with the Kangwu Jiang family. It would undoubtedly instill a sense of trepidation in others, prompting them to keep their distance. Furthermore, we could leverage this connection to expedite our development, achieving unprecedented glory. As the sect leader's words resonated, the elders' eyes brightened with newfound clarity. Indeed, with Jiang Daoxuan's protective nature, if they were to forge a relationship with him, would they not receive some form of advantage? At that point, it would truly be a case of a humble chicken soaring up to become a phoenix. The sect leader, worthy of his title, had swiftly illuminated a path of prosperity for them. The Great River Sword Palace, a formidable entity boasting the presence of a moon-phase realm sword cultivator, focuses on sword practice, mastering various sword techniques, and pursuing the supreme sword path. At this moment, before a waterfall, a middle-aged man with graying hair and an elegant demeanor sat cross-legged. Embedded in the massive stone before him stood a verdant longsword, emanating a potent aura of sharpness. This man was Pei Chi Feng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace, possessing the cultivation of the moon-phase realm. Listening to the reports from the elders beside him, Pei Chi Feng maintained an impassive expression, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes. He remained indifferent to the Kangwu Jiang family. After all, in his view, Even if they had decimated the Qianshan sect and the Falling Maple sect, it was merely the squabbling of children. What truly captured his attention was Gu Xingzhan. Reflecting on a past encounter, Pei Qifeng murmured to himself, "At that time, I recognized your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Had I personally guided you, you would have comprehended the essence of the sword within 5 years and achieved the realm of sword heart within 20. I even promised you a mid-tier earth-level sword technique. The only cost being your lifelong allegiance to the Great River Sword Palace. Surely you understand the immense value of such a technique, which is the foundational art of our palace and cannot be easily shared. Only by dedicating your life to the Great River Sword Palace could I entrust it to you. Yet, you chose to reject all this, forsaking the opportunity that countless others dream of, squandering your unique chance to grasp the sword heart." As Pei Qifeng spoke, his gaze turned sharp as he focused on the waterfall before him. "Everyone has their aspirations. I would not impede you. But you have squandered your exceptional sword talent to join a feeble clan whose might barely reaches the Yuan Hai level, becoming a mere servant to them." There was a growing edge of anger in his voice. As a figure of renown, having grasped the sword heart and ranked among the sword lords, he had seldom been refused since gaining fame. Yet Gu Xingzhan not only declined his offer, but also turned to join a paltry family like the Kangwu Jiang clan. It felt as if a beloved had turned away from him to embrace another, particularly one of lesser stature. Pei Qifeng longed to visit the Kangwu Jiang family to uncover what extraordinary allure could attract a sword genius like Gu Xingzhan. However, considering his status and the pressing matters of the upcoming grand competition among the 100 sects, he could only suppress his disquiet, whispering, once the competition, overseen by the governor, concludes, "Perhaps I shall venture to Kangwu Mountain to meet this Jiang family personally. Jiang Daoxuan. I shall see if you possess the qualifications to recruit a sword genius who even my Great River Sword Palace could not entice." Meanwhile, at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, a long caravan laden with numerous chests slowly made its way into the marketplace. Leading the procession was a young man with dark hair, a long sword slung across his back, Jiang Yin, tasked with relocating the branch family of Quantu. Beside him walked Jiang Han, who kept his head lowered, discreetly surveying his surroundings. Chapter 75, The Red Investment Level, Great Annihilation Technique. Taking in the surroundings, Jiang Han managed to contain his fervent excitement. However, when he slightly raised his head and his gaze fell forward, his pupils constricted and his heart trembled. Before him loomed a towering mountain, majestic and imposing, shrouded in mist, with grand pavilions and towers barely discernible, resembling a celestial paradise. "Is this to be my future residence?" Jiang Han stared in astonishment, his voice filled with disbelief. Although he had previously learned about the patriarch's deeds and that Kangwu Mountain had become the new residence of the Jiang family from Jiang Yin during their journey, he could not help but be overwhelmed by the breathtaking view before him. "Let us proceed. We must ascend." At that moment, Jiang Yin's voice broke through, swiftly pulling Jiang Han back to reality. Steeling himself, Jiang Han turned his gaze back to Kangwu Mountain, a myriad of hopes for the future glimmering in his eyes. Simultaneously, within the family hall of Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged, his aura surging, exuding a terrifying presence. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep, authoritative pupils. Feeling the immense primal energy flowing within him, a smile crept across his face. He had reached the 8th level of the Yuan Hai realm. In just a few short days, through his own cultivation and the collective benefits from the entire clan, he had ascended 3 minor realms from the 5th level to the 8th. Moreover, estimating his current pace of progress, it would not exceed a month before he reached the Star Wheel realm. A cultivator of the Star Wheel realm possesses formidable powers far surpassing that of the Yuan Hai realm. Revered as a true person by all beings, such an immensely powerful existence within the entire Tindu prefecture is regarded as a formidable expert, deserving of respect from countless individuals. Even factions with elders of the Moon Phase realm would treat him with deference, unwilling to provoke him lightly. Beyond his cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan had also made strides in the sword path. Although he had yet to comprehend the sword heart and ascend to the rank of sword lord, he had refined the complete sword intent to perfection, touching upon the threshold of crystallizing the heart of the sword. For an ordinary person, crossing this threshold could be an insurmountable challenge, trapping them at the level of complete sword intent for their entire lives. Even the most gifted individuals might require several years or even over a decade to hope to transcend this barrier. For Jiang Daoxuan, the challenge was similarly daunting. It would take him a full 10 days to barely cross this threshold, comprehending the sword heart and achieving the rank of sword lord. Jiang Daoxuan sighed helplessly. Indeed, the path of swordsmanship is long and arduous. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was lost in thought, contemplating the changes within his body, a member of the Jiang family stationed outside the hall entered respectfully and reported, "Esteemed Patriarch, Jiang Yin has returned with the members of the Kuang-Ang branch. They're waiting outside. Shall we invite them in? Jiang Daoxuan collected his thoughts, his gaze shifting slightly as he replied softly, let them enter. Understood. The family member bowed and promptly exited the grand hall. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Jiang Daoxuan was about to rise when, unexpectedly, a notification from the system resonated within his mind. Beep, red level family member detected. Host may initiate investment. Red? A hint of surprise flickered in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. It was known that the two fated individuals within the family were merely at the golden level. What kind of extraordinary characteristics did this red-level family member possess? With a profound curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan rose slowly from his mat and turned to look behind him. At that very moment, Jiang Han, filled with trepidation, followed Jiang Yin into the hall. Instinctively glancing up, he met Jiang Daoxuan's penetrating gaze. The depth within those eyes, seemingly able to see through everything, tightened Jiang Han's heart. At that instant, an inexplicable feeling surged within him, akin to being entirely exposed. No secrets remained. Is this what the patriarch is truly like? He seemed far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Overwhelmed by this sudden, dreadful sensation, Jiang Han averted his gaze, lowering his head, murmuring softly to himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan paid little heed to Jiang Han's expression, focusing instead on the ethereal panel before him. Name, Jiang Han, cultivation, 9th level of bone forging, root bone, inferior, comprehension, talent of the chosen, fate, red, turning misfortune into fortune, talent, mortal body, fortune. Reincarnation of a fragmented spirit of a mysterious treasure. Inheriting the legacy of the Yellow Spring Emperor, mastering the Yellow Spring demonic art, capable of siphoning the essence of others to nourish oneself, accelerating cultivation. Gazing at Jiang Han's impressive panel, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this red-level fated family member possessed merely inferior root bone qualifications. It was rare to find such a low-quality root bone among the Jiang family, as 90% of its members boasted at least average qualifications. Yet, this individual's comprehension was remarkably high, reaching the level of the chosen. It is worth noting that even Jiangchen, who had completed his transformation, was only at this level, underscoring the exceptional nature of Jiang Han's comprehension. As for the Yellow Spring demonic art he wielded, it caused Jiang Daoxuan's expression to grow increasingly peculiar. This art, which allowed one to siphon the essence of others for personal cultivation, would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar if exposed. At that point, Jiang Han, who would feast upon countless cultivators, would likely become a universally reviled demon, attracting the ire of innumerable factions. However, despite understanding the potential consequences, Jiang Daoxuan had no intention of intervening to persuade Jiang Han to forsake the Yellow Spring demonic art in favor of other techniques. After all, every family member had their own path to tread, and he had no desire to meddle in such matters. As his thoughts swirled, the system's notification chimed once more. Beep, current objective. Investment may trigger red-level returns. Invest a wisp of golden crow chi to obtain a wisp of sword saint's power. Invest a Tongxian golden pill to acquire a special physique, innate sword body. Invest in the Earth Tier Supreme Technique Great Sun Body Refinement Technique to gain a special supernatural ability, Great Annihilation Technique. Invest in the Earth Tier Supreme Martial Skill Purple Thunder Palm to acquire a special physique, Thunder Spirit Body. Surveying the abundant rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, then withdrew his gaze to address the members of the branch family. Chapter 76, Jiang Daoxuan's Instructions, Turning Misfortune into Fortune. I trust Jiang Yin has conveyed my words to you all, so there is no need for further elaboration. Please follow Jiang Yin to arrange accommodations, henceforth. You may reside in the Kangwu Mountains with peace of mind. As his words fell, every member of the branch family hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Their journey had already illuminated the extraordinary nature of the Kangwu Mountains. The richness of its spiritual energy was unparalleled, traversing the entirety of their memories. They could not recall a single place that could rival it. Not even a location with a 10th or 12th of the Kangwu Mountain spiritual density existed. Upon learning that the patriarch had summoned them back to the main family, they felt immense excitement. Yet now, they comprehended that returning to the main family was not merely an opportunity. Even the Kangwu Mountains, which they had long overlooked, represented an opportunity beyond anyone's imagination. If they could remain here, how dramatically would their cultivation speed increase? As this thought crossed their minds, every member of the branch family trembled with uncontainable joy. Observing their reactions, Jiang Daoxuan smiled knowingly. Subsequently, after learning from Jiang Yin about the events at the Kuang-Ang Jiang family, he mentally noted the name of the Black Tiger sect before instructing Jiang Yin to lead everyone away. Jiang Yin, not wishing to disturb the patriarch further, respectfully bowed and turned to escort the branch family members out. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated gently. Jiang Han, you stay. At his words, the branch family members paused, expressions filled with confusion as they turned to Jiang Han. Why had the patriarch suddenly requested Jiang Han to remain alone? They were perplexed, while Jiang Yin appeared contemplative. Could it be that the patriarch had perceived something? He had been informed by his master about this cousin's peculiarities. Now, with the patriarch summoning Jiang Han to stay, it certainly hinted at something unusual. However, as someone who harbored secrets himself, he was not inclined to pry into Jiang Han's mysteries and had little interest in doing so. Thus, Jiang Yin addressed the surrounding branch family members, urging, "Let Jiang Han stay here. We should take our leave." Upon hearing this, the others regained their composure, hastily moving to avoid disturbing the patriarch, and followed Jiang Yin out of the family hall. Soon, the grand hall returned to silence, becoming spacious once more. Jiang Han lowered his head, gripping his sleeves tightly. Standing there in a daze, his heart raced with anxiety, uncertain as to why the patriarch had chosen to keep him behind. Just as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he felt utterly lost, a voice, akin to a gentle breeze, echoed in his ears. Regardless of the dangers faced outside, never forget that the family is your most steadfast shield. Upon hearing these words, a thunderous resonance erupted within Jiang Han, sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the man before him. His pupils filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that the patriarch would suddenly say such things without reason. Had a secret been discovered? Jiang Han's heart trembled, instinctively preparing to speak, to validate his inner suspicions. You. However, before he could utter another word, Jiang Daoxuan's subsequent remarks interrupted him. When traversing the world, should conflicts arise with others, remember to strike decisively to avoid deception, and ensure to erase all traces, minimizing your chances of exposure. Do you understand? Considering the inherent dangers of the Yellow Spring demonic art, Jiang Daoxuan deemed it necessary to remind this fated family member, lest he suffer a grave misfortune in the future. At that moment, as he absorbed the patriarch's teachings, Jiang Han was utterly astounded. There was no need for further validation. The hidden implications within the patriarch's words clarified everything. Was it not the case that I feared the use of the Yellow Spring sorcery to siphon the essence of others, only to neglect the timely disposal of their corpses, thus exposing the abnormalities upon them and arousing the suspicions of other cultivators? Hence, I was compelled to eliminate the bodies and obliterate all traces, minimizing the risk of exposure. With this thought, Jiang Han's gaze towards his clan leader gradually filled with reverence. At this juncture, he was acutely aware that the elder had not only discerned his secrets but had also grasped the fact that he wielded the Yellow Spring sorcery. Indeed, my earlier instincts had not led me astray. It was likely that the clan leader had seen through me at first glance. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of confusion and disbelief. After all, this was the legacy left behind by the Yellow Springs Emperor. How had the clan leader managed to perceive it with merely a glance? Burdened with questions, Jiang Han faced Jiang Daoxuan, clasping his hands in respect and expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. The clan leader not only refrained from explicitly revealing the heritage he possessed, but also took the time to advise him, which warmed Jiang Han's heart and deeply moved him. It was worth noting that he had prepared himself to disclose his secrets, only to find that the clan leader showed no interest in such matters. In response to Jiang Han's gesture of respect, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and then retrieved a spatial ring from the depths of his purple mansion. Within it were stored various items related to investment, such as the Tongxian golden pill and the Great Sun body refinement technique. Additionally, to expedite Jiang Han's cultivation speed, he had included a pound of divine liquid capable of substituting for spirit stones, allowing Jiang Han to refine and absorb it. Aware that Jiang Han lacked the guidance of a celestial grandfather like Jiang Yin, and thus had a somewhat limited perspective, Jiang Daoxuan had even inscribed a trace of his divine consciousness upon each item to assist Jiang Han in resolving any confusion. Then, with a grand gesture, Jiang Daoxuan summoned forth an overwhelming surge of pure young primordial energy that coalesced into an ethereal hand, cradling the spatial ring and presenting it to Jiang Han. Faced with this unexpected display, Jiang Han's expression turned to one of astonishment, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Take these resources with you. Perhaps they will alleviate your immediate needs and bring you some surprises. Understanding the unique nature of the Yellow Spring sorcery, Jiang Daoxuan recognized that if Jiang Han wished to grow rapidly, he could not follow the same path as others by enduring rigorous training on Kangwu Mountain. Instead, he needed to venture into the outside world, forging his supreme foundation from the flesh and blood of countless cultivators. This was the path Jiang Han needed to tread, the one that promised the quickest growth. Although fraught with danger and the constant specter of life and death, Jiang Han's crimson fortune suggested he would surely turn misfortune into blessing. Thus, what was there to fear? As Chapter 77, The Power of the Sword Saint and the Innate Sword Body, began, Jiang Han felt a warmth in his heart at Jiang Daoxuan's words. He extended his hand to grasp the suspended spatial ring, and as he did, the primordial energy hand dissipated into thin air, clenching the spatial ring tightly in his palm. He lifted his gaze to his clan leader and bowed deeply, expressing his thanks. Jiang Daoxuan inclined his head slightly, saying, "In the future, should any matters arise, feel free to consult with Jiang Yin. We are all family, and there is no need for formalities." "Understood," Jiang Han replied solemnly. Through their time together, he had come to understand the nature of his elder brother, who treated family with warmth while remaining aloof towards others. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve gently, speaking softly. "You may return now. Do not forget that behind you, there is always family, and there is me." Jiang Han's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Initially, he had believed that this renowned clan leader would be exceedingly stern, which had made him somewhat anxious. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the elder treated him with the same concern as any ordinary relative. It had been a long time since he had felt such care. Once his thanks were concluded, Jiang Han promptly turned to leave. The surroundings quickly fell silent, leaving only Jiang Daoxuan alone in the grand hall. He slowly withdrew his gaze and glanced at the system prompt before him. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a trace of Sword Saint's power. Sword Saint's power contains a fragment of the true meaning of swordsmanship left behind by a Sword Saint-level cultivator, which one can comprehend and cultivate. Or released to unleash a single strike of the Sword Saint, capable of severely injuring a sage. Once released, the Sword Saint's power will dissipate on its own. Sword Saint? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As a swordsman, he was naturally familiar with the significance of this term. Only by refining one's swordsmanship to the pinnacle and comprehending the soul of the sword path could one be called a sword saint. The realm of the sword soul was one that even many sages could not attain, highlighting the terrifying nature of this fragment of Sword Saint's power. The true meaning of swordsmanship left behind by a Sword Saint-level expert would be immensely beneficial to him. After all, he had discovered that the effects of the wordless sword manual were rapidly diminishing. It was likely that by the time he comprehended the sword heart realm, the manual's benefits would be nearly obsolete. Thus, the system's provision of a trace of Sword Saint's power perfectly filled this gap, allowing his sword path to continue advancing at a rapid pace. Moreover, this Sword Saint's power not only facilitated comprehension of swordsmanship but could also be directly released to unleash a terrifying strike capable of severely injuring sages. If sages could be gravely wounded, what of those in the celestial realm? It was conceivable that this single strike would suffice to obliterate them. In this light, it was indeed a final trump card for preserving one's life. He could regularly utilize this power to enhance his swordsmanship, and should he encounter an insurmountable foe threatening his life, he could simply release the Sword Saint strike. As for the possibility of an enemy being strong enough to withstand the Sword Saint strike, Jiang Daoxuan had no concerns whatsoever. As far as he knew, in the current Qilin dynasty, there had been no emergence of celestial realm cultivators, let alone those of the nascent soul realm. The strongest among them was merely a true monarch of the myriad phenomena realm, making it utterly implausible for anyone to withstand a Sword Saint strike. Jiang Daoxuan's face broke into a smile as he shifted his gaze downward to examine the other rewards. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special physique, Thunder Spirit Body. Thunder Spirit Body embodies thunder, allowing one's vitality to carry the might of thunder, exceptionally lethal. Possessing piercing characteristics. Note, the system has detected that the host already possesses the innate holy body Dao physique. You may now choose any clan member to awaken this physique within 3 days. Once awakened, the physique cannot be changed. Jiang Daoxuan was quite familiar with the Thunder Spirit Body. The ancestor of the Tang family in Tiandu was a Moonwheel realm cultivator who mastered the Thunder Spirit Body, far surpassing peers in combat prowess and renowned for his might. However, upon reading the system prompt indicating that he could directly grant the Thunder Spirit Body to any clan member, he was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure and began to ponder whom to bestow this physique upon. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes reflected deep contemplation. The highest priority must undoubtedly be the 3 fated ones within the clan, as their power increase would be more substantial and their speed of advancement could be accelerated. However, Jiangchen possessed a modified physique through celestial fire, and Jiang Yin had the Song Flame Body. Even Jiang Han had the Tongxian Golden Pill to enhance his root qualification and compensate for his foundational shortcomings. Therefore, it seemed that granting the Thunder Spirit Body to these 3 would not yield as much benefit as anticipated. Furthermore, the Thunder Spirit Body was not an elite physique and could not compare with the Holy Body, Divine Body, or other extraordinary physiques. Jiang Daoxuan vividly remembered that once awakened, the physique could not be changed. Thus, forcibly granting the Thunder Spirit body to any of the fated clan members would only shackle them and limit their potential. It would be wiser to wait for a superior physique to arise before considering such a decision. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan promptly resolved to bestow the Thunder Spirit body upon the Grand Elder, even without mentioning the Grand Elder's past contributions. His status as the second strongest member of the Jiang clan, possessing Purple Mansion realm cultivation, warranted such an investment. At that point, once the Grand Elder's potential was enhanced, he would undoubtedly surpass the Purple Mansion realm, the Nascent Sea realm, and the Star Wheel realm, even within the realm of the Moon Cycle. Possessing resources bestowed by oneself is by no means a daunting task. Jiang Daoxuan silently etched this matter into his mind, then turned his attention to the next reward. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special physique, innate sword body, a formidable physique born for the sword. Comprehending the sword path feels divinely guided, allowing one to condense unmatched innate sword chi. Note: only those of unwavering will and a singular focus on the sword can perfectly integrate this physique. From the description, it is evident that the innate sword body surpasses the Thunder Spirit body, reaching the pinnacle of physical prowess. However, it comes with certain limitations. Should one attempt to forcibly merge without meeting the integration standards, adverse effects may occur. Considering the current state of the Jiang clan, none of the three fated individuals meet this requirement. Therefore, Jiang Daoxuan can only store the innate sword body in the system's repository, awaiting the emergence of a sword enthusiast akin to Gu Xingjian within the Jiang clan. Should a suitable candidate arise, he could cultivate them with the innate sword body, transforming them into a prodigy of the sword path for the Jiang family. As thoughts swirled, Jiang Daoxuan shifted his gaze to the final reward. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special divine ability, Great Annihilation Technique. Great Annihilation Technique, one of the pinnacle magical arts of the demonic path, containing the terrifying power to obliterate all things in the world. When mastered to perfection, it can shatter the cosmos and annihilate an entire realm. Upon discerning the content above, Jiang Daoxuan was slightly taken aback. The 78th chapter, having no sword in hand and having a sword yet not using it, are two entirely different matters. This immensely destructive and terrifying divine ability now ranks as his foremost means of attack. If unleashed, even he could not fathom the magnitude of power it could unleash. This reward was indeed commendable, adding yet another trump card to his arsenal. It is often said that too many skills do not weigh one down. He would not begrudge having an abundance of hidden cards. As of now, techniques such as 10,000 Swords to the Shrine, the Power of the Sword Saint, 3 Mysteries True Fire, Great Annihilation Technique, Kuimping Treasure Technique, and the Holy Body's Manifestation have all become part of his foundation. Thus far, no one has been qualified to compel him to utilize any of these methods. Even his strongest opponent at present, Gu Xingjian, is merely at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm. In the face of this formidable adversary, he effortlessly defeated them using a top-tier Earth-grade sword technique, leaving many of his abilities completely unutilized. However, Jiang Daoxuan was not anxious. He understood a fundamental principle: the distinction between holding no sword and possessing a sword yet not wielding it is profound. Simply put, while you may choose not to use these hidden techniques, you must never find yourself without them. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, casting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, and returned to his meditation cushion. He slowly closed his eyes, once again employing the pure Yang Wuzhigong, immersing himself in a new round of cultivation. Despite having numerous hidden cards, he never forgot that only one's cultivation realm is the essence. If he could overwhelm his opponents with his realm, why would he be willing to risk ascending beyond his level to engage in battle? As dusk descended, at the Jiang family's residence in Kangwu Mountain, within a simple and tidy room, Jiang Han conducted a thorough check, ensuring no one was around. He then approached the bed and seated himself. Carefully, he retrieved the spatial ring bestowed upon him by the clan leader and opened it. In an instant, the contents revealed themselves: 2 small booklets, a golden-hued pill, a white jade jar, and a fist-sized ball of golden flame. Gazing at these 5 seemingly extraordinary items, Jiang Han's eyes brightened as he speculated. Could these be the rumored mysterious treasures of the Shen grade? Such supernatural items certainly did not resemble mere yellow-grade trinkets. Shen-grade treasures are typically precious items obtainable only by Purple Mansion cultivators. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of such things. After all, the branch family he belonged to previously lacked even innate realm experts, let alone such valuable Shen-grade artifacts. Reflecting on the various wondrous descriptions of Shen-grade treasures, Jiang Han's heart raced, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the great emperor of the Yellow Springs, the vast disparity left him with no point of reference, rendering him less shocked. However, Shen-grade treasures are widely acknowledged, and he understood their worth far better. In that moment, Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel internally at the clan leader's generosity. He, merely at the bone refinement realm, had been bestowed such treasures coveted even by innate realm experts. Suppressing his excitement, he first took out one of the small booklets and began to peruse it. Yet, the further he flipped, the more his fingers trembled uncontrollably, until he encountered the description of its grade, Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, Earth-Grade Pinnacle. Boom. It felt as though a muffled thunderclap resounded in his mind. Jiang Han was struck dumb, frozen in place. Disbelief etched upon his face as he stammered, Earth-Grade Pinnacle? Heaven be merciful. He had merely wished for a Xian-grade technique, and would have been content. Yet, he never anticipated that his clan leader would deliver such an enormous shock right off the bat. Earth-grade pinnacle techniques? What does that even mean? Even those strongest individuals he had heard of from storytellers only possessed Earth-grade upper-tier techniques. Thus, the impact of this Earth-grade pinnacle techniques revelation was undeniably monumental. After the initial shock, Jiang Han slowly turned his gaze to the other booklet, a bold hypothesis suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be? He nervously swallowed, quickly bringing the booklet before his eyes for rapid examination. Before long, his expression had gone completely numb. His suspicions were confirmed. The martial art named Purple Thunderpalm was, astonishingly, also an Earth-grade pinnacle. What in the world is happening? Jiang Han's previously narrow worldview was utterly crushed, dramatically reshaping itself. He could never have dreamed that his clan leader would present such precious treasures. In comparison, he suddenly felt that his earlier thoughts were incredibly foolish. How naive it was to think these items were merely Xian-grade treasures. Even if he had dared to speculate, he would have only considered them to be Xian-grade pinnacle treasures at best. However, reality struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering his previous understanding. After several moments, Jiang Han exhaled deeply, restraining his inner turmoil. He then turned his attention to the remaining 3 items within the spatial ring. This time, his mindset had undergone a tremendous transformation. Carefully withdrawing the white jade jar, he opened the lid. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of life energy poured forth, enveloping the entire room. Jiang Han was taken aback by this sudden spectacle. Taking a deep breath, he was astonished to discover that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Such a miraculous object was truly unheard of. Jiang Han was astounded. Just from inhaling, he felt signs of a breakthrough. If he were to directly refine it, what would happen? The effects of these items far surpassed the inferior spiritual stones he had previously used. No, it could be said that there was no comparison whatsoever. Realizing the rarity of this object, Jiang Han hastily returned the divine liquid to the spatial ring. Next, he retrieved the golden pill. Holding the pill in his palm, he scrutinized it intently, yet his mind was blank. What miraculous effect does this pill possess, bestowed by the clan leader? Jiang Han was filled with curiosity, but refrained from consuming it immediately. He wasn't concerned about the pill being poisonous. He simply lacked clarity on its specific effects. What if it was meant for healing? Consuming it carelessly would waste the clan leader's kind intentions. Just then, a faint glow flared from the surface of the pill, shooting forth and merging into Jiang Han's forehead. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a wave of unfamiliar information surged into his mind. Transcendent golden pill. A heavenly grade pinnacle pill, imbued with the power to seize the forces of creation. As the information within his mind settled, Jiang Han had already discerned the effects of the elixir. This extraordinary pill, a pinnacle of heavenly grade refinement, promised to enhance one's innate talents upon consumption. The clan leader's foresight was indeed commendable. Jiang Han felt a surge of joy. His own innate aptitude had always been a source of deep-seated frustration. However, with this pill bestowed upon him by the clan leader, he harbored hope that it would alleviate this burden. Even if he could not ascertain the extent of enhancement it might provide, he did not dare to dream of achieving prodigious status. But reaching the level of an average individual would suffice for his satisfaction. After expressing his gratitude for the clan leader's generosity in his heart, he raised his trembling hand and placed the elixir into his mouth. As he swallowed, an overwhelming wave of potent medicinal energy surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly coursing through his limbs. Gradually, a profound sense of drowsiness enveloped him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. When he regained consciousness, he turned to the window and noted the inky darkness of night. Retracting his gaze, he prepared to assess the changes within his body. However, upon lowering his head, he discovered his entire form was coated in a viscous layer of black sludge, exuding a nauseating stench. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, realizing this was the impurities indicated by the information. Rather than rushing to cleanse himself, he eagerly began to sense the alterations in his physique. After a few moments of focused contemplation, a smile crept across his face. If his body had previously been riddled with blockages, impeding the absorption of spiritual energy, now, with countless meridians opened, His capacity to absorb energy had increased a staggering hundredfold compared to his prior abysmal state. This astonishing outcome exceeded all his expectations. Instinctively, Jiang Han activated his yellow spring demon technique. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him, clamoring to enter his body. With a crisp sound, in less than 10 breaths, he had achieved a breakthrough, officially stepping into the first layer of the postnatal realm. Jiang Han's lips parted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his hands. He could scarcely fathom that he would one day possess such a terrifying rate of energy absorption. Amidst the shock, an indescribable joy welled up within him. From this day forth, he would no longer be regarded as a cultivation waste. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Han felt an immense debt of gratitude towards the clan leader, realizing that such a transformative boon was akin to a second chance at life. Even if he could never repay this kindness, he was determined to contribute to the family's rise, hoping that the clan leader would find solace in his efforts. Though he did not fully comprehend the value of these gifts, he understood that any single item could potentially be worth his life multiple times over. Yet, the clan leader had entrusted such precious treasures to him without hesitation, an act of immense generosity that left him in awe. Feeling the weight of this trust, Jiang Han silently expressed his gratitude once more. He then turned his attention to the final treasure within his spatial ring, a golden flame. Just as he contemplated retrieving it, an unfamiliar message flooded his mind. The essence of the golden crow could summon an illusory figure of a golden crow at the sun wheel realm to combat foes, dissipating after 10 breaths. Staring blankly at the information, Jiang Han was astounded. This flame could invoke the power of a formidable adversary. He had never anticipated that the clan leader would bestow such a fearsome ability upon him alongside the exceptional technique. However, this was precisely what he needed. After enduring multiple shocks, Jiang Han's nerves had dulled slightly, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. He accepted the clan leader's goodwill with silent resolve. He understood that if he wished to advance swiftly, he could not remain on Kangwu Mountain indefinitely, as everyone there was a family member. He could never bring himself to extract the vital essence from his kin. Thus, he concluded that the only viable path was to venture beyond Kangwu Mountain, drawing upon the energies of outsiders to replenish his own cultivation. Moreover, in his eyes, no number of outsiders' lives could compare to that of a single clan member. In Jiang Han's worldview, there existed only two types of people, enemies and kin. In light of the imminent dangers, the clan leader's granting of such a powerful life-preserving technique boded well for his future journey. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Han gazed out into the distance. Once his cultivation flourished, he would personally eliminate each member of the Black Tiger sect, transforming them into the nourishment for his path of ascension. His gaze turned cold, and a fierce intent to kill flickered deep within his pupils. Although his brother Jiang Yan had ignored the Black Tiger sect, that did not mean he would forget or forsake this enmity. Now that Qiao Bo was dead, Jiang Han resolved to ensure that the entire sect reunited in the afterlife, sparing them from loneliness on the road to the Yellow Springs. With a chilling smile, Jiang Han retrieved the divine liquid, preparing to commence his cultivation. Days later, on Kangwu Mountain, as Jiang Chun and the elders returned with the branch family members, their grand expedition to locate the branch family concluded. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan convened a clan assembly, drawing all members of the Jiang family to the stone square before the ancestral hall. During this monumental gathering, Jiang Daoxuan boldly announced a series of new clan regulations. He aimed to foster greater unity within the family, ensuring efficient utilization of resources and encouraging every member to strive harder. Understanding the age-old adage that favors can breed resentment, Jiang Daoxuan recognized that for the family to thrive in a sustainable manner, he must refrain from indiscriminately distributing techniques and rewards. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan proclaimed the establishment of a contribution points system before all present. Members who contributed to the family would earn corresponding rewards in the form of contribution points, which could be exchanged for resources. This system would be implemented once the elders procured a yellow-grade artifact to record data. Following Jiang Daoxuan's directives, Kangwu Mountain would soon undergo renovations of the Ancestral Hall, the Repository of Techniques, the Treasure Vault, the Artifact Refining Pavilion, the Alchemy Pavilion, the Task Platform, and the Martial Arts Arena. Under Jiang Daoxuan's vision, all the Xian and Huang-grade techniques from the Jiang family and the Qianshan sect would be stored in the Repository of Techniques. The only Earth-grade technique, a lower tier one previously mastered by Kotong Wang, would also be included. Higher tier techniques would only be gradually introduced once Jiang Daoxuan's own strength was sufficient. Currently, the Earth-grade pinnacle techniques were deemed too advanced for widespread dissemination. Meanwhile, the Treasure Vault housed 200 Xian-grade artifacts bestowed as rewards by the system, available for clan members to redeem. Given that the family lacked artifact refiners and alchemists, both the refining and alchemy pavilions would remain closed for the time being. This realization served as a wake-up call for Jiang Daoxuan. Although he possessed numerous precious elixirs, their high tier rendered them impractical for widespread use. This glaring gap necessitated either procuring supplies or waiting to recruit a cadre of artifact refiners and alchemists to serve the family, thereby producing a multitude of low-tier artifacts and elixirs for all clan members. In addition to these initiatives, Jiang Daoxuan also planned to expand the market at the foot of Qilin Mountain, establishing a trading hub exclusive to the Jiang family. This would provide a secure and reliable platform for exchanging various resources with both clan members and outsiders. After finalizing these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan, in a spirit of equality, announced the abolition of the distinctions between the main family and the branches. Following this, to foster internal growth and ignite the competitive spirit among clan members, he reorganized personnel from both the main family and all branches. He dispersed the members of the main family and branches to balance their numbers, creating 7 lineages named Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. From this day forth, the family hall would serve as the nucleus, delineating 7 distinct areas for the flourishing of the 7 lineages. The status among the lineages would be equal, with identical benefits and no differentiation. The leaders of each lineage would temporarily be the original heads of the family or elders, while the elders of each lineage would be appointed from the former branch elders. Among the 7 lineages, Tianshu was established based on the original main family, with Jiangchen as its member. Tianxian was formed from the Xuanqing branch, with Jiangyin belonging to it. Tianji was founded on the Quantong branch, with Jianghan as its representative. After these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan announced that henceforth, every 3 years, a grand competition among the 7 lineages would take place at Qilin Mountain. This competition would utilize a point system, categorizing participants by age groups and featuring both team and individual formats. Each contest would award points based on rankings, and at the conclusion of the competition, the total points would determine the hierarchy among the lineages, which would remain in effect for 3 years until the next competition re-established new rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the additional resource rewards, which would further invigorate clan members and foster healthy competition. However, even if any lineage were to finish last, it would not adversely affect their original resource allocations. They would simply receive diminished additional rewards. Those who performed exceptionally well in the grand competition would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the clan leader and various additional rewards. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan announced the formation of the Jiang Family Elder Council, which would operate independently from the 7 lineages, holding a transcendent status responsible for managing family affairs, such as overseeing family enterprises, managing the clan treasury, cultivating spiritual fields, and educating the younger generation. The council would also be able to collectively deliberate and vote, directly intervening in the internal decisions of the lineages. However, Jiang Daoxuan, as the clan leader, held a veto power that superseded that of the Elder Council. Currently, the council included only the Grand Elder, Jiang Hongguang. Others wishing to join could do so through 3 pathways. First, if a lineage leader aged and stepped back from their position, they could enter the council. Second, exceptional talents could be admitted as exceptions. Third, individuals who made significant contributions to the family could also be granted entry. Faced with Jiang Daoxuan's various commands, all clan members accepted without dissent or contradiction, fully aware that the Jiang family's current standing was entirely due to the clan leader's efforts. Thus, every word spoken by Jiang Daoxuan held absolute authority in their hearts, unchallengeable. Seeing no opposition, Jiang Daoxuan continued to issue directives. Considering the current relatively sparse population of the Jiang family compared to other clans, he announced several incentives for families welcoming newborns, intending to foster growth and vitality within the clan. Following this, he implemented several personnel adjustments. Once the arrangements were nearing completion, he dissolved the clan meeting, allowing all members to disperse. Jiang Daoxuan returned to the family hall, preparing to resume his cultivation, when suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding, the 24-day cycle has concluded, and the family development task is complete. Settling rewards. Ding, based on your overall performance, the task rating is A full score. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 999 points of family fortune. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Supreme Grade Sword Technique, Tion Sword Technique. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Supreme Grade Great Formation, Spirit Gathering Formation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Spiritual Vein. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Guardian Spirit Beast of the Sunwheel Realm, Blackwater Flood Dragon. Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious reward, Supreme Bone. Supreme Grade? Gazing at the rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such generous rewards upon completing the 24-day family task. Filled with excitement, he immediately clicked for more information. L-Tion Sword Technique, a supreme-grade sword technique capable of slaying the heavens, unmatched in offense, conjuring horrific images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unleashing boundless killing intent. Note: due to the intense killing intent, one must master the sword heart to withstand its influence. Otherwise, one's mind could be overwhelmed, leading to the loss of consciousness and potential demise. Staring at this formidable sword technique, Jiang Daoxuan felt an overwhelming desire to begin cultivation immediately to enhance his combat prowess. Yet, upon noticing the system's reminder, he reluctantly set aside this thought, deciding to wait until he mastered the sword heart before attempting to practice this technique. With this in mind, he stored the L-Tion sword technique in the system's repository. Chapter 81. Spirit Gathering Formation, Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Spiritual Vein. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted to the next reward. Spirit Gathering Formation, a supreme-grade formation capable of interfering with outsiders' five senses, disguising spiritual energy fluctuations as normal levels, making it impossible for practitioners below the Great Saint Realm to see through its facade. This is truly a valuable item. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Kangwu Mountain possesses several Earth-grade spiritual veins, resulting in a density of spiritual energy vastly exceeding that of the outside world, though it had yet to be revealed. Should a high-level practitioner visit, they would easily notice the anomalies. Therefore, the presence of the spirit-gathering formation was essential. What appeared terrifyingly potent to the Jiang family would seem utterly ordinary to outsiders. Initially, he had worried that the heavenly-grade spiritual vein would create too much of a stir. Now, it seemed there was no need for concern. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan promptly buried the spirit-gathering formation in the heavenly-grade spiritual vein at the base of Kangwu Mountain. The moment they were buried, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, creating visible storms of spiritual power swirling above Kangwu Mountain. The terrifying commotion immediately captured the attention of all Jiang family members. In a particular room, Jiangchen felt the surrounding spiritual energy surging and was taken aback. Has the spiritual energy increased by at least several dozen times? Unable to gauge the exact extent of the enhancement, he could only speculate internally. Amidst his conjectures, he felt an immense shock. He had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation in Kangwu Mountain's spiritual environment in such a short span. Could this be another of the clan leader's methods? Jiangchen lifted his gaze toward the direction of the family hall, filled with reverence. At this moment, even he could not predict how far the Jiang family would progress in the future, given the clan leader's astonishing capabilities. Just as he was deep in thought, a clear sound suddenly rang out. Jiangchen lowered his head, his expression peculiar. What he had initially thought would take over 10 days to break through occurred now. He had already cultivated to the 5th level of the innate realm, feeling the surrounding terrifying spiritual energy. He was confident he could reach the 9th level of the innate realm within a month and attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, who had been practicing, keenly sensed the dramatic changes in the environment. He halted his actions, suddenly opening his eyes, filled with shock. This spiritual energy? Even after Kangwu Mountain's initial transformation, he could not help but be profoundly astonished by the current spectacle. Simultaneously, Elder Zhou, revised, exclaimed, This is a heavenly grade spiritual vein. As a once complete practitioner of the celestial realm, his insight was naturally beyond that of Jiang Yin. Thus, he could discern the source of the fluctuations in spiritual energy more acutely, leading to an increasing sense of shock within him. After all, the highest spiritual vein at the stronghold he once belonged to was merely a mid-grade celestial vein. Yet now, he was horrified to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of his previous stronghold. Could it be that this was a high-grade celestial vein, or perhaps an unparalleled one? Elder Zhou dared not ponder further, feeling an indescribable dread. It was well known that neither high-grade nor unparalleled celestial veins were within the reach of celestial realm practitioners. If news of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract terrifying beings of saintly caliber to seize it. He distinctly remembered witnessing a spiritual vein of merely high-grade status in a holy land guarded by a saint. Yet, the Jiang family, possessing only practitioners at the Origin Sea realm, could directly present such a vein for their kin to cultivate. This was truly unfathomable, leaving one utterly astonished. At that moment, upon hearing his master's exclamations, Jiang Yan's expression changed suddenly, revealing surprise. Through Elder Zhou's recent teachings, he had liberated himself from his former narrow-mindedness, gaining a vastly broader perspective. Consequently, he was better equipped to grasp the terrifying implications behind a celestial vein. The capabilities of their clan leader were becoming increasingly enigmatic. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Yin couldn't help but exclaim. By now, he had come to comprehend the truth behind his master's earlier words, that even the pigs raised by the Jiang family could potentially defeat practitioners of the Origin Sea realm. Given the various displays of their clan leader, such a future indeed seemed far from exaggerated. After a moment of awe, he smiled, feeling immensely fortunate to have such a powerful leader in their family. A Jiang family brimming with endless hope was truly something to anticipate. At this moment, Elder Zhou, concealed within the ring, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He silently lamented, truly, he was a reincarnated emperor, lavish in his actions, making even me feel impoverished and inferior. In this instant, he felt profoundly grateful for his wise choice. Their clan leader could present a celestial vein coveted by many saints even at the Origin Sea realm, showcasing a depth of heritage far beyond common imagination. Choosing to humbly embrace this clan leader was undoubtedly a most sagacious decision. In a certain room, Jiang Han, who was practicing the Yellow Spring Demon technique, was startled by the sudden upheaval outside. With the emergence of the spiritual energy storm, he absorbed the surging spiritual energy around him. In an instant, bolstered by his body transformed by the golden core in the Yellow Spring Demon technique, his cultivation broke through. His previous level of the 3rd rank of the acquired realm surged to the 6th rank, leaping 3 small realms. Is this truly the pace at which I can cultivate? Jiang Han stared at his hands in disbelief. He had never imagined that one day, his cultivation speed could become so astonishingly rapid. However, after being bombarded by numerous generous gifts from their clan leader, his increasingly numbed nerves had yet to fully recover. Thus, his astonishment lasted less than 3 breaths before he returned to his usual composure. Subsequently, he disregarded the surrounding anomalies, lowering his head to seize the moment to cultivate. Having endured years of stagnation due to limitations in his aptitude, he understood all too well how hard-won this current cultivation speed was. To avoid wasting his current aptitude, he must double his efforts to repay their clan leader as soon as possible. In the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, his face reflecting satisfaction as he sensed the profound changes occurring around him. With several Earth-grade spiritual veins, along with this unparalleled celestial vein, it was evident that the strength of the clan members would experience a dramatic surge in the days to come. Moreover, the overall effectiveness of the clan would become even more formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Daoxuan shifted his gaze to the next reward. Black Waterflood Dragon, 7th rank of the Sunwheel realm, possessing a trace of dragon blood, boasting extraordinary combat prowess, capable of battling myriad forms. Now bound as the Jiang family's guardian spirit beast, with the host able to choose its dwelling place. A glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. With this guardian spirit beast of the Sunwheel realm, the Jiang family would surely navigate the developmental period of inadequate resources flawlessly. Even the most formidable beings of the Great Qin dynasty held merely the strength of the myriad forms realm. The fact that this black waterflood dragon could rival the myriad forms indicated the enhanced safety the Kangwu Mountains would enjoy. After his astonishment, he began contemplating the choice of dwelling. Jiang Daoxuan did not hesitate long and quickly formed an idea. The location of the spiritual spring. The spiritual spring, rich in spiritual energy, would undoubtedly be an excellent place for the guardian spirit beast to cultivate. Moreover, though it may sound like a mere spring, its true scale was comparable to a small lake. Therefore, considering both environment and size, allowing the black waterflood dragon to reside in the spiritual spring was undoubtedly the optimal decision. This way, there would be no need to arrange for clan members to guard the spring. Simply placing the black waterflood dragon there would be sufficient to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan resolved to place the black waterflood dragon in the spiritual spring shortly. He then focused, turning to the final reward. Supreme Bone, one of the supreme physiques, nurturing a powerful innate treasure technique, possessing various mysteries, capable of fusion. Facing this terrifying reward, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly initiated the fusion. In the next moment, a brilliant light burst forth from his chest. Divine light flowed, radiating with the brilliance of a golden sun, dazzling and blinding. Following this, a bone began to take shape in the center of Jiang Daoxuan's chest. Under the enveloping brilliance, it gradually revealed a pure white bone fragment. Only the size of a finger joint, its surface adorned with intricate, profound runes. Each rune dazzled the mind, exuding an overwhelming aura as if containing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. As the myriad divine lights emanated from Jiang Daoxuan's body, an immense force surged from within, sweeping through his limbs. At that moment, due to the influence of the spiritual energy storm, numerous clan members had broken through in succession, activating the terrifying feedback effect of the entire clan. In an instant, the aura radiating from Jiang Daoxuan experienced violent fluctuations, rapidly ascending. Soon, it reached a critical point. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from within, reverberating throughout the Grand Hall. The 9th rank of the Origin Sea realm had been attained. After completing the breakthrough of the small realm, the overwhelming power surging within did not diminish. Rather, it propelled him toward the next realm. Within the void of the Purple Mansion, the Sea of Yuan power began to draw upon the external stellar forces, giving birth to an illusory star. This was the cosmic phenomenon manifesting above the Sea of Yuan power upon ascending to the Star Wheel realm. The 1st rank of the Star Wheel realm had been achieved. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan officially became a true practitioner of the Star Wheel realm. Feeling the formidable power within him, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially thought it would take a month to complete the breakthrough, yet unexpectedly, he achieved it today. Jiang Daoxuan marveled at the turn of events, then shook his head, centering his thoughts to carefully perceive the changes in his body. Before long, a look of understanding emerged in his eyes. After fusing the Supreme Bone, he discovered that he had not only gained the ability to heal injuries and enhance resistances, but had also mastered a treasure technique known as reincarnation. This technique possessed the terrifying capability to manipulate time. When enacted, it could transform a sapling into a towering tree or turn a vibrant youth into a withered elder. The sheer power of this ability astonished even Jiang Daoxuan. Immediately, he could not help but begin to envision scenes of the future, his expressions suddenly becoming peculiar. What if, in the days to come, he were to confront a young prodigy, and in the midst of their battle, he suddenly unleashed the reincarnation treasure technique, transforming his opponent into a helpless 1-year-old infant? This image was simply too splendid. At this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Jiang Daoxuan's lips. Just as he was about to refocus his gaze and resume his cultivation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and from the depths of his dark, profound pupils, strands of resplendent divine light surged forth. Concurrently, a notification from the system resonated within his mind. Ding, detecting host strength has reached the Star Wheel realm. The Chaos Eye has now been unsealed to the 2nd stage, granting the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. All things in nature leave traces. Once activated, it can unravel all formations and illusions in the world, as well as discern the techniques of enemies and identify their weaknesses. Jiang Daoxuan covered his eyes, feeling the pain gradually subside, and a look of astonishment emerged on his face. He had never anticipated that merely breaking through to the Star Wheel realm would bring about such a delightful surprise. After all, the previous function of the Chaos Eye was singular. It served merely as a data panel. But now, with the unlocking of the 2nd stage and the acquisition of the Eye of Insight, the Chaos Eye had effectively augmented his combat prowess, achieving a qualitative leap. He wondered what extraordinary abilities he would gain upon unlocking the 3rd stage. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At this juncture, possessing the innate sacred body Dao embryo, Supreme Bone, Chaos Eye, Great Annihilation Technique, Reincarnation Treasure Technique, Qilin Treasure Technique, and various other means, he found himself at a loss regarding his own limits. To ascertain his limits, he could only discover them through combat with formidable foes. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, chuckling softly. He had never imagined that within a single day, the system would bestow upon him such a multitude of surprises. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was lost in thought, the system's cold notification echoed once more. Ding, the 24-day development task has been completed, triggering a new development task. Over a 3-year period, develop your family, and scores will be assigned based on comprehensive performance. The higher the score, the more abundant the rewards. Note, achieving full marks will yield a mysterious reward. Upon seeing the task for family development reappear, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Having completed the previous development task, he naturally understood the substantial rewards this task entailed. If such bountiful prizes could be garnered in merely 24 days, what might 3 years yield? Chapter 83, Blackwater Flood Dragon. 2 months later, Jiang Daoxuan's heart surged with excitement. Once his emotions settled, he rose and exited the family hall, making his way toward the spiritual spring. Before resuming his cultivation, he needed to ensure all preparations were in order. The guardian spirit beast of the family at the Sun Wheel realm could not remain in the system's warehouse gathering dust. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative to release it as soon as possible. Before long, leveraging the ultimate speed of the Qilin treasure technique, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly arrived at the spiritual spring. As he drew near, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. He raised his gaze, and the scene before him instantly captivated his attention. It was a small lake encircled by countless emerald bamboos. The water's surface was crystal clear, undisturbed, and serene like a poem. However, beneath the thick veil of spiritual energy surrounding it, the entire lake was adorned with an exceedingly faint milky white luminescence. From a distance, it resembled clouds descending from the heavens, sinking into the depths of the lake. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. then accessed the system's warehouse to summon the Blackwater Flood Dragon. In the next moment, a colossal creature, 10 zhang in length, materialized out of thin air. Its entire body was covered in obsidian scales, resembling a serpent with 4 limbs, equipped with a pair of razor-sharp claws that glimmered ominously. Its appearance was fearsome, with blood-red eyes that exuded a hint of ferocity, rendering it quite terrifying. Simultaneously, as the Blackwater Flood Dragon manifested, an overwhelmingly powerful aura radiated outward, sweeping through the surroundings. This was the unique pressure of a Sunwheel Realm being. The pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, restoring calm in an instant. At this moment, the Blackwater Flood Dragon did not hastily plunge into the water. Instead, it lowered its proud head toward Jiang Daoxuan, allowing him to stroke it. Jiang Daoxuan extended his right hand to rest upon the dragon's forehead, feeling its cold, steel-like touch, and softly chuckled. From now on, you shall be called Little White. As the guardian spirit beast of the Jiang family, it certainly deserved a name. Upon hearing that it had been given a name, Little White let out a few soft cries. The faint dragon might contained within its voice startled numerous birds hidden amongst the bamboos into flight. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan gently patted Little White's head and instructed, "Now, you shall guard this place for me." Little White nodded, then turned and leaped into the spiritual spring, plunging into the lake to frolic. However, in the midst of its playful antics, it suddenly recalled that Jiang Daoxuan was nearby and reluctantly halted its movements, gradually submerging its massive body into the water. Soon, its entire form was concealed beneath the surface, leaving only its head above water, its large eyes resembling lanterns, fixed on Jiang Daoxuan, awaiting the next command. Under Little White's expectant gaze, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. "In the future, if all goes well, do not reveal yourself recklessly and frighten others." Little White's fearsome and ghastly visage, if exposed to its own kin, would likely terrify many to the point of immobility, or even to tears. Thus, a gentle reminder was necessary. Hearing this, Little White promptly nodded, splashing water around as it shook its head, sending ripples cascading across the surface. Subsequently, to avoid drawing attention, it flicked its tail and swiftly submerged into the depths of the spiritual spring, beginning to conceal itself. Several breaths later, the lake's surface returned to tranquility, displaying not a single ripple, as if it were a flawless mirror. No one would suspect that a formidable flood dragon of the Sunwheel Realm lay hidden deep beneath its depths. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt a slight sense of relief, then withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. From here on, he merely needed to delegate various family matters to the Grand Elder or the heads of the branches to handle independently. His singular focus remained on one goal: cultivation. In his eyes, the Starwheel Realm was merely a starting point. Time flowed swiftly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Kanwu Jiang family entered a phase of rapid development. With the implementation of the contribution point system, numerous clan members, upon completing family tasks or accumulating contribution points through various means, exchanged them for their long-desired treasures, techniques, and elixirs. Moreover, influenced by various elixirs and the terrifying spiritual energy within Kangwu Mountain, the cultivation journeys of many Jiang family members became remarkably smooth, witnessing rapid advancements. Particularly with the healthy competition among the 7 branches, many disciples frequently gathered at the training grounds for combat practice. In this competitive spirit, the cultivation levels of the 7 branches began to skyrocket. Currently, the Jiang family boasted a staggering 335 members at the postnatal realm. The number of innate realm members reached an unprecedented 56. 56 innate members was an extraordinarily formidable figure. It is worth noting that previously, the Jiang family could hardly gather even 10 innate members, and most of the strongest individuals from the branches were merely at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. This illustrates just how significant the achievement of these 56 innate members truly was. Additionally, the 3 veteran innate elders of the main family, leveraging the resources of the clan, had all ascended to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. As for the Grand Elder, Jiang Hongguang, he unexpectedly awakened a thunder spirit body one day, shocking and perplexing all clan members. No one could have anticipated that despite his age, the Grand Elder could still awaken a special physique. In their understanding, individuals with spiritual bodies typically awaken before the age of 20. Thus, the Grand Elder's late awakening left all Jiang family members in disbelief. However, beyond these individuals, even the Grand Elder himself was at a loss. There had been no discernible abnormalities in his daily life, so why had he suddenly awakened? The Grand Elder was bewildered yet accepted the reality of his thunder spirit body awakening with fervor, subsequently engaging in fervent cultivation. With the clandestine provision of a pound of divine liquid from Jiang Daoxuan and the bestowal of the pure Yang Wuji technique in recognition of his arduous efforts, the Elder, endowed with a thunder spirit body, experienced a remarkable enhancement in his aptitude. Within a mere 2 months, he ascended to the first level of the Yuanhai realm, becoming the sole Yuanhai cultivator of the Kanwu Jiang family. Yushi Zhan, a revered elder, upon escorting the members of the Lufeng sect back to Kanwu Mountain, harnessed the surrounding formidable spiritual energy to shatter the long-standing confines of the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, successfully advancing to the first level of the Xingluan realm, thus becoming the second strongest among the Kanwu Jiang clan. During this period, the 3 fated members of the family also achieved terrifying progress. Jiang Yin, with the support of the Tsangyin divine body, refined the divine liquid and spiritual energy, directly reaching the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Beyond the advancement in cultivation, he, under the tutelage of Elder Zhou, successfully mastered alchemy. Utilizing the Tsangyin spiritual fire, a heavenly grade extraordinary flame, Jiang Yin made rapid strides in the art of alchemy. Now having surpassed the status of an alchemical apprentice and attained the level of a junior alchemist, capable of attempting the refinement of yellow-grade elixirs. Chapter 84. The Sword Dao Realm, Jiang Daoxuan's long-awaited return. Jiang Qin, continuously improving his physique with celestial fire, accelerated his cultivation speed. Through his fervent and almost obsessive training, he has now broken through to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. As for his swordsmanship, due to his immersion in cultivation, he has only reached the late stage of the Sword Yuan realm. Sword Dao realms, Sword Technique, Sword Qi, Sword Yuan. Sword Intent, Sword Sect, Sword Heart, Sword Lord, Sword Spirit, Sword King, Sword Soul, Sword Saint, Sword Path, Sword Emperor, Sword Realm, Sword Sovereign. Although he has yet to comprehend Sword Intent, his cultivation at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm has established him as the 4th strongest in the Jiang family, following Jiang Daoxuan, the Elder, and Gu Xingzhan. As Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin successively reached the Purple Mansion realm, the entire Kanwu Mountain erupted in a sensation. This news rapidly spread through the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, reaching various sects and families. Many sect leaders and clan heads were filled with envy as they learned of the emergence of 2 young prodigies from the Kanwu Jiang family, who had remarkably broken through to the Purple Mansion realm before the age of 20, a talent so extraordinary it was almost unfathomable. This stirred a deep sense of jealousy within them, as they collectively pondered the fortune of the Jiang family. That one genius, Jiang Daoxuan, was not enough. And now 2 more prodigies have appeared to incite their envy. The leaders of various factions wore bitter expressions, overwhelmed by admiration and envy. However, what no one anticipated was that the Jiang family's prodigies were not limited to just 2. Jiang Han, adhering to the principle of developing quietly, had remained inconspicuous. Yet, through intense training in secret, he had reached the 8th level of the innate realm, securing a position among the top 10 strongest of the Jiang family. Even with such an impressive rate of progress, it was not the fastest for him. Were he to harness the Huanghuan demon technique to absorb the essence and spirit of others in his cultivation, he could likely have already attained the Purple Mansion realm. Though his methodical training at Kanwu Mountain may be slower, it was undeniably stable. Jiang Han had resolved within himself that once he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm and secured his ability to protect himself, he would embark on a journey beyond Kanwu Mountain for further experience. At this moment, while the clan members experienced significant enhancements, Jiang Daoxuan's progress was even more remarkable. Benefiting from the cumulative cultivation of the entire family and combining it with the results of his own 2 months of training, he had broken through with remarkable ease, now standing at the 6th level of the Xingluan realm. In addition to his cultivation progress, Jiang Daoxuan also achieved commendable results in the Sword Dao. Not only had he stepped into the realm of Sword Heart, but he had also cultivated it to a minor completion stage. Once the news of his comprehension of the Sword Heart spreads, his name in the Sword Sect is destined to be replaced by the title of Sword Lord. After mastering the Sword Heart, Jiang Daoxuan trained in the superior grade of the Saint-level LT on Sword Art, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and successfully replacing the previous technique, Wan Jian Chao Zong, becoming the strongest sword technique of the present. Following 2 months of consolidation, with his own strength complemented by the collective strength of his kin, the Kanwu Jiang family had seemingly eliminated any weaknesses, no longer comparable to the formerly fragile foundations, now a true hegemonic force. On this day, just after concluding his training, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly received a system notification. Ding, influenced by the family's fortune, the Hongming tree has advanced to level 2, unlocking new effects. Newly unlocked effects. Level 2 Enlightenment slightly increases the comprehension of family members within the clan's residence. Level 1 Fighting Spirit slightly boosts the fighting spirit of family members within the clan's residence. Level 1 Sudden Insight provides a small probability for family members to enter a state of sudden insight within the clan's residence. Level 1 Blessing All newborns born within the clan's residence will have slightly enhanced physiques. Seeing the Hao Ming tree elevate to level 2, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but display a satisfied expression. After this period of development, he had gained a deeper understanding of the role of family fortune. Recently, there had been numerous reports of family members venturing out, encountering fortuitous events, and discovering spiritual herbs. Jiang Daoxuan realized that these occurrences were likely influenced by the family's fortune. He pondered whether, as the family's fortune continued to grow, it might one day lead to situations where one could stumble upon immortal artifacts or discover divine manuals simply by falling off a cliff. With everyone becoming children of fortune and protagonists of destiny, the thought of such scenarios intrigued Jiang Daoxuan immensely. Meanwhile, in another part of the mountains, a burly, bearded middle-aged man was traversing the woods with a large bow on his back and a treasured sword at his waist. Following him were two youths. One, a resolute boy with fair skin, was extending his hand to assist the blindfolded boy in black, who stumbled along, relying on his companion for guidance. After walking several dozen steps, the middle-aged man suddenly halted. He surveyed the surroundings and murmured, "I heard that someone once discovered the Qingxian grass here. I hope to find it this time." Noticing the stop, the blindfolded boy asked in confusion, "Uncle Yun, do you think we can return to the family?" The middle-aged man turned to face the two youths and replied solemnly, "Iyo, I promised your father that I would ensure your safe return. Now that I have attained the Yuan High realm, I am certain we can find our way home." The middle-aged man was none other than Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Yan's father, who had left the Jiang family in Xuanqing many years ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi let out a soft sigh and chose not to say more. Observing his brother's dejection, the younger Jiang Hao grasped his hand with bright eyes and earnestly declared, "Don't worry. Uncle Yun is now a Yuan High realm cultivator. He will definitely bring us back." As Jiang Hao's innocent voice faded, Jiang Daoxuan felt a pang of reluctance, slowly turning his gaze forward, his pupils reflecting a deep uncertainty about the future. For reasons unknown, in recent years, his luck had dramatically worsened, encountering several life-threatening situations. While he had narrowly escaped, his cousin Jiang Daoqi, who had accompanied him, was not so fortunate. Due to the family's weakness, Jiang Daoqi had expended great effort to establish connections, intending to send the young Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao to a sect led by a Yuan High realm expert for education. Originally, Jiang Daoxuan was to escort Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao along the way. However, after losing his wife early, Jiang Daoqi was reluctant to let his only two sons leave and voluntarily joined Jiang Daoyun's expedition. Their quartet set out together. But an unfortunate accident led to Jiang Daoqi's demise, and in his final moments, he entrusted these two children to Jiang Daoyun. During this time, Jiang Yi had lost his sight while protecting Jiang Hao. Chapter 85, Jiang Daoyun. I shall surpass my ancestors. After several years of training, Jiang Daoyun's cultivation progressed from the second level of the innate realm to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Just 3 months ago, for reasons unknown, his fortunes began to improve. Not only have the dangers encountered along the journey diminished significantly, but opportunities have also presented themselves unexpectedly. Recently, while resting overnight in a secluded mountain, I fortuitously discovered the tomb of a master of the Sunwheel realm. Fortuitously, I obtained his legacy, reaping a top-grade Earth-tier sword, an exceptional Earth-tier cultivation technique, and an extraordinary Earth-tier sword technique. I also acquired a spatial ring left behind by him. With the abundant spirit stones and various resources within, I felt my cultivation speed accelerate to an astonishing degree. In a brief period, I broke through several realms, ultimately reaching the first level of the Yuan High realm. Beyond my cultivation, I inadvertently learned of the Qingxian grass. This grass, a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual herb, possesses the ability to clear a cultivator's meridians. The higher the user's realm, the weaker the effect. However, for my son, who has lost his cultivation, it is indeed a priceless treasure. The mere chance of encountering such a precious item ignited a fervor within me. After years of wandering, I finally glimpsed hope for treating my son Jiang Yan's peculiar ailment. Yet amidst my joy, a shadow of melancholy crept in as I considered my current location. After numerous narrow escapes and prolonged hardships, I had ventured far from Tiandu Prefecture and stepped into the realm of Shanhai Prefecture. However, the Great Qin dynasty encompasses 36 prefectures, separated by vast distances. Even with my Yuan High realm cultivation, returning to Tiandu Prefecture with 2 children in tow within a short time frame seemed implausible. I wondered how my family had changed over the years. A nostalgic expression crossed my face. I had resolved that once I successfully harvested the Qingxian grass, I would do everything in my power to return with Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi to Xuanqing to reunite with my family. A smile subtly graced my lips at the thought. Surely, under my leadership, the family would usher in an unprecedented era of glory. I was destined to surpass my ancestors and lead the Jiang family of Xuanqing beyond the Wudong City Lord's family. My confidence was unshakable. I had never harbored a doubt. Before my departure, the main family had not a single member at the Purple Mansion realm. Yet now, I had become a formidable Yuan High realm cultivator. Days later, 3 elegantly dressed men entered Wudong City. They surveyed the disheveled streets with expressions of disdain. In such a desolate place, had it not been for the clan's orders, they would not have come even under duress. Who could blame us? Had it not been for the old ancestors' incessant musings about that woman, would we have ever set foot here? They lamented. The old ancestor was a figure of immense stature. It was baffling that he remained infatuated with such a shameless woman, even choosing to remain unmarried for life. The trio, members of the Tang family from Tiandu Prefecture, found the situation incomprehensible. Not long ago, during a grand banquet celebrating the old ancestor's 300th birthday, he had cryptically mentioned a visit to the Tang family in Wudong City to pay respects at that woman's grave. Consequently, the clan elders promptly dispatched the 3 of them to ensure the family was adequately prepared, lest any oversight provoke the old ancestor's displeasure. To incur the wrath of such a pillar of the clan would spell calamity for the entire Tang family. Thus, they hurried without delay, reflecting on the elders' instructions. Yet none knew the current location or any pertinent information about the Tang family. Reluctantly, they relied on the guidance of patrolling soldiers to head towards the city lord's mansion, where they hoped to gather comprehensive intelligence. Soon after, at the city lord's mansion, Ding Xian lounged leisurely in a rattan chair. Relaxed, with eyes half closed and a smile gracing his lips, he listened intently to a soft tune while basking in the warm sunlight. Ever since the Jiang family relocated to Kanwu Mountain, he had felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life without concern. As long as he avoided provoking the elders left behind in the Jiang family's ancestral home, he could reign supreme in Wudong City. Yet today, this tranquility was destined to be shattered. A low, resonant voice suddenly broke the serenity. Lord Ding appears to be quite at ease. Upon hearing the disturbance, Ding Xian furrowed his brow, opening his eyes to the source of the voice. Gazing at the 3 distinguished gentlemen before him, he instinctively sensed something amiss. Who are you? We are from the Tang family of Tiandu. We have come to visit this branch family and kindly request that Lord Ding provide us with information regarding this branch. One of them stated. At these words, Ding Xian's eyes widened and his expression froze. Indeed, the anticipated had arrived. Ding Xian lowered his head silently, inwardly sighing. He then turned his gaze toward the Tang trio. Aware that the news of the Tang family's downfall had spread throughout the city, he understood that this matter could not be concealed. To avoid being caught in a lie and incurring the wrath of the Tang family from Tiandu, Ding Xian cautiously replied, "The Tang family has perished." Upon hearing this, the trio was momentarily stunned before their expressions darkened with rage. What do you mean, Lord Ding? Ding Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing as he stated, the entire Tang family was annihilated by the Jiang family 3 months ago. You have arrived too late. With this confirmation, the Tang trio's demeanor turned grim. None could have anticipated that a simple visit to the Tang family in Wudong City would lead to such a shocking turn of events. Fear began to creep in as they considered the implications of the old ancestor's impending visit to Wudong City. It was easy to imagine the fury that would ensue upon his discovery of the Tang family's demise. They could very well suffer undeserved consequences. With this thought, their expressions darkened significantly. The leader of the group bellowed, "To dare obliterate the branch of my Tang family is sheer folly. This Jiang family is truly reckless." He then turned to Ding Xian, clasping his hands in inquiry. "Might I ask, Lord Ding, what exactly is the background of this Jiang family that they would act so brazenly?" As he spoke, a formidable aura, characteristic of the Purple Mansion realm, emanated from him, laced with a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 86. Doubts begin to arise in Lord Ding. Observing this scene, Ding Xian's expression remained calm, even as a peculiar sensation washed over him. Recognizing the aura exuding from the leader, he discerned that their cultivation was at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, a level surpassing his own. In a lesser place, such power would be enough to dominate all. However, in the face of the flourishing Jiang family, it was hardly sufficient. To confront them would be tantamount to courting death. It was likely that before Jiang Daoxuan could intervene, these 3 would meet their demise at the hands of Gu Jian's sect. Ding Xian shuddered at the thought. He had no desire for news of the Tang family's members perishing just after leaving the city lord's mansion to reach the ears of the authorities. For he would find himself in an untenable position, facing the ire of the prefectural governor, and perhaps even losing his position as city lord. With this in mind, he sought to dissuade their reckless course of action to avoid attracting disaster, promptly divulging some information about the Jiang family. Upon hearing that the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, had mastered the sword intent and possessed the terrifying power to slay those in the Yuan High realm with a single stroke, the trio was taken aback, their astonishment evident. They had not anticipated that such a formidable sword cultivator could arise in this seemingly inconsequential place. Such an individual would be rare even within their esteemed Tang family, likely holding the status of an elder. However, their astonishment did not end there. When they learned that Gu Xinjian had become a protector of the Jiang family, their expressions exchanged astonishment among themselves. Due to Gu Xinjian's frequent search for formidable swordsmen to duel within the territory of Tindu Mansion, even the locals have heard whispers of him. A powerful swordsman who has mastered the essence of the sword and reached the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm is surprisingly a vassal of the Jiang family? What is the true origin of the Jiang family? The crowd felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, swallowing hard. At this juncture, they finally recognized the formidable nature of the Kanwu Jiang family. Such a strong adversary was beyond their capacity to handle, let alone interfere with. With this realization, the three from the Tang family quickly made a decision. After expressing their gratitude to Ding Xian, they left the city lord's mansion without delay. With a powerful enemy looming, they needed to return swiftly to the Tiandu Tang family to report this information to the clan elders. Once the three from the Tang family departed, Ding Xian relaxed, the tension easing from his brow. He feared that these individuals might, relying on their status within the Tiandu Tang family, underestimate Jiang Daoxuan and foolishly venture to Kanwu Mountain, leading to their demise. However, both the Tiandu Tang family and the Jiang family were not to be trifled with. Contemplating Jiang Daoxuan's sinister reputation, Ding Xian chose to remain vigilant. Steadying himself, he lightly tapped his toes and instantly vanished into the skies, soaring towards Kanwu Mountain. He needed to relay the news of the arrival from the Tiandu Tang family to ensure that the Jiang clan leader could prepare accordingly. Moments later, Ding Xian entered the realm of Kanwu Mountain. He did not pause for a second, swiftly traversing the marketplace until he arrived at the gates of the Jiang family. Observing the 4 Jiang family members stationed at the entrance, he instinctively utilized his spiritual sense to scan them. Upon ascertaining their cultivation levels, Ding Xian's figure faltered, surprise flickering in his eyes. All of them were at the postnatal realm. He had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation within the Jiang family in merely a few months. Remembering his visits to the Jiang family prior to their relocation, he understood their previous cultivation levels. At that time, counting all age groups, there were barely 30 members at the postnatal realm. Yet now, 4 were stationed merely to guard the gates, not to mention their youthful appearances, all seemingly under 20, indicating their exceptional talent. It was evident that the current foundation of the Jiang family was far more profound than he had imagined. As he stood in astonishment, the 4 Jiang disciples guarding the gates noticed Ding Xian simultaneously. One recognized him and exclaimed, "City Lord Ding?" Hearing the voice, Ding Xian regained his composure. Recalling the purpose of his visit, he turned to the 4 and said solemnly, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Jiang Jianzong. Please relay my request." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the disciples exchanged glances before sending one to report up the mountain. Given that many administrative tasks had been delegated to the Elder Council, news of City Lord Ding Xian's visit quickly reached the ears of Elder Jiang Hongguang. As he listened to the detailed account from the guarding disciples, a contemplative expression crossed his face. This city lord had visited their Jiang family twice before, both times leaving in disgrace before the clan leader. The audacity to return a 3rd time indicated that the matter was indeed significant. With this in mind, Jiang Hongguang promptly set off down the mountain. Before long, as Jiang Hongguang's figure gradually came into view, Ding Xian remained composed, unaffected. In his memory, this elder had only recently broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Facing an opponent of such a level, he felt confident enough to say that even with one hand tied behind his back, he could easily defeat him. Throughout the entirety of Kanwu Mountain, only Jiang Daoxuan and Gu Xinjian instilled any sense of trepidation within him. However, this naive belief did not last long. As the two approached each other, Ding Xian's spiritual sense suddenly detected something amiss. The aura emanating from the elder was peculiar. His eyes narrowed, and his expression grew serious without him realizing it. Noticing Ding Xian's scrutiny, Jiang Hongguang smiled lightly, revealing no intent to conceal his strength, and immediately released a powerful aura characteristic of the Yuanhai realm. At the moment their spiritual senses collided, Ding Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body freezing in shock. His face was a mask of disbelief, and his pupils widened in astonishment. He looked at Jiang Hongguang as if he had seen a ghost. Trembling fingers pointing, he stammered, You have broken through to Yuanhai?" Noting Ding Xian's reaction, Jiang Hongguang chuckled, with the clan leader's assistance. "I have fortuitously broken through." Boom. The words struck Ding Xian like a thunderclap in his mind. His pupils constricted, and the immense shock made his heart skip a beat. He distinctly remembered that it had been less than 3 months since their last encounter. How could this old man have reached the Yuanhai realm so quickly? Was this truly the world he was familiar with? In that moment, Ding Xian felt a profound weariness wash over him. As he reflected on his own stagnation at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while Jiang Hongguang had progressed to Yuan Hai, the stark contrast made Ding Xian's mental state increasingly fragile. His lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Ding Xian's silence, Jiang Hongguang reined in his smile and gently inquired, "What brings you here?" At the sound of his voice, Ding Xian regained focus. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he instinctively glanced around before cautiously stating, "The Tiandu Tang family has sent representatives." As Ding Xian narrated the urgency of the situation, Jiang Hongguang raised an eyebrow. Surprised, he was well aware of the formidable Tiandu Tang family, which boasted a true master at the Moonwheel realm. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, Jiang Hongguang responded gravely, "This is of great importance. You must accompany me to discuss it with the clan leader. A matter of such gravity, which could potentially threaten the entire Jiang family, required the clan leader's direct intervention." In the presence of Jiang Hongguang, Ding Xian did not presume upon his status and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Jiang Hongguang nodded, first instructing the surrounding family members to continue guarding the gates before retrieving a command token for the binding spirit formation bestowed by the clan leader. After ensuring Ding Xian's aura was recognized and exempt from suppression, he led him up the mountain. As they ventured deeper into the core region of Kangwu Mountain, Ding Xian began to notice numerous anomalies. To his astonishment, he found that postnatal and innate Jiang family members were plentiful, their numbers reaching an astonishing level comparable to those of major sects. It was well known that even the once mighty Qiashan sect had mostly postnatal and innate disciples. Yet in the present-day Jiang family, such levels of cultivation were abundant. Truly, the postnatal realm had become trivialized, while innate practitioners were everywhere. In this time, what had transpired within the Jiang family? Ding Xian's brow furrowed, his mind racing with contemplation. Just then, a series of intense combat sounds abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Confused, he instinctively turned towards the source of the noise. There, not far away, nearly 100 Jiang family members had gathered, cheering passionately. "Go, Brother Chen, go. Our Tianxiu lineage is no less than any other. Brother Yin is mighty. Let them see the prowess of our Tianxian lineage." The crowd, flushed with excitement, shouted fervently, their voices ringing out in support. At the center of it all stood an enormous martial arts platform. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, two figures intertwined in a fierce display, emitting the sound of muffled punches and kicks. They were two remarkably handsome youths, their bodies radiating a surge of vitality as they engaged in rapid combat, creating a flurry of afterimages. Between the gusts of fists and the shadows of palms, at times they struck with the ferocity of thunder, while at others, their movements were as soft as willow branches. Purple lightning flickered, majestic and awe-inspiring. This spectacle left the surrounding crowd utterly dazzled, unable to discern the true nature of their techniques. Observing the duel, Ding Xian's gaze shifted slightly, and his expression suddenly grew solemn. "Jiangchen and Jiang Yin?" Ding Xian murmured. He had previously visited the Jiang family with Su Gu and had crossed paths with these two prodigies. However, at that time, despite their high talents, they still required years to mature, and thus he had not regarded them highly. To his astonishment, in just a few short months, they had both broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, showcasing extraordinary potential that evoked genuine admiration. Just as Ding Xian intended to withdraw his gaze, a tremendous pressure erupted from another clash between Jiangchen and Jiang Yin, enveloping the surroundings and descending upon Ding Xian, leaving him utterly shocked. "How? Is this possible? I can sense a feeling of danger emanating from them." Ding Xian's heart jolted, filled with disbelief. Although he could not compare to that old coot, the elder of the Jiang family, he was nonetheless a solid cultivator at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he possibly feel threatened by these two newly advanced cultivators? To ascertain the truth, Ding Xian immediately unleashed his spiritual consciousness, scrutinizing the two on the martial arts stage. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something that nearly overturned his understanding. The current cultivation levels of the two had astonishingly reached the 4th and 2nd levels of the Purple Mansion realm. After drawing the seemingly impossible conclusion through his spiritual power, Ding Xian suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, unable to suppress a swallow. Could the rumors be mistaken? Was it not said that they had only just broken through? How could their strength already be nearly on par with mine? As the Lord of Wudong City, he was naturally aware of the recent news that had sent shockwaves through numerous local forces. The Jiang twins had both broken through to the Purple Mansion realm before reaching the age of 20. However, in his mind, it was already a stroke of fortune for these two prodigies to have advanced to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm in such a short time. How could they possibly have consecutively surpassed several minor realms? Such rapid advancements among prodigious talents were rare even in the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture. Reflecting on this, Ding Xian privately lamented the peculiarities of the Jiang family. Not only was their patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, extraordinary, but these clan members were also not to be underestimated. Just as Ding Xian was lost in thought, a figure clad in a black robe, with an empty right sleeve, suddenly entered his line of sight. The man in black held his head high, his eyes slightly closed, with his left hand resting on the hilt of a sword at his waist. As if he were comprehending something profound, a faint aura of sword intent permeated the air, as if he were a guardian, protecting his sovereign. Upon noticing this man, Ding Xian's pupils constricted, instantly recognizing him by various distinguishing features. Gu Jianzong. The news of Gu Xinjiang becoming a vassal of the Jiang family had long since spread throughout the region, known by all. At this moment, sensing someone observing him, Gu Xinjiang leisurely opened his eyes, looking over in response to the feeling. Their gazes met, and within those pitch-black eyes, an astonishing sword intent radiated, filled with boundless sharpness. Just a glance sent a tremor through Ding Xian's mind, and he found himself enveloped in an illusion, as if surrounded by a starry sky. The immense pressure felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Xinjiang merely cast a fleeting glance, losing interest upon realizing Ding Xian's only purple mansion cultivation, and soon returned to his meditation on sword intent. Today, due to the duel between Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, he had finally managed to find some respite from the incessant pestering of those younger cultivators. And he could not afford to waste this rare and precious time. As Gu Xinjiang withdrew his gaze, Ding Xian instantly felt the terrifying pressure akin to falling stars dissipate completely. He relaxed, wiping the sweat from his brow, and trembled as he muttered, "The stars are bright. Gu Jianzong has actually reached the Star Wheel realm?" As a subordinate of the Tiandu prefecture, although his own cultivation was merely at the Purple Mansion realm, his experience rivaled that of those in the Yuan Sea realm. Thus, he could discern what the pressure emanating from Gu Xinjiang truly signified. At this realization, his heart sank. To think that even Gu Xinjiang, the vassal of the Jiang family, had broken through to the Star Wheel realm. Following this, he began to ponder deeply. If Gu Xinjiang had reached the Star Wheel realm, why would he still willingly remain in the Jiang family, content to be their vassal? Was there an even more formidable presence within the Jiang family capable of subduing this newly advanced Star Wheel cultivator? With a heart filled with unease, Ding Xian finally arrived at the family hall. Upon entering, he was greeted respectfully by several innate realm clansmen stationed at the entrance. Following the massive reforms within the Jiang family, Jiang Hongguang, as the sole elder of the Elder Council, wielded immense power, even surpassing the 7 branch leaders in status. Thus, the disciples of the 7 branches held him in high regard, daring not to display any disrespect. In response to their bows, Jiang Hongguang first nodded and then turned to Ding Xian, saying, "The patriarch is inside. You may enter." Hearing this, Ding Xian's heart raced as he steeled himself to push open the hall doors and step inside. After walking a dozen steps, he gazed upon the figure in white seated on a meditation cushion. After several months, Ding Xian was astonished to find that even without exuding any aura, simply by sitting there, Jiang Daoxuan exuded an oppressive air, emanating boundless authority and mystery. Aware of this, Ding Xian needed no further contemplation to realize that Jiang Daoxuan was indeed extraordinary. If ordinary clansmen and the elder had experienced such terrifying advancements, then what of their patriarch? Ding Xian dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, suppressing his shock as he prepared to speak. Just then, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated, calm yet filled with immense power, echoing through the spacious hall as if it were the voice of the heavens, captivating the heart. Faced with this sudden and terrifying pressure, Ding Xian, a 6th-level cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, could hardly endure even a few breaths. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, his body seemingly beyond his control. He braced himself against the cold floor, his awe compelling him to lower his proud head, his gaze fixed on the ground. Unwilling to meet the gaze of that unparalleled figure, hastily, he recalled the events that transpired at the city lord's manor and stammered, It is the Tang family of Tiandu Prefecture. They learned from me about your annihilation of the Tang family, and they seek to trouble you." Considering the might of the other party, Ding Xian dared not conceal the truth and could only lay everything bare. Once he finished recounting the events, silence enveloped the hall. Seeing that the main figure remained silent, Ding Xian could only endure his anxiety, patiently awaiting a response. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan fell into contemplation. Although he was somewhat surprised that the Tang family had sent someone to Wudong City, he felt no fear. It was important to note that although the Tang family's ancestor possessed the Thunder Spirit body, he was ultimately just a Moonwheel realm cultivator. In the past, he might have posed a challenge, but after 2 months of development, not to mention Jiang Daoxuan's own formidable combat strength, even without considering Xiaobai's Wheel realm cultivation and formidable fighting capability, It was clear that the Tang family's ancestor could not hope to contend. If they truly dared to tread upon Kanwu Mountain, they would only be courting death. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but chuckle softly. Hearing this laughter, Ding Xin was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why his counterpart would suddenly burst into laughter upon learning that the Tang family from Tiandu was sending someone. It was well known that this formidable force was bolstered by the likes of Tang Feizhong. Even his superior, the lord of Tiandu Prefecture, would show them a measure of respect. If such a power were truly intent on targeting Kanwu Mountain, what member of the Jiang family could withstand them? Just as Ding Xin was enveloped in confusion, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. I am already aware of this matter. You may return. With that, Ding Xin raised his head, glancing at Jiang Daoxuan's retreating figure, and anxiously inquired, what about the situation with the Tang family from Tiandu? Jiang Daoxuan was not inclined to elaborate further, merely stating, I have my own plans. Should the Tang family seek you again, you may instruct them to make their way directly to Kanwu Mountain. Taken aback by such audacity, Ding Xin found himself at a loss for words. Although Jiang Daoxuan indeed possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of severing the Yuan Sea with a single sword strike, he still lacked the qualifications to contend with the Tang family of Tiandu, particularly against the ancestor who bore the Thunder Spirit body. Ding Xin shook his head, choosing not to press the matter further lest he inadvertently provoke Jiang Daoxuan. With this thought in mind, he respectfully bid farewell to Jiang Daoxuan and swiftly exited the Grand Hall, preparing to return to Wudong City. Once the surroundings returned to tranquility, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze deepened, revealing an astonishing sword intent within the depths of his pupils. Perhaps this moment would mark the rise of the Jiang family of Kanwu and Tiandu Prefecture, the Tang family of Tiandu? What a splendid stepping stone. A subtle smile graced Jiang Daoxuan's lips. Meanwhile, at the Tang family in Tiandu Prefecture, the three who had departed Wudong City hesitated to report the matter to their ancestor, fearful of inciting his wrath and bringing misfortune upon themselves. To err on the side of caution, they first approached the current clan leader, Tang Batian. Have you arranged for the branch family in Wudong City? Tang Batian inquired with a hearty laugh upon seeing the trio's swift return. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from their clan leader, the three became increasingly tense, trembling in trepidation. They exchanged glances, realizing that they could not remain silent about this matter. If they waited until the ancestor arrived in Wudong City only to discover that the branch family had been annihilated, they would be indefensibly culpable. Resolutely, the leader steeled himself. Mustering the courage to address his clan leader, a grave situation has arisen. The branch family in Wudong City was obliterated months ago, and every last member has perished. Tang Batian's expression froze, the joviality vanishing from his face and replaced by a chilling demeanor. What did you say? His words were laced with an ominous intensity that sent shivers down the spines of the three. They felt as though their very blood had turned to ice, trapped in an unrelenting cold abyss. Once Tang Batian retracted his imposing aura, the trio finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, under the piercing gaze of their clan leader, they dared not hesitate any longer and promptly divulged all the gathered intelligence. After comprehending the sequence of events, Tang Batian cast a stern glance at the three and declared, since this has transpired, I shall stall the ancestor. You all understand his temperament well enough. It is imperative that we resolve this matter swiftly. Immediately inform the third brother to set out for Kanwu Mountain and eradicate this presumptuous Jiang family. And remember to leave Jiang Daoxuan alive, so that we may provide an explanation to the ancestor. At this, the others shuddered and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Deep within their hearts, they felt a surge of anticipation for what was to come. It was well known that Third Master Tang Batian not only had mastered the intricacies of sword intent, but also possessed a fourth-tier cultivation in the Star Will realm, making him the strongest after the ancestor and clan leader. With such a powerful ally, the Jiang family would be easily extinguished. Days later, in the region of Kanwu Mountain, a massive white eagle soared swiftly from the heavens. Upon its back sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, his eyes closed in contemplation. This man was Pei Chi Feng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace. The recent conclusion of the Grand Sect competition had stirred restlessness within him, prompting him to embark on this journey atop his Yuan Sea steed, departing from the Great River Sword Palace to this location. Beside him sat a pair of young men and women clad in white, his adopted son and daughter, Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Under their adoptive father's guidance, they had been groomed as heirs to the Great River Sword Palace from a young age. They had now grasped the fundamentals of sword intent, possessing 6th and 4th-tier cultivations in the Purple Mansion realm, respectively. As they surveyed their surroundings, Pei Bu and Pei Shan could not help but murmur, that Gu Shijian truly knows no better, forsaking our Great River Sword Palace for such a small family. Indeed, what does this desolate place have to offer? It cannot compare to even a tenth of our Great River Sword Palace. In recent days, news had spread throughout the Great River Sword Palace that Guqin Jiang, who had previously spurned their sect's invitation, had now allied himself with a small family, becoming their honored guest. This revelation had left everyone astounded and bewildered. Moreover, there was an underlying sense of indignation. How could he disregard the Great River Sword Palace, only to join a remote family? Such an affront tarnished their reputation. At this moment, Pei Qifeng, stirred by the comments of his adopted children, slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. He beheld the gradually emerging Kangwu Mountain and murmured, "Today, I shall make you realize just how erroneous and foolish your choice truly is." By this point, he had already devised a plan. After forcefully subduing the Jiang family, should Guqin Jiang continue to be ungrateful, he would personally annihilate him. As the saying goes, if I cannot possess something, then neither shall anyone else. As a cultivator in the Moonwheel realm, Pei Qifeng had granted Guqin Jiang several opportunities for choice, which was already a considerable favor. Yet, Guqin Jiang had repeatedly disrespected him, even joining a small family, bringing shame upon the entire Great River Sword Palace. It was high time to settle this score. Soon, Kangwu Mountain came into view. Pei Qifeng, looking down from his elevated position, cast a fleeting glance at the mountain gate, showing no interest in dismounting. How could such a small family, with only a Yuan Sea guardian, warrant his personal visit? He extended his right hand, gently patting his steed, responding to his command. The White Eagle surged forward, swiftly passing through the mountain gate and entering the Jiang family's territory. However, as soon as they crossed into the confines of the estate, an unforeseen event transpired. The binding spirit formation activated. In an instant, Pei Qifeng, a Moonwheel realm cultivator, remained oblivious to the sudden shift. Yet, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were struck with horror, realizing that their powers had been suppressed to the point of falling to the innate realm. How could this be possible? Their bodies trembled in shock, having never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Simultaneously, the binding spirit formation did not solely affect human beings, it targeted all living beings. Thus, even the White Eagle beneath them was subjected to the same suppression. Under the terrifying effects of the binding spirit formation, the White Eagle's cultivation plummeted from the Yuan Sea realm to the Purple Mansion realm. The unexpected and overwhelming change caused it to lose control, spinning uncontrollably in midair before crashing into the Jiang family's grounds. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the three hastily dismounted from the White Eagle, momentarily suspending themselves in midair. Meanwhile, the White Eagle, propelled by immense force, plummeted toward the earth. With a deafening roar, the ground shattered, leaving the scene in utter disarray. The White Eagle bore numerous ghastly wounds, blood splattering and feathers scattered, presenting a truly tragic sight. Moments later, Pei Qifeng descended to the ground with a somber expression. He gazed at the shocking scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had never anticipated that upon his arrival at Kangwu Mountain, his beloved steed would plummet from the skies. It appeared gravely injured, unlikely to recover for several months. What on earth had just transpired? Pei Qifeng furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had just landed, provided him with a clue. Adoptive father, something is amiss. Our cultivation was suppressed just now. Upon hearing this, Pei Qifeng's eyes flickered, as if he had realized something. He immediately unleashed his spiritual consciousness to scan his steed, discovering that its aura was alarmingly only at the level of the Purple Mansion realm. In an instant, there was a suppression of cultivation between man and beast. Could it be that there exists a grand formation capable of restraining the cultivation of living beings? As the master of the Great River Sword Palace and a cultivator of the Moonwheel realm, who had attained the title of Sword Marquis, Pei Qifeng had extensive connections with formation masters. The current situation perfectly aligned with the effects produced by certain formations. A grand formation? Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged astonished glances. They understood that becoming a formation master required rigorous testing of one's innate aptitude. Even the number of primary formation masters capable of setting up yellow-tier formations was far fewer than those at the Purple Mansion realm. As for advanced formation masters capable of establishing earth-tier formations, they were exceedingly rare, even within the entire Great Qin dynasty. Given that this grand formation could suppress the Yuan High realm cultivation of their adoptive father's steed, it must at least be of the highest quality in the Xian tier, if not an inferior earth-tier formation. As this realization dawned upon them, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expression shifted to one of profound uncertainty. Wasn't the family residing in Kangwu Mountain merely a small clan with Yuan High cultivators? How could they possibly possess such a formidable formation? Just as the two were lost in thought, the commotion caused by the White Eagle's fall attracted a number of members from the Jiang family. They gathered curiously, observing the spectacle before them and engaging in hushed discussions. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Pei Qifeng frowned slightly and, without hesitation, released a wave of his aura. The pressure unique to the moon wheel realm erupted, sweeping through like a tsunami. Under the suffocating intensity of this aura, everyone felt an immense weight and fell silent. In an instant, the atmosphere became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Satisfied, Pei Qifeng nodded slightly. He then turned to address the crowd. But at that moment, a powerful and sharp pressure surged from a distance, instantly counteracting his aura. HM? Pei Qifeng's gaze shifted, sensing that this aura was somewhat familiar. He looked up to see a well-known figure emerging from the crowd, Gu Xingzhan, who had previously rebuffed his attempts to recruit him. Under his scrutiny, Gu Xingzhan, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, remarked coldly, "Palace Master Pei, as a moon will cultivator, why trouble these juniors? Wouldn't it tarnish your reputation to have such matters spread?" This statement sent ripples through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to Pei Qifeng, their expressions filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated that this individual, who had descended from the heavens to intrude upon the Jiang family's domain, was indeed a moon will cultivator. They were perplexed. Such a formidable presence was a notable figure even within the Tiandufu realm. How could he suddenly visit their Jiang family? Did the notoriety of their clan leader extend beyond the local vicinity? As the Jiang family members exchanged bewildered glances, Pei Qifeng sighed. "It has been years since we last met. I did not expect you to have such a fortuitous opportunity to advance to the Star Wheel realm in such a short time." Having sensed the intertwining of auras earlier, he had discerned Gu Xingzhan's current state. Hearing this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were taken aback. They had heard their adoptive father mention that it would take Gu Xingzhan at least 10 years to take that step. How had he managed to achieve it so quickly? After all, that was the Star Wheel realm. Attaining this level granted one 500 years of longevity and earned the title of real person among countless cultivators. Even within the Great River Sword Palace, there were only 3 individuals who had reached such a level. Thus, it was evident just how formidable Gu Xingzhan had become. Just as Pei Qifeng expressed his astonishment, Gu Xingzhan shook his head, choosing not to engage in pleasantries, but rather to get straight to the point. "May I inquire?" "Palace Master Pei, the purpose of your visit?" Although he had a vague suspicion, it was better to inquire directly. Pei Qifeng replied coldly, "This insignificant Jiang family does not warrant my personal visit. Surely you understand the reason for my presence. Why feign ignorance? Reflecting on past events?" Gu Xingzhan felt somewhat overwhelmed and helplessly replied, "I am but an ordinary person, unworthy of such attention from you. Moreover, I am now a vassal of the Jiang family. Why must you make it difficult for me?" Pei Qifeng snorted disdainfully, "Vassal? Humph. I will state this clearly. You are someone I, Pei Qifeng, have taken a liking to. I would like to see who dares to take you as a vassal." Observing the pressure being exerted, Gu Xingzhan's expression darkened. He was well aware of Pei Jianho's formidable strength. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed likely that the visitor was not here for a friendly encounter. If he angered Pei Qifeng, the entire Jiang family would be unable to withstand the consequences. The thought of endangering the Jiang family for his own matters weighed heavily on his conscience. At that moment, the surrounding Jiang family members began to grasp the situation, realizing that this enigmatic moon wheel cultivator was here to recruit Gu Xingzhan. Considering the recent dedication Gu Xingzhan had shown in teaching them the sword path, how could they allow him to leave under threat? They began to persuade him not to go, listening to the voices around him. Gu Xingzhan felt a warmth in his heart, yet his resolve to not involve the Jiang family only strengthened. Meanwhile, Pei Qifeng's displeasure was evident as he turned to the crowd and barked, "Silence." The overwhelming pressure surged once more, rendering all the Jiang family members mute with fear. Witnessing this, Gu Xingzhan spoke resolutely, "I am willing to leave the Jiang family. Please do not make things difficult for them." Pei Qifeng retracted his aura, revealing a faint smile, "A clear choice. Rest assured, I have no interest in sullying my hands with such a small family." With that, Pei Bu and Pei Shan could not help but chuckle. Their adoptive father held such a prestigious position. If he were to target these weaklings, it would indeed diminish his status. Just as Pei Qifeng prepared to lead Gu Xingzhan away, a voice filled with authority suddenly rang out. "In my Jiang family, we do not allow outsiders to take our own people away without cause. If you wish to leave, I would like to see who can force you out." At these words, Gu Xingzhan froze momentarily. He quickly turned, following the sound, and exclaimed, "Clan leader?" He had never expected that the clan leader would risk offending a moon will cultivator to intervene. As Jiang Daoxuan approached, all the Jiang family members immediately parted to create a wide path. They then raised their arms and cheered. "It is the clan leader. The clan leader has arrived. The clan leader has told us he will never easily abandon anyone." They had witnessed Gu Xingzhan's recent performance and would not allow outsiders to take him away indiscriminately. As the voices of the crowd rose, Pei Qifeng paused, raising an eyebrow as he looked ahead. At this moment, a man clad in white was approaching, accompanied by 2 young boys. Chapter 91. The dual task, filled with fighting spirit, Jiangchen and Jiang Yin. As they gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, they took a moment to assess him. Suddenly, Pei Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his discomfort. Just as Pei Qifeng was engulfed in confusion, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, buoyed by the presence of their adoptive father, felt an immense surge of confidence and immediately reprimanded. "Humph. Allowing Gu Xinjiang to leave will surely spare your Jiang family from harm. Why then court disaster upon yourselves? As the head of a clan, how can you neglect your family's welfare and instead lead it into an abyss? How dare you call yourself a clan leader?" As the scornful remarks echoed. Before Jiang Daoxuan could respond, the surrounding members of the Jiang family could no longer contain themselves. "Preposterous. How dare you speak of our clan leader in such a manner? Who are you to question our leader? Look at yourselves, disheveled and unkempt. Did you even glance in the mirror before stepping out? How dare you presume to instruct our clan leader?" Faced with the ridicule, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions darkened. They instinctively wanted to retort, but with only two voices. How could they compete against the many present? At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan turned his gaze to Pei Qifeng. First, he utilized the Chaos Dao to discern the other's cultivation level, discovering it to be at the 5th level of the moon cycle realm. He then casually inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Pei Qifeng let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate. Observing this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan seized the opportunity to boast to Jiang Daoxuan. "Humph. You should be terrified to hear this. My adoptive father is the master of the Great River Sword Palace. What an esteemed figure he is. Coming to your Jiang family is truly a stroke of luck for you. How dare you, the leader of a small clan, defy him? You truly do not know your own mortality." Behind Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen were seething with anger upon hearing these two reprimand their clan leader. To Jiang Chen, the clan leader was akin to a father. How could he tolerate such slander? He immediately shouted, "The clan leader's good temper is not to be tested with your insolence. Is this the style of the Great River Sword Palace?" As Jiang Chen's voice rang out, Jiang Yin managed to maintain some semblance of composure. To ascertain the situation, he mentally called out to Elder Zhou, "Master, how do you assess that man in comparison to our clan leader?" Upon hearing the call, Elder Zhou swiftly scanned Pei Qifeng with his divine sense, and in an instant, the man's realm was laid bare. He then scoffed, "A mere 5th level of the moon cycle realm. Such power might suffice against others in your Jiang family. But before your clan leader, he is bound to suffer a humiliating defeat. What a pitiable fool, blind to the heights of true strength." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he turned to Pei Bu and Pei Shan, coldly stating, "How dare you be so brazen in your contempt for my Jiang family?" Upon being reprimanded by the two youths, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's faces darkened, their expressions akin to storm clouds. Despite the suppression of their divine senses due to the formation, they could still deduce that, given their age and family background, reaching the postnatal realm was likely their highest achievement. The audacity of two individuals, lacking the qualifications to be their servants, to confront them so boldly, ignited their fury. They could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, "You two have some nerve. Did your clan leader not teach you the importance of knowing whom to offend? A small clan is still a small clan, lacking in strength but brimming with arrogance." As both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, had it not been for Jiang Daoxuan and Pei Qingfeng's presence, it seemed that a physical confrontation would have ensued. Frustrated by the situation, Pei Bu turned to his adoptive father, clasping his hands together, and said, "I beseech you, adoptive father, allow us to teach these two ignorant boys a lesson." Pei Shan, trembling with anger, echoed, "I implore you, adoptive father, grant us permission." As true disciples of the Great River Sword Palace and the adoptive children of Pei Qifeng, they had never encountered such blatant disrespect. Observing this scene, Pei Qifeng did not even glance at Jiang Daoxuan, merely nodding in approval of their request. In his eyes, the entire Jiang family was but insignificant ants, easily crushed. Since they dared to offend Buer and Shaner, they would surely pay the price for their foolishness. With Pei Qingfeng's permission granted, Pei Bu rubbed his fists together, casting a malevolent glance at Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen, sneering at such a tender age. "Your verbal skills are impressive, but how do your martial skills measure up?" In response to the arrogant taunt, Jiang Yin and Jiang Shan paid no heed. Instead, turning to their clan leader, in their eyes, a fierce fighting spirit was igniting. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan was about to speak when suddenly, a system prompt appeared before him. Ding detected the intense fighting spirit of the two fated children within the clan, triggering a temporary family task, Duel 1. In the absence of the host's direct involvement, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin will battle Pei Bu and Pei Shan. For each victory, a beginner treasure blind box will be awarded, with a maximum of 2 rewards. Pei Bu and Pei Shan? Jiang Daoxuan looked at the pair behind Pei Qifeng, instantly understanding their identities. He then turned to Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin, and under their intense gaze, Jiang Daoxuan smiled warmly, casually declaring, My Jiang family's children are not inferior to others. Since they seek battle, let us grant them the chance to engage. Remember, simply unleash all you have learned. Do not fear any unforeseen circumstances. I shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, both boys felt a powerful sense of security and warmth envelop them. Their faces lit up with joy as they replied in unison, yes. Meanwhile, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Pei Qifeng was discreetly assessing Jiangchen and Jiang Yin. With the influence of his divine sense, he quickly discerned their respective cultivation levels. Purple Mansion Realm? Pei Qifeng raised an eyebrow, astonished. Even he had never anticipated that these two youths from a small clan were cultivators of the Purple Mansion Realm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed something unusual about Jiang Yin. This lad is actually a spiritual body. As a cultivator of the Moon Cycle realm, his discerning eyes were sharp. Although Jiang Yin was concealing his abilities, he could not escape Pei Qingfeng's scrutiny. He then looked at Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Given their suppressed innate cultivation due to the formation, it was clear they could not hope to defeat their opponents. Realizing this, Pei Qingfeng shot a glance at Jiang Daoxuan, coldly stating, as this is a spar between juniors, it would be inappropriate for us elders to intervene. However, your two juniors are cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. While my Buer and Shano are constrained by the formation set by your Jiang family and can only rely on their innate cultivation, how can this be a fair match? For fairness, why does clan leader Jiang not lift the formation suppression on them? Or is it that clan leader Jiang lacks confidence in your own juniors and resorts to such despicable means to secure victory? Chapter 92, The Jiang Family Prodigies. Strong to the point of being eerie. As Pei Qingfeng's words rang out, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. This is merely a duel of equals. Why should my Jiang family's children rely on such tactics? With that, he leisurely took out a specially crafted core for the binding spirit formation. After absorbing the energies of the two, it rendered them immune to the suppression effects of the formation. Instantly, Pei Bu and Pei Shan felt a lightness wash over them. Their internal energies surging forth as their auras rapidly ascended, soon restoring them to their peak Purple Mansion realm state. Friendly reminder, considering that some readers may not be familiar with the note-taking feature of the Tomato app, I would like to clarify that if anyone cannot remember the realms, they can refer back to the first chapter, where they can long press the complete realm section posted by Cat9, wait for the comment options to appear, and then directly select Highlight to take notes. If they forget the realm later, they can open the directory and find the highlighted content in the notes section on the right side of the directory, feeling the surging power coursing through their bodies. The two could not help but exhibit expressions of joy, although they possessed absolute confidence in their strength. Upon discovering that the two opponents before them were practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm, even they, strong as they were, dared not be the slightest bit careless. If they truly faced off with their innate cultivation, they would likely meet with a crushing defeat. Thankfully, their adoptive father had foreseen this, or they might have encountered a significant setback in the treacherous waters of the Jiang family. Just as the two were silently celebrating, sensing the aura emanating from them, Jiangchen's interest peaked, and he chuckled. To bully the weak is somewhat uninteresting. However, it seems the timing is just right. I wonder how many of my swords you can withstand? In recent days, due to the elders of the Purple Mansion being his superiors, he had refrained from challenging them and had only sparred with Jiang Yin, who was of the same age. Now encountering Pei Bu, he considered him the first outsider of the Purple Mansion realm he had met since achieving that status. At this moment, not only was Jiangchen filled with enthusiasm, but Jiang Yin felt similarly invigorated. He had originally intended to strike at Pei Bu directly, but upon noticing his brother's fiery fighting spirit, he hesitated and swiftly declared, Brother Chen, leave this person to you. Allow me to engage with that woman. Jiangchen nodded. In his perception, Pei Bu's strength was evidently superior and could better stimulate his fighting spirit. Noticing Pei Bu's confident demeanor, he let out a cold snort and then turned to Pei Shan, saying, Sister, you need not hold back. Teach these two ignorant brats a lesson they will never forget. Pei Shan's expression darkened. Confronted with the disdain from Jiangchen and Jiang Yin, she felt a surge of indignation. Unable to suppress her anger any longer, she summoned her sword. With a crisp sound of the blade ringing, an intangible sharpness spread around, sweeping in all directions. Sword intent? Jiangchen remained unperturbed, displaying no trace of fear. Although his swordsmanship was only at the late stage of the Sword Yuan realm, with mastery over several earthly-level techniques and the backing of celestial fire, he was confident in easily defeating her. In the face of such a formidable sword intent, Jiang Yin maintained an even calmer demeanor, enhanced by the Songyan treasure body. These merely entry-level sword intents felt to him like a gentle breeze, posing no threat whatsoever. At that moment, in contrast to the calmness exhibited by the two, Yushi Zhan's eyes revealed a hint of concern. He was not worried about Jiangchen and Jiang Yin. After all, their prowess was evident from their numerous sparring sessions. Even he had been impressed. However, in light of such exceptional talents, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, despite their comprehension of sword intent, were wholly inadequate and destined for defeat. His only concern was a fleeting glance at Pei Qifeng. Should Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen emerge victorious, the proud sword marquis Pei Qifeng would certainly not let the matter rest, seeking to reclaim his honor after losing face in the Jiang family. How would the Jiang family defend itself then? Alas, the clan leader was foolish. Had he not agreed to this duel, the Jiang family would have merely suffered an embarrassing loss. However, now that tensions had escalated, the situation had turned dire. Just as Gu Xinzhan mused internally, Pei Shan and Jiang Yin had already clashed. After a few exchanges, Pei Shan wielded her sword single-handedly, continuously executing the exquisite sword techniques inherited from the Great River Sword Palace. In an instant, she transformed into nearly 100 sword shadows, accompanied by a chilling wind, charging towards Jiang Yin. Seeing this, Jiang Yin had no interest in evasion. He immediately drew upon all his strength and struck out with a palm. Bang! With a resounding thud that echoed throughout the arena, a dazzling purple lightning flashed by. Following that, a torrent of pure yang energy surged forth, swiftly creating a massive wave that engulfed and obliterated the nearly 100 sword shadows. However, the power Jiang Yin wielded was far from limited to this. Possessing the Tsangyin treasure body, his foundation of energy was profoundly deeper than that of an ordinary practitioner of the Purple Mansion. Thus, beneath that single palm, the wave of energy that devoured all the sword shadows showed no signs of waning. Rather, it surged even more fiercely, unleashing a mightier blow. Before such overwhelming force, even Pei Shan, who had grasped entry-level sword intent, found it impossible to resist. In just one encounter, she was swallowed by the wave of pure yang energy, sent staggering back several dozen meters. As the pure yang energy that enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, Pei Shan lay amidst the rubble, her attire in tatters, her long hair disheveled, resembling a wretched specter. Jiang Yin slowly retracted his right palm, sneering, "A disciple of the Great River Sword Palace? I expected something remarkable. Yet upon seeing it, I find it to be nothing more than this. I have only exerted 70% of my strength, and I have yet to unleash the Tsangyin spirit fire, yet you have already fallen. With such feeble power, how dare you bark at me and instruct my clan leader?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's derisive remarks, Pei Shan's face flushed with fury. Gritting her teeth, she clenched the sword handle tightly, prepared to rise and engage him once more. However, the moment she moved, a wave of intense pain coursed through her body, causing her to furrow her brows and involuntarily gasp. At that moment, Jiang Yan's voice echoed, "If you still wish to make a move, I shall gladly accompany you to the end. However, next time, it may not be just these minor injuries. Think it through." Pei Shan's heart burned with rage, yet she felt utterly powerless. Within just a few exchanges, she had clearly perceived the disparity between their strengths. The insurmountable gap, steeped in despair, made her acutely aware of how disturbingly powerful this young man was. Chapter 93. I shall only strike thrice. If I fail to defeat you, then consider it my loss. Not far away, witnessing this spectacle, Pei Qifeng could not help but feel astonished. Although he knew that this young man possessed a spirit body and that his combat prowess was incomparable to those of the same tier, it was indeed surprising that he could so swiftly defeat Pei Shan, who had mastered sword intent. What was even more thought-provoking was that Pei Qifeng discerned at a glance that the opponent had not exerted his full strength. To achieve such an effortless victory without using all his power was remarkable. This extraordinary talent ignited a spark of ambition within him, compelling him to consider recruiting this young prodigy. After all, such a gem would be wasted in a small family. It would be far better for him to personally nurture this talent. With an accumulation of resources, the results would undoubtedly far surpass what this small family could provide by dozens or even hundreds of times. This young man, endowed with a spirit body, would surely shine brightly in the future. On the other side, upon seeing Pei Shan defeated within mere exchanges, Pei Bu's expression gradually turned serious. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming might radiating from their clash, leading him to a conclusion he found hard to believe. The strength of the opponent was very likely a 50-50 match with his own. But how could this be? I possess the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. This lad is merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. How dare he presume to compete with me? Deeply shaken, Pei Bu silently gazed at Jiang Chun across the way. Surely, in this small Jiang family, the emergence of such a prodigy was akin to a stroke of good fortune. There would never be a second one. Thinking thus, he coldly remarked, "I did not expect that within your Jiang family there exists such a dazzling genius. It seems my sister and I have underestimated you." Drawing forth his longsword, he gripped the hilt tightly, declaring, "It is a pity that in the face of absolute strength, all talent becomes moot. Now, are you willing to duel with me?" A formidable and intense sword intent was silently brewing, poised to unleash a breathtaking strike. Observing this, Jiang maintained his composure, exuding an air of cold arrogance. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a silver-white longsword from the depths of his purple mansion space. This was not the prized Earth-grade sword bestowed upon him by the clan leader, but rather the treasured sword of the clan leader himself. A mere low-grade mystic weapon that he had cherished dearly. Holding the sword, Jiang cast a frosty glance at Pei Bu. Since he dared to speak boldly against the clan leader, Jiang resolved to make him understand the consequences of his reckless words with the very sword once wielded by the clan leader. As his words fell, the surface of the silver-white sword gradually became enveloped in a layer of milky light. This was the sword intent infused with pure young essence and sword essence, enhancing its lethal power. Jiang eyes sparkled as he declared solemnly, "I shall strike only thrice. Should I fail to defeat you within these 3 strikes, I shall consider it my defeat." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members present erupted into an uproar. Wasn't he that person a practitioner of the Purple Mansion? Brother Chen intended to defeat his opponent with merely 3 strikes. Was this not somewhat presumptuous? However, those who had witnessed the recent duels between Brother Chen and Brother Yin knew well that since Brother Yin could defeat that woman, Brother Chen could certainly triumph over this man. Why must they bolster the opponent's morale while diminishing their own prestige? While I believe Brother Chen will undoubtedly win, it does seem somewhat unwise to boast about defeating him in 3 strikes before the duel even begins. I wouldn't be so sure, given Brother Jiang prowess. The disciple from the Great River Sword Palace is certainly no match for him. Oh, how do you know this? Cannot say. Jiang Han, observing in secret, chuckled. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the innate realm, although he had yet to attain the Purple Mansion realm. His mastery of various martial skills afforded him a discerning eye. Having witnessed the duels between his brothers multiple times, he had gleaned many insights. Understanding the immense strength of Jiang, he could easily conclude that the disciple from the Great River Sword Palace was bound to face utter humiliation. Meanwhile, upon hearing the chatter around him, Pei Bu's face flushed crimson with rage. He could hardly believe that, at this juncture, his opponent still maintained such an arrogant demeanor, daring to belittle him. He glared at Jiang, exclaiming, "To claim you can defeat me within 3 strikes is truly the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard." Yet, recognizing the need to respond to such arrogance lest he appear cowardly, he retorted, "If you can withstand my 3 strikes without defeat, I shall concede." At this point, in a bid to salvage his dignity, Pei Bu decided to go all out. Although uncertain of his opponent's strength, he could not allow himself to be outdone. With that, he unleashed the Great River Sword Technique, the supreme martial art of the Great River Sword Palace, a high-grade earth technique. The strike was executed with blinding speed, leaving behind an afterimage nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The surging Purple Mansion essence clung to the sword, vibrating at an astonishing frequency, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to the relentless flow of a great river. The overwhelming aura swept through the air, forcing the surrounding Jiang family members to involuntarily retreat several steps. "Boy, let me experience your abilities." Pei Bu's expression darkened as he flicked his wrist, the sword moving like a dragon, emitting a deafening roar as it surged forth. Faced with this formidable and seemingly lethal strike, Jiang merely smirked, feeling it was still too slow. Enhanced by the celestial fire, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, far surpassed those of his peers, reaching a terrifying level comparable to practitioners of the Star Wheel realm. Therefore, what appeared to be an incredibly swift strike to others was, in his perception, painfully sluggish. As the blade descended, he immediately discerned the flaw and activated the evasive technique he had exchanged for at the concealment pavilion, swiftly dodging what could have been a fatal blow. Before Pei Bu could react, Jiang decisively executed the newly mastered Return to Origin sword technique. An overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted forth, causing Pei Bu to feel a jolt of alarm. Yet, being a practitioner of sword intent, his years of understanding allowed him to instinctively react, raising his sword defensively just in time to barely block the strike. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air. Before Jiang formidable physique, enhanced by celestial fire and the Great Sun Body Refinement technique, Pei Bu had no capacity to resist, being instantly flung back by a surge of divine power. Chapter 94. The Unmasking of Intent, Pei Chingfeng's Desire to Recruit. Boom. His body was propelled back over 100 meters, crashing into the ground and shattering countless bricks, leaving a long and deep trench in his wake. As the debris flew past him, scratching his face, Pei Bu hastily summoned his essence, thrusting his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. After sliding for over 10 meters, he finally came to a stop, feeling a surge of turmoil within, accompanied by intense pain throughout his body. He struggled to lift his head to look ahead. In the next moment, the sight that met his eyes made his pupils constrict in horror. A young man clad in a green robe, with a resolute expression, had appeared before him, sword in hand, the blade unwavering. its sharp tip aimed directly at him. The tip of the sword was less than 3 fingers' breadth from his forehead, radiating a chilling aura that penetrated to the core of his being. At that moment, under Pei Bu's terrified gaze, Jiang, with a proud demeanor, spoke softly. You have lost. There is no need for 3 strikes. 1 is sufficient to establish the victor. I lost? Pei Bu murmured in disbelief. He simply could not accept that after over a decade of sword trainings, he had been so easily defeated by this young man before him. As Pei Bu grappled with his sense of reality, the Jiang family members around him could no longer contain their laughter upon witnessing the swift conclusion of the duel. So this is the renowned disciple of the Great River Sword Palace? I had expected much more, yet it turns out to be merely a facade. Just moments ago, he was flaunting his bravado, and now he can't even withstand 2 strikes from Brother Chun, who gave him the audacity to bark so boldly. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so shameless, lacking in strength yet boasting so grandly. Laughter echoed around them. At this moment, Pei Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parting in shock. She could hardly fathom that not only had she been defeated by a member of the Jiang family, but her esteemed elder brother had met the same fate. After the initial shock, a profound sense of doubt arose within her. How could the Jiang family possess 2 prodigies with such terrifying combat prowess? Surely, they were more than just a small clan. Not far away, Pei Qifeng raised an eyebrow, casting several incredulous glances at Jiang Chun. Having sensed the spiritual physique of Pei Yin earlier, he was not overly surprised by Pei Shan's defeat. However, Pei Bu's loss was entirely unexpected. After all, Jiang Chun appeared to be utterly ordinary. Aside from his noteworthy purple mansion cultivation, there was nothing remarkable about him, making him an unlikely opponent for Pei Bu. Yet, the outcome was that he had decisively defeated the strongest true disciple of the Great River Sword Palace, one who was poised to inherit Pei Qingfeng's legacy. Amidst Pei Qingfeng's perplexity, Pei Bu, the very subject of ridicule, was seething with rage. The taunts around him pierced his heart like daggers, twisting painfully, igniting an unbearable torment within. His expression contorted in fury, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. His buried pride would never allow him to accept defeat so easily. Upon reaching this thought, he clenched his teeth tightly, his right hand exerting force as he prepared to extract the long sword embedded in the ground, aiming to launch another offensive. However, all these subtle movements were laid bare under Jiang Chun's terrifying, dynamic vision. Just as Pei Bu managed to draw the sword, Jiang Chun's 3-foot azure blade whistled through the air, striking Pei Bu's right palm with the heavy spine of the sword. A crisp sound echoed. Unable to suppress a painful howl, Pei Bu's right hand, racked with agony, could not grip the hilt tightly, causing the sword he had just drawn to clatter to the ground. Jiang Chun casually kicked the sword aside and looked down at Pei Bu from a commanding height, coldly stating, "You have lost." Veins bulged on Pei Bu's forehead, sweat pouring down his body. He pressed his left hand firmly against his swollen, throbbing right palm and silently raised his head, casting a gloomy glare towards Jiang Chun, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Lost? How could I possibly lose to a brat like you? Dream on." Seeing Pei Bu's eyes glistening with tears from the pain while still attempting to feign toughness, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, ready to deliver another kick as a lesson. However, at that moment, a deep and weary voice suddenly resonated from a short distance away. "Enough. Stop embarrassing me out here." As the words fell, Jiang Chun paused, while Pei Bu's expression turned despondent as he looked towards his adoptive father. Under his gaze, Pei Qifeng let out a cold snort. "Come back here." Pei Bu trembled at the thought of his adoptive father's sternness and hastily crawled back over. Pei Shan, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not dare to linger and promptly followed suit. Once the 2 disheveled individuals returned, Pei Qingfeng turned to Jiang Daoxuan and coldly remarked, "Your Jiang family truly boasts a wealth of talent. I am thoroughly impressed. If I were not certain that this is your Jiang family's stronghold, I would almost begin to question if it were a sacred site." Jiang Daoxuan smiled noncommittally as he received the rewards for the dual task. At this moment, Pei Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, then abruptly shifted his tone. "My Buer and Shanner's defeat is due to their insufficient strength. I, Pei Qingfeng, am not one to shy away from acknowledgement. Let this matter stand as a victory for your Jiang family. With that settled, I wish to take Gushi Jian and these 2 younger generations of your clan to the Great River Sword Palace, bestowing upon them a fortuitous opportunity. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan suddenly raised their heads, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at their adoptive father. They never anticipated that he would, at this moment, express a desire to recruit the very individuals who had just bested them. The thought of these 2 young prodigies returning to the Great River Sword Palace posed a threat to their own standing, igniting 100 unwilling sentiments within them. However, in the Great River Sword Palace, their adoptive father's words held absolute authority, and none dared to defy him. Meanwhile, the news shocked Gushi Jian, whose expression darkened. Although he was already aware of Pei Qingfeng's fondness for talented individuals, even to the point of obsessively wanting to collect them, he did not expect that after his adopted children had just been defeated by Jiang Yin and Jiang Qin, he would want to recruit them. This was indeed troubling. Gu Xingzhan's brow furrowed in concern. He understood Pei Qingfeng's character well enough. Accepting his invitation would be akin to selling oneself, binding them to the Great River Sword Palace for life. At that point, unless Jiang Yin and Jiang Quan made rapid advancements to surpass Pei Qingfeng, they would be obliged to remain in the Great River Sword Palace for eternity. Yet, achieving such a feat was anything but easy. Was the Moonwheel realm so easily attained? In a postscript, as this was a 3-chapter compilation, the update was delayed a bit, and I appreciate your patience. Additionally, I would like to share a few thoughts. This aside does not count towards the word limit. This chapter contains 700 words. This is my first attempt at a familial narrative, and I am still exploring various plot techniques. As I plan to write a lengthy work of 1,000,000 words, the pacing may occasionally be slow to avoid rapid deterioration of the story. I am quite anxious about tackling an uncharted genre. If there are any flaws, I sincerely ask for your understanding and appreciate your support. The tone of this work revolves around a collective family dynamic. It cannot solely feature the protagonist flaunting their strength, as that would render it indistinguishable from other stories centered on solitary power. As the clan members gradually develop, they will also embark on their unique narrative paths. The protagonist's role is to suppress all adversities, establishing themselves as the most steadfast support for all clan members. In the future, aside from the fated clan members, I will consider designing templates for other clan members as well. Once the narrative reaches its course, I will gather everyone's opinions to create reader-designed clan member templates. Furthermore, considering it is a family-centric tale, a gender imbalance would be detrimental. Thus, I plan to introduce some female fated members and clan members in due time. Rest assured, there will be no irritatingly naive characters or insipid romantic subplots that might discomfort the readers. In this tale, regardless of gender, the primary goal remains the empowerment of the family alongside individual growth, a theme that runs throughout the entire narrative. Finally, I am grateful for the support that has propelled this book to the 14th spot on the new book rankings. It is a collective achievement. Thank you once again. As for gifts, I do not seek much. I merely humbly request a nudge for updates. Wishing everyone a joyful life. Chapter 95. Gu Xingzhan stands firm. Gu Xingzhan was filled with concern. Jiang Chen frowned, noticeably displeased. Your adopted children could not best us, and now you wish to recruit us? At that moment, Jiang Yin's expression diverged from the others. Having learned of his family's patriarch's prowess from his master, he felt no hesitation and boldly pointed at Pei Qingfeng, rebuking, "Recruit us? Ha ha, what a farce. Your 2 adopted children are so arrogant and dismissive of others. It is evident that the Great River Sword Palace that nurtured them is not much better. Such a den of filth. Humph. Do not even think about recruiting us. Even if you offered me the position of your palace master, I would not be interested." The disdainful remarks about their small family ignited Jiang Yin's fury, as he viewed family honor with utmost importance. Enraged, he spoke his mind. The words astonished Jiang Qin beside him. Given Jiang Yin's usual demeanor, he would never speak so boldly without absolute certainty. Why was he now so reckless, even taking the lead in chastising this Moonwheel cultivator? Simultaneously, Pei Bu and Pei Shan trembled in fear, gazing at Jiang Yin as if he were a ghost. Their adoptive father held an esteemed status, one that even the ruler of the heavenly capital would treat with deference. How could a junior like him dare to mock? They could already foresee the severe repercussions awaiting them. Next, they furtively glanced at their adoptive father, only to find his expression as cold as ice, tranquil as an unmelting glacier. Under their watchful eyes, Pei Qingfeng slowly began to speak. I initially thought, given your talents, you could be a worthy prospect. Yet, I did not expect you to be so foolish as to fail to grasp the situation. Truly, you are a product of a backwater family that cannot even instill basic courtesy, allowing the younger generation to develop such arrogance and ignorance of the world's vastness. As Pei Qingfeng spoke, he surveyed the area, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin. Unable to suppress a voice of regret, he lamented. To encounter such fine steeds, yet ultimately be unable to utilize them. Even so, let them be destroyed. He understood fully that today, he had irrevocably antagonized the Jiang family. If the Jiang family were to be spared, allowing these 2 young prodigies to grow unchecked, there would undoubtedly be a chance for them to upend the Great River Sword Palace. Throughout history, how many powerful factions have met their downfall simply because they failed to eliminate potential threats in their infancy? To prevent such a catastrophe from occurring, he had already resolved to take lethal action. At this moment, as Pei Qingfeng's words echoed, Jiang Chen's forehead bulged with veins. His teeth clenched tightly as he glared fiercely at Pei Qifeng, a murderous intent surging from the depths of his pupils. The audacity to obliterate another S family after failing to recruit them was indeed infuriating. Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of delight. The destruction of the Jiang family would be beneficial to them. After all, as true disciples of the Sword Palace and the adopted children of the Palace Master, their pride was at stake. Should the Jiang family be spared, news of their defeat would inevitably spread, reaching the great River Sword Palace. At that point, having lost to such a small family, they would become fodder for gossip, a source of ridicule. Such a disgrace was unbearable. However, if the Jiang family were to be annihilated, the narrative would shift. Aside from their adoptive father, no one would know of their embarrassment. With this thought, the eyes of Pei Bu and Pei Shan sparkled with anticipation, yearning for their adoptive father to act swiftly and eradicate the Danjiang family. Meanwhile, Yu Shijian felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated Jiang Yan's foolishness. However, recalling the care the Jiang family had extended to him over the past months, the trust the clan leader placed in him, and the respect shown by the younger members of the Jiang family, he sighed. As a human, who could be devoid of feelings? Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Yan. His expression was stern as he drew his sword from his waist, holding it before him, aimed at Pei Qifeng, and coldly declared, "Palace Master Pei, if you truly intend to rely on your cultivation to obliterate the Jiang family, then you must first step over my dead body." Upon hearing this, even Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. He had not expected Gu Shijian, who had been reserved and taciturn, to exhibit such courage at this moment. It was worth noting that no one in the Jiang family knew of his breakthrough to the Star Wheel realm, let alone his comprehension of the sword heart. Thus, Yu Shijian's willingness to stand forth at this moment indicated he was prepared to risk his life. In light of this, Jiang Daoxuan recognized Gu Shijian's potential for cultivation. How could he disregard someone willing to sacrifice themselves for the Jiang family? How could he allow their spirit to wane? Just as Jiang Daoxuan pondered, Pei Qifeng stood with an air of arrogance, emanating an imposing authority without needing to express anger. When he saw Gu Shijian unsheath his sword, he suddenly bellowed, "Gu Shijian, after years apart, I never imagined you would become such a fool. A swordsman who cherishes the blade above all else is now willing to disregard his life for these insignificant outsiders. What kind of enchantment has the Jiang family cast upon you?" His words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating with profound impact. Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions shifted dramatically, having understood that their adoptive father was genuinely enraged. Meanwhile, Gu Shijian felt an immense pressure. The weight of Pei Qingfeng's words bore down on him. Infused with the formidable aura of the sword heart, this oppressive force was imperceptible to outsiders, yet it enveloped Gu Shijian entirely, instilling a sense of dread that reddened his eyes and clenched his teeth. Tremors coursed through his body, yet he refused to retreat even an inch. He bore the pressure with a silent glance at the young members of the Jiang family, recalling their frequent requests for him to teach them swordsmanship. In that moment, his previously solitary heart began to swell. This sensation was something he had never experienced in his 2 decades of wandering. As his thoughts surged, Gu Shijian turned to Jiang Daoxuan. Throughout his life, he had always been clear about his grievances and gratitude, repaying enmity and kindness alike. The clan leader had treated him with sincerity, granting him freedom, the return to origin sword technique, and various other benefits, allowing him to break through to the Star Wheel realm at least a decade earlier than expected, all for simply staying at Kangwu Mountain for 3 years. How could he then turn a blind eye to oppression and betray his principles? Such an act was beyond Gu Shijian's capacity. As a swordsman, he would rather be broken than bend, unyielding and fearless. With this resolve, Gu Shijian's gaze grew firm, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. He summoned all his strength to stabilize his stance. Then, gripping the sword hilt tightly, he unleashed a tremendous force, embodying the pinnacle of his sword intent. The perfected sword intent surged to its zenith, instantly dispelling Pei Qingfeng's oppressive aura. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, poised to intervene, suddenly sensed an anomaly and halted his movement. Through the chaotic Dao Eye, he quickly discerned that Gu Shijian was undergoing a transformation. Name, Gu Shijian Cultivation, Star Wheel Realm. First level, Constitution, Genius, Comprehension, Genius, Fate, Light Purple, Originally, Black, Talent, Ordinary Body, Opportunity, on the brink of life and death, refining spirit to its peak. About to break through to Perfected Sword Intent, Perfected Sword Intent? Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gu Shijian would encounter such an opportunity at this juncture. Truly, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. With a faint smile, Jiang Daoxuan temporarily set aside his intention to act, preparing to patiently await Gu Shijian's transformation. Meanwhile, Pei Qifeng remained oblivious to the anomaly surrounding Gu Shijian. Seeing the latter still daring to resist, he erupted in fury. I had initially planned to spare your life and have you serve the great River Sword Palace. But your obstinacy is a waste of my expectations. Since you seek death, I shall grant you the chance to accompany this insignificant family to their demise. As his anger-laden words fell, Pei Qingfeng's lesser sword heart erupted with unparalleled might. An overwhelming aura rapidly expanding in all directions, sweeping across the surroundings. Even a mere trace of this released energy forced countless onlookers to retreat, evading its sharpness. Even Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had grasped entry-level sword intent, found the pressure unbearable, retreating to a safe distance. In an instant, the once crowded scene was left nearly empty, with only a few remaining in the face of the sword marquis's full-force pressure. Even Zhang Yan felt the weight of this immense force. Despite the strength of the Zhang Yan body, the vast gap in realms prevented him from fully countering the onslaught of pressure. Fortunately, just when he was on the verge of crumbling, the old man Zhou, concealed within the ring, quietly released an aura to cushion the oppressive force. In comparison, Jiangshan fared considerably better. His expression remained composed, as the pressure dissipated instantaneously before the inner celestial fire, causing no tangible effect. Glancing around, he noted that Jiang Yan could still stand his ground, which did not surprise him. After months of observation, he had come to understand that his clan brother possessed some unique opportunities. Thus, it was only reasonable for him to withstand such pressure. However, he was somewhat surprised to notice a black-haired youth standing among the crowd. With heightened senses, he immediately recognized this youth's demeanor as markedly different from that of the surrounding clan members. It seemed he had not been affected by the pressure but was rather concealing his true state. Intriguing. I believe his name is Jiang Han? Jiangshan felt a surge of interest. Although his clan brother was attempting to hide, his lack of experience revealed a few flaws, allowing Jiangshan to detect the anomaly. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Jiang Han, aware of Jiangshan's gaze upon him, stiffened, sensing an impending crisis. Have I been exposed? Jiang Han grimaced. Since Pei Qifeng unleashed his pressure, all oppressive forces had been neutralized by the Huangquan magic diagram within him, rendering him unaffected. However, upon observing that his fellow clansmen were being forced back, he feigned being overwhelmed by pressure to avoid detection and followed the retreating crowd. Yet, despite his efforts, he was still discovered by Jiangshan. Nonetheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for him. A thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind, prompting him to adopt an appearance of extreme fear, lowering his head while discreetly observing his surroundings. He resolved to be exceedingly cautious in the future. On the other hand, Gushi Zhan, as the primary target of the oppressive force, felt an intensity of pressure that far surpassed that of anyone else. Confronted by this formidable aura that melded the essence of sword intent with the moon's radiance, he struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, his form swaying uncontrollably, his feet sinking into the ground, with his lower legs completely engulfed by the earth. The intense sharpness of the pressure made it difficult for Gu Xingzhan to keep his eyes open, forcing him to squint as he struggled to catch a glimpse of Pei Qifeng. Gritting his teeth, he felt blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a resounding thud echoed throughout the arena. In that instant, the sword intent enveloping Gu Xingzhan surged, achieving a breakthrough and descending to the realm of perfect sword intent. In the face of this sudden transformation, Pei Qingfeng's expression froze in astonishment. He could not fathom that his opponent could achieve a temporary breakthrough in swordsmanship under such pressure. However, his countenance quickly darkened. You seek to grasp the perfect sword intent using my strength? Gu Xingzhan, if you wish to comprehend, I shall grant you ample opportunity. As those words left his lips, an even more terrifying pressure erupted forth. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from Pei Qifeng, Gu Xingzhan could not help but feel despondent. What did it matter if he had mastered the perfect sword intent? In the face of such an insurmountable disparity in strength, he could only await his fate in resignation. However, just as despair enveloped him and he closed his eyes in preparation for death, an equally formidable aura suddenly surged from behind him. The atmosphere trembled as if countless divine swords had simultaneously unsheathed, radiating an unparalleled sharpness. This astonishing momentum intertwined with Pei Qingfeng's force, creating a fierce counterbalance. Taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, Gu Xingzhan stiffly turned to look behind him, where he beheld a familiar figure clad in white, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Daoxuan. Gu Xingzhan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Is this the realm of sword heart? As a practitioner of the sword, he could discern the terrifying strength embedded within this aura. It transcended sword intent. Reaching the realm of sword heart, the fact that it could contend with Pei Qifeng, a seasoned sword lord, indicated that the patriarch had mastered something far beyond mere introductory sword heart. Could it be that the patriarch had achieved the minor completion of the sword heart? But how was that possible? He had only been in seclusion for a little over 2 months. How could he have undergone such rapid breakthroughs from perfect sword intent to minor completion of Sword Heart. Such an extraordinary leap was simply unfathomable. What astonished Jiang even more was the distinct aura of the Star Wheel realm emanating from the Patriarch, which had reached the 6th level. Am I dreaming? Jiang was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that the Patriarch's first emergence from seclusion would bring him such immense surprise. In just 2 months, not only had he broken through to minor completion of the Sword Heart, but he had also surged from the Yuan Sea realm to the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. This astonishing pace of advancement shattered his understanding and left him in profound shock. Simultaneously, Jiangchen and Jiang Yin were also taken aback. They had thought that their rapid progress would narrow the gap between them and the Patriarch. However, who could explain why the chasm between them had instead widened? Jiangchen and Jiang Yin exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. They had never heard of anyone whose cultivation accelerated with higher realms. On the other side, sensing the suppression of his own aura, Pei Qingfeng's expression shifted. His gaze shifted from Jiang to the Jiang clan patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, whom he had previously overlooked. It seems my initial intuition was correct. You are indeed extraordinary. To comprehend minor completion of the Sword Heart at such a young age is truly a prodigious talent. However, the more exceptional you are, the more I cannot allow you to live. With that, Pei Qingfeng's fingers curled into a fist, summoning a beautifully crafted bronze sword. This sword, named Day, was a high-grade divine weapon, the treasured legacy of the Day Sword Palace, wielded solely by its successive masters. Pei Qingfeng held the sword in one hand, coldly gazing at Jiang Daoxuan. To die beneath this sword would count as your good fortune. In response, Jiang Daoxuan showed no interest in Pei Qingfeng's words, merely turning to Jiang with a gentle smile. What do you think of this sword? Jiang was taken aback, faced with the Patriarch's sudden inquiry. He found himself at a loss, but instinctively responded. The Day Sword ranks 19th on the Tian Du Mansion's sword list. It is truly extraordinary. A coveted treasure for countless sword practitioners. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly smiled. Then I shall take it and gift it to you. Naturally. Jiang was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the Patriarch's astonishing declaration. As he processed the words, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that the Patriarch would utter such a surprising offer at this moment. Observing Jiang's astonishment, Jiang Daoxuan softly remarked, "What good swordsman can be without a fine sword? This sword is barely worthy of you. Once I claim it, it shall belong to you." By stepping forward, he had also recognized Jiang's loyalty. If so, why not bestow a small token of goodwill? After all, a mere high-grade divine weapon held little significance to him. At this moment, Jiang clearly understood the Patriarch's intent. His heart raced with anxiety as he cautiously glanced at the sword in Pei Qingfeng's hand, his eyes brimming with fervor. He knew that his own sword was merely a top-tier mysterious weapon. As a swordsman, how could he not yearn for a superior blade? To him, these renowned swords were akin to enchanting beauties, captivating his soul and depriving him of sleep. Yet, considering Pei Qingfeng's strength and reputation, Jiang quickly regained his composure. Suppressing his fervent desire, he turned to his Patriarch, unable to suppress his worries. "But what about you?" Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand dismissively, claiming the sword is as easy as reaching into my pocket. Upon hearing this, Jiang was astonished. At that moment, Pei Qingfeng could not help but chuckle. "Huh, as easy as reaching into your pocket? What a boastful claim. Allow me to witness how you accomplish this. If you fail, then today shall see the complete annihilation of your Jiang clan." As he laughed, Pei Qingfeng's words were laced with a fierce, killing intent. As a practitioner who had comprehended the Sword Heart, how could he tolerate such humiliation from the leader of a small clan? Then, Pei Qingfeng's expression sharpened, and the tremendous power within him surged forth, rising dramatically, illuminating the sky with a dazzling star and an enormous silver moon. Simultaneously, this overwhelming force radiated throughout the entire Kangwu Mountain, exuding an aura of utter destruction. As this phenomenon unfolded, at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, within the bustling marketplace, a passerby inadvertently glanced up at the mountain. Upon seeing the celestial bodies in the sky, his pupils constricted, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. How is this possible? Is that a moon and stars appearing in broad daylight? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of those nearby, igniting a fervent discussion. Could it be that what Brother Luo mentioned is true? I have heard that those who cultivate to the Star Wheel realm can sense the celestial bodies, creating a phenomenon of star and moon coalescence. Gasped. Are you suggesting that a Star Wheel master has descended upon Kangwu Mountain? But how could that be possible? Indeed, although the Jiang family holds considerable power in this region, it seems implausible that they could summon such an existence, even when surveying the entirety of Tindu Mansion. Masters of the Moonwheel realm are exceedingly rare, their names widely renowned. One cannot help but wonder which esteemed figure has arrived at Kangwu Mountain this time. As discussions erupted among the crowd, astonishment permeated the air. No one had anticipated the arrival of a moon-wheel master at Kangwu Mountain today, and given the current circumstances, it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. This realization brought forth a shared thought among the onlookers. Is the glory of the Kangwu Jiang family destined to end today? With this in mind, a wave of apprehension swept over them. They yearned to ascend Kangwu Mountain to ascertain the specifics. Yet the formidable reputation of the moon-wheel cultivators instilled fear of being obliterated by the aftermath. Thus, they remained rooted in place, gazing upward at Kangwu Mountain, patiently awaiting the outcome on Kangwu Mountain. As Pei Chi Feng invoked the celestial phenomenon of the star-moon convergence, Jiang Daoxuan wore a calm smile. If one wishes to harness the forces of heaven and earth to suppress me, let us engage in a contest of strength. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from utilizing his own stellar manifestation and instead directly invoked the sacred body phenomenon. A single manifestation sufficed to overpower Pei Chi Feng. In the next moment, the celestial king descended upon the 9 heavens. Terrifyingly potent energies erupted from Jiang Daoxuan, soaring skyward. In an instant, a majestic silhouette identical to his own materialized above the 9 heavens, enveloped in auras of profound yellow, as if a supreme celestial king was surveying the world, looking down upon all living beings with disdain. Chapter 98. Jiang Daoxuan seizes the sword, the stupefied crowd. The moment the celestial king descended upon the 9 heavens was unveiled. Countless individuals found themselves engulfed in shock, unable to suppress their exclamations. What phenomenon is this? Such a sight is truly unprecedented. I have never encountered anything like it before. Did the clan leader not already ascend to the Star-Wheel realm, thus mastering the Star-Moon convergence? Although the many clansmen felt perplexed, they could also perceive the immense might emanating from the celestial king phenomenon, akin to a divine presence descending from above, instilling reverence and causing their souls to tremble, compelling them to instinctively kneel and worship. Simultaneously, Jiangchen, Jiang Yin, Jiang Han, Gu Shizhan, and others shared similar sentiments. They had never ventured beyond Tiandu Mansion and had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon. In their limited understanding, the manifestations possessed by moon-wheel cultivators should solely be the star-moon convergence. From where could such a unique phenomenon arise? At this juncture, the bewildered Jiang Yin turned to his seemingly omniscient master and inquired, "Master, do you discern the origin of this phenomenon?" Faced with the question, Elder Zhou also felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. It must be acknowledged that his own cultivation was merely at the perfected level of the celestial being realm, having never reached the status of a sage. With limited perspective, how could he comprehend the records of such phenomena? Even his initial recognition of Jiang Daoxuan as a primal Dao embryo was fortuitous, having stumbled upon relevant information by chance. Yet, he had never heard of a primal Dao embryo's possessor manifesting such phenomena. Elder Zhou was engulfed in profound doubt. He was aware that certain elite physiques possessed unique manifestations, yet none could be correlated with the scene before him. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is the clan leader not a primal Dao embryo but rather a different, formidable physique? With this thought, Elder Zhou coughed a few times. Although he remained uncertain of the terrifying physique possessed by the clan leader, he sought to maintain his esteemed image before Jiang Yan. Thus, he spoke. Typically, when an ordinary individual cultivates to the realms of Star Wheel, Moon Wheel, and Sun Wheel, they can manifest the phenomena of the starry sky, star-moon convergence, and rising sun respectively. However, those endowed with sacred bodies, divine bodies, endowed bodies do not fall into this category. In addition to the foundational phenomena of the star-moon-sun realms, they may possess unique manifestations of their own, imbued with various mysteries and immense might. Regarding which type of physique your clan leader possesses, I am aware, but once revealed, it would only bring detriment to you given your current realm. Therefore, you need only know that your clan leader possesses a certain sacred body, a sacred body. Jiang Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his master would disclose such a significant revelation at this moment. However, the concepts of sacred bodies, divine bodies, and Dao bodies felt distant from his everyday life, merely names he had heard in passing. Now, to discover that his family leader possessed such a physique was truly unexpected. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Yin had ceased his inquiries, Elder Zhou could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Maintaining the image of a master before his young pupil was indeed a challenging endeavor. Teaching other disciples of the Purple Mansion realm presented no difficulty. Yet this was the family of a reincarnated ancient emperor. The uncertainties were manifold, with many aspects he had never even witnessed. The sheer number of astonishing events dulled his senses. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the phenomenon of the celestial king descended upon the 9 heavens, the previously suspended star-moon convergence was instantaneously suppressed, shattering into fragments, unable to draw upon any power. Noticing this scene, Pei Qingfeng's pupils constricted, and he fell into a state of shock. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. The experience of having his own manifestation suppressed, and even crushed was unprecedented in his life. What method have you employed? Suppressing his inner fear, Pei Qifeng quickly directed an angry shout at Jiang Daoxuan. In response, Jiang Daoxuan merely shook his head, disinterested in further explanations, for his opponent was unworthy of such dialogue. Immediately, he unleashed the Kunping treasure technique, dramatically enhancing his speed and causing him to vanish from sight. Pei Qifeng was taken aback, unable to locate Jiang Daoxuan's position. However, at that moment, a chilling presence surged from behind, causing Pei Qifeng's hair to stand on end. He swiftly turned, slashing his sword behind him. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Pei Qifeng was utterly astonished to find that the blade of the great river sword was firmly grasped by a pristine, flawless hand. In that instant, he was horrified to realize that not only had the opponent's hand withstood his strike, but it bore no signs of injury, not even a mark. How could one with merely a star-wheel physique withstand the onslaught of his high-grade earth-level divine weapon? This Jiang Daoxuan must be a monster. Pei Qifeng's mindset was instantly shattered. Even as a moon-wheel realm cultivator, well-versed in diverse experiences, he was completely unable to comprehend this scene. Yet, while he was in a daze, Jiang Daoxuan remained undeterred. With his right hand firmly clutching the great river sword, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful sidekick aimed directly at Pei Qifeng's chest. Crack, accompanied by a horrifying sound of bones fracturing, Pei Qifeng's body was violently propelled backward, soaring over 1,000 meters, even producing a deafening sonic boom as he crashed through a towering peak, generating a tremendous uproar. Listening to the tumultuous sounds echoing nearby, Jiang Daoxuan smiled calmly. Then, in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he casually flung the seized great river sword, which soared towards Gu Xingjian, embedding itself in the ground and vibrating incessantly, emitting a piercing sound of clashing swords. Gazing at the great river sword within arm's reach, Gu Xingjian was momentarily bewildered, feeling an overwhelming shock rather than joy. He had never imagined that the developments would unfold in such a fantastical manner. The figure he regarded as an invincible symbol, Pei Gongzhu, appeared utterly powerless before his own clan leader, treated as nothing more than a plaything. Such a stark contrast was truly astonishing. Just as Gu Xingjian was engulfed in shock and uncertainty, a voice, gentle yet commanding, resounded like jade. Secure this sword. Upon hearing the clan leader's command, Gu Xingjian finally regained his senses. He quickly suppressed his astonishment, swallowed nervously, and nodded in urgent acknowledgement. Chapter 99, Unity of Body and Tao. The might of the reincarnation treasure technique. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were left utterly dumbfounded. They truly could not comprehend why the adoptive father was so easily sent flying. Who exactly is the practitioner of the moon wheel realm? Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reverence. The clan leader truly lived up to his title. Such immense power exceeded everyone's imagination. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all, Jiang Daoxuan once again executed the Kunping treasure technique, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already hovering high above Pei Qifeng's location. After enduring Pei Qifeng's violent assault, a colossal pit had formed at the center of the towering peak. At the bottom of the pit, Pei Qifeng struggled to rise from the pile of rubble. His hair was disheveled, his robes covered in dust, and numerous tears marred his attire. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, having lost all semblance of his former poise and dignity. Coughing uncontrollably, Pei Qifeng sensed an anomaly above him and slowly raised his head to gaze at the extraordinary white figure in the sky. Deep within his pupils, an overwhelming sense of awe emerged. He had never witnessed anyone possessing such an invincible physique. A mere kick had nearly cost him his life. Was this level of power truly that of the moon wheel and not the sun wheel? At that moment, Pei Qifeng, consumed by rage and despair, suddenly felt a desire to retreat. But just then, Jiang Daoxuan abruptly vanished from his sight. Immediately afterward, sensing movement behind him, Pei Qifeng's body stiffened and his heartbeat faltered. Almost instinctively, he raised his right arm, splayed his fingers, and began to gather his primordial energy in preparation for an attack. However, as he initiated the gathering of his energy, a brilliant sword light suddenly flashed. In the next moment, blood spattered as a severed arm was flung high into the air. Beneath the sharpness of the Qingying sword, the so-called moon wheel physique proved as fragile as paper, torn apart in an instant. A wave of intense pain engulfed Pei Qifeng, causing cold sweat to pour down his body as he trembled uncontrollably. Yet, even in such agony, he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Silently, he tore his left sleeve to bind the wound on his severed right arm, while simultaneously channeling primordial energy to staunch the bleeding. Once he completed these actions, he gazed towards Jiang Daoxuan, realizing that the opponent was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He prepared to plead for mercy, clan leader Jiang. This is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Daoxuan struck. Relying on the formidable physique of his innate holy body, he immediately merged with the Tao, resonating with the great principles of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he summoned the might of the Tao, unleashing an overwhelming force. Boom! An immense wave of Tao resonance enveloped Pei Qingfeng's body, as if the heavens had collapsed, utterly unstoppable. Before this tremendous power, his once proud strength was instantly suppressed, forcing him to shrink inward. His body fell heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. What is this? Pei Qingfeng's pupils contracted in shock. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan approached leisurely. He slightly lowered his head, looking down coldly at the collapsed Pei Qingfeng. Pei Qingfeng caught sight of a pair of feet beside him and instinctively attempted to look up. However, before he could move, Jiang Daoxuan stepped forward, pressing his foot firmly on Pei Qingfeng's head. With a slight exertion of force, he pinned him to the ground. Pei Qingfeng's face pressed against the rubble, and under Jiang Daoxuan's foot, he felt the sharp stones painfully pierce his skin. The excessive pressure caused some stones to break the surface, oozing blood and leaving him with a horrific visage. The incessant stinging sensation from his face ignited a desire to resist. Yet, under the suppression of the Tao's resonance, his body remained immobile, his head firmly held down, rendering him unable to lift it despite straining with all his might. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan, with his foot on Pei Qingfeng, coldly stated, "You dared to threaten the destruction of my Jiang family's lineage. You are the second." Pei Qingfeng's heart sank, and he hurriedly replied, "This. I acknowledge my wrongs. You possess such strength. I misjudged you. If you let me go." A naive thought. Jiang Daoxuan lightly waved his right hand. A divine light, forged from pure yang primordial energy, erupted and struck Pei Qingfeng's left hand, instantly obliterating it into a mist of blood. Ugh! Pei Qingfeng, suddenly bereft of his left arm, could not suppress a grunt of pain. The agony of having both arms destroyed was nearly unbearable, even for a practitioner of the Moonwell realm. However, the true torment was only just beginning. In the next moment, Jiang Daoxuan coldly declared, "Trespassing into my Jiang family's mountain gates. This is the first crime." As he spoke, a divine light burst forth, instantly shattering Pei Qingfeng's right leg. "Insulting my Jiang family with your words. This is the second crime." The blinding divine light flashed again, destroying Pei Qingfeng's left leg. In an instant, the esteemed master of the Sword Palace found himself entirely bereft of limbs. Yet, even so, he remained silent. Deep within, a sense of liberation began to swell. Now that my limbs are destroyed, my life may be forfeit next time, right? Just as he pondered this, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated, attempting to coerce others with your might, forcibly taking away my Jiang family's offerings and younger members. This is the third crime. Upon hearing this, a greenish-blue glow enveloped Pei Qingfeng's body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the limbs he had lost were miraculously regrowing. How is this possible? Pei Qingfeng's mind reeled, overwhelmed by disbelief. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. It seemed the effects of the reincarnation treasure technique were indeed remarkable. With just a slight application, time could be reversed, allowing the other party to regrow their limbs in such a short span. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan gazed down at Pei Qingfeng, who lay like a dead dog. The audacity with which he dared to wreak havoc in the Jiang family could not go unpunished. As the clan leader, he could not remain idle. With this thought, he showed no mercy, raising his hand again to unleash another divine light that obliterated Pei Qingfeng's newly regrown right arm, reducing it to a mist of blood. This time, Pei Qingfeng's composure finally began to fray. He was not merely unable to endure the pain of his body, but could not withstand the relentless torment. Especially upon realizing that the opponent possessed such terrifying regenerative capabilities, his anguish intensified, desiring to escape the cycle of suffering. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. "This time, I was blind. Please, grant me a swift end." Chapter 100, The Fate of Pei Qingfeng. The terrified Pei Bu siblings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's actions showed no sign of hesitation. He coldly replied, "You dared to threaten the annihilation of my Jiang family. This is the fourth crime." As the words left his lips, three divine lights erupted in succession, obliterating Pei Qingfeng's left hand and both legs. Before Pei Qingfeng could even react, the reincarnation treasure technique activated once more, reversing time and causing his limbs to regrow. Recognizing this change, Pei Qingfeng's emotions spiraled into a state of despair. He tightly closed his eyes and humbly pleaded, "Clan leader Jiang, you are magnanimous. Just let me go. I do not ask for your mercy, only for a swift end." This repetitive torment felt like torture to him. Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of emotional response. He glanced down at Pei Qingfeng and coldly remarked, "Why would I ever wish to kill you? You have done so many good deeds for my Jiang family. I must repay them all. Rest assured, not only will I spare your life, but I will also ensure that you witness how the small family you look down upon rises step by step." The mere thought of the disdainful attitude of the other party filled him with displeasure. In light of this, how could he allow Pei Qifeng to die so easily? For Pei Qifeng, dying in such a manner would be akin to a blessing. His actions were utterly unworthy of receiving such a merciful end from Jiang Daoxuan. At this moment, as he listened to Jiang Daoxuan's frigid words, Pei Qifeng was instantly struck with terror, his complexion turning pale and devoid of color. Before he could plead for mercy once more, for beams of divine light erupted, brutally shattering his limbs. The reincarnation treasure technique was activated once again, restoring his severed limbs. At this juncture, accompanied by the intensifying agony, Pei Qifeng had long lost the demeanor befitting a Moonwheel Realm cultivator. His features were contorted, his face drenched in tears, and with his disheveled hair, he resembled a beggar on the street. Unable to endure such torment, he summoned all his strength and hastily implored, "I am willing to serve you. I am a Moonwheel Realm cultivator, far more suitable than Gu Xingjian. I can lead the Great River Sword Palace and become a subsidiary force of the Jiang family. I am willing to regard you as my master and become your loyal hound. Please grant me a chance to atone for my sins." At this moment, Pei Qifeng's pride was utterly shattered, leaving him devoid of composure. More than death, he feared a fate worse than death, endless torment day and night. Jiang Daoxuan observed this scene with keen interest. Gazing at Pei Qifeng's current grotesque appearance, where was the slightest trace of his earlier arrogance? Once he had feasted his eyes, Jiang Daoxuan finally withdrew his gaze, gently kicking him aside and scoffing, "Did you truly believe that anyone could be a worshipper of the Jiang family? You lack the qualifications." As soon as his cold words fell, Jiang Daoxuan retracted the powerful aura he had emitted and once more employed the reincarnation treasure technique. However, this time was unlike the previous instances. Drawing upon the formidable foundation of his innate sacred body, Jiang Daoxuan directly reversed several hundred years of time. Faced with this overwhelmingly strong force of reincarnation, how could the already injured Pei Qifeng withstand it? In an instant, his entire body began to shrink uncontrollably. Before long, he transformed into a rosy-cheeked child, the once fitting attire now draped over him like a robe. Of course, beyond his bodily regression, even his cultivation was profoundly affected. His Moonwheel Realm abilities dissipated entirely, reverting him to an ordinary mortal. With a frail human physique, he could no longer bear the weight of nurturing the sword heart. Thus, in less than 10 breaths, his swordsmanship swiftly began to decline. The sword heart he had once grasped in minor perfection shattered at this moment. Soon, all his swordsmanship was lost, leaving him with only the rudimentary techniques. Feeling the dramatic change within his body, Pei Qifeng gazed at his delicate little hands, his face a mask of incredulity. How could this be possible? He had never encountered such a logically defying ability, capable of directly manipulating the forces of time, causing his body to revert to childhood while stripping away all his cultivation. Just as Pei Qifeng was enshrouded in fear, unable to extricate himself, a faint thread of pure yang essence pierced through his dantian, severing his path to cultivation for this lifetime. Now, bereft of all his cultivation and the strength of his original body, Pei Qifeng could no longer endure the pain. His body curled up like a shrimp, hands clutching his dantian, wailing in agony. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan slowly extended his right hand, grasping Pei Qifeng by the back of his collar, and leapt into the sky, swiftly returning to Kangwu Mountain. Upon witnessing the patriarch's return, not only with him but also holding a strange child, all present were filled with astonishment. Beginning to speculate about the child's identity, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, gazing at the familiar robe worn by the boy, were filled with confusion. How could the clothing of their adoptive father be donned by this little child? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Gu Xingjian and casually tossed Pei Qifeng aside as if discarding refuse. Pei Qifeng fell to the ground with a cry of despair. Following that, his body rolled several times on the ground before coming to rest at Gu Xingjian's feet. "Patriarch, what is this?" Gu Xingjian, just having retracted the Great River Sword into the purple mansion space, felt greatly astonished. Jiang Daoxuan remarked nonchalantly, "This is Pei Qifeng, now stripped of his cultivation. Later, you shall take him to the medicinal fields. Remember to have those neighbors take good care of him," allowing the once lofty individual to experience the taste of falling from grace. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingjian's pupils constricted in surprise. He hurriedly looked at Pei Qifeng, scrutinizing him closely, yet he could not fathom that this little rascal was indeed the renowned Pei Sword Marquis from Tiandu Mansion. Simultaneously, upon realizing that this little child was their adoptive father, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were astounded, collapsing to the ground in sheer shock. How could he possibly be their adoptive father? Pei Bu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He simply could not reconcile this little child with the formidable presence of their adoptive father. What on earth had transpired just now? Before he could grasp this, he felt Jiang Daoxuan's piercing gaze upon him. Sensing the chilling intensity of that look, Pei Bu and Pei Shan trembled uncontrollably, nearly wetting themselves, and hurriedly prepared to plead for mercy. But what awaited them were only two dazzling beams of divine light. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were pierced through, transforming into lifeless corpses. With the bodies of Pei Bu and Pei Shan collapsing to the ground, silence enveloped the scene. Hearing the commotion, Pei Qifeng raised his head to look. Upon witnessing the corpses of his adopted son and daughter, fury surged within him. However, no matter how enraged he felt, he had become a target for anyone to trample upon. Having lost all his cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan paid no heed to the fiery eyes of Pei Qifeng. For the pleasant life in the medicinal fields and the friendly neighbors would surely teach him the harshness of society. Shaking his head, he turned to Jiang Han among the crowd and softly instructed, "Honor, come out and take care of this." As his words fell, all the Jiang family members turned their gazes toward Jiang Han. Upon hearing the patriarch call his name, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly understood that the patriarch was hinting for him to handle the bodies of the two Purple Mansion cultivators and to absorb their essence using the Yellow Springs demonic technique while it was still fresh. Realizing this, Jiang Han's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd and began to carry away the bodies of Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan collected his gaze and prepared to personally act to annihilate the Great River Sword Palace. Pei Qifeng sought to obliterate the Jiang family. How could he not retaliate? Yet, just as he made a move, a booming laughter erupted, reverberating throughout the scene, deafening all present. Ha ha ha, with so many gathered here. It saves me the trouble of searching for each one. Who is Jiang Daoxuan? Come out. I wish to see who dares to extinguish the branch of my Tiandu Tang family. With this proclamation, numerous members of the Jiang family instinctively recoiled in shock. Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, casting a cold glance towards the source of the voice. There, a burly man strode forth with a treasured blade at his waist, flanked by three elegantly dressed men. Together, the four of them, affected to varying degrees by the binding spirit great array, were expressions of hostility. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned enlightened. The unexpected visit from Pei Qifeng had almost caused him to forget the pressing matter concerning the Tang family of Tiandu. At that moment, noticing Jiang Daoxuan's demeanor, Tang Baqiang's gaze sharpened. What? Are you, this pretty boy, just? Before he could finish his sentence, a fiery orange flame surged towards them. The four were taken aback, completely unprepared for the sudden attack. The speed of the flame was astonishing. In an instant, it enveloped the four, eliciting anguished cries from them. The terrifying heat radiated forth, capable not only of incinerating matter, but also of dissolving elemental energy. In less than 3 breaths, a star wheel and 2 Purple Mansion warriors, who had rushed from the distant Tang family, were obliterated. Their skin, flesh, and bones were entirely annihilated, leaving no trace behind, as they abruptly vanished from this world. In an instant, only one innate member of the Tang family remained, his face pallid with fear, trembling legs betraying his dread, having even soiled himself. He could hardly fathom that the formidable third master, possessing a cultivation of the 4th level of Star Wheel and mastery over the Great Completion Blade intent, had perished so swiftly after their arrival at Kangwu Mountain. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan, having effortlessly unleashed a strand of Samadhi true fire, suddenly appeared before him. In a commanding tone, he coldly declared, "Take me to the Tang family." Since the Tang family of Tiandu had come rushing to their demise, they might as well be sent on their way. As for the Great River Sword Palace, Jiang Daoxuan had also made secret preparations. He would simply let Xiaobai venture forth and directly annihilate the Great River Sword Palace. Upon hearing this, the surviving Tang family member felt a tightness in his chest. Sensing the impending doom, he yearned to present a facade of unwavering strength for his family, yet in the face of such a chilling reality, he was compelled to capitulate in fear of death. Observing the Tang family member's reaction, Jiang Daoxuan nodded and then retrieved a ring from the Purple Mansion space. In recent days, the elder Jiang Hongguang had procured numerous items required by the Jiang family using the resources bestowed upon him. This particular item, named the Beast Ring, functioned similarly to a spatial ring containing a small space for storing spirit beasts. The Sanyan White Crane was housed within. With a flourish, Jiang Daoxuan activated the ring, releasing a white beam of light that revealed the Sanyan White Crane before the gazes of all present. Jiang Daoxuan then seized the surviving Tang family member. Leaping onto the back of the Sanyan White Crane, he began to emanate a formidable psychic force. After months of comprehending the N-Wa visualization diagram, his spiritual power had reached an astonishing level. In mere moments, his psychic energy enveloped Kangwu Mountain, penetrating deep into the spiritual spring and reaching Xiaobai. Aware that Xiaobai's strength was not invincible within the Great Qin dynasty, and considering the Jiang family's overall power had yet to rise, he sought to avoid unnecessary attention. Thus, he manifested Pei Qingfeng's appearance in Xiaobai's mind and instructed him to locate Pei Qifeng in the medicinal fields after midnight, guiding him to the Great River Sword Palace for its destruction. Upon receiving Jiang Daoxuan's command, Xiaobai promptly simulated a voice using his psychic energy, responding in a sweet, youthful tone, "At your command." Jiang Daoxuan nodded, swiftly retracting his psychic energy, turning to the dazed Tang family member beside him, nonchalantly stating, "Lead the way." At his words, the Tang family member awoke from his stupor, frightened, and quickly began pointing toward the direction of the Tang family in Tiandu. The Tsunyun white crane flapped its wings, lifting off the ground and soaring into the sky, racing toward the horizon. As Jiang Daoxuan's figure gradually faded from view, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupted among the onlookers. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. No one could have anticipated that even the immensely powerful master of the Great River Sword Palace could be defeated by their patriarch. Although they were baffled by the means employed by the patriarch to transform the opponent back into a child, their fervent admiration remained undiminished. Amidst the rising emotions of the Jiang family members, Gu Shijian silently extended his left hand, lifting Pei Qifeng. Pei Qifeng displayed a look of resistance, instinctively attempting to break free. Yet, his frail body rendered all efforts futile, leaving him powerless to resist and allowing himself to be taken away from the scene. Shortly thereafter, in the medicinal fields of Kangwu Mountain, 7 men clad in gray, with sleeves rolled up, were diligently wielding yellow-grade farming tools, perspiring profusely as they worked the soil. These were Hulong, the leader of the Falling Maple sect, along with 6 Purple Mansion elders. After days and nights of toil, their skin had darkened considerably, becoming coarse and rough, utterly unrecognizable from their former selves, resembling mere peasants. Not far from them, upon a large stone sat a black-haired youth with a cultivation of the first level of the acquired realm. He hailed from a branch family in Sisui City and was now a disciple of the Kaiyang lineage, named Jiang Daoxuan. At this moment, serving as a guard of the medicinal fields, he was keenly observing the subtle movements of the Falling Maple sect's members. Remembering his duty, he remained vigilant despite the recent extraordinary occurrences. Suddenly noticing someone approaching, Jiang Daoxuan looked up and froze upon seeing Gu Xingjian carrying a child. Why would the revered Gu bring a child here? Could this be his illegitimate child? As he pondered, Gu Xingjian abruptly tossed Pei Qifeng onto the ground. The suddenness of it caused Pei Qifeng to lose his balance and tumble, involuntarily crying out in pain. At that moment, Gu Xingjian glanced at Jiang Daoxuan, briefly explaining the events that had transpired. After relaying the information, he promptly turned to leave, eager to return and solidify the sword intent he had recently mastered. Once Gu Xingjian had completely departed, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Pei Qifeng with a look of astonishment. He had never imagined that the recent astonishing phenomenon was triggered by this little fellow. After the initial shock, recalling Pei Qingfeng's earlier declaration to annihilate the sect, he could not help but smirk coldly, disregarding Pei Qingfeng's resistance and bringing him before Hulong and the others. Sect leader Hu, I present to you a helper. From now on, do take good care of our Lord Pei. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Daoxuan departed, returning to the large stone to observe the others' reactions. For a moment, only the members of the Falling Maple sect and Pei Qifeng remained. Hulong and the elders exchanged glances. Being seasoned veterans, they could easily discern the underlying implications in the words. Was this not a directive to teach this little brat a lesson? At this time, Pei Qifeng remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With arms crossed and head held high, he gazed disdainfully at the members of the Falling Maple sect. Though he had been subdued by Jiang Daoxuan, it did not imply he would harbor any respect for these lowly individuals. Sensing Pei Qingfeng's contempt, Hulong's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flickering within. He turned to a nearby elder, sneering. If we are to have him work with us in the medicinal fields, how can we do so without tools? Quickly fetch a hoe. Upon hearing this, an elder hurriedly extended his hands, offering the yellow-grade hoe. Hulong carelessly accepted the hoe, then tossed it in front of Pei Qifeng. Pick it up. Recognizing the boy's rebellious nature, he intended to make it clear who the true authority in the medicinal fields was. Pei Qifeng shot him a cold glance, scoffing. You expect me to toil like you lowly creatures? How utterly laughable, were it not for my lost cultivation. Do you think your kind would even dare utter a word before me? Upon hearing this, Hulong's expression shifted slightly, realizing that the boy might have once been of significant status. Contemplating this, he slightly cupped his hands and spoke with layered meaning. May I inquire who you are? As Hulong's demeanor shifted to one of deference, Pei Qifeng let out a cold snort. He then rose from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed upward at the members of the Luo Feng sect. Humph. In the past, you were unworthy of knowing my name, but now, It appears I am but a dragon swimming in shallow waters, so I shall grant you the opportunity to be acquainted with my title. Listen well, I am Pei Qingfeng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace." As his words fell, Hulong exchanged glances with the elders, all of whom displayed a hint of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant child held such a significant background. After all, the name of Pei Jianho resonated throughout the Tiandu prefecture, and even they had heard whispers of it. Yet, how could such a formidable figure find himself in the same predicament as them? What had transpired within the Jiang family during this time? Initially, Hulong felt a creeping sense of dread, but upon recollecting Jiang Daoxuan's orders, he quickly regained his composure. He turned to the once arrogant Pei Qingfeng and said, "Pei Jianho, a figure of your stature would have rendered us unworthy even to serve as your subordinates in the past. But now," and with a cold smile, Hulong suddenly struck Pei Qingfeng's youthful face with a resounding slap. Though devoid of cultivation, he was still a grown man, far surpassing the childlike Pei Qingfeng in strength. The blow sent Pei Qingfeng reeling, a cry escaping his lips as he fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Hulong withdrew his hand and spat a thick, phlegmy glob onto Pei Qingfeng's swollen face. "Ah, how the times have changed. You are no longer the esteemed moon cycle cultivator, but rather a mere mortal like us." I was curious whether the slap of a moon cycle cultivator would feel different, and upon trying it, I find it quite gratifying. "Ha." Hulong's laughter echoed, and the 6 elders behind him eagerly rubbed their hands together, their hearts aflame with excitement. The once inaccessible Pei Jianho was now at their mercy, allowing them to indulge in their desires. This was indeed tantalizing. Noticing the fervor in their eyes, Pei Qingfeng trembled in fear, unable to fathom what lay ahead for him. As terror washed over his face, Hulong's amusement only grew. Indeed, no matter how miserable one's own situation, witnessing another's plight can often bring a sense of relief. Then, Hulong stifled his laughter and turned to the elders. "After such a long day, it is time to take a breather. Let us hand over these tools to our Pei Jianho, so we may share the burden. After all, those capable should do more. Wouldn't you agree?" All the elders chuckled, showing no hesitation as they tossed a hodgepodge of tools at Pei Qingfeng, clenching his fists tightly. Pei Qingfeng felt an overwhelming surge of rage at the sight of the tools before him. Never had he anticipated that after being humiliated by Jiang Daoxuan, he would now suffer further indignities at the hands of these lowly individuals he held in disdain. Just as Pei Qingfeng quivered with fury, Hulong slowly bent down, grasped Pei Qingfeng's hair, and yanked upward, forcibly lifting his head from the ground. The pain was excruciating, as if his scalp were being torn away, causing tears to stream down his face. Struggling to open his eyes, he met the gaze of Hulong hovering nearby. "Pei Jianho, I respect you as a senior, and that's why I'm speaking to you civilly. Do not force my hand." Pei Qingfeng, gritting his teeth against the pain, stammered, I will." At this point, he had thoroughly recognized his current reality. He was no longer the exalted moon cycle cultivator, but merely a frail child. Upon hearing his response, Hulong nodded approvingly, loosening his grip. Pei Qingfeng's head then crashed back to the ground, his face smeared with dirt, rendering him utterly disheveled. The spectacle incited uproarious laughter from everyone present. The master of the Great River Sword Palace, reduced to such a state, was a sight unimaginable outside these walls. Listening to the mockery surrounding him, Pei Qingfeng's heart burned with indignation. He yearned to annihilate them all, to rend their bodies to pieces. Yet, his physical frailty served as a constant reminder that such vengeance was but a futile fantasy. At that moment, waves of regret surged within him. Why had he abandoned the esteemed Great River Sword Palace to venture to Kangwu Mountain, only to endure such a nightmarish fate? If heaven could grant him a second chance, Pei Qingfeng vowed he would never again set foot in this cursed Jiang family. P.S. The main plot concerning Pei Qingfeng has finally reached its conclusion, though I may occasionally bring him back for the reader's satisfaction. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 103. Here to annihilate the Tang family, all others stand aside. As dusk fell, a white crane soared across the sky. Jiang Daoxuan sat atop the back of the Songyun white crane, lowering his gaze to observe the ground below. As he drew closer to the Tang family's residence in Tiandu, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding family mission triggered. The path to ascend. Annihilate the Tiandu Tang family. Mission reward. Mysterious gift pack 1. Gazing at the reward before him, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. He had not expected such an unexpected boon. Reflecting on the system's attentiveness, he cast his gaze downward, his eyes growing colder. The Tang family of Tiandu truly had no hope of survival. Soon, the Songyun white crane arrived above the Tang family dwelling. After confirming their destination, Jiang Daoxuan casually glanced at the Tang family member beside him, whose sole purpose was to escort him to the residence. Having completed his mission, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a brilliant burst of divine light that obliterated the Tang family member, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. Having accomplished this, Jiang Daoxuan retracted his hand and surveyed the scene below, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Tang family? Today, they were no longer necessary. Within the Tang family's courtyard, the family head, Tang Badian, was engaged in amiable conversation with three elegantly dressed men from the Bai family, who had come to discuss a potential alliance through marriage. Beside them stood a handsome young man, Tang Xian, the grandson of Tang Badian and the pride of the Tian-Du Tang family. At merely 20 years of age, he had already reached the terrifying realm of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, boasting formidable combat prowess that had felled numerous Yuan Hai cultivators. Such remarkable talent had garnered the attention of the Bai family, who sought to marry their eldest granddaughter to Tang Xian, thereby forging a powerful alliance between their families. Tang Xian had no objections to the union, as he too needed the resources of the Bai family. As the discussions between Tang Batian and the Bai family's elder drew to a close, Tang Baishan's face lit up with joy, realizing that the marriage alliance was all but finalized. However, before he could revel in his delight, a loud cry suddenly pierced the air. Squawk! Tang Batian instinctively turned, his gaze drawn to the source of the sound. A white crane descended from the heavens. As it landed upon the courtyard's stone floor, a fierce wind erupted, sweeping through the area and sending many Tang family members staggering backward. Even in Tang Baishan's gaze, a flicker of astonishment glimmered. He was taken aback to discover that this white crane was, in fact, a formidable spirit beast of the Star Wheel realm. At this moment, as the fierce wind subsided into tranquility, a striking figure clad in white emerged before the eyes of all. The audacity of employing a Star Wheel realm spirit beast as a mount was indeed a grand display. This visit felt ominous. How could this be possible? After all, this was the Tang family's stronghold, guarded by that esteemed figure. Who would dare to act recklessly? The members of the Bai family whispered among themselves, all equally astonished. Tang Baqiang's heart began to race with trepidation. He hurried out, uncertain of the opponent's intentions, and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to the Tang family?" Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings, and coldly declared, "I have come to annihilate the Tang family. All bystanders, retreat." Upon hearing these words, the Bai family members were taken aback. Instinctively, they wished to disengage. But having just solidified a marriage alliance with the Tang family, stepping back now would surely be a matter of embarrassment. More critically, if that esteemed ancestor of the Tang family sought retribution later, they would have effectively made enemies of the Tang family. Yet, realizing the mysterious figure before them rode a Star Wheel realm spirit beast, it was evident he was not one to be trifled with. What should they do now? The expressions of the crowd were fraught with indecision as they stood frozen in place. Noticing the silence among the Bai family, Tang Baqiang felt a sense of foreboding wash over him, his expression darkening. He coldly regarded Jiang Daoxuan and asked, "Are you jesting?" Jiang Daoxuan showed no interest in responding and simply addressed the crowd, issuing an ultimatum. Within 10 breaths, those who do not leave shall never leave. As the words fell, a formidable aura erupted, exuding an intent of destruction that pierced through everything. The Bai family members felt a chilling sharpness that scraped against their skin like a blade, causing their hair to stand on end and their scalps to tingle with fear. Then, they sensed something was amiss with the overwhelming force. Their faces paled in unison as they involuntarily exclaimed, "Sword Heart? This person is a Sword Marquis." Sword Marquis level sword cultivators were a rarity even in the entire Tiandu prefecture. From where did this individual emerge? Such a powerful entity aiming to topple the Tang family necessitated a swift retreat for safety. Yes. If the Tang family were to escape unscathed and sought accountability later, they would simply bear the brunt of it. For now, preserving their lives was paramount. Realizing the terror of a Sword Marquis, the Bai family members made their choice in an instant. They had yet to formally unite with the Tang family, and they would not jeopardize their lives for such a mere exchange of interests. In the next moment, the Bai family members no longer hesitated and fled in haste. Soon, only the members of the Tang family remained. Witnessing the transformation from a joyous gathering to this chaotic scene, Tang Badian was consumed with rage. At that moment, a tall man clad in sturdy attire stepped forward. He was Tang Bawang, the second son of the Tang family, possessing a cultivation level of the first stage of the Star Wheel realm. Remembering his ancestral figure, Tang Bawang steadied himself and addressed Jiang Daoxuan with a respectful clasp of his hands. "Though you are a Sword Marquis, my Tang family has an ancestor overseeing." "Enough," Jiang Daoxuan interrupted. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Tang Baqiang was taken aback, and before he could react, a massive fist struck him directly in the face. With the combined power of the innate sacred body Dao, the martial Dao blood attire, the diamond pill, and the great sun body refining technique, a resounding explosion echoed. Tang Baqiang's head shattered like a watermelon, and the overwhelming force surged through his body. exploding his limbs and turning him into a rain of blood that splattered across the courtyard. Countless droplets of blood fell, but as they neared Jiang Daoxuan, they were evaporated by the protective force emanating from him, leaving him untouched. In just one punch, this Star Wheel Realm cultivator met his demise with astonishing ease. Chapter 104. The Son of Fortune of the Tang Family, Tang Xian. Witnessing this horrifying scene, all the members of the Tang family felt a chill run down their spines. Tang Beixian's expression changed dramatically. The effortless power demonstrated by his opponent was far beyond what a Star Wheel Realm cultivator could withstand. Realizing this, he cast aside his anger and hastily clasped his hands, saying, "Might there be some misunderstanding here?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained cold and indifferent as he cast a casual glance. Without uttering another word, their eyes locked. The depth of his pitch-black gaze made Tang Beixian's heart skip a beat, and he sensed impending doom. Before he could make a move, an orange-red flame surged forth, swiftly engulfing him. It burned furiously, obliterating all matter. Amidst the agonizing wails, Tang Beixian, the patriarch of the Tang family, completely vanished from this world. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan retracted his three mysteries true fire and quietly stored the Tsungyan white crane within his beast ring. After completing these actions, he lifted his gaze to the terrified members of the Tang family, who were even collapsing to the ground in fear. Just as he prepared to strike again, a notification from the system suddenly chimed in. Ding host has discovered the Son of Fortune from an opposing family, triggering a kill mission. Kill reward. Family Fortune 2000, Divine Liquid 100 Gene, Advanced Treasure Blind Box 10? Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was the first time he encountered a Son of Fortune from outside his own clan. He then surveyed the surroundings, activating the chaotic Dao Eye for observation. During this time, some members of the Tang family regained their senses, panic-stricken, and hurriedly attempted to flee. However, none could evade the fate of being swiftly eliminated by Jiang Daoxuan's casual burst of energy. After consecutively slaying over a dozen members of the Tang family, the scene fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to move, fearing a quicker demise. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze finally settled on a young man not far away. Name, Tang Xian, cultivation, 9th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, root bone, extraordinary, comprehension, talented, fortune, light gold, talent, true dragon battle body, opportunity, once entered the ancient true dragon burial ground, consumed a dragon pearl left behind by a great sage true dragon, and acquired true dragon blood, thus transforming into the true dragon battle body. A dragon pearl from a great sage true dragon? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with heightened interest. Dragon pearls and true dragon blood. These two items could indeed be beneficial for Xiao Bai. He had not forgotten that Xiao Bai was merely a flood dragon at present, although he possessed dragon lineage. Its richness was lacking. If he could seize this individual's bloodline and dragon pearl and purify Xiao Bai's bloodline, would it not elevate it further? With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Without further hesitation, he strode toward Tang Xian, upon seeing the nemesis who had killed his grandfather before him. Tang Xian's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. "You damned monster! May you suffer a wretched fate." Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, not betraying a hint of anger on his face. He merely harnessed the power of the innate sacred body Dao with a slight wave of his right hand, channeling immense Dao power onto Tang Xian. Under this overwhelming force, Tang Xian grimaced in agony. Before he could resist, he was instantaneously crushed into countless bloody fragments. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan extended his immaculate white finger and gave a slight beckon. In that instant, the Dao power enveloping every corner of the surroundings surged forth, swiftly extracting the true dragon blood from the remnants. These were glimmering golden droplets of blood, infused with formidable power, emanating an aura of dragon might. Additionally, a palm-sized golden orb was also retrieved from the remains. Jiang Daoxuan casually stored both items in his purple mansion space. Then, facing the crowd, he unsheathed the Chungying sword and executed the celestial slaughter sword technique. In the next moment, the scene transformed into a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. In an instant, endless crimson engulfed the entire Tang family residence. Mountains of countless corpses piled high, and an infinite expanse of blood-red sea appeared before the eyes of all. The wails of the departed echoed incessantly, striking terror into the hearts of all present and profoundly impacting their souls. Beneath the overwhelming aura of slaughter, nearly all members of the Tang clan perished in an instant, their lives extinguished. Jiang Daoxuan observed this scene with a cold indifference, wielding the Chungying sword, and suddenly struck down. A thunderous roar ensued as a colossal blood-red sword light soared into the sky, cleaving the Tang clan stronghold in two, creating a chasm over 1,000 meters long. The terrifying commotion immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers nearby. What had occurred? Was that not the residence of the Tang clan? Could it be that the Tang clan was under attack? Ordinary citizens murmured in astonishment, even from a distance. They could feel the suffocating, oppressive force emanating from that eerie, blood-colored light that painted the sky, sending shivers down their very souls. Meanwhile, not far from the Tang clan, the Bai clan members sensed the disturbance behind them and instinctively turned to look. Witnessing the cataclysmic phenomenon above the Tang clan, they felt the overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The three of them couldn't help but feel a sense of grim relief, mourning the misfortune of the Tang clan for having incurred such a formidable enemy. In the face of such terrifying might, they had even lost faith in the ability of the Tang clan's ancestor to triumph. This was not due to any inadequacy on the ancestor's part, but rather the sheer terror of the adversary. At that moment, within the Tang clan's residence, as Jiang Daoxuan unleashed the killing heaven sword technique, the immense uproar instantly roused the Tang clan's ancestor. Who dares to act so recklessly in my Tang clan? A formidable and fearsome aura erupted forth. Almost immediately, an elderly man clad in a green robe appeared in the sky. His hair billowed wildly as lightning crackled around him, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the world. Upon seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly activated the chaotic eye, discerning that the individual was none other than Tang Feizhong, possessing the cultivation of the sixth layer of the moon cycle realm, slightly surpassing Pei Qi Feng. As Tang Feizhong met Jiang Daoxuan's gaze, his brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an unsettling impression of being completely scrutinized, just as he was engulfed in confusion, surveying the dire state of the Tang clan. All rationality within him was engulfed by rage. I shall capture you, wretched brat, and subject you to a myriad of tortures, tearing you limb from limb, grinding your bones to dust. Only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Jiang Daoxuan responded with a cold smile. One should do good to the end. You need not rush, old man. I shall show you mercy and send you down to reunite with your kin. With that, an overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, resembling countless divine swords sweeping through the vicinity. The vast Tang clan stronghold was instantly riddled with countless sword energies. All structures collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a wasteland of ruin. Despite narrowly surviving the onslaught of sword energies due to his thunder spirit body, Tang Feizhong emerged tattered and covered in gruesome wounds, appearing utterly disheveled. Chapter 105, The Destruction of the Heavenly Capital S. Tang Clan. Mission accomplished. Tang Feizhong beheld the devastated scene before him. As he felt the surging pain coursing through his body, an unprecedented fury erupted within him. He let out a furious roar, and a blinding bolt of electricity exploded forth, casting the sky into a brilliant blue, starkly contrasting with the dim surroundings, accompanied by the bone-chilling crack of thunder. All nearby understood that the ancestor of the Tang clan had made his move. In a fit of rage, Tang Feizhong swung his arm, rapidly gathering an overwhelming torrent of thunderous energy, coalescing into the phantom of a thunder dragon. Roaring, the thunder dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The blue lightning radiating from its scaly body was dazzling, almost blinding. The terrifying pressure emanating seemed to freeze space itself, enveloping the surroundings, causing all onlookers, even from a distance, to tremble in fear. Then, the thunder dragon's form moved with incredible speed, appearing before Jiang Daoxuan in an instant. The immense power surged forth, creating a tempest that whipped through his hair and made his robes flutter. As the brilliant blue light drew near, when the thunder dragon roared once more, its maw wide open, ready to swallow him whole, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, even choosing not to evade. He simply raised his hand and delivered a fist strike. A thunderous explosion erupted. The sheer force unleashed a terrifying fist wind that instantly shattered the imposing thunder dragon, scattering it into countless blue specks of light, vanishing into the void. In the wake of this strike, the residual force rapidly expanded, clearing all debris and rubble below, sending it flying for miles. In a mere moment, the scene transformed into a barren expanse, erasing any trace of its former appearance. No one could have imagined that such a desolate land was once the residence of the heavenly capital as Tang clan. Tang Feizhong's gaze sharpened. Such physical prowess is unheard of. At this juncture, he realized that the opponent's cultivation was merely at the star cycle level. Yet, even a blow of his own would require caution against a similarly ranked adversary. How could he be so easily vanquished by a mere fist? What manner of monster is this? Jiang Daoxuan paid no heed to Tang Feizhong's astonishment, instantly employing the Qilin treasure technique. With incredible speed, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was directly above Tang Feizhong. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tang Feizhong's heart raced with alarm, and he hastily summoned his internal energy to prepare for a counterattack. However, it was all too late. Jiang Daoxuan, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly raised his arm, fingers splayed, aiming at Tang Feizhong. The Great Annihilation Technique. An aura of destruction radiated forth, Infinite black mystic light emerged from Jiang Daoxuan's palm, shooting forth and swiftly enveloping the entire Tang clan stronghold. In an instant, the ground began to crack and crumble, breaking into countless small fragments. Tang Feizhong's face turned pale with dread, his eyes reflecting boundless despair. Under the onslaught of the black mystic light, his once proud thunder spirit body cracked like porcelain, spiderweb-like fissures appearing all over his skin. No. Tang Feizhong howled to the heavens, a scream filled with unwillingness and resentment. As a cultivator of the moon cycle realm with hundreds of years of lifespan, how could he accept his demise here? Yet, alas, despite his myriad of reluctance, he could not alter his fate. In the next moment, his physical form shattered, transforming into countless crimson fragments, which were then obliterated by the overwhelming force, evaporating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a tremendous roar echoed from below. The once mighty Tang clan stronghold was utterly annihilated, becoming a terrifying chasm with no bottom in sight. Under Jiang Daoxuan's great annihilation technique, not only were all members of the Tang clan reduced to dust, but their residence also vanished without a trace of its existence. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at the scene below. He did not depart immediately. Instead, he awaited the system's notification. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. After a brief interval, the system's voice finally rang out. Ding detection shows the heavenly capital Tang clan has been eradicated. The rise path, 1, has been completed, and rewards are being distributed. Ding congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious gift pack 1. Upon witnessing the completion of the task, Jiang Daoxuan retracted his gaze. He then summoned the Songyan White Crane and ascended to fly toward Kanbu Mountain. Once Jiang Daoxuan's figure disappeared into the horizon, the Bai clan members nearby dared to return. However, gazing at the inky chasm before them, devoid of any trace of the Tang clan stronghold, all were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts tightening with unease. Sensing the lingering aura of destruction, they instinctively recoiled, their eyes betraying a deep-seated awe. No one could have anticipated that the once glorious heavenly capital Tang clan would, at this moment, be relegated to history. After a silence lasting several breaths, the group finally came to their senses. They exchanged glances, comprehending the gravity of the situation, and promptly departed. They needed to return to their clan as swiftly as possible to report the events of the day. The heavenly capital Tang clan was, after all, one of the 8 prominent families of the heavenly capital prefecture. Suddenly extinguished by a mysterious powerhouse, this truly remarkable event unfolded. 3 hours later, as night deepened, at the spirit spring of Mount Kangwu, the tranquil lake began to ripple, releasing a flurry of tiny bubbles. Soon after, a massive black dragon head emerged silently from the water, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. As it noted the encroaching darkness, it soared into the sky, cloaked by the night, and flew with abandon. Following the coordinates left by Jiang Daoxuan, it descended upon the medicinal fields. At this moment, a temporary wooden hut had been erected beside the fields, where Hulong and Pei Qingfeng were residing for the time being. Little White surveyed the area and, aligning itself with the hut's position, exhaled gently. With a thunderous rush, a fierce wind erupted, instantly tearing the roof away. The sudden noise and chill jolted everyone awake from their slumber. Opening their eyes wide, they were met with the sight of enormous, blood-red vertical pupils. Everyone was momentarily paralyzed with fear, their hearts almost skipping a beat. They hastily rubbed their eyes and looked again, only to find Little White still looming before them. What on earth was happening? How could such a colossal creature suddenly appear in Mount Kangwu? Realizing that this was no dream but a harsh reality, they trembled in terror, unsure of what to say. The menacing visage of the dragon was enough to convince them that it could indeed devour them. As Chapter 106 unfolded, Little White took action, heralding the doom of the Great River Sword Palace. At that moment, in a corner, Pei Qingfeng, who had been unceremoniously cast to the floor, was equally startled, rendered speechless. As a former Moon Cycle realm cultivator, his experience far surpassed that of the people from the Falling Maple sect. He recognized that this was a true dragon, and judging by its size and the aura it exuded, it was far beyond the Moon Cycle level. Could it be a Sun Cycle realm dragon? The mere thought of this possibility caused Pei Qingfeng's pupils to constrict in horror. It was well known that the strongest individual in Tiandu Mansion was merely the Mansion Lord, who had achieved the pinnacle of the Moon Cycle realm. It could be said that one would be hard-pressed to find another Sun Cycle realm being in all of Tiandu Mansion. Therefore, from whence had this Sun Cycle dragon emerged from the depths of Mount Kangwu? There was indeed something amiss with Mount Kangwu. Under the watchful gaze of all, Little White scanned the area, its gaze finally resting upon Pei Qingfeng. After comparing the features provided by its master and confirming them, it then utilized its divine sense to simulate a voice. Come, follow me. Seeing that this dragon had come specifically for Pei Qingfeng, The members of the falling maple sect sighed in relief. They then exchanged peculiar glances towards Pei Chi Feng, thinking that his misfortune was indeed severe. Not only had he been stripped of his powers, but now he was also being targeted by this dragon, likely to become a meal. Pei Chi Feng felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the gravity of the situation, just as he contemplated refusing. The sight of those blood-red eyes and the overwhelming might of the creature made him abandon such a foolish notion. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve and stepped forward under the scrutiny of others. Before he could utter a word, Little White suddenly extended its claw, grasping him as if he were a mere toy. With a swift motion, it soared into the sky, ascending to the clouds. The entire sequence was executed with seamless grace. In an instant, only the members of the falling maple sect remained, gazing up at the roof that had been torn away, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. They exchanged glances, feeling utterly drained. At this moment, they suddenly sensed that the winds of the day were particularly tumultuous. Simultaneously, high above, buffeted by the intense wind, Pei Chingfeng's face turned pale from the cold, trembling uncontrollably. Little White, noticing his distress, worried that this fellow might freeze to death before reaching their destination, immediately enveloped him in a surge of spiritual energy, warming him and shielding him from the external chill. Pei Chingfeng's expression gradually relaxed. However, before he could fully exhale in relief, he heard Little White suddenly inquire, "Where is your sword palace? Point me the way." At those words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, freezing Pei Chi Feng in place. Understanding the dragon's intent, he was acutely aware of the implications. Yet, the Great River Sword Palace was a legacy passed down through generations. How could he allow it to be destroyed at his hands? With gritted teeth, Pei Chi Feng chose silence, preparing to refuse. Seeing this, Little White grew impatient, slightly opening its claw, causing Pei Chi Feng to slip from its grip and plummet from the sky. In the free fall, Pei Chi Feng lost his balance, the cold wind howling fiercely against his face, the sounds in his ears a cacophony of rushing air. Terror gripped him as he never expected the dragon would toss him aside so decisively, without a word. As he neared the ground, a wave of regret surged within him. Surely, it was better to live than to die. Why must he feign such bravado? After all, if the dragon was willing to exert effort in seeking the location, it would surely uncover the whereabouts of the Great River Sword Palace. Thus, sacrificing his life to protect the sect, only to delay its demise by a few days, was undeniably foolish. He realized it would be wiser to ensure his own survival, to become the last ember of the Great River Sword Palace and prevent the ancestral legacy from perishing. Otherwise, if he were to die, the Great River Sword Palace would truly be annihilated. Lost in endless regret, Pei Chi Feng suddenly felt the sensation of falling cease. Confused, he looked beside him, only to find the Sun Cycle Dragon once again before him, clutching him with its claw. Once more, tell me the direction. Little White's voice came through, fragmented yet urgent. A wave of relief washed over Pei Chi Feng. Reflecting on the recent events, he no longer hesitated, extending a trembling finger toward a direction. It is over there. Upon hearing this satisfactory response, Little White let out a fierce roar, accelerating its speed. This was the first task entrusted to it by its master, and it could not afford to fail. It must be accomplished flawlessly. With that thought, Little White surged forward, swiftly traversing the sea of clouds. With its powerful speed, it soon arrived above the Great River Sword Palace. Lowering its head slightly, it gazed upon the scene below. A towering peak loomed, resembling a divine sword thrust into the earth. At its midsection stood a magnificent complex of palaces. Observing this, Little White, eager to conclude the matter swiftly and return to the spirit spring for a soothing soak, channeled all its strength, swinging its claws to unleash a devastating blow. Light. A resplendent radiance cascaded from the heavens, transforming the night into day. This strike was akin to the manifestation of myriad forms. A torrent of destructive power descended upon the palace complex, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy that rampaged uncontrollably. All the palaces were obliterated in an instant, a powerful shockwave erupting forth, accompanied by a resounding blast that reverberated throughout the entire Great River Sword Palace. The terrifying force, akin to the peak combat prowess of the Qin dynasty, erupted forth. Vast amounts of matter were obliterated, the ground fractured, revealing numerous massive fissures like serpents. At that moment, none of the disciples of the Sword Palace felt even a twinge of pain. They perished peacefully in their dreams. Those in the Purple Mansion, Yuan Si, and Star Cycle realms were also extinguished, their souls obliterated under this formidable might that rivaled that of the true monarch of myriad forms. With a thunderous roar, the mountain was cleaved in two, its way severed, leaving a smooth surface akin to a mirror, causing the upper half of the mountain to slide down to the base with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. In one fell swoop, the Great River Sword Palace was utterly annihilated. As Pei Chingfeng gazed upon this horrifying spectacle, he was rendered utterly speechless. In his entire life, he had never witnessed such overwhelming power. Was this truly the strength of the sun cycle? Pei Qingfeng was completely entranced. Little White paid him no mind. At this moment, the master's command resurfaced in its mind, urging it to annihilate the entire Great River Sword Palace without sparing a single soul. With this thought, it soared above the dilapidated ruins, emanating its divine sense to meticulously observe for any survivors. After several breaths, upon confirming that all had perished, Xiaobai finally felt a sense of relief and decisively departed with Pei Qingfeng without delay. Meanwhile, several Purple Mansion cultivators passing by, drawn by the commotion, gazed in astonishment at Xiaobai's retreating figure and then at the tragic scene of the Great River Sword Palace. They were collectively struck with terror. I recall this place as the stronghold of the Great River Sword Palace. Has it truly fallen? One remarked, was that a dragon I just witnessed leaving? Despite the distance, I could still feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. What level of cultivation could it possess? A dragon obliterating our human race's forces is indeed a monumental affair. The Great River Sword Palace was under the protection of Lord Pei Jian. If even it has perished, could this dragon be a perfected moon cycle realm expert, or perhaps a terrifying existence at the sun cycle realm? The site lay in ruins, sending chills through their hearts and heightening their anxiety. Fearing that the dragon might return unexpectedly, they dared not linger any longer and hastily scattered in panic to flee. Chapter 107. Acquiring the Ancient Holy Body and the Primordial Sutra. Not long after, at Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Daoxuan returned on his crane, landing beside the spiritual spring. After briefly scanning with his divine sense and realizing that Xiaobai had not yet returned, he dismounted from the Tsongyan white crane, with everything seemingly in order. Jiang Daoxuan gestured for the crane to leave and enjoy itself. The Tsongyan white crane raised its head slightly, chirped happily, flapped its wings a few times, and then soared into the sky. Surrounded by tranquility once more, Jiang Daoxuan sat patiently by the spiritual spring under the moonlight, awaiting Xiaobai's return. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the system to begin tallying his rewards. Competition rewards: 2 beginner treasure blind boxes, annihilation of the Tang family, mysterious gift pack, kill mission, family fortune 2000, divine liquid 100 gene. 1 advanced treasure blind box. Rubbing his hands together, Jiang Daoxuan thought, wonderful, it is time to open the blind boxes again. I wonder what surprises await me this time? He promptly retrieved the 2 beginner treasure blind boxes, eager to test his luck. Upon opening the first box, he was greeted with, "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a heavenly grade supreme magical artifact, Medicine King Cauldron. Medicine King Cauldron, crafted from 4 types of divine iron. It can withstand the burning of heavenly grade, producing pills infused with unique fragrances, enhancing the success rate and quality of alchemy, capable of refining lower grade holy pills at its peak." Noticing the appearance of a 3rd heavenly grade supreme magical artifact aside from the martial arts blood garment and the Qingying sword, Jiang Daoxuan instinctively felt joy. However, upon realizing it was a cauldron for alchemy, he could only helplessly store it within the Purple Mansion space, as the Jiang family currently lacked an alchemist. Shaking his head, he quickly opened the second blind box. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a heavenly grade supreme magical artifact, 9 Heaven's Mysterious Wings. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Wings, a flying artifact that, once activated, can unleash explosive speed, with its exact power dependent on the wielder's realm. When activated by a celestial realm cultivator, it can traverse thousands of miles in an instant." Gazing at this item, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew peculiar. If all its powers could be unleashed, it would certainly be an invaluable life-saving treasure. Yet for him, who possessed the Qilin technique and mastery over swift movements, it seemed somewhat redundant. Acknowledging this, he placed the item into the Purple Mansion space to gather dust for the time being. Though he had received 2 heavenly grade supreme magical artifacts that were of no use to him, Jiang Daoxuan maintained a pleasant demeanor. After all, obtaining 2 consecutive treasures was a clear indication of favorable luck today. He smiled, then turned his attention to the advanced treasure blind box. If the beginner boxes could yield heavenly grade treasures, what kind of divine items could the advanced box produce? He opened it. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a special physique, Ancient Holy Body. Ancient Holy Body, one of the supreme physiques, possessing the traits of being impervious to all evils, restraining aberrations, and boasting an invincible physical form. Upon reaching full mastery, it can challenge the emperors." Staring at the reward, Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that he would uncover a holy body within the advanced blind box. However, since he already possessed the innate holy body Dao, this ancient holy body could be utilized by his clansmen. Unlike the fusion requirements of the innate sword body, the ancient holy body is one that anyone can integrate. Thus, the question of who would merge with this ancient holy body arose. Jiang Daoxuan was not troubled by this question for long. In an instant, he devised a plan. Currently, the most suitable candidate for the ancient holy body within the Jiang family was undoubtedly Jiang Chun. Not only was he the first destined one discovered in the clan, but his cultivation was also the highest among the younger generation. Coupled with the extraordinary celestial fire within him, he would surely unlock the potential of the ancient holy body. Considering all factors, having Jiang Chun merge with this ancient holy body was the optimal choice. Having made up his mind, Jiang Daoxuan immediately focused his thoughts and began to examine the next reward. He had not forgotten that, in addition to the 3 blind boxes, he had also received a mysterious gift pack. Upon opening it, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a heavenly grade supreme spiritual spring. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a heavenly grade supreme spiritual field. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained an emperor grade supreme technique. Primordial Sutra. Primordial Sutra contains a foundational divine principle that can transform all powers into nothingness, revert all forces back to their origin, and other supreme divine arts. Only cultivatable by those with an innate holy body Dao. Seeing the rewards, Jiang Daoxuan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, being a person seasoned in grand affairs, he quickly regained his composure. He then utilized the Kangwu mountain model to place the heavenly grade supreme spiritual spring beside the pond, merging them synergistically. Next, he opened up a section of heavenly grade supreme spiritual field next to the medicinal field. After completing these tasks, he finally set his gaze upon the Primordial Sutra. Based on its descriptions, this was undoubtedly the strongest technique perfectly suited to his physique. To transform all powers into nothingness and revert all forces back to their origin, such a devastating method to nullify an enemy's divine abilities was akin to possessing maximum magical resistance. Combined with the invincible physical prowess of the innate holy body Dao, one could also say it had maximum physical resistance. Jiang Daoxuan could already envision the despair and helplessness his enemies would experience after mastering the Primordial Sutra. No matter how formidable the techniques they unleashed, they would remain ineffective against him. Contemplating such a scene ignited a fervor within him, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Without any further hesitation, he commenced his cultivation of the Primordial Sutra. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan successfully grasped the first supreme divine art from the Primordial Sutra. Its name, Primordial, once wielded, it could revert all laws, orders, and grand divine arts back to their origin. In the future, when encountering powerful adversaries, regardless of their celestial abilities or profound paths, all their grand laws would instantly turn to nothingness before him, rendering them ineffective. Of course, the efficacy of such a formidable divine art would also depend on the realm difference. The greater the disparity, the weaker the effect. With this divine art in hand, even when facing exceptionally talented individuals, they would be suppressed before him, compelled to engage in physical combat. However, with the innate holy body Dao, he would fear no being in terms of physical prowess. Reflecting on this, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but chuckle again. Just then, he suddenly felt a slight surge in his power. The 7th level of the Star Wheel realm had been attained. Jiang Daoxuan clenched his fists, his expression turning peculiar. He had initially thought it would take several days to break through, yet unexpectedly, under the collective support of his clan, he had advanced ahead of schedule. It seemed that at this moment, some of his clansmen had also broken through, bringing his realm to its tipping point, facilitating his successful advancement. Jiang Daoxuan quickly regained his focus. Just as he lifted his head, a massive shadow, dark as night, flashed before him, landing right in front of him. A chilling gust swept through the surroundings, causing his robes to flutter ominously. Jiang Daoxuan focused his gaze and could not help but smile. It was none other than Xiaobai returning. In Chapter 108, the ambitions of Lord Ding unfolded, as he sought to cling to the Jiang family for support. Noticing Xiaobai had returned alone, without Pei Qi Feng, Jiang Daoxuan casually inquired what transpired at the Great Riversword Palace. Where is Pei Qi Feng? With a flick of its tail, Xiaobai raised its head and chirped joyfully, Master, did you not see? I single-handedly smashed the Great Riversword Palace to smithereens. Remembering your instructions, I made sure to fly around the area before returning. I've already sent Pei Qi Feng back to the medicinal fields. Seeing Xiaobai's eager expression, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled, well done. As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Xiaobai's forehead. However, before he could approach, Xiaobai eagerly lowered its body, seeking to nuzzle against his palm. Unable to resist the sight of Xiaobai's endearing demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan broke into a hearty laugh and gently began to stroke it. Xiaobai gradually closed its eyes, its massive form resting on the ground, and its previously wagging tail drooped down. To an onlooker, it resembled a master lovingly petting a beloved dog, if one were to disregard Xiaobai's size. After a few moments, Jiang Daoxuan slowly withdrew his hand. Sensing the absence of his touch, Xiaobai opened its eyes once more. Then, under its watchful gaze, drops of blood gleaming with a golden hue, along with a golden orb, materialized and floated in midair. Upon witnessing this phenomenon and sensing the essence of true dragons contained within, Xiaobai's crimson pupils narrowed in astonishment. Being a creature with a hint of dragon lineage, it instinctively understood the significance of this gift and how crucial it was for its transformation. Xiaobai swallowed hard, and although it was filled with yearning, it suppressed its excitement, keeping its master in mind. It cautiously asked, "Master, what is this?" "There are rewards for merit and penalties for failure. Considering your achievement in obliterating the Great River Sword Palace, I bestow upon you this gift to aid your transformation into a true dragon," Jiang Daoxuan stated with a commanding presence. He then used his energy to materialize a palm, presenting the true dragon blood and dragon orb before Xiaobai. Overwhelmed with joy at such a grand reward, Xiaobai could hardly believe its fortune in receiving such an opportunity from its master merely for vanquishing the feeble Great River Sword Palace. This realization sparked within it a greater anticipation for future tasks assigned by its master. It even entertained the thought of venturing out daily. With a chuckle, Xiaobai shook its head, discarding those impractical fantasies. After all, even a yearly venture would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Regaining its composure, Xiaobai turned to Jiang Daoxuan and expressed heartfelt gratitude. With permission to leave, it eagerly opened its mouth, swallowing the true dragon blood and dragon orb. Having completed this, it bid farewell and swiftly submerged into the spiritual spring to enter a state of closed-door cultivation. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and did not linger, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Meanwhile, just as Xiaobai dove into the spiritual spring, it was suddenly struck with surprise. It was taken aback to find that the spiritual energy within the spring had intensified significantly, far surpassing what it had encountered prior. The disparity was almost unfathomable for a dragon. While Xiaobai pondered the remarkable change in its surroundings, it suddenly recalled that its master had just been by the shore. Could it be that all this was a result of its master's influence? Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with amazement, marveling at its master's extraordinary abilities, truly deserving of admiration as a paragon of wisdom, strength, and unblemished perfection. In a flurry of awe, Xiaobai successfully returned to its lair. After once again extolling its master's greatness in its heart, it settled down, concentrating on refining the true dragon blood and dragon orb within. Before long, Xiaobai slowly closed its eyes, a soft golden aura radiating from its body, and the might of its dragon essence began to grow more pronounced. Simultaneously, two small bumps appeared on its head, seemingly on the verge of breaking open. To complete its metamorphosis would take more time. The following day, when the people in the market at the foot of Kanwu Mountain discovered that the Jiang family had not been annihilated, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The spies from various clans and sects stationed there were engulfed in disbelief. Just yesterday, they had witnessed the celestial phenomenon of the stars and moon converging over Kanwu Mountain, unmistakably linked to the intervention of the Moonwheel Master. How could the Jiang family have escaped unscathed? The survival of the Kanwu Jiang family was truly astonishing. Who could have thought that even the Moonwheel could not bring them down? This indeed proved that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. This is significant. We must return promptly. As waves of astonishment echoed throughout, many hurriedly left the market to relay this news. The arrival of the Moonwheel Master at Kanwu Mountain continued to escalate, stirring trepidation among countless forces in the vicinity. Days later, Ding Xian, residing in Wudong City, also caught wind of this news. The Moonwheel, even such a formidable being, could not contend with the Jiang family. The Jiang family was truly enigmatic. Ding Xian's complexion turned pale, and his hand trembled unsteadily as he held his teacup, reflecting his inner turmoil and shock. Suddenly, he felt immensely grateful for his earlier decision to tread carefully. If even the Moonwheel Master could not deal with the Jiang family, had he dared to seek assistance from the city lord and confront the Jiang family, he would surely be facing a grave fate. Considering that the city lord's cultivation was merely on par with the Moonwheel, there was no way he would risk his life for someone like Ding Xian against such a formidable adversary. The thought of revenge would be utterly futile. Once dead, it would be in vain. Lost in thought, Ding Xian suddenly recalled the matter of the Jiang family ancestral residence. He quickly turned to the commander beside him and instructed, "Dispatch someone to repair the Jiang family ancestral residence. Ensure the attitude is cordial and the renovations are of the highest standard, better than the city lord's manor. Also, inform the Jiang family members residing in the ancestral home that I will cover all repair costs as a token of my goodwill. Furthermore, inquire if they have any grievances or needs within the city, and make sure to note them down for me to address personally. Lastly, convey my message to them that they can entrust any issues they encounter in Wudong City to me. allowing them to rest assured. Ding Xian meticulously detailed his instructions, fearful of overlooking anything. Now that he understood the Jiang family's formidable nature, forging a connection with Kangwu Mountain would be no simple task. Once the day's news spread, it was evident how many Yuan Hai and even Xingluan realm experts would visit Kangwu Mountain. How could a mere purple mansion like him compete? Thus, it was wiser to build rapport with the elderly residents of the Jiang family ancestral home. If successful, he could rely on the enigmatic Jiang clan leader as support in times of need. With this thought, Ding Xian's face lit up with joy, nearly leading him to dance with excitement. In this moment, he greatly admired his own cleverness. If he could win the favor of the Jiang family ancestral home as residents, he would be well on his way to securing a connection with the illustrious Jiang family of Kangwu. Chapter 109. The White-Clad Sword Marquis, the First Sword of Tiandu. Subsequently, when the news of the annihilation of the Tang family and the Great River Sword Palace spread, numerous factions were thrown into an uproar. The destruction of the Great River Sword Palace was only the beginning. After all, the level of the Sunwheel Realm's dragon is far too distant for them. What truly instills dread and terror in them is the annihilation of the Tang family in Tiandu. It is well known that the ancestor of the Tang family, Tang Feizhong, possesses the Thunder Spirit body, boasting extraordinary combat prowess, ranking among the top 10 formidable beings in Tiandu Prefecture. Yet, such a powerful existence has fallen so abruptly, leaving many in disbelief. In an instant, numerous factions began speculating about the identity of the one responsible for the Tang family's demise. Unfortunately, after days of investigation, they found no leads, only knowing that the assailant wore white and wielded a sword heart. Unbeknownst to their name, many, filled with reverence, referred to them as the White-Clad Sword Marquis. Furthermore, due to the terrifying feat of overthrowing the Tang family, this White-Clad Sword Marquis earned the title of the First Sword of Tiandu, firmly establishing their position as the pinnacle of the Tiandu swordsmanship community. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Tiandu City, a tall, imposing middle-aged man sat upon the throne. As he listened to the reports from his subordinates, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, filled with perplexity. A white-clad swordmaster who rides a Star-Wheel Realm white crane and can eliminate the old man of the Tang family? When did such a formidable swordsman emerge within Tiandu Prefecture? The prefect of Tiandu, Sima Nan, wore a grave expression, murmuring to himself. Faced with this unknown white-clad sword marquis, he felt a profound sense of apprehension, especially after viewing the horrific state of the Tang family's residence through the projection of a recording stone brought forth by his subordinates. The sheer power that obliterated the Tang family's stronghold, leaving only ravines in its wake, was exceedingly daunting. A mere glance at the scene revealed to Sima Nan that the strength of this white-clad sword marquis could easily rank within the top 5 of Tiandu Prefecture. However, the specifics would only be discerned through witnessing the battle firsthand. Thinking of this, Sima Nan slightly turned his head to the Star-Wheel Realm commander beside him, instructing. Such a powerful sword cultivator hidden within Tiandu Prefecture, whose intentions remain unknown, poses an unstable potential threat. Dispatch someone to the Bai family to request an image of this white-clad sword marquis. Once acquired, replicate the image and distribute it across the major cities to see if anyone recognizes this individual. Understood. The commander immediately bowed. Sima Nan nodded slightly and then began to ponder another matter recorded in the intelligence. The Sunwheel Realm Dragon? Why has such a ferocious being appeared within Tiandu Prefecture? How did the Great River Sword Palace provoke it, leading to such a catastrophic end? Hearing the prefect's murmur, the commander cautiously suggested. Could this be related to the incident with the Tang family? This observation was not without basis. It is noteworthy that both the Great River Sword Palace and the Tang family met their demise on the same day, a coincidence that indeed seemed suspicious. Sima Nan's gaze shifted, and he spoke gravely. If we wish to ascertain this matter, it is not difficult. We need only determine the identity of this white-clad sword marquis to unveil the truth. If they are from Tiandu Prefecture, then the dragon has no connection to them. For such powerful beings of the Sunwheel Realm are rare even across the 36 prefectures, and how could they be involved? However, if this white-clad sword marquis hails from another prefecture, then there may indeed be some connection to the dragon. Sima Nan patiently analyzed the situation. Being a cultivator of the 9th layer of the Moonwheel Realm, he naturally comprehended the immense power that the Sunwheel Realm represents. Such strength is formidable enough to be considered top-tier even within the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty. Moreover, such beings are not something that Tiandu Prefecture, being a remote location, could casually produce. Furthermore, as he understood, under the delineation of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, the 36 prefectures are categorized into the upper 12, middle 12, and lower 12. Tiandu Prefecture belongs to the lower 12, where most prefects have not even reached the Sunwheel Realm. The middle 12 are overseen by cultivators of the Sunwheel Realm, while the upper 12 are governed by those of the 7th layer and above. Therefore, in his eyes, As the strongest in Tiandu Prefecture himself, he merely possesses the 9th layer of the Moonwheel Realm. How could a Sunwheel Realm dragon suddenly emerge? On Kanwu Mountain. Within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, engrossed in his cultivation. In recent days, through his own training and the collective efforts of his entire clan, he had reached the 8th layer of the Starwheel Realm. At this rate of progress, he would only need a month at most to break through to the Moonwheel Realm. This rapid cultivation speed had already far surpassed the accumulation of hundreds of years. However, just as he prepared to make a decisive leap into the Moonwheel Realm, he sensed someone entering his vicinity through his outwardly emanating divine sense. The visitor was none other than Jiang Han. Jiang Daoxuan halted his cultivation momentarily, turning to look. Under the scrutiny of his chaos sight, he easily discerned the current realm of the other. Name, Jiang Han. Cultivation, 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion Realm. Talent, genius. Comprehension, exceptional. Fate, red. Fortune from calamity. Gift, ordinary body. Not only had his cultivation reached the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion Realm, but his root bone talent had also been transformed under the enhancement of the Golden Core, advancing from subpar to exceptional levels, now attaining the status of a genius. At this moment, seeing the clan leader, Jiang Han's heart stirred, and he quickly clasped his hands, stating his intention, "Clan leader, I wish to venture down the mountain for training. I hope for your approval." Although Kanwu Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, it is not the optimal place for his growth, given his possession of the Yellow Spring demonic arts. Only in the world below can he fully embrace opportunities for rapid advancement. Jiang Daoxuan felt no surprise at Jiang Han's choice. He merely replied softly, "If a person does not experience hardships and setbacks, always sailing smoothly, they will end up like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, easily crushed by momentary setbacks. Such individuals find it difficult to achieve great things, to become the pillars of the Jiang family, and even harder to act as shields for our kin. It pleases me that you refuse to remain complacent. So since you wish to venture forth, go ahead." Jiang Han's heart warmed, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Daoxuan's voice echoed once more, "However, before you depart, take this." As he spoke, a beam of light appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Jiang Han. This object was none other than the heavenly grade supreme treasure, the 9 heavens' mysterious wings. When traveling outside, one inevitably encounters dangers beyond one's ability to confront. This item, known as the 9 heavens' mysterious wings, will allow you to unleash incredible speed, aiding your escape when necessary. Jiang Daoxuan did not directly disclose the grade of the 9 heavens' mysterious wings, only informing Jiang Han of its function. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han did not inquire further. Understanding that the clan leader's gifts were sure to be exquisite, he promptly accepted the 9 heavens' mysterious wings into his purple mansion space. His heart swelled with warmth. At this juncture, although his cultivation had reached the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion Realm, and he had secretly perfected a high-grade escape technique, he knew that venturing out would still entail many risks. However, with this remarkable flying treasure, his safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Han departed. Upon exiting the magnificent family hall, he gazed into the distance, his heart filled with ambition. From this day forth, he truly stepped into the world. Soon after Jiang Han's complete departure, Jiang Daoxuan lost interest in continuing his closed-door cultivation, reflecting on the treasures he had acquired in recent days. He felt it was perhaps time to integrate the ancient holy body into Jiang Qin's physique. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose and walked to the entrance of the hall. Scanning the area with his divine sense, he enveloped much of Kanwu Mountain, swiftly locking onto Jiang Qin's current location. Finding the direction, he moved, instantly vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Jiang Qin was practicing the pure yang technique, continuously absorbing and refining the surrounding spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Over these days, his mastery of the swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the sword origin realm, merely a step away from comprehending the true essence of the sword path and attaining a position within the sword sect. Although he may fall slightly short of the top sword geniuses, such talent in swordsmanship is indeed a rare find in a century. In addition to the rapid advancement in his sword realm, his own cultivation has also broken through to a minor realm, achieving the 5th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly entered the courtyard. Jiang Qin sensed his presence, immediately ceasing his training, rising swiftly to gaze ahead. Upon recognizing the visitor, a smile broke across his face, and he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I pay my respects to the clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan nodded, smiling as he remarked, "It has been just a few days, yet you have made such progress. Truly, you are the pride of our Jiang family." Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a bit bashful, scratching his head. For reasons unknown, he always felt like a child before the clan leader, unable to maintain his composure. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the system's voice. Ding current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest in the unwritten sword manual to gain 5 mid-tier heavenly grade techniques. Invest in the heavenly grade supreme sword technique 10,000 swords to the throne to receive a mid-tier sacred grade treasure, the king of men's sword. Invest in the heavenly grade supreme technique pure yang wujing to obtain the supreme sacred grade technique 9 turns yin yang art. Witnessing the investment rewards trigger once more. A satisfied expression emerged on Jiang Daoxuan's face. He then turned to Jiang Chun. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he slowly said, "It appears you are not far from grasping the true essence of the sword path. As the clan leader, it is my duty to lend you a helping hand." Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a tinge of confusion, wondering if the clan leader intended to utilize the heart of the sword to temper him. However, this doubt did not linger for long. In the next moment, Jiang Daoxuan casually retrieved the unwritten sword manual from the purple mansion space and tossed it to Jiang Chun. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jiang Chun momentarily felt at a loss. Yet, being a cultivator of the purple mansion, he quickly regained his composure, extending his hands to catch the manual. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice echoed, "Open it, and take a look." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chun lowered his head to examine the manual in his hands, instinctively opening it. In an instant, an overwhelmingly sharp and boundless sword intent surged forth, causing his expression to shift as he gasped in astonishment. This object could aid me in comprehending the sword intent. In just a glance, Jiang Chun realized the significance of this item. With this thought, joy illuminated his face. He hurriedly looked at his clan leader, bowing deeply, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing this treasure upon me." Throughout this journey, he had already received countless favors from his family. Now, once more receiving such a treasure from the clan leader, his resolve grew even stronger. He was determined to strengthen himself rapidly and use his power to give back to the family, making it more robust in return for the clan leader's kindness. Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand gently and said, "Now that you have reached the Purple Mansion realm, it is time for you to change to a primary cultivation technique." Jiang Chun was taken aback. He was aware that the pure yang art was the most powerful technique he had ever encountered. How could he possibly switch? In response to Jiang Chun's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan did not directly produce a copy of the pure yang wujing. Having refined his spiritual sense to its current state, he possessed more convenient means of imparting techniques. He extended his finger toward Jiang Chun's forehead, understanding that the clan leader would not harm him. Jiang Chun showed no sign of retreat. As Jiang Daoxuan's finger touched Jiang Chun's forehead, a surge of spiritual power flowed, inundating Jiang Chun's mind with vast amounts of information. He couldn't help but close his eyes, beginning to comprehend it meticulously. Before long, when Jiang Chun opened his eyes again, they sparkled with both joy and astonishment. For the first volume of the pure yang wujing was, in fact, a supreme heavenly grade technique. Moreover, it was an advanced version of the pure yang art, only cultivable at the Purple Mansion realm. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chun was overjoyed. This pure yang wujing surpassed the pure yang art by immeasurable depths. If he switched to this technique, how much would his combat prowess soar? His delight did not stop there. The second technique, named 10,000 Swords to the Throne, was also a supreme heavenly grade sword technique. After perusing the records regarding this sword technique, he finally understood. It was this very technique that the clan leader had used to annihilate Ko Tongwang and others. Thinking of the clan leader's majestic display while executing 10,000 swords to the throne, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to begin his training immediately. Observing Jiang Chun so engrossed, Jiang Daoxuan discreetly infused the ancient sacred body into Jiang Chun. In just 3 days, this ancient sacred body would awaken on its own. Jiang Chun remained unaware of any anomalies, focusing intently on the techniques in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly placed a gentle hand on Jiang Chun's shoulder. Speaking softly, in the days to come, the Jiang family will ultimately depend on young talents like you. I hope to see you grow into your full potential soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun snapped back to reality. He raised his gaze to his clan leader, his heart brimming with excitement, and bowed deeply. Stating with utmost seriousness, Jiang Chun will strive forward courageously, never to disappoint the clan leader's high expectations. Jiang Daoxuan smiled gently, retracting his hand. This is not merely my expectation, but the hope of the entire family. You must understand, cultivation is not solely for oneself or others. It is for the rise of the entire clan. As his words faded, a gentle breeze swept through, and Jiang Daoxuan vanished from sight. Jiang Chun stood there in a daze, clutching the sword manual tightly, murmuring, "Cultivating for the family's rise?" At that moment, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. As if he had discovered the ultimate purpose of life, his heart filled with boundless motivation. Chapter 111. The Alchemist's Cauldron. Jiang Yan's perception overturned once more. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Yan gazed at the small alchemical cauldron before him, his expression clouded with worry. Old Master Zhou spoke slowly. If you wish to concoct higher-grade elixirs, these mundane items cannot withstand your heavenly grade, young master. Alas, this was my oversight. I should have allowed you to fuse with this heavenly grade a bit later, to avoid the ordinary alchemical furnace being rendered useless. Hearing his master say this, Jiang Yan's face grew increasingly stiff. After diligently practicing alchemy for so long, he had finally advanced to a junior alchemist, even going to great lengths to purchase a low-grade alchemical furnace, only to be informed by his awakened master that his grade was too high to concoct elixirs. Master, what method should I employ if I wish to successfully concoct elixirs? Jiang Yan had a profound interest in the path of alchemy and, naturally, did not wish to give up, so he inquired. Old Master Zhou pondered for a moment before softly replying, Young master, I do have 2 methods to resolve your current predicament. Upon hearing that there were indeed methods, Jiang Yan's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly said, Please, master, enlighten me. The first method, albeit the most challenging, is to directly seek out a mid-grade alchemical furnace capable of withstanding heavenly grade. But such an item is exceedingly precious. I trust you are somewhat aware of that. However, while this may pose a lifelong dilemma for others, it is not so for you, given your familial connections. Hearing this, Jiang Yan understood his master's implication and promptly shook his head, interrupting. I have already received many favors from the clan leader during this time. I should feel content and not trouble the clan leader any further. Alas, I shall ponder other methods. What is the second method you mentioned, master? Old Master Zhou couldn't help but sigh at his foolish apprentice's behavior. With the reincarnated emperor as the clan leader, such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Despite his inner lamentation, his fondness for Jiang Yan only grew. Previously, he had been motivated primarily by the desire to compensate Jiang Yan in the presence of the Jiang clan leader. Now, even without the existence of the Kangwu Jiang family, the mere essence of Jiang Yan was sufficient to compel him to offer his utmost assistance. Jiang Yan is a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. If he treats others sincerely and offers help, he will undoubtedly assist in restoring one's physical form and vanquishing treacherous disciples in the future. With this thought in mind, old Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, saying, The second method involves seeking a strand of yellow or profound grade, merging it, and utilizing low-grade alchemical flames during the refining process in a low-grade alchemy furnace to resolve this issue. While ordinary individuals cannot merge multiple, you, who have mastered the flame art, are an exception. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a sense of relief within. Having a solution is better than having none. Yet, new uncertainties arose. Although low-grade is of inferior quality, each strand is unique and exceedingly difficult to find. Where should he go to seek it? Jiang Yan suddenly felt overwhelmed. He was about to inquire with his master again to see if there was a solution, but before he could speak, a gentle breeze wafted in from outside. Interrupting his thoughts, Jiang Yan looked up to see the head of his family had arrived unexpectedly. He was taken aback and immediately bowed, saying, Jiang Yan pays respects to the esteemed family head. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, instinctively using the chaos eye to discover that Jiang Yan had now reached the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. This advancement in strength surprised him somewhat. Given Jiang Yan's qualifications in the enhancements from the Tsangyan Divine Body, Divine Liquid, Pure Yang Technique, and top-tier Heavenly Spirit Veins, it should not have been difficult for him to break through to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Why was he still at the 3rd level? Just as he was puzzled, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly noticed the alchemy furnace beside him. He raised an eyebrow, softly remarking, Have you been practicing alchemy? Seeing the family head inquire, Jiang Yan had no reason to conceal the truth. He promptly replied, reporting to the family head, I have fortunately reached the level of a beginner one-pattern alchemist. Jiang Daoxuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Yan to possess such formidable alchemical talent. After all, it typically takes ordinary people several years just to become a novice alchemist. Jiang Yan's swift progress to a beginner one-pattern alchemist capable of refining low-grade yellow pills demonstrated his exceptional talent in alchemy. However, having stayed within the family for so long without venturing out, how had he mastered the art of alchemy? Jiang Daoxuan silently glanced at the ring on Jiang Yan's hand, realization dawning upon him. Could it be that Jiang Yan's alchemy skills were taught by the remnant soul of a celestial being? With this thought, he suddenly had new ideas. Was he not troubled by the fact that the family's alchemy pavilion could not open due to the lack of an alchemist? It seems he could cultivate Jiang Yan first. After all, the family of the future could not consist solely of cultivators. Rare professions such as alchemists, talisman makers, weapon refiners, and formation masters could all have talented individuals selected within the family. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, only a brief moment had passed outside. Under Jiang Yan's anxious gaze, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly asked, "Is this alchemy furnace easy to use?" Jiang Yan did not expect the family head to inquire about this matter right away. His expression turned slightly awkward. "Esteemed family head, the you gave me last time burned through it." Before he could finish, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly and promptly retrieved the medicine king cauldron from the purple mansion space. He thought to himself that since the Jiang family currently had no second alchemist, he would directly hand it over to Jiang Yan. "I was momentarily negligent. Take this and make do with it." Gazing at the medicine king cauldron before him, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that just as he was lacking an alchemy furnace, the family head would suddenly present him with such an extraordinary cauldron. Before he could even take the cauldron, Old Zhou's voice urged him, "Quickly accept it. This is a top-tier heavenly cauldron." Old Zhou was utterly astonished. After all, at the peak of his abilities, he had only possessed a mid-tier heavenly cauldron. Yet, a top-tier heavenly cauldron was typically a possession only attainable by those at the level of a pill saint. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression changed dramatically. After months of education from his master, he now understood just how precious a top-tier heavenly cauldron was. The value of such an item could very well surpass the entire Great Qin dynasty. Yet, this extraordinary treasure was so casually given by his family head. Just to make do? He truly only needed a mid-tier earthly cauldron. In that moment, Jiang Yan felt as though his understanding had once again been shattered and refreshed by the family head's lavish generosity. Chapter 112, Gu Xinjian's Submission. Sacrificing his life for the Jiang family. After the initial shock, Jiang Yan looked at the family head and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, esteemed family head, for this treasure." Having learned from previous experiences, he refrained from declining this time, silently committing the family head's kindness to memory, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. However, Jiang Yan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had yet to see the seeds of repayment, but his debts to the family head continued to accumulate. The day of repayment seemed a distant prospect. Upon seeing Jiang Yan accept the medicine king cauldron, Jiang Daoxuan did not linger, merely giving a few instructions before swiftly departing. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan did not return directly to the family hall, but instead headed to where Gu Xinjian was located. Before closing himself off to break through to the Moonwell realm, he needed to ensure all preparations were complete. When he saw Gu Xinjian again, Jiang Daoxuan discovered that he was still at the first level of the Starwheel realm. However, such a rate of progress was considered normal. At that moment, noticing Jiang Daoxuan's arrival, Gu Xinjian hurriedly sheathed his sword and respectfully bowed. "I pay respects to the esteemed family head." Jiang Daoxuan nodded and casually inquired, "How does your left sword compare to your right sword?" Gu Xinjian felt somewhat puzzled by the sudden question but answered honestly, "My right sword has been my weapon since childhood." To share a bit of my past, I was once young and reckless, and in a dispute over matters of the heart, I lost my right arm due to my insufficient cultivation. Although he later switched to practicing with his left hand and gained agility, he lost some strength and skill, causing his swordsmanship to remain subpar. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly asked, "If your right arm were to be restored, would your overall strength increase?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xinjian's pupils contracted, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Remembering the miraculous events that had occurred with Pei Qingfeng, he instantly realized something. If he could become whole again, who would willingly remain a cripple? With this thought, his voice trembled slightly. If my right arm were restored, the improvement would be significant." Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly. "Then close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinjian obediently closed his eyes. Jiang Daoxuan then activated the supreme bone within him, employing the reincarnation treasure technique. Unlike previous times, this time the technique was directed solely at Gu Xinjian's right arm. As a stream of profound light swept across, landing on Gu Xinjian's empty right sleeve, time began to reverse, and gradually, the right sleeve began to fill out. Feeling a tingling sensation from his right shoulder, Gu Xinjian nearly opened his eyes in excitement. However, recalling the family head's instructions, he ultimately restrained himself. After a few moments, Jiang Daoxuan's voice finally drifted over, "Open your eyes and see for yourself." As soon as the words fell, Gu Xinjian eagerly opened his eyes and immediately looked at his right arm. To his astonishment, his sleeve was no longer empty, filled with nervous anticipation. He tentatively moved his right hand up to his face, spreading his fingers and examining it closely. "My right hand. It has returned." Gu Xinjian was overwhelmed with joy, tears welling up in his eyes. No one could fathom the ridicule he had endured when he lost his right arm, which had rendered his swordsmanship ineffective. That dark period was a deep-seated pain in his heart, a haunting obsession. Yet now, with the restoration of his right arm, all his burdens had vanished in an instant. Next, Gu Xinjian looked at Jiang Daoxuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt down, bowing 3 times in gratitude. Due to excessive force, The ground developed fine cracks, and a few drops of crimson blood oozed from his forehead. Witnessing Gu Xingjian kneeling and bowing his head, Jiang Daoxuan did not intervene. He understood that this was a gesture of loyalty from the other party. After several breaths, the ground was utterly smashed to pieces. Mingled with a great deal of blood, Gu Xingjian ceased his actions, slightly raised his head, and choked out, "Thank you. Thank you for the grace of rebirth. Esteemed patriarch, I, Gu Xingjian, shall forever remain loyal to the Jiang family, dedicating my life and blood without hesitation. Should I violate this oath? I shall face the wrath of heaven and my soul shall be annihilated." In that moment, recalling the Jiang family's numerous kindnesses towards him, along with the current gift of rebirth, Gu Xingjian completely submitted. Jiang Daoxuan displayed a satisfied expression. "I have observed your performance. You may rise." From the moment he dared to confront Pei Qingfeng for the Jiang family, Gu Xingjian had already earned his place in Jiang Daoxuan's heart. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingjian was overwhelmed with excitement and prepared to rise. However, just as he stood, he heard Jiang Daoxuan say, "You have diligently trained your left-hand sword for many years, achieving some success. If you were to switch to right-hand sword practice today, it would indeed waste your years of hard work. Fortunately, I possess a sword technique for dual-wielding swords. Would you care to cultivate it?" At these words, Gu Xingjian was taken aback. He never anticipated that the patriarch possessed a technique for dual-wielding swords. He had originally planned to practice the right-hand sword technique, abandoning the left. If he proceeded with that plan, it would undoubtedly require a lengthy period of adaptation, akin to self-sabotage and necessitating a complete retraining. However, the technique the patriarch provided would perfectly resolve these issues and even enhance his proficiency in both hands. With this in mind, Gu Xingjian suppressed his fervent emotions and immediately bowed. "I am naturally willing to cultivate it. I humbly request the patriarch to bestow the technique upon me." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and extended his finger, using his spiritual power to transmit the technique's contents into Gu Xingjian's mind. Soon after, Gu Xingjian felt two exquisite techniques materialize within his consciousness, one named Pure Yang Technique and the other Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, both of which were formidable Earth-grade techniques. At this revelation, Gu Xingjian's heart soared with joy. After all, the primary technique he had mastered was merely of inferior Earth grade. Once he transitioned to the Pure Yang Technique, his strength would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. As for the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, it delighted him even more. Although it shared the same grade as the Return to Origin Sword Technique, being of Earth-grade excellence, the latter was ultimately a single-handed sword technique, which had its limitations. In contrast, the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique employed a swift, agile approach with the left sword and a forceful, bold approach with the right sword, making it seemingly tailor-made for him. Moreover, he already possessed two swords, the upper-tier Earth-grade Great River Sword and the originally superior Grade Sword. If he practiced the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, he wouldn't have to expend effort searching for new weapons. With these thoughts, Gu Xingjian felt another wave of exhilaration. He quickly lifted his gaze, intending to express his gratitude to the patriarch, only to find that the latter had vanished without a trace. Seeing no one around, Gu Xingjian could only kneel in the direction of the family hall. He bowed his head, his left hand resting on the hilt of the Great River Sword, and solemnly proclaimed, "The patriarch's immense kindness will be etched in my heart for all eternity. For the rest of my life, I shall dedicate my head and blood for the Jiang family, without a shred of regret." Chapter 113. The Divine Weapon Appears, the Shock of the Great Qin Dynasty. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Daoxuan returned to the family hall and resumed his seated position on the mat. He did not rush to cultivate, but instead began to review the investment rewards received earlier. The 5 mid-tier heavenly techniques were not worth mentioning at this moment. Given that the Jiang family lacked the foundation to suppress everything, these techniques could only be taught covertly to avoid exposure. Of course, this exposure was not due to distrust in his kin, but rather the world's mysterious nature. Should someone employ spiritual sedatives or soul-searching techniques, such information would be impossible to conceal. Thus, the dissemination of high-tier techniques had to be a gradual process. Furthermore, high-tier techniques typically came with cultivation thresholds requiring a higher realm to practice. Currently, the average cultivation level of the Jiang family was relatively low, with even those meeting the requirements for the Pure Yang technique being fewer than a handful. Therefore, it was entirely feasible to wait until the family members developed their abilities, reaching the threshold for cultivating these high-tier techniques. At that time, it would not be too late to unveil even better techniques. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan directly turned his attention to the next reward. 9 transformations of Yin and Yang, Supreme Holy Level Technique, can be cultivated after reaching the Moon Wheel realm with Pure Yang Wuzhigong, allowing for the transition to this technique. Once cultivated, it allows for the simultaneous cultivation of the lost soul, drawing upon the Yin extreme energy in the moon wheel realm to refine the spiritual consciousness into the Yin divine consciousness, while in the sun wheel realm, it draws upon the Yang extreme energy to refine the pure Yang elemental force into solar elemental force. Upon reaching full mastery, it can challenge the quasi-emperor realm. This technique allows for 9 transformations. With each transformation, the elemental force and soul will shed impurities, becoming pure. The number of transformations varies by individual. After 9 transformations, its power is comparable to that of an emperor-level technique. Upon realizing that this technique was an advanced progression of the pure Yang Wujigong, Jiang Daoxuan was instantly elated. According to the description, excluding the emperor-level techniques like the Wushu Sutra, the 9 transformations of Yin and Yang was the strongest technique he had ever encountered. However, contemplating that this technique required the moon wheel realm for cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan momentarily suppressed his eagerness. After all, it would only take a month to reach the moon wheel realm, so there was no need for haste. He then collected his thoughts and looked towards the final reward. Human King Sword, mid-tier holy level artifact, forged from 9 types of divine iron and the essence blood of 5 sacred beasts, containing a trace of royal law power. Upon summoning, all beings of sage level and below will feel as though they are meeting the human king, creating a significant deterrent effect, the extent of which depends on their realm, leading to varying degrees of suppression of their strength. At this revelation, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened, and he promptly retrieved the human king sword from the system space. In the next moment, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, an ancient longsword, entirely black and red, materialized before him. The sword's back was engraved with the constellations of the heavens, and the hilt bore 9 faint golden ancient characters. The blade was adorned with countless patterns, subtly featuring images of the sun and moon, alongside numerous silhouettes of ancient humans in action. As the sword emerged in the family hall, an overwhelmingly powerful aura, akin to the majesty of heaven, surged forth, spreading in all directions and instantly enveloping the entire Kangwu mountain. In the presence of this aura, both ordinary members of the Jiang family and the elders, including Gu Xingzhan, displayed expressions of astonishment. No one understood the source of this pressure. They only felt a stirring in their souls, as if they were in the presence of an unparalleled sovereign ruler. In that moment, within the vast Jiang family, only Jiangqin, who possessed celestial fire, could remain unaffected by this influence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, who was absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating using the flame technique, trembled internally upon sensing this aura. The terrifying presence, imbued with infinite authority, was something he had never encountered even in the presence of his patriarch or master. He could not fathom what kind of entity was emanating this overwhelming pressure. At this moment, in stark contrast to Jiang Yan's bewilderment, Zhou Lao, hidden within the ring, instantly recognized the origin of this aura. The power of the laws, this is, a holy weapon? Zhou Lao's pupils constricted in surprise. It is known that only those of sage level can forge holy weapons, which contain the power of the laws and can unleash tremendous might. Such a treasure, even in the prominent sects he had previously served, was regarded as the cornerstone of the sect. How could it possibly appear in the remote Great Qin dynasty? Wait, could it be Jiang Patriarch? Zhou Lao's body stiffened as he suddenly realized something. If anyone in the entire Great Qin dynasty were worthy of possessing this holy weapon, it could only be the reincarnation of the great emperor who presided over the Jiang family. The mere cultivation of a mere star wheel allows one to wield a divine weapon, and observing its formidable power reveals it to be no ordinary divine weapon. Could it be that the clan leader of the Jiang has acquired a legacy from a previous life? Upon this realization, old Zhou was instantly struck with astonishment. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. In that moment, he finally comprehended the origins of the precious items casually wielded by the Jiang clan leader. They were likely all acquired from this legacy. A wave of emotion surged within old Zhou as he silently gazed at Jiang Yin, his eyes brimming with envy. The reincarnation of an emperor was already an extraordinary feat, and now, having obtained the secrets of a past life, one could only imagine the rapid development that awaited the Jiang family in the future, accompanied by the terrifying aura emanating from the sword of the human king. Its influence swiftly extended to the heavenly capital and even the entirety of the 36 prefectures. Ultimately, even the imperial capital of the Great Qin dynasty felt the profound impact. In the Qinhuang Hall, where numerous officials had congregated, they unanimously turned their gazes to the highest point. Upon the exquisitely ornate golden throne sat a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. He was none other than the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty. The Qinhuang, though aged, his piercing, eagle-like eyes bore a fierce sharpness that rendered all present unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, just as the Qinhuang was about to speak, the oppressive force of the sword of the human king descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire hall. Confronted by this suffocating pressure, Both civil and military officials were taken aback, causing chaos to ensue. The Qin Wang's expression stiffened, and he abruptly turned to his side, where stood a middle-aged man clad in gray robes, holding a feather fan. National Master, what has caused this peculiar phenomenon? The middle-aged man, his countenance grave, calculated with a furrowed brow. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly, Your Majesty, a divine weapon has manifested within our dynasty. Divine weapon? Upon hearing this, the previously tumultuous hall fell into an immediate hush, silence reigning as the officials and generals were struck with astonishment. For them, divine weapons were mere legends, treasures of the saints. How could such a thing possibly appear within their dynasty? All present felt a profound disbelief and an overwhelming sense of confusion. The Qin Wang's reaction was no better. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and unable to contain his excitement, he leapt from his throne. Chapter 114. Awakening the Ancient Sacred Body. Jiangchen, ripping apart the Yuan Sea? Reflecting upon the legendary might of divine weapons, the supreme ruler of the great Qin dynasty found it impossible to maintain his composure. In a flurry, the Qin Wang turned to the National Master, urgently inquiring, Have you discerned where this divine weapon has manifested? The National Master shook his head. The heavens are shrouded in obscurity, and the secrets of fate are convoluted. Even I cannot ascertain the truth. Disheartened by this response, the Qin Wang pivoted to face the officials below, his voice resolute. The emergence of a divine weapon within our great Qin dynasty is an unparalleled opportunity. You must not divulge this lightly. Should any leaks occur, I shall ensure your entire family faces dire consequences. Yes, the assembly of officials, gripped by fear and understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly echoed their agreement. Witnessing their response, the Qin Wang sighed in resignation. Had he known a divine weapon was at hand, he would not have summoned the National Master to publicly predict, thereby allowing this news to reach all ears. He soon realized that this revelation could not remain concealed for long. Come dawn, it would likely be shared with the neighboring dynasties. With this thought, the Qin Wang swiftly issued commands to the assembly. The matter of the divine weapon is of utmost importance. You must expedite the investigation across the 36 prefectures to uncover its whereabouts. Understood. On Kanwu Mountain, within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan remained unaware of the uproar caused by the sword of royal decree before him. He simply extended his hand, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword. As he felt the immense power radiating from his palm, Jiang Daoxuan's heart surged with joy once more. The might of the sword of the human king far surpassed that of the shadow blade he had previously wielded. However, due to its elevated rank and his insufficient cultivation level, he could only utilize it as a trump card, as its full power would demand tremendous energy. Thus, in daily combat, he could only rely on its inherent sharpness. When faced with formidable foes, he could unleash the sword's full capabilities, invoking devastating might and the laws of kingship. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Daoxuan gradually regained his composure. After securing the sword of the human king within the confines of his spiritual space, he promptly retrieved a divine liquid, initiating his cultivation of the pure yang infinite technique, plunging himself back into a state of training. At this juncture, his primary goal was to swiftly break through to the Moon Will realm and then transition to the 9 revolutions of yin and yang technique. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Shanhai prefecture, amidst a mountain range, Jiang Daoyan, battered and bruised, wielded a long blade while surrounded by fallen corpses. At that moment, he paid no attention to his injuries. His face radiated unbounded joy. For within the palm of his left hand lay a vibrant green spiritual herb, the Qingxian grass. I have finally found it. My son Yin is saved, Jiang Daoyan exclaimed with delight, recalling the events of the past few days. He remembered tirelessly searching for the Qingxian grass. When he finally located it, he fortuitously encountered a group of individuals vying for the precious herb. A fierce battle ensued over the coveted Qingxian grass, but ultimately, he survived by relying on his formidable cultivation, while those who had sought to claim it perished. Such is the harshness of the world. Most opportunities must be seized through struggle against both fate and others. If one does not compete, they risk fading into mediocrity, endlessly dreaming of fortune falling from the heavens, leading to stagnation in their cultivation. Jiang Daoyan sighed, then turned to glance at Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao, who remained unharmed under his protection. They exhibited no signs of fear, having endured countless hardships and near-death experiences over the years, their hearts now as steadfast as granite. At this moment, seeing Jiang Daoyan's demeanor, Jiang Hao, supporting Jiang Yi, chimed in with innocent curiosity, Uncle Yun, are we heading home next? Jiang Daoyan slowly sheathed his long blade and gazed into the distance. Home. Yes, it is finally time to return, he murmured, pondering how much had changed over the years. What of his father and Yin? Jiang Daoyan's thoughts drifted. For the sake of his son, he had disregarded counsel. resolutely resigning from his position as clan leader and departing from the family. Years had passed since that departure, leaving him with a deep sense of indebtedness to the clan that raised him. Now, having achieved the Yuan C cultivation level, it was time to return home in glory and repay his family. A nostalgic expression crossed Jiang Daoxuan's face, while Jiang Hao displayed a hint of uncertainty. Having been so young when he left Xuanqing, memories had begun to blur over the years. Thus, before fully deciding to return, he felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, feeling a flutter of nerves as he neared his homeland. In contrast, Jiang Yi, being older, exuded a sense of determination. Although he was blind, it seemed as if he could visualize the scenes of home, the familiar companions and elders, the old locust tree in the courtyard, the fallen leaves scattered on the ground. The sounds of laughter and joy echoed in his ears once more, eliciting an involuntary smile upon his lips. These were the most cherished memories he held dear. Home. Such a distant word. We are finally returning. 3 days later, in a chamber on Kanwu Mountain, Jiangchen sat cross-legged upon his bed, wholly engrossed in deciphering the sword manuscript before him. After 3 days of intense study, coupled with his exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship, he finally experienced a metamorphosis in his previously perfected sword realm. An intangible sharpness enveloped the surroundings as the essence of swordsmanship crystallized within him. Witnessing such ease in grasping the rudiments of sword intent, Jiangchen clenched his fist in astonishment. The sword manuscript bestowed upon him by the clan leader possessed an astonishing efficacy. Although he knew the manuscript could aid him in condensing sword intent, he had never anticipated such rapid progress. According to his original intention, if he could utilize the sword manual to comprehend the essence of the sword within a few months, it would indeed be considered an extraordinarily rapid pace. Yet, reality bestowed upon him an immense surprise. In merely 3 days, he successfully transcended the barrier between the sword origin realm and the sword intent realm. Such progress was truly outrageous. However, the joy that Jiangchen felt was far from being limited to this moment. In the next instant, a faint golden aura suddenly emanated from his body. The power within him surged, and the formidable vitality began to multiply exponentially. What is this? Jiangchen gazed at his hands in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. This relentless flow of immense power coursed through his limbs and bones, even transforming the entire origin sea into a golden expanse. A golden origin sea. The resplendent golden radiance swiftly enveloped the entire room, casting it in a golden hue, as if he were submerged in a sea of gold. At this moment, feeling the overwhelming physical strength within him, Jiangchen's expression changed, and amidst his astonishment, a faint feeling arose within his heart. Could it be that I can tear apart the origin sea with just my physical prowess? Chapter 115. The initial brilliance of Jiangchen was utterly astounded. At this point, even he was oblivious to the extent of his own power's enhancement. After an interval of several breaths, Jiangchen gradually regained his composure. He could not help but fall into deep contemplation, reflecting on the various materials he had perused in the library during this time. And recalling the recent awakening of the Thunder Spirit body by the Grand Elder, a sudden conjecture emerged in his mind. Is it possible that I have awakened some unique constitution? Jiangchen's eyes lit up. He had never anticipated that, as an ordinary person, he would one day awaken a special physique. As his heart trembled with excitement, he instinctively withdrew the surrounding manifestations. With the room returning to tranquility, Jiangchen let out a sigh of relief. He understood deeply that, without sufficient strength, he must maintain a low profile. However, the fact that he had awakened a special physique could indeed be communicated to someone in advance. Jiangchen lifted his gaze towards the direction of the family hall. The patriarch harbored great expectations for me. When he finds out that I have awakened a special physique upon my next emergence, he would undoubtedly feel immense joy, wouldn't he? The mere thought of the usually composed patriarch displaying shock at that moment almost made Jiangchen chuckle. On the other side, in the Tiandu mansion, within a certain dense forest, whoosh, a streak of light shot across the sky, landing amidst the trees. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Jiang Han's figure emerged. At this moment, the aura emanating from him evidently reached the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. In just 3 days, he had once again broken through a small realm. This exemplified the formidable nature of the Huangquan demon art. However, were it not for the necessity of absorbing the essence of a person, he could only absorb those at the same level or below. Moreover, each absorption required time to digest. Otherwise, it would not have been too difficult for him to surge to the origin sea realm at this point. At this moment, Jiang Han's gaze was cold and profound. Silently sensing the immense power flowing within him, he murmured, "The Black Tiger sect, your turn shall come soon." Though several months had passed, he had not forgotten the experiences of the past. The Black Tiger sect remained a thorn in his heart. Yet, considering that the opposing faction had several Purple Mansion cultivators stationed, and perhaps even hidden elders of the Origin Sea realm. The probability of successfully annihilating the Black Tiger sect was merely 95%, which was hardly different from courting death. Therefore, to avoid unforeseen circumstances and the risk of a mishap, he had already resolved to wait until he broke through to the Origin Sea realm before attempting to eradicate this seemingly small sect that was merely guarded by Purple Mansion cultivators. Currently, his goal was to investigate the Yin Wind stronghold, which had long occupied this area. The notorious reputation of the Yin Wind stronghold had resounded throughout the surrounding region for over a decade. It was said that the stronghold's leader, Qilin, had once served in the military before turning to banditry and was now a Purple Mansion cultivator. His sworn brother, Su Shan, was also a Purple Mansion cultivator. The two were collectively referred to as the Black and White Twin Fiends, known for their tyrannical methods. Aside from those forces with Origin Sea cultivators, any merchant convoy passing by was required to pay a toll to be allowed passage. In the face of the Yin Wind stronghold's malevolence, even smaller sects of the Purple Mansion level were compelled to give a degree of respect, unwilling to provoke these fiends lightly. However, what others viewed as untouchable foes, Jiang Han regarded merely as resources to strengthen himself. Furthermore, once this malignant tumor was eradicated, it was unlikely that many would investigate the cause of Yin Wind stronghold's disappearance. Rather, they would applaud the act, thereby reducing the possibility of his exposure. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han coldly gazed ahead, secretly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. At this moment, he observed a group of hundreds wielding sharp blades, completely surrounding a merchant convoy. In the midst of the scene, the head of the merchant convoy looked at the group of Yin Wind stronghold members blocking their way, and his heart sank. Kai, our Blue-Silver Merchant Association has already paid you in advance, has it not? What is the purpose of your visit? Qilin stepped forward from the crowd, sneering. You certainly paid a toll, but that was merely for the transport of ordinary goods. Transporting other items incurs a separate charge. The merchant head raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous turn of events. At that moment, a graceful woman with bright eyes and pearly teeth emerged from the carriage. Upon her appearance, Qilin's expression brightened, revealing an involuntary glimmer of greed in his eyes. The woman spoke softly. Then what, according to your estimation, should the price be? Qilin licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. However, the scar across his visage rendered his smile particularly grotesque. Under the anxious gaze of the Blue-Silver Merchant Association members, Qilin leered. You, my dear, are quite the beauty. It's making me rather eager. If you stay and keep me company for a night, I shall waive your toll entirely. How does that sound? This proclamation instantly incited raucous laughter among the members of the Yin Wind stronghold, who began to jeer. Listening to the din around him, the merchant head clenched his fist in fury. The woman, too, furrowed her brows in anger, rebuking preposterous. As her voice fell, a powerful aura erupted, sweeping through the surroundings and instantaneously causing several Yin Wind stronghold members to perish on the spot. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Qilin was taken aback. You little wench possess Purple Mansion cultivation? In that moment, he suddenly realized that the one responsible for escorting this shipment was not the merchant head, but this woman. Nevertheless, even recognizing the opponent's Purple Mansion level, Qilin's expression remained unperturbed. Judging by the aura, she was merely at the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, while he was at the seventh layer, possessing absolute strength to crush her. With this thought, Qilin sneered cruelly. I've never tasted the flavor of a Purple Mansion female cultivator in my life. Today, you need not leave. As he finished speaking, Qilin leaped into action, unleashing his power to engage the woman in combat. With the residual waves of energy expanding, the scene swiftly descended into chaos. Soon, after dozens of exchanges, the area was left in disarray, the ground marred with numerous depressions. Leveraging his formidable cultivation, Qilin maintained the upper hand, while the Purple Mansion woman exhibited signs of decline, blood trickling from her lips, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. At this moment, as Qilin approached with a menacing grin, the woman felt a surge of panic. She quickly scanned her surroundings and discovered, seemingly out of nowhere, a black-haired youth clad in tight-fitting attire standing beside her. To evade Qilin's assault, she instinctively reached for the youth, intending to use him as a shield. Chapter 116. Capturing 3 Purple Mansion cultivators. Jiang Han's delight to be able to die for me could be considered your fortune as a lowly commoner. The woman chuckled coldly, her heart devoid of any sense of guilt. As a prestigious Purple Mansion cultivator, why should she concern herself with the lives of these ordinary people? However, just as her flawless hand was less than a meter away from the youth, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a swift motion, a dazzling flash of sword light appeared in a manner that surpassed everyone's expectations. The woman's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in her heart, sensing the impending doom. She attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Under this strike, flesh and bone were severed, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, her hand was severed by the razor-sharp blade. The woman's expression twisted in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before she could react, Jiang Han suddenly appeared before her, his right palm swiftly extending to cover her face. The Yellow Springs demon technique activated. In an instant, a terrifyingly strong suction emanated from Jiang Han's palm, frantically drawing the woman's vital energy. Her skin rapidly lost moisture, becoming parched and desiccated. Witnessing such a horrific sight, even the bold Qilin could not help but falter, her face filled with uncertainty. Who was this sinister individual that had emerged? Meanwhile, the members of the Shadow Wind Stronghold and the Blue-Silver Merchant Guild present were equally horrified, their faces pale with fear. Some even collapsed to the ground, soiled with terror. Subsequently, Jiang Han ceased the absorption, discarding the now-aged woman as if she were refuse. He raised his gaze towards Qilin, saying nothing. Yet an endless stream of Yellow Springs energy surged forth from his being, spreading around him and causing all life to wither. Then, Jiang Han utilized his teleportation technique, swiftly appearing before Qilin and struck out with a fierce palm. The vitality coalesced, transforming into an invisible, withered yellow hand, extending several feet in an instant. Crashing down upon her, Qilin, having just endured a battle, was already in poor condition and, in a moment of desperation, unleashed her own energy to defend. However, before the terrifying Yellow Springs energy, her once proud power was instantly melted and pierced through, returning to nothingness. A vast amount of Yellow Springs energy enveloped her form. Amidst her cries of horror, Qilin's limbs dissolved into pools of blood. This was not due to Jiang Han's inability to kill her, but rather to prevent her death from diminishing the energy he could absorb, thus lessening the effect. Therefore, he reduced her to a state of helplessness, unable to cast spells or escape. For Jiang Han, this was undoubtedly the best choice. He then ignored Qilin's pleas for mercy and wails, instead silently observing the members of the Shadow Wind Stronghold and the Blue-Silver Merchant Guild, to prevent any leaks of information. He wasted no time and immediately chose to silence them. In the presence of Jiang Han, wielding the Imperial-level Yellow Springs demon technique, even the second-in-command of the Shadow Wind Stronghold, Su Shan, was merely a single foe, vanishing in an instant like Qilin, reduced to a state of helplessness. Upon witnessing the grim fate of their leader and second-in-command, chaos erupted among the crowd. Numerous members of the Shadow Wind Stronghold scattered in all directions. Even the members of the Blue-Silver Merchant Guild understood that the individual before them was likely a practitioner of dark arts. They dared not harbor any hopes of survival and frantically fled. However, against Jiang Han, a master of teleportation, they were far too slow. Before long, all lay dead at his feet, the ground littered with countless corpses. Jiang Han stood at the center, looking up at the sky with a cold expression. He then slowly withdrew his gaze and waved his hand, causing a torrent of Yellow Springs energy to surge forth, soaking the corpses and instantly turning them into pools of blood. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Han turned to the now helpless Qilin, Su Shan, and the extraordinarily aged woman. His eyes gleamed brighter, and his heart raced with excitement. How much stronger would I become after absorbing these 3 Purple Mansion practitioners? Meanwhile, near the martial arts arena on Kanwu Mountain, a slender girl clad in black attire, with her black hair tightly tied with a red ribbon, wielded a long sword, continuously sparring with a middle-aged man before her. Sweat poured from her body, and she gasped for breath. With each slash, thrust, and stab, her moves were effortlessly countered by the middle-aged man. After 10 exchanges, he shook his head. Jiwei, although you have diligently practiced your sword techniques over the years, mastering the forms to a degree, you have lost your spirit, becoming too rigid. The essence of swordsmanship lies in its adaptability. Years have passed without any progress. Clearly, you are ill-suited for the path of the sword. Even with an effort vastly exceeding that of others, you remain stagnant. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiang Jiwei's expression did not falter. She continued to execute her various sword techniques. The man sighed, gripping the hilt of his sword, and with a flick, sent Jiang Jiwei's sword flying. Do you not see? You lack the talent for swordsmanship. Why not consider exploring other paths? Why persist in this journey that is clearly unsuitable for you? If you continue like this, you may even lose the qualification to represent our Tianquan lineage in the 7 lineages competition. Facing his reprimand, Jiang Jiwei merely bit her lip, her eyes resolutely fixed on the middle-aged man. As their gazes met, sensing her determination, he sighed and sheathed his sword, resting his hand on his forehead, saying, "Ah, how did I end up with such a stubborn daughter?" He could not understand why his daughter had been so infatuated with the path of the sword since childhood, neglecting her cultivation. Now, at the age of 18, her cultivation level barely reached the first stage of bone refinement. Clearly, based on her innate talent. Had she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her training, she would likely have reached the 9th stage of bone refinement or even the acquired realm by now. In response to her father's accusations, Jiang Daoxuan said little, simply jogging over to retrieve her long sword, gripping the hilt and positioning the blade before her chest. Her dark eyes reflected the silvery sword, akin to a mirror. She felt once more the stirring in her heart. There was a secret she had never shared with anyone. Every time she held a sword, an inexplicable joy surged within her. This joy surpassed all else, and thus, no matter how arduous the practice, she relished it and had never considered giving up. However, despite her efforts, her current level of swordsmanship was merely perfected, having made no progress over the years. Even so, she felt no despair, merely pondering whether her lack of progress was due to being more foolish than others, necessitating even greater effort for any reward. With that thought, she resolved not to waste any time and continued to practice her sword moves in silence. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man sighed and chose not to press further, turning to leave. Jiang Daoxuan felt a wave of soreness throughout her body but paid it no mind, continuing her relentless practice. Years of hard training had left her hands calloused and scarred, far from the delicate hands typical of young women. She practiced tirelessly, drenched in sweat. At that moment, not far away, Qilin, who was contemplating the wind and thunder sword technique, suddenly took note of this scene. His brow furrowed as he sheathed his dual swords, unable to resist observing intently. Chapter 117. The Arrival of the Messenger from Tiandu Mansion, Lord Ding's Astonishment. As a practitioner of the Star Wheel realm, Qilin memory surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He had learned from conversations among the Jiang family that this girl was named Jiang Daoxuan and that her behavior was quite peculiar. Ever since returning to the main family with the branch members, she had been solitary, engaging in almost no social interactions. Even when some relatives attempted to befriend her, they were met with cold indifference, as if in her eyes, the only thing worthy of attention was the sword in her hand. What left Qilin most impressed was how, when many members of the Jiang family surrounded him, seeking to learn sword techniques, she displayed no curiosity whatsoever, immersing herself in her own practice as though lost in her own world. Such focus was something Qilin had never encountered in his life. Even he found himself envious, unable to achieve such unwavering dedication day after day. Yet, despite all her effort, he was astonished to discover that she had only reached the perfected stage of swordsmanship, not even achieving the 2nd stage of sword chi. Such swordsmanship talent could be deemed exceedingly poor, perhaps the worst he had ever witnessed. However, her determination deeply moved him. Reflecting on the kindness shown to him by the clan leader, Qilin felt compelled to take action. Upon this realization, Qilin promptly approached Jiang Daoxuan, who was so engrossed in her swordsmanship that she remained oblivious to his arrival, her expression an impassive mask of coldness. Swordsmanship, Qilin remarked softly, is not cultivated in this manner. Startled, Jiang Daoxuan paused, her gaze drifting towards the source of the voice. After recognizing Qilin standing at a short distance, she blinked, her eyes displaying a hint of confusion. Her prosopagnosia was acting up again. An awkward silence descended as Jiang Daoxuan remained speechless for what seemed an eternity. Qilin, sensing her predicament, raised an eyebrow. What is it? Have you been practicing in the martial arts field for so long that you no longer recognize me? Though his appearance remained unfamiliar, his voice triggered a memory. She clasped her hands in salute and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Gil." Qilin face fell. He suddenly understood why those seeking her favor were met with such indifference. Could it be that this young woman simply couldn't remember them? With this thought, Qilin expression grew peculiar. Composing himself, he turned his attention back to Jiang Daoxuan, his voice deepening as he spoke. I have observed your diligence these past few days. Yet, despite your stagnation in swordsmanship, you haven't sought my guidance as others have. He had noticed that the young woman was deeply devoted to the sword but seldom sought instruction, preferring to immerse herself in a sword manual for extended periods. In the presence of others, Jiang Daoxuan appeared noticeably shy. Her years of isolation had made her unaccustomed to social interaction. Faced with Qilin inquiry, she struggled to find the appropriate words, choosing instead to remain silent. The scene once again fell into a deathly hush. After some time, Qilin noticed Jiang Daoxuan's downcast gaze and constant shifting of her eyes. Realizing that the rumors were indeed true, he decided against pressing her further. Retrieving a wooden practice sword from his spatial ring, he held it before him, the tip aimed at Jiang Daoxuan. Practicing alone can be monotonous. Perhaps you would allow me to join you? He intended to guide her through a sparring session, correcting her mistakes along the way. At the sight of Qilin stance, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up with a fervent desire for battle. What sword cultivator wouldn't yearn to test their skills against a superior opponent? Very well, she responded without hesitation. With her sword in hand, Jiang Jiwei surged forward, engaging Gu Xingjian in combat. A month later, in the city lord's mansion of Wudong City, Ding Xian was diligently honing his cultivation, striving to break through to the 7th level of the Violet Palace realm. Ever since his visit to Kangwu Mountain, where he witnessed Jiang Hongguang's advancement to the Origin Sea realm, he had felt a renewed sense of urgency. He realized that he had become too complacent as city lord, neglecting his cultivation. As a result, he had declined numerous invitations to focus on his training. However, his concentration was interrupted by the hurried footsteps of his head steward. Ding Xian paused, looking up to acknowledge his arrival. "What is it?" he asked calmly. The head steward pointed towards the outside, his voice trembling with urgency. "Lord City Master. A messenger from the heavenly capital prefecture has arrived." Ding Xian frowned, surprised. In all his years of service, he had never received a visit from the prefecture lord's messenger. Something was amiss. Understanding the importance of the situation, Ding Xian instructed, "Escort him in at once. We shall convene in the council hall." Shortly after, Ding Xian sat nervously upon his grand chair in the council hall. Seated beside him was a man with a hooked nose, the very messenger from the heavenly capital prefecture. After exchanging pleasantries, Ding Xian inquired, "To what do I owe this visit, esteemed messenger?" The messenger's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. "Have you heard of the annihilation of the entire Tang family of heavenly capital?" The words landed like a thunderclap. Ding Xian's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Wudong City, being a remote area within heavenly capital prefecture, received information at a slower pace. He had not yet heard of the Tang family's demise. Considering their formidable power, the fact that they were so easily destroyed was unsettling. Perplexed, Ding Xian turned to the messenger and requested, "I am unaware of this matter. Would you enlighten me?" The messenger patiently recounted the events that had shaken numerous factions. A handsome man in white robes, riding a stellar will realm white crane, had descended upon the Tang family, slaying their patriarch, Tang Feizhong, and obliterating their entire headquarters. Due to his mastery of sword and tint, he was now widely known as the White-Robed Sword Marquis. As he listened, Ding Xian felt a strange sensation stirring within him. He immediately thought of Jiang Daoxuan, the leader of the Jiang family who resided in Kangwu Mountain. After all, the descriptions matched. However, he had never heard of Jiang Daoxuan possessing a stellar will realm white crane, mastering sword and tint, or ascending to the title of Sword Marquis. Although he had a hunch, Ding Xian remained uncertain, his face etched with doubt. Seeing this, the messenger's eyes lit up. He had never encountered a city lord who appeared so hesitant. Could it be that he knew the identity of the white-robed Sword Marquis? Overjoyed, the messenger realized that he was not the only one investigating. Whoever discovered the identity of the white-robed Sword Marquis first would receive a reward from the prefecture lord. Without hesitation, the messenger produced a portrait. The people from the Bai family of heavenly capital had been present, and this portrait was based on their descriptions. He slowly unfurled the painting, revealing a celestial man in white robes. The moment Ding Xian saw the face, his pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. Clan leader Jiang. At that moment, all his suspicions were confirmed. Ding Xian had never imagined that Jiang Daoxuan possessed such power. Capable of destroying the Tang family of heavenly capital, he now understood why the Tang family had met such a fate. He recalled how the Tang family had approached him recently, and how they had been annihilated shortly after. It was clear that his informing Kangwu Mountain had led to the Tang family's demise. His face contorted, and sweat poured down his body, soaking his robes. Who would have thought that the destruction of the Tang family was related to a mere Violet Palace cultivator like himself? The messenger noticed Ding Xian's anxious expression and realized that he had finally come to the right place. Eager to return to the heavenly capital prefecture and claim his reward, he pressed, "Does Lord City Master know the true identity of this white-robed Sword Marquis?" Ding Xian snapped out of his thoughts. Wanting to curry favor with the Jiang family, he instinctively wanted to deny it. However, he realized that while many factions only knew Jiang Daoxuan's name and not his appearance, the portrait would eventually reveal his identity. If he lied, he would be exposed. After all, the Jiang family had relocated from the territory under his governance. It is inconceivable that he would be unfamiliar with Jiang Daoxuan. With this thought in mind, Ding Xian was about to voice his thoughts but hastily swallowed them back. He swiftly shifted his tone. The esteemed messenger has indeed found the right person. If anyone in the surrounding cities has a deep understanding of the white-clad Sword Marquis, it is none other than this city lord." Upon hearing this, the messenger was elated, rising abruptly. "I implore you, City Lord Ding, to enlighten me on this matter. I shall ensure ample rewards await you." Ding Xian chuckled. The white-clad Sword Marquis is named Jiang Daoxuan and is the head of the Jiang family. The Jiang family has established its roots in our Wudong city for several centuries. Oh, the messenger was greatly surprised. Ding Xian continued. On the very day Jiang Daoxuan was born, auspicious signs appeared in the skies above Wudang City. Decades ago, he secretly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm and engaged in a clandestine duel with me, revealing the true essence of swordsmanship at the Purple Mansion level. He is a swordsmanship prodigy, a rare gem in Wudang City for millennia. After years of closed-door cultivation, when he emerged again, due to our amicable friendship, he met with me discreetly. During this time, he demonstrated his prowess in the Moonwheel realm and exhibited his sword heart. He preferred to remain low-key and specifically instructed me to keep his true cultivation level a secret. He only displayed his Purple Mansion cultivation to the outside world. After swiftly eliminating a few unruly minor families within the city, he made a name for himself in the surrounding areas before leading his family to migrate to Kangwu Mountain. As Ding Xian recounted these truths, the messenger was taken aback, realizing that the white-clad sword marquis had shown such extraordinary signs since birth. In his astonishment, he confirmed that this white-clad sword marquis was indeed a native of Tiandu Prefecture, rather than from elsewhere. Subsequently, he sought to gather more information to report to the prefectural lord. The messenger proceeded to inquire about various matters concerning the Jiang family. One asked, one answered. How could Ding Xian, devoted to the family head, possibly speak ill? He extolled them profusely, to prevent any revelation of the truth. He had already resolved to amend the historical documents of Wudang City after the messenger's departure, modifying numerous events related to the Jiang family over the decades. He also planned to alter the historical milestones of the Jiang family over the centuries, inserting a background of ancestral Moonwheel inheritance to mitigate potential troubles. Although the family head might not care about such matters, he had long regarded himself as a loyal servant of the Jiang family and naturally felt the need to handle everything appropriately. Before long, after the messenger had gathered sufficient information and left in high spirits, Ding Xian chose not to set out immediately for Kangwu Mountain to inform the family head of this news. Instead, he summoned his subordinates, took out paper and ink, and began to meticulously document everything that had transpired since the arrival of the messenger from Tiandu Prefecture. Once he filled the letter with densely packed black ink characters, he handed it off to the chief steward. After giving a few instructions, he promptly ordered him to head to Kangwu Mountain to deliver the letter personally to the family head. Once the chief steward had departed, Ding Xian did not dare linger. He immediately left the council hall and hurried to the archive where the historical documents of Wudang City were stored. He quickly gathered a large number of people to start fabricating historical records, modifying the account of the Jiang family's development. Observing the bustling group before him, Ding Xian's eyes gleamed coldly as a cruel smile crept upon his lips. To protect himself and prevent the tampering of history from being discovered by the people of Tiandu Prefecture, he had resolutely decided that during this period, the individuals involved would remain near the archive and would not be permitted to return home. Once he had completed all modifications to the historical documents regarding the Jiang family, he would take action to silence these individuals, ensuring none were left to speak of it. The fact that the history of the Wudang Jiang family had been altered would only be known to himself and the incomparable Jiang family head, a paragon of grace and talent whose brilliance stood unmatched. Chapter 119, Changes within the Jiang family, Breakthrough to the Moonwheel realm. Not long after, at Kangwu Mountain, following a month of development, the Jiang family underwent significant changes once more. With the combined enhancement of the heavenly grade spiritual veins, medicinal fields, and spiritual springs, the Jiang family now boasted a staggering number of over 700 members in the acquired realm. As for those in the innate realm, their numbers had surpassed 100, reaching an astonishing 133. Compared to the past, this number had multiplied over 100-fold. Such results were merely the fruits of Jiang Daoxuan's efforts to develop the Jiang family over a few months, highlighting the incredible speed of progress. In addition to these ordinary family members, the 7 branch leaders were now enjoying substantial resources provided by the family, receiving half a pound of divine liquid each month. Coupled with the Grand Elder's clandestine teaching of the Earth-grade supreme technique, pure yang art, to all branch leaders and elders, the 7 branch leaders had all cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm, with the strongest among them reaching the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. The success rate for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm had soared due to the availability of supreme purple spirit pills. Consequently, the number of cultivators among the 7 branch elders who had successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion realm had already reached 15. When including the branch leaders and the destined members, the current Kangwu Jiang family boasted a total of 25 cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. Although most were at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, this was still a formidable strength. It is noteworthy that the local lords of the nearby minor cities were generally also at the Purple Mansion realm, indicating the deep foundation of the Jiang family today. Beyond these developments, other members of the clan had also made strides. Grand Elder Jiang Daoxuan, leveraging his Thunder Spirit body and various resources, had reached the 3rd level of the Yuan Sea realm, although his progress was not as rapid as that of the Destined Ones. Yu Xinjiang continued to contemplate the sword path, maintaining his perfect sword intent. However, a breakthrough to comprehend the sword heart would require further opportunities. His cultivation level remained at the 1st level of the Star Wheel realm. Jiangxin, possessing the ancient sacred body, experienced rapid advancement after transitioning to the pure Yang infinite art, reaching the 1st level of the Yuan Sea realm. Although his sword path level had not changed and remained at the entry-level sword intent, it was likely that after some time, he would surpass the Grand Elder and rank among the top 3 at Kanwu Mountain. Jiang Yin, meanwhile, was simultaneously cultivating alchemy and using the flame art. He had now broken through to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, surpassing the 7 branch leaders and ranking among the top 5 at Kanwu Mountain. Aside from the power elevation of the destined members, the internal systems of the Jiang family had also become increasingly refined. Especially after the Grand Elder privately sought Jiang Daoxuan for guidance and learned of the performance evaluation concept. He promptly summoned the 7 branch leaders and elders for a family meeting. During the meeting, Grand Elder Jiang Daoxuan adhered to the family head's philosophy, specifically pointing out that to stimulate the fighting spirit of the clan members and promote a virtuous cycle of healthy competition for new levels, excellent, outstanding, elite, and core would be added to the ranks of ordinary members. Different levels would entail varying resources and privileges. To prevent any complacency or lethargy among members who advance to higher levels, and to avoid solidifying the channels for advancement, facilitating the rise of new blood within the family. The Grand Elder emphasized that apart from the ordinary level, the excellent, outstanding, elite, and core levels would all have a validity period of 1 month. At the end of each month, the 7 branch elders would evaluate the performance, contribution points, combat power, and cultivation levels of the members of each branch and draft a promotion list. Ultimately, this would be reviewed and finalized by the branch leaders and the Elder Council to prevent any abuse of power. Additionally, considering the large number of members in the 7 branches and the relatively few elders, if each were to tally individually, the workload would be overwhelming. Thus, to alleviate the burden on the 7 branch elders, the position of branch steward was established, specifically tasked with assisting the branch elders in managing various affairs. The selection of branch stewards would prioritize qualifications and capabilities over cultivation level, and if they performed exceptionally during their tenure, they could be recommended by the branch elders for more resources or even promotion to become branch elders themselves. Apart from the management, the Grand Elder once again emphasized in the assembly that to maintain the commendable conduct of the Jiang family, not only rewards are necessary, but also certain formidable measures to uphold order. Thus, a family enforcement team was established to oversee the 7 branches, operating independently of the branch supervisors. Directly under the Elder Council and the family head, the enforcement team is provisionally composed of 20 innate realm captains and 200 acquired realm members. To compensate for the time members of the enforcement team would forfeit in their cultivation, the family resources available to them each month would be enhanced in accordance with their rank. Members of the family apprehended by the enforcement team for wrongdoing, unless guilty of severe transgressions such as betrayal, would generally not face capital punishment, but would instead receive varying penalties as dictated by family rules, such as deductions and contribution points, demotion, reduction in monthly allowances, corporal punishment, or confinement. As the Grand Elder's orders were disseminated, the branch heads and elders expressed their agreement. Upon the conclusion of the family meeting, the internal hierarchy of the Jiang family can be delineated as follows. 1st level, family head. 2nd level, Supreme Elder Honorary Supreme Elder. 3rd level, Elder Council branch heads. 4th level, branch elders external offerings. 5th level, core family members. 6th level, elite family members branch stewards. 7th level, outstanding family members. 8th level, excellent family members. 9th level, ordinary family members in total. There are 9 levels, exceedingly rigorous, continuously refined. Different levels confer different privileges. Presently, the pure Yang technique, a supreme earth-grade cultivation method, is exclusively available to members of the 5th level and above. Conversely, members of the 6th level and below may only cultivate earth-grade inferior or medium-tier techniques. This encapsulates the significant changes that have transpired within the Jiang family of late. At this moment, within the family Great Hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged, his aura surging. With the foundation of the family's collective strength, supplemented by his own cultivation, he now stood on the brink of the Moon Wheel realm. Today is the moment for his breakthrough. Jiang Daoxuan's aura surged wildly. Above the sea of primordial energy in his purple mansion, vast amounts of energy converged, drawing upon the power of the full moon from the outside world, manifesting an ethereal silver moon. Above the sea of energy, The silver moon and stars shone in mutual brilliance, exuding immense power. This is the celestial phenomenon of star and moon coalescence that one grasps upon ascending to the Moonwheel realm. The first level of the Moonwheel realm has been achieved. At this moment, in terms of cultivation rank, Jiang Daoxuan has indeed ascended to the pinnacle of Tiandu Prefecture. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, he did not linger in this state for long. He soon regained his focus and began to attempt the transformation according to the 9 turns yin-yang technique's operational route. Not long after, leveraging the formidable comprehension afforded by his innate holy body, combined with the influence of the Enwa visualization chart, Jiang Daoxuan found himself thriving as he practiced the 9 turns yin-yang technique, advancing rapidly. Before long, he summoned the Yin extreme power, refining his consciousness, swiftly transforming it into the Taiyin consciousness. The 9 turns yin-yang technique, when cultivated to its utmost, could rival Imperial grade techniques, thus its difficulty of cultivation needs no elaboration. Even he could only complete 1 turn within a short span. It is estimated that to complete the second turn, at least another month will be required. However, even with just the completion of the first turn, Jiang Daoxuan keenly sensed that the strength of his consciousness had quintupled. Such a transformation from a single turn is indeed remarkable. One can only imagine the magnitude of the enhancement once the 9 turns are completed. Not to mention, upon breaking through to the Sunwheel realm, he would also wield the equally terrifying solar primordial power. Sensing the changes within himself, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. In such a perilous and fantastical world, only by possessing sufficient strength can one attain a sense of security. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he suddenly opened his eyes. Within his emanating Taiyin consciousness, he suddenly sensed the Grand Elder Jiang Hongguang entering the hall. At that moment, feeling the formidable aura radiating from Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Hongguang's expression shifted, astonished. He mused that the family head had indeed grown stronger, unaware that the latter had already transcended a significant realm, reaching the Moonwheel. At this juncture, Jiang Daoxuan rose from his cushion and turned to the Grand Elder, softly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Jiang Hongguang, regaining his composure, promptly produced a letter and handed it over with both hands. "Just now, Lord Ding sent someone with this letter, stating it is of utmost importance and requires your personal attention." "Oh?" Jiang Daoxuan uttered in mild curiosity. He then summoned a primordial energy arm to receive the letter from Jiang Hongguang's hands. The letter hovered in midair, coming to rest before him. With a thought, Jiang Daoxuan opened the letter, revealing a dense array of dark ink characters. At this moment, Jiang Hongguang bowed his head, remaining silent. With the family head having achieved numerous astonishing feats, his prestige was now far beyond what it once was. Even without exuding any aura, the air of unbounded authority he possessed still instilled considerable pressure. Just then, a hearty laugh broke the tension. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Our Lord Ding is indeed adaptable. He is a rare talent." As these words fell, Jiang Hongguang relaxed, though he could not help but feel a touch of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. It was not until Jiang Daoxuan handed the letter back to him that Jiang Hongguang scrutinized it closely. Gradually, an odd expression crossed his face, and he could not help but smile. The matter of the family head obliterating the Tiandu Tang family had long since become an unspoken secret within the Jiang clan. Therefore, he felt no surprise at the arrival of the Tiandu messenger. Instead, Lord Ding's choice was indeed somewhat unexpected. The contents of the letter revealed a yearning for the Jiang family, expressing an eagerness to serve the family head, to become a loyal hound of the Jiang family. It seemed that the individual wished to forsake service to the Tiandu prefecture lord and instead align himself under the family head's banner. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's laughter subsided, and he casually inquired, "How has the ancestral residence been of late?" Having been in seclusion for an extended period, Jiang Daoxuan had entrusted most family affairs to Jiang Hongguang. As the family steward, Jiang Hongguang was naturally well informed about recent developments. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Hongguang clasped his hands and replied, "Not long ago, news arrived from the ancestral residence that Lord Ding has personally funded some renovations." Jiang Daoxuan nodded, solemnly stating, "Lord Ding is indeed considerate. In that case, prepare a gift for him tomorrow. Let Jiangchen descend the mountain to pay a visit to the Lord's residence, and afterward, he may also check on those who remain at the ancestral home family head." "How much should we gift?" Jiang Hongguang asked. "Let us bestow 3 cleansing marrow pills upon him. For his service to the Jiang family, it is only fitting that we reward him with some incentives." In recent months, frequent triggers of green or blue tier investments had resulted in a substantial acquisition of exceedingly rare pills in the outside world. These pills were stored in the family treasury, ready for distribution by the Grand Elder as rewards. Moreover, due to the precious nature of the divine liquid, it was impractical to exchange it directly for spirit stones. Thus, The Jiang family's various expenditures were typically managed through these rare pills, establishing trade relations with surrounding powers, exchanging a small quantity of pills for spirit stones, which were then utilized to procure numerous supplies necessary for the family's operations. In summary, for the currently affluent Jiang family, 3 cleansing marrow pills are a mere trifle, akin to 3 sugar-coated beans. However, for Lord Ding, who is only at the Purple Mansion realm, these pills are undeniably precious treasures. At this moment, upon hearing the family head's instructions, Jiang Hongguang instantly understood what needed to be done and promptly responded, "As you command." With that, he turned and departed. Once the Grand Elder had fully exited the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned contemplative. He felt no concern or surprise regarding the exposure of his identity. Even the initial act of descending upon the Tiandu Tang family and allowing the Bai family members to escape was a deliberate choice. Once the situation ripens and his identity is revealed, it will be sufficient to elevate the entire Kangwu Jiang family's reputation within Tiandu Prefecture. After all, he is well aware of the wisdom in striking a decisive blow to prevent a multitude of retaliations. Thus, in his eyes, the annihilation of the Tang family in Tiandu serves not only to eradicate the roots of the problem, but also to instill a sense of deterrence akin to killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Without such deterrence, one risks languishing in seclusion, leading to a family reputation that fails to shine. When clan members venture out into the world and encounter danger, their name would bear little weight, failing to inspire fear. However, should the name of the Kangwu Jiang family grow sufficiently formidable, it could serve as a protective shield for all those who step into the world. As long as the clan members embark on their journeys under the banner of the Kangwu Jiang family, they would undoubtedly enjoy numerous advantages, instilling a modicum of fear in their adversaries and dissuading them from provoking conflict, thus averting calamity. This is one of his objectives. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan reined in his thoughts and gazed toward the palace gates. After breaking through to the Moonwheel realm, he found himself in no rush to cultivate further, opting instead to venture outside for a stroll. As the head of a clan, it would be inappropriate to remain in seclusion while neglecting the affairs of his family. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly before his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood at the pinnacle of the family hall. A gentle breeze caressed him, lifting a few strands of his hair. Jiang Daoxuan, composed, looked down upon the Jiang family's stronghold. With a sweep of his tiny divine sense, he quickly enveloped the entire Kangwu mountain. He then gently closed his eyes, beginning to sense the myriad of changes around him. In the spiritual spring, Little White lay in slumber, a divine radiance swirling around it, evidently still digesting the power of the dragon pearl and true dragon's blood. However, the 2 fleshy buds atop its head had already broken open, revealing 2 jade-like, diminutive dragon horns. It seemed that once the transformation was complete, it would evolve from a flood dragon to a true dragon, greatly enhancing its potential. In the medicinal fields, after a month of labor and exposure, Pei Qingfeng's skin had darkened considerably. Although his expression still bore signs of dissatisfaction, his physique had become noticeably more robust, and his movements had grown increasingly adept and agile. Chapter 121. The 4th prodigy of the Jiang clan, Jiang Jiwei. Within the stronghold, as tiny divine sense swept over a certain dwelling, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. Sensing something unusual, a swaddled infant within was imbued with a peculiar aura, an overwhelming vitality that signaled the awakening of a wood-spirit body. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sharpened, instantly realizing that this child was the first of the Jiang family's naturally born special physique. Had it not been for the enhancement of his tiny divine sense, he would not have detected this anomaly with his previous sensory abilities. Soon after, through the conversations of those nearby, he learned that this family belonged to the Yuheng lineage. The infant was named Jiangzhu. Although the name seemed rather rustic, it encapsulated the hopes of the parents, wishing for Jiangzhu to grow up to be the pillar of the Jiang family, supporting the clan alongside the patriarch and others. Listening to Jiangzhu's parents' discussions, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly, silently committing the name to memory. He then continued to utilize his tiny divine sense to survey other areas of the stronghold until his attention settled on the training grounds. In his observation, he unexpectedly discovered Gu Xinjian engaged in a spar with a spirited young woman. Intrigued, Jiang Daoxuan focused his tiny divine sense, quickly discerning that the young woman was only at the first level of the bone-tempering realm, with her swordsmanship merely at the initial stage of sword chi realm. It was rather peculiar that such a seemingly weak sword technique could compel Gu Xinjian to continuously feed her attacks. Jiang Daoxuan felt a tinge of confusion and could not help but watch a little longer. After a dozen breaths, he noted that although the girl faced repeated defeats, her expression remained resolute, devoid of fear or despair. Instead, she launched new offensives time and again, her perseverance remarkable. Simultaneously, he gleaned the unfolding events from the idle chatter of the surrounding clan members, further understanding her extraordinary nature. with an unwavering focus on the sword and a steadfast will. She seemed to fulfill the ideal criteria for perfect fusion with the innate sword body. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sharpened. He had not forgotten that within the system's repository, a top-tier physique awaited, yet he had not found a suitable candidate until now. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retract his tying divine sense and make his way to the training grounds, eager to witness the scene firsthand. Not long after, at the training grounds, the sounds of clashing swords rang out. Sword shadows flickered as two figures intertwined. Du Shijian, wielding a wooden sword, appeared composed as he consistently fed attacks. At this moment, Jiang Jiwei, drenched in sweat, had advanced her swordsmanship to the initial stage of Sword Chi realm after a month of arduous practice. For others, such progress would be deemed exceedingly sluggish. After all, any clan member with decent sword talent, after a month of sparring with a master of complete sword intent, would likely reach the late stage of Sword Chi realm or even attain perfection without it being a lofty aspiration. As Gu Shijian landed another blow, preparing to speak, he suddenly turned to notice Jiang Daoxuan standing not far off. Upon realizing this, he hastily sheathed his sword, facing Jiang Daoxuan, and bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, patriarch." His words immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers, who had not anticipated the patriarch's unexpected arrival. As they regained their composure, they bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed patriarch. Greetings, esteemed patriarch. Greetings, esteemed patriarch." The chorus of voices rose in a wave, sweeping through the area. In an instant, admiration shone on the faces of those present as they gazed upon the figure clad in white, their fervor palpable. They all understood that the Jiang family's current glory, allowing them to enjoy a life they had once scarcely dared to dream of, was solely the result of the patriarch's singular efforts. Thus, in their hearts, the patriarch was not merely an elder, but a being akin to a deity. Simultaneously, Jiang Jiwei was taken aback, hastily lifting her head to gaze at the figure in the distance. Unlike others, when she beheld Jiang Daoxuan's visage, an intangible aura seemed to render him exceptionally striking, and a single glance was enough to etch him into her memory. Jiang Jiwei did not display any signs of surprise, for she had caught a distant glimpse of the patriarch during the first family meeting, which had revealed to her that her face blindness was ineffective against him. Soon after, a look of admiration graced her features as she joined the others in bowing. In the current Jiang family, no one dared to show disrespect to the patriarch. Any sign of insolence towards him would only invite the collective disdain of all. As the onlookers bowed in reverence, Jiang Daoxuan did not intervene. After several breaths, he nodded slightly, signaling, "Rise." As his words fell, an invisible force enveloped the entire area, gently raising everyone to their feet. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their admiration for the patriarch deepening. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan turned his gaze to Jiang Jiwei and immediately activated the chaotic Dao Eye to inspect her information. In the next instant, an ethereal data panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Jiwei, cultivation, first level of bone tempering realm, root bone, superior, comprehension, superior, fortune, golden, talent, sword heart clarity, sealed, sword heart clarity, born for the sword. Capable of discerning illusions, able to enter a state of unity with the sword at will, enhancing sword comprehension and combat prowess while slightly mitigating magical damage. Top-tier swordsmanship qualification. Fortune, reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, having undergone countless cycles of life, with spiritual essence worn down, true spirit and chaos, swordsmanship qualification sealed. Requiring comprehension of the true essence of swordsmanship to replenish the damage and restore the true spirit, unsealing swordsmanship qualification and innate talent. Note: memories prior to reincarnation have been completely obliterated and cannot be restored. Gazing at the golden fortune displayed on the panel, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Even he had not anticipated that this candidate for the innate sword body would also be a potential destined child. This was indeed a fortunate twist of fate. Had it not been for Gu Xinjian's peculiar behavior drawing his attention, he might not have discovered her for some time to come. However, it could also be attributed to the influence of fortune. Jiang Daoxuan's expression reflected his understanding. In light of the ominous fate associated with the Son of Destiny, Gu Shijian's peculiar behavior can indeed be elucidated. Perhaps it is the influence of fate that has unwittingly compelled him to make this decision, thereby drawing attention to himself. Amidst the swirling thoughts, it becomes evident why the other's swordsmanship aptitude is so lacking. Although his cultivation talent remains commendable, his swordsmanship potential has been sealed. Can one expect anything other than mediocrity under such circumstances? Quite the contrary. It is remarkable that he has managed to cultivate to the initial stage of sword chi, even in a sealed state. One can only imagine the depths of his swordsmanship potential. If the innate sword body is factored in, the enhancement of both potential and combat strength transcends the simplicity of 112. Chapter 122, The Teachings of Jiang Daoxuan, the sound of the great Tao. However, to replenish the wear and tear and reclaim the true spirit, one must comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship. Jiang Daoxuan pondered. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, given the dire state of the seal on the other, it seems unlikely he will ever grasp sword intent in his lifetime, thus fulfilling this condition. Yet, for Jiang Daoxuan, this condition is easily achievable. After all, following the completion of the mission to annihilate the Qinshan sect, Chapter 50, he had acquired a unique treasure. Swordsmanship crystal contains a trace of innate sword chi, capable of aiding cultivators in comprehending sword intent. If Jiang Jue were to refine this item, she would surely be able to forcibly master sword intent in a remarkably short span of time. Such an occurrence would effectively alter the situation, wouldn't it? The thought of Jiang's family soon welcoming a breathtakingly talented female sword immortal brought a subtle smile to Jiang Daoxuan's lips. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Investing in a top-tier profound sword can yield 20 pieces of mid-grade earth-level magical treasures. Investing in the swordsmanship crystal can yield a special item, sword steel. Investing in the top-tier earth-level sword technique, return to origin sword technique, can yield a special item, spirit of the book. After glancing at the rewards, Jiang Daoxuan quickly averted his gaze. Considering the multitude of clan members present, and the influx of others drawn by the news of his presence at the martial arts arena, Jiang Daoxuan promptly instructed his kin to continue their training. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and Gushi Zhan, he vanished from sight with Jiang Jiwei. As the two disappeared, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Jiwei's fortune. To have the clan leader escort her away was surely a significant opportunity. There was no trace of jealousy among the crowd. Instead, they felt genuine happiness for Jiang Jiwei. After all, her recent efforts had been evident to all. Her relentless, almost frenzied dedication to sword practice was unparalleled in the entire arena, leaving them in awe. Thus, it was only natural that Jiang Jiwei's recognition by the clan leader was met with collective satisfaction, affirming that her hard work had not been in vain. Amidst their admiration, many members pondered how, despite Jiang Jiwei's seemingly poor swordsmanship aptitude, she had not faltered but persevered day after day, ultimately earning the clan leader's esteem and the corresponding opportunity. They reflected on their own higher potential and felt invigorated to strive harder. At this moment, Gu Xingjian felt a swell of pride. Contemplating the clan leader's remarkable abilities, he understood that this girl, devoted to the sword, was destined to encounter an opportunity that could alter her fate. He wondered what surprises she would bring upon their next meeting. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan brought Jiang Jiwei to the side of the spiritual spring. Initially somewhat anxious, her apprehension melted away upon peeking around and witnessing the serene beauty reflected on the surface of the spring. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and an unprecedented tranquility filled her heart as the gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, causing a few to flutter down. Jiang Daoxuan sat upon the ground and gazed at Jiang Jiwei, chuckling softly. What does the sword signify to you? Though she was unsure why the clan leader posed such a question, she hesitated not a moment. With her exceptionally bright eyes fixed on Jiang Daoxuan, she replied earnestly, life. In her view, amidst the dullness of all worldly matters, only the path of the sword shone brightly. Jiang Daoxuan's laughter grew louder upon hearing her response. I have heard whispers of your endeavors. Many claim your swordsmanship aptitude is abysmal, that despite years of arduous practice, you have scarcely achieved what others accomplish in mere months. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Jiwei maintained her composure, revealing neither self-doubt nor despondency. She merely gazed at the tranquil waters before her, and a smile crept onto her lips for the first time. What others think is of no consequence to me. I only need to understand that practicing the sword brings me joy, and I revel in the journey in the presence of her elder. She articulated her truest sentiments for the first time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan instantly recognized her as a person truly born for the sword. One could say she cherished her 7-foot blade above all, as pure and unblemished as a blank canvas, free of any taint. Pleased, Jiang Daoxuan seamlessly integrated the innate sword body into Jiang Jiwei's being. He then spoke softly. Such a mindset is exceptionally rare, yet as the saying goes, every hardship prepares one for ultimate success. Your experiences over the years have been trials, but also bountiful harvests. There will come a day when the bitter yields sweet. Do you know that your stagnation in swordsmanship over the years is not due to any fault of your own? This statement took Jiang Jiwei by surprise. She pondered if the clan leader had discerned some hidden truth. As this thought crossed her mind, her heart stirred, creating ripples of excitement within her. With cautious eyes, she looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with anticipation. Clan leader, do you mean? Jiang Daoxuan stood, facing the spiritual spring, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke contemplatively. Your swordsmanship aptitude is not weak. On the contrary, it is exceedingly formidable. So much so that within the Jiang family or even the entire Great Qin dynasty, few can stand beside you. His voice boomed like thunder, causing Jiang Jiwei to tremble. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she murmured. But I clearly, though she understood the clan leader's esteemed position and had no reason to doubt him, she could not suppress her skepticism. If her talent were indeed so extraordinary, how could she toil for years and only reach the pinnacle of sword technique? Even under the long-term guidance of the sword master Gu, she had barely attained the initial stage of sword chi. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan tilted his head slightly, his dark, profound gaze piercing through to Jiang Jiwei's very soul. You are unlike others. Life is not merely a smooth sail. Extraordinary individuals must endure trials that the average person cannot fathom to achieve greatness. Consider your two clan brothers, Jiangchen and Jiang Yin. Their tales are well known to you. They have both faced significant upheaval in their lives, enduring hardships only to rise from the ashes, phoenix-like, achieving their current renown. Thus, I say this experience for you may not solely be suffering. It is also a form of gain at this moment. Jiang Daoxuan's words resonated like the profound sounds of the great Tao, echoing within Jiang Jiwei's mind. Chapter 123. The Moved Jiang Jiwei, Unity of Man and Sword. Jiangchen and Jiang Yin are collectively referred to as the twin stars of the Jiang family, the most prominent figures among the younger generation of the Seven Veins. Their exploits renowned throughout Kangwu Mountain, known by all. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Jiwei's heart began to race in excitement. She then anxiously inquired, Clan leader, how might I usher in this reversal? With a thought, Jiang Daoxuan retrieved the swordsmanship crystal from the purple mansion space, letting it float gracefully before Jiang Jiwei. With mere refinement of this object, you may swiftly ascend to the realm of sword intent. Once you grasp the essence of the sword, a transformation shall surely follow. Akin to the phoenix rising from its ashes, reborn anew, Jiang Jiwei gazed at the resplendent crystal before her, lost in reverie. It was difficult for her to fathom that such a small item could aid her in comprehending the sword intent. She was acutely aware that her current mastery of the sword was merely at the initial stage of swordsmanship, far from even reaching the sword element realm. How could she possibly leap directly to the realm of sword intent? Observing Jiang Jiwei's bewilderment, Jiang Daoxuan gently urged her, take it. At his words, Jiang Jiwei finally snapped back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment at her own days. She hastily extended her hands to cradle the sword crystal, gripping it tightly as if afraid to lose it. Jiang Daoxuan nodded. Since you are on the brink of a fateful change, do not squander your cultivation henceforth. You must grow stronger to protect your kin and foster the family's development. The future of the Jiang clan ultimately depends on you young ones. As he spoke, he began to stow away copies of the Guiyuan sword technique and Chunyang gong, as well as elixirs, marrow-cleansing pills, essence-enhancing pills, spirit stones, and other resources into a spatial ring, tossing it before Jiang Jiwei. She quickly caught the ring and instinctively opened it, her eyes widening at the sight of the myriad precious resources within. As realization dawned upon her, her heart swelled with gratitude. All these years, no one had ever supported her sword cultivation in such a manner, not even her father, who disapproved of her choices. Yet, the clan leader, whom she had never spoken to, had bestowed upon her such vast assistance. Jiang Jiwei, though not eloquent, felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation that she struggled to articulate, choosing instead to silently cherish this kindness in her heart. A drop of kindness must be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. The clan leader has treated me thus. Should I achieve success in the future, I shall repay him 100-fold, dedicating my utmost efforts to elevate the family. Even if it costs me my last drop of blood. Jiang Jiwei was deeply moved. This was the first time in her life that she felt such recognition from another. Just then, Jiang Daoxuan's voice floated to her. There is no better time than the present. Now, refine it. Jiang Jiwei steadied her mind and nodded. She then sat cross-legged, clutched the sword crystal, and began to channel her spiritual energy, pouring all her strength into the refinement. Half an hour later, crack, a crisp sound rang out. The surface of the sword crystal suddenly sprouted a dense web of cracks until it shattered violently, scattering countless tiny fragments that fell to the ground and dissolved into motes of light in the air. Simultaneously, a dazzling sword light erupted forth, prompting Jiang Jiwei to instinctively close her eyes. The sword light shot towards her forehead, merging with her skin and surging into her body. In the next moment, her aura fluctuated dramatically, swiftly reaching its peak, then breaking through limits and skyrocketing uncontrollably. Mid-stage of sword chi realm, late-stage perfection. Early stage of sword element realm, mid-stage, late-stage perfection. In just a few breaths, Jiang Jiwei harnessed the power of the sword crystal to elevate her sword mastery to the pinnacle of the sword element realm. Only a step remained before she could comprehend the true essence of the sword and advance to the realm of sword master. Jiang Jiwei slowly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of unstoppable sword radiance deep within. She could sense that she was on the verge of breaking free from a certain restraint. That restraint, to her current self, was as fragile as a blank piece of paper, easily torn apart. Realizing this, Jiang Jiwei focused her gaze and swiftly began to consolidate all her insights into the sword, shaping them into the true essence of the sword. Under the influence of the sword crystal, the breakthrough was a natural progression. In an instant, an exceptionally sharp pressure surged forth from within her, radiating outward and impacting the surroundings. The true essence of the sword was now realized. At this moment, Jiang Jiwei, with her tempered body realm cultivation, officially comprehended the rudimentary sword intent, entering the sword sect. Such an extraordinary event, even within the vast expanse of the great Qin dynasty, was unprecedented. After ascending to the sword sect, Jiang Jiwei's face did not immediately reflect joy. Instead, she stared at her hands, lost in thought. At that moment, an indescribable sensation surged within her. The myriad difficulties she had faced in her sword practice suddenly became clear, as if a light had illuminated her understanding, rendering it as effortless as eating or drinking, as though it had become second nature. Simultaneously, she was astonished to discover that she could enter a remarkably wondrous state. From the information in her mind, she learned that this state was the unity of man and sword. In this state, she could feel the breath of the sword in her hand, as if she were intimately connected with it, wielding it with fluidity, devoid of any hindrance. Her perception of the sword became extraordinarily potent, enhancing her striking power while slightly mitigating the damage from spells. Elated by the formidable nature of the unity of man and sword, Jiang Jiwei could hardly contain her joy. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan also heard the system's voice resonate in his ears. Seeing the destined child Jiang Jiwei has regained confidence, family fortune 100. Jiang Daoxuan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke softly. How does it feel to be reborn? As his words echoed, Jiang Jiwei immediately returned to her senses. Gratefulness washed over her as she subtly lifted her gaze to her clan leader, then knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your assistance. This profound kindness shall be etched in my heart for all my days." She resolved to repay him, understanding that while advancing in swordsmanship, she must not neglect her cultivation. No matter how exceptional her swordsmanship became, without a solid foundation, her prowess would falter, and in the end, all would dissolve into dust. A fleeting dream that could collapse in an instant. Jiang Jiwei understood. She nodded in agreement. At this moment, a fierce confidence surged within her eyes. These changes were the result of her enhanced swordsmanship aptitude. In the past, she would occasionally doubt herself, but now, she found no reason to harbor such doubts. The overwhelming confidence transformed her demeanor, creating a profound metamorphosis within her. Witnessing Jiang Jiwei's transformation, Jiang Daoxuan displayed a look of satisfaction and nodded, then waved his sleeve. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 124. Investment Rewards, Sword Steel and Spirit of Books. Watching the place where the clan leader had departed, Jiang Jiwei solemnly performed a deep bow. The sword way was her life, and the clan leader had unlocked her latent talent, granting her a second chance at life. Thus, no matter her future achievements, she could never forget the clan leader's nurturing. Jiang Jiwei suppressed the fervor within her heart, slowly rising, grasping her long sword, and turning to leave, heading towards the residence. She could hardly wait to share this news with Elder Gu. After a month of sword practice, if the clan leader was a mentor, then Elder Gu was both a teacher and a friend. Hence, she was eager to share her joy with him. Shortly after, at the training grounds, noticing Jiang Jiwei's return, Gu Xinjian raised an eyebrow. In his perception, he was astonished to detect an intangible sharpness emanating from her. This sensation resembled that of a newly promoted sword sect member who had just completed a breakthrough and could not yet contain their aura. Realizing this, Gu Xinjian's pupils contracted in surprise. Although he understood that she was likely granted an opportunity by the clan leader, he had not anticipated the scale of such an opportunity. It should be noted that, currently, the Jiang family, along with the clan leader, Jiangchen, and himself, only had 3 individuals who had comprehended the sword intent. Yet now, Jiang Jiwei had remarkably soared to become the 4th sword sect member. The development of events was so fantastical that it defied comprehension. How had the clan leader achieved this? Yu Shijian lowered his head, engulfed in profound confusion. This situation was far more incredible than the time the clan leader had restored his severed hand. For in his understanding, comprehending sword intent required a long period of accumulation. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Thus, at this moment, his understanding shattered, crumbling into pieces. At this moment, an increasing number of clan members began to take notice of Jiang Jiwei. They were astonished that she had returned so swiftly, yet a sense of confusion soon followed. Have you noticed something peculiar about the aura surrounding Jiwei? I thought I was the only one who felt this way. It has only been a few hours since she left, yet she seems like a completely different person. I must admit, I sensed a formidable pressure emanating from her. I feel it too. Not only you who are in the blood condensation and bone refinement stages, but even I, at the postnatal stage, can sense an overwhelming danger. Isn't Jiwei merely at the first level of bone refinement? How could she evoke such feelings? What kind of opportunity has the clan leader bestowed upon her to bring about such a dramatic transformation? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Jiwei approached Gu Shijian and clasped her hands in greeting. Gu, the honored protector. Gu Shijian's lips twitched as he asked uncertainly, "You have comprehended the sword intent?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the bustling crowd fell silent, all eyes widening in disbelief as they gaped at Jiang Jiwei. Sword intent? Did we hear that correctly? Unperturbed by the multitude of gazes upon her, Jiang Jiwei nodded at Gu Shijian. Thanks to the assistance of the clan leader, I have begun to grasp the sword intent. As her words concluded, a fierce and unmatched sword intent surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Gu Shijian was taken aback, and an astonished silence fell over everyone present, their minds shaken. No one could have anticipated that this once dull-witted girl in swordsmanship would comprehend the sword intent in such a short span. The leap from the initial stage of sword chi to sword intent was nothing short of extraordinary. While the crowd was astonished, their admiration and reverence for the clan leader deepened. They had all witnessed Jiang Jiwei's painfully slow progress over the past month. Yet the clan leader had managed to elevate her from the initial stage of sword chi, where her swordsmanship was virtually non-existent, to her current state in such a brief period. This miraculous feat left everyone in disbelief. To have joined the sword sect in such an exaggeratedly legendary manner was something even the most fantastical tales did not depict. In that moment, every member of the Jiang family felt an immense pride and excitement for possessing such a wondrous and enigmatic clan leader. They silently regarded Jiang Jiwei, realizing that perhaps, from the following day onward, the era of the twin stars of the Jiang family would become a thing of the past. With Jiang Jiwei's sudden rise, the Jiang family was on the brink of ushering in a golden age of competition among three great prodigies. They could all foresee a brilliant new star ascending on the horizon. On another front, within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan was examining the recently acquired investment rewards. First, he noted 20 mid-grade Earth-level magical artifacts, which he planned to store at the topmost level of the treasure vault, accessible only to core clan members and above, redeemable with contribution points. After processing these artifacts, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to the next reward. Sword Steel, special item. Capable of storing Sword King level sword chi for up to 1 year. Once the sword chi dissipates, it can be replenished. Effect: perfectly isolates the sword chi within the steel from causing mental harm to external beings, allowing safe comprehension, enhancing swordsmanship understanding. However, due to the removal of danger, the honing effect diminishes, and the comprehension effect varies from person to person. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened at this unexpected revelation. The sword steel was indeed an auxiliary item. He promptly retrieved it from the system's repository. In the next moment, a towering 5-meter stone steel materialized in his hand. The surface of the steel was pitch black, with a faint sword mark at its center. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan channeled his sword heart's power, infusing a thread of sword chi through the mark into the steel. After merging this sword chi of heart-level quality, the previously dull sword mark suddenly radiated with a brilliant golden light. Simultaneously, an exceptionally safe and non-threatening sword chi emanated from the mark. Jiang Daoxuan took a moment to comprehend it, realizing that its effect was only about 1% of that of the wordless sword manual. Although this appeared low, its extensive range allowed many individuals to comprehend it, making the true value of the steel comparable to that of the wordless sword manual. After all, the greatest value of the sword steel lay not in aiding high-level sword cultivators to break through but in assisting lower-level cultivators to enhance their chances of grasping the true essence of swordsmanship. Thus, it was indeed a treasure for developing the clan and increasing the number of sword practitioners within. Satisfied, Jiang Daoxuan nodded and stored the sword steel in his purple mansion space. After completing these tasks, he turned to the final reward. Spirit of Books, capable of merging into a house, automatically imprinting a restriction on all books within. Should any living being attempt to read the books, the restriction will trigger, planting a memory seal invisibly. The memory seal possesses no offensive capability. If a being with the memory seal harbors thoughts of leaking the book's contents, the seal will issue a warning. If ignored, it will activate, instantly erasing all memories related to the book's content. If someone attempts to pry into the memories of another, the memory seal will also activate. Chapter 125, making the most of resources and talents. Gazing at the description of the spirit of books before him, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of excitement. The ability to automatically imprint memory restrictions on all books within a house meant that if this item were merged into the library pavilion, concerns about the leakage of techniques would be alleviated. The most significant issue would be resolved, allowing the clan to freely introduce higher-level techniques for their members to cultivate. From the family's perspective, the value of the spirit of books far surpassed that of sacred-level techniques, being exceptionally unique. However, to maintain the stability and long-term development of the clan, and to prevent complacency among the members, Jiang Daoxuan planned not to offer the pure yang technique for free to all clan members. Instead, he intended to divide the content of the pure yang technique into 4 volumes, each requiring contribution points for redemption, thereby encouraging the members' motivation. Similarly, other exceptional earth-level martial techniques, such as the Purple Thunder Palm, Returning Essence Sword Technique, and Wind Thunder Sword Technique, would be divided into different volumes for members to redeem. Unlike the pure yang technique, which was a primary cultivation method, the exceptional earth-level martial techniques would only be available for redemption to members of the distinguished level and above. This approach would further stimulate the members' competitive spirit. As for the exceptional heaven-level techniques, they would only be temporarily available to the branch heads and above who could transition to the pure yang wuji technique. Once more members successfully transitioned to the Purple Mansion stage, the redemption requirements would be relaxed. Jiang Daoxuan's current philosophy was clear. If one sought additional cultivation resources from the clan, they must first demonstrate their value to the family. If they contributed nothing and were content to live idly, avoiding progress and hard work, then aside from the monthly resource allowance, the clan would facilitate their search for suitable unmarried women for swift marriage or young men with good qualifications to join the Jiang family. Their sole task would be to bear offspring and contribute to the clan's population. Of course, all of this hinged on mutual consent. For Jiang Daoxuan had no interest in forcibly pairing individuals who were incompatible. In essence, he believed in maximizing resources and talents, enabling every clan member to create their own value. Subsequently, as Jiang Daoxuan gathered his thoughts, he left the family hall to arrange for the sword, steel, and spirit of books, flying swiftly toward the library pavilion. Within moments, he arrived above the library pavilion and retrieved the spirit of books from the system repository, seamlessly merging it into the library pavilion. Immediately, he proceeded to disassemble the pure yang technique and stored it within. As for the other techniques and martial arts of equivalent rank, he refrained from disassembling and storing them for the time being. This was due to the fact that the classification system of ordinary, excellent, outstanding, elite, and core had only just been established and had not yet reached a month since its inception. Consequently, the initial list of clan members eligible for promotion had yet to be compiled, resulting in the absence of members from the latter 4 new ranks. Only after the 1-month assessment period concluded would the 7 Vein Stewards organize the members' information, submit it to the elders for verification and evaluation, and draft the promotion list. Ultimately, it would be reviewed by the head of the 7 Veins and the Elder Council to ensure accuracy and grant approval. At that point, once new members of the upgraded ranks emerged, access to advanced techniques and martial arts would be permitted. After completing these tasks, Jiang Daoxuan promptly set off for his next destination. Before long, his figure appeared above the clan square. He slightly lowered his head, gazing down at the vast open space. His eyes swept over the clan members below. Jiang Daoxuan aimed his direction and retrieved the sword steel. The towering 5-meter sword steel materialized from thin air, effortlessly lifted in his palm, unwavering as if it were a mere pebble. Following this, he flicked his wrist and gently hurled it. Bang! The sword steel shot forth, emitting a sonic boom akin to a missile, bearing immense force, and instantly struck the ground. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded. In an instant, debris flew and dust swirled. The surrounding clan members were startled by the commotion, halting in their tracks. They turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Yet, all eyes were obstructed by the thick dust, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. Just as everyone stood there, perplexed and bewildered, someone looked up and inadvertently spotted Jiang Daoxuan above. The clan leader? Look, the clan leader has arrived. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention was immediately captured. Everyone hastily lifted their heads, gazing skyward at the familiar figure clad in white. Many of the clan members could not help but voice their astonishment. Was that commotion caused by the clan leader? How fortunate. With such a display, I thought we were under attack. What could the clan leader's intention be? The crowd felt deeply puzzled, utterly at a loss. However, when they lowered their heads to gaze once more at the source of the disturbance, the once dense dust had cleared, revealing the scene. The formerly smooth and flawless surface of the azure stone was shattered, strewn with debris and alarming fissures. At the center stood a massive black stone stele, embedded in the ground. The surface of the stele bore what seemed to be marks left by a weapon, radiating a brilliant golden light, quite extraordinary, as if it were a divine artifact. The onlookers stared at the sword stele, their hearts initially startled. Yet soon after, they were filled with confusion. What was this? Just as they were lost in thought, Jiang Daoxuan's voice unexpectedly drifted down from above. This sword steel contains a trace of sword intent that I have left behind. In the future, you may face this sword steel and immerse yourselves in its understanding to enhance your comprehension of the sword path. Upon hearing this, the clan members felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. They quickly turned their attention to the sword steel, settling their minds to absorb its essence. As they began to sense their sword path understanding rapidly increasing, far surpassing previous experiences, all at once, they opened their eyes wide, overcome with joy, and could not help but raise their arms and cheer. Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing such a divine object upon us to aid in our comprehension of the sword path. Long live the clan leader. This sword path treasure, and we need not contribute points to freely comprehend it, is truly unbelievable. Who could argue otherwise? If this object were taken to the outside world, would not people fight over it? Fortunately, the clan leader is ours. Otherwise, such a tremendous benefit would not fall to us. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all expressing their elation over the clan leader's actions. To be able to freely immerse themselves in the understanding of the sword path without offering any contributions was akin to living in a dream. High above, Jiang Daoxuan observed the reactions of the crowd below. He nodded slightly and then departed, leaving amidst the adoration of all, as the clan leader's figure vanished from view. The clan members who had been standing idly on the family square could hardly contain their eagerness to comprehend the sword steel. They turned to face the steel, sitting cross-legged, closing their eyes and delving into their contemplation. Chapter 126. Jiang Chen's Curiosity, Journey to Wudong City. Aside from those eager to comprehend the sword steel, several onlookers quickly departed, intending to relay the news of the clan leader's bestowal of the sword steel to their brothers and sisters. Word spread rapidly as news of the clan leader's gift, which could enhance one's sword comprehension, took flight like wings, reaching every corner of Kanwu Mountain, making all aware of the event. More and more members of the Jiang family flocked to the clan square, gathering around the sword steel to partake in the spectacle. Even Jiang Chun, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Jiwei were no exceptions, all intrigued by the phenomenon. In fact, due to the interconnectedness of their paths, those who practiced the blade were able to gain insights from the sword steel as well, broadening their understanding. When this was discovered and spread, the allure of the sword steel doubled, drawing even more clan members to it. The crowd swelled, filled with the sounds of excitement. Due to the overwhelming throng, many could not approach the sword steel, having to observe from a distance. At that moment, Jiang Yin gazed at the sword steel not far away, his pupils reflecting curiosity. Although his sword talent was mediocre, placing him among the average, he could still sense his comprehension gradually increasing under the sword intent emanating from the steel. How had the clan leader achieved such a feat? Meanwhile, within the ring, the elder Zhou displayed a grave expression, astonished. It was known that maintaining sword intent for an extended period required mastery of the Sword King, let alone affixing sword intent to an object, allowing it to remain potent without any control, resulting in an overwhelming force. Generally, mere mortals would not only fail to comprehend, but would also be harmed by the sword intent, potentially leading to immediate demise. How had the clan leader enabled so many clan members to safely absorb the sword intent? It was truly perplexing and difficult to comprehend. On the other side, standing amidst the crowd, Jiangchen quickly withdrew his gaze after a few glances at the sword steel. After receiving the wordless sword scroll bestowed by the clan leader, the assistance the sword steel could provide seemed rather meager, failing to pique his interest. Just as he prepared to turn away, he suddenly paused, sensing something. Following his intuition, Jiang Chun turned his head and noticed a girl in a ponytail clad in fitted attire standing beside Gu Xingjian. The faint aura of sword intent she exuded caught his attention, surprising him. This, sword intent? After a long period of seclusion, when had such a person emerged in the Jiang family? Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, and his interest piqued. He had not anticipated that during his brief retreat, a new swordsman had appeared in the family, and the individual was a stranger, which intrigued him even more. At that moment, as Jiang Chen looked on, Jiang Jiwei instinctively sensed something, raising her head to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Their two sword intents intertwined in a realm imperceptible to others. Due to her face blindness, Jiang Jiwei did not recognize his identity, but based on the sword intent, she quickly deduced who he was. In the current Jiang family, apart from the clan leader and Gu Gongfu, the only one capable of comprehending sword intent was undoubtedly Jiang Chun. Realizing this, she suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit, eager to spar with him. However, Jiang Chen anticipated her intent and promptly communicated telepathically. Your cultivation is too weak now. If we were to spar, you would certainly lose. Wait until you reach the Purple Mansion realm, and then we may compare swords. After acquiring the ancient sacred body, even with deliberate control, a casual strike of his sword would be beyond her capacity to withstand. Therefore, Jiang Chen was unwilling to engage in a contest that held no suspense. He intended to wait until his opponent attained the Purple Mansion cultivation level before engaging in combat. Of course, whether he triumphed or faltered held little significance for him. After all, in his heart, the sword path was not the entirety of life. It was merely a tool for becoming stronger. As long as he could enhance his abilities, it mattered not whether he wielded a sword or a blade. Throughout the journey, what he truly valued was always strength. At this moment, upon receiving a telepathic message from Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Ji tightly gripped her sword and nodded silently. She understood that her own cultivation was far too limited, a chasm separating her from her clan brother, so vast that even without relying on his cultivation, his physical strength, nourished by spiritual energy, could easily defeat her. With this in mind, Jiang Ji's desire to grow stronger intensified. She resolved immediately to diligently practice, striving to attain the qualification to duel with her clan brother as soon as possible. Observing Jiang Ji dismiss her thoughts and fall silent, Jiang Qin chuckled lightly and resumed his steps away. Just as he exited the family plaza and distanced himself from the crowd, a robust voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Qin'er." Jiang Qin halted and turned, recognizing the presence of the Grand Elder. He promptly clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Greetings, Grand Elder." In recent days, the Grand Elder had been frequently preoccupied with various family affairs, earning the respect of everyone who dared not act with any semblance of disrespect. Jiang Hongguang nodded, waved his hand, and immediately produced 3 cleansing marrow pills from the Purple Mansion space, offering them to Jiang Qin. "What is this for?" Jiang Qin received the cleansing marrow pills with confusion. At this juncture, the pills had long lost their efficacy for him. Why then did the Grand Elder suddenly wish to bestow them upon him? Jiang Hongguang stroked his graying beard and smiled. "The clan leader has just issued a task today for you to return to Wudong City and present this item to Lord Ding." As the Grand Elder elaborated, Jiang Qin gradually grasped the situation. Upon hearing of Lord Ding's numerous efforts to align himself with his family, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. He had never anticipated that the once image-conscious Lord Ding would now transform into such a figure. However, since arriving at Kangwu Mountain, he had not returned to his hometown of Wudong City for several months. Now seemed a perfect opportunity to revisit, take a stroll, and unwind. Moreover, this was an order from the clan leader, whom he esteemed deeply. There was no reason to refuse. With this in mind, Jiang Qin promptly stored the 3 cleansing marrow pills in the Purple Mansion space. He then faced the Grand Elder and responded respectfully, "I accept the command." The following day, at dawn, Jiang Qin set off early, departing Kangwu Mountain and soaring towards Wudong City. With his formidable cultivation in the Yuanhai realm, his flying speed was remarkably swift. Before long, he soared over the city walls of Wudong City, arriving at an altitude 100 meters above the Lord's residence. Considering matters of propriety, he chose not to directly enter the Lord's estate. Instead, he descended into a nearby alley, steadying his form. Jiang Qin lightly brushed his robe and, with a smile gracing his lips, stepped out of the alley, making his way toward the Lord's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lord's estate, he immediately attracted the attention of the guards stationed there. They looked up, scrutinizing him closely. Noticing his unfamiliarity, they instinctively grew wary and blocked his path, declaring, "This is the Lord's residence. Idle persons are forbidden entry. Do you have an invitation?" Jiang Qin smiled and casually replied, "I am a member of the Kangwu Jiang family. Here on the clan leader's orders to meet your lord. Are you truly going to stop me?" His words caused the guards' pupils to widen and their bodies to tremble. They well understood that, in the current Wudong City, the most formidable presence was not their own lord but the rising Jiang family. Offending the lord might still leave them a glimmer of hope, but to offend the Jiang family was tantamount to certain doom, with no escape. For even if the Jiang family chose not to act, those eager to curry favor would be quick to intervene, seeking to gain merit at their expense. With this realization, their faces contorted into ingratiating smiles as they hastily made way, creating a broad path. They then bowed deeply, saying, "We were blind to not recognize the esteemed young master of the Jiang family. We beg your forgiveness for any offense. Allow us to guide you." Seeing such a stark contrast in their demeanor, Jiang Qin felt no surprise. He understood that the Jiang family had reached an unprecedented height. The 4 characters Kangwu Jiang family served as the most illustrious emblem in this territory, and no one dared to provoke them lightly. Just as Jiang Qin was about to decline their offer of guidance, he reconsidered. Given that he was representing the Jiang family and the clan leader, it would be somewhat impolite to scan with his spiritual sense. Thus, he nodded in agreement. The guards visibly relaxed, and the leader stepped forward, bowing respectfully and extending his right hand, saying, "Please, come in." Without further hesitation, Jiang Qin strode forward under the watchful eyes of the anxious guards. Entering the Lord's estate, he traversed several stone paths, arriving at a courtyard. Soon, he spotted Lord Ding Xian, who was intensely practicing his martial arts. Each movement radiated energy, exuding an impressive aura. However, from Jiang Qin's perspective, Lord Ding's techniques were riddled with flaws, easily breakable. Noticing someone approaching, Ding Xian paused, exhaling a breath of pent-up air before turning to look. Upon seeing Jiang Qin's face, he furrowed his brow, failing to recognize him immediately. The transformation in Jiang Qin was so profound. After awakening the ancient sacred body and breaking through to the Yuanhai realm, his features had gained a more defined depth, and his stature had grown significantly, rendering his previous frail appearance utterly unrecognizable. "Who are you?" Ding Xian queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was astonished to sense an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from Jiang Qin. Could it be that this person was a Yuanhai realm cultivator? Ding Xian's heart tightened as he struggled to discern Jiang Qin's true nature. Suddenly, Jiang Qin chuckled lightly. "Lord Ding, it has indeed been a long time. I am Jiang Qin, here on the clan leader's orders to pay you a visit." Considering Lord Ding's substantial efforts to align himself with his family and gain the clan leader's attention, Jiang Qin, as a junior, refrained from flaunting his Yuanhai status, choosing instead to give face to Lord Ding in front of the surrounding crowd. As Jiang Qin's words settled, Ding Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Akin to hearing a ghost story. Jiang Qin? How could it be this young man? In that moment, Ding Xian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He found it impossible to associate the tall figure before him with the Jiang Qin he once knew. However, after a moment's reflection, he scrutinized Jiang Qin once more and realized there was indeed a striking resemblance in their features. Ding Xian struggled to suppress his astonishment, but suddenly recalled something, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Wait, this young man has broken through to the Yuanhai realm. Ding Xian's mouth twitched, overwhelmed with incredulity. He had never imagined that not only had Jiang Hongguang surpassed him to reach the Yuanhai realm, but now even Jiang Qin, this junior, had done the same. When had breaking through to the Yuanhai realm become so effortless? Ding Xian lowered his head, staring at his own hands, gradually filled with self-doubt. He suddenly felt as if all his years of cultivation had been in vain, abandoning all pleasures to train diligently for a month, and yet, he had not even managed to break through a minor level. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin had achieved a significant breakthrough. Such a glaring contrast would be unbearable for anyone. In the midst of his despondency, Ding Xian instinctively raised his head and cast a glance at Jiang Qin. Upon noticing the inexplicable smile at the corner of the latter's mouth, a sudden jolt of realization surged through him. The clan leader had sent one of the clan's prodigies to meet him. Could it be that his efforts, his unwavering loyalty, had finally garnered a response from the esteemed clan leader? With this thought, Ding Xian's heart raced with excitement. If this were indeed the case, he would have finally emerged from the shadows, under the clan leader's extraordinary influence. Even the nearly decrepit old man, Jiang Hongguang, had managed to break through to the Yuanhai realm. Why could he not achieve the same? At that moment, as Ding Xian's expression shifted rapidly, his body trembled with anticipation. Jiang Qin chuckled softly, no longer keeping him in suspense. With a grand gesture, he retrieved 3 marrow-cleansing pills from the Zifu space and presented them before Ding Xian. Your tireless efforts on behalf of the Jiang family have not gone unnoticed by the clan leader. He is quite pleased with you and has specifically instructed me to reward you with these 3 marrow-cleansing pills. Ding City Lord, rest assured that as long as you remain wholeheartedly devoted to our Jiang family, you shall never suffer undue losses. Indeed, achieving the Yuanhai realm is merely the beginning for you. With a fervent heart, Ding Xian gingerly extended his trembling hands to accept the 3 marrow-cleansing pills. Examining them closely, the pills bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions he had heard. He could hardly contain his excitement, marveling at how serving the Jiang family had proven to be the wisest decision of his life. For years, he had toiled for the lord of the manor. Yet all he had managed was a minor position in a remote city. He had never even laid his hands on a high-grade Qiantir pill, let alone a marrow-cleansing pill, which was said to be of the highest grade. The true value of this rare pill was said to rival that of some low-grade earth-tier pills. Yet, the clan leader had generously bestowed not 1, but 3 of these precious items upon him. How extraordinarily generous of the clan leader. It felt surreal to be rewarded so lavishly for merely fulfilling his duties. In that moment, Ding Xian, overwhelmed by astonishment, questioned whether he had misheard. To confirm, he looked at Jiang Qin and stammered, "These are truly a gift for me?" Seeing Ding Xian's Navi expression, Jiang Qin could not help but recall his own past. There was a time when he too had been astonished by a single marrow-cleansing pill. Unable to quell his excitement for what felt like an eternity, with a wry smile, he replied, "Naturally, they are for you." He refrained from revealing the truth. In the current Jiang family, marrow-cleansing pills were practically ubiquitous, with each member possessing at least 1, save for the infants. These items had accumulated in the family treasury, serving as trade goods with other factions rather than treasures. Yet, Ding Xian treated them as though they were priceless artifacts. This stark contrast filled Jiang Chen with an overwhelming sense of familial pride. Had the clan leader not suddenly emerged from seclusion, the Jiang family would have long been extinguished by the Tang family. Even during their peak, obtaining a single marrow-cleansing pill would have been impossible, let alone the luxury of distributing them like candy to the entire clan. On the other hand, upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Ding Xian was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness brimming in his eyes. Heaven had shown him mercy. He had long yearned for this moment. What touched him even more was the clan leader's thoughtfulness in granting him 3 marrow-cleansing pills. This meant that aside from using one for himself, he could freely distribute the remaining 2 to family, subordinates, friends, or exchange them for resources. Such consideration exemplified the clan leader's greatness. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over Ding Xian. He lamented his past reluctance to humble himself and become a loyal servant to the Jiang family. Had he not squandered so many opportunities to forge connections, he might have already broken through to the Yuanhai realm. Sigh. Following Sima Nan could never compare to serving the clan leader. Ding Xian sighed inwardly and carefully stored the 3 marrow-cleansing pills in the Zifu space. Having done so, he turned to Jiang Chen and respectfully inquired, "Thank you, young Master Chen. It must have been quite a journey for you to come all this way early in the morning. If I do not host you, my conscience will be uneasy. How about I arrange a feast to express my gratitude?" Upon realizing Jiang Chen had already entered the Yuanhai realm at such a young age, Ding Xian's demeanor became exceedingly humble. He was prepared to ingratiate himself with the young prodigy. After all, if he could serve such an esteemed figure well, perhaps Jiang Chen would speak favorably of him before the clan leader upon returning to Kangwu Mountain. However, to his surprise, Jiang Chen shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, City Lord Ding, but I must return to the ancestral home shortly, so there is no need for a feast." Seeing the opportunity for camaraderie slip away, Ding Xian silently lamented his misfortune. He exchanged a few pleasantries and personally escorted Jiang Chen to the city lord's residence before watching him depart. Once Jiang Chen's figure vanished from sight, Ding Xian finally exhaled, turning eagerly back to his room to prepare to consume the extraordinarily precious Xiantir marrow-cleansing pill. Not long after, Jiang Chen returned to the ancestral home smoothly. After dining with his elders, a white-haired elder approached, holding a small iron box that was pitch black on the outside. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. "Uncle, what is this?" The elder placed the iron box carefully on the table. "You are aware that Ding City Lord recently sent someone to renovate our Jiang family ancestral home, correct? Before I left, the great elder mentioned this matter. Could this item be related?" "Indeed, you are correct. While renovating the ancestral hall, we stumbled upon this beneath the stone platform where the spirit tablet of our ancestor Hong Xian was placed." "Ancestor Hong Xian?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise. He was no stranger to the name Jiang Hong Xian. After all, before the clan leader emerged from seclusion, he was the only purple mansion cultivator explicitly recorded in the family annals over the past several centuries. The Jiang family had once faced decline for various reasons, ultimately forced to affiliate with the Tang family. It was only when ancestor Hong Xian broke through to the purple mansion that the Jiang family successfully liberated itself from Tang family control. He also passed down the Qi induction technique and Thunder Palm, the clan's ultimate secret arts. Now, the thought that this seemingly ordinary iron box might very well be a relic from ancestor Hong Xian ignited profound curiosity within Jiang Chen. He never anticipated that merely visiting the ancestral home would lead to such an encounter. With a surge of curiosity, he first extended his consciousness to probe the contents of the iron box. Yet, unexpectedly, his probing was met with a barrier, as if he had collided with an invisible wall, rendering his efforts futile. "Oh?" Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, filled with astonishment. What material was this iron box made of? To so effectively thwart my spiritual probing? A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately reached out to grasp the surface of the box, intending to force it open. However, after several moments of exertion, Jiang Chen was taken aback to find that despite his utmost strength, the box remained utterly unyielding. What? If I cannot break open this box with all my physical strength, what could possibly be inside? Just as Jiang Chen fell into contemplation, the others nearby sighed. When we first discovered this object, we attempted to open it, but to no avail. Not even bloodletting, fire, water, or impact could yield any results. It remained completely intact, as though untouched. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen ceased his attempts and promptly stored the iron box in the Zifu space. He glanced at the crowd and said, "In that case, I shall return to Kangwu Mountain and entrust this matter to the clan leader. Surely, the venerable clan leader possesses the extraordinary means to unlock this object." The others nodded in agreement. If anyone in the Jiang family were capable of opening the iron box, it would undoubtedly be clan leader Jiang Daoxuan. If even he could not unlock it, then there was no point in anyone else attempting such a feat. Thus, Jiang Chen, who had initially planned to linger a while longer, lost interest in staying after acquiring the iron box. He promptly faced the gathered crowd, cupped his hands in farewell. And the residents of the ancestral home understood the gravity of the situation. After all, this matter concerned their ancestor Hong Xin and could not be treated lightly. They urged Jiang Qin to depart swiftly for Kangwu Mountain. Acknowledging this, Jiang Qin nodded and immediately turned to leave the hall. Upon reaching the open space outside, he leaped into the air, instantly leaving the ground and soaring into the sky. He transformed into a brilliant streak of light, propelling himself with all his might towards Kangwu Mountain. Chapter 129, The Source of the Jiang Family, the Blood-Burning Technique, and the Heavenly Demon Token. Not long after, Jiang Qin soared through the heavens, successfully arriving above Kangwu Mountain. He looked down, pinpointing the location, and with a swift surge of energy, he descended rapidly in front of the family's grand hall. The gust of wind he created caught the attention of several innate realm clansmen stationed at the hall's entrance. Startled at first, they quickly relaxed upon recognizing him. As the leader of the younger generation, virtually everyone in the Jiang family was familiar with Jiang Qin. Thus, they offered no resistance and allowed him to pass. Jiang Qin hurriedly entered the hall. After walking several steps, he raised his head to gaze at the white-clad figure ahead. Just as he was about to speak when he was interrupted, a voice suddenly resonated from all directions, its origin unclear. You returned in such haste from Kangwu Mountain within half a day. What unexpected event could have transpired? Jiang Qin faced Jiang Daoxuan, cupping his hands in salute. Clan leader, your discerning eye sees through me. Indeed, there is an unusual matter that requires your resolution. Oh, pray tell, Jiang Daoxuan replied, rising from the mat and turning to face Jiang Qin, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Jiang Qin swiftly approached, inhaled deeply, and retrieved the iron box from the purple mansion space, extending both hands to present it. This item was discovered in the ancestral hall. It is likely a relic left by our ancestor Hong Xian. As Jiang Qin recounted the events from the ancestral home, Jiang Daoxuan appeared slightly surprised. He was well aware of Jiang Qin's prowess, endowed with the ancient sacred body, mastering the pure yang limitless art, and the great sun body refinement technique. His physical strength far surpassed that of a Yuan-I cultivator. Yet, despite this, he could not open the iron box before him, which piqued Jiang Daoxuan's interest. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan concentrated, unleashing an invisible force that transformed into a phantom hand, enveloping the iron box and drawing it closer. He leisurely raised his right arm, revealing a flawless white hand beneath his wide sleeve. Grasping the iron box, he forcefully dissipated the phantom hand, leaving the box before his eyes for careful examination. At first glance, it appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. However, when he activated his chaos eye, he discerned some anomalies. On the pitch-black surface of the iron box, ethereal characters glowing with azure light materialized. Interesting, these are spirit runes? Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sharpened. In this realm, aside from cultivators, there existed numerous auxiliary professions akin to alchemists, artifact masters, formation masters, and spirit beast masters. Spirit rune masters were among them, capable of harnessing the natural spiritual energy of the world to form spirit runes. Different combinations of runes bore varying effects and functions. Additionally, spirit runes could be inscribed and integrated into formations, magical treasures, and ordinary items to enhance their powers. Jiang Qin's inability to open the iron box was indeed tied to the spirit runes before him. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan tightened his grip. With a thunderous crack, his formidable physical strength erupted, instantly shattering the iron box, causing the spirit runes to fade into obscurity. Soon, remnants of the box lay scattered across the ground, revealing two items in Jiang Daoxuan's palm: a beast's skin inscribed with a multitude of texts and a black plaque adorned with 9 red gemstones and intricate carvings. Jiang Daoxuan first examined the beast's skin. As he reviewed its contents, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. This was unmistakably a relic left by Jiang Zhiren, the ancestor who founded the Jiang family in Wudong City. It contained secrets reserved solely for each clan leader. It detailed everything that transpired before their arrival in Wudong City. According to the beast's skin, the present Jiang family originally stemmed from the Heavenly Demon sect, one of the premier powers of the Daqin dynasty. The sect leader, Jiang Mingsheng, possessed immense cultivation, a true manifestation of the myriad phenomena. Jiang Zhiren was his 9th son. However, one fateful day, a blessed land emerged, drawing numerous factions to compete for it. The sect leader led several elders to the site but fell into an ambush by several righteous powers, resulting in their annihilation. To eradicate the lineage of the Heavenly Demon sect, many righteous cultivators descended upon their stronghold, unleashing a massacre. The sect's millennia of heritage was obliterated. Among Jiang Mingsheng's offspring, only Jiang Zhiren, the youngest and most favored, escaped using a teleportation talisman. The others perished in that catastrophe. Ultimately, Jiang Daoxuan fled to Wudong City. With his innate ninth-layer perfection cultivation, he quickly made a name for himself within the city and, over the subsequent decades, established the current Jiang family. However, due to lingering psychological trauma and fear that his own techniques might be uncovered, inciting an assault from the righteous factions, he left behind only a desperate technique, the blood-burning technique, and no other heavenly demon sect methods, thereby minimizing the risk to ensure the Jiang family's bloodline endured. At the bottom of the beast's skin, the origins of the plaque were mentioned. It was called the Heavenly Demon Token, a symbol of identity for successive leaders of the Heavenly Demon sect. When the Heavenly Demon Token was presented, it was as if the leader were present in person. All disciples of the sect would kneel and pay their respects, for none dared defy its command. Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned peculiar as he casually stored the Heavenly Demon Token in the Purple Mansion space. With the Heavenly Demon sect's demise, what use did this token serve? He continued to read further. Soon, he discovered the details of the blood-burning technique. This was one of the sect's legacies. A rare, Earth-grade, secret method. With cultivation, one could burn their blood and lifespan, drastically increasing their training speed and allowing for rapid breakthroughs. The downside was that after practicing it, one's lifespan would be severely shortened. Those at the postnatal realm would not live beyond 10 days. Those at the innate realm, not beyond a month. Those at the Purple Mansion realm, not beyond half a year. And those at the Star Wheel realm, not beyond 3 years. Even if one were to fortuitously break through to the Sun Wheel realm, their lifespan would not exceed 12 years. It is worth noting that an ordinary Sun Wheel realm cultivator typically possessed a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, illustrating the terrifying nature of the blood-burning technique. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Daoxuan began to understand. He realized why the Jiang family had fallen to become a vassal of the Tang family. It was undoubtedly because the ancestor Hongxin had cultivated this blood-burning technique, enabling him to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and lead the Jiang family out of servitude. No wonder the venerable ancestor Hongxin had suddenly perished just months after achieving the Purple Mansion realm, becoming an unresolved mystery for the Jiang family over the centuries. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan reached the end of the beast's skin and found the origins of the treasure box. It was a personal item Jiang Daoxuan had brought out from the Heavenly Demon sect. To forcibly open it required cultivation at the Sun Wheel realm. Below that level, one could only unlock it using specific methods known solely to the clan leaders of past generations. Chapter 130, Jiang Daoxuan's bewilderment, semen and speculation. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned enlightened. He had been pondering why, as the clan leader, he had never heard of the treasure box before. But now he had a clearer understanding. According to the records in the Jiang family's genealogy, there had been a great upheaval in the Jiang family due to the sudden demise of the venerable ancestor Hongxin. The selection of the clan leader was not based on strength or capability, but rather on the favored younger generation of the opposing faction. This decision led to widespread dissatisfaction among the clan members, ultimately resulting in the assassination of the then clan leader. Following this, internal strife erupted, causing significant losses to the Jiang family. Once the turmoil subsided, those involved in the conflict were exiled to other cities, gradually giving rise to the various branches of the family that exist today. It was precisely because of this experience that the newly appointed clan leader later focused on rectifying the family's morals, ultimately fostering the unity seen today. Linking this incident to the matter of the treasure box, Jiang Daoxuan immediately formed a conjecture. It was likely that the unfortunate clan leader chosen by the ancestor Hongxin perished in this internal conflict, resulting in the demise of all who were privy to the treasure box's secrets. This was why the treasure box failed to be passed down to subsequent clan leaders, remaining hidden in the ancestral hall, unknown to all. It was only when Ding Xian sent someone to renovate the ancestral residence that the treasure box finally reappeared. Upon understanding the intricacies of the situation, Jiang Daoxuan found himself at a loss for words. Observing the clan leader's silence, Jiang Chen bowed his head, choosing not to interject. Eventually, Jiang Daoxuan set aside the beast's skin and spoke softly. I have discerned the origin of this item. However, it was not left by ancestor Hongxian, but rather by ancestor Qilin. At these words, Jiang Chen was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that this iron box could be connected to ancestor Qilin. Despite the astonishment filling his heart, he refrained from asking further questions. After all, if the clan leader wished to share more, he would do so in due time. Seeing Jiang Chen's obedient demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan nodded approvingly. He did not delve deeper into the topic of the treasure box, but shifted the conversation to other matters. How has your training been of late? Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance. After ascending to the Moon Wheel realm, guiding Jiang Chen, who was in the Yuan Sea realm, was an effortless task. At this, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled something. Though he had no confusion regarding his training, the special physique he had recently awakened posed a significant issue. Therefore, He lifted his head and began recounting the details of his awakening in full. Upon finishing, he immediately looked toward his clan leader, eager to gauge his reaction. However, what unfolded was unexpected. The clan leader's expression revealed neither surprise nor joy, only an endless calmness. As if he had already known of this matter all along. How could this be? Jiang Qin's eyes widened, lips parted, unable to close, trapped in a state of astonishment. Yet, what truly shocked him was what transpired next. Jiang Daoxuan stroked his chin and spoke softly. Considering the timing, it seems about right. Very well, I shall address some of your uncertainties. The special physique you have awakened is known as the primordial sacred body. This physique is characterized by possessing near-invincible physical strength at the same level and exhibiting multiple sacred body manifestations, endowed with various mysteries. As Jiang Daoxuan elaborated, Jiang Qin's mind was thrown into turmoil, his mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. He had never anticipated that the physique he awakened could be so formidable. Once fully cultivated, it could be deemed a perfected sacred body, possessing strength sufficient to rival an emperor. Even more chilling was the implication of the clan leader's tone, suggesting he had long known Jiang Qin would awaken the primordial sacred body. Coupled with the leader's earlier demeanor, Jiang Qin's suspicions grew stronger. A bolder, more incredible possibility surged in his mind. Could my awakening of the primordial sacred body be related to the clan leader? This line of thought brought to mind the recent awakening of the thunder spirit body by the Grand Elder. Could the Grand Elder's awakening also be connected to the clan leader? Jiang Qin regarded his clan leader with newfound reverence, his pupils filled with awe. To possess such an extraordinary ability to trigger the awakening of special physiques in others was nothing short of miraculous. The clan leader had become increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. With a sigh, Jiang Qin felt a tinge of frustration. When would he truly be able to catch up to the clan leader's pace? At this rate, it felt as though he could hardly glimpse the leader's shadow. No, he could not allow such a thing to transpire. From this day forth, he vowed to double his efforts, resolutely refusing to be left far behind by the clan leader. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Endowed mansion, Sima Nen sat upon the throne, patiently listening to the messenger's report. His eyes were thoughtful as he fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. To be born with manifestations, and then to cultivate at an astonishing rate, could Jiang Daoxuan possess some sort of special physique? The commander beside him inquired. That seems unlikely. Does it not? I have never heard of any other elemental power erupting during the incident at the Tang family. Only the residual lightning power of the Tang family ancestor was present. When did I claim that Jiang Daoxuan is a spiritual body? Sima Nen interjected. Your implication is that within mere decades, he could master the sword heart and slay that old fool Tang Feijian? Such talent is truly astonishing, beyond compare. Only a royal body could achieve such feats. Upon uttering this, a chill swept through all present in the hall. It is well known that the founder of the former Qin dynasty was merely a royal body. While lacking the prowess of divine bodies, it still surpassed various spiritual bodies, being a rare and powerful physique that appeared once in a millennium. If this white-clad sword marquis indeed possessed a royal body, his future achievements would be limitless. Even the possibility of reaching the myriad realms could not be ruled out. The emergence of such a prodigious individual from Endowed mansion was utterly unexpected. The silence in the hall lingered for several breaths until the commander was the first to regain composure. Looking to his lord, he clasped his hands and asked, Lord, what shall we do next? Moreover, Ding Xian has gained the position of Wudong City Lord through your favor. Yet now he is aware of the white-clad sword marquis's extraordinary nature, but hesitates to report, concealing information from us. How shall we deal with such a treacherous individual? As the commander's words echoed, Sima Nen shook his head. Currently, I am on the verge of breaking through to the Sun Wheel. Once I am conferred as a noble by the court, Endowed mansion will undoubtedly require allies to manage affairs. Given Jiang Daoxuan's promising future and exceptional nature, it would be prudent to have him temporarily under my command, embarking on this grand path together. Should he later break through to the Sun Wheel, he could also serve as my ally in the court, compensating for my limited foundation. Therefore, there is no need to offend him over a minor character. Since Ding Xian and the white-clad sword marquis share a good rapport, we might as well forge a good relationship. You shall travel to Wudong City to convey my intentions of promoting him to the position of Green Vine City Lord. Once he agrees, we can replace him with a more obedient dog to take the role of Wudong City Lord, thereby fostering goodwill with the Jiang family. Sima Nen meticulously outlined his plan. Ding Xian, being a dog raised by him, could be disregarded for loyalty. To conceal information from him was a clear indication of treachery, rendering him unreliable. Thus, it was necessary to transfer him away. Meanwhile, Wudong City, home to the Jiang family's ancestral residence, must be firmly controlled in his grasp. serving as a bridge to strengthen ties with the Jiang family. Listening to the Lord's directives, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The commander was taken aback, feeling quite astonished. My lord, are the conditions being offered too generous? One must recognize that Green Vine City is a first-tier city under the jurisdiction of Tiandu Mansion. Typically, such positions are abundant with benefits, usually requiring a strong presence in the Star Wheel realm to occupy. Yet, Ding Xian, the lord of a third-tier city, astonishingly bypassed the realm requirements to assume the role of lord in a first-tier city, which is indeed remarkable. Contemplating this, the commander lowered his head, consumed by envy. Given the scarcity of vacancies in first-tier cities, he had dutifully served the lord for over a decade, holding a Star Wheel cultivation, yet had never encountered an opportunity to lead a first-tier city. How could he compare to Ding Xian, who seemed to ascend to greatness in a single leap? This entire situation left him feeling quite resentful. At that moment, Sima Nan burst into laughter, rising from his throne and approaching the commander, patting him on the shoulder. Once he takes over Green Vine City, we shall find an opportunity to dispose of him, as long as we handle the aftermath appropriately. What truly transpires will be at our discretion. At that time, we shall not fall out with the white-clad sword marquis. After all, considering the Jiang family's reputation, I made an exception in allowing Ding Xian to become the lord of Green Vine City. Unfortunately, he failed to seize the opportunity and ended up as a fleeting specter. In fact, one could argue that the Jiang family owes me a favor now. Haha. I desire the Jiang family's goodwill, and I also want Ding Xian's life. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression shifted. Indeed, the lord was as astute and sinister as ever, leaving no room for error. He had already devised a plan to eliminate Ding Xian without offending the Jiang family. Sima Nan's voice resonated once more. You have accompanied me for quite some time. How could I forget your contributions? Once Ding Xian is no more, you shall take his place. The commander felt a surge of joy, suddenly extending his hands and prostrating himself on the ground, bowing his head thrice. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, at any cost. At that moment, years of hard work finally bore fruit. Sima Nan nodded. Rise. Before that, I need you to disseminate this information. The recent news of the dragon's emergence has caused widespread anxiety among various factions. It seems that the white-clad sword marquis is one of our own, unrelated to the Sun-Wheel Dragon. The simultaneous downfall of the Tang family and the Great River Sword Palace must merely be a coincidence. After handling these matters, take some gifts. First to Wudong City, then visit Kangwu Mountain. Until I reach the Sun-Wheel stage, I cannot engage extensively with Jiang Daoxuan. For now, just convey a gesture of goodwill. Your sole task is to stabilize the Jiang family, ensuring they do not create any disturbances during this period. I cannot afford any unexpected complications, understood? As he reached the end of his instructions, his tone turned icy. The commander, aware of his lord's temperament, dared not exhibit any negligence, promptly replying, understood. Sima Nan nodded slightly, sweeping his sleeve as he strode out of the grand hall, leaving the commander kneeling alone. Once the footsteps faded, the surroundings returned to tranquility. The commander finally regained his composure, startled to realize he was drenched in sweat. Quickly wiping his forehead with his right hand, he rose and hurried outside. He needed to promptly follow the Lord's command to disseminate information regarding the white-clad sword marquis, dispelling the various faction suspicions. Otherwise, allowing it to fester would only lead to instability and turmoil within Tiandu Mansion. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kangwu Mountain, towering trees rose from the earth, their expansive canopies intertwining, lush and verdant, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Only a few rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. At this moment, in a clearing, a robust young man with black hair, clad in tight-fitting attire, wielded a silver-white spear, engaging in combat with a 3-meter-tall crimson bear. After several exchanges, the young man identified a weakness, exerted force, and swiftly unleashed numerous spear shadows, piercing through the giant bear's skull. Blood splattered as the massive creature collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sighing with relief, the young man sheathed his spear and approached his quarry, skillfully retrieving a dagger from his waist to swiftly extract the bear's eyeballs. Once this task is complete, I should be able to exchange my contribution points for a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique, the young man mused. His name was Jiang Ming, a member of the Yuheng lineage. Currently, he possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the innate realm, ranking among the top 10 geniuses of the Jiang family. However, few would have guessed that he was once an average talent. Everything changed due to a recent accident. During that incident, he acquired 2 mysterious treasures, a crystalline six-faced stone and a gray-white bead. After days of research, the function of the six-faced stone remained elusive, yet he had gained some understanding of the bead's purpose. It could siphon the lifeblood of any living being, storing it within and transforming it into strands of mysterious purple energy. He could utilize this purple energy to refine his physique or accelerate his cultivation speed. Chapter 132. The Pure Yang Technique open to all clan members. Awakening the innate sword body. This was the reason behind his rapid breakthrough to the 7th stage of the innate realm during this period. Such a terrifying cultivation speed instilled confidence in him. He firmly believed he would become the 3rd Purple Mansion cultivator among the younger generation, following Jiangchen and Jiang Yin. Then, Jiang Ming lowered his gaze to the giant bear's corpse. With a thought, he activated the power of the bead, swiftly draining the residual lifeblood from the creature, causing its once mighty form to wither away, gradually transforming into a pile of powder. Noticing the increase of purple energy within the bead, Jiang Ming smiled. Hoisting his spear and turning to leave, making his way back to Kanwu Mountain. Before long, Jiang Ming ascended the steps, arriving at the mountain gate. The mountain guardians, engaged in conversation, halted upon seeing him, greeting him respectfully. "We greet Brother Jiang Ming." Recently, Jiang Ming had frequently undertaken family tasks, descending the mountain to combat ferocious beasts. The intensity of his battles had garnered admiration from all. After all, the environment of Kanwu Mountain was so favorable that most preferred to remain on the mountain to cultivate, unwilling to descend. Thus, individuals like Jiang Ming, who were discontent with the status quo and possessed great courage, were indeed rare. In response to the greetings, Jiang Ming remained humble, immediately returning the gesture. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he crossed through the mountain gate and ascended. Observing Jiang Ming's departing figure, the mountain guardians felt immense respect. Have you noticed how much more terrifying Brother Jiang Ming's aura has become? Indeed, and there is a strong scent of blood and murderous intent. After so many battles, his combat ability must now rank among the top 5 of the younger generation. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of Jiang Ming was his cultivation. Continuously breaking through in battle, it wouldn't be long before he reached the Purple Mansion realm, would it? Judging by his current performance, it seemed that by the end of this month, he might join Jiangchen and Jiang Yin as one of the first core members of the clan, right? Everyone expressed their astonishment. At this point, the information regarding the clan's honor ranking system had spread throughout Kanwu Mountain. Everyone felt anxious, desperately trying to showcase their abilities in hopes of securing a place on the list and enjoying greater privileges. On the other side, Jiang Ming hurried to the task hall. After submitting the bear's eyes to complete the family task, a considerable amount of contribution points was credited to his identity token. Seeing the points accumulate, he quickly made his way to the. At that moment, a Purple Mansion elder from the branch family was overseeing the. Through the identity token, verification took place. Jiang Ming then stepped into the concealed skill pavilion, beginning his search among the densely packed bookshelves for the Earth-level low-grade martial arts technique he desired. After a brief 10 breaths, he successfully located his target, just as he was about to exchange it for contribution points. His gaze was suddenly drawn to an unfamiliar technique displayed prominently above Pure Yang Technique. A new martial art? Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He understood well that the placement of this technique was deliberate. Although it bore no explicit rank, its position above the Earth-level low-grade technique suggested it was something extraordinary. Could it possibly be an Earth-level middle-grade martial art? Or perhaps, an Earth-level high-grade technique? With this thought, his pupils dilated, and his heart surged with excitement. Yet, this fervor was fleeting, for he was acutely aware that the contribution points he had painstakingly accumulated were barely sufficient for an Earth-level low-grade technique. How could he possibly exchange for a superior one? Shaking his head, he prepared to withdraw his gaze. However, at that moment, he inadvertently noticed the label beneath the Pure Yang Technique indicated that the required contribution points were, astonishingly, even fewer than those for the Earth-level low-grade technique below. How could this be? Jiang Ming rubbed his eyes, quickly scrutinizing the label again, and confirmed, with growing disbelief, that he had indeed not misread. Upon closer inspection, he also discovered a brief introduction at the bottom of the label, stating that this was merely the first volume, with 3 additional volumes to follow. Enlightened, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. No wonder the required contribution points were so few. This was only for the first volume. He then shifted his thoughts. If the contribution points needed for this first volume already rivaled those for the best Earth-level techniques, what might the combined power of all 4 volumes yield? With this realization, Jiang Ming no longer hesitated and promptly prepared to exchange for the Pure Yang Technique. Under the watchful gaze of the elder in the concealed skill pavilion, he first deducted the contribution points and then reached for the Pure Yang Technique, eagerly flipping through its pages. As he beheld the profound and intricate cultivation methods within, he became engrossed, his expression transforming into one of sheer delight. Feeling as though he had struck gold, the innate chapter was already remarkable. Should he cultivate it to the Purple Mansion, refining Pure Yang origin power, he would be unmatched. At this moment, he could not help but admire the grand vision of the clan leader. Such a previously unheard of divine skill was presented so openly, without any restrictions, accessible to anyone for exchange. The leader truly exhibited great confidence, seemingly unconcerned about potential leaks. Nevertheless, this pure yang technique would undoubtedly aid me immensely. Jiang Ming clenched his fists, his heart swelling with enthusiasm. With the pure yang technique and the purple energy within the stone bead, he was confident he could reach the purple mansion realm within 10 days. This also signified that he finally had a chance to catch up with the clan's two prodigies. In the future, he might even represent the Yu Hung lineage in the grand competition of the 7 lineages, striving for recognition. 2 days later, while practicing swordplay, Jiang Jiwei suddenly sensed something amiss within her body. An inexplicable force surged wildly, making her movements lighter and more graceful. The invisible sword chi radiating from her became increasingly fierce and unstoppable. Yu Shijian, who was sparring with Jiang Jiwei, quickly sensed this change. He halted his movements. Sheathing his sword, his eyes filled with uncertainty. The intensity of the sword chi she was emitting had surpassed all reasonable limits, completely defying the strength expected at her level. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. In the next moment, an invisible force enveloped Jiang Jiwei, exuding immense power. Buzzing. Simultaneously, all the swords in the hands of the surrounding clan members, as well as those in their scabbards, began to tremble, producing a series of sharp, resonant buzzing sounds. The sound of 1,000 swords ringing out seemed to herald the birth of a sword Dao sovereign. This phenomenon. Could it be that Jiwei has awakened a special constitution related to the sword Dao? Gu Xingjian's pupils constricted in astonishment. Chapter 133. Is Jiang Daoxuan the white-clad sword marquis? The news reverberated throughout the Tiandu prefecture. Previously, Jiang Jiwei had gained insight into sword intent, and her sword Dao aptitude had soared to an extraordinary level, which was already shocking enough. Yet now, merely 3 days later, she had awakened a special constitution. The rapid succession of changes left Gu Xingjian astounded and gradually numb. At that moment, strands of innate sword chi flowed through Jiang Jiwei's limbs, purging her body of impurities and eliminating all hidden ailments. Soon, her vital energy surged, rapidly nourishing her bones. Within just a few breaths, she broke through several minor realms, ultimately advancing from the bone-refining realm to the first layer of the postnatal realm. This sudden transformation left Jiang Jiwei equally astonished, utterly perplexed, just when her mind was swirling with confusion. An image of the extraordinary figure in white unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Could this be related to the clan leader? Jiang Jiwei's gaze flickered, and she instantly recognized the possibility. After all, in the more than 10 years prior, her body had shown no signs of change. Yet, merely 3 days after meeting the clan leader, such a scene unfolded. There must be a connection. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Just then, Yu Xingjian's voice broke through her thoughts. How do you feel now? Jiang Jiwei, momentarily interrupted, lowered her head, clenched her hands, and felt the overwhelming power surging within her. A smile crept onto her lips. I feel unprecedentedly good. At that moment, she sensed her comprehension of the sword Dao had become terrifyingly acute, far surpassing her previous understanding. Meanwhile, at the border between Tiandu Prefecture and Shanghai Prefecture, Jiang Daoxuan soared through the skies. In his left hand, he held Jiang Yi, while his right hand grasped Jiang Hao. His surrounding primordial power surged, enveloping both individuals and shielding them from external influences. As they drew closer to Tiandu Prefecture, a hint of joy appeared on his face. However, just then, sensing movement behind him, his brow furrowed. Upon turning to look, he saw several figures pursuing him, hurling insults. Daoxuan, you damned scoundrel. How dare you seize our Chong Tiao sect's treasure while we were unprepared? Prepare to pay with your life. Jiang Daoxuan merely scoffed. What a bunch of tenacious pests. You can't shake me off. Yet, you think I'll spit out what I've just acquired? Truly a fool's dream. With that, his primordial power erupted. The blade intent of the entry-level realm surged violently, coalescing into a massive illusory blade that cleaved towards the crowd, sending them into a panic as they hurriedly defended themselves. Moments later, as they regained their composure and looked around, they discovered that Jiang Daoxuan had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, they were filled with fury and grief, unable to restrain their cries. Daoxuan, our Chong Tiao sect will not rest until we settle this. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan had successfully traversed Shanghai Prefecture, stepping into the borders of Tiandu Prefecture with Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao in tow. Throughout these days, he had faced numerous dangers. Yet each time, fortuitous circumstances had allowed him to escape unscathed and acquire abundant resources, leading to his breakthrough to the second layer of the primordial sea realm and an advancement in his blade Dao, successfully comprehending the entry-level blade intent. Reflecting on the treasure stored within his purple mansion space, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. Having been away from home for so long, he certainly could not return empty-handed. He must bring back a gift for Yenner. Finally, he gazed into the distance, his pupils seemingly reflecting the image of his homeland. Xuanqing. I will return soon. Days later, as the lord of the prefecture relayed the news, numerous star and moon-level factions became aware of the situation. Learning of the individual responsible for the annihilation of the Tiandu Tang clan, Jiang Daoxuan, the sudden emergence of such a prodigious talent within the Tiandu prefecture left everyone, from commoners to moon-level cultivators, astounded. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Qishan sect, the sect leader pondered, Wu Danqing? How peculiar. How could such a remote and impoverished place give rise to a phenomenon like the white-clad sword marquis? The leader of Qishan sect felt perplexed, as did the surrounding elders. In their eyes, the small town of Wudan was hardly capable of producing a purple mansion cultivator, let alone a Yuan High Realm practitioner, which was a rarity occurring only once in a century. As for a Star Wheel Realm master, it was nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, how could the white-clad sword marquis, who managed to slay Tang Feizhong, possibly emerge from this insignificant town? Even if such a figure were to arise by sheer luck, it would likely deplete the local fortune accumulated over millions of years. Just as the elders were grappling with the incredibility of the situation, a man in the corner turned pale, trembling in fear. This man was Su Gu, who had once boasted audaciously at the Jiang family, only to be slapped 30 times and flee in disgrace. After leaving Wudan, he had chosen not to report anything about the Jiang family to his sect. Concerned about his own reputation, he thought he would never have to associate with the enigmatic Jiang family again. Yet, merely a few months later, he learned from his sect leader about their affairs. Particularly alarming was the revelation that the renowned white-clad sword marquis, whose might placed him among the top 5 in Tiandu, was none other than Jiang Daoxuan, the former patriarch of the Jiang family. Su Gu was gripped with terror, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. His back was drenched in cold sweat. It was only now that he realized how fortunate he had been to escape with his life from the Jiang family. A stroke of sheer luck indeed. He understood the wisdom of his earlier restraint. Had he succumbed to humiliation and reported the matter to his sect, the entire Qishan sect might have faced destruction at the hands of the Tang family, given that their ancestors' power far surpassed that of his own sects. Simultaneously, he suddenly grasped why the 2 young members of the Jiang family had shown no interest in his overtures. They were fully aware of their own lineage and had remained indifferent to his advances. Reflecting on his past words before the patriarch, Su Gu broke into a cold sweat once more. In hindsight, he realized he had danced dangerously close to the gates of death without even realizing it. He felt grateful that Jiang Daoxuan had shown restraint and spared his life, suppressing his inner turmoil. Su Gu cautiously raised his head and cast a nervous glance at the surrounding elders. He understood that with the revelation of the white-clad sword marquis's identity, the sect would undoubtedly initiate a thorough investigation into Jiang Daoxuan's background. At that point, his previous visit to Qianwu Mountain and the incident where Jiang Daoxuan had slapped him 30 times could no longer be concealed. If he chose to remain silent and not report what he knew, he would inevitably face repercussions from the sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Gu steeled himself and spoke up amidst the elders' discussions. Sect leader, I am aware of some details regarding Jiang Daoxuan. The moment he uttered those words, all eyes turned towards him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. They had not anticipated that Su Gu, of all people, possessed knowledge about the white-clad sword marquis. The Qishan sect leader raised an eyebrow, his voice low and commanding. I believe your name is Su Gu, is it not? Speak at once, and I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Su Gu did not display any joy. Instead, he was filled with dread. Whether or not he would be rewarded was uncertain, but punishment was a certainty, and he could only hope the sect leader would refrain from exacting vengeance upon him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he realized that the information shared by Ding Xian had clearly been tampered with. Thus, he could not betray his close friend and instead followed the flow of conversation. As Su Gu recounted his tale, the expressions of those around him grew increasingly rigid. The Qingshan sect leader's face darkened ominously as he realized the sect had a complicated history with the Jiang family. Although he felt some temptation toward the 2 talented Jiang descendants, the threat posed by Jiang Daoxuan overshadowed any desire for recruitment. Forcing an alliance would only bring about dire consequences, as evidenced by the recent downfall of the Tang family. After considering the Jiang family's sincere attitude and the possibility of salvaging the situation, the sect leader refrained from chastising Su Gu for concealing information from the sect in front of everyone. Under the anxious gaze of Su Gu, the Qishan sect leader issued an order for the elder at the Star Wheel Realm to prepare gifts and accompany Su Gu to the Jiang family in Qianwu, to offer apologies and seek to mend their relationship. For the Qishan sect, having the Jiang family, now bolstered by the white-clad sword marquis, as an ally was paramount, regardless of their heritage. With the order given, Su Gu's legs turned to jelly. and he collapsed to the ground in shock. His eyes widened, tears welling up as memories of his past vows echoed in his mind. I never want to return to that cursed place, Kangwu Mountain. The oath resonated like a haunting melody, filling him with despair. How could it be that so soon he was to break such a vow? The thought of encountering the fearsome Jiang patriarch again caused his heart to race. He wanted to shake his fist at the heavens, lamenting, "Why must you torment me so? The pain is unbearable." Meanwhile, in a nearby and close to Heihu sect in Tiandu, the atmosphere was rife with chatter. Have you heard? Bodhi sect was annihilated yesterday. What? That can't be true. Didn't their ancestor just break through to the Yuan High realm recently? How could it happen so quickly? Well, it's for the best. Those Bodhi disciples were truly despicable, resorting to any means to hasten their cultivation, even abducting women under the cover of darkness to use as alchemical fodder. Such wickedness deserved to be eradicated. But who could have destroyed Bodhi sect? Details are unclear. But the devastation at their mountain gate bears striking resemblance to the fates of several other factions that fell recently. Are you suggesting it was that blood-handed butcher? Indeed. This individual is formidable. He first eradicated the Haifeng bandits, and then, within a month, annihilated multiple factions, leaving no survivors or traces behind. It was all executed with ruthless precision. It's said no one has ever seen his face since those who have are invariably dead. A group of patrons congregated, fervently discussing recent events. In a shadowy corner, a middle-aged man with a scarred face sat on a wooden chair, holding chopsticks and savoring his meal. Listening to the discussions around him, he paused momentarily, a smile creeping across his lips. Blood-handed butcher? I do not favor that moniker. This middle-aged man was none other than Jiang Han. Recently, after obliterating several factions and plundering their assets, he had inadvertently discovered a rare, high-grade human skin mask. Once affixed to his face and activated, it could alter his appearance, serving as a perfect tool for his nefarious deeds while sparing him from many troubles. Henceforth, he donned the mask during his every endeavor to conceal his identity. Within the span of a month, due to his fierce exploits, he garnered the infamous title of Blood-Handed Butcher. His cultivation soared to the second level of the Yuan High realm, and he had mastered the art of evasion to perfection. Even the Earth-grade supreme technique, the Purple Thunder Palm, had been refined to great success thanks to his astounding comprehension. With such formidable power, he finally possessed the means to eradicate the Heihu sect. As he contemplated the impending demise of that wretched sect at his hands, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. A sense of unbridled elation surged within Jiang Han. He set down his chopsticks, seized the wine jar beside him with one hand, and took several hearty swigs. Suddenly, he noticed an uncanny silence enveloping the surroundings. With a subtle lift of his brow, he returned the jar to the table and cast his gaze around. His eyes settling upon the entrance of the inn. 3 imposing men, clad in official brocade attire and bearing swords at their waists, strode into the establishment. Their arrival had seemingly hushed the boisterous crowd, stifling even the slightest breath. Jiang Han scrutinized the trio, a glint of comprehension dawning in his eyes. He recognized them as members of the Xian Shui Guard, the Imperial court's agents tasked with patrolling the great Qin dynasty and apprehending those who threatened the throne's interests. In Jiang Han's estimation, the aristocratic families and sects were merely shackles restraining the Qin king's authority. Thus, the court often turned a blind eye to conflicts among these factions, even secretly relishing their infighting. However, any entity or individual who dared to infringe upon the court's interests or harm its officials would swiftly draw the court's attention and face retribution. If a local city lord proved incapable of handling such matters, the cases would be escalated to the local Xian Shui Guard outpost. Should even the Xian Shui Guard fail, the matter would be referred to the prefect or directly to the Xian Shui Guard headquarters. Aside from these exceptional circumstances, the prefect's primary duty was to maintain equilibrium among the local aristocratic families and sects, preventing any untoward incidents. At that moment, the Xian Shui Guard leader surveyed the inn, his gaze eventually landing on a lone figure seated at a corner table, a man with delicate features and clad in white robes. It seems the reports were accurate, he declared. Wang Buguang, you have indeed come here. The surrounding patrons recoiled in alarm, abandoning their meals and hastily retreating from the white-robed man. Soon, a wide berth formed around him. Observing this scene from another corner, Jiang Han understood the Xian Shui Guard's purpose. Wang Buguang was a notorious wanted criminal, infamous throughout the surrounding cities. A cultivator of the 9th level of the Violet Palace realm, he was known for his predilection for extracting Yin essence to replenish his own vitality. He had once abducted the only daughter of a city lord and, upon discovery, had slaughtered the entire city lord's family. This heinous act had undoubtedly landed him on the Xian Shui Guard's most wanted list, under the watchful eyes of the inn's occupants. Wang Buguang set down his chopsticks and slowly rose to his feet. He faced the 3 Xian Shui Guards, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Are you courthounds born with noses for tracking? He sneered. I've traveled so far, yet you still manage to sniff me out. Very well. Since you leave me no path to survival, then you shall all perish here. As his words echoed through the inn, a torrent of yuan energy erupted, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs into splinters and obliterating 3 nearby patrons in a cloud of blood. The onlookers screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the inn's confines. The Xianshui guards, their eyes widening in fury, roared, audacious. With that, 3 violet palace auras surged forth, their speed increasing exponentially as they vanished from their spots and engaged Wang Buguang in a fierce battle. Yuan energy projectiles whizzed through the air, piercing the surrounding objects. Amidst the clash of 4 violet palace cultivators, dozens of patrons were caught in the crossfire, meeting their demise. The 4 combatants showed no signs of slowing down, for no one cared about the lives of commoners. Wang Buguang certainly didn't, nor did the Xianshui guards, who were merely striving to complete their mission and earn merit. As the battle intensified, Jiang Han remained aloof, showing no inclination to intervene. However, when a stray wave of yuan energy struck his table, overturning his meal and shattering the wooden surface, a frown creased his brow. He raised his head slightly, casting a casual glance at Wang Buguang. Then, he extended his right hand, picked up a fallen chopstick, and infused it with yellow spring yuan energy, enveloping it in a faint yellow glow. With a focused gaze, Jiang Han took aim and hurled the chopstick. With a swish, a streak of yellow light flashed past, piercing Wang Buguang's forehead and sending him collapsing to the ground. A resounding thud echoed through the inn. The Xianshui guards, momentarily stunned, followed the sound to its source. They saw cracks spiderwebbing across the nearby wall, with a bloody chopstick embedded in the center. Chopsticks? The Xianshui guards stared at the chopstick, then at Wang Buguang's lifeless body. The small bloodied hole in his forehead made them realize the implications. Could a chopstick kill Wang Buguang? Had a cultivator of the Yuan Sea realm intervened? Their faces tightened with tension, their throats parched. They anxiously scanned their surroundings, searching for the source of the attack. Soon, their eyes fell upon Jiang Han, the only person who remained calm. After a moment, the leader of the Xianshui guard cupped his fist in salute and said, "Thank you, senior, for helping us eliminate this fiend. May we know your name?" Jiang Han felt no affinity for the Xianshui guard. He did not answer but said coldly, "Drag his corpse and leave." His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The aura of a Yuan Sea realm cultivator washed over them, causing the Xianshui guard to tense. They knew that they were no match for a Yuan Sea cultivator. They did not dare to show any anger. Hastily, they grabbed Wang Buguang's collar and left. Once the Xianshui guard had left, the innkeeper and waiter emerged from their hiding places, under the gaze of everyone. Jiang Han looked at the chaotic scene before him. He picked up a bamboo hat from the side and put it on his head. He took out some silver and threw it in front of the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, check out. Is my silver enough?" The shopkeeper trembled and said, "Sir, you have helped us so much. How can we accept your money? This meal is free." Jiang Han waved his hand before the shopkeeper could finish speaking. "One thing is one thing, it is natural to pay for food. My elders have never taught me to be in debt. Not to mention, your life is not easy, except the money." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Han turned around and left. It was not until Jiang Han left the inn completely that the innkeeper dared to pick up the silver. He glanced at the door and sighed, looking at the place where Jiang Han disappeared. This guest is really a good man. Wang Buguang did not treat them as human beings, and neither did the Xianshui guards. But this powerful man treated them as human beings. It is really unpredictable. On the other side, Jiang Han, who left the inn, soon arrived at the foot of the Black Tiger sect. He looked up at the top of the mountain, and a murderous aura surged in the depths of his pupils. "Yuan Hai has been completed. I, Jiang Han, will do what I say, and I will never break my promise. Today, I will send your entire sect to the Yellow Springs to reunite with Chaobo." The past flashed in his mind, making him eager to start climbing the mountain. Not long after, at the gate of the Black Tiger sect, 4 mountain guarding disciples who were chatting suddenly noticed a stranger walking up the steps. They stopped talking and said loudly, "This is the Black Tiger sect station. No idlers allowed." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Han's cold eyes swept over the monstrous murderous aura contained, and it made everyone startled and felt great fear. "I can't stay here. We will all die if we stay here." A sudden alarm reverberated within the depths of everyone's hearts, giving rise to an unspoken premonition. Their faces turned pale, devoid of color, as they desperately sought to escape. However, it was as if their feet were ensnared in a quagmire. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not extricate themselves. Chapter 136. The Truth of the World. Survival of the fittest. The terror etched on their faces was palpable. Yet, Jiang Han remained unperturbed, his expression as impassive as an iceberg. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of yellow spring primordial energy that enveloped the crowd in an instant. corroding and dissolving them into pools of crimson blood. Silence descended upon the surroundings. Jiang Han quietly raised his head, gazing at the three characters Heihu sect intricately carved above the mountain gate. The Heihu sect? Today it shall cease to exist. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant flash of yellow light surged forth, striking the mountain gate with astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, the entire gate shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Without so much as a glance back, Jiang Han lightly tapped his toes and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the Heihu sect stronghold. Under the cover of his divine sense, every living being he encountered on his path met a swift demise, falling before his onslaught. As Jiang Han unleashed his massacre, many disciples of the Heihu sect were gripped by terror, calling out for help. The tumult gradually attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups. In no time, four figures radiating a purple aura soared from below, halting not far from Jiang Han. They were none other than the sect leader of Heihu and three elders. At that moment, despite witnessing Jiang Han's rampant slaughter, the sect leader, intimidated by his formidable presence, dared not offend him further and could only clasp his hands. Inquiring, "Who might you be? What grievances does our Heihu sect hold against you? Is there some misunderstanding?" Jiang Han shook his head, observing the three figures. He deduced that the leader was most likely among them. With that thought, he saw no reason to engage in idle chatter. Without reservation, he unleashed his full power, transforming into a colossal hand aimed at the sect leader. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent and divine sense converged, forming shackles that locked onto the sect leader's energy, rendering him unable to evade. Witnessing this scene and feeling the indescribable ferocity contained within, the surrounding elders were taken aback in fright. Without a moment's hesitation, they scattered, unwilling to share the burden of this attack with their leader. As they fled with astonishing speed, the sect leader's composure frayed. He let out a howl of despair, yet could only brace himself to endure the blow. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, compounded by Jiang Han's terrifying combat prowess. With a muffled thud, the impact reverberated. In but a single strike, the sect leader was gravely wounded, his limbs corroded and dissolved by the yellow spring primordial energy, reducing him to a mere torso. Realizing his loss of balance, the sect leader's face turned to one of horror as he plummeted from the sky. However, just a mere 10 meters from the ground, Jiang Han caught him. As the sect leader exhaled in relief, he was met with Jiang Han's chilling smile. Sensing impending doom, instinct compelled him to struggle. Yet, bereft of limbs, he had become a mere puppet, entirely at Jiang Han's mercy. In the next moment, Jiang Han seized the sect leader by the collar, exerting force and casting him downwards. With a whoosh, the sect leader's body shot forth like a projectile, crashing into the earth. His torso sank deep into the ground, leaving only his head exposed, resembling a white radish from a distance. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the elders were gripped by sheer panic. Jiang Han turned to them, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Do not rush, one at a time." With these words, an overwhelming chill enveloped the air. The three elders sensed the gravity of their situation and, in a frenzy, turned to flee. For them, it had become a matter of survival. The swifter they ran, the greater their chance of escape, while those who lagged behind would face a grim fate. Regrettably, their frantic attempts were nothing but a comical display of futility in Jiang Han's eyes. With the perfected art of evasion at his disposal, coupled with his cultivation at the Yuanai realm, Jiang Han's speed surpassed all expectations. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the three purple-robed elders of the Heihu sect were buried in the ground, forming a row of white radishes alongside their sect leader. Jiang Han stood with his hands clasped behind him, a cold observer of the scene below. Memories of the past flickered in his mind, intensifying the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Anyone associated with the Heihu sect shall be eradicated today. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, the terrifying yellow spring primordial energy blotting out the sun, cascading down like torrential rain. This energy, imbued with the essence of death, snuffed out all forms of life. Amidst the cacophony of curses, wails, and pleas for mercy, Jiang Han's movements remained unperturbed, akin to a reaper mercilessly collecting the souls of the damned after declaring their time was up. With each life extinguished, he left no corpse intact, reducing them to mere sanguine puddles. He recalled the clan leader's words about eradicating all traces, holding them as his guiding principle. After a while, as the cries for mercy faded into silence, tranquility enveloped the area once more. Jiang Han, having meticulously surveyed the Heihu sect stronghold with his divine sense, confirming the absence of any survivors, slowly retracted his perception and returned to his original spot, a sardonic smirk on his lips. Surprisingly, there is no Yuan High Realm ancestor watching over? It seems I have overestimated you. He had not anticipated that the Heihu sect's strongest member could not withstand even a single strike from him. Subsequently, Jiang Han shook his head, suppressing his thoughts as he gazed upon the Heihu sect leader and the others, now planted into the ground. Witnessing Jiang Han's ruthless actions, the sect leader was rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with rage and fear. He stuttered, You demon! What deep-seated enmity do we Heihu sect have with you to warrant such brutality? As the sect leader's words echoed, Jiang Han displayed no interest in responding. He was acutely aware that this world was rife with unexpected twists. Thus, revealing his identity for a fleeting moment of gratification was not an option. Should the sect leader harbor any hidden schemes, it would spell trouble for him. Therefore, rather than allowing the sect leader to die with clarity, Jiang Han preferred he perish in ignorance. With that thought, he strolled leisurely to the sect leader's side, a smile gracing his lips. Demon? That seems a tad one-sided. Is a tiger that devours a rabbit a demon? At its core, it is merely the law of the jungle. Do you, as the sect leader, not comprehend this principle? With that, Jiang Han extended his right palm, placing it upon the sect leader's forehead. What are you doing? The sect leader's expression turned frantic. He attempted to resist, but with his limbs severed and his torso firmly entrenched in the earth, all struggles were destined to be in vain. Chapter 137. The Demon Among Demons, Jiang Han. Jiang Han paid no heed to the sect leader's futile struggles. With unwavering composure, he activated the Yellow Spring demonic technique. Waves of Yellow Spring primordial energy surged from his palm, transforming into countless fine needles that penetrated the sect leader's skin, swiftly siphoning his vital essence. Accompanied by a chilling wail reminiscent of a tormented spirit, the sect leader's skin visibly withered, becoming akin to tree bark, riddled with wrinkles. In mere moments, his once mighty physique was reduced to a desiccated husk. Witnessing this ghastly spectacle, the three purple-robed elders turned pale, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Such a horrifyingly cruel method surpassed even that of the most nefarious practitioners. What virtue or merit did our Heihu sect possess to provoke the wrath of such a calamity? Under the watchful eyes of the terrified onlookers, Jiang Han's expression remained icy, his hand slowly rising. With a gentle clap, the lifeless body of the Black Tiger sect master disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering with the wind, leaving no trace of its existence. After this, Jiang Han silently turned to face the three elders of the Purple Mansion before him. Upon breaking through to the Yuan-Hai realm, he had acquired the ability to simultaneously absorb the essence and spirit of multiple Purple Mansion cultivators, storing it within himself to refine over time, rather than the previous method of having to refine one before moving on to the next. Thus, Jiang Han saw no reason to extend the lives of the three any longer. In the next moment, he struck out, fully activating the Yellow Springs demon technique, and began to draw in the essence and spirit of the elders one by one. Once the three Purple Mansion elders had also been reduced to dried corpses, Jiang Han casually clapped his hands again. The three corpses instantly met the same fate as the Black Tiger sect master, transforming into a vast amount of powder that drifted away with the breeze. Jiang Han slowly rose, feeling a slight fullness within him. He furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that having absorbed the essence of four Purple Mansion cultivators had brought him to his limit. His current state felt akin to a common person after a hearty meal, requiring time to digest. However, he found solace in the fact that these wretched individuals had perished at his hands. Then, Jiang Han lifted his gaze, surveying the empty expanse of the Black Tiger sect's stronghold, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Not long ago, his primary goal in seeking strength had been to annihilate the Black Tiger sect. Yet now, as that objective had been accomplished, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness within, as if he had lost his sense of direction. Fortunately, this state of confusion did not linger for long, as the figure of the clan leader appeared in his mind like a guiding light. Memories flooded back, and ultimately he steeled himself, clenching his fists. With the grievances settled, his new ultimate goal was to elevate his clan. From this moment on, he had found a new purpose in life, to grow stronger as swiftly as possible using the Yellow Springs demon technique, striving to shield his family from storms and repay the clan leader's kindness, allowing him to worry less. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Although he had already attained the Yuan-Hai realm, the resources of the Black Tiger sect were likely of little use to him. Nevertheless, considering the many clan members who needed these items, he resolved to continue plundering. However, the Purple Mansion space alone could not accommodate such a vast quantity of goods. Yet, Jiang Han was undeterred. With a light chuckle, he swiftly extended his hands, deftly loosening his garments to reveal his pristine chest. Around his neck hung a necklace adorned with over a dozen rings of various designs. These spatial rings had been acquired from various factions and contained treasures from those forces. Besides a few items of immense personal value, the rest were carefully stored away, awaiting the day he returned to Kanwu Mountain. These rings, filled with abundant resources, would serve as gifts for his clan. The thought of that homecoming brought a smile to his face, his eyes curving like crescent moons. A hint of joy illuminating his expression, though concealed beneath a mask, which rendered his smile somewhat fearsome and befitting of a notorious blood-soaked killer. Beneath it lay the purest smile of a young man from the Jiang family. No matter the trials faced outside, family would always remain a safe haven. The warmest place in one's heart. Not long after, in Wudong City, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Upon reaching the air above the city lord's residence, the light paused, dissipating to reveal its form. This person was the commander of the Star Wheel realm under Nan. Observing the scene below, he quickly detected Ding Xian's presence. Without delay, he soared toward Ding Xian's location. At that moment, within the courtyard, Ding Xian was lost in the euphoria of his cultivation. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, which purged impurities from his body and healed past injuries, he had finally made a breakthrough. Advancing to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind him. Ding Xian paused, turning to look. Startled to see another person unexpectedly in the courtyard, he instinctively tensed. However, recognizing the face from their previous encounter, he quickly identified the individual as Zhao Hu, a favorite aide of Lord Nan. Ding Xian shuddered at the thought of Zhao Hu's Star Wheel realm cultivation, realizing he was not to be trifled with. He hurriedly knelt, respectfully saying, "I, Ding Xian, pay my respects to the esteemed commander." Observing Ding Xian's subservient demeanor, Zhao Hu's expression revealed amusement. Such timidity hardly suggested a man capable of deceiving Lord Nan. "Rise," Zhao Hu commanded coldly. Ding Xian felt as if a weight had been lifted and quickly stood. Cautiously glancing at Zhao Hu, he inquired with a hint of trepidation, "Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed commander?" Zhao Hu waved his hand with a smile. "Ding City Lord, I come bearing great news." "Oh, what is it?" "Please, do enlighten me," Ding Xian replied, his brow arching. The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, and an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. The next moment, Zhao Hu's voice rang out again. "Lord Nan intends to appoint you as the city lord of Greenvine City. Everything has been arranged. You simply need to assume the position. Greenvine City is far beyond Wudong City in stature, Ding City Lord. You have truly taken a leap forward." At these words, Ding Xian's unease intensified. He understood the nature of Lord Nan and was well aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Moreover, Greenvine City was a pivotal stronghold. How could it suddenly fall into his lap? There was undoubtedly something amiss. With this in mind, Ding Xian decided to play it safe and declined the position of city lord. Of course, the primary reason for his decision was that he preferred to align with the Jiang clan leader, whose generosity could fill his coffers. Ding Xian no longer hesitated and clasped his hands, saying, "Lord Nan is truly magnanimous. The position of city lord typically requires Star Wheel realm cultivation. Yet you make an exception for a mere Purple Mansion cultivator like myself. Such immense kindness leaves me feeling overwhelmed, akin to being reborn in this life. A debt I could never repay." Upon hearing the flattery, Zhao Hu lifted his chin and nodded. However, at that moment, Ding Xian abruptly shifted his tone. "Yet, Greenvine City is ultimately a crucial stronghold of the Tiandu Mansion. My cultivation is limited. I am aware of my inadequacies and would not wish to embarrass myself, lest I tarnish the esteemed reputation of Lord Nan." Zhao Hu's expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ding Xian. He had never anticipated that this mere Purple Mansion cultivator would possess such audacity to reject the temptation of the Greenvine City lordship. How could this be? Zhao Hu was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Ding Xian subtly raised his gaze, glancing at Zhao Hu from the corner of his eye. Noticing the shifting expressions on Zhao Hu's face, he became increasingly convinced that something was amiss. In that moment, Ding Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He had devoted years of loyalty to Lord Nan, only to receive such a result. Fearing the commander might lose his temper and strike him down, he hastily knelt again, pressing his forehead against the cold ground. With a quivering voice, he earnestly said, "The position of Greenvine City Lord is of great importance. I am merely a Purple Mansion cultivator. If I were to take on this role, I would likely fall short compared to the generals within the city, making it difficult to command respect. This would only sow discontent among the people, and they might blame Lord Nan for his unfair dealings. I fear I would disappoint the great kindness of Lord Nan, and should I truly tarnish your reputation, I would be utterly deserving of death. In order to uphold the esteemed image of the Lord of the Manor, I kindly request that you convey to him the importance of assigning this significant position to an individual truly deserving of it. In my humble opinion, the commander possesses unparalleled wisdom and strength, far surpassing that of Ding Xian, making him undoubtedly more suitable for this role." As Ding Xian's sincere words resonated, They struck a chord deep within Zhao Hu's heart, leading to a noticeable softening of his demeanor. He mused that the position of Lord of Green Vine City would inevitably belong to him, so it would be prudent to assume the role sooner rather than later. As for Ding Xian, he decided it was best left to the Lord of the Manor to handle, as it bore no consequence to him. Above all, he remained acutely aware of the Lord's injunction. He must not offend the Jiang family at this crucial juncture. After all, the white-clad sword sovereign and Ding Xian were close friends, and should he take rash action, it could lead to dire repercussions. With this in mind, Zhao Hu ceased his attempts to intimidate Ding Xian and, with a disdainful snort, remarked, "What a waste of the opportunity granted to you by the Lord of the Manor. Short-sighted and unappreciative." Upon hearing this derision, Ding Xian felt no anger. Rather, he breathed a sigh of relief, as it signified his safety. Subsequently, Zhao Hu lost all desire for pleasantries and prepared to depart for Kanwu Mountain to pay a visit to the white-clad sword sovereign. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. It would be more prudent to ascertain the situation with the Jiang family before his visit. Thus, he turned to Ding Xian and instructed, "I wish to visit the Jiang family shortly. First, take me to the archives." Ding Xian nodded eagerly. "I shall lead you there at once." He had already taken measures regarding the archives and felt no anxiety about any potential issues. Observing Ding Xian's prompt compliance, Zhao Hu harbored no suspicions. Following Ding Xian, they arrived at the archives. Upon entering, Zhao Hu surveyed the mountains of dusty documents and furrowed his brow, coldly inquiring, "Where are the records pertaining to the Jiang family?" Without hesitation, Ding Xian approached a nearby shelf, retrieving a collection of dusty, ancient documents and presenting them to Zhao Hu. "Commander, these are all the records of the Jiang family since their arrival in Wudong City." Zhao Hu nodded and casually picked up the more recent documents to peruse. After reviewing them, he found the contents aligned with the messenger's reports. He tucked the documents away and sighed. The white-clad sword sovereign is indeed astute. He has advanced in power yet remains discreet. Even after breaking through to the Star Wheel, he refrains from seeking fame, remaining in the shadows until he obliterated the Tang family, thus making his presence known and causing a stir in the entire Tiandu Manor. However, it was unfortunate for the Tiandu Tang family, which met its demise due to a branch established by a rogue offspring. Had it not been for them, the white-clad sword sovereign might not have revealed himself so soon. The documents clearly chronicled the significant events of recent years, including the destruction of the Wudong Tang family and the subsequent fate of the Tiandu Tang family. Listening to Zhao Hu's reflections, Ding Xian's gaze flickered, and he cautiously inquired, "Might I ask the Lord of the Manor what his plans are for Jiang Daoxuan?" Zhao Hu shot him a glance, coldly retorting, "Why do you need to know so much? Just focus on performing your duties well." At this, Ding Xian fell silent. Through Zhao Hu's words and demeanor, coupled with the earlier orders from the Lord of the Manor, he understood that his sycophantic behavior towards the Jiang patriarch had led to the concealment of critical information, which was reported to the Lord by the messenger, thereby incurring the latter's displeasure. Nonetheless, he felt indifferent about it, having resolved to cling to the Jiang patriarch's favor at all costs. Besides, he harbored little concern for his own safety. If the Lord truly intended to target the Jiang family, he would not simply dispatch a Star Wheel commander to face certain death. Thus, it seemed more likely that this was a move toward reconciliation. He felt assured of his safety as long as he remained in Wudong City. Venturing elsewhere, however, was uncertain. In a moment of clarity, Ding Xian's mind raced, piecing together the truth with remarkable accuracy. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu swiftly scanned the records of the Jiang family's development over the years. For a cultivator at the Star Wheel level, retaining such information was merely a basic skill. Before long, he reached the end of the documents, holding the final record and exclaiming, "The Jiang family's ancestor, Jiang Daoxuan, a moonwill cultivator? When did Tiandu Manor ever have such a figure?" Every moonwill cultivator was considered a top-tier asset of Tiandu Manor, and the birth of each one was recorded in the annals of the manor. Thus, Zhao Hu was perplexed, having never heard of this individual before. Ding Xian maintained his composure, responding calmly, "You may not be aware, but Jiang Daoxuan passed away shortly after settling in Wudong City, and due to suspicions surrounding outsiders. It was not reported to the higher authorities. Please, continue reading." Zhao Hu's expression turned skeptical as he resumed his reading. As he progressed, he indeed found records stating that Jiang Daoxuan had only been in Wudong City for a few days before his untimely demise, after leaving behind a legacy. His brother Jiang Zhiren married a local woman, thereby founding the Jiang family. The family later declined, and the Tang family sought to seize opportunities, incorporating the Jiang family as a subordinate clan. It was only after Jiang Hongxian emerged and broke through to the Purple Mansion that the Jiang family regained its independence. Though not long after, tragedy struck once more. After reviewing the history of the Jiang family, Zhao Hu couldn't help but express his astonishment. It is indeed curious how all their strong cultivators meet such early ends. Could it be that they are amassing fortune, resulting in the emergence of a prodigy like the white-clad sword sovereign? Ding Xian eagerly concurred. It must be so. Zhao Hu chuckled non-committally, dismissing Ding Xian as an inconsequential figure, and exited the archives without hesitation. He soared into the sky, heading towards Kangwu Mountain. Once Zhao Hu's figure vanished into the distance, Ding Xian suddenly felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, he wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, "Patriarch Jiang, in my efforts to avert potential troubles for you, I truly ventured perilously close to the gates of death." Ding Xian was anxious. Had Zhao Hu noticed anything amiss, it could have spelled disaster for him. Fortunately, his preparations had been flawless, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Not long after, near Kangwu Mountain, a streak of light streaked across the sky. This was Zhao Hu, departing Wudong City. As he gazed ahead, he noticed that he was less than a kilometer from his destination when a sudden sensation alerted him to something unusual. He turned slightly to glance beside him, where he spotted two figures also flying towards Kangwu Mountain. Using his divine sense, he quickly recognized the identities of the individuals. Zhang Song? Zhao Hu's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of surprise. As a commander of Tiandu Manor, he possessed a vivid recollection of the prominent moonwool cultivators within the region. Thus, he immediately identified the figure as Zhang Song, the esteemed elder of Qinshan sect, a cultivator in the Star Wheel realm. However, the man accompanying him bore an unfamiliar face. Simultaneously, Zhang Song, who was flying at full speed, suddenly sensed someone observing him and promptly halted his flight. The man beside him, Su Gu, was momentarily taken aback and quickly followed suit. Confused, he queried, "Elder, what is the matter?" Zhang Song remained silent but turned to gaze in the direction of the probing presence. Soon, he spotted Zhao Hu's figure and, with a flicker of his eyes, clasped his hands in greeting. "Commander Zhao? What a fortuitous encounter." Now, he has come to understand that the intentions of the other party are aligned with his own. Both are here to pay a visit to the renowned sword sovereign in white. At this moment, confronted with Zhang Song's polite remarks, Zhao Hu merely snorted coldly, refraining from a response. As a member of the court, he naturally holds little regard for these sectarian powers. Observing the warmth of his own greeting met with the chill of indifference, Zhang Song maintained a composed demeanor, exhibiting no signs of anger. Instead, he stroked his beard and chuckled. The fame of the sword sovereign in white has spread far and wide. It is unexpected that, aside from our humble sects wishing to meet him, even the lord of the manor is no exception. Zhang Song sighed, then continued, "Since our paths converge, Commander Zhao, why don't we proceed together?" Zhao Hu remained silent, neither rejecting nor consenting, simply resuming his flight forward. Witnessing this, Zhang Song smiled faintly and promptly kept pace with Su Gu. Along the way, Su Gu remained tight-lipped, fearful of saying the wrong thing, fully aware of the strained relationship between his sect and the manor lord. Over the years, the court has persistently sought to undermine the power of the aristocratic families and sects, covertly suppressing many, which has left a bitter taste among numerous sects towards the court. Subsequently, as Zhao Hu and Zhang Song approached Kangwu Mountain, they dared not intrude upon the grounds of the sword sovereign in white due to his formidable reputation. Thus, they descended to the foot of the mountain and began their ascent along the stone steps. Upon reaching the summit and arriving at the mountain gate, Zhao Hu and Zhang Song regarded the guardians of the mountain with humility, clasping their hands in greeting. "I am Zhang Song, an elder of the Qinshan sect, here on the orders of our sect leader to pay a visit to clan leader Jiang. I kindly request that you relay our purpose." Zhao Hu added, "I am Commander Zhao Hu, serving under the Manor Lord's command, here to visit clan leader Jiang and discuss important matters." As their words fell, the expressions of all the mountain guardians grew solemn upon hearing the impressive titles of the two men. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a young guardian responded respectfully, "Please wait a moment. The clan leader has been in seclusion recently, and many matters are currently handled by the Grand Elder. I shall inform the Grand Elder at once." Zhao Hu's brow furrowed, instinctively feeling a twinge of displeasure. Throughout this encounter, the only individual from the Jiang family who could inspire genuine awe in him was the sword sovereign in white, Jiang Daoxuan. Individuals like the Grand Elder of the Jiang family, who lack significant renown, hardly warrant his patience. He contemplated reprimanding them, but the fearsome reputation of the sword sovereign and his numerous terrifying tales ultimately quelled his ire, leaving him with no choice but to lower his head in acquiescence. At this moment, observing Zhao Hu's discomposure, Zhang Song smiled faintly, finding amusement in the situation. Zhao Hu, full of pride in his stellar cultivation and the backing of Sima Nan, typically exuded an arrogant demeanor, dismissing those from other families and sections. The common folk, wary of Sima Nan, often hesitated to confront him, making such a scene rare indeed. Soon after, Jiang Hongguang, occupied with familial affairs, received the report from a clan member. Upon learning of the visit from Qinshan sect and the manor lord, He grasped the significance of the matter and promptly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he formally met with the three men. Jiang Hongguang first produced the command token of the Binding Spirit Array, capturing Su Gu's essence, allowing him to be immune to the suppression of his cultivation. After this was accomplished, he engaged in a few pleasantries with the visitors. During this exchange, due to Jiang Hongguang's cultivation at the Yuanhai realm and his deliberate restraint of his aura, Zhao Hu and Zhang Song failed to perceive that this elder possessed the rare Thunder Spirit body. The conversation soon concluded, and Jiang Hongguang began leading the three towards the family's Great Hall. Along the way, Zhao Hu and Zhang Song discreetly observed, eager to discern the extraordinary qualities of the Jiang family that could produce a prodigy like Jiang Daoxuan. Their scrutiny revealed numerous astonishing details. Although they encountered few cultivators above the Purple Mansion realm, the number of innate and acquired Jiang family members was astonishingly high, reaching an exaggerated extent. It was remarkable that they encountered a member of the innate or acquired realm with every few steps they took. If one were to exclude the quantities of top-tier combatants, this extraordinary family foundation surpassed many sects with millennia of heritage. This Jiang family is truly blessed with exceptional talents, Zhang Song could not help but exclaim. The sheer scale of acquired and innate family members was something even his own Qinshan sect could hardly aspire to, falling significantly short. Only in the numbers above the Purple Mansion realm could they claim a slight edge, yet Qinshan's sect had developed over 3,000 years. How could the Kangwu Jiang family, with its significantly shorter history, possibly possess such an incredible foundation of members? What was even more alarming was that, upon examination with his spiritual sense, he was astonished to discover that the average bone age of these individuals did not exceed 30. This fact was undeniably terrifying, bordering on the unfathomable. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu also keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the Jiang family members. His expression, unbeknownst to him, had grown increasingly grave, with an intense astonishment concealed deep within his pupils. Reflecting on the records he had perused earlier today in the Wudong City Library about the Jiang family's development, he could not help but marvel at their formidable lineage. Indeed, they were a powerful family that once claimed ancestry from the Moon Wheel, even in decline. Their bloodline and heritage promised a resurgence, not to mention the emergence of a prodigious figure like the Sword Sovereign in white. Truly, in the Jiang family, one ascends, and the fortunes of all rise alongside. Chapter 140. The Dawn of the Sword King Realm, a tribute sword intent? Simultaneously, in stark contrast to Zhao Hu and Zhang Song's astonishment, Su Gu was thoroughly engulfed in anxiety and disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity as he spiraled into a state of existential doubt. He had previously visited the Jiang family and was well aware of their foundational status. Back then, it was rare to find even acquired realm members, let alone innate ones. How could the situation have transformed so drastically? It was as if the acquired realm had become insignificant. The innate realm was now abundant, and occasionally, there were even cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm strolling about. What had transpired within the Jiang family in just a few months? Just as Su Gu was overwhelmed with emotion, Zhao Hu suddenly furrowed his brow and slowed his pace, having detected two extraordinarily sharp sword intents. Following his instincts, he turned to look and saw two men on a nearby clearing, wielding longswords and engaging in a fierce clash, sparks flying with each collision. One was clad in a blue robe, tall and handsome, exuding the aura of a third-tier Yuanhai cultivator along with entry-level sword intent. The other was dressed in black, strikingly handsome, wielding a sword in each hand, his form ghostly, leaving trails of residual shadows, revealing a first-tier Star Wheel realm cultivation and perfected sword intent. Zhao Hu scrutinized Gu Xingzhan, puzzled. He had not heard of any other Star Wheel realm cultivators in the Jiang family apart from Gu Xingzhan. Due to Gu Xingzhan's restored right arm and his practice of dual wielding, he initially failed to connect the individual before him with the Gu Xingzhan mentioned in the rumors. However, his confusion did not linger for long as he soon dismissed it. After all, with his 9th-tier Star Wheel cultivation, a mere 1st-tier Star Wheel was hardly worth his concern. His gaze then fell upon the blue-robed youth, familiar with the historical development of the Jiang family. He could vaguely discern the identity of the young man through his sword intent and age. He must be Jiangshan, one of the Jiang family's twin stars and the most esteemed young figure of the clan, achieving Yuanhai at such a young age. He was likely another seed of the Moon Wheel. The Jiang family's fortunes were indeed profound, promising a bright future ahead. Zhao Hu secretly admired the foresight of the Manor Lord. With such immense potential, the Jiang family was certainly not to be trifled with. After a few moments, Zhao Hu gradually relaxed. He swiftly collected himself, lifted his head, and prepared to follow Jiang Hongguang towards the family's Great Hall. However, before he could take more than a few steps, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. He sensed yet another piercing sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was unmatched in its sharpness. even surpassing that of the two individuals he had just observed. Jiahu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he abruptly halted. His eyes revealed a deep-seated incredulity. It is known that the number of sword cultivators capable of comprehending sword intent is exceedingly rare. How could it be possible to encounter such remarkable beings in this remote place, one after another? Filled with doubt, he turned to look. Not far away, a young girl donned in agile attire, exuding an air of grace and vigor, her hair tied in a high ponytail with a red ribbon, was wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Continuously executing her sword techniques, each move seemed to merge with the blade, flowing seamlessly, radiating an essence of perfection. The sword energy surrounding her surged like a myriad of swimming dragons, strikingly fierce and awe-inspiring. Jiahu was taken aback, initially believing her to be a master of the Yuan High realm. However, as he probed with his spiritual consciousness to assess her cultivation level, his pupils dilated in shock, and a storm of emotions surged within him. The 4th level of the postnatal realm? How could this be? In Jiahu's understanding, it was already exceedingly rare to encounter someone capable of comprehending sword intent at the Purple Mansion realm. Those who grasped sword intent at the innate realm were scarcely recorded in the history of Tiandu Prefecture. As for someone at the postnatal realm comprehending sword intent, such individuals were unheard of. Who exactly is this young lady? For a moment, Jiahu felt an intense curiosity. He had initially believed the white-clad sword marquis to be extraordinary, but the swordsmanship talent of this young girl surpassed even that. Such terrifying potential was truly unimaginable. Perhaps her future could lead her to reach the realm of the true monarch of all forms, truly a seed of greatness. As Jiahu's thoughts raced, he slowly withdrew his gaze, only to lock eyes with Zhang Tsong beside him. Their glances exchanged, both visibly astonished, clearly understanding the extraordinary swordsmanship talent possessed by this young girl. Such talent was a rarity even within the vast Qin dynasty. Subsequently, Jiahu turned to Jiang Hongguang and inquired, with such astonishing talent, capable of comprehending sword intent at the postnatal realm, could she be the daughter of the clan leader? In his mind, only the daughter of the white-clad sword marquis could inherit her father's swordsmanship talent, ultimately surpassing him and forming this current terrifying gift. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Tsong immediately turned to look at him, his curiosity piqued. Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Jiang Hongguang did not conceal the truth. After all, the news of Jiang Jiwei's comprehension of sword intent had already spread throughout Qianwu Mountain. Even in the markets below, whispers had circulated. Thus, Jiang Hongguang shook his head, smiling as he replied, "The clan leader has dedicated himself to the rise of the family and currently has no spouse. So how could there be descendants? This young lady is named Jiang Jiwei, a member of my Qiangu Tianquan lineage." Jiahu and Zhang Tsong nodded slightly, their eyes reflecting their understanding. Before arriving at Qianwu Mountain, they had spent considerable time gathering information, realizing that the Qiangu Jiang family, led by the white-clad sword marquis, was vastly different from other families. Normally, even the Moonwheel family strictly adhered to the distinctions of legitimate and illegitimate bloodlines. How could the Jiang family be so unique? They did not differentiate by bloodline, but instead divided into 7 branches, treating all equally. Such an unusual family structure was unprecedented in the entire Qin dynasty. Shortly after, in the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan was seated on a mat, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. After days of practice, coupled with the collective enhancement from the recent rapid growth of his clan members, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 1st level of the Moonwheel realm to the 4th level. Beyond his personal cultivation, his swordsmanship had also reached the realm of the great accomplishment of Sword Heart through comprehending the power of the Sword Saint. With one more breakthrough, he could attempt to grasp the Sword Spirit and ascend to the realm of Sword King. The Sword Spirit embodies the essence of the sword, capable of nurturing various attribute realms. The classification of these attributes varies from person to person, allowing insights into the 5 elements: wind, thunder, light, darkness, slaughter, death, space, time, and other extraordinary sword intents. Once one comprehends the sword spirit and masters the corresponding sword intent, they can overpower all ordinary sword intents, truly becoming the king of swordsmanship. It is precisely because this realm heralds a genuine qualitative transformation that breaking through to Sword King is exceedingly challenging, reaching a level of despairing difficulty. Generally, only genius sword cultivators of the Yuan spirit realm can step into this domain. Those who can achieve the Sword King realm from the myriad forms realm are already unparalleled prodigies encountered once in a millennium. According to Jiang Daoxuan's own understanding, there is currently only one Sword King in the Qin dynasty. Such a scarce number illustrates the difficulty of the breakthrough. Even for Jiang Daoxuan, achieving this advancement would be extremely challenging. After all, as one progresses, the comprehension difficulty increases. Moreover, his strongest talent lies in physical prowess and techniques rather than swordsmanship. Thus, based on his conservative estimate, it would require at least half a year to complete the breakthrough to the Sword King realm. Chapter 141. The peace-loving and non-violent clan leader Jiang? Just as Jiang Daoxuan was meticulously perceiving the changes within him, the Taiyan spiritual consciousness enveloping the surrounding space suddenly detected someone approaching the hall's entrance. Leading the group was the elder Jiang Hongguang, followed by 3 others. The last man, with his head bowed, was immediately recognized by Jiang Daoxuan as Su Gu, the steward of the Qingshan sect he had met months prior. Understanding this, he wore an expression of realization, and his heart was filled with some speculation. At that moment, as Jiang Hongguang approached the entrance of the family hall, the clan members stationed there all bowed in greeting. "Greetings, elder." Jiang Hongguang waved his hand, saying, "Rise. You have worked hard guarding this place day and night." The clan members quickly replied, "It is no trouble at all. The clan leader has worked tirelessly for the family's growth. That is the true hardship. Now that the clan leader is in seclusion, the least we can do is stand guard outside and handle trivial matters for him." Jiang Hongguang smiled and said no more, walking to the door and respectfully announcing, "Clan leader, visitors from the Qingshan sect and the prefectural lord have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated clearly, "Come in." The sound was not loud, yet it echoed distinctly in everyone's ears, carrying immense pressure that imparted a powerful spiritual intent. Zhao Hu and Zhang Song's expressions tightened, feeling an involuntary chill and immense respect. The white-clad sword marquis truly lived up to his reputation. Just a single voice could send shivers down the spine of beings of their caliber, demonstrating the depth of his cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Hongguang slowly turned, facing Zhao Hu and the others, softly saying, "Please, enter." Zhao Hu and Zhang Song remained motionless, exchanging silent glances. Each had their own mission and wished to keep the other unaware. After a brief pause, Zhang Song finally spoke first. "Commander Zhao carries the task from the prefectural lord, which cannot be delayed. Please, you go ahead." Zhao Hu, disinterested in pleasantries, snorted coldly and stepped into the family hall. Soon, only Jiang Hongguang, Zhang Song, and Su Gu remained in the area. Zhang Song closed his eyes to meditate, managing to maintain his composure, while Su Gu appeared visibly anxious, uncertain of what to do. He glanced around, his thoughts entirely detached from the scenery, feeling the place exceptionally oppressive, especially as he contemplated his impending meeting with the clan leader. If not for Zhang Song's watchful presence, he would have longed to flee. On the other side, as Zhao Hu stepped into the family hall, the doors closed automatically with a heavy sound. He raised his head, gazing ahead at the white-clad figure seated on the mat. Just one glance caused Zhao Hu's pupils to constrict, his heart racing. An overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to facing an abyss, rendered him momentarily weak in the legs. At that moment, he could not fathom why the presence of this white-clad sword marquis felt even more potent than that of the prefectural lord. How could this be possible? The prefectural lord was at the 9th level of the Moonwheel realm, just a step away from becoming a top-tier powerhouse at the Sunwheel realm. How could this Jiang Daoxuan, who suddenly emerged, possibly compare? Amidst his inner turmoil, Jiang Daoxuan, with his back to Zhao Hu, casually remarked, "Speak. What did Sima Nen send you here for?" As the words echoed, understanding that the other party was of the same caliber as the lord of the mansion, Zhao Hu immediately adopted a more subdued demeanor. Bowing respectfully, he said, "I have heard of the esteemed name of clan leader Jiang. The lord of the mansion has entrusted me to present a grand gift, congratulating the Kangwu Jiang family for their rising prominence in Tiandu Mansion, joining the ranks of the top illustrious families. He also instructed me to convey that you should keep a low profile in your recent activities." Jiang Daoxuan replied softly, "I am already aware of this matter. However, my Jiang family favors peace and abhors bloodshed, fearing it may disturb the harmony of the heavens. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. It is best when we coexist without conflict. The actions taken thus far have been compelled by necessity. At this juncture, I have acknowledged the lord of the mansion's goodwill. The gift is placed here, you may depart." At this point, had it not been for someone provoking the family, I would have little inclination to spend my cultivation time igniting a major conflict. After all, for the Jiang family at present, resources are not in short supply for the time being. What we lack is merely time. With sufficient time, we can digest our resources and convert them into strength. This is of paramount importance. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's words, Zhao Hu's expression turned peculiar. Reflecting on the other party's numerous achievements, wiping out clans and sects with ruthless efficiency, how could he reconcile the notions of peace and aversion to slaughter with the white-clad sword marquis depicted in the reports? Nevertheless, despite the myriad of internal criticisms, having received the assurance from Jiang Daoxuan, Zhao Hu felt his task had been at least accomplished. He then retrieved a spatial ring containing the gift, bent down, and carefully set it upon the ground, slightly raising his head. He cast a final glance at the figure cloaked in white, clasping his hands in farewell. He said, "Clan leader Jiang, I take my leave." With that, he did not linger and promptly turned to exit the family hall. Once outside the oppressive atmosphere, and greeted by the azure sky, Zhao Hu's demeanor visibly relaxed. To share a space with the renowned white-clad sword marquis was indeed a most tormenting ordeal. It felt akin to a mouse lying beside a ferocious tiger, ever fearful of imminent demise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hall, Zhang Song opened his eyes, observing Zhao Hu's pallid countenance, a wave of curiosity washing over him. What had transpired within the hall to frighten Zhao Hu, a practitioner of the Star Wheel realm, into such a state? If Zhao Hu had once resembled a fierce tiger, he now appeared more akin to a feeble cat. Noticing Zhang Song's curious gaze, Zhao Hu felt his face flush with heat, his expression darkening ominously. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and stormed away from Qianwu Mountain, wishing to spend not another moment in that cursed place. After Zhao Hu's figure vanished from sight, Zhang Song lowered his head and extended his right hand, guiding the trembling and panic-stricken Su Gu into the family hall. As they stepped inside, Zhang Song experienced the dreadful sensation Zhao Hu had just endured, gazing at the imposing and formidable figure, akin to an abyss of terror. Even with his own Star Wheel cultivation, he could not suppress the dryness in his throat and the weakness in his legs, beads of cold sweat soaking his robe. Su Gu, possessing only the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, was in an even worse state. He crumpled to the ground, utterly immobilized by fear after just a single encounter. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Zhang Song steadied himself, adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor. He clasped his hands and said, "I pay my respects to the white-clad sword marquis. I am Zhang Song, elder of the Qinshan sect. I have come on behalf of the sect leader to apologize for Su Gu's previous offense." Jiang Daoxuan, unfazed, casually replied, "He has already borne the consequences of his actions when he departed that day. There is no need for such formalities." From the very beginning, he had not regarded a minor character like Su Gu with any seriousness. Upon hearing this, Su Gu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of fear. At that moment, Zhang Song shook his head. He produced a spatial ring filled with resources and placed it on the ground. "While I say this, Su Gu is indeed a steward of our Qinshan sect. In the past, he was ignorant of his own limitations and dared to speak recklessly before clan leader Jiang. Offending you, I represent the Qinshan sect to apologize." Jiang Daoxuan chuckled. "Your Qinshan sect possesses some interesting intentions. Very well, I shall accept your goodwill." Upon hearing this, Zhang Song's brow relaxed. After all, this gesture of goodwill was not merely for Su Gu but also aimed at improving the perception of their sect in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. "Then, what is the true purpose of your visit? Such extensive efforts surely cannot be solely for this trivial matter?" Zhang Song clasped his hands again. "It is indeed impossible to conceal anything from clan leader Jiang. The sect leader has other arrangements for me on this journey." With that, he subtly gestured to Su Gu, signaling him to wait outside. Upon hearing this, Su Gu quickly understood that the ensuing matters were beyond his purview. Not wishing to linger, he felt as though a pardon had been granted and hastily scrambled to his feet, fleeing without a backward glance. Once Su Gu had completely vacated the family hall, only Jiang Daoxuan and Zhang Song remained. Zhang Song gazed at Jiang Daoxuan's back, his expression filled with reverence, cautiously inquiring, "What are clan leader Jiang's views on the current court?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Daoxuan gradually rose from his seat, turning to face him. His otherworldly, impeccably flawless visage startled Zhang Song internally. Simultaneously, an awe-inspiring aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of fear and unease, akin to standing before an emperor. Although Zhang Song had seen Jiang Daoxuan's likeness in portraits, the reality of facing him was an entirely different experience, a stark contrast. A wave of energy rippled through the space, intimidating the atmosphere, provoking an involuntary urge within Zhang Song to kneel. Just what level of cultivation did this white-clad sword marquis possess? Was he truly merely a moon will practitioner? Under Zhang Song's horrified gaze, Jiang Daoxuan began to speak. The court? To grasp the pulse of power in this realm, the relationship between the court and the sects has long been one of fire and water. In the future, a clash between the two factions is inevitable. Having spent several months in this world, aside from cultivating and attending to family matters, he had amassed considerable intelligence regarding the Qin dynasty. Prior to the establishment of the Qin dynasty, this land was ruled by the Chu dynasty. Back then, the Chu dynasty sought to seize power from the various illustrious families and sects to achieve centralization. However, their aggressive pursuits led to a coalition of forces unwilling to submit, igniting a war. The founder of the Qin dynasty, with the bold declaration that should he establish a nation, he would equally share the world with the sects and families, successfully garnered the support of numerous illustrious families and sections. This war raged for years, ultimately culminating in the downfall of the Chu dynasty. After the founding of the Qin dynasty, They initially adhered to the promise of shared power with the sects and families. However, as time passed, the once dragon-slaying youth transformed into a malevolent dragon. Thousands of years were sufficient to alter many aspects. Gradually, the Qin dynasty began to tread the same path as the Chu dynasty. In their relentless pursuit of absolute power, they covertly oppressed various factions. Particularly, the Qin dynasty learned from the failures of the Chu dynasty and became even more formidable, employing various strategies to undermine the foundations of each faction. They further fragmented the connections between sects in the 36 provinces, establishing the Black and White academies to recruit talents from various factions for their own use, and so forth. Faced with such circumstances, many factions found themselves powerless. After thousands of years of conflict over resources, numerous illustrious factions lost their lineages, perishing in the strife. The once mighty Heavenly Demon sect was a prime example. Understanding this historical context, Jiang Daoxuan recognized the current Qin dynasty as a powder keg, poised to explode. They yearned to reclaim power while simultaneously refusing to relinquish it, desperate to avoid being constrained. Thus, he firmly asserted that when the time is ripe, a battle between the two camps is destined to occur. With Jiang Daoxuan's narrative drawing to a close, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Zhang Song slightly nodded, stating that given the current tense situation, it is imperative for us to unite in our resistance against the oppression of the imperial court. Presently, the four major factions, Qingshan sect, the Zhao family of Bihai, Tianyu sect, and Qian sect, are all inclined towards forming an alliance. Once united, we can establish a comprehensive trade system to advance together. Instilling a sense of caution in Sima Nan, the city lord, thereby reducing his covert maneuvers. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with interest. He was certainly familiar with these four factions, each under the leadership of formidable experts at the moon cycle realm, marking them as first-rate powers within Tiandu Prefecture. The Zhao family of Bihai, in particular, boasted greater strength than the former Tang family, with their ancestor Zhaojin possessing the remarkable cultivation of the 7th level of the moon cycle realm, excelling in the art of techniques, placing him among the top 10 of Tiandu Prefecture. Moreover, the Bihai Zhao family's Tonghao Chamber of Commerce spans several prefectures, showcasing their immense financial prowess, ranking among the top 3 in Tiandu Prefecture. Tianyao sect was a well-established alchemical force, with their ancestor being a high-level 2-pattern alchemist capable of refining mid-grade earth-tier elixirs, comparable to a genuine master of the moon cycle realm. The Qian sect specialized in spear techniques, with their ancestor revered as the Spear Duke. Zhang Song continued, expressing that the alliance had yet to be proposed due to the lack of a leader capable of instilling fear in Sima Nan. However, the news of Jiang Daoxuan's obliteration of the Tang family had already resonated throughout Tiandu Prefecture. With his strength, should he take the lead, this vision could swiftly transform from mere fantasy into tangible reality. Furthermore, before arriving at Kanwu Mountain, he had already consulted with the other 3 factions, and they had collectively agreed that if Jiang Daoxuan consented, they would acknowledge the Jiang family of Kanwu as the leader, elevating him to the position of alliance master. If he agreed, the ancestors of the 4 families would personally descend upon Kanwu Mountain a month later to discuss the specifics of the alliance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song anxiously looked towards Jiang Daoxuan. The matter of the alliance was of great significance and could not be treated lightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan smiled gently. Given the opportunity to leverage the resources of the 4 factions for the benefit of his clan and to facilitate their activities outside, he had no reason to decline. It would also allow him to establish a trade network and intelligence system for the Jiang family. With this in mind, he nodded and calmly replied, "The alliance is acceptable." This statement filled Zhang Song with delight. With the renowned Bai Jianhou as their backing, even someone as formidable as Sima Nan would have to tread carefully, thereby reducing his covert actions against them. Overjoyed, Zhang Song bowed deeply, expressing that upon his return to the sect, he would report the current state of affairs and gather the strength of the 4 families to construct a city for cultivators, which could also serve as the commercial hub of the alliance. Zhang Song suggested that the city at the foot of the mountain should be transformed into a dedicated trading city for cultivators. Upon hearing Zhang Song's proposal, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. As the Jiang family continued to grow, the current marketplace at the mountain's base was indeed too rudimentary, causing considerable inconvenience. He had previously been engrossed in his cultivation and had not paid attention to this matter. However, since the other party wished to assist in the construction of a city, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. It would provide much-needed convenience for his clan members who had been confined to Kanwu Mountain, alleviating their sense of confinement. Jiang Daoxuan spoke softly, "I accept your goodwill." Zhang Song's expression softened. "May I inquire if the Jiang Alliance Master has considered a name for this city? Once the construction plan is initiated, we will need to engrave the name and enlist array masters and spirit pattern masters to strengthen the city's defenses, preventing any unwelcome intrusions." He was confident that upon his return, his sect, along with the other 3 factions, would not reject this proposal. The city, situated at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, under the watchful gaze of the Bai Jianhou, would be among the safest places in Tiandu Prefecture. Furthermore, it would strengthen ties with the Jiang family, making it a strategic move. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Daoxuan slowly articulated, "Let it be named Kangwu City." Zhang Song concurred. Kangwu City at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, a splendid name. Once established, I believe this name will resonate throughout Tiandu Prefecture, transforming into a premier city akin to Tiandu's own, a sanctuary for countless cultivators. The trade center would not merely facilitate transactions among the 5 factions, but would also attract other forces and rogue cultivators. As the influx of people increased, the city could generate significant revenue through entrance fees alone, promising a lucrative venture. Following a few more courteous exchanges, Zhang Tsang left contentedly. At the entrance, Su Gu noticed the elder emerging with a radiant expression, brimming with joy. The stark contrast in demeanor piqued Su Gu's curiosity about what had transpired during the discussion with the Jiang family leader. Zhang Tsang, suppressing his mirth, glanced at Su Gu and coldly remarked, "Return with me. We shall address the matter of your withholding information upon our return to the sect." Although the threat had dissipated and a cordial relationship with the Jiang family had been established, Su Gu's safety was not guaranteed. As a mere steward, daring to conceal matters from the sect for months was a serious issue that warranted reprimand. Understood, Su Gu replied, dejected, already anticipating the consequences awaiting him. However, he was certain of one thing: his life was not in danger. Had he not concealed the information, the Jiang family might have already obliterated their sect. In this roundabout way, his actions inadvertently saved Qingshan's sect. With that, Zhang Tsang led Su Gu away, disappearing into the horizon, leaving Kangwu Mountain behind. As the visitors departed, the atmosphere of anticipation lingered in the air. Jiang Daoxuan once again immersed himself in secluded cultivation. He needed to further comprehend the power of the Sword Saint, striving for an early breakthrough into the Sword King realm. Moreover, he aimed to also surpass the Sun Wheel. At this juncture, most matters within the clan were entrusted to the Elders' Council and the senior members of the 7 Veins. Except for a few significant issues, he hardly needed to intervene, which could be deemed exceedingly worry-free. Not long after, at the Tianshan station, in a certain chamber, Jiang Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, continuously employing the flame art to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After days of cultivation, he had now broken through to the first stage of the Yuanhai realm. Furthermore, through his master, he had acquired several formidable martial arts techniques. Previously, due to his lower realm, the most suitable cultivation methods available to him were only of the earth grade. Yet now, under the generous guidance of Elder Zhou, he had also learned 2 superior techniques of the heaven grade, the 4 symbols Fist Classic and the Light Shadow Escape technique. In addition, he had obtained Elder Zhou's ultimate fire-based technique, the heaven grade Pinnacle Heavenly Fire 9 Dragons technique. He was acutely aware of his own talents, recognizing that he was not particularly skilled in the sword path. Thus, during this period, he devoted himself to mastering these techniques. Up to now, although all his martial arts and techniques were merely at the introductory level, their power was astonishing, far surpassing that of the earth grade. It could be said that his current strength was unparalleled among ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm. He could even contend with those at the Starwheel realm. As for the specifics, only through combat would he truly know. After another cycle of the flame art, Jiang Yin exhaled deeply. He slightly rose, leaving the bed. Months of cultivation had considerably elevated his stature. Looking out the window, Jiang Yin murmured, "Now, in order to enhance my flame art and alchemy skills, it seems I must venture outside." The flame art he currently mastered was only of the mid-tier heaven grade. If he wished to further elevate its rank, he would need to continually absorb exotic fires. The combination of various exotic fires would enable him to master powerful fire techniques. These were all essentials for him. Moreover, after days of secluded cultivation, a deep-seated desire to explore the outside world had already blossomed within him. At this moment, Elder Zhou, concealed within the ring, suddenly spoke, "Young master, with your clan leader present, the opportunities outside are trivial. Why seek far when you can find near? Furthermore, not only could you acquire more resources, but you would also be safer within Kangwu Mountain." In his eyes, if Jiang Yin remained at Kangwu Mountain, under the nurturing of the ancient emperor reincarnated as the clan leader, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. Breaking through to the Saint Realm would merely be a matter of time. Why then venture into danger? Jiang Yin shook his head. "I naturally understand the reasoning, but the clan leader has high hopes for me. How can I settle for the status quo, amassing resources without undergoing trials? Moreover, I once heard from others that the clan leader once said, 'A flower in a greenhouse can never withstand the baptism of a storm, let alone bloom.'" Chapter 144, The separation of grandfather and grandson. Jiang Yin embarks on his journey. A fledgling eagle can only soar after enduring life and death trials. A flower bud can only bloom after weathering storms. Willow branches can only sprout new buds after facing the harsh winter. Thus, if I remain content under the clan leader's protection, how can I become a true powerhouse? How can I guard the family and alleviate the clan leader's burdens? As for the dangers involved, now that I have entered the Yuanhai realm, I possess some self-preservation abilities. If I proceed with caution, encountering peril will not be so easy. Right now, I wish to venture outside and see the world. Jiang Yin clenched his fists, gazing into the distance, his eyes bright, his heart surging. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou still hesitated. He truly did not wish to see him take risks, but before he could finish, Jiang Yin turned his head towards the ring, a warm, sunny smile gracing his lips. Master, do you not wish to hasten the reconstruction of your physical body? Now, only by continuously enhancing the flame art and collecting various materials can we achieve this goal, and such resources are hard to find in Kangwu Mountain. During these days, although his master had not explicitly stated it, Jiang Yin understood well the immense desire the elder had to restore his physical form. Therefore, he was determined to work harder to accomplish this goal. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou shook his head, realizing the young man's resolve. He could only sigh. Very well. Go ahead. If you find yourself in mortal danger, I shall simply possess your body. After all, I am still a perfected celestial realm cultivator. Although my physical body is no more, and my primordial spirit is scattered, now I exist merely as a remnant soul. I can expend some of my soul's essence to assist you. This would allow you to unleash the power of the myriad realms in a short time, ensuring your safety. At these words, Jiang Yan's smile broadened. His master's assurance warmed his heart. Yet, he silently vowed never to allow his master to expend his soul essence. He was keenly aware of how weakened his master currently was. Subsequently, Jiang Yin collected himself, tidied up a bit, and soon left the room. As he walked, wary of disturbing the clan leader's quietude, he did not head towards the family hall, but instead made his way directly to the location of the Vein Master. The current master of the Tianxin Vein was none other than the former head of the Xuanqing branch, Jiang Hongwen, who was also Jiang Yan's grandfather. Thanks to his position, and amidst an accumulation of precious resources, he had now broken through to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon meeting Jiang Hongwen, Jiang Yin immediately articulated his intentions and shared his plans for the future. Jiang Hongwen listened quietly, refraining from dissuading him, out of respect for his beloved grandson's aspirations. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, Jiang Hongwen stroked his beard and regarded him with a concerned gaze. Do you have any plans? Where do you intend to go first? Jiang Yin replied with a smile, Grandfather, I plan to return to Xuanqing for a visit, having been away from his hometown of Xuanqing for several months. He was eager to see it again. Jiang Hongwen nodded approvingly, saying, That is wonderful. When you return, do remember to pay a visit to my old friends. Understood, Jiang Yin responded softly, aware that his grandfather had many old friends in Xuanqing. Then, as he turned to leave, Jiang Hongwen's voice rang out once more, Yinner. Jiang Yin felt a bit puzzled and turned back to see Jiang Hongwen carefully handing him a spatial ring. The elder's wrinkled face broke into a smile. Take these items before you go. Jiang Yin, feeling somewhat bewildered, accepted it and discovered it contained numerous resources, even divine liquids. He was taken aback, his grip on the spatial ring trembling. Suddenly, he realized that these were the resources allotted to the Vein Master each month. In that instant, many of his doubts were resolved. Up until now, among the masters of the 7 veins, the other 6 were at least at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, with the highest having reached the 4th level. He previously thought it was merely due to inadequate aptitude that his grandfather remained at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. But now, it was evident that the elder had saved these resources, reluctant to use them, and had reserved them all for him. Grandfather. Jiang Yan's expression shifted. Feeling the spatial ring in his hand was exceedingly warm, and he quickly returned it. Jiang Hongwen refrained from extending his hand. At my advanced age, I am well aware of my own talents, which pale in comparison to that of the Grand Elder. It seems that reaching the Purple Mansion realm will be the pinnacle of my life. To expend such invaluable resources on an old man like me would indeed be a waste. Recently, I had intended to bestow these items upon you. But due to my numerous commitments, particularly with the family busy managing the promotion list, I regrettably postponed. However, now that you are here, please accept these resources. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin felt a lump in his throat and solemnly replied, You should use what you need, grandfather. Your grandson has grown stronger. Look, I have now attained the Yuanhai realm. As these words left his lips, an aura unique to the Yuanhai realm emanated forth, enveloping the surroundings. Sensing the immense strength contained within that aura, Jiang Hongwen burst into hearty laughter, his voice resounding like thunder. Ha ha ha. My grandson Jiang Yin possesses the bearing of a true monarch. At such a young age, to have broken through to Yuan Hai, I can depart this world without regret. It is worth noting that currently, only a handful of practitioners in the Jiang family have reached the Yuan Hai realm. The fact that his grandson has achieved this milestone at such a tender age speaks volumes of his remarkable aptitude. In the midst of his mirth, however, he suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing. Jiang Yin hurriedly stepped forward to support his grandfather's arm and gently patted his back until Jiang Hongwen's breathing steadied. Jiang Yin then promptly returned the spatial ring. Grandfather, I have already broken through to Yuan Hai. These resources are merely embellishments for me. They would serve you far better. This time, Jiang Hongwen accepted the spatial ring without further protest, expressing his gratitude with 3 heartfelt exclamations of good. Subsequently, Jiang Yin did not hasten to leave, and the two chatted for several hours. By noon, Jiang Hongwen took to the kitchen, utilizing spiritual spring water, dragon tooth rice, and the flesh of spirit beasts to prepare a sumptuous meal. Jiang Yin joyfully devoured 3 bowls and shared several jars of spiritual wine with his grandfather. Once satiated, he prepared to take his leave. Jiang Hongwen wished to accompany him to the mountain's edge, but Jiang Yin politely declined. Ultimately, as Jiang Hongwen tidied up the dishes, he watched his beloved grandson depart, a smile involuntarily gracing his weathered face, his graying beard slightly raised by the remnants of the wine. He murmured a prayer. May the ancestors of the Jiang family bless my Yenner with a safe journey. Chapter 145. Where has Jiang Daoxuan gone? Shortly thereafter, in Tiandu Prefecture, near Xian City, a streak of light arced across the distant horizon. This figure was none other than Jiang Daoxuan, hastening from Shanghai Prefecture. As he drew nearer to his hometown, a smile blossomed on his lips. Hearing his laughter, Jiang Yi inquired, "Where are we now?" Jiang Hao gazed ahead at the towering city that had come into view. Though years had passed, and memories were somewhat hazy, the moment he laid eyes on it, he instantly reconciled the scene with his recollections. Over the years, Xian City had remained unchanged, still enveloped in the autumn rains. Outside the city walls, a row of apricot trees stood, their leaves fluttering down as they had when he left. Jiang Hao squinted, his eyes crescent-shaped, and beamed. "Brother, I can see Xian City. Uncle Yun is taking us home." At this, a flicker of a smile broke through Jiang Yi's otherwise stiff expression. "We're back? I wonder how things are at home now." The two engaged in light banter, while Jiang Daoxuan smiled subtly, unleashing his inner strength to accelerate their speed. Soon, they soared over the walls of Xian City and into its interior. He scrutinized the vicinity, his heart racing with anticipation as he approached the family residence. He couldn't help but imagine the astonishment on his relatives' faces upon learning of his attainment in the Yuan Hai realm. However, this wave of excitement was short-lived. Upon landing in the family courtyard, he was taken aback to find the surroundings eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. The accumulated leaves and dust had not been disturbed, suggesting a long period of neglect. What on earth had transpired? Jiang Daoxuan's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. Had calamity befallen his family during his absence? The thought of his father, son, and kin being attacked filled him with dread, a fear he had not known despite years of perilous encounters. At that moment, Jiang Hao was equally struck with confusion. He wished to voice his concerns, but upon noticing the darkened expression on Jiang Daoxuan's face, he held his tongue. Jiang Yi, hearing the surrounding silence, could not help but inquire, "What is it?" Jiang Daoxuan forced a smile. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Let's rest here for a moment before heading home." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi immediately sensed something was off. Just then, Jiang Daoxuan shot a quick glance at Jiang Hao. Understanding the unspoken cue, Jiang Hao gently supported Jiang Yi's arm and softly said, "Brother, let us take a break. We still have a ways to go before we reach Xian City, and it would be wise to gather our strength. Otherwise, we might arrive in less than ideal condition." Listening to his brother's words, Jiang Yi gradually set aside his unease, nodding in agreement as he settled down to rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan, with a determined expression, utilized his spiritual sense to probe the area. "Take care of your brother. I will investigate to see what has transpired here." Jiang Hao promptly nodded, aiding Jiang Yi as they both sat down. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt a sense of satisfaction and relief. Though young, Jiang Hao was remarkably mature, often alleviating worries for those around him. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan began to extend his spiritual awareness, covering the entire family residence in search of clues. The deeper he probed, the more his heart sank, for there was not a single living soul present. Yet, he also noticed some peculiarities. Every item in the residence remained remarkably intact, with no signs of disorder to be found. Furthermore, numerous valuable possessions had vanished. Given these circumstances, it was evident that this was not a case of looting or an attack. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. It seemed more likely that his father and the others had departed. Realizing this, Jiang Daoxuan let out a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly good news. As long as his family was safe, all would be well. Yet, The next moment, a new question arose in his mind. The family had developed deep roots in Qian City for hundreds of years. How could they simply leave? Surely, they hadn't returned to the main family? He was acutely aware of the main family's disdainful attitudes. So he would sooner believe the sun rose in the west than accept that they were summoned back. Determined to uncover the truth, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly vanished from sight, reappearing at the neighboring house. Given their long-standing friendship, this would be the best place to gather information. Approaching an elderly neighbor who was watering plants, Jiang Daoxuan clasped his hands and addressed him, Uncle Wang. Upon hearing the voice, old Wang instinctively turned to look. His somewhat cloudy eyes scrutinized Jiang Daoxuan. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. After a full 10 breaths, old Wang finally recognized the identity of the person before him, his surprise evident. Daoxuan? He had not anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan, who had been absent from Qian City for many years, would return today. Without time for pleasantries, Jiang Daoxuan hurriedly inquired about the matter weighing most heavily on his heart. Uncle Wang, where has my father gone? I just returned to the residence and found that they seemed to have left long ago. Old Wang quickly grasped the situation, smiling as he replied, You have been away for so long. Naturally, you are unaware of this. Your father and the others are currently enjoying a life of luxury, truly an envy to others. Oh, what do you mean by that? Jiang Daoxuan asked, utterly perplexed. Lao Wang continued. Brother Hongwen has fulfilled the long-held aspirations of our ancestors, successfully guiding our kin back to the main family. How can this not be considered a blessing? How is this even possible? The most unexpected events have indeed transpired, leaving Jiang Daoxuan somewhat astounded. Yet, even more shocking revelations lay ahead. Lao Wang spoke eloquently. Your main family is now quite formidable. The tales of the white-clad sword marquis have only recently begun to circulate, coupled with the isolation of this small place. Xuanqing and Lao Wang's humble status, his sources of information were exceedingly limited. He was only aware of events surrounding the fall of Qianshan sect. Upon hearing that his own Yino had been publicly jilted, Jiang Daoxuan was instantly consumed with rage, yearning to obliterate the Qianshan sect immediately. However, he soon learned that his father had approached the main family, seeking the intervention of the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan. Possessing the cultivation of the Yuanhai realm and wielding sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan held a prominent position within the sword sect. To advocate for the branch family, he took matters into his own hands, and within half a day, annihilated the entire Qianshan sect, leaving a scene of carnage and devastation. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with surprise. Although he felt grateful towards this unfamiliar clan leader, disbelief lingered within him that the man had managed to break through to the Yuanhai realm, let alone grasp sword intent. After all, before his departure, the man had not even attained the Zifu realm. What could have transpired over these years? His rate of advancement seemed to rival Jiang Daoxuan's own. Chapter 146. The unveiling of Jiang Daoxuan's vengeance. Jiang Daoxuan quickly realized that this clan leader must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to achieve such prowess. Nevertheless, he felt no fear within himself. With his mastery of top-tier earth-grade techniques and martial arts, along with his command over blade intent, his combat prowess would undoubtedly rival Jiang Daoxuan's. Once he reached Kangwu Mountain and encountered the man, he would naturally express his gratitude for the assistance rendered. Recently, he had also acquired some resources to offer the main family as a token of appreciation. However, should any members of the main family dare to take advantage of their status and treat his father and Yinner with disdain, they would certainly experience the consequences of their actions. It would serve to remind them that while Jiang Daoxuan may be the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan was not to be trifled with. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Daoxuan snapped back to the present. After retrieving some gifts from the Zifu space to present to Lao Wang, he wasted no time and departed. Upon returning to the quiet family residence, he addressed Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi. Just as I left, I happened to encounter an old acquaintance. According to him, our kin vacated Xuanqing several months ago and returned to the main family. Thus, there is no need for us to visit Xuanqing. We shall head directly to the main family. With these words, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief, having worried about any unfortunate events befalling their kin. Fortunately, it was merely a relocation. Jiang Yi murmured, the main family? What a distant term. For centuries, countless ancestors have longed to return to the main family. Yet who would have thought that this wish would be so suddenly fulfilled? Noticing Jiang Yi's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from further elaboration. After all, even he was uncertain about Jiang Daoxuan's true intentions. However, all questions would likely be resolved upon their arrival at Kangwu Mountain. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan extended his arms, lifting both Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi, and departed Xuanqing. Since their kin were no longer present, this place could hardly be considered home. Flying at full speed, they soon left Xuanqing behind. Half an hour later, high above in the sky, Jiang Daoxuan gazed down at the scenery below and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the route. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes gleamed with cold light. Was it not near Chaoxia sect? He recalled the dark experiences he had endured years ago after leaving Xuanqing. During his journey, he had fortuitously acquired a spiritual herb, only to be ambushed and robbed by a group of disciples from Chaoxia sect. Lacking the strength to resist, he had lost the herb. And his cousin Jiang Daoxuan had tragically perished due to the ensuing chaos. To protect Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi had even been blinded. Such deep-seated enmity could not be forgotten. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's fury surged to its peak. Now that he had reached the second level of the Yuanhai realm and mastered Blade Intent, how could he not annihilate Chaoxia sect? As far as he was aware, while Chaoxia sect had nearly a millennium of heritage, their strongest remaining cultivator was merely at the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. To him, they posed no threat. With this resolution, Jiang Daoxuan promptly altered his course. Upon locating a secure place, he settled Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi there. After all, this journey was fraught with danger, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As for their safety, he held little concern. Though they were young, their talents were exceptional, far surpassing the geniuses he had encountered. Currently, Jiang Hao had cultivated to the 3rd level of the innate realm, while Jiang Yi, despite his blindness, had managed to reach the 1st level of the innate realm through relentless refinement of spiritual energy. They were more than capable of handling ordinary beasts and ferocious creatures. Subsequently, upon hearing that Jiang Daoxuan intended to confront Chaoxia sect alone to settle the score, both Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi's expression shifted to one of fervent excitement. The hatred for their father's murder was insatiable. Now that they had returned from Shanhai Prefecture, Chaoxia sect was destined for destruction. Jiang Hao then spoke, "Uncle Yan, our cultivation is limited, and we can be of little assistance. You should go ahead with confidence. We will ensure our own safety, so as not to distract you." Jiang Daoxuan nodded and immediately departed towards Chaoxia sect. His eyes burned with fury, radiating an insatiable murderous intent. "In the past, I was merely at the innate realm, nearly driven to death by your sect's disciples. Now that I have fortuitously reached the Yuanhai realm, it is time to settle the score." Not long after, Jiang Daoxuan arrived at the gate of Chaoxia sect. The guarding disciple, startled, was about to utter a word when a brilliant light surged forth to meet him. In an instant, the disciple was obliterated into a mist of blood before he could even react. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the surrounding disciples were immediately thrown into a panic, fleeing in terror. Yet, before Jiang Daoxuan, who was solely focused on avenging his unfortunate cousin, all their struggles were in vain. A single punch unleashed a torrent of Yuan power, swiftly engulfing them, reducing them to mere blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Having completed this grim task, Jiang Daoxuan did not pause for a moment and crossed the gate, advancing deeper into the sect's stronghold. Cries of terror and pleas for mercy echoed around him. Realizing the might of this suddenly emerged giant, who could obliterate a large group with a single strike, despair washed over the many disciples of Chaoxia sect. Run. Such power can only belong to a Yuanhai cultivator. This presence is beyond our capacity to withstand. Only the sect leader has a chance of victory, considering their own strength. They decided that if they wished to survive, fleeing was the only option. The thought of having ample time left to live spurred them on, and soon, the disciples of Chaoxia sect scattered in a frantic escape. However, all of this was meaningless in the face of Jiang Daoxuan's wrath. As he recalled the perils he had faced over the years, his anger surged even higher, his chest heaving, and his strikes grew increasingly ruthless. With full force, not a single disciple of Chaoxia sect left behind a complete corpse. Gradually, the red blood stained the ground, flowing through the cracks, and the overwhelming scent of blood permeated the air, causing nausea. Yet Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained chillingly calm, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. Just as he was reveling in his slaughter, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby, "Bold one, who dares to cause trouble at my Chaoxia sect?" Jiang Daoxuan halted his actions and turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. He beheld 3 Zifu realm cultivators approaching with anger etched on their faces. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes turned cold, resembling those of a hawk. He swiftly extended his right hand, retrieving a massive bow from his back. Simultaneously, his left hand produced 3 glimmering arrows from the Zifu space, knocking them onto the bowstring. This grand bow, known as the armor-piercing spirit bow, was an exceptional treasure of the Xian rank. The arrow, named cloud-piercing arrow, is forged from several types of mysterious iron, exhibiting exceptional hardness capable of penetrating vital essence, and is laced with potent poison that, upon contact, can harm the wielder's consciousness. In Chapter 147, Jiang Daoxuan encounters peril, and Jiang Yan is left in disbelief. As the supreme arrow technique of the Xian tier is unleashed, a vast amount of vital energy is swiftly summoned, enveloping the arrow in a faint silver halo. Drawing the bow like a full moon, the arrow flies forth like a shooting star. Jiang Daoxuan loosens his grip on the arrow's tail slightly, Bang! A sound of shattering air reverberates. The razor-sharp arrow, trailing a long wake, strikes with lethal intent. In an instant, it descends before the three individuals. Witnessing this scene and feeling the immense power contained within the arrow, they are struck with horror, unable to confront it head-on. However, evasion has become futile. They can only gather their vital energy to resist. Yet, before the cloud-piercing arrow, it is as feeble as a silver needle piercing through white paper. The barrier of vital energy is instantly torn apart, penetrating their bodies and extinguishing their souls. Boom! An explosive sound erupts. The corpses of the three Purple Mansion cultivators are firmly pinned to the ground. The terrifying force and vital energy explode, shattering the earth and creating three enormous circular craters. At that moment, more streaks of light rush in. Yet, before they can approach, they witness Jiang Daoxuan's three arrows simultaneously strike down the three Purple Mansion elders. Alarmed, they hastily halt, their faces drained of color, utterly terrified. Instinctively, they wish to flee, but as Jiang Daoxuan retrieves another arrow, aiming at them, they find themselves paralyzed. Unable to make a move, no one dares to be the first to run, fearing they would become the target. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan does not rush to act. Instead, his gaze turns icy as he focuses on one individual, a man clad in a purple robe with a delicate visage, the very person responsible for his downfall years ago. He had not anticipated that, after several years, this adversary would possess such fortune to break through to the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Meanwhile, feeling the intense gaze upon him, the purple-robed man experiences an unsettling sensation. His heart is filled with confusion, unable to grasp the situation. But just then, without warning, Jiang Daoxuan takes action. He swiftly draws back his bow and releases an arrow, imbued with the force of thunder, instantly piercing through the purple-robed man's body. Another Purple Mansion cultivator falls. Before the remaining three elders can react, Jiang Daoxuan fires three more arrows, striking them down one by one. Observing this, he slowly lowers his bow arm. However, just as he does, a figure unexpectedly appears behind him, the master of the Chaoxia sect, a fifth-layer cultivator of the Yuan-Si realm. Truly remarkable archery skills. Even I would not dare to confront it directly. But once the distance is closed, your strongest techniques will be restricted. What can you do then? With these words, the Chaoxia sect master, wielding dual hammers, charges at Jiang Daoxuan. Sensing the overwhelming force approaching from behind, Jiang Daoxuan smirks, swiftly retracting his bow into the Purple Mansion space. His right hand rests on the hilt of his long knife. Ridiculous. When did I ever claim that archery was my strongest technique? The intent of the blade surges forth, slicing through the air with lethal brilliance, aimed at the Chaoxia sect master. The master's pupils constrict, panic overtaking him as he realizes that this man's swordsmanship surpasses his archery. He possesses a mastery of blade intent, desperate to avoid the fatal blow. He can only utilize evasive maneuvers, narrowly escaping critical damage. Yet, his left hand is severed and thrown into the air. Blood splatters as the Chaoxia sect master hastily clutches his wound, employing vital energy to staunch the bleeding. Aware that he cannot win, he begins to flee. Fearing the arrows will find him, the Chaoxia sect master resolutely ignites his lifeblood, drastically increasing his speed, making it difficult for Jiang Daoxuan to lock onto him. Before long, they reach the back mountain. The Chaoxia sect master glances back, seeing Jiang Daoxuan relentlessly pursuing him, and he smirks viciously. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to grant you that favor. With formidable enemies at hand and the sect on the brink of ruin, I implore the ancestor to emerge and safeguard our legacy. His voice booms like rolling thunder, echoing in all directions. Jiang Daoxuan instinctively senses danger. Although he is aware of the Chaoxia sect's millennia of heritage, he had not anticipated the existence of an ancestor still alive. At this moment, a powerful aura surges skyward, reaching the 9th layer of the Yuan-Si realm. Simultaneously, a furious voice resounds. How many years has it been since I last emerged? I never thought so soon someone would forget the former glory of this old man. With a resounding crash, a figure bursts forth from a stone chamber, soaring into the air, halting before Jiang Daoxuan. It is an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, his skin wrinkled and dry, resembling skin stretched over bones, yet his eyes shine with vitality, radiating a fearsome aura. This man is the ancestor of the Chaoxia sect. Having sensed his impending demise and knowing he would never break through to the Star Wheel realm, he could only use the sect's secret technique to seal his life force, falling into a deep slumber, becoming the sect's foundation. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan raises an eyebrow. Feeling the situation has become quite troublesome. Faced with two formidable Yuan-Si realm cultivators, even he cannot afford to be careless. The Chaoxia sect master's earlier panic dissipates. His heart steadied as he looks to his ancestor, cupping his hands in respect. I pay my respects to the ancestor. I request your assistance in exterminating this fiend. Very well. As soon as the words leave his lips, the two figures charge at Jiang Daoxuan. Facing two opponents, despite possessing blade intent, he is still merely at the entry-level stage. Under the relentless assault of two powerful adversaries, he gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. His expression darkens, eyes filled with unwillingness. Could it be that today would be his last? Meanwhile, not far from the Chaoxia sect, a figure flashes through the sky, a resolute young man, Jiang Yin, who has departed from Qianwu Mountain. Now, he is hastening towards Xuanqing. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupts below. Jiang Yin furrows his brow, sensing the disturbance, filled with surprise. Three distinct auras, all at the Yuan Sea realm. Are three Yuan Sea cultivators engaged in battle? Not wishing to intervene, he intends to pass directly. However, just as he makes a move, an inexplicable sensation stirs deep within him. What is happening? Jiang Yin's eyes brim with confusion. This feeling is unprecedented, as if some significant event awaits him. If he were to miss it, he might live to regret it for a lifetime. The urge is so strong that he alters his course, descending towards the disturbance. To avoid being inadvertently caught in the fray, he remains cautious, maintaining a safe distance while using his spiritual sense to perceive the scene ahead. Soon, he discerns the specific realms of the three parties based on the dissipating vital energy. A fifth layer and a ninth layer cultivator of the Yuan Sea realm are jointly targeting a second layer cultivator. Jiang Yan's curiosity intensifies. He never expected this second layer cultivator to possess such capability. Yet, his intrigue does not last long. As he delves deeper into his observations, that strange, stirring sensation grows even more potent. Before long, when he uses his spiritual sense to see the appearance of the second layer cultivator, a thunderous explosion resonates in his mind. Boom. Jiang Yan's pupils dilate, his spirit shaken. He stares in disbelief. Father. In chapter 148, the reunion of father and son is akin to a thunderclap. Although years have passed, and the other's appearance and demeanor have changed significantly, Jiang Yin instantly recognizes him. He could never have imagined that this endangered Yuan Sea cultivator is his own father. In this moment, he finally comprehends the source of that stirring sensation. It is the bond of blood. The thought that had he left earlier, his father might have perished here, never to be seen again, fills him with dread. As for his father's cultivation changes, he is not too surprised. Not to mention the unfathomable strength of the clan leader and the terrifying progress of those around him. In mere months of personal cultivation, he had successfully ascended through multiple grand realms, reaching the pinnacle of the Yuan Sea. He could not be astonished, for he had seen too much and had grown accustomed to such feats. However, upon witnessing his father's declining state, it became evident that time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately activated the light shadow escape technique. His form transformed into a radiant arc, and he harnessed his Yuan power to its utmost, causing his speed to surge dramatically. With a swift motion, he rushed to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan was already marred by numerous ghastly wounds. The relentless drive of his blade intent became a burden, draining his spirit immensely. Even though the entry-level Earth-grade supreme swordsmanship boasted great power, it exacted an exorbitant toll. His cultivation was merely at the second level of the Yuan Sea, and although he had mastered lethal moves that surpassed those of his adversaries, he was constrained by his lack of speed, forced to endure passive assaults as his Yuan power was rapidly depleted. As one strike missed its mark, the elder of Chaoxia sect seized the opportunity, letting out a chilling laugh. To withstand hundreds of exchanges against two opponents with only the second level of the Yuan Sea cultivation is indeed the mark of a prodigy. Yet today, you shall fall here. I shall not allow you to escape. With that proclamation, he fiercely activated his artifact and charged forward. Jiang Daoxuan sensed impending doom but felt utterly helpless, for his internal Yuan power had been nearly exhausted. His eyes widened as the figure of his opponent grew nearer, the terrifying gale sweeping towards him. Yet, at that critical moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The overpowering pressure enveloped the area, ensnaring both the elder and the sect master of Chaoxia as if they were mired in a quagmire, their movements becoming sluggish and hindered. They were struck with terror, their souls seemingly torn asunder. Before they could attempt to break free, 9 colossal fire dragons, wrought from blazing orange flames, plummeted down, transforming the once azure sky into a fiery spectacle. The merciless intensity of the flames consumed all surrounding matter, engulfing their forms in an instant. Their expressions twisted in agony as they emitted continuous wails of despair. Within less than 10 breaths, the sounds gradually faded, and silence reclaimed the scene. At this moment, the corporeal forms of the two Yuan Sea cultivators had been utterly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the void. Jiang Daoxuan, witnessing this sudden turn of events, was struck with profound fear. To annihilate two Yuan Sea cultivators in an instant, could it be the intervention of a celestial will realm master? The mere thought sent tremors through his heart. Such a powerful figure could easily dictate the fates of all forces in the vicinity. How could such a distinguished individual appear here so unexpectedly, and even come to his aid? With a heart full of intense curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan lifted his gaze skyward. Under his anxious scrutiny, the 9 formidable fire dragons disintegrated into countless luminous motes that rained down upon the earth. Against the backdrop of the fiery red yuan power light, Jiang Yin descended from the heavens, his feet gently touching the ground. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback by the youthfulness of the one who had intervened. Yet he found it understandable. Many powerful beings could maintain their youthful appearances. However, what perplexed him was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that surged within him upon seeing the figure before him. Realizing this peculiarity, Jiang Daoxuan hastily shook his head. How could this be? I have never encountered a celestial will realm master in my life. How could I feel a sense of familiarity towards this person? Surely, it must be an illusion. Yes, this is all merely an illusion. He suppressed the odd sensations within and faced Jiang Yin, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Without your intervention, my demise would have been certain. At that moment, noticing his father's reaction, Jiang Yin couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Jiang Daoxuan looked up in confusion, questioning, "Why do you laugh, Senior?" With a flicker in his gaze, Jiang Yin reined in his mirth and approached directly. This action left Jiang Daoxuan in a state of heightened anxiety. Subsequently, under his watchful gaze, this seemingly exalted figure knelt before him without any forewarning. This act startled Jiang Daoxuan profoundly. He hurriedly extended his hands, wishing to assist him. But before his palms could make contact, a voice rang out, "Jiang Yin, greetings to my father." Boom. The sound was like a thunderclap. Jiang Daoxuan froze, his outstretched hand hanging in midair, his eyes wide and his lips parted in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. Yin'er. A storm of emotions surged within Jiang Daoxuan, leaving him utterly astounded. He scrutinized the tall and resolute young man before him, struggling to reconcile this figure with his son, Jiang Yin, whom he had left as a tender child, barely reaching his chest in height. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that this young man bore a striking resemblance to Yin'er, even possessing a mole on his neck. "Are you truly my Yin'er?" Though he had begun to suspect the truth, disbelief still flooded Jiang Daoxuan's heart. After all, his son had once been afflicted with a peculiar illness that rendered him unable to cultivate, even when he had fortuitously recovered and resumed his path of cultivation. Only a few years had passed. How could he possibly have achieved the power to vanquish 2 Yuan-Si cultivators in a single strike? What on earth had transpired in the years he had been absent? In that moment, Jiang Daoxuan felt as though the world had become utterly alien to him. The developments had diverged sharply from his expectations, transforming into something surreal and unfathomable. Observing the visible shock on his father's face, Jiang Yin smiled and slowly rose, his height nearly matching Jiang Daoxuan's. He spoke gently. "Could this be doubted? I have just departed from grandfather's side, intending to return to Xuanqing, only to fortuitously find you in peril due to the urgency of the moment." He had decisively unleashed the celestial flame spirit fire, employing the heavenly dragon 9 flames technique to eliminate the 2 foes. The overwhelming power that erupted had even astonished him. He couldn't help but marvel, truly. The prowess of a heavenly grade supreme technique is utterly terrifying. Chapter 149, The Startling Changes in the Main Family. Jiang Daoxuan could no longer maintain composure. Listening to Jiang Yin's recounting, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of dizziness, as if his mind were swelling. He lowered his head in silence, waving his hand. "Wait. Let me gather my thoughts," reflecting on the myriad encounters of the past years, all aimed at resolving his son's peculiar ailment. He hadn't anticipated that his son had never required his assistance. He had resolved everything on his own, achieving a level of power that rivaled the terrifying heights of the celestial wheel realm. What had he been striving for all these years? Had it all been in vain? At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan felt utterly foolish and emotionally drained. The surroundings fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Daoxuan finally managed to regain his composure. A bitter smile crossed his face as he plopped down onto the ground, extending his right hand to his forehead and casting a few glances at his son. "What on earth has happened during our time apart? Your cultivation level?" In this long-awaited reunion, he found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Sensing his father's awkwardness, Jiang Yin patiently explained, "After I returned to the main family with grandfather, I was able to cultivate once more. It was only with the assistance of the clan leader that I could advance to my current level." As Jiang Yin spoke, Jiang Daoxuan gradually gleaned more information regarding the main family. Upon hearing that the main family had unprecedentedly summoned all branches to return and established various new regulations, his mouth fell agape, as if he could fit an egg within. He could scarcely fathom the astonishing audacity and magnanimity of the clan leader, who had abolished the privileges of the main family, dispersing it into 7 branches. The principle of equality reigns here, devoid of distinctions of rank or status, akin to having 7 main families. Furthermore, the allocation of resources to each family primarily hinges upon the triannual 7 Veins Grand Competition. In essence, the quest for abundant resources no longer solely depends on lineage, but rather on capability. This monumental shift seemed to Jiang Daoxuan like a fantastical tale, brimming with incredulity. After all, it starkly contradicted his long-held, rigid perceptions of the main family. As he listened to the various privileges and benefits extended to all clansmen, a profound sense of shame welled within him. Moments ago, he had questioned whether Jiang Daoxuan might treat the branch family members with severity and bias, only to discover that the latter's magnanimity was astonishingly expansive. Through the audacious strategy of uniting all branch families with the main family, this chief of the clan had surpassed all his illustrious predecessors. Such an extraordinary feat, unattainable even in the dreams of countless clansmen, gradually fostered in him a strong sense of identification with this previously unknown leader, igniting a desire to meet him. At that moment, Jiang Yin mentioned the clan leader's annihilation of the Tang family in Tiandu, earning him the title of the white-clad sword marquis. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt his mind momentarily clouded, grappling with the disbelief of whether he had misheard. The Tang family in Tiandu had been obliterated by the clan leader. It was common knowledge that the prominent forces within the Tiandu prefecture were renowned, instilling fear across all cities. As the former head of the Xuanqing branch family, he was acutely aware of these dynamics. Thus, upon receiving this shocking news, he felt a dryness in his throat. Swallowing hard as he plunged into a state of existential doubt, he cautiously glanced at his son, whose serious demeanor left no doubt about the truth of the matter. Yet, new questions emerged. How could the clan leader's cultivation speed exceed his own understanding? Amidst this confusion, he suddenly realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. To experience the clan leader's prowess firsthand, given the latter's formidable strength, a mere breath could likely extinguish his life. With this realization, Jiang Daoxuan's former confidence dissipated. He had recently returned from Xuanqing and heard people speaking of the clan leader possessing only the Yuanhai realm of cultivation, revered as a sword master. How had the situation changed so dramatically? Jiang Yin paused, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he clarified, that person wasn't entirely mistaken. However, that information is several months old. Times have changed. The clan leader has indeed attained the moon cycle realm and comprehended the sword heart, ascending to the rank of sword marquis, heralded as the foremost sword master in Tiandu prefecture. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's spirits sank. He had initially hoped that upon returning to the main family, he could stand alongside the clan leader. Yet now, the chasm between them appeared as vast as the heavens and the earth. The clouds and the mud, there was no basis for comparison. Indeed, he began to question whether his own strength could even secure a place among the top 3 of the Jiang family. Contemplating this, he turned to his son, hesitantly inquiring, "Yinner, if I returned to Kangwu Mountain, where would my strength rank?" His pride was immense, and he was eager to ascertain his standing in the current Jiang family. Jiang Yin, however, remained oblivious to his father's fragile pride. He contemplated carefully before responding earnestly. In the current clan, the clan leader is undoubtedly first, followed by Gu, who possesses the Star Cycle realm and commands complete sword intent, placing him second. It is said that Qin has recently made some breakthroughs, making him the third. Next in line would be me, currently occupying the 4th position. The Great Elder awakened the Thunder Spirit body not long ago and has now cultivated to the Yuanhai realm, placing him 5th. Father, if you return to Kangwu Mountain, you would likely be 6th, barring any unforeseen events. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's analysis, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of panic as he realized he could not even break into the top 5 of the Jiang family, relegated to the 6th position. He had only been away for a few years, certainly not for centuries. How had the family amassed so many formidable individuals? Not only had the clan leader broken into the moon cycle realm, but there was even a protector with the star cycle realm. This was not the main family he once knew. Moreover, who was this Chun Gu his son spoke of? With these thoughts racing, he immediately posed the question. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly and explained, Chun Gu, whose full name is Jiang Chun, is 2 years my senior. He was once a member of the main family and now belongs to the Tianshu lineage. His prestige among the younger generation is unparalleled, even surpassing that of the lineage head, second only to the Great Elder. He has been exceedingly kind to me, so we often refer to each other as brothers. At this revelation, Jiang Daoxuan felt utterly numbed. He had initially believed his son, despite his youth, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of the Star Cycle realm, destined to excel among the younger generation of the Jiang family. Yet, to his astonishment, there existed a prodigy like Jiang Chen, overshadowing all contemporary talents. Furthermore, his combat abilities were remarkably formidable. In Jiang Yan's eyes, even the Great Elder, endowed with the Thunder Spirit body, and himself, could only stand in the shadow of this extraordinary individual. The sheer terror of Jiang Qin's strength was evident. It was clear that he too must possess combat prowess in the Star Cycle realm. Now, it seemed not only would he struggle against Jiang Qin, but even a confrontation with the Great Elder would be exceedingly precarious, leaving him with scant hope of victory. After all, the Great Elder was renowned for his ruthless prowess with the Thunder Spirit body, certainly not an easy opponent to contend with. Chapter 150, The First Meeting of Three. Jiang Hao's curiosity. Jiang Daoxuan supported his forehead with his hand, involuntarily twitching his lips. In that moment, his mind felt chaotic. However, the discomfort he experienced was far from the only source of his distress. He was taken aback to discover that the carefully prepared gifts he had brought forth now seemed somewhat unworthy. After all, his son possessed terrifying combat strength that rivaled that of the Star Cycle realm. How could he still value these resources? At this juncture, he realized that perhaps only the inheritance he had obtained from the grave of the Sunwell Sword Marquis would hold any significance for Jiang Yan. Resolving to stabilize his emotions, Jiang Daoxuan set aside his hand, gazing at Jiang Yan as he solemnly said, "Yenner, your father has encountered some fortuitous opportunities over the years, which include a high-grade earth-level cultivation technique and sword technique. Given your current strength, if you were to also practice this technique, your power would surely ascend to new heights." Jiang Yan displayed a peculiar expression, shaking his head. "Father, the clan leader has already made the high-grade earth-level techniques public in the Hidden Skill Pavilion, allowing all clansmen to exchange them using family contribution points. As for the sword techniques, I have also seen several in the Hidden Skill Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan was struck dumb. He had never imagined that the treasured sword technique inheritance he had painstakingly acquired had become common fare within the main family. Yet, his shock did not end there. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's voice cut in like a dagger. "However, if you require cultivation techniques or martial arts, I can provide you with heaven-level sword techniques, fist techniques, evasion techniques, and palm techniques." As a former master of alchemy, Zhou had befriended many influential figures, thereby acquiring numerous heaven-level techniques. Thus, for Jiang Yan, bestowing his father with several heaven-level techniques was a simple task. In fact, during this time, he had already submitted all the techniques he had learned from his master to the family, enriching the resources of the Hidden Skill Pavilion. Of course, in exchange, he had garnered a substantial amount of family contribution points, which he could use to exchange for various cultivation resources. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yan's words came to a close, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes reflected a mix of confusion and despair, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. Heaven-level techniques? Heaven-level martial arts? Heaven-level arts? Why did these seem like mere wholesale commodities in his son's discourse? What had his years away from the family truly accomplished? Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned bitter as he sighed helplessly. Though he yearned for these heaven-level techniques, he felt the weight of his long absence and the responsibilities he had failed to fulfill. Unable to bring himself to ask his son for the martial arts techniques, Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, there's no need. As your father, I am already overwhelmed with the study of the Earth-grade supreme martial arts. I am but a simple man. What need have I for such profound techniques? There will be time to cultivate them later." Having brought nothing to his son, how could he shamelessly accept his offerings? This was a matter of paternal dignity. At that moment, seeing Jiang Daoxuan's resolute demeanor, Jiang Yan felt it best to refrain from further discussion, shaking his head in resignation. He understood that despite the passing years, his father's stubbornness had remained unchanged. Once he had decided to relinquish the position of family head, no one could sway him. Gradually, Jiang Yan collected his thoughts, reflecting on his father's situation. He lost interest in returning to Xian City for the time being. He turned to Jiang Daoxuan and clasped his hands in respect, stating in that case, "Please accompany me back to Kangwu Mountain." He needed to escort his father there before considering any journeys. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and stood up again, saying, "Since the clan members have gone to the main family, I will naturally follow. However, before that, I must retrieve your two younger cousins." "Younger cousins?" Jiang Yan frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Upon further reflection, he recalled that his father had indeed taken two children with him when he left home years ago. Noticing Jiang Yan's uncertainty, Jiang Daoxuan began to recount the events of recent years. Upon hearing about the tragic experiences of Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi, Jiang Yan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he had a deep impression of elder Jiang Daoxuan, who had always treated him well. It was disheartening to learn that shortly after leaving Xian City, such misfortune had befallen them, leaving the two sons to endure hardship alongside their father. When he learned that both boys possessed extraordinary talent and had broken through to the innate level at such a young age, Jiang Yin was astonished. He quickly realized that these two were invaluable assets to the family. His gaze flickered as he suggested, perhaps the clan leader could restore Jiang Yi's eyesight. As he is blind, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes widened in surprise, and he hurriedly inquired, "Oh, is that truly the case?" Jiang Yin replied with a smile, "Father, you may not know this, but in the past, Gu Gongfeng lost his right arm, and it was under the clan leader's assistance that he was able to regenerate it. Now, he excels in dual sword techniques, his strength greatly increased." Listening to Jiang Yin's account, Jiang Daoxuan's face brightened with joy. Over the years, not to mention the dying wishes of Jiang Daoxuan, the experiences they had shared in hardship had caused him to regard the two boys as his own sons. Thus, upon hearing that the clan leader possessed such extraordinary abilities, he was overjoyed. Without delay, he set off with Jiang Yin to find Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi. Before long, while chatting with Jiang Yi, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a commotion above and looked up to see Jiang Daoxuan returning. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no mishap had occurred. However, upon noticing a stranger accompanying Jiang Daoxuan, curiosity piqued within him. Who might this individual be? He had not anticipated that Uncle Yun would bring someone back with him. Moreover, with his innate cultivation, he could clearly see the unmistakable joy on the stranger's face. This only heightened his curiosity, as it had been quite some time since he had seen Uncle Yun in such high spirits. As Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yin landed, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing something unusual. Although he was blind, his hearing was extraordinarily keen, allowing him to detect two sets of footsteps. Two people had returned. Had there been an incident? Just as Jiang Yi was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Hao, with his strikingly clear eyes, fixed his gaze on Jiang Yin and asked Jiang Daoxuan, "Uncle Yun, who is he?" Jiang Daoxuan chuckled heartily, feeling a swell of pride as he declared, "Ha ha ha. You two have met many times in your youth. But you were so small back then that you likely do not remember. Allow me to reintroduce you. He is your clan brother and my son, Jiang Yin." With Jiang Daoxuan's announcement, both boys were struck by immense surprise. Because Jiang Yi was only half a year younger than Jiang Yin, he recalled the youth from their past. However, he never imagined he would encounter him in such a remote location. The odds of such a coincidence were truly hard to believe. At that moment, Jiang Hao, witnessing Jiang Yin descend, was even more astonished. Though many childhood memories had grown hazy, he had often heard Uncle Yun mention Jiang Yin's name over the years. Thus, he was not entirely unfamiliar with it and knew many details about him. But hadn't Uncle Yun said that he was afflicted with a strange illness that prevented him from cultivating? What was the meaning of this? After all, to be able to soar through the air required one to attain the Purple Mansion level. Seeing the two boys lost in confusion, Jiang Daoxuan did not keep them in suspense and promptly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing about the emergence of the ancestor of the Chashia sect and how Uncle Yun had faced two adversaries alone, nearly not returning, their expressions tightened, filled with trepidation. However, when they learned that Jiang Yin had appeared, unleashing his formidable power to vanquish two Yuanhai experts with a single strike, they were momentarily stunned. After years of being nurtured by Jiang Daoxuan, they had come to understand the extent of their own talents. Yet, they were astonished to discover that their clan brother Jiang Yan's gifts were even more terrifying. In just a few short years, he had not only healed from his ailment but had also surged forward, wielding such formidable combat prowess. Compared to his progress, their own abilities seemed utterly insignificant. Upon hearing about the current state of the main family, they were once again greatly astonished. Before they could fully process the revelations, Jiang Daoxuan dropped another bombshell. According to what Jiang Yin had said, the clan leader possessed a miraculous ability that could restore severed limbs to their original state. Before he could finish, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Could it be my brother's eyes?" Jiang Daoxuan nodded. There may yet be hope for Yi's eyesight. This revelation instantly ignited an overwhelming excitement within Jiang Yi. He trembled uncontrollably, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his lips parted in disbelief. He never imagined that the opportunity to regain his sight would present itself so swiftly. He had long resigned himself to a life shrouded in darkness or hoped to restore his vision only upon reaching a higher realm through his own efforts. This unexpected surprise was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Jiang Hao shared in the joy. For years, he had felt guilty for his brother's sacrifice, which had cost him his sight. Little did he expect there would now be a chance to make amends. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel profound curiosity about the clan leader. What kind of person was he? Jiang Hao tilted his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin quietly observed the two. He realized that before meeting the clan leader and his master, his own cultivation had barely reached the acquired level. Yet here was Jiang Yi, merely half a year younger than him, already at the first stage of the innate level, rivaling their father's strength before leaving home. Showcasing remarkable talent. Unlike himself, who had benefited from abundant resources, Jiang Yi had relied solely on diligent practice. As for Jiang Hao, who was 5 years younger, He had astonishingly reached the third stage of the innate level, which was even more astounding. Then, Jiang Yin suppressed his astonishment. To ascertain the true extent of their talents, he decided to inquire about them from his esteemed master. Master, could you assess the talents of my two younger cousins? At Jiang Yan's call, Elder Zhou roused from his slumber. During this time, he had chosen to sleep for most hours to conserve energy, awakening only when Jiang Yin summoned him. Young master, let me take a look. Elder Zhou focused his gaze on the three before him. The profound perception emanating from the perfected celestial realm enveloped Jiang Daoxuan first. This individual appeared rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary constitution, and seemed to barely grasp the initial essence of blade intent despite his age and cultivation level, indicating a rather low aptitude. In summary, he seemed quite mediocre. A fleeting thought crossed Elder Zhou's mind as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Hao. Having faced numerous shocks, he now approached with utmost caution, probing delicately. As his perception deepened, Elder Zhou's expression grew increasingly grave. A sense of foreboding, reminiscent of past psychological shadows, surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he emitted a soft gasp, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from within the other party. A luminous sphere nestled at the chest appeared to be gestating something dreadful. Intrigued, Elder Zhou intensified his perception. Gradually, faint outlines emerged within the sphere. Was that a bone? Elder Zhou squinted, his eyes flickering. Such distinct features and the immense power they contained instantly conjured thoughts of a terrifying talent that existed only in legends. Supreme Bone, an innate supremacy. Those who possessed this bone wield unparalleled strength, sweeping through their peers and regarded as taboo. To step into the realm of the great sage is merely a matter of time. Achieving the quasi-emperor realm is not outside the realm of possibility. Clearly, this child before him was a remarkably formidable prodigy. Although not as enigmatic as Jiang Han, Jiang Chun, or the clan leader, the presence of such a powerful talent foretold a future of resounding fame. At this moment, Elder Zhou could not help but exclaim in awe. The Jiang family truly produced exceptional talents, not only manifesting spiritual bodies, but now also birthing the supreme bone. Such a lineage must be blessed with great fortune. Even without the great emperor's reincarnation presiding, the Jiang family could never be confined to this small domain. His decision to ally with a powerful faction was undoubtedly wise. The Jiang family was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. After this moment of reflection, Elder Zhou shifted his gaze to Jiang Yi. The perception of the perfected celestial realm swiftly enveloped him entirely. In mere moments, he detected anomalies. The eyes of the other party contained a profound source of power. The aura was still weak, seemingly in the process of awakening. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the source power and the individual's relatively low cultivation level, his vision was ultimately obstructed, resulting in a state of blindness to the essence of this force. Faced with this scene, Elder Zhou's eyes reflected uncertainty. Even he could not discern the specifics. Before the source was fully awakened, no distinct characteristics were revealed, making it challenging to perceive the true nature of this power. Undeniably, this was an individual bearing a terrifying talent. Contemplating this, Elder Zhou turned to Jiang Yin and softly remarked, "Young master, while these two possess high innate talents, they have yet to fully uncover their true potential. If fully realized, their talent is so formidable that even with my several millennia of experience, I find no equal. This matter is of great significance. It would be prudent for you to present these two to the clan leader promptly." Although he could not ascertain the nature of Jiang Yi's terrifying talent, the enigmatic clan leader would undoubtedly uncover it. At this moment, as Elder Zhou's words settled, astonishment flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. If even his master, a perfected celestial being, spoke thus, it was evident just how extraordinary the innate talents of these two clansmen truly were. Yet, soon after, a wave of joy surged within Jiang Yan. As a member of the Jiang family, especially one who vowed to strive for the family's resurgence, he naturally yearned to witness the rise of more prodigies within the clan. This way, they could collectively contribute, fortifying the family and striving for greater strength. Chapter 152, Returning to Kangwu Mountain, 3 Investments. Jiang Yin gradually regained his composure. After a brief exchange with the others, he ceased to hesitate and promptly set forth, leading everyone back to Kangwu Mountain. Shortly thereafter, the group successfully arrived at the mountain's heights, landing before the entrance. Owing to his identity as a clan prodigy, Jiang Yin encountered no obstruction from the guardians of the mountain. As for the suppression effect of the binding spirit Great Array, it was due to the array having absorbed the bloodline aura of the Jiang family members, automatically shielding Jiang Daoxuan and the others. Upon entering the clan's residence, although Jiang Daoxuan longed to see his father, Jiang Hongwan, he understood the importance of hierarchy and knew he must first pay respects to the clan leader. With this in mind, they promptly made their way to the clan's great hall. However, as they approached the hall's entrance, Jiang Daoxuan's lunar perception sensed their presence ahead of time, noticing that Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao had already broken through to the innate realm at such a young age. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Thus, before the others could offer their greetings, he spoke languidly, "Come in." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Though he did not deliberately release his aura, the slight emanation of his power caused a shudder among the group, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Jiang Daoxuan involuntarily lowered his head, trembling slightly. Despite having heard tales of the clan leader's might from his son, he realized that experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. In the presence of the faint aura exuding from the leader, he felt the fragility of his blade intent, as if it could crumble with just a gentle breath, leaving no chance for resistance. And this was merely a glimpse of the leader's aura. What would it be like if he unleashed his full power? Such thoughts were utterly unfathomable for Jiang Daoxuan. This clan leader was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Subsequently, the group entered. Jiang Yin and Jiang Daoxuan led the way, followed by Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi. Jiang Hao, wide-eyed with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the opulence of the clan hall, which far surpassed any structure he had ever encountered during his years of wandering, something he had never even dreamed of. Was this truly the ancestral home yearned for by countless ancestors and clansmen? It was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Jiang Daoxuan cautiously raised his gaze, catching a glimpse of the scene before him. There stood a figure clad in white, towering and ethereal, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan experienced an almost surreal sensation, feeling as though he were not meeting the highest authority of his clan, but rather standing before the supreme heavens or the vast cosmos, profound and inscrutable. In the face of this overwhelming presence, Jiang Daoxuan instinctively knelt. This act was devoid of any resentment. Having witnessed Jiang Daoxuan's humility and the legacy of past clan leaders, he had long been humbled by their deeds. Thus, this kneeling was an expression of heartfelt submission. Simultaneously, in the presence of Elder Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Yin, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Yi also knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the clan leader." As their words echoed, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and was about to speak when suddenly, the system's notification rang out. Ding, blue tier clansman detected. Host may initiate investment. Ding, gold tier clansman detected. Host may initiate investment. Ding, red tier clansman detected. Host may initiate investment. 3 consecutive notifications left Jiang Daoxuan momentarily stunned. 1 blue, 1 gold, 1 red? He had not anticipated that Jiang Yin would bring such delightful surprises this time around. Truly, the boy had not been in vain. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan gradually rose, facing the crowd with a warm smile. "Everyone, please rise." With that, he immediately activated the Chaos Dao Eye to examine the information of those present. Name, Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation, Yuan High Realm. Second level, Root Bone, Medium. Comprehension, Superior. Fortune, Blue, originally, Black. Talent, Mortal Body. Opportunity, receive the inheritance of the Sun Wheel Blade candidate. Ding, current goal. Investment can trigger blue level return. Invest 1 washing marrow pill to obtain a bottle of washing marrow pills. Invest 250 middle grade spiritual stones to obtain a superior grade gathering array. Name, Jiang Yi. Cultivation, innate realm. First level, Root Bone, Genius, Comprehension, Peerless, Fortune, Golden, reviving from withered roots. Talent, Double Pupils, Awakening, also known as Celestial Eyes, filled with intricate symbols, possessing the ability to perceive the essence, fast vision, healing abilities, etc. Opportunity, suffered external attacks, leading to the awakening of hidden double pupils within. But due to insufficient spiritual energy, the awakening process is prolonged, requiring 3 more years to complete. Note, external methods can be utilized to expedite the awakening process. Ding, current goal. Investment can trigger golden level return. Invest 1 lower grade earth level magical artifact to obtain 10 superior grade earth level magical artifacts. Invest 1 superior grade earth level technique pure yang technique to obtain a special treasure art, repairing heaven art. Invest 1 superior grade earth level technique great sun body refining method to obtain a special talent, double pupils. Name, Jiang Hao. Cultivation, innate realm. Third level, Root Bone, extraordinary, comprehension, extraordinary, fortune, red, talent, supreme bone, awakening. Born to face tribulation, fortune amplification, opportunity. The time for cultivation is still short, and the talent has not yet fully awakened. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, awakening can be achieved. Note, the host can forge a foundation for him, allowing the supreme bone to awaken early. Gazing at the bountiful rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan wore a satisfied expression. This investment could be deemed the most extravagant one in months. He then collected his thoughts and returned to tranquility, engaging in conversation with those present. After learning about Jiang Daoyan's experiences over the years, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered, as if struck by a sudden realization. Months ago, fortune had improved? Wasn't that precisely when he had elevated his family's fortune? Realizing this, he suddenly understood why the other's fortune had transformed into blue. According to the original black fortune, it was a sign of misfortune and calamity. Had he not enhanced his family's fortune, the other might have perished outside months ago? Chapter 153, Awakening the Double Pupils. The Gratitude of the Brothers. After listening to the trio's tales of wandering over the years, Jiang Daoxuan took out 3 spatial rings filled with resources and bestowed them upon the 3, serving as a small token of greeting. Observing the clan leader's casualness and ease in gifting, the others, after expressing their gratitude, did not dwell on it, believing it to be merely a small gift as stated by the clan leader. At that moment, Jiang Hao pocketed the spatial ring and cupped his hands, saying, "Respected clan leader, Brother Yin mentioned that you might be able to heal my brother's eyes. Please lend your assistance to save him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan slightly turned his head to glance at Jiang Yi. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 more years to fully awaken. However, should he employ the reincarnation treasure art, the awakening speed of the double pupils could certainly be hastened. The difficulty to him was trivial. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan said solemnly, as a member of the Jiang family, how can one endure the suffering of blindness? As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, and a mysterious light instantly fell upon Jiang Yi's eyes, merging within. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and the power of time flowed, hastening the awakening of the double pupils. After a few breaths, under the gaze of the crowd, a brilliant divine radiance suddenly shone forth from the black cloth covering Jiang Yi's eyes. It rapidly illuminated the entire family hall, making the scene exceptionally bright. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yi knelt on the ground. He extended his hands, tightly covering his eyes. At that moment, he felt an intense heat and a surge of pain, as a formidable power erupted. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the black cloth before him was instantly torn apart, vanishing completely. Jiang Yi slowly raised his head, struggling to open his eyes. The light that filled his vision was blinding, causing discomfort to someone who had grown accustomed to darkness for years. As he gradually adapted, a voice filled with concern suddenly rang out from behind him. "Brother, can you see?" Startled, Jiang Yi turned around, following the source of the voice. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he was immediately overwhelmed with tears. In his memory, the other was still just a little child, yet now he had changed so much. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly froze. Jiang Yin and Jiang Daoyan beside him were equally astonished, for Jiang Yi's eyes had undergone a tremendous transformation. 2 pupils, one large and one small, overlapped, interwoven with countless runes flashing, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. What was happening? No one could have imagined that after Jiang Yi restored his vision, his eyes would undergo such a miraculous change. Meanwhile, the elder Zhou, hidden within the ring, upon witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Double pupils." The characteristics of Jiang Yi's eyes were so striking that he immediately associated them with the legend. Double pupils, a manifestation of invincibility. Once they appear, they are nearly unstoppable. A myth of invincibility. Their numbers are scarce, and throughout endless ages, it is exceedingly rare for one to be born. Who would have thought that in this small Jiang family, not only had the supreme bone and sacred body appeared, but now such a terrifying, unrivaled genius would emerge? The Jiang family was not merely fortunate, they were perhaps favored by the heavens themselves. Just as Elder Zhou was filled with astonishment, Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Double pupils?" Apart from the clan leader, Brother Chen, and Brother Han, he had never witnessed the shock of his master, a consummate heavenly realm cultivator. This speaks volumes of the terrifying nature of the double pupils. Silence enveloped the room for several breaths, descending into an eerie stillness. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Yi immediately inquired, "What is this?" At this moment, he too vaguely sensed something amiss. The world before his eyes was extraordinarily clear, his vision exceeding all previous experiences. Furthermore, when he concentrated, he could perceive the others' movements slowing down, as if they were snails, and he could even see through objects to glimpse their backgrounds, truly wondrous. Perceiving Jiang Hao's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, casually waving his hand, and a vast amount of yuan power poured forth, transforming in an instant into a mirror. Jiang Yi looked into the mirror and instantly discovered the peculiarity of his eyes. "My eyes?" Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Daoxuan's voice suddenly reached him. "Do not worry, you must have already sensed the changes within your body. This is the root of your blindness, your talent, known as double pupils. It is precisely because you are awakening this talent that your eyes were temporarily obscured by the power of the double pupils, not true blindness. Now that the awakening has been completed, you will surely discover various extraordinary aspects in the future. A double pupil wielder, your future is boundless. You shall become one of the most extraordinary talents of our clan. However, Despite the strength of the talent, do not grow complacent. I hope you will devote yourself to cultivation in the future, striving to enhance the family. I look forward to your future performance. Upon hearing that his eyes were so extraordinary, Jiang Yi was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He immediately approached Jiang Daoxuan, kneeling on one knee. Thank you, clan leader, for your assistance. Had it not been for the patriarch's intervention, even with my extraordinary talent, I would likely have remained forever ensnared in an unending abyss of darkness. The patriarch's profound kindness is something I, Jiang Yi, shall never forget in this lifetime. I humbly beseech you to accept my bow. Lowering my head, I prostrated thrice before him. Not only had I regained my sight, but I also awakened the rare dual-eye talent. At this moment, the gratitude swelling within me defies expression. I vow to repay the patriarch's benevolence with every last drop of my blood for the family. Concurrently, I felt the terrifying power residing within my eyes. Clenching my fists, I silently vowed that the hardships of the past would eventually fade away. From now on, I shall not allow anyone to harm my brother. If one wishes to bring harm to Jiang Hao, they must first tread over my lifeless body. On the other side, Jiang Hao shared in the sentiment. Genuinely pleased for his brother, he quickly knelt and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed patriarch, for extending your hand and saving my brother. My gratitude knows no bounds." Observing the brother's reactions, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and said, "Rise." With that, an invisible force enveloped them, lifting them from the ground. Just as Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi believed all was well, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly remarked, "Jiang Hao, do you know that you, like Jiang Yi, possess a remarkably unique and powerful talent? However, this talent has yet to awaken, and I can assist you in achieving that now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He had never anticipated that he too possessed a special talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was overjoyed, his elation surpassing even that of his own awakening. Ever since their father's passing, he, as the elder brother, naturally wished for his younger brother's flourishing. If it were possible to transfer his dual-eye talent, he would have done so for his brother. Thus, the prospect of Jiang Hao awakening his own talent was nothing short of delightful. With this in mind, Jiang Yi bent down, pressing his forehead against the cold ground, respectfully saying, "I implore you, esteemed patriarch, to grant my brother the awakening of his talent. In the future, should you require our assistance, we, the two brothers, shall bravely face any adversity without hesitation." Upon hearing Jiang Yi's request, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, and then turned to Jiang Hao, solemnly instructing, "Sit down and begin to cultivate. Steady your mind." At his command, Jiang Hao obediently positioned himself. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan retrieved an abundance of divine liquid and spiritual herbs from the purple mansion space. He then pricked his finger, extracting a small amount of faint golden holy blood. A powerful force of the great Tao surged forth, transforming into a radiant light that enveloped Jiang Hao, aiming to forge an unparalleled foundation for this youthful prodigy. With a resounding explosion, an exceptionally potent surge of spiritual energy erupted. Everyone in the hall felt their expressions shift, instinctively retreating several steps. Jiang Hao sat on the ground, eyes shut tightly. Boundless mysterious light flowed around him, merging with his skin and being absorbed. Gradually, a faint golden halo began to manifest around his body. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted from his chest, exuding an awe-inspiring might. A formidable aura soared skyward, piercing through the hall ceiling and instantly saturating the sky with a golden hue. The immense commotion swept across the entire Kangwu Mountain. In that moment, countless individuals halted their actions, their faces suddenly filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, "What is this aura? What has happened?" That direction seems to be the family hall. Could it be the patriarch? Everyone felt an overwhelming curiosity, their senses captivated by the astonishing scene before them. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji, who was practicing her swordplay, also paused. She looked up at the phenomenon in the sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. The terrifying essence contained within this aura surpassed anything she had ever encountered. Beside her, Gu Xinjian fell into silence. The direction of the family hall? What extraordinary event had the patriarch orchestrated to invoke such a heavenly phenomenon? At this moment, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. This aura did not instill in him any significant fear. Before the celestial fire within him, all pressure dissipated. Yet, he found it curious that, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, as though a worthy opponent was about to emerge. How exhilarating this prospect is. Jiang Chun mused, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His current combat prowess was undeniably impressive, having defeated Gu Gongfeng of the Star Wheel realm on several occasions. Apart from the patriarch, he felt invincible within the clan, practically unmatched. Thus, he yearned to encounter a fellow genius within the family with whom he could spar and grow. As the aura spread, deep within the spiritual spring, the little white creature stirred slightly but quickly returned to tranquility. It had yet to awaken and still required time for its metamorphosis. This transformation was a significant turning point that could alter the course of its life. At this moment, within the family hall, boundless golden light flickered. Jiang Hao stood proudly, his pores opening wide, beginning to radiate divine brilliance, and his aura surged rapidly. With the support of numerous resources and the Supreme Bone's immense energy, he ascended through the ranks. 4th Innate Realm, 5th Innate Realm, 2nd Purple Mansion Realm, 3rd Purple Mansion Realm, 4th Purple Mansion Realm. In mere moments, Jiang Hao stepped into the Purple Mansion Realm, achieving the remarkable feat of a 12-year-old Purple Mansion cultivator. This astonishing accomplishment shattered the records of the Jiang family, reaching an unprecedented and terrifying level. As the aura emanating from Jiang Hao enveloped the room, everyone present, except for Jiang Daoxuan, was left in awe. It is known that for an ordinary person to reach the acquired realm by the age of 12 is already a notable achievement. Attaining the innate realm is even rarer, often relegated to the realm of legend. Yet here was Jiang Hao, at such a young age, ascending to the Purple Mansion. This was a groundbreaking moment throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. Just as everyone was marveling, the divine radiance dissipated, revealing Jiang Hao's figure. His physique had grown taller, his features refined and handsome. His eyes shone with clarity and brilliance, his skin glistening, and his hair flowed freely, exuding an otherworldly charm. He radiated an indescribable elegance, akin to an ethereal being. Now, having successfully awakened the Supreme Bone and received abundant resources, Jiang Hao had undergone a complete transformation. Gaining the terrifying talent befitting a youthful sovereign, he silently lowered his gaze to his palm, his eyes inadvertently reflecting shock and joy. At the moment of awakening the Supreme Bone, he instinctively mastered a formidable treasure technique known as Celestial Calamity Light. Once unleashed, it would descend like divine retribution, judging the mortal realm, annihilating all, with boundless power and astonishing lethality. Once he grew stronger, coupled with this technique, he would be more than capable of safeguarding all that he wished to protect. Subsequently, Jiang Hao suppressed his inner joy and hurriedly turned to Jiang Daoxuan, respectfully stating, "Thank you, esteemed patriarch, for your assistance. Such profound grace, Jiang Hao shall forever remember." Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand gently, saying, "In our family, there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Now that you have returned home, you need not worry overly much. Remember, you are all members of the Jiang family, and in the future, you must unite to strengthen our clan." As these words hung in the air, Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, promptly responding, "Thank you, patriarch. We, the two brothers, shall not disappoint your expectations." Just upon their reunion, the patriarch had expended great effort to awaken their talents. Such profound trust and kindness were beyond their comprehension. In their eyes, the patriarch's use of various resources surely entailed immense costs. The calm demeanor he maintained was merely a facade to alleviate their concerns. With this realization, tears of gratitude welled in their eyes. The family is truly fortunate to have a selfless leader who wholeheartedly dedicates himself to the well-being of his kin. Observing the ever-changing expressions of the two brothers, Jiang Daoxuan could discern that they had concocted some fanciful notion. However, he was disinclined to clarify, merely glancing at Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Daoyuan, and softly stating, "In the days to come, you shall join the Tianxian lineage." "Thank you, clan leader." The three of them beamed with joy and hastily expressed their gratitude. They had learned from Jiang Yin that many of the Tianxian lineage's members were acquaintances from the Xuanqing branch, making it the most appealing option for them. With the clan leader's support, their aspirations were met with utmost satisfaction. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone departed in turn. Upon the return of the four to the Tianxian lineage, Jiang Hongwen soon relinquished his position, passing the mantle of the new lineage leader to his son, Jiang Daoyuan. Simultaneously, Jiang Hongwen joined the Elder Council, becoming the second member after Jiang Hongguang. Chapter 155, The Absorption of the Double-Pupil and the Mysterious Matriarch Paternal Token. As the positions shifted, Jiang Daoxuan began to review the rewards he had just obtained within the Grand Hall of the family. The Spirit Gathering Array and 10 exquisite Earth-grade artifacts were temporarily stored in the system's repository, and he did not rush to retrieve them. He then turned his attention to the next reward, Sky Replenishing Technique. Once enacted, it can reverse time at the brink of death, restoring oneself to peak condition. Seeing the miraculous nature of the Sky Replenishing Technique, which could almost bring one back from the dead, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in approval. Not only could it be employed in life-threatening situations, but even when one's vitality was waning, this technique could restore combat prowess to its zenith. Once imparted to numerous clan members, it would undoubtedly enhance their survival rates, establishing it as an invaluable support skill. Next, Jiang Daoxuan examined another treasure technique, Grass Character Sword Technique. It conjures a blade of grass, unleashing a profound sword intent that can cleave through anything. including the sun and moon, embodying ultimate lethality. Undoubtedly, this was yet another formidable combat technique. Together with the Samadhi True Fire and the Great Annihilation technique, Jiang Daoxuan had mastered 3 distinct methods of destruction. However, he perceived that the grass character sword technique differed fundamentally from the others, as the former 2 were divine powers challenging to bestow upon others. In contrast, the Qilin technique, sky replenishing technique, and grass character sword technique could be taught to others, thus enriching the clan's foundation. After examining these 2 techniques, Jiang Daoxuan turned his gaze to the remaining 2 exceptional talents. Double-Pupil possesses the ability to perceive the essence, and to see speed as slowness, among other capabilities. This talent can be perfectly absorbed by the Chaos Double-Pupil, inheriting all its abilities. Supreme Bone nurtures a powerful treasure technique. It can perfectly merge with the host without any rejection. Upon seeing the system's notifications, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of surprise. Initially, he had thought that possessing the Chaos Double-Pupil would preclude him from fusing with the Double-Pupil talent. However, the Chaos Double-Pupil unexpectedly offered him a delightful surprise. It seemed that this might be the pinnacle of the Chaos Double-Pupil's abilities, capable of absorbing the powers of all ocular talents and stacking them infinitely. With this realization, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto his lips. This revelation clarified why the Chaos Double-Pupil's initial manifestation seemed so feeble, a disservice to its name. Now, having discovered its absorption capability, it felt as though he had uncovered a new world. He immediately recognized that while the Chaos Double-Pupil had a low baseline, its potential was extraordinarily terrifying, reaching a level akin to the pinnacle of existence. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan hesitated no longer. He first integrated the Supreme Bone within himself, thereby breaking through to the 5th level of the Moonwheel realm and mastering a treasure technique, Celestial Calamity Light. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan officially possessed dual Supreme Bones. Without any further hesitation, he immediately integrated the Double-Pupil. A radiant divine light surged forth from his eyes, only to be swiftly drawn back and devoured by the power of the Chaos Double-Pupil. In mere moments, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes returned to an inky blackness, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Although the physical appearance of his pupils did not transform to that of the Double-Pupil, all its capabilities were flawlessly inherited. Essence perception, see through objects and understand their essence. Speed perception, the movement of any object within his sight slows to a crawl, akin to a snail. Double-Pupil beam, emit beams of light to attack foes, capable of obliterating artifacts. Battle armor, can flow forth from his eyes, forming the most suitable combat armor. Healing wounds, rapidly recover injuries using the power of the Double-Pupil. Double-Pupil technique, once enacted, it can draw living beings into its domain, implementing confinement and inflicting considerable damage. Thus far, Jiang Daoxuan had discerned these 6 abilities. He harbored an inkling that the power of the Double-Pupil extended beyond this, with more profound mysteries awaiting his exploration. At this moment, the system's cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind once more. Absorption successful. Chaos Double-Pupil, born from the era before the division of heaven and earth, the great Eye of Chaos. Now unsealed, Eye of Insight, Eye of Scrutiny. Now absorbed, Double-Pupil Immortal Pupil. Noticing the changes on his panel, Jiang Daoxuan nodded, affirming his suspicions. This notification undeniably confirmed the accuracy of his conjectures. In this instant, he was utterly convinced that the Chaos Double-Pupil indeed possessed the terrifying ability to absorb the powers of all divine eyes. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to the final reward. Matriarch Paternal Token, a unique treasure produced by the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece, possessing absolute indestructibility. Matriarch Token, capable of infinitely producing sublineage tokens, can view the precise coordinates of all sublineage token bearers in real time and establish communication and visual dialogue regardless of distance. Containing an infinite area of temporal stasis for storage, immune to the ravages of time. Sublineage token automatically binds to the host's family, inaccessible to outsiders. Once a clan member acknowledges it with their blood, it can automatically record their aura, verifying identity and preventing possession and disguise. If lost, it can tear through space and return to the matriarch token. It comes with a mapping function, capable of locating all clan members within 100,000 miles. If a clan member activates the concealment function, they will not be marked on the map. Additionally, it carries a communication feature and includes a small storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. Detected that the family is implementing a contribution point system, unit conversion completed, capable of recording clan members' contribution points. The system has opened 5 sections: Merit Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Task Platform, and Trading Platform. It has automatically synchronized martial arts, artifacts, and elixirs to the corresponding sections. Clan members with different permissions can obtain varying degrees of resource exchange eligibility. Upon completion of an exchange, clan members can visit the respective pavilions to claim their resources. Members can accept or post family tasks through the task platform. Upon task completion detection, corresponding family contribution points can be awarded or deducted. Members can set item prices through the sublineage token and publish them on the trading platform for fellow clan members to trade. Note: the host can utilize the matriarch token to adjust the functions of the sublineage tokens, adding or removing templates, modifying systems, and restricting individual sublineage token functionalities. Among other changes, having perused the functionalities of the matriarch paternal token, a rare smile of delight graced Jiang Daoxuan's face. The clan tokens currently in use were merely Earth-grade artifacts, limited in function, none compared to the multifunctional capabilities of this system reward. Not to mention, this item boasted the terrifying traits of infinite reproduction and indestructibility. Even if lost, it would return on its own. The radar function could also assist clan members out in the field by providing help from nearby kin. The functionalities of the various sections were exceedingly practical, offering immense convenience to numerous clan members. Of course, the communication feature made Jiang Daoxuan's expression turn peculiar. Was this not akin to a remote phone call? A call that disregarded distance and did not suffer from signal issues. The integrated video call feature is indeed a testament to the quality one expects from a system of this caliber, as it is truly exceptional. This will undoubtedly accelerate the family's development. Chapter 156, Optimizing 3 Key Areas, Reflections of Jiang Daoxuan. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan decided to postpone further cultivation and retrieve the Mother Clan token from the system's repository. It was cool to the touch, with a distinct metallic feel. He pierced his finger, extracted a drop of sacred blood, and applied it to the token's surface. The pale golden blood was rapidly absorbed, and a line of text materialized before him. Mother Clan token successfully bound to Jiang Daoxuan. With a thought, Jiang Daoxuan conjured a faint blue. Ethereal interface. Name: Jiang Daoxuan. Authority: Clan leader. Highest level: Bloodline. Neo 2nd generation. Detected the demise of all Ling generation members. Automatically synchronized to the Hong generation as the new generation. Contribution: infinite. Storage space: empty. Current sections: repository of techniques, treasury of artifacts, alchemy pavilion, task board. Exchange platform. Observing the interface, Jiang Daoxuan marveled at its complexity. He then utilized his supreme authority to refine the token's settings, consolidating the original 5 sections into 3: family treasury, family tasks, trading marketplace. The refined interface was now more streamlined and intuitive. Jiang Daoxuan then accessed the family treasury, prompting a transformation of the ethereal panel. The new interface was predominantly yellow with red accents, featuring the designation Tier 1 zone at the top and Tier 1 categories below. Techniques, martial skills, pills, elixirs, artifacts. Each category was further subdivided. For example, selecting artifacts would reveal Tier 2 categories: attire, armor, footwear, mirrors, swords, sabers, spears, halberds, whips. This hierarchical structure would facilitate the selection of desired items. Each item listing included an image, name, grade, function, required contribution points, and source. Upon successful exchange, the token would provide instructions for retrieving the item from its source. The interface also included pagination and zone selection options. Higher-level access granted access to more advanced zones and resources, with 9 tiers corresponding to the Jiang family's internal hierarchy. Jiang Daoxuan could also grant temporary or permanent high-level access to subordinate token holders. The family tasks and trading marketplace sections were currently barren due to the lack of distribution of subordinate tokens. Jiang Daoxuan then refocused. Deeming these functionalities sufficient for the Jiang family's current needs, he resolved to address any deficiencies later and commence the production of subordinate tokens to ensure equitable distribution throughout the family. Meanwhile, at the Tianxin encampment, within the main hall of the lineage head, Jiang Daoxuan donned a new set of black robes adorned with cloud patterns on the sleeves and a symbol on the chest, 6 blue dots surrounding a red dot, representing the Tianxin lineage. His hair was neatly styled with a coronet, his facial hair trimmed, and his long saber and great bow were stored within his purple mansion. His physique was robust, his features sharp, his eyebrows thick, and his eyes radiant. He was virtually unrecognizable from his former persona as a woodcutter. Jiang Daoxuan sat regally on a wooden chair, facing a long wooden table laden with a meter-thick stack of documents. 9 individuals, male and female, stood beside him, all elders of the Tianxin lineage. 4 were familiar faces from Xuanqing, while the remaining 5 were drawn from other branch families. Jiang Daoxuan surveyed the room. His eyes filled with disbelief. He felt as if he were living in a dream. He was well aware of the aptitude of these familiar individuals. Without intervention, breaking through to the primordial realm would have been exceedingly difficult. Despite his own decent talent, he had only reached the second level of the primordial realm upon his departure. Yet, upon his return, the weakest among them had astonishingly cultivated to the seventh level of the primordial realm. He was utterly bewildered. How had they achieved such rapid progress? The clan leader and his own son, Yenner, were exceptions, but how could others be so extraordinary? He had been rather complacent with his own accomplishments. However, it seemed that without the fortuitous opportunities, his cultivation level would likely have been inferior to these individuals. Silence descended as Jiang Daoxuan remained contemplative. After a dozen breaths, an elder from the Hong generation, originally from Xuanqing, broke the silence. Lineage head, the records of the Tianxian lineage's young clansmen are all here, along with the various observations recorded by the stewards recently. The former lineage head had already organized most of it, but to ensure utmost accuracy, we still require your review. If there are no issues, the first batch of promotion lists will be formally drafted in the coming days. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the accumulated documents and rubbed his temples. He had not anticipated his father's eagerness to abdicate upon his return, appointing him as the lineage head of Tianxian. While he excelled at combat, managing family affairs was his weakness. With a sigh, Jiang Daoxuan began to scrutinize the documents one by one. As he perused them, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He discovered that the average cultivation level of the Tianxian lineage's clansmen was exceptionally high, regardless of gender. All clansmen aged 16 and above had reached at least the 6th level of the coagulation realm. In the past, clansmen of this age in the Xuanqing branch family would typically only be at the 4th level of the body tempering realm. The disparity was glaring, akin to the difference between clouds and mud, leaving him in awe. In particular, seeing young clansmen breaking through to the primordial realm before the age of 20 amplified his astonishment. He exclaimed, "Such formidable talent! These are the future hopes of the family." It seemed that the return of the various branch families to the main family was an astute decision. Without the main family, without the clan leader's benevolence and recall, when would the branch families have achieved such glory? At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan was deeply moved by the family's foundation. Overwhelmed by its impact, he couldn't help but admire the clan leader's greatness. Without such an enlightened, sagacious, and brilliant figure emerging, they might not have reached this point even after 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years. The greater likelihood is that one may succumb to mediocrity, or simply fade into obscurity within the annals of history. In Chapter 157, the dialogue between the two brothers unravels their emotional knots. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's lament, all the elders present exhibited expressions of yearning and echoed in agreement. It is truly a blessing from our ancestors that our family has produced a leader of such extraordinary caliber. The consolidation of all the branches has forged the illustrious Jiang family of Kangwu, renowned throughout Tiandu. Countless factions now pay homage to them. The great achievements of the patriarch are unparalleled, having paved the way for a new chapter in the family's history. From the day the patriarch emerged from seclusion, the annals of the family have been irrevocably divided into 2 eras. Aha! Who could have imagined that, in just a few short months, our Jiang family would ascend to prominence in Tiandu? Who could deny it? Mere months ago, our combined branches and main family lacked even a single purple mansion cultivator. And even the number of innate martial artists was scant. How could we have envisioned such a transformation? The changes the patriarch has brought to the family over these months have been evident to all. In their hearts, the patriarch is akin to a resplendent sun, illuminating the family and dispelling all dangers. This unprecedented sense of security has led them to revere him as a deity. Such unparalleled recognition has never been witnessed before. Throughout the entire history of the Jiang family, no patriarch has ever been comparable to him. The magnitude of his stature and the affection he receives from all family members have never been seen before, nor will they likely be in the future. Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Jiang Daoxuan leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the golden dome adorned with carvings of auspicious mythical beasts. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Indeed, it is a patriarch of this caliber who inspires one to forsake all else and follow him. Without a hint of regret, reflecting on the myriad experiences along the way, the patriarch's formidable strength and magnanimous spirit, the remarkable transformations in Jiang Yan, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Yi, and the miraculous breakthrough of their aging father, who had once despaired of ever achieving innate potential, Jiang Daoxuan was filled with awe and empathy. With such an enlightened leader at the helm, and a promising future for the family, who would not willingly face trials and tribulations for his sake. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but break into a hearty laugh. Once his laughter subsided, He quickly collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the numerous documents laid out before him. Having assumed the role of the main lineage leader, he was determined to live up to the family's and the patriarch's high expectations. In that moment, he felt a surge of motivation and vigor coursing through him. Not long after, as twilight deepened and the night grew darker, the bright moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. In a clearing at the Tianxian base, Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi sat on the ground, gazing up at the celestial expanse. The moonlight cascaded down upon them, enveloping them in a silvery veil. At that moment, Jiang Yi's face, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly pale. He fixed his gaze upon the radiant silver moon above. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, tousling a few strands of his hair. As he felt the coolness enveloping him, Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with brightness, and he murmured, "The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite, far surpassing what I had imagined on countless nights." Since his blindness, he had often envisioned the world outside, yet no imagination could rival the grandeur of reality. Observing his older brother lost in reverie, Jiang Hao silently lowered his head, clenching his fists, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Had it not been for his actions, how could his brother have been reduced to years of blindness? A deep-seated guilt lingered within him, an indelible mark he could never erase. The weight of his perceived indebtedness felt as though it would haunt him for a lifetime. In the silence that ensued, Jiang Yi seemed to sense his brother's turmoil. He turned his gaze downward toward Jiang Hao. Noticing his brother's silence and downcast demeanor, he quickly understood. Consequently, Jiang Yi rose and approached Jiang Hao. Hearing the movement, Jiang Hao instinctively looked up, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace. "Brother." Jiang Hao froze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yi gently patted his silly brother's back, speaking in a tender tone. "The decision to rescue you is mine alone. It had nothing to do with you. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me, not upon yourself. There is no need for guilt." At this juncture, he chuckled lightly. "Moreover, I have now received the patriarch's assistance, restoring my sight and awakening my dual pupils. My future shines brightly, so what is there for you to feel guilty about? Thus, let us no longer dwell on the past. From this day forth, as brothers, we shall endeavor to repay the family and honor the patriarch's expectations, for we must not allow him to be disappointed." With these words, Jiang Hao's eyes brimmed with tears, ready to spill over. He bit his lip and choked out, "Brother, I understand." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his arms. Standing before Jiang Hao, he towered over him. Observing Jiang Hao's tear-streaked face, he suddenly crouched down and playfully poked his brother's nose with a finger. "This is quite delightful. However, Father once said that a man should not shed tears lightly. Since this is not a parting of life and death, why must you adopt such a bashful demeanor?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Jiang Hao hurriedly lowered his head and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Regardless of how strong he appeared to the outside world, he was ultimately just a 12-year-old boy. In the presence of his closest brother, it was impossible for him to conceal his true emotions. Once he dried his tears, Jiang Hao lifted his head, meeting Jiang Yi's gaze with a feigned defiance, declaring, "I did not cry." Jiang Yi chuckled in amusement, choosing not to press the matter further. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "Of course, my brother Jiang Hao, endowed with supreme potential, is destined to become a remarkable man of great stature. How could he possibly cry before his own brother? I must have been mistaken." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a pang of embarrassment. Just then, in an effort to uplift his brother's spirits, Jiang Yi shifted the conversation, casually stating, "Today, during the family assembly, the patriarch bestowed upon us some gifts. Aren't you curious about what they contain?" As chapter 158 unfolds, Jiang Hao's mind finally returned to the earlier matter. He promptly dismissed his previous thoughts and retrieved his spatial ring, opening it. In the next moment, a scene unfolded before his eyes. Gazing at the plethora of resources piled high like a mountain, Jiang Hao's eyes widened and his lips parted in shock. He had initially believed the patriarch had merely gifted them a few trinkets, but he never expected the cultivation resources to be so lavish. A sight he had never witnessed before. In that moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ponder deeply. Does the patriarch perhaps have a misunderstanding of the term small? Or has the family truly become this affluent? Observing Jiang Hao's stunned expression, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing something unexpected. Could it be? He narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing that the seemingly small gift from the patriarch might hold greater significance than he had initially perceived. Upon this realization, he promptly retrieved his spatial ring and swiftly opened it. Soon, he beheld the scene within, a myriad of luminous spirit stones, elixirs, and a plethora of techniques and treasures. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and an overwhelming tempest surged within him, refusing to settle. Such an abundance of cultivation resources was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in his life. It was no exaggeration to assert that this was the first time he had so vividly felt the depths of his own poverty. The casual gift bestowed by Jiang Daoxuan was exceedingly generous for the two of them, shattering their previous cognitions and violently reshaping their perspectives. This led to a profound silence between the brothers as they exchanged glances, both reflecting the astonishment etched upon their faces. After a brief moment, they gradually regained their composure. Jiang Yi cautiously stowed away the spatial ring and spoke solemnly. The welcome gift from the clan leader is far too lavish. It would be exceedingly difficult to procure such items within the clan today. Therefore, we must ensure that this matter is not carelessly disclosed to outsiders. After all, we have only just arrived here and have yet to achieve any accomplishments. Should others learn of the clan leader's generous treatment towards us, it would inevitably breed feelings of injustice. Thus, our immediate priority is to grow stronger swiftly, so that there is no room for idle gossip. Jiang Hao clenched the spatial ring tightly, warmth blossoming within him as he silently vowed to remember the clan leader's kindness towards him and his brother. He nodded earnestly. Brother, rest assured, I understand the gravity of this matter and will certainly not give others the chance to speak ill of it. Furthermore, the clan leader has treated us so well. I cannot possibly repay his kindness by spreading rumors that may incite discontent. Jiang Yi patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder. It is good that you understand. The clan leader's generosity towards us brothers is as profound as the vast heavens. A debt that is nearly impossible to repay in a lifetime. We must strive to show our gratitude in the future. Jiang Hao replied, I understand. I will dedicate myself to rigorous training, aiming to grow stronger as soon as possible, so that I may alleviate some of the clan leader's burdens and assume his responsibilities. Becoming the pillar of our family. Well said. Now, let us hasten to our training. With that final statement, Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi promptly parted ways, returning to their respective chambers to immerse themselves fully in their cultivation. The following day, at the residence of the Lord of Tiandu Prefecture, in the courtyard, Sima Nen sat atop the pavilion, enjoying a gentle breeze, sipping hot tea, and admiring the surrounding scenery. To his right stood a short, plump young man, his only son, Sima Xian. At this moment, Sima Xian was scattering fish food made from special elixirs into the pond below. As the food sank, golden spirit fish, shimmering with a soft glow, quickly surfaced, competing for the morsels. Each of these spirit fish, if placed in the outside world, would be valued handsomely, attracting many cultivators. Yet, to him, they were merely objects of leisure. On Sima Nan's left stood a tall man, Zhao Hu, who had just returned from Kanwu Mountain. As Zhao Hu recounted his experiences, Sima Nan maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if wholly uninterested in the matters being discussed. Only when Zhao Hu paused did Sima Nan smile lightly. Zhang Tsang, Qingshan sect? These forces are indeed impatient. We have only just released the news, and they are already flocking towards it. However, they are merely pitiful creatures with little influence before the court. After a moment, he continued, these are trivial matters. What is your impression of Jiang Daoxuan? Is it as the rumors suggest? Zhao Hu's expression twisted with conflict, gradually hesitating. At this point, he was uncertain whether to divulge his true feelings. The overwhelming pressure he had felt was unlike anything he had ever experienced. If he were to voice it, it might seem to elevate others while diminishing his own stature. Noticing Zhao Hu's silence, Sima Nan raised an eyebrow and said coldly, if there is something to say, speak it plainly. As his words fell, Sima Xian paused his feeding of the fish and turned to observe the two. Zhao Hu trembled slightly, kneeling before Sima Nan, stuttering, reporting to the Lord, although I did not see Jiang Daoxuan's true form that day, merely witnessing his silhouette filled me with an overwhelming might, seemingly even greater than the pressure you have imparted. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered in Sima Nan's eyes. How amusing. I acknowledge his title as the white-clad sword marquis is indeed resounding, and his destruction of the Tang family was impressive, but to compare him to me is undoubtedly premature. He did not even turn to face you, merely presenting his back. I suspect it was not out of disdain, but rather fear. With various means and the environment at play, Zhao Hu, you have likely been deceived by his charade. Sima Nen shook his head. As a formidable figure renowned throughout Tiandu Prefecture, he was imbued with confidence in his own strength. How could he feel inferior based on Zhao Hu's words? Instead, he mused whether the other party had merely used tricks to manipulate him. He could not help but lament Jiang Daoxuan's cunning nature. Attempting to leverage Zhao Hu's false impressions to intimidate me? These sects and families are truly foolish. Realizing this, Zhao Hu felt reluctant to speak further, as he suddenly perceived that Sima Nan's words held a semblance of truth. At this moment, Sima Nan's voice resonated once more. This matter need not be overly concerned with, as long as that white-clad sword marquis does not engage in any further antics. However, is Jiang Jiwei truly that exceptional? Zhao Hu clasped his hands. What I have stated is without a doubt. Chapter 159, Sima Nan's plan, seeking to form an alliance with the Jiang family? Listening to his father's conversation with Zhao Hu, Sima Xian's face twisted in annoyance. His own talents were woefully lacking, and his pace of cultivation painfully slow. He could only indulge in leisure, spending his days in revelry and entertainment. Consequently, he harbored a deep disdain for these prodigies of cultivation. Comparing himself to them only highlighted his own inadequacies. At this moment, Sima Nan remarked, to comprehend the sword's intent at merely the postnatal realm is a rare and extraordinary talent that must not be overlooked. Her reputation has yet to spread. If we act swiftly to bring her into our fold, when she rises to prominence, we could attract the attention of significant figures. If Jiang Jiwei's potential remains undiminished, and she continues to ascend, our connection with these influential individuals will surely lead to our own ascendance. What do you propose? Zhao Hu's eyes glimmered with understanding as he grasped the implications. In the next moment, Sima Nan chuckled lightly. Let us take a step further. Allowing my son Xian to wed Jiang Jiwei. This woman will eventually marry, and while I may not wield considerable weight in the court, here in Tiandu Prefecture, my words carry great authority, and none dare to oppose them. If the Jiang family wishes to thrive in Tiandu Prefecture, aligning themselves with me would undoubtedly be the best choice. Once we have solidified this union and produced offspring, Jiang Jiwei may well find herself renamed Sima Jiwei. At that time, what would a mere Kanwu Jiang family or a white-clad sword marquis matter? With these words, an instinctive sense of unease stirred within Zhao Hu. Though he could not pinpoint why, yet, in the presence of the Lord, he could only clasp his hands in agreement. This idea is indeed excellent. Although Jiang Jiwei appears to be a few years younger than young Master Xian, her talents and potential are exceptional, making her a suitable match. Despite Sima Xian's notorious reputation, he is indeed not without merit. In an act of obsequiousness towards the Lord, he chose to utter words that betrayed his true feelings. Sima Nan smiled lightly, saying, since that is the case, when the time is right, I shall personally visit Kangwu Mountain to propose marriage for my son. The Lord is indeed sagacious. Zhao Hu exclaimed. However, Sima Xian became displeased. Father, what if Jiang Jiwei is exceedingly unattractive? I refuse to be wed to a hideous creature. He already harbored a disdain for these prodigies of cultivation, and having frequented places of pleasure, he had only encountered enchanting beauties. How could he possibly accept a marriage arranged by his father? Upon hearing this, Sima Nan remained unfazed, showing no anger. After all, his wife had passed away many years ago, leaving him with only this one son whom he adored and indulged. How could he blame his precious son for being immature over such a matter? He turned to Zhao Hu, inquiring, Zhao Commander, what does Jiang Jiwei look like? At that moment, although Zhao Hu felt great disdain for Sima Xian's behavior, he was aware of the latter's fortunate birth and the influential lord as his father. Thus, he utilized his spiritual sense to conjure an image in their minds, depicting Jiang Jiwei during her sword practice. Observing this scene, Sima Nan nodded. Such a charming visage was indeed worthy of being his daughter-in-law. As he beheld Jiang Jiwei's exquisite features, her graceful demeanor, and her ethereal aura, Sima Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard. Even without any cosmetics, she surpassed all the women he had ever encountered. Her unique aura, one that suggested an aloofness from strangers, was utterly captivating, igniting within him a desire to conquer. More importantly, it was evident that she had yet to fully blossom. What would happen if she matured further? Lost in these thoughts, Sima Xian could not help but drool slightly. Quickly wiping his mouth with his sleeve upon realizing his father was present. With a face radiant with excitement, he exclaimed, Father, she is the one. I want her. Please propose on my behalf. Such a rare gem of a woman, Sima Xian was determined to have her in his life, to experience her beauty and savor her essence. On the other side, witnessing Sima Xian's rapid transformation and his current lecherous demeanor, Zhao Hu felt an even deeper contempt. Privately lamenting that if not for being the Lord's only son, Sima Xian would likely struggle to achieve anything in life. Observing his son's satisfied expression, Sima Nan chuckled. Do not rush. This matter is nearly assured. Jiang Jiwei will eventually be yours, so why the haste? Remember, you are my son, Sima Nan. Within this Tiandu mansion, we are the law. Sima Nan had long accepted his son's notorious reputation for indulgence and promiscuity. Marrying him off might indeed serve as a remedy. Father, I understand. Sima Xian nodded, his eyes brightening with anticipation for the future. Noticing the father-son duo in high spirits, Zhao Hu seized the opportunity to cautiously inquire, My lord. Since Ding Xian refuses to succeed the position of Lord of Ultang City. Before he could finish, Sima Nan had already discerned his intent. He waved his hand and gently replied, Zhao Commander, you have been nurtured by me, and I have observed your performance over the years. I must speak candidly. You have always been my most valued subordinate. The position of Lord of Ultang City is undoubtedly yours, but times have changed. The Jiang family of Kangwu has suddenly risen, and with the recent unrest among the noble families, although I do not lack manpower, I am in dire need of reliable and trustworthy individuals like you. You are my right hand, and if you were to leave, what would I do? Of course, If you wish to serve in Liltang City, I would not stand in your way, for you have done much for me over the years. It is I who am reluctant to let you go, making such a selfish decision. With his own breakthrough into the day well imminent in Zhao Hu. As the head of his subordinates, poised to become a moonwheel powerhouse, it would be unwise to let him slip away easily. As Sima Nan spoke from the heart. Zhao Hu reflected on the various favors bestowed upon him by the Lord over the years, his heart softening. Particularly recalling the Lord's esteem for him, he sighed and said, "My Lord, let us discuss the matters of Liltang City at a later date. For now, I wish to remain and assist you." Sima Nan's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. "Zhao Commander, I knew I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, once I achieve the day wheel and stabilize the situation, do not be surprised if the position of Deputy Lord comes your way." These words reverberated like a stone cast into still waters. Zhao Hu was instantly taken aback, his pupils contracting in disbelief. The Lord indeed treated him well, even reserving such a significant position for him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he immediately bowed and expressed, "Thank you, my Lord, for your recognition. I shall dedicate my life to assisting you in governing the Tiandu mansion, even at the cost of my life, to repay your kindness." Seeing this, Sima Nan wore a satisfied expression, reflecting on how easily Zhao Hu could be swayed. As for the position of Deputy Lord, he had never promised it. It was merely a possibility that Zhao Hu had misconstrued. Chapter 160. The four families unite for the Great Alliance? Meanwhile, upon Zhang Tsang's return to the sect's grand hall with Su Gu, the leader of Qing Shan sect hastily inquired, "What news? Did Patriarch Zhang agree to the alliance?" This matter was of utmost importance for the entire Qing Shan sect, capable of altering their destiny, hence his anxiety. However, as Zhang Tsang recounted the events, the Qing Shan sect leader was filled with elation. He had no objections to Zhang Tsang's unilateral decision to construct Kangwu City for the Jiang family. On the contrary, he admired his ability to adapt quickly. After all, the construction of Kangwu City would be greatly beneficial for the four major forces. Subsequently, the Qing Shan sect leader asked, "Elder, you have met the white-clad sword marquis. What is your impression of his might?" Zhang Tsang pondered for a moment, recalling the immense pressure he had felt, and replied, "It was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable, seemingly even stronger than the aura Sima Nan exuded. Oh, it appears we have all underestimated this white-clad sword marquis. He is far more formidable than we imagined." The Qing Shan sect leader expressed surprise. If that were the case, then the alliance would be a monumental boon for their four factions. Regarding the truth of the information, he had no doubts, knowing Zhang Tsang to be composed, quick-witted, and highly capable. With such certainty, the prospect of having a powerful ally for their sect filled him with exhilaration. He turned to the assembled elders and commanded, "Quickly notify the other three families and invite them to discuss the significant matter. We need to expedite the construction plan for Kangwu City." "Understood." The others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch of the Bai Haizhao family, the leader of Tianyao sect, and the leader of Qihun sect arrived. The leaders of the three major forces gathered at the peak of Qing Shan sect. Amidst fervent discussions regarding the white-clad sword marquis, the unexpected ease with which the alliance was agreed upon astonished everyone. With such a powerful figure overseeing the alliance, nearby factions would undoubtedly be wary. Understanding the implications of Kangwu City, everyone readily consented and resolved to mobilize their forces upon returning to their bases, dispatching them to the foot of Kangwu Mountain to commence construction of this city for cultivators. Subsequently, the patriarch of the Zhao family suddenly remarked, "The matter of the alliance has now been firmly established, yet to intimidate our esteemed Master Sima and the surrounding powers, there remain certain deficiencies." The master of Tianyao glanced with intrigue. "What do you imply?" Facing the assembly, the Zhao patriarch slowly articulated, "In the near future, our venerable ancestor shall visit Kangwu Mountain. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to host a grand alliance competition for the younger generation? By using the grand competition as a pretext, we can extend invitations to various factions for observation. Once it concludes, we may invite the white-clad sword marquis to demonstrate his prowess in combat against the ancestors of other families, thereby showcasing our martial strength and instilling fear among the factions. After all, hearing is but a mirage, whereas seeing is believing. Surely you all understand that only by witnessing the might of the white-clad sword marquis can this alliance truly solidify its reputation as a top-tier power." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present brightened, unable to suppress their admiration for the Zhao family's agile thinking, befitting a family of merchants. The master of Qingshan chuckled. "What a splendid notion, Zhao Patriarch. Undoubtedly, after this alliance competition, our master Sima may find himself sleepless for nights on end." His words elicited a hearty laughter from the assembly. At that moment, the master of Qian interjected, "While the competition among the younger generation may serve merely as a pretext, appropriate rewards must still be bestowed to avoid appearing stingy to the Jiang family of Kangwu. thereby losing our decorum. The master of Tianyo nodded slightly. Patriarch Jiang, as the leader of the Five Powers Alliance, holds a distinguished position. If we present him with mere trinkets, it would be somewhat disrespectful. I am willing to offer 4 longevity pills as prizes. This proclamation immediately astonished the assembly. The longevity pill, a top-tier Earth-grade elixir, could augment one's lifespan by a decade with each pill consumed, with a maximum of 3 per person. The rarity of the ingredients and the difficulty of refining such a pill made it a treasure that could take decades to produce. It is the signature elixir of the Tianyo sect. Ordinarily, even if they sought to purchase it, they would be turned away. Yet, for the sake of the alliance, they were willing to present such a treasure as a reward. Upon witnessing this, the master of Qilin laughed heartily, since you were offering longevity pills. If I were to present mere common goods, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace. Therefore, I shall contribute 5 heart refining stones from my sect. This declaration immediately made it clear to everyone that the Qilin sect was also making a significant investment. The heart refining stone is a unique mineral exclusive to the Qilin sect, reaching the mid-tier of Earth grade. Its scarcity allows each stone to refine a practitioner's spirit and solidify their will, yielding remarkable effects. Seeing both the master of Tianyo and the master of Qilin offering such prestigious rewards, the master of Qingshan felt a pang of envy but could only suppress his discomfort to maintain his dignity, stating, Ahem. My Qingshan sect once chanced upon a black ruler measuring 5 feet in length 500 years ago. Its precise grade remains unknown, yet it is extraordinarily heavy, capable of slightly suppressing elemental force, and is indestructible, making it a rare and peculiar treasure. I shall offer this as a reward for the upcoming alliance competition. With the master of Qingshan's words concluded, all eyes turned to the patriarch of the Zhao family, their curiosity piqued about what he would contribute. The Zhao patriarch chuckled lightly. Our Zhao family's Tongbao Chamber of Commerce recently acquired a supreme-grade mysterious flame. I propose to present this flame along with a jar of our treasured golden body liquid and a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual herb as rewards for this competition. What do you think? The golden body liquid, a specially formulated external elixir by the Zhao family, reaches the mid-tier of Earth grade. By applying it to the skin and utilizing elemental force for absorption and refinement, it can enhance one's physique, making it a coveted treasure for many body-refining practitioners. Upon hearing this, the assembly could not help but exclaim, Your Zhao family truly exhibits generosity and grandeur. It seems the Zhao patriarch harbors immense confidence in his descendants. Rumor has it that not long ago, Zhao Yuqing, a prodigy from the Zhao family, had already broken through to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess by slaying a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm shortly after his breakthrough. Surely, he would emerge victorious in this upcoming competition. The assembly understood why the Zhao family was willing to invest so much. Over the years, they had produced exceptional talents and possessed absolute confidence in the alliance competition, believing that these resources would ultimately return to their own kin. However, the assembly paid little heed to this, contemplating that perhaps it was time to introduce some disciples to the wider world. Subsequently, the leaders of the various factions, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, bid one another farewell and returned to their respective bases. They chose not to announce the alliance competition for the time being, but arranged for elders to accompany the construction team to Kangwu Mountain to seek Patriarch Zhang's opinion. Should he agree to the alliance competition, they could then decide to make the news public. Chapter 161. The Multifunctional Kangwu Token and the Shock of the Elder Council. Days later, at Kangwu Mountain, in the family grand hall, Jiang Daoxuan silently gazed at the ancestral token in his hand. After days of relentless crafting, the space within the ancestral token was now brimming with densely packed subtribe tokens, resembling a small mountain. It was more than sufficient to provide for all the family members. During this time, feeling that the name subtribe token was somewhat lacking, he temporarily renamed it the Kangwu token. Soon after, Jiang Daoxuan put away the ancestral token, smiled, and strode toward the hall's entrance. As he approached, an invisible force surged forth, effortlessly pushing the hall doors open. The clan members stationed nearby turned at the sound, and upon seeing their patriarch emerge, they hurriedly knelt in respect. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, patriarch. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. Rise. Just as everyone lifted their heads, they were astonished to find that the patriarch had already vanished. At that moment, when Jiang Daoxuan reappeared, he had arrived at the location of the Elder Council. Other than a few clan members stationed at the entrance, the hall was empty, occupied only by Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwan. Jiang Hongguang appeared relaxed, leisurely perusing through documents. And it must be said that since Jiang Hongwan became the second member of the Elder Council, it had significantly reduced Jiang Hongguang's workload. At that moment, both individuals, engrossed in family affairs, were taken aback by Jiang Daoxuan's sudden appearance and promptly bowed, "Greetings, Patriarch." It was the first time in months that Jiang Daoxuan had visited this place. Typically, Jiang Hongguang would compile the documents and report to the family grand hall. With his sudden arrival, the two wondered if something significant had occurred. Their expressions tightened, and anxiety began to creep in. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from elaborating. He casually produced two Qianwu tokens, tossing them into the air, where they hovered before the two. "What is this?" They gazed at the oddly shaped, ancient bronze tokens with curiosity. Jiang Daoxuan softly explained, "This is the Qianwu token, which can replace the clan token and serve as our Jiang family's token. Its mysteries will become evident upon your trial. To use it, simply drop a drop of blood." Upon hearing this, both felt a surge of curiosity. Previously, the clan token merely recorded contribution points and occasionally encountered errors, causing them considerable frustration. They never expected that the Patriarch would swiftly devise a solution. They could hardly believe that the Qianwu token, which warranted the Patriarch's personal visit, could be anything ordinary. Subsequently, Jiang Hongwen and Jiang Hongguang extended their hands to accept the Qianwu tokens and drew a drop of blood to place upon its surface. Once the blood was absorbed and the Jiang family lineage recognized, they completed the binding. In the next moment, following the prompts, they quickly accessed their personal panels. Gazing at the detailed information, including lineage contribution points and permissions, both were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. Compared to the comprehensive features of the Qianwu token, the original clan token was utterly inadequate. Before they could fully process this revelation, they discovered the myriad functions of the Qianwu token. Upon activating the map feature, they noticed two closely positioned red dots, indicating their current locations. Furthermore, the map supports zooming in and out, which is exceedingly convenient. In addition, they discovered the calling feature. With just the Qianwu Ling, they could hear each other's voices. When they selected the video call option, they were utterly astonished. A faint blue light emanated from the surface of the Qianwu Ling, projecting before them an exceptionally clear image, indistinguishable from reality. The content of the image was none other than the two standing before the Qianwu Ling. They exchanged glances, marveling at the real-time synchronization of the image. Devoid of any delay, faced with such a miraculous scene, their astonishment only deepened. Once they regained their composure, Jiang Hongguang turned to Jiang Daoxuan and inquired, "Patriarch, may I ask how far the calling distance of the Qianwu Ling extends?" Many features of the Qianwu Ling were somewhat rudimentary, thus lacking detailed descriptions in this regard. At that moment, as Jiang Hongguang's question hung in the air, Jiang Hongguang also glanced over, equally intrigued by the issue. Under their shared scrutiny, Jiang Daoxuan casually remarked, "If one adds the clan symbol, those holding the Qianwu Ling within the Great Qin dynasty can converse freely." Although the map function of the sub-clan token had a detection range of 100,000 miles, the calling feature was identical to that of the main clan token, unrestricted by range, allowing communication from the highest heavens to the depths of the abyss. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he saw no need to disclose the true extent of its range immediately. It would be prudent to reveal such information gradually once the clan members ventured beyond the Great Qin dynasty or into other nations. Moreover, in recent days, he had intentionally set up a clan symbol feature, somewhat akin to a combination of a QQ number and an ID number from a previous life. If clan members were aware of one another's clan symbols, they could add each other. Once the other party consented, their profile picture would appear in the caller's contact list. Simultaneously, upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's words, Jiang Hongwen and Jiang Hongguang felt a tremor of excitement. They stared at the Qianwu Ling in their hands, momentarily lost in thought, struggling to comprehend how such a small object could encompass the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty. This seemed excessively exaggerated, did it not? Such a miraculous item. Where exactly had the Patriarch procured it? Although they had grown somewhat accustomed to the recent grand undertakings of Jiang Daoxuan, they were still enveloped in profound shock. However, their astonishment was far from over. Upon discovering the storage space and opening it, they were immediately dumbfounded by the vastness before them, questioning if they were indeed seeing correctly. Is this truly just a storage space? And not something else? In that instant, their understanding shattered, leaving fragments scattered. Whose storage space could be so extravagant? In comparison to the storage space within the Qianwu Ling, their purple mansion space and the spatial rings they commonly used felt utterly inadequate. For those accustomed to confined spaces, this moment felt akin to transitioning from a humble lavatory to an opulent palace. The disparity was nothing short of astronomical. The magnitude of the shock was unimaginable. At that moment, witnessing the two in a state of disbelief, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly and suggested, "Whether it is true or false can be determined through experience." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongwen and Jiang Hongguang finally regained their senses. They eagerly began to test storing their belongings within the Qianwu Ling. After several attempts, they gazed at the multitude of items stored within the Kangwu, finally confirming that this unimaginably vast space was indeed akin to a storage ring. In that moment, awe illuminated their faces, their hands trembling unconsciously. Such a treasure was undoubtedly precious and likely rare. The patriarch's claim of it being a substitute for the clan token, available to all clan members, may have merely been jest. With this thought, they felt the Kangwu in their hands grow heavier, almost burning. They promptly offered it back, exclaiming, "Patriarch, this Kangwu is far too precious. Such a treasure should not be entrusted to us old fellows. I believe it would be best to pass it on to the younger generation in our clan. Indeed, Patriarch, this wondrous item should be kept by you. If we were to inadvertently damage or lose it, it would be a tremendous loss for the clan." Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. He did not take back the Kangwu but instead smiled, saying, "Precious? That may not be the case, just watch." As his voice fell, a cascade of Kangwu began to pour forth, 1, 2, 3, as if a torrential rain had begun, showering down in abundance. Before long, an immense pile of Kangwu formed a small mountain, nearly reaching the ceiling of the grand hall. Staring at this astonishing sight, Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongan widened their eyes, utterly astonished. They could not have imagined that such a miraculous item could be so commonplace in the hands of the patriarch, as ubiquitous as cabbage on the streets. However, gazing at the mountain of Kangwu before them, Jiang Hongguang swallowed hard. The quantity was so extravagant that it could easily provide one for every clan member. Just as they were basking in shock and delight, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. "You two, combine your strength and attack this Kangwu." Upon hearing this, the two instinctively looked up to see a Kangwu swiftly approaching. Understanding that these items were trivial to the patriarch, they wasted no time and unleashed their full power, employing pure Yang Yuanli to strike the Kangwu. A resounding boom echoed as a fierce gust of wind erupted, spreading in all directions. The Kangwu fell to the ground, and as Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen focused, they saw its surface remain as smooth as ever, without even a single mark. They were taken aback and simultaneously turned to Jiang Daoxuan, asking, "What is this?" Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly. "The material of the Kangwu is exceptionally unique. Even my full strength cannot damage it in the slightest, so you need not worry about its destruction." Upon hearing this, their astonishment only deepened. Their patriarch possessed immense strength, renowned in Tiandu Prefecture as a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, even with such terrifying prowess, he could not even make a dent, highlighting the formidable nature of the Kangwu material. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan continued, "Furthermore, since you are concerned about loss, feel free to toss your Kangwu away." Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen were somewhat baffled, but chose to follow the patriarch's instructions and immediately threw their Kangwu far away. Just as they tossed them 10 meters out, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two Kangwu suddenly came to a halt, hovering in midair. Then, a crack appeared in space, and the Kangwu vanished into it. When they reappeared, they were already before their patriarch. Jiang Daoxuan smiled, looking at the slightly bewildered duo, and softly said, "If the Kangwu is lost, it will return to my hand. So if you happen to misplace it while out, you can return to Kangwu Mountain to retrieve it." As his words resonated, the two felt a sense of reassurance. They couldn't help but exclaim, "The patriarch truly is the patriarch. He considers everything so thoroughly, preparing with such foresight. It seems our earlier concerns were entirely unfounded." The two exchanged glances filled with astonishment, then turned their attention to the final 3 functional panels: family treasury, family tasks, trading market. Gazing at the various details and descriptions within the 3 panels, they felt a renewed shock. They exchanged glances, instantaneously realizing just how convenient and vital the Kangwu was for the family in its current state, particularly for Jiang Hongguang, the chief steward of the Jiang family, who was now brimming with excitement. He quickly raised his head and looked at his patriarch, bowing respectfully and declaring, "Patriarch, once the Kangwu order is distributed among the clan, the members will undoubtedly be blessed. Recently, many challenges can be effortlessly resolved through this Kangwu order, truly alleviating urgent predicaments." Beside him, Jiang Hongwen concurred. "What Brother Hongguang says is indeed accurate. The clan leader's actions will undoubtedly benefit the family, once distributed. I can only imagine the multitude of clan members who will sing your praises for your wisdom." Jiang Daoxuan smiled lightly, gesturing with his hand, instructing, "Quickly notify the leaders of the 7 veins to arrange for personnel to distribute the Kangwu order to each clan member and ensure the blood binding is completed. Should there be any uncertainties regarding the matters involved, you may clarify them." Understood. Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen promptly responded with cupped fists. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. "I appreciate your hard work during my seclusion. It is no trouble at all. Serving the family is our duty." They both replied without hesitation. Jiang Daoxuan gently stated. Now, let this token of appreciation be yours. The future of the Jiang family will require your contributions. As the clan leader, he would not allow these devoted clan members to feel neglected. Thus, he promptly took out two exquisite earth-tier treasures, one a battle armor and the other a garment. Both hovering in the air, they radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an overwhelming aura that captivated all who beheld them. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated. This is the earth-tier treasure, thunderous battle armor, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of mitigating some of the power from a Sun-Wheel Realm cultivator's attacks, and containing a 10,000-year-old thunder essence. Once activated with lightning's power, it can amplify one's combat strength, and this is the earth-tier treasure, spirit-absorbing garment. Though its defense is not as formidable as the thunderous battle armor, it can still withstand some of the attacks from Moon-Wheel Realm cultivators. It possesses the ability to draw in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, accelerating one's cultivation speed, and can gradually improve one's innate qualities over time. These two treasures are barely suitable for your use. For now, make do with them. With his words, a thunderous boom echoed, resonating through the air. Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen shuddered at the sight of these treasures. Just by their appearance, it was evident they were extraordinary. Yet they were astonished to discover they were earth-tier treasures. It should be noted that earth-tier treasures could contend with Sun-Wheel Realm cultivators. They are exceedingly rare treasures. Earth-tier top-tier treasures are only granted to the most elite among Sun-Wheel cultivators. Yet, such divine artifacts were casually presented by their clan leader, and not just one, but two. In their astonishment, they recalled the clan leader's earlier words, barely suitable for us to use, make do with them. These earth-tier top-tier treasures were exceedingly rare within the entire Tindu prefecture. They were not lowly yellow-tier treasures, they were merely at the purple mansion level of cultivation. What right did they have to make do with such treasures? At that moment, both were utterly awed by their clan leader's grand gesture, deeply moved and unable to comprehend the magnitude of his generosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan was not inclined to linger any longer. If there are urgent matters in the future, come to the clan hall to find me. He left behind one final remark before vanishing from sight. Silence enveloped the scene for several breaths, creating an unusual stillness. Once Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen regained their composure, their faces brightened with excitement as they cautiously stowed away the treasures. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the clan leader, they hastily departed, making their way towards the residence of the Seven Veins leaders to discuss the matter of the Kangwu Order. The convenience of the Kangwu Order would undoubtedly accelerate the family's development, necessitating its prompt dissemination not long after, at the Yuhing encampment, within a modest courtyard. A black-haired youth wielded a silver-white spear, continuously swirling it to create multiple afterimages. An overwhelming and fearsome aura emanated from him. With a sudden thrust of the spear, an explosive sound resonated. Jiang Ming sheathed his spear, raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow, inhaling deeply before exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Sensing the immense power coursing within him, a smile crept upon his face. After days of diligent training, his cultivation had surged from the 7th layer of the innate realm to the 3rd layer of the purple mansion realm. Moreover, through his exceptional spear technique, he had realized the true essence of the spear path, advancing to the spear sect. However, the most significant development was yet to come. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he pressed his calloused right palm against his chest. The mysterious six-faced stone was now stored within the purple mansion space. Upon breaking through to the purple mansion realm and refining his consciousness, he was astounded to discover that engaging with the six-faced stone granted him a wealth of knowledge in artifact forging. It was, in fact, a legacy from a master artisan. With this newfound knowledge, although he had not specifically studied the path of forging, his proficiency had unknowingly progressed to the initial rank of a one-pattern artifact refiner. He could now attempt to forge low-grade yellow-tier treasures. Furthermore, he had also acquired 2 Imperial tier techniques from the six-faced stone, namely the True Martial Chi Cannon and True Martial Body Refinement technique, one focused on energy refinement and the other on body refinement. It was precisely through these formidable techniques, combined with the mysterious stone bead's ability to siphon vitality, that he had achieved such rapid progress in a short span of time, arriving at his current realm. Nonetheless, due to his swift advancement, he preferred to keep a low profile, and thus had not deliberately revealed his cultivation. As of now, no one in the Jiang family was aware that he had already broken through to the purple mansion realm. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Ming immediately concealed his aura and turned to look toward the source. He saw an elderly man with a head full of white hair, leaning on a cane in one hand while carrying a bamboo basket covered with cloth in the other, slowly approaching. Seeing this, Jiang Ming quickly stepped forward, bent down, and offered his hands to assist the elder. Concern etched on his face, he asked, "Grandfather, what brings you here? Having lost his parents in a conflict with a rival family during his childhood, he had been raised by his grandparents, who were the most important figures in his life. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan lifted the bamboo basket, smiling. Yesterday, the clan bestowed upon us some dragon tooth rice and spiritual spring water. Your grandmother, being fond of her dear grandson, rose before dawn to prepare the soup for you and insisted I hurry to deliver it. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He accepted the bamboo basket and lifted the cloth covering it. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted forth, tantalizing his senses and igniting his appetite. Inside lay his favorite dishes from childhood. Jiang Daoxuan gently urged, hurry and eat while it's hot. Otherwise, it will cool down and lose its flavor. Jiang Ming grinned widely, plopping down on the ground, placing his spear aside, and swiftly picked up his chopsticks, devouring the meal ravenously. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan wore a tender smile, resting his hand on his white beard, remaining silent and simply watching his beloved grandson. However, as he watched, his expression suddenly changed. His chest heaved, and a series of violent, rapid coughs erupted. He quickly raised his hand to wipe his lips, then discreetly placed it behind him. Noticing the commotion, Jiang Ming immediately halted his meal, concern furrowing his brow. Though his grandfather had instructed him not to look at his hands, he still sensed the alarming crimson hue on his palm through his spiritual awareness. Grandfather. Jiang Ming's expression darkened as he fell silent. Even the dishes he loved most lost their appeal. He understood that his grandfather, in his youth, was among the clan's few geniuses. However, due to numerous severe injuries, his foundation had been damaged, leaving him forever trapped in the bone refinement realm. The damage was far too severe. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that even the consumption of the marrow-cleansing pill had minimal effect, almost negligible. With the relentless passage of time, his grandfather, now in his 80s, began to show signs of old wounds resurfacing, suggesting that his days might be numbered. Once these hidden injuries fully manifest, it would mark the end of his grandfather's life, a reality Jiang Ming could not accept. They had moved to Kangwu Mountain to escape past conflicts. And under the wise leadership of their clan leader, everyone had started to live the peaceful life they had always dreamed of. Yet, his grandfather, who had toiled all his life, was now on the verge of losing the chance to enjoy this newfound peace. Determined, Jiang Ming vowed silently to grow stronger swiftly, to find a way to extend his grandfather's life and not let him die so easily. His resolve hardened as he gazed at his grandfather. Meanwhile, in the realm of Shanghai Prefecture, a streak of light cut across the sky, revealing Jiang Han. After continuous trials, he had finally left Hindu Prefecture and entered Shanghai Prefecture. His ruthless actions, akin to those of a demon, had made him a target for numerous forces in Tiandu Prefecture, leading to several attempts to capture him. However, with the Nine Heavens mystic wings bestowed by the clan leader, he always managed to escape unscathed. Recently, after provoking a moon wheel level force, he was pursued by a Star Wheel level 9 expert. To escape, he exerted all his strength to activate the Nine Heavens mystic wings, which unexpectedly took him out of Tiandu Prefecture and into this new territory. His relentless killing spree had significantly boosted his combat experience and mastery of martial techniques, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. His formidable prowess was such that he had once slain a Star Wheel level 3 expert, earning him the fearsome title of Blood Demon. This moniker had become so notorious that it was used to frighten children into silence. Jiang Han, however, remained indifferent to his growing infamy, as he saw no connection between the Blood Demon and himself. As he pondered his next moves, Jiang Han noticed a commotion below. 3 black-clad Zifu cultivators were chasing a young woman, also at the Zifu level. Sensing something unusual about her aura, Jiang Han realized she was a transformed spirit beast. Intrigued, he decided to observe from the shadows. The pursuers, confident in their superior numbers and strength, taunted the woman, revealing her true form as a white jade rabbit, a rare and valuable creature known for its life-extending properties. Just as they were about to capture her, Jiang Han intervened with lethal efficiency, dispatching the 3 cultivators with ease. The white jade rabbit, initially grateful, soon realized the danger she was in as Jiang Han turned his attention towards her, his intentions clear and menacing. The white jade rabbit, in distress, gradually turned red as it was grasped tightly. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped it, as if a massive stone was lodged in its throat, rendering it unable to breathe. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones resonated, as its neck crumpled and ruptured like a tin can. Blood oozed from the corners of its mouth, and its limbs instantly lost all strength, hanging limply. Its eyes rolled back, pupils dilating, devoid of life. Observing this, Jiang Han's expression turned cold. With the indifference of discarding refuse, he carelessly tossed it aside. As the white jade rabbit collapsed to the ground, its true form quickly reemerged, transforming into a bloodied rabbit. Jiang Han let out a chilling smile and promptly began to kindle a fire. He retrieved a sharp knife from his purple space, commencing the process of skinning and deboning, cutting the rabbit meat into small pieces. He took up a twig, skewered the meat, and placed it over the flames to roast. In no time, the skewer sizzled and released a tantalizing aroma. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt a surge of hunger. As the meat reached the desired doneness, he eagerly began to feast. After consuming the skewers and savoring the spiced rabbit head, he felt a warmth spread through his body. His internal energy surged, rapidly propelling his cultivation to the 6th level of the Yuan Si realm. In less than 10 breaths, he ascended to the 7th level. Concurrently, the impurities within his Huangquan energy were significantly purged, rendering it more refined. Feeling his foundation solidify and strengthen, Jiang Han's face revealed satisfaction, and he could not help but smile. He glanced down at the remnants of bones at his feet. Having fully satisfied his hunger, he had no intention of lingering any longer. He promptly rose and vanished into the sky. Half an hour later, a young man clad in blue attire with black hair arrived nearby. He surveyed his surroundings, searching for traces of his beloved. "Xiaowu, where have you gone?" Tangshan felt a profound sense of guilt. He never anticipated that a mere stroll would lead to a sudden ambush by the evil soul sect, resulting in their separation. And despite searching for a long time, he found no trace of her. As he walked, a burnt scent wafted through the air. This scent. Someone had recently made a fire here. Tangshan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly deduced this conclusion. Reluctant to abandon the lead, he hurried towards the source of the smell. Soon, he arrived at a smoldering fire pit. Looking at the charred wood beneath his feet, he initially paid little attention. Yet, inadvertently, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white bone buried among the charcoal. Staring at the bone, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him, accompanied by profound sorrow. Strange, why do I feel this way? Confused, Tangshan knelt down, extending his hand to retrieve the bone from the ashes. Examining it closely, he surmised it to be a rabbit bone? Based on its shape, he made a preliminary judgment. But in the next moment, his mind exploded with realization, and his body froze. Wait. A rabbit bone. A foreboding premonition surged within him, growing ever stronger. He swiftly extended his hands, frantically digging through the accursed charcoal. As he unearthed all the bones and pieced them together, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. The white jade rabbit. In an instant, memories of the rabbit flooded his mind. Tangshan's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. Xiaowu. He collapsed to the ground, unable to accept the reality. Yet soon, fury twisted his expression. An unprecedented rage surged through his soul, igniting his anger. Who was it? Who devoured my Xiaowu? In that moment, he comprehended what had transpired. Someone had undoubtedly consumed this white jade rabbit. Someone had taken away his Xiaowu. Who could be so cruel? I will kill them. The fire of wrath burned fiercely in Tangshan's eyes as he clenched his fists and gazed toward the heavens, unleashing a roar. His chest heaved, releasing the pin-up energy within him, causing the surroundings to quake violently. Time passed unmeasured. Once the commotion subsided, four figures suddenly appeared, approaching him. Witnessing Tangshan's furious demeanor, they exchanged puzzled glances. As members of the Shura Palace, they had been dispatched by the palace master to protect the young master. Yet, they had never seen him so consumed by rage. With trepidation, they bowed before Tangshan, saying, "We pay our respects, young master." The utterance halted Tangshan's actions, and he turned to face them. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a maddened beast. He glared at the four, gritting his teeth. "Did I not instruct you to closely guard Xiaowu during the ambush? What have you been doing?" Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. Before they could respond, they noticed the rabbit bones scattered on the ground. A dreadful premonition gripped them, leaving them anxious and uneasy. They understood how significant this white jade rabbit was to their young master. They promptly knelt. "Young master, we were indeed tailing Miss Wu. But the evil soul sect had laid an ambush ahead. When they suddenly attacked us, we lost several brothers in the skirmish and in the chaos. Miss Wu managed to escape. We had no means to ensure her safety." Tangshan's gaze turned icy. "So according to your words, my Xiaowu could not have fled?" And no. The four expressed terror, hastily shaking their heads in denial. They feared Tangshan's father, Tang Tian, a formidable presence renowned in the realm, a 9th-level moon cycle expert. They also feared Tangshan, a prodigy who had reached the 9th level of the Yuan Si realm at merely 20 years of age, possessing stellar combat prowess, someone they dared not offend. At this moment, Tangshan coldly chuckled. "Not? Humph. Had it not been for the evil soul sect dispatching stellar cycle cultivators to restrain me, would I have allowed you worthless fools to protect Wu? Now that you have failed to safeguard her, you all shall perish. Xiaowu could not survive. So how dare you cling to life?" As his words fell, a brilliant blue light erupted, transforming into an ethereal vine. This was a high-grade earth-level spell he mastered. Blue vine entanglement. Faced with this technique, the four perfected purple mansion cultivators had no means to resist. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Soon, Silence enveloped the scene once more. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, Tang Shan silently gathered Xiao Wu's remains. He lifted his head, looking into the distance. His eyes filled with shadows, beneath which a fierce fire blazed. Xiao Wu, I, Tang Shan, swear to find those who consumed you. His words resonated with a murderous intent. Once he identified the culprit, he would ensure they endured excruciating torment, their bodies shattered, ashes scattered. Only then could his heart's hatred be alleviated. Days later, in the territory of Tiandu Prefecture, near Kanwu Mountain, the sky was clear, the clouds billowing, and a gentle breeze stirred. Suddenly, the heavy clouds were torn asunder, revealing a wooden spire. Following this, a colossal treasure ship soared forth at great speed. With its sails unfurled, it ascended high into the sky. One by one, treasure ships appeared in the heavens. This is precisely the treasure-laden cloud vessel dispatched by the Zhao family of the Blue Sea, the Qing Shan sect, the Red Soul sect, and the Heavenly Medicine sect. Powered by spirit stones, it enables man flight. At this moment, the vessel is filled with personnel responsible for constructing Kangwu City, totaling over 50,000 individuals. Chapter 166. The ambitious construction of Kangwu City, the alliance of 5 families. One after another, the cloud vessels pierced through the clouds, emerging in the high sky, instantly blocking out the sun. The flotilla of cloud vessels obscured the radiant sunlight, plunging the market below into an unexpected darkness. It was as if night had fallen. In the face of this sudden display, the atmosphere became chaotic. Cultivators from various factions, as well as wandering practitioners, looked up towards the sky, gazing at the immense fleet of cloud vessels. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, leaving them deeply moved. Soon after, they could not help but exclaim, "Look, what a magnificent ship! A vessel that floats in the sky? What could this possibly be? I have never heard of such a thing." Humph. You, with your mere bone refinement cultivation, have lived your entire life in a remote area. How could you possibly comprehend the value of this treasure? Oh, and you know it? Of course. I have traveled through dozens of cities and encountered such a marvel along the way. It is called the Cloud Vessel. Such a man treasure ship is quite expensive. Even a scrap would be enough to buy you 100 lives. Due to its uniqueness, even the lowest quality cloud vessels reach the mid-level of the Xian rank. But now, judging by their size, it seems each one is of the top quality in the Xian rank, or even of the low grade in the Earth rank. Only forces at the moon will level could possess such vessels. To see so many precious items appear at once is truly a sight I have never witnessed in my life. But with such a grand display, I wonder which great figure has come to visit. In an instant, the crowd in the market erupted into fervent discussions. Meanwhile, at Kangwu Mountain, the guardians of the mountain also took note of the cloud fleet above. Witnessing the large-scale arrival, they pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Opting for caution, they prepared to notify the Council of Elders. Within the Jiang family, the 7 branch leaders and elders primarily manage internal affairs, while the Council of Elders oversees the family's overarching development. Fortunately, during this period, the Kangwu token has been widely distributed among the branch leaders, elders, and stewards through collective efforts. Thus, aside from a few infants, nearly all family members now possess their own Kangwu token. For the Mountain Guardians, to ensure real-time communication, they have direct access to the family names of Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongwen, allowing them to relay messages anytime. Subsequently, the Mountain Guardians produced their Kangwu tokens and swiftly reported the unfolding events to Jiang Hongwen. On the other side, at the forefront of the cloud vessel, 5-star wool cultivators gathered. They were the elders of the 4 families, with the leader being Zhang Tsong, the grand elder of the Qing Shan sect. Having visited Kanwu Mountain once before, he was quite familiar with the area, which led the others to elect him as the team leader. At this moment, a Zifu cultivator from the Qing Shan sect approached Zhang Tsong and respectfully stated, reporting to the Grand Elder, "We have arrived above the market of Kangwu Mountain." The crowd immediately ceased their chatter. Zhang Tsong stroked his beard and chuckled. "It seems we shall soon meet Alliance leader Jiang." Upon hearing this, the Starwool cultivator's eyes gleamed with anticipation. During their recent travels, they had gleaned much information about the white-clad sword marquis from Zhang Tsong, which fueled their curiosity about this yet-to-be-seen Jiang Alliance leader. Observing their expressions, Zhang Tsong smiled faintly before turning to the Zifu cultivator beside him, instructing, "Since we are to transform this market into Kangwu City, let us find an open area to land." Understood. The Zifu cultivator promptly accepted the order. Soon, the cloud vessels began to descend from the celestial expanse. As they touched down, the immense commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone in the market. Under their anxious gazes, they witnessed staircases materializing on each cloud vessel, radiating with vibrant light, adorned with numerous golden runes composed of pure spiritual energy. Following this, a throng of cultivators descended from the staircases, clad in standardized attire representing the 4 families. The onlookers felt a sense of trepidation as they realized that these individuals were all cultivators, including formidable beings at the innate, Zifu, and even Yuan high levels. The terrifying aura they exuded created an illusion that they had come to attack Kangwu Mountain. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Zhang Tsang soared into the air. Addressing the market with a resonant voice, "I am Zhang Tsang, Grand Elder of the Qingshan sect. This visit represents a formal alliance between the Qingshan sect, the Zhao family of the Blue Sea, the Red Soul sect, and the Heavenly Medicine sect with the Kangwu Jiang family." His voice thundered, echoing through the atmosphere. The Qingshan sect, the Zhao family of the Blue Sea, the Red Soul sect, the Heavenly Medicine sect? How could these four powers suddenly unite with the Kangwu Jiang family? The crowd stood frozen, clearly taken aback. It is vital to note that these four moonwheel forces were legendary to them, known primarily through hearsay. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves witnessing this extraordinary gathering. For these four families to ally with them, the Jiang patriarch must be far more formidable than they had imagined. At that moment, the crowd gained a deeper appreciation for the might of the white-clad sword marquis. Observing the stunned crowd, Zhang Tsang summoned his inner energy and proclaimed, "By the order of Alliance Leader Jiang, we four families shall now join forces to establish Kangwu City in this marketplace. You should disperse promptly, lest we delay our work and incur the displeasure of Alliance Leader Jiang." As his words fell, it was as if a stone had stirred 1,000 waves. The many cultivators within the market revealed expressions of astonishment, feeling profoundly surprised. What a joke. Each of these four families was a local overlord. Typically, they would be the ones extending courtesies to others. How could they possibly be collaborating to construct a city for the Kangwu Jiang family? Not to mention, it was an unprecedented union of four forces. Wait, Alliance Leader Jiang? The shocked crowd quickly grasped this title. Could it be that the Five Families Alliance is led by the Kangwu Jiang family? As this realization dawned upon them, many began to exhibit expressions of disbelief. At that moment, noticing that the crowd remained rooted in place, Zhang Tsang arched an eyebrow and let out a cold snort. Almost immediately, an overwhelming star wheel aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings and intimidating the entire assembly. Under this aura, everyone felt an immense fear. As if their hearts had skipped a beat, it seemed that remaining any longer would lead to their demise. Recognizing this, the crowd in the market displayed expressions of terror and hastily fled. In no time, the once bustling market became desolate, devoid of any living soul. Chapter 167. Finalizing the alliance competition, a sword disturbing the celestial phenomena. With the atmosphere finally settling, Zhang Tsang displayed a satisfied expression. He slightly turned his head to address the gathered individuals, instructing, "Let the plan to construct Kangwu City commence from this moment." With these words, all cultivators from the four powerful families acknowledged their orders. Subsequently, a multitude of construction teams began to advance towards the market. As they arrived at the bustling market, they promptly extracted a variety of tools and materials from their spatial rings, preparing to commence the construction of this monk city, which would later serve as the commercial hub for the five factions. In addition to the numerous monks on the ground, there were also many array masters and spirit pattern masters of the Purple Mansion realm soaring above, scanning their surroundings and meticulously observing the terrain to prepare for the arrangement of formations and the etching of spirit patterns. With the collective efforts of over 50,000 individuals, the scene quickly transformed into a fervent hive of activity, bustling with energy. Observing the lively scene, Zhang Tsang summoned several Yuan High realm cultivators, instructing them to remain on-site to oversee the construction progress of Kangwu City. He then promptly led 5 Star Wheel realm cultivators to ascend the mountain and pay a visit to Alliance Leader Jiang. However, just as they reached the foot of the stone steps of Kangwu Mountain, they encountered Jiang Hongguang, who was hastily approaching. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Zhang Tsang and his entourage, Jiang Hongguang's gaze flickered, instantly discerning their origins. Zhang Tsang, realizing that the commotion caused by their cloud ship was somewhat excessive, gestured towards the group behind him, explaining that they were from the Bai Haizhao family, Qihun sect, and Tianyao sect, accompanying him to visit Alliance Leader Jiang to discuss alliance matters. As Zhang Tsang spoke, Jiang Hongguang nodded and immediately led the group up the mountain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the family hall and formally met with Jiang Daoxuan. Observing the gathered individuals, Jiang Daoxuan jested, "The ruckus you created earlier was quite significant. A mere sweep of my tiny divine sense effortlessly enveloped the entirety of Kangwu Mountain and the market, allowing me to grasp the situation outside." In response to Jiang Daoxuan's lighthearted banter, Zhang Tsang merely chuckled and proceeded to relay the various matters entrusted to him by the sect leader. Hearing that the 4 families had already reached an agreement and that the construction team for Kangwu City had commenced work, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. Thus, the alliance truly began. From this day forth, the 5 factions would establish a new trade system to facilitate the flow of resources among them. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan contemplated the current lack of alchemists, artifact masters, array masters, and spirit pattern masters within his family, akin to hiring teachers. He wished to recruit a group of individuals to instruct his clan members, laying a solid foundation and providing multiple avenues beyond mere cultivation for the family's diverse development. After all, while some clansmen may have poor cultivation talents, they might excel in other paths. With this in mind, he turned to the gathered individuals and began to utilize the channels of the four major factions to disseminate recruitment information, seeking to attract alchemists, artifact masters, array masters, and spirit pattern masters of at least beginner level to Kangwu Mountain. Here, they would have access to resources far beyond their imagination. However, to ensure that the news of Kangwu Mountain remained confidential, all recruits would be required to sign a 10-year contract with the Jiang family. Without the Elder Council's permission, they could not easily leave Kangwu Mountain. At this moment, the attendees did not refuse Jiang Daoxuan's proposal and readily agreed. After all, they were not directly providing their internal manpower, they were merely helping to spread some information. It was merely a matter of willing participation, which could only be described as a simple task. Not to mention, they would gain the favor of Alliance leader Jiang. However, the conditions proposed by the Alliance leader were indeed generous. Although the attendees were Star Wheel Realm cultivators, they could not help but feel a twinge of temptation. If it were cultivators of the Purple Mansion or even Yuan Hai Realm, they would likely find it hard to refuse even a 20-year contract. Furthermore, given the rapid development of the Kangwu Jiang family, seizing this opportunity could lead to a boundless future. In a moment of reflection, the individuals expressed their admiration. Once they had regained their composure, Zhang Song brought up another matter, the Alliance Grand Competition. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, if the Kangwu Jiang family was to truly make a name for itself in Tiandu Prefecture and deter numerous factions from engaging in petty schemes against them, mere reputation would prove inadequate. Hearing is but an illusion. Seeing is believing. Only by revealing part of their strength to the world could they create a more palpable deterrent effect. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly recognized that the upcoming Alliance Grand Competition was an excellent opportunity to showcase the Kangwu Jiang family to the major factions. This was a chance for the family to officially ascend to the ranks of the top powers in Tiandu Prefecture. Given this perspective, there was no reason to decline. Just as Jiang Daoxuan contemplated this, a melodious chime from the system echoed in his mind. Ding family task triggered, Alliance Grand Competition. During the competition period, scores will be assigned based on the comprehensive performance of the clan members. The higher the score, the richer the rewards. Note, achieving a perfect score grants a mysterious reward. Upon seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but smile. Inwardly marveling, the system is indeed like a worm in my belly. The moment the thought arose, a task that allows me to reap rewards effortlessly has presented itself. Truly, the system continues to be as considerate as ever. He then looked at the gathered individuals, nodded, and casually remarked, the Alliance Grand Competition is certainly feasible. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately sighed in relief. For them, the Alliance Grand Competition was of utmost importance, as it would mark the first battle to establish the Alliance's reputation. At this juncture, Zhang Song respectfully inquired, might I ask where Alliance leader Jiang intends to hold the competition? Once numerous factions from Tiandu Prefecture were invited, it would undoubtedly be a bustling affair, and he worried that if they arbitrarily designated Kangwu Mountain as the competition site, it might lead to complications. In response, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted thoughtfully. He recognized this concern as well. To maintain the tranquility of Kangwu Mountain, he pondered briefly and chuckled. This matter is quite simple. Follow me. Jiang Daoxuan stepped out of the family hall and suddenly soared into the air. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed. Before long, they left Kangwu Mountain and arrived at a nearby towering peak. Gazing at the steep mountain before them, they were filled with great perplexity. Why had Alliance leader Jiang brought them to this place? Was he intending to designate it as the competition venue? The crowd felt somewhat bewildered. Such a steep location with little flat ground was truly challenging for footing, let alone inviting numerous factions from Tiandu Prefecture. Surely, it would be teeming with people. Meanwhile, under the puzzled gazes of the gathered individuals, Jiang Daoxuan, clad in a white robe, stood tall in the sky with hands clasped behind him. Gradually, a layer of crimson radiance enveloped him. The brilliance was dazzling, exuding an unparalleled and invincible aura, as if a divine presence had descended from the heavens. Those who beheld it felt their vision blur and their souls tremble. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and his piercing eyes gleamed like lightning, captivating all who gazed upon him. He slowly raised his right arm, letting his sleeve fall to reveal a hand as pure and flawless as jade. His fingers came together, forming a sword gesture, and with a casual flick towards the mountain peak, he unleashed a tremendous surge of yuan power, accompanied by the prowess of his perfected sword heart. A terrifying sword intent erupted, sending tremors through the air. In the next moment, a crisp sound of sword resonance rang out, clear and distinct, echoing within a 10-mile radius for all living beings to hear. Simultaneously, a blindingly brilliant, fearsome sword light shot into the sky, soaring to a height of 1,000 feet, disrupting the atmosphere and tearing through the clouds. It seemed as if a celestial sword was descending from the heavens, cleaving directly into the mountain peak, with a resounding impact. The towering peak was effortlessly split in two, flattened to reveal a vast expanse of level ground. The steep mountain that lacked suitable conditions for competition? No matter. I shall create it myself. They all abruptly halted their actions, raising their heads in unison to gaze forward. As they beheld the distant spectacle, the onlookers were profoundly moved. Their pupils contracting in astonishment, they immediately pointed towards the mountain peak, exclaiming, "Look over there, what has happened? The upper half of that mountain seems to be gone? What kind of terrifying force could possibly have caused such a phenomenon? Wait, we just heard the sound of a sword unsheathing. And then that mountain was cleaved, could it be?" Individuals possessing such formidable sword intent are exceedingly rare in the entire Tiandu prefecture. If we were to consider who it might be, there is likely only one candidate. Could you be referring to that esteemed individual? Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, this must be the handiwork of the white-clad sword marquis. With a single sound of a sword's resonance, a towering peak was cleaved in two. Such a shocking event far exceeds mere rumors and will undoubtedly be widely recounted in the future. The name of the white-clad sword marquis is now beyond dispute, destined to become the unquestionable leader of all sword cultivators in Tiandu. Allowing this foremost sword of Tiandu to preside as the leader of our 5 factions is a testament to their foresight. As they gazed upon the remaining half of the mountain peak, all present, whether they were postnatal, innate, purple mansion, or Yuan-Si cultivators, were filled with awe and respect for their higher-ups' prescience. Meanwhile, Zhang Song and his companions, witnessing this scene, were also taken aback. The overwhelming and suffocating might that emanated from even a fraction of that power was enough to send shivers through their very souls. They had no doubt that with just a flick of that sword, they would all meet their demise, leaving not even a trace behind. This was not mere self-deprecation. It was a genuine acknowledgement of their utter inability to resist. Subsequently, the 4 Star Will cultivators silently turned their gazes toward Zhang Song's silhouette. Having listened to his tales along their journey, they had yet to grasp the true extent of the white-clad sword marquis' strength and terror. However, at this moment, that impression crystallized with alarming clarity and depth. They feared they would never forget this profoundly shocking scene for the rest of their lives. In their hearts, they could not help but exclaim, "The strength possessed by Alliance leader Jiang far exceeds any rumors. Very few are aware of it." When the day of the Alliance Grand Competition arrives and it is Zhang's turn to make a modest display, will Sima Nan not be utterly astonished and restless? With this thought, they began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. At this moment, under the reverent gaze of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan faced the mountain, his back to them. "From this day forth, this mountain shall be known as Beidou," he continued, "when the day of the Alliance Grand Competition arrives. This mountain will serve as the battleground." In his mind, Beidou Mountain was not only to be the venue for the Alliance Grand Competition, but also for the 7 Meridian competition. After all, battles inevitably cause some destruction to the surrounding environment, a loss that could be avoided for Kangwu Mountain. Furthermore, the name Beidou resonates with the number of the 7 stars, corresponding to the 7 meridians. The convergence of the 7 meridians will create a dazzling spectacle, each vying for brilliance. On the other side, as Jiang Daoxuan finished his remarks, the crowd hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang's initiative is splendid. Coincidentally, the team constructing Kangwu City is right at the foot of the mountain. Our 4 families wish to further renovate Beidou Mountain for you. What do you think? Given that this area is rather desolate, if the major factions gather when the competition begins, the environment may not reflect well on your stature." Having witnessed Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying power firsthand, the crowd was utterly convinced. They understood that they had genuinely allied with a formidable force. Thus, they began to curry favor, face, dignity, in the presence of overwhelming power. Such matters are trivial. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan did not immediately refuse their proposal. After all, it would not require his kin's effort. Why not agree? He felt no burden regarding this matter, entirely at ease. After all, the establishment of the alliance signified that the 4 families had placed themselves on the line. Yet, his current strength was formidable enough to crush Sun Will cultivators, so he grew indifferent to such trivialities. He nodded slightly and casually remarked, "Then I shall rely on you." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly waved their hands, saying, "Not a trouble at all. These are our duties." Jiang Daoxuan smiled, saying no more. "For specifics regarding the alliance, you may consult my clan's Grand Elder. If any matters arise that cannot be resolved, seek me out later." "We understand," the crowd promptly replied. His words resonated with their intentions. After all, being around Alliance leader Jiang was incredibly pressuring. Being with someone else would undoubtedly alleviate the situation. Jiang Daoxuan, not lingering any longer, immediately took his leave. Compared to these trivial matters, he preferred to dedicate his time to cultivation. He had never forgotten that despite the seemingly glorious strength of the Jiang family, its development was still recent, and its members had yet to truly mature. Not a single Star-Will cultivator had yet emerged from their ranks. Thus, all of this was merely a castle in the air, reliant on his own strength. Should his power prove insufficient and a formidable enemy arose, the Jiang family's splendor would swiftly fade, reduced to the dust of history. Therefore, he could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent, nor could he allow himself to feel prideful. As Jiang Daoxuan departed, the crowd continued to watch until his figure vanished completely. Only then did they feel the oppressive aura dissipate, releasing a collective sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, still haunted by the encounter, saying, "Alliance leader Jiang is truly a force to be reckoned with. I cannot fathom how he cultivated such power at his age. Indeed, I fear you may laugh at my confession, but at his age, my cultivation was merely at the Purple Mansion stage. In comparison, it feels as though my centuries of effort have been squandered. Alas, one must admit that sometimes the gap between individuals can be greater than that between man and beast." His rapid ascension to the pinnacle of power, renowned throughout Tiandu, seems almost legendary. Chapter 169. The eager clan members preparing for the grand competition. Have you not noticed? This is not even the most terrifying aspect. The strike executed by Alliance leader Jiang earlier was undoubtedly not his full strength. Yet, even this casual blow exuded a might surpassing that of our ancestral patriarch. His true power is simply unfathomable. Indeed, Alliance leader Jiang employed only pure Yuan power and sword intent, without utilizing any martial techniques or external artifacts, yet he unleashed such a mountain-cleaving force. What would happen if he were to exert his full power? Recalling that earlier scene, everyone could not help but express their inner sentiments. As Star-Will cultivators, they could discern the tremendous terror contained within the aura of that attack. Do you believe Alliance leader Jiang can decisively defeat Sima Nan? That remains uncertain. Should Sima Nan break through to the Sun Wheel, the outcome is unpredictable. However, if he remains at the Moon Wheel, he may not stand against Alliance leader Jiang. Indeed, given the skill displayed by Alliance leader Jiang earlier, I have no doubt he has reached the pinnacle of the Moon Wheel, a level difficult to surpass. Considering Sima Nan's current strength, without a breakthrough, he may indeed find himself in dire straits. Regardless, prior to the grand competition, we must not reveal Alliance leader Jiang's true strength to the outside world. We must ensure Sima Nan is met with a significant surprise. That suits me perfectly. In an instant, the crowd could not help but burst into laughter, secretly resolving their intentions, prepared to employ various means to mitigate the repercussions of that earth-shattering blow, lest the lord of the Sima house change his mind and decline the invitation. Subsequently, everyone regained their composure and swiftly departed from their original location, heading towards Kangwu Mountain for discussions with Jiang Hongguang. As they faced the Yuan High practitioner Jiang Hongguang, none dared to underestimate him due to their own accomplishments in the Star Wheel realm. Instead, they all adopted a notably humble demeanor. This unexpected display of humility left Jiang Hongguang somewhat bewildered, prompting him to silently marvel at the impressive authority of the clan leader, which could so swiftly humble these powerful Star Will practitioners. Soon after, upon the conclusion of their initial discussions, Jiang Hongguang promptly utilized the Kangwu order to announce the specifics of the alliance competition to all clan members. In recent days, the Elder Council had assimilated numerous suggestions, and after reporting to Jiang Daoxuan, he immediately employed the family decree to add a family notification section to all Kangwu orders. This section was specifically designated for informing all clan members, and thus, empowered by the Kangwu order, the news rapidly spread throughout Kangwu Mountain. A month later, the forces of the Bihai Zhao family, Qingshan sect, Qihun sect, Tianyao sect, and the Kangwu Jiang family would convene at Beta Mountain, near Kangwu Mountain, for the alliance competition. The competition's entry requirements were as follows: open to both genders, with no restrictions on cultivation level, but limited to those under the age of 30. The rewards were substantial, allowing the victors to select from among precious prizes such as longevity pills, refining stones, golden body liquid, and top-tier mysterious flames, among others. In addition, there would be numerous ordinary rewards such as spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs available for all participating contestants. Furthermore, all Moonwheel level forces within the Tiandu Prefecture would be invited to attend this grand event. Interested clan members could register with their respective stewards or elders. Upon reading this announcement, the Jiang family members were filled with excitement, eagerly preparing for the competition. Such a grand event, gathering many forces from the Tiandu Prefecture, could not be missed. After months of training, this was the moment they had been waiting for. surely to elevate the name of the Kanwu Jiang family. Once an ordinary practitioner of bone refinement, they now aspired to achieve a place among the ranks of the innate. In an instant, many clan members felt their hearts stirred. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity to accumulate honor and prestige for their family, as well as to assess their own cultivation progress. They could not allow this chance to slip away. In the training arena, Jiang Jiwei held a sword in her right hand and the Kanwu order in her left. Gazing at the competition announcement upon the Kanwu order, her eyes gradually sparkled with a burgeoning fighting spirit. An alliance competition? It seemed rather intriguing by now. She had reached the third level of the innate realm and mastered the essence of sword intent. This competition presented a splendid opportunity for her to sharpen her skills. However, to ensure she could contend with her opponents without suffering an easy defeat that would tarnish her family's reputation, she needed to become even stronger over the course of the next month. She was determined not to falter, especially not in front of outsiders. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan residence, in a small courtyard, brothers Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the news. Jiang Yi turned to his younger brother, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, this competition is a splendid opportunity to elevate the name of our Jiang family. You must perform admirably and not disappoint the clan leader's expectations." Previously troubled by his lack of accomplishments and feeling guilty for his family's investment in him, he now felt a surge of hope. Jiang Hao nodded firmly, clenching his fist with bright, determined eyes filled with martial fervor. "I shall give my all in this competition, so that others may know that aside from the clan leader, the rest of the Jiang family is equally formidable. Our family has continuously invested resources in our development. Now is the time to contribute." He vowed internally that he could not afford to lose to outsiders. Victory was the only option. Observing the fervent fighting spirit in his younger brother's eyes, Jiang Yi felt a contagious enthusiasm swell within him. Looking skyward, he smiled and said, "Then let us strive together over the next month. Let others know that beyond the three great prodigies, there are also us brothers." With those words, Jiang Yi lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future and confidence in himself. He wondered how many of his opponents could withstand his onslaught. Elsewhere, at the Tianshan residence, Jiang Yan, having just left the hall where Jiang Daoxuan resided and preparing to embark on a journey, paused upon seeing the announcement on the Kanwu order. The mention of a high-tier mysterious flame as a reward for the competition caught his attention. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened with excitement. Although this flame was of too low a grade to upgrade his flame technique, it was perfectly suited for his use. Given his current cultivation and alchemical skills were still quite rudimentary, he could not fully harness the powers of the Tsangyin spirit flame. However, this high-tier mysterious flame would be just right for him to practice with. With this in mind, he decided to postpone his travels until after the alliance competition concluded. However, the surprises were far from over. Suddenly, Elder Zhou exclaimed, "The Imperial ruler! How did this item end up here?" Jiang Yin was momentarily bewildered. The Imperial ruler? Master, what is this? Although he had seen the peculiar ruler mentioned in the list of gifts, he had not paid it much mind. Being in possession of a top-tier earth-level sword bestowed by the clan leader, little did he know that this item could astonish his master. A consummate practitioner of the heavenly realm. Hearing Jiang Yan's question, Elder Zhou gradually regained his composure and explained in a solemn tone. If the information provided by the Qinshan sect is accurate, then this item should indeed be the Imperial ruler. It may not be classified as a treasure, making it difficult to determine its rank. However, due to its unique material, crafted from scraps of the embryonic form of an Imperial weapon, it is incredibly resilient and possesses the ability to suppress certain spiritual forces. This item emerged in my location hundreds of years ago, attracting many powerful beings of the Saint realm and even Saint King level, all vying for it. Ultimately, a great battle ensued, causing it to be lost in the currents of time, only to unexpectedly reappear in the hands of the Qinshan sect after so many years. Young master, the true value of this item lies not in its apparent attributes, but in the material itself. The embryonic material of an Imperial weapon endows it with immense potential for growth. If you were to refine this item into your personal treasure and continually nourish it with additional materials to elevate its rank, it may very well become your path to attaining an Imperial weapon in the future. As Elder Zhou elaborated, Jiang Yan's heart raced with astonishment, soon replaced by delight. He had never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous black ruler possessed such a terrifying background. It was easy to imagine that others, unaware of its true value, would not be able to squander the opportunity to select this item even if they achieved higher rankings than him. Thus, as long as he placed within the top 3, or even the top 5, the Imperial ruler would be his for the taking. However, this meant that the high-tier mysterious flame would be beyond his reach. Contemplating this, Jiang Yin hesitated not a moment and made his choice. Flames could always be obtained later, but this ruler, with its potential to grow into an Imperial weapon, was exceedingly rare and must not be missed. Therefore, His goal for this competition would be to secure the Imperial ruler. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin residence, Jiang Daoxuan lowered his head, holding the Kanwu order before his eyes. Gazing at the announcements on the family notice board regarding the upcoming alliance competition, his interest surged. An alliance competition? Such a splendid event. How could I possibly miss it? At this point, he had cultivated himself to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. And this grand contest would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. He then casually glanced at the rewards section. The numerous resources listed held no allure for him. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the exquisite fire of the mysterious tier. A thought crossed his mind. And he murmured to himself, I recall that Yin has recently developed a keen interest in alchemy. Has he? In that case, I shall procure this extraordinary fire as a gift for him. A light chuckle escaped his lips. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, only Jiang Yin shared such a close bond with him. Therefore, when the time came to select a reward, he would choose the extraordinary fire for Yin. After all, he only valued the family's reputation. Material rewards paled in comparison. Yet, he pondered, what kind of worthy opponent might he encounter? Hopefully, he could endure a few more exchanges in battle. At the Yuhing encampment, Jiang Ming, who was practicing with his spear, initially regarded the news with indifference. However, upon witnessing the rewards list, his eyes suddenly lit up. The longevity pill. Consuming one would extend one's life by a decade. After reading through the description of the pill, Jiang Ming clenched his fists, his chest heaving with excitement. He had no doubt about finding a way to prolong life in the future, but that remained a distant prospect. At present, what he lacked most was time. This longevity pill would undoubtedly alleviate his immediate concerns. If he could have his grandfather take the longevity pill, adding 10 years to his lifespan, he was confident that within that decade, he could elevate his own cultivation to an unfathomable level. At that point, he would surely be able to alter his grandfather's fate. With this thought, Jiang Ming felt invigorated, filled with boundless hope for the future. He promptly sheathed his silver spear and began his descent down the mountain. He needed to utilize this month to harness the power of the stone pearl's purple aura and the true martial chi to swiftly grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful could he ensure a commendable performance in the competition. Jiang Ming's gaze gradually hardened with determination. To secure victory, he must break through to the Yuanhai realm within this month, thereby increasing his odds. He could not bear the repercussions of failure. He would not allow himself to live with regret for a lifetime. Days later, the news of the Kanwu Jiang family leading the establishment of an alliance to host the competition rapidly spread across Tindu Prefecture through the Zhao family's Commerce Association. This development caught many Moonwheel-level forces off guard, leaving them astounded. Some discerned the deeper implications behind this event, realizing that it was not merely a contest of strength. Others speculated that the dynamics of Tindu Prefecture might undergo a drastic transformation after the competition concluded. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, coupled with immense interest in the white-clad sword sovereign, all Moonwheel-level forces that received the invitation eagerly agreed to participate. As for the Starwheel-level forces, they currently lacked the qualification to engage in this competition. However, one individual broke this norm. In Mudan City, the city lord's manor, when Ding Xian received the invitation, disbelief filled his eyes. His hands gripped the letter tightly, murmuring, Jiang, the Jiang clan leader actually wants me to attend? At that moment, tears brimmed in his eyes, and he felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. He finally sensed the imposing gaze of the Jiang clan leader upon him. This was a grand gathering of numerous Moonwheel-level forces. To think that he, a mere city lord of a small purple estate, was deemed worthy of attending was truly an extraordinary occurrence. Such a profound grace left him both honored and apprehensive. Simultaneously, he recognized the Jiang clan leader's intention. Perhaps it was a precaution against potential targeting by Seaman Nan, prompting him to attend and assert his stance, thereby discouraging any underhanded tactics from the other party. The Jiang clan leader was indeed astute. Even at this juncture, he had not forgotten about this small figure. Chapter 171. Finalizing the first batch of clan member promotions. Such kindness would compel me to devote my life to the Jiang family, to the Jiang clan leader. With unwavering loyalty, Ding Xian was deeply moved. After toiling for many years under Seaman Nan, even sustaining hidden injuries, he had scarcely earned the position of a distant city lord. Yet, in such a short time of aligning with the Jiang family, he had reaped numerous rewards. Not only the cleansing marrow pill and this invitation to the competition, but news of Jiang Qin's recent visit had already circulated discreetly, alerting nearby forces. Consequently, many influential figures in his eyes, from Yuanhai or Starwheel forces, sent envoys to the city lord's manor to forge connections, seeking to align themselves with the Jiang family. Of course, he was well aware of his own situation. Ding Xian dared not wield the power of the Jiang family to intimidate others, lest it tarnish their reputation. He knew which matters to handle and which to avoid, often providing vague responses to navigate through. Many forces were not offended by this. Rather, they cheerfully presented him with gifts. Thanks to the abundant resources provided by these forces, and after the improvement from the cleansing marrow pill, he finally broke through to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, breaking through to the Yuanhai realm would require an extended period of time or some fortuitous encounters. Yet for him, such progress was remarkably astonishing. He was utterly elated, grateful to the Jiang clan leader day and night. To this day, within the city lord's manor, he had even set up an altar in honor of the Jiang clan leader's longevity, ensuring to offer incense daily in gratitude for his kindness and to pray for blessings and longevity, demonstrating his sincerity. Looking back now, this effort had indeed borne fruit. The Jiang clan leader had risen to become the leader of the 5 forces, subtly competing with Sima Nan, showcasing boundless potential. Being able to board the Jiang family's grand ship at this moment was a significant stroke of fortune in his life. Simultaneously, in Tiandu Prefecture, within the governor's hall, what audacity! Suddenly, a voice filled with fury resounded, followed by the sound of a teacup shattering. Sima Nan sat in his grand chair, his face dark and foreboding, resembling a winter frost. Before him, a subordinate knelt, trembling, clutching the invitation to the alliance competition. At that moment, all the commanders surrounding him dared not speak, bowing their heads in silence, fearful of incurring the governor's wrath. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. After a tense moment, as Sima Nan gradually calmed his emotions, a cold smile emerged on his face. What a bold move by the Qingshan sect, the Qihun sect, and the Tianyao sect. In the past, they acted with such restraint before me, not daring to make a sound. Yet now, with the emergence of the white-clad sword sovereign, they presume to have found a powerful ally and dare to establish an alliance? They even invite me to observe? Who granted you the audacity to make such a foolish decision? Sima Nan's eyes were filled with shadows. He was not intimidated by this trivial alliance. He was merely dissatisfied with the underhanded maneuvers of these sects and families. Under his governance, they should have behaved with humility, yet they clandestinely sought cooperation, clearly intending to intimidate him. Moreover, forming an alliance was not something that could be settled quickly. It was likely that they had already conspired during Zhang Tsang's visit to Kanwu Mountain. With thoughts racing, Sima Nan's icy gaze swept across the room, making everyone too fearful to meet his eyes. Then, with a wave of his energy, he forcefully shattered the invitation letter. However, since you dared to invite me, if I do not attend, would that not perfectly align with your intentions, suggesting that I fear your sects? Humph, I shall see how this fragile alliance, a pitiful group huddling together for warmth, dares to act audaciously before me. As his voice resonated, it carried an unmatched force, causing everyone present to shudder and retreat. At this moment, everyone realized that the lord of the manor was truly enraged. Following this, they couldn't help but feel pity for these aristocratic sections. The lord's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the moon wheel, just a step away from ascending to the sun wheel. How could these people dare to provoke such a formidable figure? It was sheer folly. The decision to form an alliance was also utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Sima Nan's eyes gleamed with a hidden resolve. He had already decided to use the upcoming alliance competition to humble the White Sword Marquis, making it clear to the aristocratic sects who truly ruled Tianfu. He also planned to propose a marriage alliance for his son, Sima Xian, to the Jiang family, specifically to Jiang Jiwei, a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. Suddenly, Zhao Hu's voice broke the silence. Lord, how should we deal with these sects and families now? His question snapped everyone back to attention, and they all turned their curious gazes towards Sima Nan. With a cold snort and a mocking smile, Sima Nan replied, "Let them bask in their temporary glory. Since they wish to make a spectacle, let them. Eventually, I will personally teach them a harsh lesson, making them understand that the higher they climb, the harder they fall. It's been years since I last acted. Perhaps these sects have forgotten my former might. It's time to remind them, lest these annoying grasshoppers continue to leap about." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill and quickly bowed in agreement, as you command. Several days later, at the foot of Kanwu Mountain, the construction of Kanwu City, though still rudimentary, was taking shape. The endless walls hinted at the grandeur the city would possess upon completion. Besides the regular construction teams, Zhang Tsang and others were stationed at the mountain's base, overseeing the progress diligently, as this was the first major task they had undertaken for the Jiang Alliance leader. Meanwhile, atop Kanwu Mountain, a festive atmosphere prevailed. For the Jiang family, today was a significant and eagerly anticipated day. After a month of deliberation, the elders and the 7 lineage leaders had finalized the first list of family members to be promoted. The results would be announced via the family notification panel on everyone's Kanwu token. The 5 ranks were ordinary, excellent, outstanding, elite, and core. These ranks were temporary, lasting only a month, and conferred no additional privileges. The family's rules were strict. Rewards and punishments were meted out based on merit, not rank. ensuring fairness and preventing corruption. Soon, as noon approached, family members eagerly checked their Kangwu tokens for the promotion list. Among the first batch, there were 9 core members, including Jiang Chun, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Ming. The elite rank included 24 members, such as Jiang Yi, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Jiwei. The outstanding rank had 108 members, and the excellent rank, 365. Jiang Han, due to special circumstances, remained an ordinary member. The announcement brought mixed reactions, joy, disappointment, and renewed determination among the family members. In a room at the Tianju residence, a young man named Jiang Yangon lay on his bed, scrutinizing the promotion list on his Kangwu token. He sighed, still just ordinary. As the grandson of Jiang Hongkong, the former third elder and current Tianju lineage elder, Jiang Yangon had poor innate talent. Despite some resources from his grandfather, his cultivation had barely reached the 7th level of the Hotian realm. He had little interest in rigorous training, preferring to enjoy life and rely on natural treasures for enhancement. His life seemed predictable. Soon, the elders would arrange a marriage for him to continue the family line. However, he found such a mundane existence unappealing. Jiang Yangon's eyes lit up as he checked his contribution points. Finally, I can exchange for the first volume of the Pure Yang technique, he murmured. Recently, he had heard about the technique's extraordinary power, rumored to be of high-grade earth rank. Intrigued, he had saved his contribution points to acquire it. With the promotion list confirmed, his monthly allowance, combined with some points from his grandfather, allowed him to exchange for the technique. He envisioned trading it for valuable resources with the Fengbai Jiang family. Feeling a surge of excitement, unable to contain his eagerness, Jiang Yangon quickly accessed the family treasure section on his Kangwu token, exchanged for the Pure Yang technique, and hurried towards the family's scripture repository. As he walked, he glanced at his hard-working clansmen, sneering, "What a bunch of fools. You foolish branch members. If only you possessed a fraction of my wisdom, would you find yourselves toiling so hard in your cultivation? Indeed, compared to the backbreaking labor and the perilous family missions, I find this effortless venture of acquiring resources without investment far more suitable for me. What is the use of your diligent training for 10 or 15 days? The benefits you gain pale in comparison to the potency of a single pill I obtained from the Fengbai Jiang family." Jiang Yong'an cast a cold glance, swiftly averting his gaze. He could not comprehend why the clan leader, being the head of the family, would willingly sever his own privileges, equating the lowly branch members with himself, the true heir. In the past, such individuals would not have dared to approach me without deep respect, addressing me as young master. Yet now, they treat me as an equal, as if we are brothers, lacking in decorum. Who would desire to be brothers with you lowly beings? You are hardly worthy. Truly, the world is in decline. The clan leader will surely come to regret this immensely foolish decision. As thoughts swirled, Jiang Yong'an arrived at the Pavilion of Hidden Skills. There, through the exchange records on the Kangwu token, he gained the opportunity to peruse the Pure Yang technique. As he gazed upon the recorded content, his expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. The Pure Yang technique was indeed deserving of its reputation. Jiang Yong'an had not anticipated that the rumors had understated its magnificence. The power of this technique far surpassed all that he had encountered before. At this moment, Jiang Yong'an had no doubt of its true value. Even the Fengbai Jiang family would be left speechless upon witnessing it. He hurriedly noted down the cultivation method, lingering not for a moment, and swiftly departed the pavilion. He maintained his rapid pace, soon passing through the mountain gate and descending the stone steps toward the foot of the mountain. In no time, he arrived at a secluded stone chamber deep within a dense forest near Kangwu Mountain. The environment was dark and damp, with cold winds occasionally sweeping through. Before him stood a tall man clad in black robes, Jiang Jujia, a being of innate cultivation, dispatched by the Fengbai Jiang family to serve as a liaison for Jiang Yong'an. Upon seeing Jiang Yong'an approach, Jiang Jujia's eyes flickered with surprise. He quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Young masterin, what brings you here so swiftly this time?" Traditionally, the correspondent would arrive only every 7 days, yet now, merely 2 days had passed, and he came in such haste. Something was amiss. Jiang Yong'an smiled. "I have just acquired an immensely powerful new technique from the clan's Pavilion of Hidden Skills. It is called the Pure Yang technique, of exceptionally high rank, beginning at least at the upper tier of the earth level. The intricacies of this technique are likely unknown even to your family." This statement piqued Jiang Jujia's curiosity. It was well known that even the strongest techniques of the Fengbai Jiang family were merely of the mid-tier earth level. For Jiang Yong'an to assert that he possessed an upper-tier earth-level technique was astonishing. Jiang Jujia suppressed his excitement and began to negotiate the exchange price as per their usual practice. After a brief discussion, once he received what he desired, Jiang Yong'an revealed a satisfied expression. "This truly benefits you. If this were outside, For such cultivation resources, it would be challenging to even exchange for a lower-tier earth technique. Jiang Daoxuan smiled non-committally. To acquire what seemed to be an upper-tier earth-level pure yang technique for such a modest amount of resources was a tremendous profit. Surely, when this news reached the clan, he would earn recognition and rewards. At that moment, he couldn't help but reflect on the fickleness of fate. Initially, he was sent to investigate the Kangwu Jiang family's connection to the Fengbai Jiang family, but instead, he encountered this aimless fool, Jiang Yong'an. After confirming there was no relation, he had begun to delve into the reasons behind the rise of the Kangwu Jiang family, establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with Jiang Yong'an. However, you are on the verge of losing your value. Jiang Daoxuan quietly observed the elated Jiang Yong'an, his eyes glinting with coldness. After a period of investigation, he understood that although Jiang Yong'an was once a member of the main family, his current status was not high, and he possessed limited information. The revelation of the pure yang technique would likely be Jiang Yong'an's last significant contribution. Once he divulged the cultivation method, it would be time to conclude this matter discreetly. After all, this stone chamber was prepared as his burial site. As Jiang Daoxuan's murderous intent surged, a blissfully unaware Jiang Yong'an remained oblivious to any abnormalities. When he finally calmed down, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan, ready to discuss the pure yang technique. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden tremor surged within him, as if something was warning him not to speak. This sensation was peculiar. Jiang Yong'an muttered to himself. In the face of immense profit, he disregarded the warnings, attributing it to a mere illusion. Thus, under Jiang Daoxuan's watchful gaze, he began, pure. The moment the word left his lips, a formless force rapidly swept through his mind, erasing all memories of the pure yang technique. Jiang Yong'an's gaze grew increasingly vacant. Meanwhile, at the Kangwu Mountain family hall, Jiang Daoxuan, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly paused. The memory restriction of the book spirit had activated. Someone was attempting to leak a technique? Contemplation flickered in his eyes. When he had integrated the book spirit into the pavilion of hidden skills, every individual subjected to memory restrictions had left behind their identity information. Should anyone leak information, triggering the memory restriction, he would receive the identity of the leaker through his connection with the book spirit. Remarkably, no one had leaked information in recent days. This was the first occurrence. Jiang Yong'an, a member of the new third generation from the Tianqiu lineage, orphaned in his youth, with his grandfather Jiang Hongkong having once been a third elder of the main family and now serving as an elder of the Tianqiu lineage. Jiang Daoxuan instantly identified the leaker based on the residual information in his mind. Observing the deeds of this individual, he shook his head silently. Although the Jiang family was now remarkably united, akin to siblings, an influx of members inevitably led to a few morally deficient individuals slipping through the cracks. However, where there is wrongdoing, there must be punishment, and this opportunity could serve to cleanse the family's unsavory tendencies. Jiang Daoxuan understood that the current comfortable life of the Jiang family was overly easy for many members. Because of this ease, some individuals failed to cherish their circumstances. With the rising reputation of the Kangwu Jiang family, the lack of time for acclimatization and the vast disparity in status left many members unaccustomed to their transformed identities. Furthermore, under the flattery of surrounding forces, some had become accustomed to a nouveau riche mentality, a stark contrast to their previous hardships. Thus, in this context, Jiang Yong'an was the first leaker, but he would not be the last. In Jiang Daoxuan's eyes, this individual was quite suitable to serve as a warning to others who had succumbed to restlessness, prompting them to swiftly regain their composure and return to the right path. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan already had his plans in motion. Just then, a system voice abruptly echoed. Ding, a temporary family task has been triggered. Purge the family's conduct. The deserving shall receive the blessings of rain and dew, while the transgressors shall face the wrath of thunder. Let our kin, Jiang Yong'an, meet his rightful fate. Reward: 3 supreme quality golden pills of enlightenment. Special treasure: 9-fold illusion tower, practical training, task deadline, 99,999 years. Chapter 174. The order to capture. The law enforcement team arrives. Jiang Daoxuan's face revealed surprise. He had not anticipated triggering a new task at this moment. Nonetheless, a reward that can be claimed is certainly preferable to none at all. Jiang Daoxuan quickly composed himself, retrieving the family token. Activating the map function through the Kangwu token, he instantly pinpointed Jiang Yong'an's location. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his lunar divine sense, enveloping the entirety of Kangwu Mountain. He first transmitted the coordinates into the minds of the law enforcement team members, instructing them to set out and capture Jiang Yong'an, bringing him back to the family. Subsequently, for the sake of caution, Jiang Daoxuan utilized his lunar divine sense to locate Jiang Chun. Chen'er, this individual has colluded with outsiders and leaked our family's techniques. You must set out immediately and capture him. The voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, accompanied by specific coordinates and personal information. Initially taken aback, Jiang Daoxuan soon found his brows furrowing in intense anger, as one who regarded the family's honor as life itself. How could he tolerate a kinsman who showed ingratitude and colluded with outsiders to betray the family? Moreover, this person was one who had moved from Wudong City alongside him. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan felt a profound sense of betrayal and overwhelming shame. For months, there had been no news of anyone betraying the family. To hear it for the first time from the family leader and regarding a member of the Tianshu lineage was a shock. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will certainly bring this treacherous individual back to you. Then go. At your command." Jiang Daoxuan acknowledged, immediately departing without hesitation, soaring toward his target. Meanwhile, in another chamber, seeing Jiang Daoxuan bowing his head and remaining silent, Jiang Daoxuan could no longer contain his anxiety. "If you have the cultivation method for the pure yang technique, speak quickly. Why keep us in suspense?" Internally cursing, his expression darkened. At this point, he assumed the other party had suddenly changed their mind, attempting to raise the stakes. With this in mind, his tone turned markedly cold. "What about the continuation of the technique?" Affected by the voice, Jiang Daoxuan jolted awake, finally regaining his senses. He instinctively prepared to recite the technique, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly faltered. Jiang Daoxuan's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over his face. His eyes filled with terror. In that moment, he was aghast to discover that he could not recall a single detail of the technique, not even its name. What on earth was happening? Jiang Daoxuan's complexion paled, his body drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced, overwhelmed by a profound fear. This fear stemmed from the unknown. He could hardly fathom how, in mere moments, he had forgotten the entirety of the technique. Just then, noticing Jiang Daoxuan's continued silence, the veins on Jiang Daoxuan's forehead bulged, and his fists clenched tightly. His patience had reached its limit. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted, "Kid, do you not understand human speech? I grant you some respect by calling you young master, and do you truly think you are one? My patience is limited. I give you one last chance. Quickly reveal the continuation of the pure yang technique." His voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Sensing this, Jiang Daoxuan's inner fear surged to its peak. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, lying on the cold, hard floor. He trembled with terror, even losing control of his bodily functions, emitting a foul stench. Jiang Daoxuan fearfully raised his head, seeing Jiang Daoxuan's increasingly unfriendly expression. Immediately, he lost any semblance of the young master's demeanor, stammering, I forgot." "Forgot?" Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily stunned. His anger flared even more. "Are you playing me for a fool?" He could hardly believe the other party's words, feeling as though he was being mocked. Gazing into the other's almost murderous glare, Jiang Daoxuan hurriedly shrank away, lowering his head and trembling. "I truly forgot. I don't know what happened. I clearly remembered it just a moment ago." At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan genuinely felt at a loss. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation before, yet he could not fathom how to explain it to gain the other's trust. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned skeptical. The sight of the other party in such a state of fright did not seem like an act. So what was truly happening? Just as confusion settled in, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Jiang Daoxuan's brow arched. An ominous premonition washed over him, as if disaster were imminent. He turned to follow the sound. To his astonishment, he saw a dozen men clad in uniform long robes, swords at their waists, entering. A mere glance caused Jiang Daoxuan's heart to skip a beat. He was taken aback to find that the aura emanating from these individuals was unmistakably that of innate realm practitioners. Moreover, the weakest among them had reached the 6th level of the innate realm. It was worth noting that even he himself was merely at the 2nd level of the innate realm, incomparable to them. Where on earth had these individuals emerged from? Just as Jiang Daoxuan prepared to speak, Jiang Daoxuan's voice suddenly rang out. "The law enforcement team? Ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake me, Jiang Daoxuan. My fate is not yet sealed." With that, he pointed a finger at Jiang Daoxuan. "This man sought to harm me. You must act quickly and kill him." With the arrival of the law enforcement team, Jiang Daoxuan regained his confidence. Remembering the humiliation he had just suffered, he immediately sought to use the law enforcement team to exact revenge on Jiang Daoxuan, ensuring that he would pay the price. At that moment, upon realizing what Jiang Daoxuan had just said, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned blank. After some investigation, he understood precisely what kind of ruthless force the Kanwu Jiang family's law enforcement team was. It was no wonder that each member was extraordinarily powerful. However, amidst the shock, a great sense of confusion arose within him. The location of the stone chamber was exceedingly concealed. Furthermore, he had not made any noise outside, which should not have revealed this place. How had they found it? Was it possible? Jiang Daoxuan silently regarded Jiang Daoxuan. Was this kid setting a trap for me? The moment the thought arose, it was instantly dispelled. The captain of the law enforcement team spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Yongin, we are aware of your collusion with outsiders and your leakage of family techniques. You must come with us now. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Jiang Yongin's face froze instantly. He could not fathom that these individuals had not come to rescue him, but rather to capture him. Chapter 175, Jiangshan takes action, one punch to kill. How can this be? How dare you? I am of the main family. My grandfather is Jiang Hong Kong, an elder of the Tianshu lineage. How dare you capture me? Jiang Yongin's face was marked with indignation, unable to accept this reality. The captain of the law enforcement team shook his head. Do you know who issued this order? Jiang Yongin went rigid, a chill running down his spine. Could it be? Deep within, an ominous premonition began to take root. Only the Elder Council and the clan leader had the authority to mobilize the law enforcement team. The captain of the law enforcement team slightly nodded. You are not mistaken. The order was indeed issued by the clan leader, commanding us to capture you. You should understand that since the clan leader has given the order, there is no room for recourse. If you do not wish to implicate your family, it would be wise for you to comply and return with us. Jiang Yongin murmured to himself, family? Family? His eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. To escape in front of the enforcement team would be akin to a fool's dream. Yet, if he were to return to Kanwu Mountain and have his grandfather plead for him, perhaps the clan leader would consider the historical ties with Wudon City and spare him. At this point, he dared not hope for abundant resources. Preserving his life was already a tremendous fortune. With this thought, Jiang Yongin clenched his teeth, glanced at the enforcement captain, and said in a deep voice, I am willing to return with you. Receiving a satisfactory response, the enforcement captain nodded. If they could avoid confrontation and have Jiang Yongin voluntarily accompany them, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Jujie. Having stolen from our clan's martial arts, you need not leave. Come back to Kanwu Mountain with me. I wish to see who stands behind you, daring to meddle with the Jiang family. The captain's tone was frigid, exuding a palpable intent to kill. While Jiang Yongin's actions were indeed detestable, he was ultimately of their own blood. But these outsiders were a different matter entirely, inciting considerable ire. At this moment, Jiang Jujie's body trembled, his complexion draining of color, turning deathly pale. He sensed the terrifying killing intent in the captain's words. It was difficult for him to fathom what fate awaited him if captured. The dread of the future paralyzed him, prompting him to prepare for an escape. However, just as he lifted his right foot, the enforcement captain lunged forward. As a practitioner of pure yang techniques, having reached the 9th level of the innate realm, his speed was unmatched by Jiang Jujie. He quickly closed the distance, then struck with a swift palm, directly impacting Jiang Jujie's chest and sending him flying. Jiang Jujie staggered backward over 10 meters. When his feet finally touched the ground, he could not help but stumble several steps. After a struggle, he managed to steady himself. But his internal energy surged violently, causing a trickle of crimson blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the enforcement captain moved again, intent on seizing him. A gust of cold wind hit Jiang Jujie, raising every hair on his body. His pupils dilated, revealing sheer despair. Just as the captain's right hand was about to make contact with Jiang Jujie, a powerful force erupted, sweeping through the area. The captain's expression shifted slightly as he quickly retracted his hand and changed direction to evade. He retreated to stand in front of his team. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly appear behind Jiang Jujie, radiating a formidable aura. It was undeniably a powerful Yuan High Realm practitioner. At this moment, Jiang Jujie noticed the commotion behind him and turned around in haste. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man's face, he exclaimed in surprise, Second uncle, what are you doing here? He had never anticipated that his second uncle, Jiang Konyi, would appear at this juncture. However, recalling his second uncle's cultivation at the 2nd level of the Yuan High Realm, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, there was a chance to escape. Jiang Konyi cast a glance at Jiang Jujie and said solemnly, This matter is of utmost importance. I have come to this place to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to handle the aftermath. The risk of stealing resources from the Kanwu Jiang family is immense. If leaked, it could lead to the extermination of our clan. Considering this, the family could not possibly send only a small innate practitioner like Jiang Jujie to handle the meeting with Jiang Yongin. Thus, 2 individuals were dispatched, one in the open and one in the shadows. His sole task was to eliminate any witnesses. On the other hand, the expressions of the enforcement team grew darker. If they were to face an ordinary Purple Mansion practitioner, they could unite to withstand the confrontation. However, this opponent was a Yuan High practitioner, and their chances of resistance were slim. After all, the gap between the two was insurmountable. Jiang Yongin, cowering in the corner, trembled in fear. He never imagined that, at this point, he would encounter such unforeseen developments. The day's events had truly been a roller coaster. beyond all expectations. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan coldly regarded the gathered individuals, ready to unleash a massacre without needing to say much. However, before he could act, a hearty laughter suddenly echoed from the entrance. So many people? It seems today is quite a lively occasion. The voice reverberated in the stone chamber. Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, turning towards the source of the sound. He saw a tall young man with black hair stride in. Jiang Daoxuan could not help but scrutinize him, his expression gradually becoming grave. This individual seemed somewhat off. Simultaneously, the enforcement team members looked at the young man, their previous gloom vanishing, replaced by joy. They all recognized the identity of the newcomer, the leading figure of the younger generation and the current captain of the enforcement team, Jiang Daoxuan of the Tianqiu lineage. "We have seen Jiang Daoxuan, cousin. We have seen the captain." They all bowed and said. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of hope. Without needing to lift a finger, the outcome was already sealed simply by Jiang Daoxuan's name. That terrifying combat prowess, unrivaled in the Yuanhai realm, was certainly beyond the capabilities of the opponent. Jiang Daoxuan's expression froze, filled with dread. It was essential to know that the name Jiang Daoxuan resonated not only within Kanwu Mountain but also in the surrounding regions. Especially since the white-clad sword candidate had gained fame in Tiandu City, many forces had begun to probe into the Jiang family's information, gradually learning of Jiang Daoxuan's remarkable accomplishments. For this reason, Jiang Daoxuan instantly grasped the significance of the newcomer. Can I truly defeat such a prodigy? At that moment, uncertainty crept into his heart. Then, under his watchful gaze, Jiang Daoxuan strode forward without hesitation. As he approached, despite Jiang Daoxuan's profound fear, he could only brace himself for confrontation. Aware of the opponent's overwhelming power, he unleashed his full strength without holding back. Boom! A torrent of Yuan power surged forth, transforming into a colossal radiant white sphere that crashed into Jiang Daoxuan. Faced with this attack, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained calm. He neither dodged nor avoided, instead meeting it head-on. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt a mix of astonishment and a flicker of joy. Even if Jiang Daoxuan had a resounding reputation and formidable strength, if he chose to be overconfident and took on his full power strike, he would surely sustain injuries, if not worse. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The brilliance of the attack rapidly dimmed, and then Jiang Daoxuan emerged unscathed from the Yuan power sphere. His skin bore no marks, not even a faint bruise. Under Jiang Daoxuan's astonished gaze, Jiang Daoxuan smirked and casually remarked, "What? Is the one who dares to steal from my clan's martial arts only this capable? Or do you wish to merely give me a scratch?" Before Jiang Daoxuan could react, a resounding boom reverberated. In an instant, Jiang Daoxuan vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already before Jiang Daoxuan. In the face of Jiang Daoxuan's terrified gaze, Jiang Daoxuan clenched his fist and swung his arm, striking down. A powerful wave of energy engulfed Jiang Daoxuan. In the presence of such overwhelming strength, even with his Yuanhai cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan was utterly fragile. In the blink of an eye, he was as easily demolished as a chick, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Blood splattered across the ground and walls, staining Jiang Daoxuan's robes, causing him to be paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Daoxuan, who shook his hand and looked at the enforcement captain, softly saying, "Do not keep the clan leader waiting. Hurry and take them back." Chapter 176. The Gathering of Clan Elders, Jiang Hongkong's Regret. As his words fell, everyone quickly snapped back to reality. The enforcement captain responded promptly and moved toward Jiang Daoxuan. Upon seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan was immediately seized by panic. He desperately attempted to flee, but his body felt as if it were mired in a quagmire. Overwhelming fear rendered him immobile, leaving him to await his fate. Before long, the enforcement captain stood before Jiang Daoxuan. He swiftly retrieved a specially crafted magical rope from his spatial ring. This item was of low-grade profound quality, once bound by it. Even a Purple Mansion realm practitioner would find it challenging to break free in a short time. This object is a quintessential tool for every law enforcement captain. As for ordinary law enforcement members, they each possess a high-grade yellow artifact rope capable of ensnaring innate martial artists. Under the combined suppression of the rope and their cultivation levels, Jiang Daoxuan had no power to resist and was swiftly bound like a large zongzi. The law enforcement captain displayed a satisfied expression and nodded. He then extended his right hand, lifting Jiang Daoxuan, and proceeded toward the stone chamber's entrance. At that moment, before Jiang Daoxuan could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Daoxuan's voice echoed. "Those who dare to collude with outsiders and leak clan secrets have committed grave offenses and can no longer be considered members of the Jiang family. If they are not family, they are criminals, and criminals must bear the appearance of such. Why do you not come forward and bind him to prevent any unforeseen circumstances?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's heart sank, sensing the severity of the situation. He instinctively wanted to say something more, but the members of the law enforcement team reacted immediately, understanding that the captain was expressing dissatisfaction with their handling of the matter. Realizing this, they did not dare to be negligent and quickly drew their artifact ropes, directing their efforts toward Jiang Daoxuan. In the presence of these innate experts, Jiang Daoxuan, whose cultivation was merely acquired, stood no chance. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his body similarly bound into a large zongzi by the artifact ropes. Jiang Chen nodded and softly said, "Let us return." With that, he promptly stepped forward toward the entrance. Observing this, everyone hastily followed suit. Before long, they successfully returned to Kangwu Mountain. Along the way, the sight of the law enforcement members carrying 2 large zongzi attracted considerable attention. "Look quickly, someone has been captured by the law enforcement team." "Oh, I recall the last time the law enforcement team took action was just yesterday, right? To think that within a day, someone would again violate clan rules. How utterly foolish." Not only that, but 2 individuals were captured at once. It is unknown from which branch they hail. Truly an embarrassment of great magnitude. I do not recognize one of them, but the other is quite familiar. "Oh, please elaborate." "This individual is Jiang Daoxuan from the Tianshu branch, whose grandfather is Elder Jiang Kong of the Tianshu branch." "Ah, no wonder Brother Chen took action personally. It turns out the grandson of Elder Jiang has committed an offense, which explains the significant commotion." The crowd buzzed with surprise, feeling a profound astonishment. After all, it was unprecedented for so many law enforcement members, including Captain Jiang Chen, to act collectively. Amidst their astonishment, a flicker of curiosity ignited within them. What exactly had these 2 done to provoke such a significant uproar? Soon, one person in the crowd made a new discovery, according to past procedures. Whenever someone commits an offense, they are always escorted by the law enforcement team back to their respective branch, where the branch head and elders pass judgment. Yet now, their destination does not seem to be the Tianshu residence, but rather, the family hall. As those words fell, a ripple of shock coursed through the crowd, their expressions turning to one of astonishment. They acutely sensed that something monumental might transpire today. After all, the family hall is the core of the clan's highest authority, presided over by the clan leader himself. Now, with the law enforcement team escorting Jiang Daoxuan and others to the family hall, it was evident that their offenses were no trivial matter. Contemplating this, many halted their actions and followed the law enforcement team toward the family hall, eager to uncover the truth of the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, in the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing pensively at the ancestral tablets of generations past. His eyes were profound, resembling a dark pool, lost in thought. Behind him stood a group of individuals, including members of the Elder Council. Elder Jiang Hongwang, former head of the Tianxian branch Jiang Hongwen, head of the Tianshu branch Jiang Hongli, head of the Tianxian branch Jiang Daoyun, head of the Tianji branch Jiang Hongyang, head of the Tianquan branch Jiang Hongping, head of the Yuhang branch Jiang Daoqi, head of the Kaiyang branch Jiang Daolin, head of the Yaoguang branch Jiang Daod, and Elder Jiang Hongkong of the Tianshu branch. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive and heavy. With no word from the clan leader, none dared to break the silence. Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Hongan maintained their usual composure, betraying no visible change. The 7 branch heads wore grave expressions, some filled with anger as they collectively turned to Jiang Hongkong. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Jiang Hongkong bowed his head in shame, unable to face them. With the clan leader personally commanding the gathering of all branch heads in the family hall, he, the sole elder in attendance, was acutely aware of the reason. It was due to his inept grandson's foolish betrayal of the family. Reflecting on the past, he could not help but feel a surge of regret. Perhaps from the very beginning, he should not have indulged the boy, leading to such a catastrophic outcome. Jiang Hongkong sighed deeply, his face etched with inescapable remorse. Although he wished to distance himself from Jiang Daoxuan's troubles, the fact remained that he was his only descendant thus. He found it impossible to remain uninvolved. At this juncture, he could only hope that the clan leader would show mercy and spare his grandson's life, considering their shared history. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of footsteps abruptly shattered the silence. Jiang Hongkong swiftly turned to the source of the noise, only to see Jiang Chen leading the law enforcement team into the hall. At that moment, they held 2 individuals, one of whom appeared flustered. Pleading with his eyes for help, it was his grandson, Jiang Daoxuan. Under the gaze of the clan's higher-ups, Jiang Chen addressed Jiang Daoxuan. Clasping his hands in respect, "We pay our respects to the clan leader. The traitor Jiang Daoxuan has been captured. We beseech the clan leader to dispense justice." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. His deep gaze swept over Jiang Daoxuan before settling on Jiang Jujia. "Speak. Who is the person behind you?" His tone was cold and unnaturally calm, as if inquiring about a matter of little consequence. However, this calmness was terrifying for Jiang Jujia. especially when he recalled the dreadful reputation of the white-clad sword marquis. His heart raced, nearly bursting with fear. In the face of overwhelming terror, Jiang Daoxuan felt his mind go blank. At that moment, Jiang Yong'an seized the opportunity to alleviate his own culpability, exclaiming, reporting to the clan leader, "His name is Jiang Daoxuan, a member of the Fobai Jiang family. Some time ago, upon hearing the name of our Kanwu Jiang family, he came to the foot of the mountain market, attempting to entice me with various offers to gather information about our clan. In a moment of confusion, I was deceived by him, which led me to disclose some widely known information, and even included some erroneous details to mislead them. I swear, I did not reveal any truly important information to them." The Fobai Jiang family? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered. He had some recollection of this family. Before the rise of the Kanwu Jiang family, the Fobai Jiang family was the foremost Jiang clan in Tiandu Prefecture, situated in the prosperous Fobai city, managing numerous enterprises and possessing substantial wealth. Their ancestor, Jiang Zongxing, was a formidable figure with a cultivation level of the third stage of the Star Wheel realm, one of the most powerful in the vicinity. It was unexpected that such a family would audaciously extend its reach toward him. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, leading them to seek their own demise. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Yong'an's shameless accusation, Jiang Daoxuan quickly regained his composure. His expression twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He bellowed, "Nonsense. Jiang Yong'an, you cur. How dare you shift all blame onto me? Do not forget, you were the one who sought me out, proposing to sell clan information in exchange for resources." Seeing the mask of civility shatter, Jiang Yong'an hurriedly interjected, "I implore the clan leader to see clearly. This Fobai Jiang family harbors malevolent intentions, weaving lies. Do not be deceived. Moreover, I, Jiang Yong'an, have long been graced by my clan, and I have firmly resolved to serve my family. How could I now be ungrateful and act like a treacherous wolf?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression was indifferent as he spoke softly. "Let us set aside the matter of intelligence for now. What explanation do you have regarding the martial arts?" Faced with the looming threat of death, Jiang Yong'an's mind raced. Realizing he could not evade this issue, he forced an explanation. "It is precisely because we have collaborated several times that Jiang Daoxuan has seized the opportunity, using this matter as leverage to coerce me into betraying our clan's techniques. Chief, I had no choice." Listening to Jiang Yong'an's defense, the leaders of the Seven Veins shook their heads. To these seasoned veterans, the other party's performance was woefully inadequate, so transparent that the lies were evident. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, weary of the farce, coldly commanded, "Silence." With that command, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura emanated, enveloping the room. Before this overwhelming presence, Jiang Yong'an, who had been speaking fervently, abruptly froze, suddenly mute and unable to utter a sound. Jiang Daoxuan, who had been seething with anger, felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, his fury extinguished. The Elder Council and the leaders of the Seven Veins exchanged grave glances, the atmosphere becoming intensely somber. For a brief moment, an oppressive silence filled the air. However, this stillness was swiftly shattered. Jiang Daoxuan lowered his head, looking down upon Jiang Daoxuan, declaring, "To entice our clan's disciples and steal our martial arts, such a crime deserves execution." As the pronouncement echoed, Jiang Daoxuan appeared to lose all vitality, his head bowed, despair etched across his face. At this juncture, it was too late for words. Yet, the punishment did not end there. Jiang Daoxuan's emotionless voice resounded once more. "The Jiang family of Fobai, its existence is no longer necessary. Chinner, you shall set forth to Fobai city, sever its bloodline, and make the surrounding ruffians understand the meaning of reverence." Jiang Chun, with a solemn expression, replied, "As you command." Despite knowing that the Fobai Jiang family housed a star cycle practitioner, he felt no fear, only a fierce battle spirit and unwavering confidence. If there were to be a fight, victory was assured. At this moment, upon hearing that not only he, but the entire family faced annihilation, Jiang Daoxuan's face betrayed a hint of self-mockery. Perhaps this was for the best, for they could all reunite in the afterlife, preventing anyone from departing in solitude. Meanwhile, upon hearing the fate of Jiang Daoxuan and the Fobai Jiang family, Jiang Yong'an was so frightened that he trembled uncontrollably, even wetting himself again. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hongkong felt a pang of compassion, his heart heavy with sorrow. Had he known this would happen, he would have taken different actions. "Honor, you truly are foolish," Jiang Hongkong lamented, filled with frustration. He then gazed longingly at Jiang Daoxuan, eager to see what judgment the clan leader would render. The Elder Council and the leaders of the Seven Veins shared his curiosity, intrigued by the unprecedented nature of a family member betraying their kin. For them, the outcome of this judgment would serve as a reference for future similar cases, as if even the clan leader deemed the crime not worthy of death. They would not dare to set a precedent of executing the offender. Then, under the scrutinizing eyes of all present, Jiang Daoxuan slowly turned to Jiang Yong'an. Without a hint of hesitation, he delivered the verdict. As a member of the Jiang family, you do not take pride in your lineage, prioritize the family's interests, or adhere to the tenets of family development. Instead, you indulge in idleness and debauchery, betraying the family's interests for personal pleasure. You have shamed your elders' teachings and squandered the clan's nurturing. Do you deserve to be a member of our esteemed Jiang family? Today, I hereby strip you of your clan membership, condemn you to death, and impose the punishment of tongue extraction. After death, you shall not be permitted to enter the ancestral grave of the Jiang family. This incident will be documented through the Kangwu order, serving as a warning to other clan members to avoid such folly. His voice rolled like thunder, exuding an overwhelming authority that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing the verdict, Jiang Yong'an's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. The very thing he feared most had transpired. The clan leader was indeed so ruthless, showing no regard for past connections, directly condemning him to death, with the severity of the punishment far exceeding his expectations. The thought of enduring the punishment of tongue extraction before his death enveloped him in an indescribable chill, as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice or descended into an endless ocean. That coldness penetrated to his core, chilling him to the bone, as if his very blood and soul were freezing solid. In the face of unprecedented terror, Jiang Yong'an's vision darkened, and he fainted. Chapter 178, Stripped of Office. Demoted to a guard. Witnessing this turn of events, the leaders of the Veins sighed. In recent months, although some clan members had faced punishment for violating family rules, none had been sentenced to death, let alone stripped of their ancestry and subjected to the brutal punishment of tongue extraction. Indeed, Jiang Yong'an would be the first to endure such a fate among the clan. Nonetheless, this outcome, while unexpected, was within reason. To truly rectify the family's ethos and awaken its members, Jiang Yong'an's demise was essential. Only by such means could a clear boundary be established, ensuring that clan members would think twice before transgressing. On the other side, upon seeing Jiang Yong'an fall unconscious, Jiang Hongkong was startled. As he had yet to reach the Zifu realm and gain spiritual awareness, he hurriedly approached his grandson, extending a finger to check his breath. Once he confirmed it was steady, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then raised his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan, his face filled with sorrow as he implored, "Clan leader, Anura's parents perished for the family over a decade ago. No one has guided him. Only my old bones have advised him time and again. Yet it was all in vain. He is unaware of his folly, and as his grandfather, I cannot escape culpability. At this point, it is too late for anything. I understand that sparing his life would be a violation of clan rules, and as the Tianshu elder, I comprehend the gravity of this matter. Wishing not to burden you, however, please spare him from a living death. I beseech you to exempt him from the punishment of tongue extraction, and allow him the chance to enter the ancestral grave. Otherwise, how shall I explain to his parents when I journey to the afterlife?" Jiang Hongkong recognized the difficulty of opposing the clan leader's orders. From the moment the punishment was decreed, Jiang Yong'an's death had become inevitable. Thus, he could only seek a compromise to allow his grandson a gentler departure, sparing him further suffering before his end, and hoping he could find peace in the ancestral grave. Jiang Hongguang felt similarly helpless. During their time in Wudong City, he had been the grand elder, while Jiang Yong'an had been the third elder, and they had shared a close bond. Therefore, he was well aware of Jiang Yong'an's situation. He had even secretly urged him multiple times to take greater care, to prevent calamity from arising, but to no avail. The current outcome could be said to be of their own making. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan remained unperturbed, unaffected by the words spoken. He coldly regarded the elder before him. How could you, as the Tianshu elder, not comprehend the gravity of Jiang Yong'an's case? If he is not severely punished, others will follow suit, losing their sense of balance and reverence, ignorant of the family's boundaries. Furthermore, Jiang Yong'an is your grandson. Are the other clan members not your family? Have you considered the consequences if his betrayal leads to the demise of fellow clan members? Let this matter be settled. At this juncture, Jiang Daoxuan's perspective on matters has broadened to encompass the entire clan. He is acutely aware that for the family to thrive in the long term, he cannot allow sentimental ties to foster corrupt practices. Such actions would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Thus, despite possessing the collective abilities of his entire clan and the capability to amplify the cultivation of all clan members, he would not hesitate to execute those who betray the family, allowing no leniency even for those of notable lineage. At that moment, listening to Jiang Daoxuan's authoritative tone, Jiang Hongkong trembled, feeling as though his vitality had been drained, aging a decade in an instant. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope, summoning all his strength. He implored, "Respected leader, in your youth, I guided you with care, even introducing you to the art of swordsmanship. Now, I seek no recompense. I only ask that you consider our past and retract your decree. I do not wish to burden you. I am willing to relinquish my position as the elder of the Tian Shu, merely to secure a resting place for my grandson. At this point, he had laid everything on the line. Meanwhile, the two elders and the 7 branch leaders exchanged glances, silently deeming his actions unwise. The leader's nature is tyrannical. He rewards the compliant and punishes the dissenters. How could he be swayed by threats? In the next instant, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned icy. Recompense? Let us not even speak of the resources I have provided you at Kangwu Mountain. Recently, the leader of the Tian Shu expressed intentions to step down, and I had even identified you as his successor. Yet, as a senior elder, you cannot distinguish right from wrong and resort to extortion for a traitor. Do you hold no sense of responsibility? You are indeed foolish. As one of the architects and enforcers of the clan's rules, how can I trust you to continue in your role after leading a rebellion against them? His cold demeanor sent a wave of unease through all present. Jiang Daoxuan continued. The betrayal by Jiang Yong'an pertains to a matter of principle. The punishment remains unchanged and must be executed promptly today. Elder Jiang Hong Kong, having indulged his grandson and lacking a vision for the clan's greater good, is no longer fit to serve in this capacity. I hereby remove Jiang Hong Kong from his position as elder of the Tian Shu, prohibiting his involvement in clan affairs, demoting him to guardian of the medicinal fields for a decade. However, considering your past contributions to the clan, you shall continue to receive support at the standard rate for 7 elders. Upon hearing this decree, the expressions of the 7 branch leaders shifted dramatically. Sensing their leader's resolve, the eldest elder, Jiang Hongguang, shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Though he lamented the fate of an old friend, he understood that, given the circumstances, Jiang Hongkong was indeed unfit for the role of elder. Now, relegated to overseeing the medicinal fields, he could at least enjoy a peaceful retirement with the monthly resources. After Jiang Daoxuan's final judgment, Jiang Hongkong's face paled, the last remnants of hope extinguished. He cast a silent glance at Jiang Yong'an. Honor, your grandfather has done his utmost. Should you harbor any grievances in the afterlife, feel free to blame me. But I sincerely hope that in your next life, you will not repeat these mistakes. Jiang Hongkong's heart brimmed with bitterness. He understood that his request was an unreasonable burden, fundamentally undermining the established rules. Torn between loyalty to his family and love for his grandson, he found himself in a dilemma. Yet, with the verdict delivered, he began to find some clarity. Jiang Daoxuan then signaled to Jiang Xin, who immediately understood and stepped forward to Jiang Hongkong. Third grandfather, please do not take offense. I ask that you accompany me. From childhood, Jiang Hongkong had been known as the 3rd elder of the clan, and many referred to him as third grandfather. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Jiang Hongkong regained his composure. Slowly rising, he took one last look at the clan hall and the assembled members, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Respected leader, I take my leave. With that, he turned and walked toward the hall's exit. At this moment, he felt utterly lost, unable to face the others any longer. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Qin promptly followed him. Once they departed, the remaining members glanced at their leader and, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to quietly withdraw. Soon, the grand hall was left desolate, with only Jiang Daoxuan remaining. He gazed at the ancestral tablets before him, lost in contemplation, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Before long, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding detected that Jiang Yong'an has died. The task of purging the family's reputation has been completed. Distributing rewards. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 3 heavenly grade top tier Tongxian golden pills and a special treasure, 9-fold illusion tower. The 9-fold illusion tower, comprising 9 levels. Each level generates a corresponding number of independent spaces based on the number of entrants, with an infinite upper limit. Each independent space simulates various strength levels of phantasmal beasts according to the entrant's cultivation, launching attacks to assess their maximum battle strength. Based on the tower's levels, battle strength is rated on a star scale. The highest battle strength rating is 9 stars, weak, middle, strong, extreme. The higher the level, the stronger the phantasmal beasts. Simulated beast strength maximum, Emperor, temporarily. Note 1. Entrants may withdraw at any time to avoid the risk of death. Note 2. After clearing a level, all injuries are instantly healed, and entrants receive a chance to choose 1 treasure from 3 options corresponding to their current cultivation level, 1 choice per level, with an option to defer until the next successful challenge. After perusing the introduction of the 9-fold illusion tower, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Judging by its effects, this was a genuine treasure that could significantly enhance combat experience, not to mention the potential for acquiring various additional treasures. He also understood the battle strength rating system. It was not fixed. For instance, achieving a 9-star rating in the innate realm could be termed the innate extreme realm, dominating at the same level. However, upon breaking through to the Purple Mansion, that dominance would not necessarily hold, leading to a drop in rating. Thus, the star rating only applies within the same cultivation realm, primarily serving to distinguish the practical combat capabilities of prodigies. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Daoxuan prepared to exit the hall and set up the ninefold illusion tower. He was eager to test his own maximum battle strength and to ascertain the value of the treasures offered by the tower. Meanwhile, in the medicinal fields, Hu Long, Pei Chi Feng, and others were diligently tilling the soil with their magical farming tools. Having lost all their cultivation, the harsh sun had rendered their skin dark and cracked. Resembling seasoned farmers after decades of toil, their appearance had dramatically transformed from who they once were, leaving no trace of their former identities as the sect master and elders of the Falling Maple sect. Little did anyone suspect that one of the dark-skinned children was, in fact, the renowned master of the Great River Sword Palace, Pei Jianhe. Not far from them stood a young man at the 9th level of the acquired realm, tasked with guarding the medicinal fields, known as Jiang Daoxuan. Beside him was a rosy-cheeked child, brimming with excitement, playing with nearby birds and beasts. Observing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled. Biming, slow down, don't fall. His companion was his younger brother, Jiang Biming. Due to his tender age, he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. At this moment, hearing his elder brother's reminder, Jiang Biming, caught up in his excitement, paid little heed to such concerns. He even turned to Jiang Daoxuan and made a face, exclaiming, "I've come all this way, and I refuse to be cautious." With that, he abruptly spun around and hurried towards a wild demon chicken not far off. However, in his haste, he failed to notice a protruding stone beneath his feet. In an instant, his toe collided with the stone, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. He was well accustomed to his brother's recklessness. He strode over and helped him up, brushing off the dust from his robes with a sigh. "I told you to slow down. How many times must you fall before you learn your lesson? If you do this again, you need to come to the herb field." Upon hearing this, Jiang Biming looked up. His cherubic face bore several red scrapes, and his large, expressive eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he might cry at any moment. Clearly, the fall had been quite severe. Sensing this, Jiang Daoxuan felt a pang of frustration. After all, his brother had always idolized him, but now his admiration had shifted to someone else. After a moment of discomfort, Jiang Daoxuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Jiang Hao, only a few years older than Biming, yet he had attained the Purple Mansion realm and was named among this month's elite clan members? Such a prodigious talent. Yet I have never heard of him before. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned to look. A tall, valiant young man accompanied by an elderly white-haired man approached. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sharpened with surprise as he recognized Jiang Qin and Jiang Hongkong. Jiang Daoxuan stepped forward and clasped his hands in greetings, elder brother, greetings, elder. Jiang Qin surveyed the surroundings and gradually withdrew his gaze, nodding. By the order of the clan leader, Jiang Hongkong has been stripped of his position as elder of the Tianshu lineage and has been demoted to a guardian of the herb field. Henceforth, he will supervise the herb field alongside you. Listening to Jiang Qin's announcement, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Since moving to Kanwu Mountain, he had never heard of any elder from the 7 lineages being demoted. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Thus, he could not help but wonder what transgression had led to such a fate for Jiang Hongkong. However, at that moment, Jiang Qin showed no interest in providing an explanation. He turned to Jiang Hongkong, extending his right hand, and spoke softly, "Third granduncle, please, understand the clan leader's intentions. Consider whether your grandson's interests outweigh the entire clan's." Jiang Hongkong sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Chinner, there is no need for further words. I comprehend the rationale. It is merely a matter of reconciling my heart with this new reality. Since I am here in the herb field, I shall accept it as it comes." Seeing Jiang Hongkong accept his fate with such equanimity, Jiang Chun felt a sense of relief. After all, he was his elder. If he were to act foolishly, it would place Jiang Qin in a difficult position. At that moment, Jiang Hongkong gazed at the bustling workers in the herb field and said gently, "Chinner, you have important matters to attend to. You need not linger here and waste your time with an old man like me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Without further delay, he turned abruptly and, channeling his energy, soared into the sky. He had not forgotten the task assigned by the clan leader to eradicate the Fobai Jiang family and sever their bloodline. Jiang Yong'an's betrayal was indeed despicable, but a clan that dared to coax its members into making foolish choices was even more so. In that moment, Jiang Qin, who regarded the clan as his very life, felt an unprecedented surge of fury. To quell this wrath, only blood could suffice. The Fobai Jiang family? I shall make you realize that the consequences of provoking the Kanwu Jiang clan are far beyond your capacity to endure. Jiang Qin's gaze grew icy, reflecting an endless thirst for vengeance. Once Jiang Qin had completely departed, his figure fading from view, Jiang Beixian immediately began to familiarize Jiang Hongkong with the daily duties of a guardian of the herb field. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the clan square, Jiang Daoxuan stood high above, surveying the crowd below. After a moment's observation, he retrieved the 9-tiered illusion tower from the system's repository. In an instant, a resplendent, palm-sized treasure tower materialized in his hand. Jiang Daoxuan directed it towards the sword monument, flicking his wrist to release it. Whoosh! With tremendous force, the tower transformed into a brilliant golden beam, descending to the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground began to tremble. A powerful quake rapidly spread across Kanwu Mountain. Faced with this sudden turn of events, many clan members' expressions changed dramatically. What is happening? The same question echoed in everyone's minds. Those within the clan square quickly turned to look toward the source of the sound. As they beheld the scene before them, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. They saw a magnificent tower, appearing as if from nowhere, standing beside the sword monument. This tower was entirely golden, resembling a structure forged from pure gold. Towering above all other buildings on Kanwu Mountain, it rendered them inconsequential. The tower had 9 tiers, each adorned with octagonal shapes, covered in an intricate array of esoteric symbols and exotic creatures. Above the first tier hung a plaque without words, and on either side of the entrance lay 2 peculiar beasts. Gazing upon this spectacle, everyone felt an extraordinary aura of sanctity, authority, ancientness, profundity, and mystery. What is this? Many clan members were thoroughly startled. The emergence of the 9-tiered illusion tower had surpassed all their imaginations. However, this sense of panic quickly dissipated, as a voice imbued with infinite authority suddenly resonated, sweeping across the crowd and reaching every ear. There is no need for alarm. As the words fell, they acted like a gentle spring breeze, calming everyone's emotions. They then looked up to behold a figure in the sky, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. The crowd was stirred, unable to restrain their exclamations. It is the clan leader. Could this sudden appearance of the colossal tower be yet another manifestation of the clan leader's prowess? Such a display was unprecedented. What other abilities could the clan leader possess? This tower, so extraordinary, could it be a magical artifact? The crowd buzzed with fervor, engaging in animated discussions. Although they had previously experienced the wonders of the sword monument, compared to the tower before them, it seemed trivial. The two bore no resemblance to one another. Subsequently, under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan quietly regarded the 9-tiered illusion tower. Having successfully positioned it, he had also gleaned more detailed information about the tower. For instance, the plaque above the first tier was meant for his own designation, serving as a nameplate. Once a name is successfully inscribed, it becomes immutable and indestructible. In a certain sense, the material of the 9-fold illusion tower bears a striking resemblance to that of the Kanwu Ling, both possessing an unimaginable hardness. Furthermore, upon the successful naming, the 9-fold illusion tower recognizes its master and activates its internal suppression array and memory erasure array. The suppression array ensures that all treasures and external forces utilized by tower challengers are subjected to restraint. Even those wielding Imperial weapons cannot unleash a shred of their might, relying solely on the inherent sharpness of the weapon to fend off adversaries. The memory erasure array dictates that once challengers exit the 9-fold illusion tower, all memories of their experiences within will be obliterated. Only the muscle memory of their bodies and their insights into combat techniques will remain. This effect can only be evaded by the master of the tower himself. For Jiang Daoxuan, this array undoubtedly alleviates numerous complications. After all, from an external perspective, although the tower appears vast, it cannot possibly contain an extensive space, let alone the countless formidable illusion beasts. In such circumstances, the efficacy of memory erasure is perfectly exemplified. Even if one is aware of the tower's extraordinary nature, they will forget these details upon exit, thereby sidestepping numerous potential hazards. Regarding the 2 stone statues of bizarre beasts at the entrance, he comprehended their purpose. A mere touch or the exertion of elemental force would project a light curtain in midair. This light curtain displays the ranking list of tower challengers. Once one successfully traverses the tower, they will receive an implicit prompt to decide whether to leave their name behind. Chapter 181. The Jiang Clan Tower. The vermilion bird appears. Thoughts surged, gradually settling into tranquility. Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly and swiftly flew before the 9-fold illusion tower. He extended a finger, wielding it like a sword, and inscribed the 4 characters Jiang Clan Tower upon the unmarked plaque. Once he completed this task, he immediately turned to the numerous clan members present and declared solemnly, "This is the Jiang Clan Tower." Within, I have arranged numerous ferocious beasts and stored various rewards, divided across 9 levels. Each challenger may claim the treasures I have left behind, but only once per person, per level, should one find themselves unable to prevail. A mere thought will enable their exit to the tower's exterior. The 9-fold illusion tower is exceedingly precious. To avoid complications, Jiang Daoxuan naturally refrained from revealing its true function, opting instead for a slight alteration in his phrasing. At this moment, as Jiang Daoxuan's words fell, the crowd was initially taken aback, then swiftly succumbed to ecstasy. Over the course of recent days, many fierce beasts in the Kanwu Mountain territory had fallen to their hands as they executed family missions to earn clan merits. It would not be long before all the ferocious beasts were exterminated, leaving them devoid of sparring partners to hone their martial skills and combat experience. However, with the emergence of the clan tower, their pressing needs were undoubtedly alleviated. Yet, they pondered how many fierce beasts the clan leader had arranged within. If there were too few, it might not suffice for their needs. If the beasts were too weak, they would offer no real training benefit, making practice with fellow clan members preferable. Nevertheless, the rewards stored by their clan leader sparked immense curiosity, and they were eager to enter and embark on their adventure to secure the rewards without delay, lest they be claimed by other clan members. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan paid no heed to the expressions of his kin. He swiftly descended to the first level of the clan tower, pushed open the hall door, and strode inside. The moment he entered the tower's interior, the surroundings rapidly transformed, becoming exceedingly blurry. After a few moments, as the scene gradually clarified, Jiang Daoxuan discovered that the environment had indeed undergone a remarkable change. To say it was a complete transformation would not be an exaggeration. A blazing sun, lofty skies, white clouds, expansive plains, and gentle breezes carrying the scent of earth and grass. Was this the independent space of the 9-fold illusion tower? The existence of independent spaces corresponding to the number of entrants was truly astonishing. Jiang Daoxuan marveled inwardly. At that moment, a commotion ahead suddenly captured his attention. He looked up and beheld a massive blue wolf with 3 heads entering his line of sight, bearing its fangs at him. Jiang Daoxuan sensed its presence and a knowing light flickered in his eyes. A first level of the Moonwheel realm? For minor realms beneath my own. In that instant, he gained a clear understanding of the first level's difficulty. With a ferocious howl, the giant wolf lunged at him with its mouth agape. Before it could reach him, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow and gently waved his right hand. Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated. The fierce wind surged, instantly reducing the giant wolf to a mist of blood. Moreover, since this was an independent space, distinct from the external world, Jiang Daoxuan did not consciously restrain the scope of his attack. Although it was merely a casual strike, it had already caused the earth to tremble, splitting the ground and obliterating countless blades of grass, rendering the surroundings desolate and devoid of vitality. As the giant wolf perished, a light curtain appeared before him. Congratulations on conquering the first level. You may now select one of the following 3 items as a reward. 1. Earth Grade Medium, Spirit Wisdom Pill. Enhances a cultivator's comprehension, though the effect diminishes with higher realms. 2. Earth Grade Medium, Bone Sculpting Pill. Enhances a cultivator's root bones, with diminishing effects at higher realms. 3. Earth Grade Low, Divine Flying Dagger. Gazing at the rewards displayed, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. He held no interest in these items, since each layer's rewards could only be claimed once by each individual and were calculated based on the current realm. It was evidently more advantageous to return for rewards at a higher realm. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan did not rush to claim his reward, but instead proceeded directly to the next level. This time, he encountered a colossal black giant ape, its body covered in sharp, needle-like fur. 5th level of the Moonwheel realm? Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted slightly. The first level was comparatively beneath his cultivation, yet the second level was already on par with him. However, it was still insufficient for my needs, he murmured to himself. Before the black ape could mount an offense, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch. The punch struck forth, instantly forming a tremendously powerful air cannon. With a resounding bang, in just a moment, this illusion beast, matching his realm, fell easily to its demise. Jiang Daoxuan felt no surprise at this outcome. After all, having accumulated strength over several months, his foundation of power had long surpassed the past. With a casual glance at the rewards, he found all 3 had transformed into Earth-grade medium items. Still, he held no interest. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued onward to the next level. In the 3rd level, while the illusion beasts remained at the 5th level of the Moonwheel realm, their numbers had increased to 5. However, for Jiang Daoxuan, the outcome remained predictable. With a mere flick of his hand, the 5 illusion beasts were instantaneously obliterated. At this point, he encountered 1 Earth-grade superior reward and 2 Earth-grade medium rewards. On the 4th level, the strength of the illusion beast reached the 9th level of the Moonwheel realm, With 2 present, Jiang Daoxuan easily crushed them, acquiring 3 rewards. All Earth-grade superior treasures. In the 5th level, the illusion beast reached the 1st level of the Sunwheel realm. With a slight exertion of the 9 turns Yin-Yang art, he unleashed pure Yang elemental force, effortlessly suppressing them. The rewards included 1 Earth-grade top-tier item and 2 Earth-grade superior items. In the 6th level, the illusion beast experienced a leap in strength, reaching the 6th level of the Sunwheel realm, with a count of 2. In response to the battle, Jiang Daoxuan relied solely on the physical prowess of his innate holy body to vanquish them. All 3 rewards were Earth-grade top-tier. On the 7th level, the illusion beast reached the 9th level of the Sunwheel realm, taking the form of a flood dragon. After a fierce exchange of blows, Jiang Daoxuan maintained the upper hand through his physical strength and near-invincible prowess until he unleashed the heavenly calamity light, shattering its corporeal form and subsequently employing the perfected sky-slaying sword art to sever its soul. The reward reached Earth-grade low tier. In the 8th level, the illusion beasts attained the 4th level of the myriad forms realm. After a fierce battle lasting dozens of exchanges, Jiang Daoxuan summoned the true fire of Samadhi to incinerate their bodies, then employed the lunar divine sense to extinguish their souls. The reward escalated to Earth-grade medium tier. Upon Jiang Daoxuan stepping onto the 9th level, the sky turned a blood-red hue, surrounded by shattered mountains and searing orange lava. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. A piercing cry reverberated through the air, heralding the arrival of an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Jiang Daoxuan looked up and beheld a colossal crimson divine bird, soaring swiftly from the distant horizon. Unfathomable flames engulfed its body, transforming into countless sparks that scattered upon the earth, as if heralding endless destruction and apocalyptic calamity. The ferocious aura swept through the surroundings, infused with the essence of ultimate annihilation. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A vermilion bird? He had not anticipated that within this 9th level of existence, he would encounter a vermilion bird at the 9th tier of the Wanxiang realm. However, the aura of this vermilion bird seemed somewhat peculiar. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Logically, as a divine beast, the vermilion bird's aura should possess far greater strength. Even at the primordial spirit level, it would be no exaggeration. Yet, despite its formidable presence, it remained confined to the limits of the Wanxiang realm. His inner doubts did not linger long. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered, and he soon formulated a conjecture. This vermilion bird, simulated by the illusory tower, was likely not its complete form, but only bore a fraction of the true vermilion bird's powers. Nonetheless, even this fragment of power was not something an ordinary individual could contend with. At least within the entire Great Qin dynasty, finding an equal would prove exceedingly difficult. It was at this moment that Jiang Daoxuan truly comprehended the arduous journey to attain a 9-star combat capability. He was aware that his current cultivation level was merely at the 5th tier of the Moonwheel realm. Yet this vermilion bird had reached the 9th tier of the Wanxiang realm, surpassing him by 2 major realms along with several minor ones. This staggering disparity meant that within the current Kangwu mountain, only he possessed a glimmer of hope for victory. With this realization, he felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Daoxuan raised his head, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smile at the corners of his lips. The 9th tier of the Wanxiang realm? It did not reach the point of instilling fear within me. With that thought, Jiang Daoxuan lifted his right hand, fingers curling in a grasping motion. Summoning the human king sword, the sacred weapon manifested. An aura of immense strength emanated from his position, radiating outward and enveloping the surroundings. However, in an instant, due to the suppression of the grand formation, the power was constrained, and the aura swiftly receded. All extraordinary phenomena vanished, and the radiant glow upon the human king sword dimmed, though unable to unleash the full might of the sacred weapon in his grasp. The sheer hardness and sharpness of the material itself sufficed for Jiang Daoxuan. At this moment, he noticed the vermilion bird drawing ever closer, merely 100 meters away. With the human king's sword in hand, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly ignited the sword's essence, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent, cleaving forth a breathtaking beam of sword light. The distance was too close. Although the vermilion bird reacted and attempted to evade, its right wing was still rent asunder by the sword light. In an instant, blood gushed forth, a torrential rain of vermilion bird blood cascading through the heavens and earth. With a pained cry, the vermilion bird screeched in agony. Yet, almost immediately, the grievous wound on its right wing began to rapidly heal, blood oozing profusely. Within mere blinks, it returned to its former state. Superspeed regeneration? Jiang Daoxuan's expression transformed to one of understanding, instantly grasping the nature of the opponent's gifted ability and its troublesome aspects. However, such trouble was only relative to others. For him, Possessing the celestial restoration technique and the innate sacred body Dao embryo, his recovery capabilities would not fall short. Boom! In that moment, the enraged vermilion bird opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of orange-red flames that surged forth. Sensing the terrifying heat through his divine sense, Jiang Daoxuan hesitated not for a moment, activating the Qilin treasure technique, vanishing from his original spot to evade the attack. When he reappeared, he found himself above the vermilion bird. Before he could wield his sword, the bird instinctively sensed danger, its form flickering as it furiously flapped its wings toward Jiang Daoxuan. Faced with this new assault, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned steely. A brilliant light flickered in the depths of his gaze. The power of the dual pupils activated. In an instant, the trajectories of all movements before him decelerated dramatically, as if time itself had slowed by dozens or even hundreds of times. With a light chuckle, Jiang Daoxuan shifted his form, effortlessly evading the vermilion bird's onslaught. Bang! The two wings of the vermilion bird clapped together, creating a cataclysmic tempest that swept through the vicinity, causing mountains to crumble into countless fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Daoxuan, wielding the sacred weapon, once again employed the Qilin treasure technique, leaving his original position and appearing before the vermilion bird. Swish, with a single stroke, the razor-sharp blade sliced through skin, shredding vast regions of flesh. The vermilion bird trembled, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Yet soon after, as its wounds healed, a roar filled with boundless fury erupted. Following this, a new round of battle ensued between the two. The ground lay in ruins, pockmarked with deep craters that appeared as though ravaged by a barrage of nuclear explosions. Even the crimson clouds above were torn apart, revealing glimpses of the azure sky. After 100 exchanges, the vermilion bird let out a roar, its spiritual energy surging wildly, its intensity nearing that of the primordial spirit realm. Soon, an exceptionally radiant red flame engulfed the heavens, obscuring the sun and moon. The blinding brilliance shimmered like the glow of a star. An immensely intense heat radiated in all directions, evaporating every droplet of moisture in the air, rendering it exceedingly arid. Perceiving these changes, Jiang Daoxuan instantly comprehended that the opponent had finally unleashed its trump card. In the next moment, a terrifying red beam of light shot down from the heavens. The overwhelming heat permeated every corner of space, causing it to warp and distort. The coverage of this attack was far too extensive. Even Jiang Daoxuan, who mastered the Qilin treasure technique, could not retreat in such a short span. Since retreat was not an option, he would fight. Jiang Daoxuan's expression hardened. His primordial energy surged, causing his robes to flutter violently. He then raised his left hand, palm directed toward the approaching red beam. Divine technique, primordial void. In that instant, Jiang Daoxuan decisively unleashed the primordial technique he had gleaned from the Supreme Imperator Primordial Sutra. In an instant, a dreadful, forbidden power erupted, nullifying all forces and returning all momentum to its origin. The moment he invoked the primordial technique, it felt as if snow met the scorching sun. The originally surging red beam, which shot forth with great ferocity, began to crack rapidly, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, Jiang Daoxuan felt a tremendous drain on his energy, his complexion paling. For one at the Moonwell realm, the primordial technique could not be employed multiple times in quick succession. Yet, each time it was used, it could erase the enemy's explosive divine techniques. Because of this, possessing the primordial technique rendered him virtually immune to divine attacks. Furthermore, with the innate sacred body Dao embryo and the martial arts blood robe, he was akin to being invulnerable to physical damage. In terms of defense, he was flawless. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly noticed that after unleashing this attack, the vermilion bird's aura had distinctly weakened. Sensing this, Jiang Daoxuan unleashed an astonishing sword intent, fiercely executing the heaven-slaying sword technique, cleaving forth 1,000 zhang sword light. This strike successfully severed the vermilion bird's head. Its neck blazed with flames, continuously sprouting flesh buds, as if it were striving to grow a new head. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened. So, you too have your limits? Though it could still heal. The speed of recovery at this moment was utterly incomparable to before. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan seized the moment, before the vermilion bird could fully restore itself. He activated his most formidable killing move, the Great Annihilation Technique. An immensely terrifying aura of destruction surged forth. Boundless black mysterious light violently struck the vermilion bird. Instantly, numerous cracks appeared across its surface. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, its body shattered into countless tiny fragments of flesh. Subsequently, those bloody remnants transformed into red specks of light, dissipating into the cosmos. At this moment, the vermilion bird fell. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan silently retracted the human king's sword into the purple mansion space. Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, At this moment, the prompt from the 9-tiered illusory tower reappeared. Congratulations on conquering the 9th level. You may choose one of the following 3 items as a reward. 1. Emperor Grade Supreme, Zhou Tian Xing Do Jing. Harness the power of the celestial stars. Refine the body. Open 365 celestial acupoints. Condense 365 stars. Gain the strength of the stars. And suppress Imperial weapons with the physical form. 2. Emperor Grade Inferior, Jiao Miao Qi. A fusion of 9 innate energies, capable of reversing yin and yang, reshaping the body, significantly enhancing one's bone structure and comprehension, and randomly bestowing an unparalleled physique. 3. Emperor Grade Inferior, Ba Huang Qizhan. A martial technique of the knife path, mastering the ultimate domineering intent. Delivering 7 strikes imbued with a destructive aura that clings to wounds, making recovery exceedingly difficult, capable of shattering both body and soul, extinguishing the enemy's true spirit. Gazing at the rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with astonishment. It is noteworthy that the reward for the 8th level was merely of the heavenly tier. Yet here, at the 9th level, he found himself bypassing the sacred tier entirely, reaching the Imperial tier. However, considering the difficulty of the 9th level, Jiang Daoxuan quickly deemed this entirely reasonable. Initially, he had intended to wait until his cultivation level was higher before attempting to conquer this level for rewards. But upon beholding the Zhou Tian Xing Do Jing, he realized there was no need to delay any further. After all, the current simulation's limit was that of an emperor. Thus, the grade of Zhou Tian Xing Do Jing had indeed reached an unprecedented pinnacle. It was the perfect replacement for the originally inferior sun refinement body technique. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan claimed the reward from the 9th level. As for the rewards from the previous 8 levels, he decided to wait until his cultivation level increased, at which point the rewards would surely become more abundant. With the successful acquisition, a torrent of text flooded his mind. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan comprehended the formidable nature of this technique. The Zhou Tian Xing Do Jing primarily focused on the physical body. Even without a special physique, one could unleash tremendous power capable of vanquishing sacred bodies with an ordinary form. Once practiced to perfection, it could even slay immortals. However, although this technique was potent, the difficulty of cultivation was exceedingly high. The process of opening acupoints and condensing celestial stars could easily overwhelm the body, leading to its collapse. Thus, before practicing the Zhou Tian Xing Do technique, one must first cultivate the body to a level akin to that of an inferior earth-grade treasure. Only then could one endure the process of condensing stars within. For Jiang Daoxuan at present, this cultivation threshold posed no challenge, easily surmountable. He resolved to seek a secluded place for his training. At that moment, a phantom text suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations on conquering the 9th level, based on your performance. You have been assessed as possessing 9-star, extreme, combat power. Do you wish to enter the rankings? Yes, no. Upon seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan instinctively prepared to decline, wishing to maintain a low profile. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered that it might be beneficial to inspire his kin. By setting himself as an example, he could motivate his family members to strive for greater heights and ignite their fighting spirit. Thus, there seemed to be no reason to hide. He decided to enter the rankings. Shortly thereafter, in the outside world, with the emergence of the 9-tiered illusion tower, many clan members began using the Kangwu token to inform their relatives. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Gathering more and more clan members in this place, many feared that if they arrived late, the rewards left by the clan leader would be claimed by others. Consequently, they began to rush into the tower to attempt the challenges. However, before long, many clan members emerged, looking bewildered, faced with inquiries from those around them. They had no recollection of what had just transpired. Upon witnessing this, the others quickly grasped the situation. It seemed the clan leader had set up a formation within that could erase memories. Meanwhile, on another side, Jiang Yin stepped out of the tower. He held his forehead, his eyes filled with confusion. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he had no memory of the events that had just occurred. His mind was a blank slate. Has my memory been erased? Jiang Yin's gaze flickered, and he instantly realized this. Yet, soon he made another discovery. No. Something seemed different. Jiang Yin lowered his head, looking at his palm. At that moment, he was astonished to find that not only had his cultivation level advanced from the 2nd layer of the Yuanhai realm to the 3rd, but previously unfamiliar martial techniques now felt remarkably smooth, as if he had practiced them countless times. Additionally, he occasionally sensed the feeling of executing various techniques. Was that an intuition of combat experience? Upon realizing this, Jiang Yin quickly deduced, though the memory of his experiences within the tower was erased, the memories and insights of his physical form remained intact. With this thought, Jiang Yin felt a surge of wonder. Once his emotions settled, he hastily turned his attention to the Zifu space and Kangwu token. At this point, the function of the spatial ring had long been surpassed by the Kangwu token. Thus, few clan members still utilized the spatial ring, a rather useless item, for storage. Jiang Yin swiftly scanned both spaces, but found no surplus treasures. Initially puzzled, he soon understood. It appeared he had not selected any treasures. To clarify what had transpired inside, he immediately began to inquire with Elder Zhou. Master, do you recall what just happened? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zhou's voice, filled with shock and helplessness, suddenly resonated. Young master, the formation within this treasure tower likely reaches the level of a sacred tier. Even I have lost all recollection of the events that occurred, unable to recall any details or processes. Though he had lost his physical form, his soul remained that of a perfected celestial being, just a step away from becoming a saint. Yet even so, he was still unable to escape the erasure of memory, which was truly alarming. One can only imagine the extraordinary level of the formation laid down by the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but admire the grandiosity of his clan leader's efforts. A sacred tier formation? Such a precious item. One would hardly find another even across several neighboring nations. Yet here, within the clan's own tower, lay such a formation. It truly felt incredible. Chapter 184, Tower Rankings. The emergence of Jiang Ming. Amidst his astonishment, a profound sense of curiosity welled up within Jiang Yin. What secrets could lie hidden within this immense tower that warranted the use of a sacred tier formation? Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with contemplation, his curiosity intensifying. Just then, a particularly raucous noise erupted nearby. Jiang Yin frowned, quickly collecting his thoughts and turning towards the source of the sound, eager to see what was unfolding. Soon, the scene before him came into view. A young clan member had placed their right palm upon the beast statue at the entrance. Simultaneously, a magnificent light curtain appeared in midair, visible to all. The images within the curtain were strikingly clear, allowing everyone to see distinctly. Tower rankings, not arranged by cultivation level, but calculated based on the current realm's limit combat power. 1. 9th level, Jiang Daoxuan, combat power, 9-star extreme. 2. 6th level, Jiang Ming, combat power, 6-star extreme. 3. 6th level, Jiang Yin, combat power, 6-star extreme. 4. 6th level, Jiang Jiwei, combat power, 6-star extreme. 5. 6th level, Jiang Hao, combat power, 6-star strong. 6. 6th level, Jiang Yi, combat power, 6-star strong. 7. 5th level, Jiang Hongguan, combat power, 5-star extreme. 8. 5th level, Jiang Daoyan, combat power, 5-star middle. 9. 4th level, Jiang Daoud, combat power, 4-star middle. 10. 4th level, Jiang Daoqi, combat power, 3-star middle. A dense array of names, with only a scant few in the first layer. The majority resided in the second layer, while those in the third layer were exceedingly rare. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yan's eyes shifted, and he suddenly grasped. My current limit combat power only corresponds to 6 stars. He had initially thought that with his mastery of various martial techniques, he would be nearly unbeatable among peers. Yet, unexpectedly, there existed 3 higher tiers above him, 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars. It is indeed worth pondering that the disparity between the star levels is not insignificant. Rather, it is remarkably vast. After several days of exploration, he has completely grasped his father's prowess. Although their realms are comparable, he can still be effortlessly defeated with a single move. Yet, despite this, he is still assessed as possessing 5-star combat strength by the clan tower. This indicates just how profound the gap truly is. One can only imagine that a 7-star combatant would engage with him in a manner akin to his own encounters with his father, either succumbing to defeat in a single strike or managing to withstand only a few exchanges. This realization instantaneously illuminated Jiang Yin to the terrifying capabilities of his clan leader. If he were to face someone of equal realm, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure even one strike. The disparity resembles an insurmountable chasm, utterly unbridgeable. At this moment, Jiang Yin gained a fresh understanding of the gulf that lay between him and the clan leader. However, with the emergence of pressure comes the impetus to strive forward. 9 stars? That goal seems exceedingly daunting. For now, he should focus on attaining 7 stars. Although he finds it difficult to surpass the clan leader in terms of cultivation and combat prowess, he certainly does not wish to lag too far behind. Far enough that he can no longer even glimpse the leader's silhouette. Once he steadied his emotions, Jiang Yin turned his gaze back to the clan tower rankings. Upon seeing the name Jiang Ming, he could not help but feel a flicker of confusion. Jiang Ming? Who might that be? I have never heard of such a figure. To think he ranks above me. Jiang Yin felt an overwhelming curiosity. This individual had previously remained obscure, yet now, Having conquered the 6th level of the clan tower and secured the 2nd position, he has truly made a remarkable entrance. It would not be long before this name echoed throughout Mount Canwu, making it known to countless clansmen, just as Jiang Yin was lost in thought. The figure of Elder Zhou within the ring wore a solemn expression, his eyes swirling with uncertainty. Having personally instructed Jiang Yin for several months, he, as the mentor, was acutely aware of the extraordinary combat strength of this disciple. Even in the places he had once been, Jiang Yin would be deemed an exceptional talent. To vie for the position of the Holy Land's chosen one was not a mere fantasy. Yet, such a formidable genius could only reach the 6th level within this clan tower? Even more alarming was the fact that there were no fewer than 4 other clansmen with similar potential to Jiang Yin still residing in the Jiang family. If one were to add the previously encountered Jiang Shen and that peculiar Jiang Han, the total would rise to a staggering 6. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many other prodigies lie hidden within the Jiang family? Given this perspective, it seems that his own foray might only yield a maximum of 5-star combat strength. Considering that even Jiang Yin's abilities could only penetrate to the 6th level, what kind of insurmountable difficulty awaited him at the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels? Were it not for the clan leader's name appearing on the rankings, Elder Zhou would have begun to suspect that the 9-star combat strength was merely a figment of imagination. As he delved deeper into these unsettling thoughts, he dared not ponder further. He could only silently lament that the clan leader is indeed a reincarnated emperor who has awakened his memories, possessing a depth of power that is utterly beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Meanwhile, invigorated by determination, Jiang Yin eagerly made his way towards the entrance of the clan tower. He needed to utilize the tower to continuously refine his martial skills and, in the process, surpass Jiang Ming. If he were to be outdone by Brother Chen, he would not particularly care. However, being surpassed by this enigmatic Jiang Ming was something that the youthful heart within him could hardly bear. A sense of discontent stirred within him. If he were to be surpassed, then he would strive to surpass once more. With that resolve, Jiang Yin re-entered the clan tower, embarking on a new round of training. Many clansmen who had previously exited also chose to re-enter, eager to accumulate more combat experience and secure higher rankings to elevate their family's prestige. Under the dual influences of fame and fortune, the clan square swiftly became desolate. All present clansmen surged into the tower. Occasionally, someone would emerge, glance at the rankings, feel dissatisfied, and promptly choose to re-enter, just as numerous clansmen were immersed in the novel experiences provided by the clan tower. On the other side, within the family hall, the recently returned Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he was diligently practicing the recently acquired Zhou Xing Do Jing. Channeling the celestial stars beyond the heavens, he summoned the power of the constellations to cascade upon him, forming a dazzling blue veil around his body. An abundance of starlight coalesced, gathering within a single acupoint. Gradually, a radiant blue light flickered to life, revealing a miniature star enveloped in blue luminescence. All the stellar energy he had absorbed was now contained within this tiny star. Simultaneously, this miniature star began to resonate with the celestial phenomena within the purple mansion space. The primordial energy surged violently, creating a tidal wave of energy within the purple mansion. Jiang Daoxuan was on the cusp of a breakthrough. And with this influx of primordial energy, he instantly crossed that threshold, achieving the 6th layer of the Moonwheel realm. What an unexpected delight this was. Jiang Daoxuan lowered his gaze to his palm, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Initially, he believed that the Zhou Xing Do Jing could only enhance the physical body. But to his astonishment, the peculiarities of the Star Wheel and Moon Wheel realms allowed the phenomena of the Purple Mansion space to resonate with the power of the stars. It seems that the Sun Wheel realm and even the Myriad Manifestations realm may also benefit from an accelerated cultivation speed. He simply wonders how it would affect the Spirit realm. Shaking his head, Jiang Daoxuan dismissed the fleeting thought. Chapter 185. Refining 10 Stars, Kangwu Commerce. He did not dwell on it further, as the primary purpose of the Zhou Xing Do Jing remained to enhance the physical body, with the elevation of cultivation being merely supplementary. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan quietly closed his eyes, beginning to carefully sense the power within him. The enhancement of his physical strength was approximately at 50%. Jiang Daoxuan quickly reached a conclusion. While a 50% increase may seem modest, in reality, it was extraordinarily formidable. After all, his current physical strength could very well surpass that of a true monarch of the Myriad Manifestations. He could effortlessly withstand even the mightiest of earthly-grade artifacts, which no longer posed a challenge. Therefore, to seek further enhancement would be an arduous task. Moreover, this was merely the opening of the first acupoint. What would happen when he opens all 365 acupoints? Furthermore, the stars he had condensed were merely in their infancy, possessing immense potential for growth. By continuously channeling the power of the stars to refine his body and nurture these stellar acupoints, he may indeed be able to cultivate them into independent miniature worlds. When that time comes, the augmentation would undoubtedly be even more staggering. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan sensed that with his current physical state, opening an acupoint was not his limit. Thus, he promptly began to exert all his efforts to practice the Zhou Tian Xing Dojing. He forcefully opened 9 acupoints in one breath before finally ceasing his actions. As of now, he had opened a total of 10 acupoints, condensing 10 embryonic stars. His physical strength surged by approximately 50%. His cultivation level also experienced a breakthrough, smoothly reaching the 7th layer of the Moon Wheel realm. However, having refined 10 stars had already reached the limit of his current physical capacity, and he could no longer proceed with further openings. He could only continue to nurture the stars through the power of the constellations to avoid the risk of his physical body collapsing and subsequently open new acupoints. Realizing this, Jiang Daoxuan understood that to cultivate this skill, one must not be overly hasty. Thus, he prepared to employ the 9 turns yin-yang method, intending to break through to the Sun Wheel realm in the shortest possible time. Yet, before he could begin his cultivation, he sensed someone entering, halting his actions. He turned to see that it was none other than the Grand Elder Zhang Hongguang. Behind him stood a stooped, black-robed elder. The elder's hair was streaked with gray, and his face was lined with wrinkles, resembling the bark of a withered tree. However, despite the signs of age in his form and appearance, his deep brown eyes were anything but murky like those of an ordinary elder. They shone brightly, keen as a hawk's gaze. Yet, due to possessing only the cultivation of the 9th layer of the bone-refining realm, Jiang Daoxuan did not pay him much heed. However, the next moment, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes as a system prompt appeared. Ding, golden-level clansman detected. Host may initiate investment. A fated clansman? Jiang Daoxuan was well aware of Jiang Hongguang's situation, having bestowed the thunder spirit body upon him. Thus it was impossible for him to be a fated clansman. Consequently, the only possibility left was the elder behind him. The destiny of this age? It is indeed my first encounter, Jiang Hongguang remarked, respected clan leader. The candidate responsible for establishing our Kangwu Chamber of Commerce has been selected, and it is this individual. After our assessment, he is a person of composure, possessing remarkable business acumen that is unparalleled in our Kangwu Mountain. Oh. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Daoxuan's curiosity intensified. At that moment, the elder in the black robe clasped his hands and said, from the Yaoguang lineage, Steward Jiang Shan, paying respects to the clan leader. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and activated his chaos eye to examine the individual's information. Name, Jiang Shan. Cultivation level, 9th stage of bone tempering root bone. Dull, comprehension, superior, fate, golden, late bloomer, talent, common body, fortune, exceptionally intelligent, yet limited by his root bone, leading to a life of hardships. Once purchased a fragment of an ancient seal, which contains the primal spirit of the ancient beast, Tao Dai. Only upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm can he utilize his divine sense to connect with the Tao Dai spirit and gain its embodiment, allowing him to devour all things and return part of the energy to himself. Tao Dai? Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the extraordinary potential of this individual's fortune. The ability to form an embodiment, devour all, and enhance oneself is an extraordinary capability, surpassing even the Yellow Spring demonic art possessed by Jiang Han. Beep current goal. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Investment in Heavenly Grade Supreme. Tongxian Golden Pill can obtain Saint Grade Upper Class. Immortal Sacred Liquid. Invest 10 pounds of Divine Liquid. Can obtain a low-grade Gathering Spirit Array. Invest in 1 Earth Grade Supreme Artifact. Can obtain a Heavenly Grade Supreme Spiritual Vein, gazing at the rewards before him. Jiang Daoxuan exhibited a satisfied expression. These items would be of immense benefit to him at this stage, undoubtedly facilitating a quicker breakthrough into the Sun Wheel realm. Once he ascended to the Sun Wheel, his trump cards would multiply. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Jiang Shan. Although he remained silent for a few moments, he did not speak. However, there was no trace of anxiety or panic on Jiang Shan's face. Instead, he appeared exceptionally calm. This was not a mere facade. Jiang Daoxuan was well aware of this. After all, a mere bone tempering cultivation could not escape his discerning gaze. Hence, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As the elder had stated, Jiang Shan's character was indeed steady, coupled with the system's assertion of his exceptional intelligence. Such a talent was more than adequate to lead a humble chamber of commerce. Contemplating this, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled. Jiang Shan, I have faith that under your leadership, the Chamber of Commerce will flourish rapidly. From this day forth, I appoint you as the president of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce, with a status equivalent to that of the clan elders, independent from the 7 lineages. Should you find any inadequacies in the arrangements made by the Elder Council, you may dismiss them and simply report to me. since he intended to allow Jiang Shan to conduct business freely. He naturally would not impose any restraints that could cloud his judgment and lead to losses. He chose to grant him full autonomy. With Jiang Daoxuan's decree issued, Jiang Hongguang raised no objections. After all, Jiang Shan was his personally selected candidate, and there was no need to doubt his capabilities. However, he was greatly surprised that the clan leader did not even bother to inquire further before directly appointing Jiang Shan as the president of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce. This seemed rather too smooth and casual, did it not? Or perhaps the clan leader had an unshakable trust in him. As Jiang Hongguang pondered, Jiang Shan was momentarily stunned. Even someone as composed as he was could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment at this moment. The establishment of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce was a significant undertaking, pivotal for the development of the entire Jiang clan. Not only would it create a commercial network with other factions, but it also bore the crucial mission of gathering intelligence for the family. The position of chamber president could even be regarded as the head of family intelligence. Yet, for such an important role, the clan leader had appointed him without even conducting an assessment. This surreal development was indeed hard for him to comprehend. Recognizing the importance of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce to the clan, Jiang Shan did not immediately accept the appointment. Instead, he looked at Jiang Daoxuan and kindly reminded him, "Respected clan leader, you surely understand better than I the significance of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce to our clan. Are you truly certain about appointing me as the president so easily? To speak bluntly, if I were to harbor ulterior motives and collude with other factions, it would be detrimental to the clan." Jiang Daoxuan smiled. To employ a person is to trust them, to doubt is to dismiss them. Moreover, I am well aware of the elder's character. Since he has singled you out among so many, there must be exceptional qualities within you. Why must I go through the tedious process of testing you again? Having recognized Jiang Shan's outstanding capabilities suitable for the presidency of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce, he was disinclined to engage in any trivial evaluations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, touched by the clan leader's trust. He understood that his qualifications were rather lacking, and his standing within the clan was not high enough to hold significant positions. Recently, he had been fortunate enough to serve as a steward of the Yaoguang lineage. Only when the Elder Council and the heads of the 7 lineages began deliberating on the establishment of the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce did he find an opportunity to showcase his abilities and volunteer himself. After navigating through numerous selections, he had finally emerged victorious. Now, the clan leader's acknowledgement represented the final hurdle, regardless of how well he performed beforehand. As long as the clan leader did not speak, everything would be mere talk. Although he held great confidence in his abilities and never feared rejection due to incompetence, he was concerned that other factors might prevent the clan leader from granting him this opportunity. In such circumstances, who could have anticipated that the clan leader would present him with such a tremendous surprise? He had even thoughtfully elevated the authority of the Chamber of Commerce president from being under the Elder Council's jurisdiction to a status on par with the elders, independent from the 7 lineages and directly overseen by the clan leader. This move undoubtedly granted him greater operational latitude. After all, he was quite worried about those who lacked business acumen among the lineage heads or elders interfering with his decisions. Chapter 186. The Dawn of Breaking Through the Sunwheel Realm. Jiang Shan's excitement. Jiang Shan's gaze became increasingly bright. In this moment, he felt an immense sense of pride and honor for having such a wise clan leader. His heart was resolute. He would dedicate all his efforts to expanding the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce and would not disappoint the clan leader's high hopes. Moreover, the clan leader's unfathomable strength and the numerous treasures he possessed made Jiang Shan's heart race with excitement. If he accomplished enough, perhaps he could hope to obtain methods from the clan leader to improve his dismal root bone. As this thought ignited within him, Jiang Shan's heart burned with fervor. His years of experience had filled him with resentment. This resentment stemmed from his poor root bone. The blocked meridians and the inferiority of his root bone meant that even consuming cleansing marrow pills yielded negligible results. This had caused his cultivation speed to be painfully slow. A month of training barely equated to a day of a normal person's effort. Consequently, he found himself at over 80 years of age, still stagnating at the 9th stage of bone tempering. His vitality was exceedingly depleted, and he could not even break through to the postnatal realm. Without a fortuitous opportunity, forcing a breakthrough would only lead to ruin. Yet, if he failed to break through, given his current physical condition, living beyond 3 more years was uncertain. Thus, in his heart, the seemingly omnipotent clan leader was his sole solution. After discussing several matters concerning the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Daoxuan promptly placed the divine liquid and an earth-grade supreme artifact into a spatial ring and casually tossed them to Jiang Shan. He then retrieved a Tongxian golden pill and handed it over. The Kangwu Chamber of Commerce is of utmost importance to the clan. I will rely on you for its future operations. Rewards will follow merit. If you perform well, you will certainly be rewarded. This is part of your reward in advance. And I hope you remain true to your purpose and strive for the family's rise." As Jiang Daoxuan spoke gently, Jiang Shan looked at the Tongxian golden pill before him, feeling a tinge of confusion. He had never seen this pill before and was unaware of its effects. Observing the perplexity etched upon Jiang Shan's countenance, Jiang Daoxuan elucidated, "I perceive that your innate constitution is remarkably deficient, perhaps an uncommon sight even within the vast Qin dynasty. Your cultivation speed is inherently slower than most, and at your current age, without fortuitous circumstances, you may find it arduous to transcend the innate realm. I would be loath to witness the demise of a commerce guild president I personally appointed, especially after they have just initiated the guild's operations." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan was visibly moved, instantly grasping the significance of the elixir. Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. "This elixir, known as the profound gold pill, is a supreme-grade celestial treasure, possessing the ability to ameliorate one's inherent constitution. Should you ingest it, it will undoubtedly transform your dull aptitude, assisting you in undergoing a metamorphosis and becoming what others perceive as a prodigy." These words reverberated like a thunderclap. A supreme-grade celestial treasure. Jiang Shan's pupils constricted, his disbelief palpable. He had never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable pill was, in fact, a celestial elixir of legendary status and of the highest quality. Such a caliber of elixir should be virtually non-existent in a minor domain like the Great Qin dynasty. How did the clan leader procure such a treasure? Amidst his inner turmoil, Jiang Shan was deeply touched. This invaluable treasure, coveted by countless cultivators, and capable of inciting fierce competition if it were to surface, was now being offered to him, a cultivation neophyte. The clan leader's benevolence was overwhelming, a debt he felt he could scarcely repay. Jiang Shan's admiration for the clan leader deepened, perceiving him as an enigma. To casually produce a supreme-grade celestial elixir was a feat beyond the capabilities of any force in the surrounding dynasties. After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Shan regained his composure, accepted the precious profound gold pill, and expressed his gratitude to the clan leader before respectfully taking his leave, not wishing to intrude further. With Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Shan's departure, tranquility enveloped the main hall once more. Jiang Daoxuan resumed his position upon the soft prayer mat. With a thought, he summoned the system interface and accessed the rewards section. He first embedded the newly acquired supreme-grade celestial spiritual vein beneath Mount Kangwu, thereby enhancing the mountain's spiritual energy concentration. Subsequently, he installed the superior-grade sacred spirit gathering array within the clan's main hall. Sensing the surge of ambient spiritual energy rapidly converging, Jiang Daoxuan circulated the 9 revolutions yin-yang art and discovered that his cultivation efficiency had increased manifold. He nodded in contentment, realizing that he now possessed a strong conviction that he could ascend to the 9th level of the Lunar Wheel realm before the Alliance tournament. Even the Solar Wheel realm was within reach. Moreover, upon breaking through to the Solar Wheel realm, the pure yang essence within his body would undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into an even purer solar essence, further amplifying his power. Jiang Daoxuan then turned his attention to the final reward. Immortal Sacred Liquid, a superior-grade sacred item. When applied to the flesh, it can be absorbed by the skin, nourishing the bones, blood, and physical body, enhancing the flesh, and solidifying an imperishable physique. While alive, the body will never age, and after death, it will remain unblemished for 10,000 years. Note: each application requires 7 days of absorption before reapplication. Upon reading the description of the immortal sacred liquid, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seemed that applying this substance would swiftly enhance his physical body, potentially reducing the time required to nurture the star acupoints, thereby unlocking new acupoints. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly, now fully confident that he could break through to the Solar Wheel realm in approximately 1 month. With this in mind, he resolved to seize the moment and commence his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shan returned to his residence. Upon closing the door, he retrieved the profound gold pill. The mere thought that this elixir bestowed by the clan leader could alter his destiny filled him with anticipation. Only he knew how long he had yearned for this day. Gazing at the profound gold pill in his hand, Jiang Shan felt as though his experiences were surreal, akin to a tale. He had initially believed that he would need to establish the Kangwu Commerce Guild before he could hope to receive a reward from the clan leader. But to his surprise, he had obtained it even before the guild's construction had begun. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shan mused. The clan leader is indeed skilled in the art of governance. Such immense trust and generosity would deter anyone from harboring thoughts of betrayal. Had I been in his position, I would not have possessed such magnanimity. Given my cautious nature, I would have meticulously scrutinized and verified the suitability of the Commerce Guild president before making a decision. Chapter 187. Jiang Shan's heaven-defying transformation. The crisis of the abundant white Jiang clan. Jiang Shan once again expressed his gratitude for the clan leader's benevolence. With these thoughts, he hesitated no longer. He smiled and declared, "From this day forth, I am no longer who I once was." With these words, he ingested the profound gold pill. As it descended into his abdomen, the potent medicinal properties of the supreme-grade celestial elixir diffused, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones. Jiang Shan immediately felt an intense heat enveloping his entire being. His pores dilated, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Impurities within his body were swiftly purged, manifesting as a layer of foul-smelling black sludge on his skin. His previously waning vitality began to recover rapidly. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shan lowered his head, his face brimming with elation as he fixed his gaze upon his hands. The enhancement brought about by the profound gold pill was immense, exceeding his wildest expectations. His previously obstructed meridians had become unobstructed. He circulated the pure yang art for a full cycle without encountering any resistance. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. The first level of the acquired realm. Jiang Shan was astonished to discover that the realm that had eluded him for decades had shattered at this very moment. He then noticed, to his surprise, that his disheveled hair had turned jet black. Realizing this, he immediately rose and rushed to a mirror. Looking into the mirror, Jiang Shan instantly noticed that the wrinkles on his skin had diminished, and his skin was no longer as loose and dry, but had become elastic and hydrated. His white hair had also become dark and thick. His posture had straightened considerably. At a glance, he appeared 30 years younger, resembling a man in his 50s. All of this was due to the replenishment of his essence, energy, and spirit, and the reversal of his declining vitality. Like withered trees rejuvenated in spring, his vitality had been revitalized. This was his destiny. Sensing the immense power within his body, Jiang Shan's heart surged with emotion. He clenched his fist and murmured, "From this day forward, the acquired realm is but a new beginning for me. Clan leader, Jiang Shan is eternally grateful and will dedicate himself to repaying your kindness." With the issue of his inherent constitution resolved, he felt that the future before him was clear and unobstructed. Without delay, he left his residence, intending to seek counsel from the Council of Elders regarding the establishment of the Kangwu Commerce Guild. Once Kangwu City was established, the Kangwu Commerce Guild would use it as its central hub. At that time, he would be able to fully demonstrate his abilities. Not long after, within the main hall of the abundant white Jiang clan, the clan leader, Jiang Qilin, was gathered with the surrounding elders. Before them, a large stack of papers containing information about the Kangwu Jiang clan collected from various sources was piled high. However, upon reviewing the contents, Jiang Qilin regretfully realized that he had not made any useful discoveries. The secrets of the Kangwu Jiang clan's rise all pointed to Jiang Daoxuan. His rapid advancement in cultivation, coupled with the auspicious signs accompanying his birth, suggested that he possessed a powerful and unique physique. It was due to this individual that the formerly isolated Wudan Jiang clan had experienced a meteoric rise, becoming the renowned Kangwu Jiang clan that now dominated the heavenly capital prefecture. Their prestige even surpassed that of the abundant white Jiang clan. It should be noted that the abundant white Jiang clan had accumulated a reputation in the heavenly capital prefecture for centuries. Yet they had been surpassed by the Kangwu Jiang clan in such a short period of time. Such seemingly impossible events have indeed transpired recently. As of now, within the dominion of Tiandu Prefecture, whenever the Jiang family is mentioned, the first name that comes to everyone's mind is the Kangwu Jiang family. No one recalls the name of the Formidable Jiang family, or rather, they subconsciously choose to overlook it. This reality is profoundly difficult for the patriarch to accept. Damn it, what immense fortune must the Kangwu Jiang family possess to have birthed a figure like Jiang Daoxuan? Jiang Qilin is seething with rage, his heart consumed by jealousy. In comparison to the unconventional genius Jiang Daoxuan, he fervently wishes that the Kangwu Jiang family's rise is attributable to some artifact, for such a method is replicable. If he could uncover this secret, he might indeed replicate the Kangwu Jiang family's ascent. At this moment, sensing the patriarch's fury, the elders surrounding him are silent, instinctively bowing their heads. While they long to be connected to the Kangwu Jiang family, or to learn of their secrets, they unfortunately remain empty-handed. At this juncture, an elder, feeling a twinge of concern, spoke anxiously, "Patriarch, what shall we do if this matter is exposed? Our clandestine dealings with Jiang Yong'an are akin to dancing on the edge of a precipice. If revealed, how could our ancestors' strength contend with that renowned white-clad sword sovereign?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qilin scoffed, "What is there to fear? Look at your cowardice. It is true that the older one gets, the more one fears death. Do you not understand that the greater the storm, the larger the fish? If one desires to seize opportunities, what is a little risk? Moreover, through our investigations, we have found that Jiang Yong'an is timid and avaricious, a worthless piece of trash. How could he possibly have the audacity to expose us? If he were to reveal anything, that domineering white-clad sword sovereign would not let him off easily. I doubt he is that foolish. As for being discovered by others, we can simply silence them. I have specifically arranged for Coney to lie in ambush with his cultivation. Who besides Jiang Daoxuan and that handful of others could possibly contend with him? Ultimately, they are merely an upstart family with insufficient foundation. The rest of their kin are nothing but insignificant beings, unlikely to conveniently cross paths with that few. With Coney's strength, what is there to worry about? Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the others nodded in agreement. The logic indeed holds. They had already made meticulous preparations, so how could any mishap occur? Jiang Konglin withdrew his gaze and turned back to the information before him, seeking new clues. However, at that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A piercing scream accompanied by a thundering noise suddenly erupted from outside the hall. Jiang Konglin and the other elders' expressions changed dramatically, their hearts racing with alarm. Without delay, they rushed out of the hall. Upon stepping outside, the scene before them left everyone utterly shocked. The ground was littered with severed limbs and torrents of blood. Many clan members were frantically fleeing. Above them stood a cold-faced young man with black hair, ruthlessly slaughtering the clan members below. Witnessing the brutal deaths of his kin, Jiang Konglin, as the patriarch, was instantly consumed by uncontrollable rage, his murderous intent boiling. Confident in his 9th level of Yuanhai cultivation, he felt no fear and immediately charged forward, intent on tearing the intruder to pieces to vent his pent-up fury. How dare he cause chaos in my Jiang family? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. With a roar, he summoned his treasured sword, his Yuan power surging fiercely, radiating an overwhelming aura. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Qin paused and turned, revealing a look of disdain. 9th level of Yuanhai? Not worthy to be his opponent. At this moment, Jiang Konglin wielded his sword with one hand, channeling Yuan power to execute a sword technique with a fierce slash. This sword was his personal treasure, a top-tier artifact of the Xian rank. Crafted over decades with various precious minerals, its quality ranks among the finest of all Xian artifacts. However, as the sword sliced through the air, Jiang Qin remained rooted in place, making no attempt to evade. Witnessing this, Jiang Konglin raised an eyebrow, astonished. Is this young man mad? Doesn't he even attempt to dodge? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. Jiang Qin extended his right hand toward the sword's tip. At this sight, a bold hypothesis suddenly surged within Jiang Konglin's mind. Could he be attempting to catch my treasure barehanded? But how could that be possible? He is merely at the same level as I am. Both at Yuanhai cultivation. How could he possess such capability? Under Jiang Konglin's incredulous gaze, Jiang Qin, relying on the indomitable physique of the ancient sacred body, executed a barehanded reception of the artifact. Bang! A fist struck out. The terrifying divine power instantaneously forced Jiang Konglin's sword aside. He nearly lost his grip, feeling a sharp pain in his palm, blood seeping from a fresh wound. Chapter 188. The Fengbai Jiang family? Today, they shall be eradicated. Damn it! What manner of being are you, possessing such a formidable physique at this level of cultivation? Jiang Konglin hastily retreated, his eyes filled with fear. The surrounding elders bore various expressions, equally unsettled. They were acutely aware of their patriarch's immense strength. Just a step away from attaining the star cycle and joining the ranks of the true immortals. He was the strongest in the family aside from their ancestor. His treasured sword was exceptionally powerful, incomparable to ordinary Xian artifacts. Yet even with this, he was unable to evade being overpowered, let alone the absurdity of being forced back by a single punch. How formidable was this youth's physique? Did he possess some kind of extraordinary constitution? At this thought, a sense of foreboding gripped everyone's hearts. At that moment, under the gaze of all present, Jiang Qin stood like a celestial being, towering above, surveying the world below. His expression was one of pride, his head held high, his figure erect, resembling a legendary sword freshly drawn, exuding an aura of boundless sharpness. Who I am is of little consequence. You need only understand that today, the Fengbai Jiang family shall be annihilated. As his words fell, a chilling aura emanated forth, an unmatched force spreading around him, causing the faces of the crowd to change dramatically as they instinctively recoiled several steps. Jiang Konglin's eyes darkened, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Though the opponent was merely at the 5th level of Yuanhai, his combat prowess was disturbingly formidable. Even with his own 9th level of Yuanhai cultivation, he had no confidence in defeating him. Whether he could withstand even a few of the opponent's strikes remained uncertain. Neither engaging nor retreating seemed viable. Just as Jiang Konglin wore a troubled expression, unsure of how to proceed, a resonant, thunderous voice suddenly boomed. Eradicate my Jiang family? Ha! Just based on your meager Yuanhai level? Humph. You young lad, though your realm is not high, your bravado is indeed grand. Today, I shall see how you intend to destroy my Jiang family. As soon as the words fell, two figures appeared before Jiang Konglin and the others. Jiang Konglin focused, and, upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, the worry etched across his features instantly dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, Elder Qiu. The newcomers were the ancestors of the Fombai Jiang family, Jiang Qin, possessing the 6th level of star cycle cultivation, and Qiu Wufeng, bearing the 9th level of star cycle cultivation. The two ancestors shared a profound friendship spanning hundreds of years, and today happened to be their meeting. At this moment, Qiu Wufeng gazed at Jiang Chen. Although he could not discern his precise age, he recognized that Jiang Chen was under 30. To have broken through to the 5th level of Yuanhai at such an age, there was a possibility that he could ascend to moon cycle if fortune favored him. It was a pity that the youth was reckless, heedless of the consequences, and willing to risk his life. Observing the young man's talent, Qiu Wufeng felt a twinge of regret. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin scoffed. With such talent, I cannot allow you to remain. He was unwilling to leave a potential threat with such immense promise for the family. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he chose to act immediately. Yuan power surged forth like a mighty river, rushing toward Jiang Qin. Faced with this assault, Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged, peculiarly calm. Without any flamboyant moves, he instantly summoned an extraordinary sword of the earth rank. His fingers tightened around the hilt as he concentrated his vital energy, unleashing a fierce sword technique with a swift slash. Boom. In that moment, the river of vital energy was severed, leaving a vast expanse of emptiness in its wake. Jiang Qin seized the opportunity, gripping the sword with one hand, activating his movement technique, and vanishing from his original position in an instant. He soon appeared before Jiang Qin, engaging him in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated, deafening all around. The fierce winds surged, and the vital energy sliced through the surroundings, leaving the area in disarray and ruin. Buildings began to collapse, and the ground shattered extensively, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the onlookers were astounded. They never imagined that even their revered ancestor could not subdue this mysterious youth. Simultaneously, Qiu Wufeng furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of astonishment. The opponent, nearly at the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm, was surprisingly able to contend with the old ghost Jiang. Moreover, the old ghost was being pressured throughout the encounter, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? To overpower a 6th level Star Wheel realm with the 5th level Yuanhai realm is an extraordinary feat. Such a formidable character, regardless of where they are, is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Not to mention, he is so young. Young. Qiu Wufeng's pupils constricted, his mind shaken. He suddenly recalled something. At such a young age, possessing the Yuanhai realm cultivation and exhibiting such terrifying combat prowess. Within the Tiandu mansion, the number of geniuses of this caliber is exceedingly rare. Thus, he easily connected the dots to the young prodigy from Kangwu Mountain. As a longtime friend of the Fombai Jiang family, he naturally paid close attention to this suddenly emerging Jiang family from Kangwu Mountain. He was also well aware that aside from Jiang Daoxuan, the white-clad sword candidate, there existed another formidable genius named Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the battle continued, Jiang Qin's expression grew increasingly grave upon realizing the terrifying nature of Jiang Qin. This fellow's physical prowess is simply horrifying, his strength astonishing, akin to that of a human-shaped ferocious beast. Such incredible power made it impossible for him, even with his 6th level Star Wheel realm cultivation, to subdue his opponent. What was even more alarming was that after multiple exchanges, Jiang Qin's offensive showed no sign of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly ferocious. Clearly, the earlier exertion was but a trivial matter for him. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qin hurriedly glanced towards the not-so-distant Qiu Wufeng. Brother Qiu, this child is difficult to handle. I implore you to assist me. However, as his words fell, Qiu Wufeng remained unmoved, choosing not to intervene immediately. He simply looked at Jiang Qin and cupped his hands, inquiring, "Are you Jiang Qin of the Kangwu Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Konglin and the others were taken aback. The Kangwu Jiang family. They exchanged glances, astonished and bewildered. At this point, with Qiu Wufeng's reminder, they realized why their family was facing such calamity. It must be that their clandestine dealings with Jiang Yong'an had been uncovered. Damn it! How could such an incident occur? Fear gripped their hearts. The name of the Kangwu Jiang family weighed upon them like a mountain, instilling profound terror. Simultaneously, Jiang Qin, engaged in battle with Jiang Qin, suddenly trembled and retreated, casting a terrified gaze at Jiang Qin. Enveloped in rage and losing his rationality, he had no time to discern his opponent's identity. Yet, since he was indeed the young prodigy from Kangwu Mountain, everything made sense. No wonder he possessed such terrifying combat strength. Chapter 189. The Dread of the Kangwu Jiang Family. The annihilation of the Fengbai Jiang family. With Jiang Qian halting his assault, the conflict temporarily ceased. Jiang Chen glanced at Qiu Wufeng and coldly stated, "Indeed." This declaration startled Qiu Wufeng, confirming his suspicions. Jiang Chen's voice then boomed, swiftly resonating throughout the entire encampment. The Fengbai Jiang family conspired with my Kangwu family member, Jiang Yong'an, engaging in clandestine transactions that betrayed our clan's interests. Now, the patriarch is enraged and has personally ordered that I sever your bloodline. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wufeng's eyes widened in shock. He turned to Jiang Qian, "You old fool, you never mentioned this matter to me." In that moment, Qiu Wufeng felt a chill run down his spine. The Kangwu Jiang family stood at the pinnacle, with countless forces eager to ally with them. Yet you fools chose to act against them and provoke their wrath, truly seeking your own demise, with no divine intervention to save you. At this moment, Qiu Wufeng greatly admired his own keen insight. Had he not deduced the identity of the opponent and, under Jiang Qian's instigation, acted against Jiang Chen, he would have unwittingly offended the Kangwu Jiang family and the formidable white-clad sword candidate. At that point, not only would the Fengbai Jiang family face annihilation, but even the Qiu family would be dragged down with them. Qiu Wufeng had no doubt about this. The white-clad sword candidate had already proven his terrifying prowess through his past achievements. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian sensed impending doom. Knowing his old friend's character, he feared that Qiu Wufeng might waver at this critical moment. Thus, he urgently turned to Qiu Wufeng, preparing to persuade him further. But Qiu Wufeng, intent on preserving his life, offered no such opportunity. He swiftly distanced himself, declaring, "Old Ghost Jiang, this matter is a feud between your two families. I cannot involve myself. However, considering our long-standing friendship, I will arrange for some of my clan members to offer you proper burial rites after this matter concludes." The actions of the white-clad sword candidate were well known in Tiandu Mansion. His methods were exceedingly domineering. Anyone who dared to provoke him would find themselves facing total annihilation. His most renowned battle resulted in the complete destruction of the Tang family, leaving no trace of their residence intact, a truly terrifying feat. Therefore, he was even less inclined to risk his entire family as safety over such a trivial matter. Upon hearing Qiu Wufeng's words, Jiang Qian's expression darkened, and his heart sank to the depths. Initially, he felt his chances of defeating Jiang Qian were slim. Now, with Qiu Wufeng choosing to avoid battle, those odds had diminished even further. Just as Jiang Qian was at a loss for what to do, Qiu Wufeng turned to Jiang Qian, bowing slightly, and stated, "I have long held deep admiration for the white-clad sword candidate. Today's events are entirely the consequence of the Fengbai Jiang family's own actions. They have no bearing on my Qiu family. I hope young Master Chen can discern this. Regardless of the opponent's overwhelming strength, which posed a direct threat to him, the mere reputation of the Kangwu Jiang family was enough to instill profound respect, preventing him from daring to offend." Acknowledging that his mission was solely to annihilate the Fengbai Jiang family and avoiding any further complications, Jiang Chen nodded, "I have come solely to eradicate the Fengbai Jiang family. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Qiu Wufeng felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly departed, fearing that Jiang Chen might suddenly change his mind. Watching Qiu Wufeng leave, Jiang Qian felt a chill wash over him. At this point, his chances were too slim. He truly did not wish to continue fighting. After much contemplation, he prepared to explain, hoping to avoid the confrontation. "Young Master Chen, this is a misunderstanding." However, before he could finish, Jiang Chen had already lunged forward with his sword, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Whatever misunderstanding there was could wait until after the battle. The murderous intent was palpable, chilling to the bone. Realizing this, Jiang Qian understood that Jiang Chen was indeed not prepared to leave any escape route for him and his allies. Coming to this realization, he gritted his teeth, determination flashing across his face as he prepared to fight with all he had. Moments later, Jiang Qian was drenched in blood. His once magnificent robe lay in tatters, his hair disheveled, presenting a pitiful sight. Feeling his stamina rapidly depleting, he recognized that he could not outlast Jiang Chen. To avoid disaster and seek a glimmer of hope, he frantically glanced around at his panicking clan members, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? At this rate, I shall fall to this young man today." His words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly awakening the crowd. Indeed, if even the ancestors have perished, who within the clan could possibly contend with this aberration? Should that day arrive, it seems that none shall escape their fate. Contemplating this, although fear of his might gripped them, the members of the clan, for the sake of their lineage, mustered their courage and chose to join the fray. In an instant, a formidable assembly emerged, one at the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm, 5 at the Origin Sea level, and 15 at the Purple Mansion level. The entirety of the Fengbai Jiang family's resources were laid bare. The next moment, their energy surged forth, engulfing the surroundings and obliterating all in their path. Yet, In the face of this onslaught, Jiang Chun remained undeterred. Only Jiang Qian, the Star Wheel Master, could inflict some tangible harm upon him. The others could not even breach his defenses. Each artifact hurled at him was effortlessly caught barehanded. With a single, mighty punch, he shattered several profound-grade treasures. The relentless barrage of energy attacks rained down upon him, yet they were all absorbed by his astonishingly powerful physique. One that seemed far beyond the capabilities expected at this level. Not even his skin was breached. In stark contrast, Jiang Chun not only withstood these assaults with ease, emerging unscathed, but also dealt immense damage in return. With each strike, a life was extinguished. Jiang Chun was not taken aback by any of this. Armed with the ancient sacred body, the great sun refining body technique, and the exquisite earth-grade treasure bestowed upon him by the clan leader upon his appointment as the law enforcement team leader, his physical strength had reached an unfathomable level for ordinary cultivators. It is worth noting that typical practitioners of the Star Wheel or even the Moon will rarely focus on physical training, primarily concentrating on advancing their energy cultivation. Thus, Jiang Chun's physical prowess surpassed that of his peers by an extraordinary margin. He was akin to a humanoid artifact. Soon, the tumult of battle began to dwindle. Under the leadership of clan leader Jiang Konglen, many high-ranking members had already met their demise at Jiang Chun's hands. In a fleeting moment, only Jiang Qian and Jiang Chun remained. Witnessing the outstanding younger generation of his clan fall before him, Jiang Qian's eyes widened in profound despair. An overwhelming wave of negative emotion engulfed his spirit, rendering him vulnerable. This caused him, already at a disadvantage, to reveal a critical weakness. Jiang Chun discerned that his opponent was now at the end of his tether. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his sword and struck horizontally with great force. The chilling wind struck Jiang Qian, whose heart turned to ash, and he found no means of escape. His gaze betrayed an infinite despair as he could only watch the blade draw nearer. In the next moment, without encountering any unforeseen obstacles, the energy barrier shattered. His skin and flesh were torn apart. With a piercing sound, blood splattered, and his head was severed from his body. Jiang Chun coldly withdrew his artifact. Subsequently, to promptly report back to the clan leader, he began to extend his consciousness, swiftly surveying the surroundings to locate any surviving members of the Formidable Jiang family. Now, all cultivators above the innate realm had perished. Those fortunate enough to escape could only flee on foot. However, given their slow pace, how could they hope to evade capture? The outcome was already sealed. Before Jiang Chun's swift flight, none could hope to escape. Even those hiding deep underground would be found and ruthlessly slaughtered. Although these individuals pleaded for mercy, Jiang Chun remained unmoved. He had resolutely remembered the clan leader's orders: sever their bloodline. No survivors must remain. In his heart, the clan leader's command transcended all else. After a brief moment, the stronghold of the Formidable Jiang family fell into an eerie silence. After confirming that every member of the Formidable Jiang family had been eradicated, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. He then began to search the stronghold for all resources and treasures. With the Kangwu order in his possession, the immense storage space allowed him to collect any spirit stones, spirit herbs, artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and martial skills he encountered without hesitation, leaving no opportunity wasted. Once he had completely emptied the Formidable Jiang family, a look of contentment graced his face. Chapter 190, Jiang Chun's growth, Jiang Daoxuan's satisfaction. Subsequently, Jiang Chun realized that these spoils alone would not suffice to deter future threats. Therefore, he contemplated further arrangements to ensure absolute security. After a moment of thought, he departed from the scene. Instead of heading toward Kangwu Mountain, he chose to visit all the Star Wheel level forces in the vicinity, including the Qiu family where Qiu Wufeng resided. Upon Jiang Chun's sudden arrival, Qiu Wufeng was taken aback. He instinctively feared that Jiang Chun had changed his mind, thinking that the annihilation of the Formidable Jiang family was insufficient and that he intended to eradicate the Qiu family as well. However, just as tensions escalated, Jiang Chun quickly clarified his intentions. The Formidable Jiang family had secretly colluded with their clan S members, crossing the Kangwu Jiang family's bottom line. Merely exterminating the Formidable Jiang family members would not suffice to quell the wrath of the clan and the clan leader. Thus, he required these Star Wheel level forces to serve as representatives to inform the lower realms of the Origin Sea, Purple Mansion, and even innate families about today's events and to convey the Kangwu Jiang family's decree of extermination. Jiang Chun, as the law enforcement team leader of the Kangwu Jiang family, assured them that anyone who captured or killed the remnants of the Formidable Jiang family could come to Kangwu Mountain to claim their reward once their identity was verified. However, anyone who dared to ignore the Kangwu Jiang family's extermination order and privately harbor the remnants of the Formidable Jiang family would be considered an enemy of the Kangwu Jiang family. Listening to Jiang Qin's account, Qiao Wufeng felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that moment, he realized that the Fobai Jiang family was truly doomed. With the extermination order issued, which force would dare risk offending the Kangwu Jiang family to harbor the fortunate survivors of the Fobai Jiang family? Even those families that had previously been close to the Fobai Jiang family or had even intermarried with them would likely seize the opportunity to strike. After all, it is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. Qiao Wufeng would not overestimate the bottom line of those families. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, he, in a show of respect for the Kangwu Jiang family, did not dare to delay and promptly nodded in agreement, guaranteeing that the extermination order would be disseminated immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen felt reassured. Since the clan leader himself had decreed the severance of the Fobai Jiang family's bloodline, he would not allow any survivors to remain. All of this was merely a consequence of the avarice displayed by the higher-ups of that clan. The world operates under no absolute right or wrong, black or white. Only the gray that exists between the two. If the Kangwu Jiang family were to possess treasures yet lack strength, they would surely have been divided and consumed by surrounding forces long ago, leaving no remnants behind. The rise of the Kangwu Jiang family was not due to the benevolence of those forces, but rather a testament to the strength and tyrannical actions of their clan leader, which instilled fear in the neighboring forces, compelling them to respect and curry favor with the Kangwu Jiang family. Through months of experience and his time within the law enforcement team, Jiangchen had matured significantly, both in strength and character. Many things that he once found incomprehensible now appeared clear as day. This was his growth. Several hours later, as dusk descended and night enveloped the land, Jiangchen successfully returned to Kangwu Mountain. Upon reuniting with his clan, he did not dare to waste a moment and immediately proceeded to the family hall. When he met with the clan leader and recounted his experiences along the way, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. The decision to send Jiangchen alone to annihilate the Fobai Jiang family was not only due to Jiangchen's formidable strength but also an intention to provide him with experience. Now, he was exceedingly satisfied with Jiangchen's handling of the situation, finding no fault in his actions. Simultaneously, he recognized the transformation and growth within this young man. Several months prior, Jiangchen had been cast out after his Dantian was destroyed, forced to traverse the landscape until he returned to the doorstep of Wudong City. Later, along with Jiang Yan, he had followed Jiang Daoxuan to the Qinshan sect, where he unleashed a bloody rampage, slaying numerous disciples. Due to the overwhelming carnage, he had once experienced psychological discomfort, unable to suppress his nausea. Yet now, he could single-handedly eradicate a clan without batting an eyelash. The stark contrast elicited a smile of gratification from Jiang Daoxuan. The current Jiangchen had truly undergone a metamorphosis, drawing a clear line from his former self, appearing as an entirely different individual. Meanwhile, sensing the patriarch's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Jiangchen felt somewhat flustered, lowering his head to gaze vacantly at his toes. Despite his calm and decisive demeanor in front of outsiders, before the patriarch and the elders, he remained that same youthful figure from the past, unchanged in the slightest. Fortunately, this state of discomfort did not linger for long. In the next moment, a hearty laugh resonated through the hall. "Chinner, you have done remarkably well this time. Now that you have completed the task I assigned, have you thought about what reward you desire?" The clarity of rewards and punishments is a vital cornerstone for maintaining the stable development of a family. Hence, as the supreme authority of the clan, Jiang Daoxuan would naturally not choose to undermine this principle. Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this question at all. However, after a fleeting moment of thought, he quickly made his choice. He slightly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Patriarch, my parents passed away early, and it has been the family that raised me, investing considerable resources to teach me to read and practice martial arts, enabling me to become accomplished. When my Dantian was destroyed by the falling Maple sect, leaving me with nothing and returning home in a pitiful state, not a single brother or sister in the clan spoke harshly to me. Instead, they encouraged me. You even sought justice for me, who had lost my cultivation and become a cripple. Since then, I have long been indebted to the clan. Now that I have achieved a modicum of success, I wish to repay the family and contribute in ways within my capability. How could I shamelessly ask you for a reward? Patriarch, you once told me that cultivation is not solely for oneself, but also for the rise of the family. Allow me to return the sentiment. All my actions in this life are not for external gain, but for the family. Let's forego this reward, if there must be one. Please convert it into contribution points for those clan members with slightly less talent, for they are in greater need of such support than I." Jiangchen spoke earnestly, his words echoing resoundingly within the grand hall. At this moment, seeing Jiangchen refuse his goodwill, Jiang Daoxuan felt no anger. On the contrary, a deeper appreciation shone in his eyes. Such insight truly befitted the offspring he valued most. However, admiration aside, he was reluctant to let the young man suffer a loss. After all, it was rare to find a clan member so dedicated to the family's growth without any selfish motives. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly and promptly selected a reward for him. With a thought, radiant light illuminated the surroundings. Suddenly, a sword adorned with a black sheath appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. This sword was the Changeling, which he had replaced long ago. Jiang Chen, who had been looking down, instinctively raised his head upon sensing the commotion around him, gazing at the Changeling sword before him. Although its exterior appeared unremarkable and its rank was uncertain, he reasoned that since the patriarch had made an appearance, it could not be an ordinary item. Moreover, considering he already possessed a top-grade Earth-tier sword, it was unlikely the patriarch would present him with something of inferior rank. This implied that the treasure before him was most likely of heaven tier. At this thought, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he felt a tremor of excitement within. After all, even a low-grade heaven-tier artifact was enough to rival the Wuxiang realm. Typically, even the average Wuxiang true monarch wielded top-grade Earth-tier artifacts, with only the exceptional few obtaining a low-grade heaven-tier treasure. Yet, such a precious item appeared right before him. However, despite his astonishment and eagerness, rationality ultimately prevailed. Even with a heaven-tier artifact before him, he was still resolute in his refusal. Just as he prepared to voice his rejection, Jiang Daoxuan, having anticipated his intention, spoke first. Today, we have finalized the selection of the president for the Kangwu Chamber of Commerce. The chamber is currently in preparation, and once completed, it will engage in trade with numerous forces within the Tiandu prefecture, and even with other prefectures will not be difficult. At that time, I will naturally enhance the monthly allowances for all clan members. Therefore, you should accept this item with ease as a member of the law enforcement corps. Independent of the seven veins, you are not only responsible for the clan, but also for external matters. Such situations as today will undoubtedly arise again in the future. Perhaps you may even face life and death crises, but if you wield such a formidable weapon, it will surely bolster your safety, allowing you to navigate through many dangers. This is a responsibility towards your life, as well as towards the family. As Jiang Daoxuan elaborated, Jiang Chen felt embarrassed to refuse further. Quickly expressing his gratitude and accepting the changing sword, he held the sword to his chest, his right hand gripping the cold hilt, slowly drawing it forth. A crisp ringing sound resonated. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that the blade was transparent and formless. Yet, sensing the terrifying sharpness emanating from the sword, he could not help but shudder in surprise. Such a terrifying object, could it truly be a low-grade heaven-tier artifact? Having wielded a top-grade earth-tier sword for several months, Jiang Chen had developed a discerning eye. Thus he faintly sensed that this suspected low-grade heaven-tier sword's power was exceedingly heightened. With this realization, he anxiously turned to his patriarch and inquired, "Patriarch, what is the rank of this sword?" Jiang Daoxuan smiled. He chose not to keep him in suspense, but answered directly, "This sword is named Changjing, and as for its rank, it is a top-grade heaven tier. Does it meet your satisfaction?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's breath quickened. A top-grade heaven tier? What does that signify? Generally, only those fearsome beings of the celestial realm are qualified to possess such items. For the powerful Qilin dynasty, which is merely at the Wuxiang realm, there isn't a single one. For Jiang Chen, it felt like a legendary artifact. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with immense joy. He had initially thought it to be a low-grade heaven tier, but was astonished to discover he had underestimated his patriarch's generosity. His first offering was a top-grade heaven tier artifact, which the entire Qilin dynasty had never possessed. However, the true surprise was far from over. Suddenly, Jiang Daoxuan instructed, "Close your eyes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chen suppressed his astonishment and obediently shut his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded approvingly. He then extended a finger and placed it on Jiang Chen's forehead. With a surge of consciousness, in an instant, the cultivation methods for the repairing the heavens technique and the Zhoutian Star Dose Sutra flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. The decision to impart this precious technique and cultivation method was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for Jiang Daoxuan, but rather a long-considered plan. The 9 turns yin-yang technique requires one to be at the moon wheel realm to practice, which is beside the point. The repairing the heavens technique demands exceptionally high comprehension to master. It is not merely a matter of grasping the cultivation method to succeed immediately. Currently, among the Kangwu Mountain, only 4 individuals are most likely to succeed in this practice: Jiang Yi, Jiang Hao, Jiang Chen, and Jiang Han. All 4 possess remarkable comprehension, which is why Jiang Daoxuan intends to take turns imparting this knowledge to enhance their means of survival. After all, despite being fated, without growth, there remains the danger of demise. The former destined son of the Tang family in Tiandu, Tang Xian, was casually extinguished by him. This serves as a reminder for himself. The rationale for imparting the Zhou Tian Star Dose Sutra to Jiang Qin is even simpler. It is due to the exceedingly stringent requirements for cultivating the Zhou Tian Star Dose Sutra. To embark on this journey, one must have a formidable physical body. The only individual in the entire Jiang family who can meet this requirement, aside from Jiang Qin, is he himself. Furthermore, given Jiang Qin's current combat prowess, he ranks as the second strongest among the clan members. As the captain of the law enforcement corps, he is bound to engage in numerous battles in the future. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it is essential to enhance Jiang Qin's combat strength. This is also the primary purpose behind Jiang Daoxuan imparting the Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing. After 100 breaths, due to the brevity of time, Jiang Qin has yet to successfully master the technique of mending the heavens. Nevertheless, he has completed the cultivation of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing, successfully opening a meridian and forming a nascent star shape. However, opening just one meridian is already the limit of his physical body at present. Should he attempt to forcibly open a second meridian, he might risk bodily collapse. Realizing this, Jiang Qin hurriedly ceased his cultivation. He then turned to Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Among the knowledge transmitted moments ago, there were not only cultivation methods but also additional introductions. Setting aside the terrifying technique of mending the heavens, the Imperial tier Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing has utterly shattered his understanding. An Imperial tier technique? A method so rarely mentioned even in legends. How could it be in the hands of the clan leader? At that moment, Jiang Qin's youthful mind was struck by an unprecedented shock. He was deeply astonished. Frozen in place, his heart filled with myriad thoughts, yet he knew not where to begin. Observing Jiang Qin's expression, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly. To soothe Jiang Qin's emotions and bolster his confidence, he immediately revealed the words he had long prepared. This matter is a secret passed down through generations of the Jiang family, known only to each clan leader. Yet, this Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing is extremely difficult to cultivate. No previous clan leader has succeeded. Until now, I have shattered this curse of failure. Chapter 192. Is the Jiang family an imperial clan? With great power comes great responsibility. Jiang Daoxuan paused briefly before continuing. Our ancestors once said that when the Jiang family rises, we shall no longer adhere strictly to tradition and shall allow the Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing to be passed on to those within the clan who possess both talent and virtue. In the past, your cultivation was meager, and your character had not seen significant breakthroughs. Hence, I did not mention this matter. But now, you have proven your capability and character through your actions for the Jiang family. Choosing to forego rewards for the sake of the clan, this behavior has confirmed I have not misjudged you. At this moment, hearing Jiang Daoxuan's words, Jiang Qin felt a profound shock, abruptly lifting his head to gaze at his clan leader, his eyes revealing immense astonishment. He never anticipated that this extraordinarily terrifying Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing was not an accidental acquisition by the clan leader, but rather a legacy passed down from their ancestors. But how could this be? Jiang Qin fell into contemplation, questioning his very existence. As the leader of the enforcement team, he was naturally well-versed in the clan's rules and records, to the point of being able to recite them backward. It was precisely because of this familiarity that he found it difficult to comprehend. After all, within his ancestral lineage, not even an emperor had emerged, let alone a practitioner of the Yuanhai realm. It was only when the clan leader appeared that the current situation was shattered, creating a new history for the family. Wait, something seems amiss. Jiang Qin's mind raced. At that moment, recalling the various historical records in the clan's annals, he suddenly realized that his family might indeed be extraordinary. Because in the records, there was a complete void regarding the ancestors before they arrived at Wudong City. Upon this realization, Jiang Qin became even more certain he had uncovered a monumental secret. Thus, he anxiously turned to the clan leader and quietly asked, "Clan leader, where do our family's origins truly lie?" "Oh, you were rather quick to catch on, discovering this so swiftly." With that, Jiang Daoxuan's expression turned serious, the smile fading from his face. He then shifted his tone, speaking gravely. "Very well. Given the circumstances, I shall share this with you. Listen closely. Our Jiang family once boasted an unparalleled emperor. His surname was Jiang, and his name was Hengyu, revered as the Emperor Hengyu by all races. His might was unmatched, and he suppressed the world. The Zhou Tian Xingdou Jing is his ultimate body-refining technique. The pure yang Wujigong you are currently practicing is merely a precursor to another supreme chi-refining technique." These words struck like thunder. Jiang Qin's pupils dilated, fear coursing through him. Trembling, he extended his hands, lowering his gaze to his palms, incredulously muttering to himself, "So, our Jiang family is truly an imperial clan? I am a descendant of the emperor?" Observing Jiang Qin, the naive child gradually falling into a stupor, Jiang Daoxuan coughed a few times. He then placed a hand gently on Jiang Qin's shoulder, speaking solemnly. "Indeed, Our Jiang family is an imperial clan. The blood of the ancient emperor flows through us all. As these words resonated, Jiang Chen's eyes began to shine brightly once more. So that is how it is? In that moment, many previously incomprehensible matters were instantly clarified. No wonder the clan leader can produce so many incredible treasures. No wonder so many astonishing talents have recently emerged from the clan. It is because we are all descendants of the emperor. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his chest heaving with excitement, feeling an overwhelming surge of pride. At this moment, deep within his heart, an immense sense of pride welled up. I am of the imperial lineage, destined to rise above the masses and restore the glory of my ancestors. A sensation he had never experienced before flooded his being. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan spoke softly. Now that you are aware of this, you must remember, our ancestor Hengyu, who suppressed all races, made many enemies. When he fell, our Jiang family lost his protection, which incited those foes to seek revenge. For this reason, we Jiang family chose to conceal our origins, daring not to reveal them lightly, lest those forces discover and come to exterminate us, stealing our heritage. Thus, you must exercise caution in your words and actions in the future, never revealing this lightly. I trust you understand the implications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth within. He sensed the immense trust Jiang Daoxuan had in him. After all, such information, if disclosed, could easily lead to the family's destruction. Yet still, the clan leader chose to share this vital secret with him. Such trust was undeniably heartwarming. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately knelt on both knees, bowing before his elder. Lowering his head, he solemnly vowed, "Clan leader, I swear that I, Jiang Chen, will never disclose this matter. Should I betray this oath, I shall face the wrath of heaven, my soul obliterated, never to reincarnate." Before he could finish, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly interjected, "Foolish child, do not make such a harsh vow. I trust you completely. If, in the future, it is unavoidable and you inadvertently disclose this, it would merely be an inescapable fate for our Jiang family." This statement left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he was even more deeply moved. "Uncle." Jiang Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, his body trembling uncontrollably. His hands, which hung down, clenched the fabric of his robe tightly. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of care and affection, as if the person before him was not merely his clan leader, but a beloved uncle. He felt that the clan leader was exceedingly kind to him. With such regard, what should he do? Feeling conflicted, Jiang Chen ceased to speak further, silently engraving this in his heart, vowing not to let down the expectations of the one before him. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, softly stating, "A man should not shed tears lightly. There is no need for such display. Today's matter is merely to make you understand that we, members of the Jiang family, are never inferior to others. Remember, the blood of the emperor flows through our veins, and we bear the glory of the imperial clan. We shall never easily concede. Everything we do now is not merely to elevate the clan, but to revive it." Each word resonated deeply, stirring Jiang Chen's spirit. He raised his arm, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. His gaze grew brighter, a seed of belief taking root and sprouting within him. Reviving the family? Jiang Chen clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Uncle, I understand." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, stating that many matters within the family still require your attention. Apart from myself, your current strength already surpasses that of the clan. However, do not let pride take hold, for with greater power comes greater responsibility. Listening to the patient teachings of his family head, Jiang Chen raised his head, a look of enlightenment gradually appearing on his face. "Indeed, even though I can now slay star circles, I must maintain a humble heart in my quest for knowledge. My uncle is right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I must utilize this strength where it is needed and strive to contribute to the family's development." Chapter 193, Approaching the Alliance Competition. Changes within the Jiang family. Clan leader, I understand. Jiang Chen revitalized himself and promptly changed his address to a respectful form. Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "Now that you comprehend, go forth and do what you must. Should you find yourself in confusion, do not forget that behind you stands your family and myself." Jiang Chen nodded, immediately bowing to take his leave. Once Jiang Chen departed, Jiang Daoxuan reigned in his smile. Utilizing the glory of the imperial clan to ignite the opponent's fighting spirit was undoubtedly an excellent strategy. In the future, he could share this with the other fated ones. The imperial clan? Although not one at present, given time, he would undoubtedly lead the family to become an imperial clan. At that point, the name of the Jiang family would resound across realms, celebrated by countless races. 3 days later, Jiang Chen successfully mastered the sky repair technique and barely opened the second acupoint. His cultivation level also broke through to the 6th level of the Yuan-Si realm. Subsequently, he made his way to the family square. Under the admiring gazes of numerous clan members, Jiang Chen entered the clan tower for the first time. shortly thereafter. When he emerged, the rankings had dramatically shifted, causing an uproar among those present. First, 9th level, Jiang Daoxuan, combat power, 9 stars extreme. Second, 7th level, Jiang Chun, combat power, 7 stars strong. Third, 6th level, Jiang Ming, combat power, 6 stars extreme. Fourth, 6th level, Jiang Yin, combat power, 6 stars extreme. Aside from Jiang Daoxuan, the clan leader, another terrifying prodigy of 6th level or above had emerged in Kangwu Mountain. This moment not only astonished many clan members but also ignited their determination and provided them with a goal. The gap between themselves and the clan leader was indeed vast and hard to bridge, so they resolved to take Jiangchen as their target and move forward. This shared sentiment spontaneously arose within the hearts of many clan members. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yin, though foreseeing it, was still somewhat taken aback. 7 stars strong? Has Brother Chen truly reached such a level of strength? Due to the prolonged absence of combat, he had originally estimated Jiang Chen's combat power to be at the lower tier of 7 stars. However, the outcome far exceeded his expectations, as Jiang Chun had achieved 7 stars strong in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, he remained at 6 stars extreme. The disparity between them was glaring, and the result was self-evident. In the presence of the current Jiang Chun, it was uncertain whether he could last even 3 rounds. With this thought, Jiang Yan's desire to grow stronger was reignited. Not far away, in a corner, Jiang Ming sat on the ground. He raised his head to gaze at the ranking display in midair, seeing himself drop to 3rd place. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can he achieve 7 stars strong? How did Brother Chen cultivate to such a level?" Although he knew Jiang Chun would be formidable, he never anticipated him to be this powerful. It was worth noting that even he himself, with the aid of 2 Imperial level techniques and his comprehension of spear intent, had barely attained 6 stars extreme. What methods had this brother, whom he had met only a few times, employed to surpass him by such a margin? With this thought, Jiang Ming's curiosity deepened. However, rather than feeling defeated, this only fueled his fighting spirit. 7 stars? I will surely reach it soon. With Jiang Yin and Jiang Ming's spirits thoroughly ignited, the resolve of Jiang Zhuwei, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Yi was no less fervent. After all, apart from the clan leader, the first tier consisted merely of 6 stars combat power, with little difference among them. Yet, in such a scenario, the sudden emergence of the terrifying contender Jiang Chun immediately captured everyone's attention. Since surpassing the clan leader seemed daunting, let us set our sights on surpassing you. In an instant, the younger generation of the Jiang family began to stir. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained blissfully unaware of the monumental impact his ascent through the 7th level of the clan tower had caused within the family. Time flowed swiftly, and days passed like fleeting moments. Over 20 days later, with just a day remaining before the alliance competition began, the clan member strength had undergone a qualitative leap through rigorous training. The number of postnatal realm members surged from over 700 to 995, nearly breaking the 1,000 mark. However, this astonishing rate of increase was predicated on many postnatal members having already broken through to the innate level and thus not being counted. The total number of innate realm members had skyrocketed from 133 to 286, effectively doubling. As for the Purple Mansion realm, due to its high breakthrough difficulty, the number only rose from 25 to 38, comprising mostly 7 Pulse clan heads and elders, along with a few clan members. Jiang Daoyan, with the aid of abundant family resources, broke through to the 5th level of the Yuan-Si realm and comprehended the small completion of Sword Intent. The Grand Elder Jiang Hongguang also broke through to the 7th level of the Yuan-Si realm with the assistance of substantial resources. Gu Xingzhan, fortunate enough to break through to the 2nd level of the Star Circle realm, had experienced subtle insights into the perfect sword intent through continuous sparring with Jiang Zhuwei, showing signs of impending breakthroughs. As for the fated members, Jiang Shan, after taking the Tongxin Golden Pill to enhance his aptitude, surged forward, reaching the 1st level of the innate realm. Jiang Zhuwei, understanding the significance of cultivation, dedicated herself to rigorous training over time, achieving the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. With the enhancement of her innate sword body and clear sword heart, her swordsmanship dramatically surged, reaching the level of perfect sword intent. Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi, the 2 brothers, reached the 2nd level of the Yuan-Si realm and the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, respectively. Jiang Ming, utilizing 2 Imperial level techniques along with 2 mysterious treasures, made remarkable strides in his strength. In less than a month, he advanced from the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm to the 4th level of the Yuan-Si realm. His spear talent was fully developed, reaching the level of great mastery in spear intent. Jiang Yin successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Yuan-Si realm, standing alongside Grand Elder Jiang Hongguang. However, in preparation for the alliance competition, they had not devoted excessive time to alchemy, thus retaining their status as junior one-pattern alchemists. Jiang Daoxuan opened his third acupoint, manifesting the third star embryo, enhancing his physical power once more. His cultivation level shattered the confines of the Yuan Sea realm. Reaching the first level of the Star Circle realm, he became the second true practitioner in the clan after Jiang Daoxuan. During this period, he also successfully grasped the small completion of Sword Intent with the help of the Wordless Sword Scroll, mastering many martial techniques to perfection. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, wandering in the Shanhai mansion, had astonishingly reached the fourth level of the Star Circle realm. As for Jiang Daoxuan, the clan leader, he had opened 12 acupoints, manifesting 12 star embryos. His cultivation level broke through to the 9th level of the Moon Circle realm, just a step away from the Sun Circle realm. According to his estimation, he would need no more than 3 days to complete the breakthrough and ascend to the Sun Circle realm. Chapter 194, Gathering at the Big Dipper. The 4 family ancestors arrive. In summary, the changes within the Jiang family during this period have been nothing short of remarkable. The progress made in just over 20 days is equivalent to the cumulative efforts of many factions over decades. All of this stems from the spiritual environment of Kangwu Mountain, along with the cultivation methods and resources available. In a few years, or even over a decade, such transformations will reach even more exaggerated heights. By then, it is likely that, apart from infants, everyone will attain the Purple Mansion realm. Even the pets raised within the clan will find breakthroughs to the Purple Mansion realm to be no challenge at all. Even the creatures dwelling upon the lofty Kangwu Mountain are subtly transformed into various spiritual beast clans under such an abundant aura of spiritual energy. At this juncture, the future of the Kangwu Jiang family appears to be a path paved with unending brilliance. Concurrently, through the collaborative efforts of the 4 formidable factions, the Qinshan sect, the Bihai family, the Tianyu sect, and the Qihun sect, the construction of Kangwu City has exceeded all expectations. The initial framework is now complete, with the outer sections already established. The surface of the colossal city walls is adorned with numerous golden runes, emanating a dazzling radiance that captivates all who behold it. These formations have been meticulously arranged by both array masters and spiritual rune masters. Within the entire expanse of Kangwu City, a powerful anti-flight formation has been set in place. Any cultivator below the Star Wheel realm attempting to enter will find themselves grounded, compelled to enter on foot. Should a Star Wheel or Moon Wheel cultivator choose to forcefully breach the array, it would not be overly challenging. However, it is understood that such an unwise choice would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Kangwu Jiang family. The consequences of inciting the white-clad sword marquee are well known to all. Hence, even if a Star Wheel cultivator occasionally arrives, they dare not rely on their cultivation level to brazenly charge through, opting instead to enter the city with humility. In addition to the anti-flight formation, a defensive formation has also been established within, utilizing numerous precious materials from the 4 factions to withstand repeated assaults from Moon Wheel cultivators. Nevertheless, while the formations are complete, the residential areas within Kangwu City are still under construction, having achieved only 70% of the progress. In contrast, the construction of Beta Mountain has been fully realized, featuring numerous observation platforms and 7 grand arenas, perfectly aligning with the 7 branches of the Kangwu Jiang family, anticipating the gathering of numerous factions, many of whom will bring their juniors to observe. Each arena has also been equipped with shielding formations to prevent the leakage of power during battles. As the time approaches for the Grand Alliance competition, all preparations have been meticulously arranged. Even factions from distant lands have arrived ahead of time, temporarily resting in the completed areas of Kangwu City. During this interlude, cultivators from various factions gather and eagerly discuss the forthcoming competition, with many wandering cultivators drawn by reputation, hoping to witness this grand event that is set to shake the very foundations of Tiandu Prefecture. Thus, as the crowd eagerly anticipates, the second day arrives, the official commencement of the Grand Alliance competition. The skies over Beidu Mountain are clear, devoid of clouds. Numerous Moon Wheel-level factions have been invited, and the gathering of people transforms the previously tranquil setting into a vibrant scene. Familiar faces among the various factions engage in animated conversations. Brother Wang, what do you anticipate regarding the outcomes of this Grand Alliance competition? While it is difficult to say for all, the question of first place is devoid of suspense or controversy. Oh, do you also believe the recent tale? Jiang family's prodigy, Jiang Daoxuan, purportedly slayed the Star Wheel ancestor of the Fengbai Jiang family with his Yuanhai realm prowess. Such an unbelievable rumor seems almost fictional. Haha. This incident was witnessed firsthand by the ancestor of the Fengbai Chiu family. How could it be false? It appears Jiang Daoxuan is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Although I have recently reached the Yuanhai realm, I believe I could not withstand even a single strike from him. Alas, with the white-clad sword marquis and now Jiang Chun emerging as such a talent, the fortune of the Kangwu Jiang family is undeniably formidable. They truly deserve their rise. Currently, none among the four factions possesses such terrifying combat prowess, rendering the question of the first place victor a foregone conclusion. It shall undoubtedly belong to Jiang Chun. I concur with this sentiment. While the prodigies from the other four factions are indeed formidable, they pale in comparison to Jiang Chun. And what of second place? Who do you believe stands the best chance? In my estimation, it shall be the Zhao family. Otherwise, I suspect it may be the young prodigy from the Qilin sect. The discussion intensifies, with voices overlapping in spirited debate. Amidst the surrounding clamor, Ding Xian finds himself astonished. Not long ago, Jiang Chun was merely an unremarkable talent. Yet now, in just a few months, he has achieved what others could not in decades. With his singular deed of annihilating the foe by Jiang family, he has ascended to become one of the most distinguished prodigies in Tiandu Prefecture. The individuals surrounding him, who once seemed like towering figures, now feel dwarfed before the monumental presence of the Kangwu Jiang family. Such an astounding transformation is almost unfathomable for Ding Xian. In just a few months, what might transpire in a few years or decades under the astute leadership of the illustrious Jiang family head? In that moment, Ding Xian's heart swells with admiration, realizing that aligning himself with the Jiang family head was indeed the wisest of choices. As for Sima Nan, a narrow-minded individual, far inferior to the Jiang family head, Ding Xian scoffs at the thought of following him. At this moment, his mind is consumed by a singular thought. After wandering for half a lifetime, he only laments not having encountered a true leader sooner. Not long thereafter, a radiant light streaks across the sky. As it draws nearer, its true form is revealed to be an exquisitely luxurious treasure ship, teeming with figures. At that moment, 3 men and 1 woman disembark from the ship, standing majestically in the air, exuding a formidable aura. This presence spreads through the crowd, causing those engaged in conversation to gasp in astonishment, unable to contain their awe. It is the ancestors of the 4 alliance families. For Moonwheel Realm figures have descended together. That is the ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhaozhen. I have had the fortune of meeting him once. And there is Zhang Lingning, the ancestor of the Tianyao sect. I see our Qishan sect's ancestor, Yu Ming, has also arrived. And that is Lu Qiangho, the ancestor of the Qihun sect. As the crowd identifies the 4 esteemed figures, each recognition is met with exclamations of wonder. Even though those present hail from Moonwheel-level factions, the Moonwheel ancestors are extraordinarily esteemed beings rarely encountered. Thus, even they find it challenging to meet these towering figures in Tiandu Prefecture. Meanwhile, high above, the 4 do not acknowledge the astonishment below. Instead, they sweep their consciousness over the scene, easily discerning the current circumstances. It seems most of our old friends have arrived. Though we do not see the figure of the Alliance Lord, perhaps we have come a tad too early, since we have already arrived at Beidou. What is the harm in waiting a little longer? It would be delightful to reconnect with these old acquaintances. The discussion concluded, they prepare to descend. However, as they approach within 10 meters of the ground, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly emanates from a nearby location, sweeping across the entire area. The 4 halt abruptly, their expressions turning grave. In an instant, the entire venue falls silent. Numerous cultivators feel their hair stand on end, instinctively holding their breath, too fearful to utter a word. The aura is simply too formidable. It feels as if they are confronting an unfathomable abyss, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Following this instinctual sensation, everyone turns their gaze toward the source. There, a figure clad in white approaches, leading a group of individuals. His visage is like that of a jade crown, radiating warmth, a true gentleman. With an ethereal demeanor, he exudes an aura that feels like a gentle spring breeze, unforgettable to all. The newcomer is none other than the head of the Kangwu Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. Following him are the participants of the competition, Jiang Chen, Jiang Yin, Jiang Ming, Jiang Jiwei, Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, and others. At this moment, upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Daoxuan's countenance, a singular realization regarding his identity surged within the hearts of all present. The white-clad sword marquis, the scion of the Kangwu Jiang clan, had arrived. As the multitude of cultivators experienced a profound tremor of their spirits, not only the venerable ancestors of the 4 factions, but also all the moon cycle true masters from various forces present, could not help but become ensnared by the moment, their expressions shifting dramatically. Just a distant glance at that extraordinary and imposing figure revealed to them an astonishing and intense stirring deep within their souls. An alarm bell rang in their minds, as an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped them. Recognizing this, the crowd first exhibited incredulity, then could not restrain their awe, merely through his aura. He could render us so utterly subdued. Jiang Daoxuan's cultivation is indeed formidable. Is he truly merely of the moon cycle, and not the sun cycle? In that instant, All moon cycle cultivators present found themselves in a state of existential doubt, lamenting that the name of the white-clad sword marquis was truly well-deserved. Witnessing him today, they realized it surpassed all rumors, even transcending their expectations. Subsequently, this intense pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Daoxuan reigned in his aura, and as it faded, the crowd felt an immense relief wash over them, as if a great weight had been lifted. They then comprehended that this was likely a display of strength intended to establish dominance. As the onlookers gradually regained their composure, a group of young men and women aboard their flying vessels remarked, "No wonder our ancestors from the four clans willingly lower themselves to take this white-clad sword marquis as their leader. Such power is indeed extraordinary. This level of cultivation must have reached a transformative stage, and even if he has not yet broken through to the sun cycle, he is surely but a step away. To be led by such a formidable entity instills a profound sense of security." All present were prodigious figures from the four great factions, possessing considerable cultivation levels, with their techniques and resources of considerable value. Thus, their standards were inherently elevated. Yet, in this moment, they could not help but be awed by Jiang Daoxuan's overwhelming might. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, the powerful invariably garner the admiration of the weaker. Moreover, for their own factions to thrive under the watchful gaze of the Lord, they would need to seek the protection of the Jiang clan. Consequently, their reverence for Jiang Daoxuan, their leader, intensified like an unceasing torrent. As the shock subsided and the atmosphere softened, their gazes turned to Jiang Chun and the others behind Jiang Daoxuan. These must be our opponents? All present were the cream of their respective clans or sects, all under the age of 30, having been nurtured with abundant resources from a young age. Coupled with various forms of training, even the least among them had attained the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The strongest among them was Zhao Yuqing from the Bihai Zhao clan, who had recently broken through to the 6th level of the Yuan-Si realm. His combat prowess was astonishing, suspected of rivaling the Star Cycle True Masters. As all these individuals were at least in the Purple Mansion realm, they possessed spiritual awareness. A mere glance at Jiang Qin and his companions revealed that each of them surpassed the Purple Mansion realm. Upon this realization, the crowd was taken aback, scarcely believing their own perceptions. What sorcery is at play here? So many young cultivators of the Purple Mansion? How has the Jiang clan achieved this? Each of them represented a substantial investment of resources from their respective factions, and such cultivation typically required over 2 decades to reach their current levels. Yet, the sheer number of young Purple Mansion cultivators from the Jiang clan was staggering, shattering their comprehension and plunging them into confusion. Not only that, but they had previously held a sense of superiority due to their own cultivation, yet upon witnessing such talents in abundance within the Jiang clan, their arrogance evaporated, leaving only incredulity and awe. What on earth is happening? Besides Jiang Chun, how could the Jiang clan possess so many prodigious figures? One individual's expression grew particularly grave. Even from a distance, he could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from these young talents. However, the astonishment did not end there. In the next moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that person cannot be older than 16. This remark immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Following the direction indicated, they hurriedly looked over. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that amidst the towering figures stood a somewhat shorter silhouette. It was a youth with skin as fair as jade. His spiritual awareness was thwarted, making it impossible to discern his cultivation level, which undoubtedly indicated that he was at least a Purple Mansion cultivator. Realizing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain their exclamations. A Purple Mansion cultivator so young? How could he have cultivated so swiftly? Was he perhaps born into it? Had he been cultivating since the womb? Unless witnessed firsthand, such a feat is truly hard to believe. At my age, I had yet to even reach the innate stage. Alas, the Jiang clan truly is a place of exceptional talents, producing prodigies one after another. It is truly uncertain how far they will ascend in the future. It appears now that this competition may not be as straightforward as we had imagined. What awaits us may very well be a fierce battle. The crowd recognized the gravity of the situation, feeling a sudden weight of challenge. In their hearts, they lost all confidence regarding the upcoming alliance competition, entirely devoid of assurance. The Jiang clan truly does not adhere to conventional norms. Meanwhile, sensing the probing gazes of the crowd, Jiangchen and the others were also aware. However, after casting a casual glance at those aboard the flying vessel, they quickly averted their gazes, showing no sign of concern. After all, for them, the world's talents can be categorized into 2 types, those within the clan and those outside. There is no basis for comparison between the two. They were not foolish. Having acquired a wealth of intelligence, they understood just how formidable their own talents were. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that any one of them, if taken outside, would be an unequivocal top-tier prodigy. Even within the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty, such superlative talents were exceedingly rare. This understanding was deeply ingrained within them. Thus, they regarded these individuals with little regard, deeming them unworthy even of being considered rivals. At this juncture, only those of their own kin could truly stand as worthy opponents. After a brief moment, Jiang Daoxuan led the group to the observation platform. Observing this, numerous factions seized the opportunity to approach and exchange pleasantries, eager to establish a rapport. However, before they could utter a word, an exceedingly peculiar sound erupted from above. The crowd was taken aback, looking up to behold a colossal flying spirit beast, exuding a fierce aura characteristic of the star cycle realm. Upon its back was a lavishly constructed pavilion, at the center of which sat a resplendent throne encrusted with gemstones. At that moment, Sima Nan was seated upon the throne, commanding the spirit beast to soar swiftly. Behind him stood Sima Xian, Zhao Hu, and several star cycle leaders. Upon witnessing the Lord's sudden arrival, the previously lively scene was abruptly doused with cold water, falling into an instant silence. After all, the relationship between the court and the sects had become exceedingly fraught. Naturally, there was little to discuss between the two parties. Observing this development, Sima Nan smirked coldly and summoned the spirit beast to descend. Following its master's command, the beast swiftly landed. As its limbs touched the ground, a resounding thud echoed. A chilling gust swept through, causing those nearby to instinctively recoil. This prompted discontent among the star cycle and moon cycle figures present, yet before they could voice their grievances, Sima Nan elegantly waved his sleeve and gracefully dismounted from the spirit beast. He landed smoothly, facing the crowd, his head held high, exuding an air of aloofness as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swiftly traversed the multitude of moonwheel masters until it settled upon Jiang Daoxuan. Chapter 196, Sima Xian's Discontent. The matter of marriage. Sima Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a moment to appraise the situation. Soon, a realization dawned upon him, and he smiled. Chief Jiang? It seems this is our first meeting today. You truly possess an extraordinary demeanor, far surpassing the rumors. In recent days, he had heard much about Jiang Daoxuan, feeling a profound connection even before their encounter. Had it not been for pressing official duties, I would have visited Kangwu Mountain long ago. Responding with a wave of his hand, Jiang Daoxuan said casually, "It is merely the flattery of outsiders, master of the mansion. You are too kind." Sima Nan merely smiled ambiguously. He then shifted his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan's rear. His eyes swiftly scanned the area until they landed on Jiang Jiwei. Having previously received a transmission from Zhao Hu, he recognized her instantly. Initially intending to speak, he was taken aback after casually probing with his consciousness. The revelation struck him. Purple Mansion? This outcome left Sima Nan profoundly astonished, for he recalled that when Zhao Hu returned from Kangwu Mountain, he reported that Jiang Jiwei was merely a postnatal realm cultivator. How had she suddenly transformed into a Purple Mansion cultivator? Could it be that Zhao Hu had lied? No. That was implausible. Sima Nan understood Zhao Hu's character well enough to dismiss any suspicion of deceit over trivial matters. Eliminating that possibility left him with a seemingly improbable conclusion. Jiang Jiwei not only possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship but also boasted formidable cultivation aptitude, truly remarkable. To achieve such rapid breakthroughs, ascending from the postnatal realm to the Purple Mansion in such a short span was astonishing. As Sima Nan's heart trembled with excitement, a fervent thought ignited within him. Such an extraordinary woman must belong to the Sima family. If she were to marry my son, her immense talent would undoubtedly strengthen our bloodline, yielding exceptionally gifted offspring. In that moment, Sima Nan's urgency regarding the marriage alliance intensified. After all, Jiang Jiwei had already demonstrated her formidable aptitude. It was merely a matter of time before she caught the attention of influential figures. Once exposed to their gaze, his claim would vanish, rendering it too late for him. Resolving this, Sima Nan turned to his son, Sima Xian, who was wide-eyed, brimming with greed as he fixated on Jiang Jiwei. Excitement etched on his face, even drooling slightly, witnessing his son's unrestrained impatience. Sima Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially with so many onlookers. Reluctant to chastise him openly, he resorted to his consciousness to pull Sima Xian from his trance. Upon regaining his composure, Sima Xian felt the scorching gazes from all directions and quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiwei frowned slightly, a hint of distaste flickering in her eyes. Ever since awakening her sword heart talent, her understanding of swordsmanship deepened, and her sensitivity to the emotions of living beings heightened. From Sima Xian, she sensed an overwhelming aura of possessiveness, greed, and other repugnant emotions that made her feel nauseous. Simultaneously, both Sima Xian's disgraceful demeanor and Jiang Jiwei's subtle expression were noticed by Jiang Chen. As the elder brother, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Sima Nan. Master of the mansion, may I ask who this is beside you? Sima Nan recognized Jiang Qin from the recent portraits of prodigies he had collected. Although unsure why he questioned him, he remained patient, considering the marriage proposal. This is my son, Sima Qian. Before he could finish, Jiang Qin interjected. As the son of the master of the mansion, he should have received the finest education and understand the principles of propriety. Why then does he display such lack of decorum, appearing as if he has never encountered a woman before? Had you not revealed his identity, I would almost suspect he had intruded upon us. This remark caused Sima Nan's countenance to darken. As the master of the Tiandu mansion, countless factions acted according to his whims, not daring to provoke him. Yet now, in front of everyone, he was mocked by a mere junior, leaving him utterly humiliated. For a moment, Sima Nan felt a surge of rage. In the past, he might have retaliated with violence, but considering the marriage alliance, he restrained himself. Summoning all his patience, he forced a painful smile. His mother passed away early, and in his youth, he was quite undisciplined. But with proper guidance, he will surely mend his ways. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort and withdrew his gaze. Aware that the clan leader was present, he refrained from further provocation. Having been reprimanded, Sima Qian lost interest in admiring the beauty and glared at Jiang Qin with resentment. Jiang Qin remained unfazed by the murderous glare directed at him. If not for Sima Nan's presence, a mere breath from him could have dispatched this worthless opponent. Meanwhile, noticing that Sima Qian's attention had finally shifted away from her, Jiang Jiwei relaxed and sighed in relief. She then turned to Jiang Qin, conveying her gratitude with a glance. Jiang Qin waved his hand as if to say no need for thanks, it was a mere effort. On the other side, Sima Nan's patience was wearing thin. He no longer wished to linger, fearing that unforeseen events might draw more attention to the terrifying talent of Jiang Jiwei. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan and clasped his hands. Chief Jiang, to speak candidly, I have come today not only to witness the grand competition, but also for another matter. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted slightly. Oh, pray tell. Sima Nan spoke in a low voice. Since my son saw the portrait of your esteemed junior, Jiang Jiwei, from Captain Zhao, he has been unable to eat or sleep properly. Chapter 197. The conflict before the grand competition. Now that my son is unmarried, I, as his father, have come to propose a marriage alliance between our families. What say you? As Sima Nan's voice echoed, a powerful aura erupted, swiftly enveloping the entire Beta Mountain. Boom. Upon sensing this, all the Star Wheel and Moon Wheel realm experts present changed their expressions drastically. Even the four family patriarchs wore solemn looks. For within this aura lay an essence of power that evidently reached the pinnacle of the Moon Wheel realm, even mixed with a hint of the Sun Wheel realm's energy. Everyone understood what this implied. Sima Nan had one foot firmly planted in the Sun Wheel realm. He was a half-step Sun Wheel cultivator. Such overwhelming might was beyond that of the Moon Wheel realm. It would not take long before he could take that final step and ascend directly to the Sun Wheel realm, becoming the sole Sun Wheel cultivator within the Tiandu mansion. Realizing this, the four family patriarchs exhibited expressions of enlightenment. No wonder he dared to propose a marriage alliance despite knowing Jiang Mengzhu's prowess. It turned out he had such formidable backing. Soon, they felt a wave of trepidation within themselves. If the alliance leader were to bow to the might of his counterpart and truly promise to wed a junior member of his clan to Sima Qian, uniting the two families through marriage, what would be the purpose of this alliance? Would it not become a jest? At this moment, under the anxious scrutiny of countless gazes, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, as if the overwhelming aura had no effect on him. He did not rush to respond, but merely cast a casual glance at Sima Qian. Through the power of the Chaos Dao Eye, he instantly discerned the man's poor comprehension and innate qualities. Reflecting on the recent events, he shook his head, stating, I shall not interfere in matters of kinship. It is entirely up to their own choices. Jiwei, what is your perspective on this matter? Jiang Jiwei, clutching her sword, bore a frigid countenance, akin to an ancient, unmelting glacier. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, she replied curtly, This man cannot even withstand a single strike from me. How does he possess the qualifications to be my husband? Moreover, I have long since resolved to wield this 7-foot sword for my entire life. Thus I have never contemplated matters of romance, nor do I harbor any interest in them. Her words, laden with disdain, instantly wounded Sima Qian's pride. Shattering his defenses, he recalled Zhao Hu's earlier remark that Jiang Jiwei was merely at the 4th level of the acquired realm. Although his own aptitude was lacking, with his father's assistance, he had managed to reach the 1st level of the innate realm. The disparity in their strengths was already vast. How dare the other party, relying on such meager power, make bold claims about not being able to withstand a single strike? Sima Qian, who valued his reputation greatly, could not tolerate such humiliation. Resolving to retaliate, he raised his head defiantly and declared, A single strike? You Young lady, speak with such audacity. Are you willing to battle me? I wish to see how you intend to defeat me with just one blow. With that, he swiftly retrieved a treasure left to him by his father from his spatial ring. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. As cultivators of the Purple Mansion, they could easily discern Sima Qian's realm of cultivation. Yet, with such a feeble level of power, he dared to challenge someone who had already attained the Purple Mansion realm? This lad truly did not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. He was courting death. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan furrowed her brows, instinctively wanting to teach him a lesson. However, recalling that the mansion lord, Sima Nan, was present, she opted to restrain herself to avoid causing trouble for her family. With a frosty expression, she coldly replied, "To battle me at your current level of cultivation would only invite humiliation upon yourself. Better to train for another decade." What was intended as a word of caution fell on Sima Qian's ears like a sharp rebuke. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He was about to make a move when Sima Nan's voice rang out in interruption. Enough. At this point, he could no longer bear to watch. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he had realized that Jiang Daoxuan had already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. He could not allow his son to embarrass himself in public. With the sound of his voice, akin to a thunderclap, Sima Qian froze, turning to his father with a face full of resentment. But, before he could finish, Sima Nan interrupted, "I have advised you to practice diligently, yet you only seek pleasure. Now, look at her. She has already reached the Purple Mansion realm, while you remain in the innate realm. How can you possibly contend with her? Purple Mansion realm?" Sima Qian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this young lady could break through to the Purple Mansion so swiftly. It was utterly absurd. When did breaking through to the Purple Mansion become so effortless? Initially lost in a state of existential doubt, he soon recalled the formidable aspects of Purple Mansion cultivators. Realizing he could not compete, and wishing to avoid public disgrace, he chose to swallow his pride, lowering his head and retreating behind Sima Nan. At this juncture, Sima Nan had also abandoned any thoughts of proposing marriage. He intended to wait until after the grand competition concluded to demonstrate his power before the multitude and thoroughly subdue the Jiang family. Should Jiang Daoxuan remain obstinate and refuse to accept Sima Qian's courtship of Jiang Daoxuan, he would take matters into his own hands. As long as he could enhance the bloodline foundation of the Sima family, bringing in a new branch was not out of the question. With these thoughts, Sima Nan snorted coldly and chose not to linger, sweeping his hand and departing without delay. Sima Qian, Zhao Hu, and the others immediately followed suit. Once Sima Nan and his group departed for the viewing platform, the four clan elders hastily approached, encircling Jiang Daoxuan. Although they had just witnessed the formidable strength of the alliance leader, it was still only an aura and not a display of true power. Coupled with Sima Nan's former reputation and his current half-step to the Sun Realm cultivation, they could not help but feel a wave of concern. Alliance leader, you have offended Sima Nan today. Given his vengeful nature, it is likely you will face his retribution in the future. Indeed, considering the current circumstances, he might soon break through to the Sun Realm, and at that time, he may specifically target the Jiang family of Kangwu. Why must we worry so? Since the alliance was established, has it not been destined to be targeted by these court lackeys? The crowd murmured among themselves. Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall build a dam. I am eager to see what sort of surprises our mansion lord will bring us. His words exuded a strong sense of confidence. This confidence permeated the crowd, easing their expressions and alleviating their anxieties. However, soon after, they could not help but wonder. How could the alliance leader remain unperturbed in the face of Sima Nan, who was on the cusp of the Sun Realm? Did he harbor some hidden trump card? Just as the crowd was mired in confusion, Jiang Daoxuan had already led his clan members to the viewing platform. As time passed, all invited moon wheel level powers arrived. Under the watchful eyes of numerous cultivators, the elders of the four families took turns to speak, culminating in Jiang Daoxuan's address. After delivering some formally worded remarks, he continued, "This grand event would be somewhat wasteful if only our 5 families participated. Since everyone has brought their juniors, merely spectating would not suffice. Why not join together in this grand competition? The alliance competition's family task is scored based on the overall performance of the clan members. The higher the score, the greater the rewards. However, if only the 5 families of the alliance were to compete, the scale would be too small, inevitably leading to lower task scores. Thus, Jiang Daoxuan amended the competition rules, preparing to include all moon wheel level forces in Tiandu Prefecture. As for the number of participants, there was no need for concern. After all, this large-scale event, drawing the attention of the masses, had compelled each major force to bring their finest juniors to witness the occasion. Chapter 198. The 7 Grand Arenas. The competition begins. With Jiang Daoxuan's adjustment of the rules, the scale of the alliance competition has undoubtedly surpassed the grand Tiandu competition held by the court in previous years. After all, the victor of the Tiandu competition would gain entry into the court's academy. For many sects and families, this was akin to extracting their lifeblood and undermining their foundations. Therefore, they could never send their best juniors to participate in the Tiandu competition lest they be recruited by the court. However, this time, the alliance competition was different. Since it was organized by sects and families, many forces felt at ease. Thus, this competition could be considered the largest event in Tiandu Prefecture in recent years. On the other side, upon hearing that Jiang Daoxuan had transformed the original 5-family competition into one that encompassed all Moon Wheel level participants, the elders of the alliance were taken aback. But once they regained their composure, they nodded in agreement, expressing their support. After witnessing the formidable presence of this alliance leader, they were already completely convinced. Therefore, they had no reason to reject any decision, as long as it did not harm the interests of their 4 families. At this moment, the senior members of all present forces felt a jolt of interest in their hearts. Thus, it seems that this grand competition presents an excellent opportunity for the younger generation to broaden their horizons. If the higher-ups are so enthusiastic, the youth from various factions are even more so. They cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Setting aside the desire for accolades, merely participating offers substantial rewards. With so many factions observing, if one can truly showcase their talents, it is sure to attract attention and perhaps even lead to fame with a single victorious battle. Such a dual reward of reputation and fortune is irresistible to these impassioned youths. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan began to announce the rules of the alliance competition. 7 platforms. Anyone present can ascend the platform to defend their title. As long as the defender remains undefeated for the duration of 4 incense sticks, they will advance. This process will be repeated 4 times, ultimately selecting 28 participants, from 28 to 14, and then from 14 to 7. Among the 7, one will have a bye, leading to a final 3. The victorious 3, along with the one who had a bye, will form a quartet. This will further reduce to 2 for the semi-finals. In the final showdown, 2 contenders will vie for the top honor. The rules are straightforward and easily comprehensible. Everyone nodded in understanding. Just when the crowd thought the announcements were concluded, Jiang Daoxuan revealed an extraordinary surprise. As the host, the Jiang family could not be without their own contributions. Additional rewards were established. Every successful defender would receive a yuan-boosting pill. Those who advanced to the top 28 would receive a cleansing pill. The top 14 would gain a low-grade Earth-tier medicinal herb. The top 7 would be awarded a low-grade Earth-tier magical artifact. The top 3 would receive a mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact. The one who secures first place would be rewarded with a mid-grade Earth-tier medicinal herb, a high-grade Earth-tier cultivation technique, and an extra mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact. Although Jiang Daoxuan could have offered artifacts of the highest Earth tier or even heavenly tier, he chose to maintain a lower profile, only presenting mid-grade Earth tier artifacts, which corresponded to the Moon Wheel realm perfectly within his capabilities. As his voice echoed, the atmosphere instantly erupted. Though such rewards may seem trivial to Jiang Daoxuan, they are exceptionally precious to others. The yuan-boosting pill and cleansing pill are both exquisite Xian-tier elixirs. Yet due to the extreme difficulty of their refinement and the rarity of materials, their value rivals that of some low-grade Earth-tier pills. Such unique and costly elixirs are seldom encountered, and obtaining one is already a tremendous feat. Yet, this white-clad sword marquis has declared that every successful defender will receive one. In addition to the low-grade Earth-tier medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, and even mid-grade Earth-tier artifacts, this generosity could potentially exhaust the resources of an entire Moon Wheel faction. Many of the strongest individuals from various factions, the esteemed Moon Wheel realms, might not even possess a single mid-grade Earth-tier magical artifact. Yet, this white-clad sword marquis has generously offered 3. Consequently, the shockwaves this announcement created were immensely powerful. Almost everyone was left astonished, momentarily frozen in place. However, as they gradually regained their composure, the venue became a cacophony of excitement. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, fists clenched, brimming with fighting spirit. At that moment, they yearned to secure their rankings and claim their rewards. While it was widely accepted that Jiang Chen would likely take first place, leaving others feeling somewhat regretful, the allure of the rewards for the other positions remained immensely tempting. Simultaneously, the elders of the 4 factions wore expressions of astonishment. Such a grand gesture was unprecedented. This Jiang alliance leader truly possesses remarkable audacity. Was this action a testament to his faith in his family's strength, or merely a tactic to garner prestige? The confusion in the eyes of the onlookers deepened as they struggled to fathom Jiang Daoxuan's intentions. At this moment, Sima Nan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Though he had fortuitously acquired an immensely powerful high-grade Earth-tier magical artifact, mid-grade Earth-tier artifacts were still exceedingly precious in his eyes. After all, even after decades of being a lord, he possessed only 2 artifacts of that caliber. Thus, he found it hard to believe that this overbearing white-clad sword marquis would so generously distribute such resources to other factions without a motive. Was it a ploy to win hearts? Jiang Daoxuan, you are indeed willing to invest heavily, but in the face of absolute power. To what extent do your efforts truly matter? His extravagant display appeared to him as an attempt to consolidate loyalty. Yet, even if he garnered the goodwill of many factions, what purpose would it serve? In the face of his unparalleled strength, these opportunistic factions would likely disband like scattered sand, utterly inconsequential. With this thought, Sima Nan smirked coldly, a hint of derision crossing his lips. Let me see what else you can conjure. Then, observing the excited crowd around him, Jiang Daoxuan decisively announced the commencement of this grand competition. As his words fell, the members of the Kangwu Jiang family produced 4 incense sticks and began to ignite them. Once extinguished, that would signify the conclusion. Witnessing this, the younger generation from various factions emerged, yet they all chose to gather around the platforms, hesitating to step forward. After all, for incense sticks remained, the sooner they entered, the greater their energy expenditure, ultimately disadvantaging themselves. It was better to conserve their strength and wait until the time was nearly up to make their move. This shared thought lingered in everyone's minds, unshakable. On another note, as the 7 platforms remained empty and no one dared to take the lead, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, turning to his companions, Jiang Yin, Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhui, Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, and others. He smiled lightly, the overwhelming conviction of invincibility coursing through him, instilling a fierce confidence upon his visage. As a descendant of the emperor, I shall not fall to these challengers. This battle shall be initiated by me. As thought surged, Jiang Chen declared resolutely, the outsiders are timid. None dare to ascend the platform to defend. Hence, let me be the first. Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with combativeness as he replied, Brother Qin taking action will surely demonstrate the might of our Jiang family. Jiang Ming, clutching his silver-white spear, added, Since our elder brother wishes to take the stage first, we shall follow suit thereafter. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, then turned abruptly, striding towards the first platform. By this point, Jiang Chen's identity had already spread widely, and thus everyone recognized him. As he approached, thoughts of his rumored formidable strength caused the crowd to tense, instinctively stepping back. In no time, the previously crowded venue was cleared, making way for him. Under the intense scrutiny of countless gazes, Jiang Chun walked onto the platform with his head held high, like a sharp sword. He did not summon his cherished shadow sword. These challengers were not worthy of such a treasure. His expression was stern as he calmly raised his right arm, fingers slightly curled. In the next moment, a glimmer of light flashed, revealing a silver-white longsword in his hand. This sword was the low-grade Xian tier sword bestowed upon him by the clan leader months prior. Today, he would use this sword to vanquish all. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Jiang Chun elevated his gaze, surveying the talented individuals from various factions before him. A smile graced his lips as he declared his challenge to the crowd. If anyone wishes to battle me, they are welcome to step forward and try. His words resonated powerfully, akin to a thunderclap, echoing across the heavens and the earth. The previously animated discussions ceased abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. They exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. The name and shadow of Jiangchen, having single-handedly obliterated the foe by Jiang family, had spread far and wide, resonating throughout the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture. The entire world has come to know the illustrious Jiang family of Kangwu. Besides the formidable Jiang Daoxuan, the renowned white-clothed sword marquis, there exists another prodigious talent, Jiang Chun, whose prowess rivals the most elite of the dynasty. It is this overwhelming strength that instills fear among the masses, who would willingly approach, risking humiliation by being effortlessly defeated in a single blow, thus becoming a stepping stone for such a formidable opponent. At the same time, the young elites from various factions wore solemn expressions, their eyes betraying their trepidation. In the face of such an insurmountable anomaly, who would dare to step forward? Not only would they face a crushing defeat, but they would also incur injuries that might prevent them from advancing in subsequent matches, a scenario that would be utterly counterproductive. As time gradually slipped away, even after the incense stick had burned down to half, the arena remained devoid of challengers. Observing this peculiar scene, the higher-ups of the various factions refrained from reprimanding their juniors. They understood that it was not cowardice that held their young talents back, but rather the undeniable strength of Jiang Chun, which was indeed fearsome. His might was not something peers could withstand. They could only choose to evade his brilliance. Even the most distinguished young talent of Tiandu Prefecture, Zhao Yuqing, was rumored to possess strength merely on par with that of the Star Wheel. In contrast, Jiang Chun had genuinely slain a Star Wheel, and not just any Star Wheel, but one belonging to the venerable ancestor of the Jiang family, who was at the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. The fact that Jiang Chun could vanquish such a formidable adversary implied that he boasted at least the combat prowess of a 7th level Star Wheel warrior. This terrifying strength was enough to make not only the younger generation quail, but even fewer among the elder generation could hope to rival him. Witnessing this scenario, Sima Nan, seated among the audience, could not help but exclaim, "Ah!" To simply stand upon the arena and evoke such trepidation among the young elites is a spectacle I have not witnessed in many years. The Jiang family of Kanwu truly abounds with talent. Such gifted individuals emerge like mushrooms after a rain, which is nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Sima Nan felt a pang of jealousy surge within him. Why should this small family, emerging from a third-rate city, be blessed with so many prodigies? Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Chun, Jiang Jiwei, any of whom would be cherished and cultivated as top-tier talents by countless factions outside. Yet, all these prodigies seem to congregate within the Jiang family, inciting envy beyond measure. How unjust the heavens are to bestow such fortune upon the Jiang family. My own Sima family has endured through millennia and has yet to produce a talent as remarkable as Jiang Chun. My son Shen's aptitude is woefully inadequate, leaving him with little hope of achieving greatness on the path of cultivation. Were my Sima family similarly favored? Would I not be destined for more than mere stewardship of a small Tiandu prefecture, and would I not transcend the confines of this trivial moonwheel? As Sima Nan's gaze darkened, a glint of cold light flickered in his pupils. However, he soon relaxed, allowing a cold smile to grace his lips. Though my clan lacks such extraordinary talents, by marrying Jiang Jiwei, I can enhance our bloodline and perhaps one day produce a figure akin to Jiang Chun. At this moment, Sima Nan recognized the terrifying potential of the Jiang family and resolved to take action. Once the competition concludes, I shall seize the opportunity to strike. I must eliminate these talents from the Jiang family before they fully rise to prominence. However, the males shall be dealt with, while the females shall be kept, tools for the propagation of the Sima family. By harnessing the Jiang family's bloodline, we too might birth numerous prodigies. As for Jiang Daoxuan, such a figure who could threaten my status cannot be allowed to remain. Just as Sima Nan's murderous intent surged, on the other side, Jiang Yin, witnessing Jiang Chen's might, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. No longer hesitating, he leaped over the crowd and soared onto the second arena. Upon witnessing this, the previously quiet venue erupted in commotion once more. The attendees, possessing remarkable memories, instantly recalled that Jiang Yin had entered alongside Jiang Daoxuan. They quickly realized that this second challenger, unafraid of a wheeled battle, was yet another member of the Jiang family. What? Do you think you can belittle us like Jiang Chen? Many young elites wore grim expressions, preparing to teach this audacious youth a lesson. Allow me to witness your capabilities. A deep voice echoed throughout the arena. Following this, a delicate-featured man in a purple robe stepped forth, facing Jiang Yin and cupping his hands in salute. Qilin sect. Jiang Daoxuan, I humbly request your guidance. With the announcement of his name, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. No one anticipated that this first match would ignite such explosive excitement. Jiang Daoxuan was a well-known young prodigy in Tiandu Prefecture, his reputation rivaling that of Zhao Yuqing from the Bihai Zhao family. Such a formidable figure choosing to act with urgency hinted that, after witnessing Jiang Chen's display, he could no longer contain his pent-up frustration and was ready to unleash it upon this unfortunate member of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Yin keenly sensed the anger emanating from Jiang Daoxuan. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm, unperturbed by the external pressures. He was well aware of his own strength. Though he was merely at the 7th level of the Yuan Sea realm, his combat prowess was sufficient to slay those at the Star Wheel realm. With such power at his disposal, he harbored no fear towards his contemporaries. With this thought, Jiang Yin let out a light chuckle and proclaimed, Kanwu Jiang family, Jiang Yin. Upon hearing this, many in the audience displayed no particular reaction, for Jiang Yin had spent most of his time in the family, honing his skills, and thus his name had yet to resonate beyond. However, a select few, having gathered intelligence about the Jiang family, recognized the name. Jiang Yin? I feel as though I've heard that name before. Ah, I remember. It is said that just months ago, he was heralded alongside Jiang Chun as the Jiang family's twin stars. What? This lad actually has such a background? A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. To be mentioned in the same breath as Jiang Chen, could he also be a terrifying prodigy? The spectators began to murmur excitedly. Initially, they had presumed this battle would be devoid of suspense, yet they were now faced with such shocking revelations. If the rumors held true, then Jiang Yan's strength, even if not on par with Jiang Chun, should not be underestimated. As the higher-ups of various factions raised their eyebrows in curiosity, they had not anticipated that this second challenger, initially deemed an inexperienced youth, would possess such a remarkable background. They were left to wonder just how many more talents the enigmatic Jiang family had yet to reveal. Amidst the collective gaze of countless spectators on the arena, Jiang Daoxuan, upon hearing the surrounding discussions, felt a shift in his demeanor. He gradually set aside his previous disdain, his expression becoming serious. Yet soon after, he sneered. Initially, he thought this battle would be a mere exercise in overpowering the weak. He even considered holding back to spare the Jiang family's dignity. However, all such reservations vanished. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan unleashed his full strength, summoning a formidable blade artifact. Gripping the long knife tightly, he stirred his internal energy, exuding an overwhelming aura that resonated with the might of a fourth-level Yuan Si warrior. This display instantly widened the eyes of the onlookers, unwilling to miss a single detail of what was to follow. Yet, the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Before Jiang Daoxuan could unleash his devastating attack, Jiang Yan's form vanished from sight. Panic surged within Jiang Daoxuan as he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly summoned his internal energy, preparing to execute an escape technique. Alas, Jiang Yan's speed was simply too swift. In the face of the terrifying speed of the light shadow escape technique of the celestial stage, Jiang Daoxuan's speed seemed pitifully slow. The moment Jiang Yan closed in, the outcome was predetermined. The four symbols fist scripture. Jiang Yan decisively unleashed this celestial stage martial art. However, in order to avoid killing his opponent and incurring enmity for his family, he chose to hold back. Yet, even with restraint, the terrifying power contained within was beyond the resistance of a Yuan Si realm cultivator. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Daoxuan had no capacity for resistance and was brutally struck off the stage by Jiang Yan's punch in an instant. He flew back several dozen meters, crashing violently to the ground, cracking the surface and turning countless stones into dust. Jiang Daoxuan's body trembled uncontrollably, and the blood within his chest surged violently. Ultimately, unable to hold it in, he opened his mouth wide and spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Clearly, Jiang Yan's punch had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers surrounding the arena were frozen in shock, their expressions stiff, lips parted in disbelief. Was the true disciple of the Tianyi sect, Jiang Daoxuan, defeated in such a single move? After all, this was Jiang Daoxuan, a renowned prodigy within the celestial capital. How could such a figure appear so weak and vulnerable before Jiang Yan, as if he were merely a child? At that moment, Zhao Yuqing and others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. As fellow prodigies famed in the celestial capital, they had interacted numerous times and were well aware of each other's strengths. Thus, they could comprehend the sheer horror of Jiang Yan defeating Jiang Daoxuan with a single blow. The ability to create such a crushing situation indicated that the opponent must possess battle prowess at least on par with Jiang Chun, reaching the Star Wheel realm. Realizing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, instantly losing the desire to step onto the stage. After all, if even Jiang Daoxuan could not withstand a single move from Jiang Yan, their own fates would likely be no better. Meanwhile, seeing their prodigy severely injured, the higher-ups of the Tianyi sect changed countenance. At the current state, if he did not quickly recover, not only would he struggle to secure advancement in the first round, but achieving qualification for the second, third, or even fourth rounds would be exceedingly difficult. With this thought, a Star Wheel elder hurriedly departed from the observation area. Swiftly arriving before Jiang Daoxuan, he procured healing elixirs and placed them into Jiang Daoxuan's mouth. As the elixir entered, Jiang Daoxuan's pallid complexion rapidly regained some color. He slowly raised his head, weakly opening his eyes, filled with lingering fear as he gazed at the figure on the stage, his eyes brimming with dread. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the terrifying extent of the power possessed by the opponent. This overwhelming and despair-inducing strength undoubtedly reached the Star Wheel level. Cough, cough. This freak. Jiang Daoxuan dared not continue watching, and could only silently turn his gaze towards the other 5 platforms. Although the platform beside him was dominated by Jiang Yan, leaving him no opportunity to act, the remaining 5 platforms still offered plenty of chances. Besides, this was merely the first round. If he could utilize this time to recover and regain his strength, while temporarily avoiding these monsters, he would surely be able to achieve a ranking in the remaining 3 rounds. Simultaneously, many others shared Jiang Daoxuan's thoughts. After all, the risks of acting now were far too great. Unless absolutely necessary, none would choose to act so early. Thus, a multitude of prodigies opted to remain on the sidelines. Observing this situation, some ordinary-level geniuses had their eyes light up, feeling a spark of motivation. Platforms 1 and 2 were occupied by Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yan, respectively, unassailable in their positions. However, with the remaining 5 platforms unoccupied, it left room for others to seize opportunities. Since these hesitant individuals were preparing to act later, they would not hold back. Before long, 5 individuals emerged from the crowd of spectators. Under the watchful eyes of those around them, they resolutely ascended the remaining 5 platforms. Thus, all 7 platforms were occupied by champions. However, before anyone could challenge them, a tall figure suddenly appeared on platform 3, clad in black attire. With piercing eyes and a silver-long spear on his back, the newcomer was none other than Jiang Ming, who had been observing for quite some time. Upon seeing another member of the Jiang family take the stage, all eyes in the arena swiftly converged. After all, the first 2 to appear had shown remarkable prowess. Yet it remained unknown how formidable this individual was. At that moment, the man standing on platform 3, looking at Jiang Ming, felt his heart tighten, instinctively becoming somewhat anxious. After quickly scanning through various intel, he could not recall any other talents from the Kangwu Jiang family besides Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Yan. Thus, he relaxed and immediately cupped his hands, saying, "Five Thunder Sect, Ji Lu." Jiang Ming's expression remained stern as he replied, "Kangwu Jiang family, Jiang Ming." The moment his words fell, many in the crowd displayed puzzled expressions. Due to the intimidation from the Jiang Yong'an incident, very few within the Jiang family dared to disclose information about their clan. This had led to Jiang Ming's name becoming less prominent, in stark contrast to numerous external forces. The members of the Kangwu Jiang family displayed excitement upon seeing Jiang Ming take the stage. Although his name had long echoed alongside the terrifying rankings on the clan tower among the younger generation, few had witnessed his true abilities, resulting in great curiosity. Thus, everyone yearned to witness the splendor of this third-ranked individual on the clan tower. On platform 1, Jiang Daoxuan embraced the clan leader's sword, meditating with closed eyes. He was waiting for his next opponent to appear and paid no mind to the happenings outside the arena. On platform 2, seeing that no one dared to challenge him, Jiang Yan turned his gaze towards platform 3, filled with interest. To him, this Jiang Ming, who consistently ranked above him on the clan tower, was shrouded in mystery. Not only did he rarely showcase his strength, but he also never opted for group tasks during family missions, always choosing to complete them solo. Thus, Jiang Yan was immensely curious about Jiang Ming's true capabilities. Now that he finally had the chance to observe, he would not let it slip away easily. It was not only Jiang Yan who harbored such thoughts. Jiang Zhuwei, Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, and others could not help but turn their gazes as well. Clearly, they were all deeply curious about this clan brother, whose ranking surpassed theirs on the clan tower. Meanwhile, under the spotlight of countless gazes, Ji Lu snorted coldly and, in order to prevent any unexpected occurrences, prepared to exert his full strength to resolve the battle in the shortest possible time. In an instant, the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Purple Palace realm surged forth. Although reaching the 8th layer of the Purple Palace realm at such a young age did not compare to the top prodigies, it still marked him as a rare talent. However, before Jiang Ming, this meager cultivation was utterly ineffective. Subsequently, he grasped the spear with one hand, pointing the tip at Ji Lu. As Ji Lu summoned his long sword, executing sword techniques, and unleashing dozens of dazzlingly sharp sword energies using his yuan power, Jiang Ming remained stationary, opting not to evade. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming and terrifying force, seemingly capable of shattering all, suddenly erupted from him. Before this force, the dozens of menacing sword energies disintegrated in an instant, vanishing into the void without even a moment of resistance. Following this, the aura descended upon Ji Lu, feeling as if a mountain had crashed down upon him, causing his expression to change drastically. This is the true essence of the spear path. Ji Lu's heart sank. At that moment, he felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. It was as if heavy shackles had been placed upon him, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, the yuan power within him, which had been flowing smoothly, abruptly stalled. This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard, leaving him unable to respond, until Jiang Ming lightly swept the spear's butt, sending him and his sword flying off the platform. After accomplishing this, he remained standing firmly in place, exuding an air of pride. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue erupted into a clamor once more. Such a fierce aura. This is the essence of the spear. To comprehend the essence of the spear at such a tender age is truly the mark of a prodigy. Alas, aside from the white-clad sword sovereign, the Jiang family is set to unveil yet another spear master. The crowd could not help but murmur in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that this relatively obscure young man from the Jiang family possesses such formidable mastery of the spear's true intent. Meanwhile, differing from the crowd's reaction, Lu Chang, the venerable ancestor of the Qilin sect, exhibited a heightened sensitivity towards this manifestation of spear intent. His eyes narrowed, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. He then exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this truly the great accomplishment of spear intent? To grasp such mastery at this age? If this genius does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to comprehend the heart of the spear and ascend to the ranks of spear lords." Recognizing this, a wave of bitterness surged within him. How fortunate it would be if this young man named Jiang Ming were a disciple of their Qilin sect. With exceptional talent in spear techniques, a little guidance from himself could propel him beyond his own accomplishments. It is not inconceivable that he could even surpass their founder. Elevate the Qilin sect and stand alongside the illustrious Jiang family of Kangwu. Alas, fate does not favor them, and their Qilin sect lacks such profound blessings. On another front, Sima Nan's countenance darkened. His fingers clenched tightly beneath his robes, crushing the armrest of the spectator's seat into fragments. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Jiwei, Jiang Chen, Jiang Yin, and Jiang Ming. So far, the Kangwu Jiang family has unveiled a total of 5 outstanding prodigies, each possessing the potential to threaten his dominion with their accomplishments in the Sun Cycle realm. Clearly, the Jiang family of Kangwu is a grave concern for him. If they are not dealt with, how can he find peace? Meanwhile, on the spectator's platform, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise at the unusual scene unfolding on the third arena. He had been in seclusion for some time and had not inquired about matters within the clan. Thus, he was unaware that another prodigious figure had emerged from their midst. When he led his kin into the arena earlier, he had not employed the chaos eye to investigate, as aside from Jiang Chen and the others, there were several clan members who met the competition's requirements. Given their substantial number, he had no desire to inspect each one individually. Moreover, the system does not always promptly alert him to the chosen ones. Occasionally, he must look for himself to discover them. It was due to these various reasons that he only just noticed the newcomer. He then silently activated the Chaos Eye to observe further. Name, Jiangming Cultivation, 4th layer of Yuan-Si Realm, Root Bone, Genius, Comprehension, Extraordinary, Fortune, Golden, Deep, Talent, Ordinary Body, Opportunity. Acquired a mysterious supreme treasure and the legacy of the true martial emperor. Jiang Daoxuan nodded at the panel before him. With golden fortune, he is undoubtedly a child of destiny. Not to mention the mysterious treasure and imperial legacy he possesses. His rate of growth is astonishing, requiring no concern whatsoever. However, due to the vast distance between their realms, the investment option has yet to be activated. Thus, Jiang Daoxuan resolved to consider the matter of investment only after the competition concluded. As Jiang Ming displayed part of his prowess, he successfully deterred many, instilling a sense of caution among numerous prodigies. In an instant, no one dared to boldly step onto the stage for a duel. Chapter 202, The Greatest Prodigy of the Great Chain, Jiang Hao. Before long, 2 incense sticks burned down to their stubs, with half the time remaining in the first round. The first, second, and third arenas became absolute no-go zones in the minds of all present. In the face of the immense pressure exerted by Jiang Chen, Jiang Yin, and Jiang Ming, no one dared to challenge them. Their gazes shifted to the remaining 4 arenas. Consequently, a fierce competition erupted among the prodigies from various factions for the coveted advancement spots. Besides challengers from other factions, several members of the Jiang family also took to the stage. Each Jiang family participant drew the attention of nearly everyone, evoking an instinctual fear. After all, the strength of the first 3 Jiang prodigies was exceedingly formidable. They were deeply concerned about the sudden emergence of a 4th such terrifying adversary. Fortunately, the overall strength of these subsequent Jiang family members was not overly formidable. To the untrained eye, they could be deemed exceptional talents. Yet, to the prodigies of the Moon Cycle factions, their prowess was merely average. Upon realizing this, many breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the later entrants from the Jiang family were considerably more standard. Had they all been as monstrous as the first 3, what need would there be for further contests? However, just as they were inwardly relieved, at the 4th arena, Jiang Hao felt a surge of eagerness upon witnessing the ongoing battles. Once the match concluded, he immediately turned to his brother Jiang Yi and declared, "Brother, I am going now." Jiang Yi nodded, chuckling lightly, "Go ahead. Let the might of our Kangwu Jiang family be known, and allow these onlookers to experience the prowess of our brothers." Jiang Hao rolled up his sleeves, and with a slight leap, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had already taken his place in the 4th arena. As Jiang Hao suddenly emerged, the spectators outside the arena were momentarily taken aback. Another Jiang family member? Could it be that beyond Jiang Chen, Jiang Yin, Jiang Ming, and those who just fought, the Jiang family had no one else to send forth? Was this merely a young lad who had been brought along by the white-clad sword sovereign for a mere introduction? This boy's visage was indeed remarkable, yet he appeared overly youthful. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, his strength could hardly be significant. Ha! I kindly request the defender to go easy on this delicate young lad, lest he be inadvertently harmed. The crowd buzzed with chatter, seemingly predicting the forthcoming outcome. After all, Jiang Dao's age made him the youngest cultivator present. They were inclined to believe he was merely there for a display, not anticipating that he would choose to step onto the stage himself. Hence, they did not believe he stood a chance of victory. Simultaneously, on the fourth arena, the defender regarded Jiang Dao with a raised eyebrow, his expression one of disdain. Holding formidable strength at the ninth layer of the Purple Mansion realm, his reputation was considerable, and he naturally looked down upon this youth who barely reached his chest, not wishing to exploit the disparity in their ages, lest he be accused of bullying the weak. He promptly advised, "Little fellow, you should step down. This is not a place for you. Wait until you are 10 years older, and it will not be too late." He had no interest in battling a mere child. However, Jiang Dao remained undeterred, his gaze resolute as he clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Kangwu Jiang family. Jiang Dao, please enlighten me." With that, he no longer concealed his strength, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Second layer of Yuan Sea realm. In that instant, it was as if a boulder had plunged into a placid lake, creating ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. What? This boy, who is yet to fully mature, is actually a Yuan Sea cultivator? Many cultivators widened their eyes, their expressions filled with profound shock. The various prodigies were equally astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Even among them, who were exceptionally gifted, most remained at the innate realm at such an age. Yet, this young man had transcended both the innate and Purple Mansion realms, directly reaching the Yuan Sea. Just how terrifying must the cultivation talent of this Jiang family youth be? At this moment, nearly everyone present was ensnared in a state of overwhelming astonishment. If Jiang Qin and his peers had left them reeling like missiles, then Jiang Dao's impact was akin to that of a nuclear explosion. The upper echelons of various factions rose to their feet, their faces displaying shock. Having lost their previous composure, a Yuan Sea cultivator of such youth seems to have never before graced the entirety of the great Qin dynasty. Now, they were witnessing the birth of a historical first. What kind of astonishing talent had emerged from the Kangwu Jiang family? On the other side, in the spectators' area, even Sima Nan, the lord of the Tiandu prefecture, felt an unprecedented shock, unable to restrain himself from rising. His countenance was as dark as water, his eyes filled with gravity. As a member of the court, he understood the situation of the Qin dynasty far better than outsiders. Despite appearing no older than 14, he had astonishingly managed to break through to the second level of the Yuan Sea realm. Such a terrifying talent for cultivation was unparalleled within the Qin dynasty. Damn it! What extraordinary fortune had the Jiang family of Kangwu encountered? Not only did they possess the greatest swordsmanship prodigy, Jiang Jiwei, but they also had Jiang Dao, who could be considered the foremost cultivation genius of the Qin. Added to this were the formidable powers of Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Qin, and Jiang Yin. The depth of the Kangwu Jiang family's strength instilled a primal fear within him. He even began to doubt whether, if left unchecked, the Kangwu Jiang family might eventually upend the entire dynasty. With this thought, Sima Nan's resolve hardened. Not only for the sake of my Sima family's lineage and my position of authority, but for the future of the dynasty itself. The Jiang family must not be allowed to thrive. On the other side, atop the fourth arena, the guardian of the stage gazed at the sudden turn of events with a tense expression, swallowing hard. He could never have anticipated that after the misfortunes of the previous two challengers, he would encounter the fourth peculiar member of the Jiang family. Oh heavens! Who could explain this to me? The guardian felt an overwhelming dread coursing through him, his body trembling. Yet, understanding that he could not display any sign of retreat under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suppressed his fear, summoned his artifact, and faced Jiang Dao. Announcing his name, blood-killing sect, Duan Lu. No sooner had he spoken than, with a resounding boom, Jiang Dao vanished from sight, only to reappear above Duan Lu. With a swift motion of his right leg, he executed a powerful kick. The speed of this flying kick was so rapid that it was imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary cultivator. With such velocity, it unleashed tremendous force, striking Duan Lu in an instant. In that moment, a terrifying power and Yuan force erupted. It was disastrous. Duan Lu felt a searing pain, as if struck by a colossal blunt object, causing his blood to surge violently, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson essence. Chapter 203. The ownership of the 6 arenas, the terrifying Kangwu Jiang family. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the crowd, prompting many cultivators to instinctively dodge. With a thud, as Duan Lu hit the ground, the onlookers turned their heads in alarm. Upon witnessing the dire state of their opponent, Their expressions shifted, confusion clouding their eyes. They then cautiously glanced upward, dread lingering as they surveyed Jiang Hao in the arena. Before they could even comprehend the actions that had unfolded, Duan Lu, representing the blood-killing sect, was already defeated. It seemed this lad not only possessed profound realms but also lacked any semblance of superficiality in his foundation. At this moment, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Hao held his head high and called out in a youthful yet confident voice, "Is there anyone brave enough to step forward and battle me?" Though his tone was innocent, it brimmed with self-assurance, compelling others to take him seriously. In an instant, many proud cultivators displayed hesitation. Despite Jiang Hao's terrifying talent, he was merely at the second level of the Yuan Si realm. Among them were those whose realms surpassed his, armed with rich combat experience, who had every chance of claiming victory. Yet, this was merely the first round. Was it truly worth the risk? A win would be commendable, but a loss, resulting in injury, could jeopardize their chances in the subsequent 3 rounds. Soon, the atmosphere descended into a brief silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. At this moment, representatives of the 4 factions, including Zhao Yuqing, did not rush to intervene. Being part of the same alliance, they were inclined to show respect to the young leader of the Jiang family, refraining from suppressing this fledgling prodigy. Conversely, a small faction felt an undeniable urge. After all, Jiang Hao had already showcased his astonishing talent. Once this grand competition concluded, his name would surely resonate throughout the Qin dynasty, becoming known across the 35 prefectures. Thus, if they could defeat him before he fully matured, they could undoubtedly ascend by stepping over his reputation. When discussions arose regarding Jiang Hao, they would inevitably be mentioned alongside him. Such overwhelming fame was hard to resist or ignore. At this moment, many were seized by this ambition. Driven by the allure of renown, numerous cultivators began to move, preparing to take action. However, before they could approach the arena, a deep voice resonated through the air. "Impertinent boy, allow me to have a word with you." A prominent figure emerged from the crowd, a robust man clad in fine garments, with a strong physique and thick black hair. Upon seeing his face, the aspiring challengers fell silent, halting their steps. This man was among the top prodigies of the Tiandu prefecture, his power rivaling that of Jiang Daoxuan and Zhao Yuqing. Years prior, he had already reached the 6th level of the Yuan Si realm, though his current cultivation level remained uncertain. Under the watchful eyes of numerous cultivators, the burly man ascended the arena and approached Jiang Hao, smiling as he introduced himself, Wening, of the Wen family. As soon as his words fell, a formidable aura erupted forth. 7th level of the Yuan Si realm. Outside the arena, the spectators' eyes widened, captivated by this spectacle. The guardians of the 5th, 6th, and 7th arenas also paused their actions, turning to observe the 4th arena. A wave of curiosity swept through all regarding this impending battle. A clash between the 2nd level and the 7th level of the Yuan Si realm was a stark disparity. Moreover, Wening was no ordinary 7th level cultivator. As a prodigy, his combat power was enough to contend with the likes of Xing, Lu and Junren. With such formidable strength, Jiang Hao's chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Yet, recalling the previous exploits of the peculiar Jiang family members, uncertainty loomed in everyone's hearts. They feared that just as they had declared a certain defeat, the opposite might occur, leading to their own embarrassment. Meanwhile, unlike the others, the members of the Kanwu Jiang family radiated immense confidence in Jiang Hao. It was well known that he ranked among the top 10 in the family tower. Possessing formidable 6-star combat power, sweeping through the Yuan Si was merely a triviality, and slaying a star wheel was not beyond his capabilities. How could he possibly falter against a mere 7th-level adversary? Under the intense scrutiny of countless gazes, Jiang Hao chuckled softly, dismissing any pretense, and immediately dashed toward Wening, engaging him in combat. The two clashed, Yuan force surging, the residual energy transforming into waves of heat that spread in all directions. However, due to the shielding formations in place, the aftermath was contained within the arena, unable to escape to the outside world. After a period of training, Jiang Hao had not only reached the 2nd level of the Yuan Si realm, but, with his exceptional comprehension, had successfully mastered numerous highly challenging martial techniques and spells. Moreover, due to his relationship with Jiang Daoxuan and the deep bond formed with Jiang Yan, he had been imparted with many heavenly-tier martial arts. These techniques compensated for their shortcomings, allowing them to gradually evolve into well-rounded combatants. Thus, even without employing his supreme bone, Jiang Hao could easily dominate the top prodigy of the Tiandu prefecture before him. After testing a few exchanges, Jiang Hao, having grown weary of play, promptly ceased his frivolity. Without hesitation, he activated the pure yang Wuzhigong and unleashed a heavenly-tier spell. In a flash, a massive surge of pure yang yuan force coalesced into an orange-red beam, striking Wening at an astonishing speed. With that single blow, the disparity was evident. Wan Ying's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet he could not avert his body from being sent flying beyond the arena. As he crashed to the ground, he lowered his head, grappling with a sense of disbelief. He had never imagined that he would become a stepping stone on the path to fame for this young prodigy. Witnessing this, the other aspirants who had initially prepared to intervene exchanged bewildered glances, feeling utterly disconcerted. Had it not been for Wan Ying stepping forward first, it would have been them facing humiliation. Reflecting on this, they shivered in shock, silently praising Wan Ying for sparing them the embarrassment. Zhao Yuqing and others gazed at the scene before them, feeling immensely fortunate. To defeat Wan Ying so effortlessly was a testament to Jiang Hao's extraordinary strength, which was simply astonishing and far beyond their capacity to resist. Thankfully, due to the influence of the alliance leader Jiang, they had refrained from recklessly stepping onto the stage. This thought sent a chill through their hearts. At such a young age, Jiang Hao had already attained the second level of the Yuan-Hai realm, and his combat prowess was immensely formidable, likely capable of slaying stars. His performance in battle was even more exaggerated than his cultivation level. This peculiar phenomenon was utterly perplexing. After all, while cultivation can be augmented through various heavenly materials and treasures, combat power must be honed through personal insight, growing incrementally. Yet, given Jiang Hao's age, it was likely that the majority of his time was devoted to absorbing spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation level. Where would he find the time to refine his martial techniques and enhance his foundational strength? It would be no exaggeration to say that even those who had trained since birth would not match his terrifying prowess. Thus, they found themselves engulfed in profound confusion. However, one thing was certain. With Jiang Hao's achievements gaining recognition, he was poised to become the foremost prodigy of the great Qin dynasty. When that time arrived, his exceptional talent, youth, and remarkable potential would undoubtedly attract the attention of myriad formidable forces. In the face of such allure, the Kanwu Jiang family could effortlessly ascend to prominence, instantly joining the ranks of the elite families within the great Qin dynasty. At that point, what fear would they have of a mere local lord like Sima Nan? Truly, it was a case of the clan flourishing due to the brilliance of its offspring. Meanwhile, the grand competition continued unabated. Whenever a member of the Kanwu Jiang family took to the stage, opponents would regard them with heightened seriousness. Even if their cultivation levels were significantly inferior, none dared to show any signs of disdain. After all, no one could forget the example of Jiang Hao. Who could say how many more terrifying prodigies lay hidden within the Kanwu Jiang family? As anticipated, when the time for the first round of the competition dwindled to half a stick of incense, Jiang Yi and Jiang Jiwei finally chose to take the stage in succession. One, with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, easily overcame an opponent at the 2nd stage of the Yuan-Hai realm. The other, wielding perfect sword intent, astonished the crowd by defeating a 9th stage Purple Mansion opponent with a mere 1st stage cultivation. Chapter 204, Potential Talents, 2 Purple Clan members. Jiang Yi and Jiang Jiwei suddenly burst into the spotlight. Although their current performance was not as terrifying as the earlier 4, they remained formidable adversaries. If it were not absolutely necessary, none would willingly choose to confront such anomalies. In this context, the first 6 arenas were swiftly dominated by members of the Kanwu Jiang family, leaving an unprecedented silence, with only the sounds of combat from the 7th arena still echoing. This bizarre scene left the onlookers astounded. While many prodigies felt a sense of discomfort, they also experienced a flicker of relief. Given their talents and strength, they were considered remarkable figures within their own factions, receiving the utmost support from their superiors. Yet, upon entering the Kanwu Jiang family and facing so many prodigious talents, they would likely be reduced to mediocrity, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. This thought led them to feel a twinge of sympathy for the other Jiang family members. With so many prodigies emerging, the competition must be exceedingly fierce. It was no wonder that so many young innate and Purple Mansion talents had surfaced. In such an intensely competitive environment, it was entirely to be expected. On the spectator seats, the high-ranking officials from various factions fell into an unprecedented silence. After multiple shocks, their hearts gradually grew numb. Could it be that there were simply too many prodigious talents emerging from the Kanwu Jiang family? In ordinary circumstances, within a monthly rotation of forces, the birth of a single genius of such caliber would be an extraordinary stroke of luck, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Yet thus far, the Kanwu Jiang family had produced no fewer than 6. Such an incredible and frightening number was enough to leave anyone utterly astonished. Fortunately, the final arena had yet to be claimed by a Jiang family member, which provided the other factions with a modicum of face saving. However, their momentary relief did not last long. As the last half-stick of incense began to burn out, a young member of the Jiang family unexpectedly took to the stage. Clad in a flowing green robe, he was tall and slender, with long black hair cascading down his back, eyes gleaming with a striking intensity, exuding an extraordinary aura. Before the gazes of all, he declared his name, Kangwu Jiangxian. He then revealed his cultivation at the 8th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, effortlessly defeating a 2nd stage Yuanhai strongman with combat power far exceeding his current level, once again sending the crowd into a frenzy. Among the onlookers, no one had anticipated that at this crucial moment, a top-tier prodigy would emerge, as Jiangxian seized the position of champion of the 7th arena. Many prodigies felt their dignity wounded, their expressions darkening. They immediately prepared to take action, reclaiming the champion's title to restore their faction's honor. Yet, before they could ascend the stage, the final half-stick of incense had completely extinguished. The first round of the competition for the champion's title had concluded. Many prodigies could only watch helplessly as Jiangxian advanced, powerless to intervene. Thus, the first batch of contestants to enter the top 28 had been determined. Jiang Chun, Jiang Yan, Jiang Ming, Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, Jiang Jiwei, and Jiang Xian. Without exception, they were all members of the Kangwu Jiang family. At that moment, upon witnessing that the spots for advancement in the first round had been entirely claimed by his own family members, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but reveal a smile. Even he had not anticipated such unexpected joy following over 20 days of seclusion and cultivation. He recognized Jiang Xian's name. He had recently seen it on the list of the first batch of family members to advance. He was a member of the Yaoguang lineage, one of the 9 core family members, and one of the earliest young clan members to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, well regarded within the family. In the past, among all the innate realm clan members, his reputation was second only to Jiang Ming. Then, instinctively, Jiang Daoxuan activated his Chaos Dao to examine the young man's profile. Name, Jiang Xian. Cultivation, 8th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Root bone, extraordinary. Comprehension, genius. Fortune, purple. Talent, azure lotus divine body. Opportunities, 3 days prior, while traveling, he fortuitously obtained an ancient azure lotus. After merging with it, he acquired the azure lotus physique, continuously replenishing his life force, yielding immense spiritual power and unparalleled combat strength. Purple fortune? Jiang Daoxuan revealed a hint of astonishment. Throughout his experience, he had only encountered one individual possessing purple fortune, Gushi Zhan. As for his clan members, the highest fortune level among them was merely blue. Figures like Elder Jiang Hongguang and Jiang Daoyan belonged to this tier. Thus, the sudden emergence of a purple-clad clan member was indeed a significant surprise, not to mention that this Jiang Xian possessed a divine body, with combat power far surpassing his peers, showcasing immense potential. With adequate resources for training, he could effortlessly break through, at minimum reaching the Great Sage realm, and potentially aspiring to become a quasi-emperor. If he worked diligently and encountered favorable opportunities, he might not be unable to ascend to the realm of golden fortune, possessing imperial potential. Reflecting on this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded. This grand competition had indeed revealed numerous overlooked talents. Subsequently, in order to ensure these talents were not obscured and could grow swiftly to illuminate the family, Jiang Daoxuan activated his Chaos Dao once more, scanning all present clan members with an unprecedented frequency. After a thorough observation, he discovered several latent talents. Although the vast majority only possessed green fortune, there were as many as 11 with blue fortune. According to Jiang Daoxuan's assessment, individuals such as Zhao Yuqing, Zhang Quni, and Wen Ying were merely of blue fortune. This meant that these 11 clan members all had the qualifications to vie for the title of top prodigy in the Tiandu prefecture, even without his future assistance. It is likely that they can transcend the Star Wheel realm, or even ascend to the Moon Wheel realm. Beyond these blue-tiered clansmen, Jiang Daoxuan has also discovered a new purple-tiered clansman. This individual, clad in a deep blue robe and adorned with a wooden hairpin, possesses a handsome visage and perpetually wears a warm smile. He remains one of the 9 core members of the clan, known as Jiang Bei. He belongs to the Kaiyang lineage. Name, Jiang Bei. Cultivation, 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Root bone. Talent, comprehension, talent, fortune, purple, innate talent, wine spirit body, opportunity, 7 days prior. He accidentally stumbled into an ancient relic and obtained the legacy of the ancient sect, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, awakening the wind spirit body. Comprehending the essence of the heavens and earth, mastering the way of wind control, moving with unparalleled speed, and grasping numerous extraordinary transformations. Gazing at the panel of information before him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with emotion, and a sense of deep satisfaction spread across his face. Clearly, both Jiang Xian and Jiang Bei, these 2 purple-tiered clansmen, have emerged as a result of the Jiang family's fortune. The birth of these 2 prodigies serves as a powerful tonic for the entire clan, filling a significant void within it. After all, for a family to grow strong, it must not only rely on these fated clansmen to serve as top-tier combatants, but also require a solid foundation of core strength and high-end power. Only by addressing these shortcomings can the family embark on a path of rapid development. Lost in thought, Jiang Daoxuan gradually regained his focus and lifted his gaze once more to the arena above. At this moment, following the conclusion of the first round, all the talented individuals present held their breath in anticipation. Thus, in the subsequent competitions, everyone showcased their extraordinary abilities, resulting in an intensely fierce contest. The second round. The third round. The number of participants advancing increased, while the remaining slots dwindled. Many, driven by the desire for fame and fortune, began to lose their composure, becoming increasingly furious and reckless. Their strikes grew heavier, leaving several talented individuals severely injured and unable to compete in the following battles. During this time, Jiang Bei, Zhao Yuqing, Zhang Tsuani, and others successfully defended their positions and advanced. However, Wen Ying, due to severe injuries, was unable to participate and missed this opportunity. Soon, the third round concluded, and the final round commenced. This time, the intensity of the clashes escalated even further. Were it not for the numerous elders observing from the stands, the fierce battles could have resulted in casualties. However, just as a multitude of prodigies vied for a place among the top 28, elsewhere, deep within Kangwu Mountain, a formidable aura permeated the air. Under this overwhelming pressure, even a strong individual at the Star Wheel realm would find themselves bleeding from all orifices and ultimately perishing from the sheer force. This pressure transcended the realms of star, moon, and even sun wheels. It was a terrifying power unique to the realm of myriad forms. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary manifestation of the myriad forms, for it was infused with an exceptionally potent dragon might. At the very depths, a colossal creature, measuring 1,000 feet in length, lay coiled. Its body was covered in impenetrable, jet-black scales. It possessed features reminiscent of a deer's antlers, a camel's head, rabbit-like eyes, a snake-like neck, a belly akin to a mythical beast, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle's, paws like a tiger's, and ears resembling those of an ox. This was undeniably a true black dragon. With a gentle exhale, the dragon stirred the waters of the lake, creating a massive whirlpool on its surface. Feeling the confines of its surroundings, it glanced at its own form and could not help but shake its head. My master has instructed me to remain low-key in the mountains, but with this appearance, how can I possibly blend in? Xiaobai murmured, no longer using mental projection, but speaking aloud. Following this transformation of its bloodline, it had not only acquired the true dragon form but also ascended to the third level of the realm of myriad forms. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the power derived from the dragon pearl, as well as the vast strength contained within the true dragon blood, which had been utilized to enhance its bloodline and transform its true dragon body. Otherwise, its current cultivation level would not have been limited to this. In addition to the transformation of its body and cultivation, it had awakened numerous dragon clan abilities, and, through its mastery of true dragon blood, successfully obtained the dragon clan's inheritance, acquiring various exclusive martial arts and techniques. With all these enhancements, upon unleashing its full power, it could contend with individuals at the nascent soul realm. Presently, being able to speak was a testament to the innate gifts of the dragon clan. However, if I were to change my appearance, wouldn't that allow me to step outside? Xiaobai smiled joyfully. Typically, for beasts to transform, they must ascend to the realm of myriad forms without any fortuitous encounters. However, for dragons, transformation is merely a fundamental talent. With both conditions met, Xiaobai effortlessly mastered this ability. Subsequently, eager to depart from this monotonous place, it did not hesitate and began to transform. In an instant, golden light enveloped its form, quickly wrapping around its entire being. From a distance, it appeared as a radiant mountain of gold, akin to a sun sinking into the depths of the lake, radiating boundless brilliance. Soon, the sun began to shrink at a visible pace. 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet, 10 feet, until the sun finally condensed into a human form, standing at a height of merely 1.60 meters, at which point the shrinking ceased. As the light dissipated, a youthful figure emerged. Clad in black, with skin as pale as jade, he possessed a handsome and delicate face, exuding a hint of softness. Beneath long, slightly curled eyelashes, a pair of eyes sparkled with clarity akin to morning dew. Observing the changes in his body, he couldn't help but smile, revealing a set of small tiger teeth. So this is the form of a human? What a peculiar feeling. Xiaobai lowered his gaze to his hands, eyes filled with curiosity. Then, he stepped forward with his right leg, attempting to walk. Initially, his gait was somewhat unsteady and comical, but with an astonishing ability to learn. He mastered the use of his new body within mere moments, walking as if it were second nature. This feels wonderful. Joy radiated from Xiao Bai's face. And with a slight movement, he abruptly leaped from his original spot, soaring over the lake to the shore. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in everything before him. I wonder how my master will react when he sees me, he mused, a strong sense of anticipation swelling within him. With that thought, he swiftly extended his senses, enveloping the entirety of Kanwu Mountain to search for Jiang Daoxuan. Not here. Not here either. Not here as well? Xiao Bai raised an eyebrow. Disappointment etched across his features. He had not expected that after finally undergoing transformation and venturing out, his master would not be within Kanwu Mountain. Sigh. With his master absent, he lost interest in sharing his joy and exploring. He prepared to retract his senses and return to the depths of the spiritual spring, awaiting his master's return. However, at that moment, a new realization dawned upon him. From the idle chatter of the Jiang family members, he learned about the Alliance Grand Tournament. The Alliance Grand Tournament? Beta Mountain. So that's where my master has gone. The disappointment on Xiao Bai's face vanished in an instant, replaced by renewed excitement. With Beta Mountain nearby, he would soon reunite with his master. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, soaring toward Beta Mountain. Chapter 206, the 28th ranking? The Kanwu Jiang family claims half. Not long after, at Beta Mountain. At this moment, the fourth round is underway. The prominent figures are engaged in an intensely fierce battle, unleashing lethal moves that leave the spectators astounded and deeply impressed. Amidst this chaos, a figure appears in the sky. With remarkable perception, he quickly spots Jiang Daoxuan below. His eyes brighten, and without hesitation, he dives downwards. In the blink of an eye, he lands in the viewing area beside Jiang Daoxuan. His speed is so swift, and his control over his power so precise, that not a trace of energy is wasted. Furthermore, all the spectators are fixated on the arena, so no one notices the sudden appearance of this individual. However, Jiang Daoxuan senses something amiss. He raises an eyebrow, retracts his gaze, and feels a surge of excitement and familiarity within him. This sensation, could it be Xiao Bai? Following his intuition, Jiang Daoxuan turns around to see a black-clad youth with red lips and white teeth, smiling as he approaches. Oh, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flicker with intrigue. He speculates that his Chaos Dao I possesses the ability to see through the information of any being. He immediately activates it to take a closer look. Name, Xiao Bai. Cultivation, 3rd level of the Wanxiang realm. Constitution, extraordinary. Comprehension, genius. Fortune, purple. Talent, true dragon body. Opportunity, received a saint-level dragon pearl and true dragon blood from Jiang Daoxuan. Purifying his bloodline, shedding his serpentine form and advancing to true dragon. Seeing that Xiao Bai not only awakened his true dragon body, but also successfully broke through to the Wanxiang realm, Jiang Daoxuan cannot help but nod in approval. After all, the strongest combat power within the current Qin dynasty is merely at the Wanxiang level. This implies that, regardless of combat prowess, if we only consider realm, the Kanwu Jiang family, with Xiao Bai at its helm, can rank among the top families of the dynasty. With Xiao Bai's Wanxiang cultivation concealed, he undoubtedly serves as the perfect deterrent to external threats. At this moment, upon noticing Xiao Bai approaching, Jiang Daoxuan is about to speak when he uses his divine sense to communicate first. Meanwhile, the elders of the 4 powerful families seated nearby turn their gazes towards Xiao Bai, their brows furrowing in surprise. They are astounded to find that they cannot discern his realm. The obstruction of their divine sense indicates he must be a cultivator above the Purple Mansion realm. Not to mention, they can faintly sense an aura of danger emanating from him. Realizing this, they are taken aback, their expressions filled with incredulity. How could this be? Are we, as Moonwell cultivators, truly threatened by this mere child? In that moment, they cannot fathom the reason behind this. Soon after, they recognize that Xiao Bai is indeed exceptional. And to clarify the situation, their expressions grow tense as they inquire, Jiang Alliance leader, who is this? Seeing the spotlight shift to him, Jiang Daoxuan naturally refrains from revealing Xiao Bai's dragon lineage. Despite his formidable strength, he knows that there are always greater powers beyond, and he is not invincible. To avoid complications, he softly replies, his name is Jiang Xiao Bai, the sole son of a deceased clan brother of mine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai beams with delight. He had not anticipated that his master would bestow upon him a name so soon after his arrival. At this moment, he chooses to remain silent, understanding Jiang Daoxuan's wisdom and keeping his words few to avoid blunders. Meanwhile, the elders observe Xiao Bai's silence and his seemingly foolish grin, which leads them to question their own perceptions. Perhaps the sense of danger they felt was mistaken? Or could it be that the true threat lies with Jiang Daoxuan himself? They ponder silently. Regarding Xiao Bai's Purple Mansion cultivation, had this been before the competition, it would have been astonishing. However, with Jiang Hao revealing his Yuanhai realm prowess, Xiaobai's purple mansion level seems trivial in comparison. After witnessing so many shocking events, their astonishment becomes more understandable. At this moment, Xiaobai cautiously glances at his master and communicates telepathically, "Master, I wish to participate in the competition as well." By now, he comprehends the significance of this grand event. And being one who relishes excitement, he is eager not to miss out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression darkens. He almost believes he misheard. "No, you are already at the Wanxiang realm, yet you wish to compete against those in the Purple Mansion and Yuanhai realms." Jiang Daoxuan silently scoffs and immediately declines. The disparity in realms is simply too vast. He has no desire to allow Xiaobai to engage in such an unfair match, tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. Seeing Jiang Daoxuan's serious demeanor, Xiaobai lowers his head, feeling aggrieved and refraining from further discussion. Regardless of his own cultivation level, Jiang Daoxuan remains an unparalleled authority in his eyes. Any command is absolute. Not to exaggerate, but if his master were to order him to die, he would comply without hesitation, embracing death without regret. At this moment, noticing Xiaobai's obedient demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan sighs, understanding that Xiaobai's recent life has been quite dull. He promptly transmits information regarding the 9-tiered illusion tower. Upon hearing that such a marvelous treasure has emerged in Kangwu Mountain during his transformation, Xiaobai's excitement is palpable. He quietly gazes up at his clan leader, his eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence. Indeed, his master is as dashing and heroic as they come, unrivaled in the world. Possessing extraordinary abilities, even with his own breakthrough to the Wanxiang realm, he cannot compare to a fraction of his master's prowess. As Xiaobai regains his composure, Jiang Daoxuan shifts his attention back to the arena. At this point, the competition is nearing its conclusion. As the final incense stick extinguishes, the top 28 contenders have been determined. In a contest that has gathered nearly all the talents of the Tiandu prefecture, the strength of the Kangwu Jiang family far exceeds everyone else's expectations. Not only have Jiang Qin, Jiang Yin, Jiang Ming, Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi, Jiang Jiwei, Jiang Xian, and Jiang Bei advanced, but due to the injuries suffered by many of the other talents during the 3rd and 4th rounds, 6 more Jiang family members at the Purple Mansion level seize the opportunity to advance. This means that out of the total 28 spots, the Kangwu Jiang family alone occupies more than half of them. Such an almost unbelievable outcome spreads through the crowd, causing an uproar. Chapter 207. Sima Nan takes action. Seeking death? Many talented individuals who failed to secure advancement feel humiliated for not being able to obtain a spot for their family. Some even begin to question their purpose in life. The higher-ups of various factions exchange incredulous glances, their minds reeling with disbelief. Among them, many factions have failed to secure even a single advancement spot. Even the most powerful factions only manage to secure 2. The disparity with the Kangwu Jiang family is stark, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Realizing this, even those fortunate enough to obtain advancement spots cannot find joy in their success. The gap is simply too vast. They are embarrassed to claim equality with the Jiang family as moon-wheel-level factions. At this moment, as the 28 prodigies gather and begin to delineate the arena, Sima Nan's face contorts with fury, unable to suppress the violent turmoil within him, as well as fear. Fear, indeed, though he is reluctant to admit it. Deep within, he feels a tremor of fear. As the Jiang family's prodigies continue to emerge, culminating in 14 advancements, his trepidation has gradually transformed into palpable fear. He fears that if he allows the Jiang family any more time to grow, they will become an unstoppable force, toppling his reign. The rapid development of the Kangwu Jiang family is nothing short of unnerving, and Jiang Daoxuan is no exception. For these reasons, he is compelled to alter his plans, initially intending to wait until the competition concludes before taking action. Upon sensing the impending threat from the Kangwu Jiang family, Sima Nan could no longer afford to wait. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to take decisive action immediately. As the gazes of all present remained fixated on the arena, Sima Nan turned to Zhao Hu behind him and spoke in a grave tone. "Commander Zhao, please take care of my son Xian." Startled by the sudden command from the master of the estate, Zhao Hu quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Sima Nan's grim expression and his determined stance. It was evident that the master was preparing to act. Reflecting on this, Zhao Hu felt a pang of sorrow for the Kangwu Jiang family, who, despite their numerous talents, were destined to face calamity before their time of ascension. With a respectful bow, he replied, "As you command." Sima Nan nodded and turned his gaze back to the arena, his eyes glinting with cold determination. The so-called prodigies of the Jiang family? They were nothing more than a heap of lifeless bones. In the next moment, Sima Nan launched his attack. His figure vanished from sight, appearing above the arena in an instant. harnessing the power of his divine consciousness. He swiftly locked onto the 13 members of the Kangwu Jiang family below, leaving only Jiang Jiwei unscathed. With a surge of elemental energy, he shook the very heavens. In an instant, the overwhelming might of a half-step sun wheel engulfed the arena, suppressing all in its path. Witnessing this spectacle, the numerous prodigies gathered near the arena turned pale, their eyes reflecting indescribable terror. They instinctively believed that Sima Nan, in his madness, sought to eradicate all who posed a threat to him. The Moonwill practitioners observing from the stands felt their hearts race, their pupils contracting in disbelief. What was this madman Sima Nan attempting? These prodigies were the seeds of their future power. Should he truly attempt to extinguish them all, it would ignite the wrath of every Moonwill faction. Even with the prowess of a half-step sunwheel, he would be unable to withstand the collective fury of the Moonwill practitioners within the Tindu mansion. At that moment, in stark contrast to the alarmed expressions of the other factions, Jiang Chun and his companions, who had been locked onto by Sima Nan's divine consciousness, remained remarkably calm. Their expressions were unperturbed, devoid of any fear, as if they were merely facing an innate martial artist rather than a being of terrifying might. In fact, a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes, stemming from an absolute trust in their family and their patriarch. They believed wholeheartedly that as long as their patriarch stood, no storm could arise. In the audience, Jiang Zibai crossed his arms and tilted his head back, an expression of mockery on his face. He thought to himself how foolish this man was to act so recklessly before his master. The master's authority was not to be trifled with, and those who dared to do so would pay a bloody price. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaobai prepared to strike and eliminate this arrogant insect. However, at that moment, Jiang Daoxuan foresaw his intentions and shook his head, conveying through his divine consciousness, "Such trivial matters are for me to handle. It is not yet your time to act." Though Jiang Xiaobai had reached the myriad realms, his true dragon identity remained a potential liability. If mishandled, it could cause significant complications. Thus, until he acquired a method to completely mask the true dragon aura around him, it was prudent to refrain from acting, allowing him to remain as a hidden asset of the family. Moreover, even though Sima Nan's half-step sunwheel power appeared formidable to outsiders, to Jiang Daoxuan, it was merely a minor concern, an insignificant figure that could be easily dealt with. If this individual chose to stir trouble, dispatching him would pose no issue. Upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's command, Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly abandoned his plan to intervene. He glanced at Sima Nan in the distance, smirking, "Consider yourself fortunate, for you have not fallen into the hands of my grandfather Bai." At this moment, high above, Sima Nan summoned his full strength, releasing over a dozen radiant beams of light from his palms. To ensure absolute certainty and avoid any mishaps, he unleashed his full power without holding back, aiming to annihilate these accursed Jiang family prodigies in one fell swoop. As the beams hurtled toward Jiang Chun and his companions, Sima Nan's eyes widened with a triumphant smile. "Die, all of you who threaten my position. Only when you are gone can I find peace." Just as Sima Nan succumbed to madness, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A blinding red light, akin to the sun ablaze, flashed before Jiang Chun and his companions. In an instant, the red light began to expand rapidly, forming a colossal red dome that enveloped the entire arena. When Sima Nan's beams struck the surface of the dome, they were instantly nullified, leaving no trace of their former might. Sima Nan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. His expression morphed into one of horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. To effortlessly withstand my attack, could it be the work of a top-tier expert at the sun wheel level? He was acutely aware that he possessed the formidable strength of a half-step sun wheel. Typically, the Moonwheel practitioners could neither withstand his full force nor even partially resist it. Only a sun wheel level expert could wield such terrifying power. Damn it! What on earth is happening? How could such a being suddenly appear within my jurisdiction of Tindu Mansion, especially in this remote Beta Mountain? Could it be? This sunwheel expert is connected to the Kangwu Jiang family, to Jiang Daoxuan? The mere thought of this possibility drenched Sima Nan in cold sweat, his complexion paling. His thoughts were in turmoil, his soul quaking with fear, as dread engulfed him, submerging his very spirit. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept in from behind, rushing against his neck with an unsettling coldness that pierced to the core. Panic surged within Sima Nan as he turned to look behind him, only to behold a stern-faced man clad in white. Jiang Daoxuan. Sima Nan's eyes widened, his lips parted in shock, unable to form words as he was consumed by astonishment. He had never anticipated that the source of his overwhelming sense of danger would be this white-clad sword marquis, whom he had dismissed as inconsequential. His mind was rife with questions, yet under the crushing weight of fear, he felt as though a colossal stone lodged in his throat prevented him from uttering a single word. Simultaneously, The once boisterous venue fell into an eerie silence. Not a sound could be heard. The fall of a pin would be audible. At that moment, regardless of their cultivation levels, everyone lifted their heads, gazing up at the two opposing figures in a daze. Each heart was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what would transpire next. Then, under their collective gaze, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly made his move. Without a hint of elemental energy being released, he relied solely on the raw strength of his physical form. He threw a punch that appeared remarkably ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena, seemingly lacking any sense of power. However, to Sima Nan, it was a different story. Upon witnessing the attack descend, he instinctively sought to evade, but as the thought crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming force of divine consciousness lock onto him, rendering him immobile. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Confronted with the bleak reality, Sima Nan could only raise his head, his face contorted with terror, as the fist loomed larger in his vision. As the distance between them diminished, Sima Nan suddenly felt an overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from within his fist, far surpassing the limits of his comprehension, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. What could possibly account for such an assault? Jiang Daoxuan, who are you truly, to possess such a formidable power? In this moment, Sima Nan became acutely aware of certain truths, a profound regret swelling within him. Yet it was too late. All he could do was watch helplessly as the attack descended upon him. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed, reverberating through the surroundings. An unimaginable force penetrated Sima Nan's entire being, coursing through his limbs and bones. With a single strike, the esteemed leader of Tiandu Prefecture, possessing the prowess of a half-step sun cycle, found his skin shattered and flesh mangled, exploding into an eerie, dark crimson mist. The ground was soon drenched in a rain of blood. Although the attending cultivators utilized their elemental powers to evaporate the blood, leaving no trace on themselves, pools of it formed across the ground. In one punch, Sima Nan was annihilated. Witnessing this incredible and dramatically surreal scene, many present turned pale with shock. Their eyes filled with confusion. How could this be possible? How could Sima Nan perish so easily? The entire battle transpired with such astonishing ease that those who anticipated a fierce confrontation could scarcely believe their eyes. All the moon cycle cultivators fell into a stupor, momentarily lost for words. They realized, with a dawning horror, that they were utterly at a loss for how to respond. In contrast to others, the moon cycle cultivators felt the impact more acutely. As the pinnacle practitioners of Tiandu Prefecture, they had all encountered Sima Nan and understood just how formidable he was. So fearsome that they had never dared to entertain thoughts of conquering him. Their boldest aspirations were merely to contend with him. Yet now, this terrifying adversary had fallen in a single move at the hands of the white-clad sword Marquis. Such an occurrence was so absurdly exaggerated that it had never even graced their dreams. What was even more chilling to consider was the level of cultivation that the white-clad sword Marquis must possess to annihilate Sima Nan with a single punch. Was he truly just a mere moon cycle cultivator? What a farce. This was an affront to their intelligence. In this moment, speculation filled the minds of all present, many conjecturing that he must have cultivated some hidden technique that obscured his true strength, revealing only his moon cycle power. However, even if Jiang Daoxuan possessed sun cycle cultivation, he would still struggle to face the ensuing consequences. Alas, Sima Nan was ultimately the leader of Tiandu Prefecture, a representative of the court. His sudden demise would surely provoke the court's wrath, and without even waiting to ascertain the circumstances, they would likely see it as a provocation and impose severe punishment. Should the court's fury be aroused and they chose to act, dispatching a true monarch to descend upon Kangwu, the Jiang family would likely face annihilation. It was lamentable that the white-clad sword Marquis had acted so recklessly. With such innate talent and strength, had he only bided his time, his future achievements could have been unimaginable, perhaps even ascending to the realm of true monarchs. Why rush into this perilous path? Many sighed in regret at this scene, lamenting that Jiang Daoxuan, having broken through to the sun cycle at such a young age, possessed terrifying potential. If he were to mature for a few more years, his future would be limitless, surely a seed of true monarch status. Yet now, due to Sima Nan's half-step sun cycle status, he had offended the court, squandering his promising future, truly a pity. After all, the leader represented the court, serving as its face to the outside world. Historically, few dared to provoke the leader, let alone slay him. Even those audacious enough to attempt such a feat ultimately met their demise. Chapter 209, The Task of Xiaobai, Annihilate the Jiang Family. This is the court's bottom line, hence there would be no tolerance for such acts. Moreover, only by doing so could they serve as a warning to others, compelling these sects and noble families to maintain a sense of reverence towards the court. Meanwhile, around the arena, all the prodigies stood frozen in place, gazing upwards before lowering their heads, scanning their surroundings. Observing the blood-soaked ground, they felt an overwhelming tension, swallowing hard. Some of the younger prodigies, with weaker constitutions, could not suppress their nausea and began to retch. Though their reactions varied, the shock in their eyes was strikingly uniform. No one could have anticipated that the Kangwu Jiang family not only possessed prodigious talent, but that their patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, wielded such overwhelming power. His might was sufficient to obliterate the strongest of Tiandu Prefecture, Sima Nan, with a single punch. From this day forth, the name of the white-clad sword marquis would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented surge in notoriety. Soon, it would resonate throughout Tiandu Prefecture and beyond. Perhaps even the Imperial court of the Great Qin would come to know of him. Amidst their astonishment, a sense of fear began to settle in. After all, it was well known that the white-clad sword marquis had gained fame through his swordsmanship. Yet now, he had vanquished Sima Nan with mere physical prowess. What would happen if he were to unleash his sword techniques? The thought sent a shiver down their spines, rendering them too frightened to ponder further. At the same time, they felt a twinge of envy toward the Jiang family of Kangwu. To have such a formidable ally was indeed a stroke of luck. However, this envy could only manifest after the Jiang family had weathered the court's wrath. Should they falter, total annihilation would be a light fate, and any sense of envy would be utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Jiangchen and others were equally taken aback, their eyes filled with admiration. While they held absolute confidence in their patriarch's strength, witnessing him so effortlessly dispatch Sima Nan was genuinely terrifying. Was this the true horror of 9-star battle prowess? In that instant, a singular thought emerged in the minds of all Jiang family members present, filling them with profound awe. Jiang Yin, too, was astounded. With his limited understanding, he found it incomprehensible to grasp what had just transpired. He could only discern that the patriarch had suddenly appeared and, with a seemingly effortless punch, Sima Nan had perished. The intricacies of the event eluded him completely. Subsequently, recalling that his master was a consummate practitioner of the heavenly realm, capable of discerning deeper truths, Jiang Yin immediately sought his master's guidance in unraveling the mystery. However, in response to Jiang Yan's inquiry, Elder Zhou appeared unusually grave. He realized that while the Jiang patriarch's aura was merely that of the 9th level of the moon cycle, his physical strength had reached an astonishing level. It had required no enhancement from his cultivation. He had simply relied on his extraordinary physical prowess to obliterate Sima Nan. Hence, had he not faced it personally, even he would have struggled to perceive the extent of the opponent's true power. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Young master, your patriarch is enigmatic beyond comprehension. Forgive my limited perception, I can only discern that his physical strength surpasses the moon cycle, likely comparable to the 6th level of the sun cycle or above. Only in such a case could he effortlessly vanquish a half-step sun cycle opponent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin was initially taken aback but soon wore an expression of understanding. The patriarch's physical prowess, comparable to the 6th level of the sun cycle, was indeed formidable enough to instill fear in outsiders. At that moment, on the observation platform, Zhao Hu, who stood protectively in front of Sima Xian, gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. In his eyes, the seemingly invincible leader of Tiandu Prefecture had succumbed to a single punch from Jiang Daoxuan. Even without exaggeration, one could say that before the white-clad sword lord, the head of his own estate appeared as feeble as an ant, easily crushed beneath the opponent's hand. Just as Zhao Hu found himself paralyzed by fear, Sima Xian displayed an even more pitiable reaction, collapsing to the ground in terror, wetting his trousers. Yet, he paid no heed to his own disgrace. His eyes were glazed over, filled only with a profound confusion and a tumult of emotions, dread, anxiety, and fear. He simply could not bear the thought that the towering figure who had long sheltered him had crumbled so effortlessly. Contemplating the impending consequences, his face turned ashen, and he lamented, "Father, with your departure, what am I to do?" The realization that he could no longer enjoy the privileges of being the Lord's son, coupled with the high likelihood of not escaping Kangwu Mountain, left him with a desire for death. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan averted his gaze, retrieving the spatial ring that Sima Nan had left suspended in midair. Despite the circumstances, he remained composed, for in his heart, Sima Nan had never been a formidable adversary, unworthy of being considered his enemy. Even the entire Great Qin dynasty was of no consequence to him. None of these mattered in the grand scheme of things. From beginning to end, his focus lay solely on the vast expanse of the sky above. Now, a mere grasshopper dared to leap before him, easily crushed beneath his foot. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to Zhao Hu and Sima Xian. Regarding the two before him, he had no interest in hearing any explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, a pure yang vital energy surged forth, instantly obliterating Sima Xian, sending him to join his father. He then glanced at the spectator area where Xiaobai stood, conveying through his thoughts, "Soon, You shall follow Zhao Hu as he leads you to annihilate the Sima family. Remember, your aura must not be easily revealed. Should it leak, eliminate the threat immediately. Sima Nan, as the Lord of Tindu Mansion, must have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Ensure you gather it all. Sima Nan, being the strongest of the Sima family, once news of his demise spreads, it is impossible for the clan not to harbor resentment toward us. Therefore, annihilation is the only option. As for offending the court, I have ceased to care. From the moment I killed Sima Nan, I had already crossed that line. Committing one offense is still an offense. Committing two is no different. Thus, why should I show mercy? It is far better to eradicate the roots. The resources amassed by the Sima family far exceed those of the Moonwheel factions and can adequately replenish our own family. Nevertheless, caution is still paramount. Xiaobai must not be easily exposed to the public eye to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Hence, we must act in secrecy. Chapter 210. The competition continues. Zhao Hu departs. Listening to Jiang Daoxuan's instructions, Xiaobai silently nodded and responded telepathically, understood. He then shifted his gaze back to Zhao Hu, watching the retreating figure. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. After enduring such tedium, he was eager for an opportunity to explore. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan slowly turned his head, his piercing gaze landing directly on the apprehensive Zhao Hu. After a moment of silence, he spoke, addressing all present. You may leave. These words rendered Zhao Hu momentarily stunned. However, as realization dawned, a visible joy illuminated his face. He had never imagined that what seemed an inevitable dead end could suddenly present a glimmer of hope. Though his heart brimmed with questions, he had no time for contemplation. Fearing a change of heart from Jiang Daoxuan, he wasted no time, leaping into the sky and fleeing wildly into the distance. Witnessing this, the high-ranking officials of the various factions were left utterly astonished. How could a survivor be allowed to escape? This was a stark contrast to the white-clad sword lord's usual ruthless demeanor, where he would annihilate entire families without leaving a single survivor. The crowd fell into deep thought, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. However, at that moment, no one noticed a diminutive black figure in a corner of the spectator area suddenly vanish from sight, only to reappear high in the air, racing toward the direction Zhao Hu had fled. The atmosphere remained heavy and tense for a long while, with no one daring to speak. It was not until Jiang Daoxuan descended from the heavens and returned to the spectator area that his expression remained calm and unperturbed, revealing no trace of the emotional turmoil one might expect from someone who had just vanquished a formidable foe. He slightly lifted his head, his dark eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, coldly scanning the surroundings. With a casual sweep of his gaze, under the reverent watch of the crowd, he solemnly pronounced, "There is no need for concern. The competition shall continue." Though Sima Nan was dead, this grand competition could not be halted, for it still served a familial purpose. All that remained was to complete the competition and assess the performances of the participants to determine their scores, thus securing the rewards from the system. It must be noted that thus far, familial tasks with varying rewards based on different scoring levels had never yielded poor returns. Each reward was indeed substantial, deserving of his utmost attention. As Jiang Daoxuan's words resonated, the crowd first reacted with surprise, then quietly marveled at the audacity of the white-clad sword lord. Having just executed Sima Nan, he did not rush to devise a means to shield himself from the court's wrath, but instead nonchalantly declared the continuation of the competition. Such unwavering composure was admirable. It was no wonder the white-clad sword lord achieved such heights. Not only was his talent exceptional, but his temperament was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. With Jiang Daoxuan, a suspected Sunwheel-level powerhouse, speaking, the spectators, recovering from their astonishment, dared not openly defy his orders, lest they share Sima Nan's fate. After all, he was a man who had executed a lord without a hint of hesitation. Faced with the court, he exhibited no fear, and naturally, they felt no trepidation in his presence. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the various factions, displaying urgency, hastily began to summon their juniors to resume the competition. Soon, the 28 competitors gathered once more, this time competing for the transition from the top 28 to the top 14. 7 arenas would each conduct 2 rounds, with each round determining 7 victors. The winners from both rounds would total 14. As the competition reignited, the atmosphere lightened, gradually becoming lively once more. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure streaked across the sky. Zhao Hu widened his eyes, gazing ahead, his vital energy surging wildly as he pushed his speed to the limit. He was engulfed in the terror of Jiang Daoxuan's formidable power. This fear had seeped into his bones, and no matter what methods he employed, it remained unshakable, intensifying instead of waning. Therefore, he swore to keep a safe distance from the cursed place of Beta Mountain and vowed never to return. After a moment, he glanced back, his heart still racing as he looked toward Beta Mountain. As it finally vanished from his sight and no pursuers followed, Zhao Hu exhaled a sigh of relief. As a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the Star Wheel realm, his temperament was naturally commendable. Yet, faced with the terrifying monster that was the white-clad Sword Lord, he shuddered at the memory of the horrifying scene where a single punch had obliterated the estate lord. Fortunately, all of that was now behind him. Zhao Hu resolved that since the lord he had pledged his loyalty to was dead, he would no longer remain in Tiandu Mansion. He planned to return, retrieve his wife, and flee far from that cursed place. However, deep within his creed, he believed that every grudge must be repaid, and every kindness must be returned. Remembering the Lord's past kindness, he vowed to build a memorial tomb in his honor, ensuring annual tributes to repay the debt of gratitude. Just as Zhao Hu was lost in thought, he heard a voice ask, "Where do you think you're going?" A tender voice suddenly echoed from the front. Upon hearing it, Zhao Hu instinctively started. Yet, when he raised his head to look, he sighed in relief, for the speaker was a black-clad youth he had never encountered before. Purple Mansion Realm? The ability to soar through the skies and shield one's consciousness from detection certainly indicated a Purple Mansion adept. To achieve such a breakthrough at this tender age was indeed somewhat terrifying. Zhao Hu was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. After witnessing the formidable genius Jiang Hao, all other talents seemed dim in comparison. He then coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid death, you should quickly get out of my way." With that, his surrounding energy surged dramatically, yet his speed remained unwavering. He had little interest in this young brat and was ready to pass through. However, Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled, shifting slightly to leave his original position. When he reappeared, he had already obstructed Zhao Hu's path. Seeing this, Zhao Hu's eyes widened, his brow furrowing in irritation. "You refuse to take the safe route and seek your own demise. Very well, I shall oblige." He extended his right hand, channeling energy, ready to eliminate this ignorant child. However, just as he moved, a chill swept over him. By the time he reacted, he realized the youth had somehow appeared behind him. What astonishing speed! Zhao Hu was taken aback, his expression turning pale with horror. Before he could evade, he felt a small hand resting on his shoulder. His body trembled. He intended to break free, but suddenly felt as if he bore the weight of a mountain, his body imprisoned and unable to move. What on earth is happening? Zhao Hu shivered in fright, his face turning ashen. He quickly recognized that this youth was far from ordinary. Just as he found himself at a loss, he heard Jiang Xiaobai's voice suddenly declare, "Take me to the city lord's mansion, and afterward, we shall visit the Sima family." The moment those words fell, it was as if a thunderclap struck Zhao Hu's mind. At this point, even he, dim-witted as he was, understood the origins of this mysterious youth. The thought that crossed his mind made him blurt out, "Jiang." But as soon as he uttered a syllable, a terrifying force suddenly sealed his mouth. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resounded again, "I only require you to guide me, do you understand? I have no need to hear irrelevant matters." Upon hearing this and sensing the depth of the power, Zhao Hu's pupils constricted, his mind shaken. He was astonished to discover that the essence of this power far exceeded the Star Wheel realm. It surpassed even the former Mansion Lord. Utterly incomparable to the Moon Wheel realm. The only possibility for such a situation was that this youth was a practitioner of the Sun Wheel realm. But how could this be possible? Someone like Jiang Hao breaking through to the Elemental Sea realm at such a young age was already ludicrous. How could a being of the Sun Wheel emerge? Wait, no. Zhao Hu suddenly realized something, a look of clarity dawning in his eyes. This elder must be disguising himself in the guise of a child. In truth, he was likely over 1,000 years old. In that moment, overwhelmed by extreme panic, Zhao Hu contemplated many things until he felt the chill behind him intensify. Only then did he snap back to reality, halting his thoughts. With a pitiful gaze, he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. He wanted to speak, but found himself unable to do so, hastily nodding in response. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai slightly inclined his head, withdrawing the binding force. Since his master had instructed him not to divulge his identity casually, he would exercise utmost caution in adhering to this command. At that moment, Zhao Hu felt the dissipating force from his mouth and realized he could finally speak again. His expression softened somewhat. Instinctively, he wanted to inquire about this elder's name. However, recalling the earlier incident, he chose silence. Understanding that any small gesture in front of such a powerful being was utterly futile, he refrained from further words. Instead, he proceeded to lead Jiang Xiaobai towards the city lord's mansion. Shortly thereafter, as dusk fell, following numerous eliminations, the Alliance Grand Competition was announced to be at an end. The rankings for the top 28 were freshly unveiled. In this competition, 6 members of the Jiang family secured positions, 28th, 26th, 25th, 22nd, 21st, and 19th. As for Jiang Jiwei, despite her impressive combat prowess, her limited cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm ultimately placed her 17th. 10th place, Jiang Bei, who with his wind spirit body, triumphed over numerous elemental sea prodigies. 8th place, Jiang Daoxuan, who suppressed several prodigies with his Qilin divine body, but was ultimately defeated by Jiang Ming. 5th place, Jiang Yihu, though at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, overcame many prodigies with his myriad abilities and the partial power of his twin pupils, even defeating Zhao Yuqing, who possessed Star Will combat prowess. 4th place, Jiang Hao, who faced Jiang Chen in the semifinals, ultimately losing due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Later, he battled Jiang Yin for the 3rd and 4th rankings, choosing not to unleash his full power due to family ties. 3rd place, Jiang Yin, who, despite mastering numerous techniques and recently experiencing a significant power surge, still fell to Jiang Ming's single strike. He then faced Jiang Hao for 3rd place. Naturally, mindful of familial bonds, he did not resort to using his heavenly stage extraordinary fire. 2nd place, Jiang Ming, who, possessing mastery over spear intent and 2 Imperial grade techniques, was invincible in both chi and physical cultivation at his level. As for the ultimate 1st place, it was undisputedly Jiang Chen, whose overwhelming strength crushed all prodigies. With his terrifying Star Will cultivation and fearsome 7-star combat prowess, no one present could withstand even a single strike. At this moment, faced with the final rankings, everyone was left in a state of shock. From the initial astonishment to a gradual numbness, the duels among the Jiang family's prodigies, although restrained due to familial ties, still dazzled and amazed all. Thus, confronted with such an almost unbelievable outcome, the onlookers could only feel that while it was unexpected, it was entirely reasonable. After all, the Jiang family's prodigies were indeed terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. However, the one aspect that left them in disbelief was that top-tier prodigies like Zhao Yuqing nearly failed to secure a spot in the top 10, a truly shocking revelation. In their original expectations, these individuals were all deemed capable of at least a top 10 finish, vying for the top 5, or even the top 3. Yet now, they found themselves at the tail end of the top 10. Moreover, it was evident to anyone that the Jiang family members trailing behind merely suffered due to their lower cultivation levels. Had they all been of the same realm, Zhao Yuqing and others would certainly have made it into the top 10, but based on the earlier performances, it seemed highly probable they would face a crushing defeat. At this point, even the upper echelons of various factions had to concede that the Kangwu Jiang family possessed a multitude of terrifying prodigies. Even without the presence of the elder Jiang Daoxuan, the family would undoubtedly rise based solely on these prodigies. Subsequently, many high-ranking officials exchanged glances, filled with hesitation. From this day forth, the Kangwu Jiang family, under Jiang Daoxuan's leadership, had thoroughly become a colossal force in Tiandu Prefecture. In previous circumstances, they would naturally seek to engage in conversation and cultivate relationships. Yet many factions felt uncertain about whether the Kangwu Jiang family could withstand the pressure from the Great Qin dynasty, fearing that an overly close association might lead to repercussions from the court. Thus, they all chose to remain silent, neither seeking to please nor to offend. Choosing neutrality is undoubtedly the most prudent option. Should the Kangwu Jiang family indeed endure this seemingly insurmountable predicament, they may later engage in flattery. Although the rewards may be significantly diminished, safety prevails. After all, everyone comprehends the principle of earning money without risking one's life. In an instant, this notion resonated in the minds of many Moon Wheel masters. Chapter 212. The surprise brought by Jiang Chun, offering the extraordinary fire. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The mighty forces, entrenched in their grandeur, dare not take such risks. Yet those factions, lacking successors or recently beset by troubles, proactively approached Jiang Daoxuan, extending their congratulations. Among them were opportunists who firmly believed in the future of the Kangwu Jiang family. They were equally convinced that Jiang Daoxuan must have had ample confidence before deciding to eliminate Sima Nan. He would not engage in a battle without assurance. Weighing all factors, they chose this moment to establish good relations with him. Nevertheless, not a single individual broached the subject of joining the alliance directly. After all, it was merely about fostering connections, allowing for some leeway. Yet, should one opt to join the alliance outright, once the court's wrath descended, it would be akin to yellow mud in one's pants. One would either be dead or utterly ruined. As for the 4 factions already part of the alliance, though they felt a twinge of fear, they found themselves aboard the grand vessel of the Jiang family. Ultimately, they could only steel themselves, forcing a somewhat bitter smile as they offered insincere words of congratulations to Jiang Daoxuan for the splendid conclusion of this alliance competition. Jiang Daoxuan observed the fluctuations of emotions on their faces without uttering much. He paid no heed to their expressions, merely retrieving the promised rewards to be distributed by the Jiang family members according to their rankings. Once these treasures were allocated, It swiftly came time for the numerous gifts provided by the four factions for the competitors to select. However, upon witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's grand gesture, many outstanding individuals found the rewards from the four factions to seem somewhat paltry in comparison. Yet, since these rewards required no effort on their part, they felt as though they were receiving gifts for free and thus maintained their joy. Following the priority of ranking in the competition, Jiang Qin had the first choice. His gaze lingered not long on the offerings before he swiftly selected the exceptional fire of the profound tier. Jiang Ming, wishing to prolong his grandfather's life, unhesitatingly opted for the longevity pill. Once Jiang Ming departed, it was Jiang Yan's turn. Observing that no one had chosen the Imperial ruler, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then pointed to the imposing black ruler before him and stated solemnly, "I shall select this item as my reward." Upon finishing his declaration, he promptly extended his right hand, spread his fingers, and grasped the Imperial ruler in his palm. Aside from feeling a certain heaviness, he detected no anomalies. Such ordinary signs sparked his curiosity. Had it not been for his master's reminder, how might he have noticed such a divine object? Jiang Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stored the Imperial ruler within the Kangwu command space and stepped back. Subsequently, as each competitor approached to select their rewards, Jiang Yan, who had rejoined the ranks and was lost in joy, suddenly noticed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw his elder brother Jiang Chun walking toward him. "Brother Chen?" Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively, casually saying, "There is no need for such formalities between brothers." Jiang Yan smiled shyly, retracting his hands. Jiang Chun nodded, showing no intention of making things difficult for his younger cousin. He then retrieved the extraordinary fire from the Kangwu command, enveloping it in his spiritual energy and presenting it before Jiang Yan. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Chen, what is this?" He could hardly believe that his elder brother had just taken this extraordinary fire and was now presenting it to him. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily speechless. Observing Jiang Yan's dazed expression, Jiang Chen's stern demeanor softened, revealing warmth. "Are you not quite interested in alchemy? Although there are many rewards from this competition, they hold little significance for me. Upon reflection, it is better to bring you this extraordinary fire to aid you in your alchemy pursuits, allowing you to advance in your craft and avoid unnecessary detours." Initially, he had worried that taking the extraordinary fire would diminish Jiang Yan's interest in the remaining rewards. However, it seemed he had underestimated his cousin, as Jiang Yan had shown a clear inclination toward the unremarkable black ruler instead. What remarkable quality does this ruler possess that would lead his cousin to forego the extraordinary fire? Although Jiang Shen felt a hint of confusion, he did not delve deeply into it. He was indifferent to the secrets of his relatives, as long as they could assist him in revitalizing their family, that sufficed. At this moment, as he listened to Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Yan silently lowered his head, clenching his fists, a wave of emotion swelling within him. It is essential to note that before receiving his master's reminder, this extraordinary fire had been his initial goal. Unfortunately, having to choose only one reward led him to forsake the fire for the more valuable Imperial ruler. He had thought he would never encounter the extraordinary fire again. Yet his elder brother had unexpectedly bestowed upon him such a delightful surprise. A radiant smile illuminated Jiang Yan's face. Understanding that his elder brother preferred straightforwardness and recognizing his own need for this item, he accepted it without hesitation, utilizing his spiritual energy to take it and place it within the Kangwu command space. After completing this, he promptly turned to Jiang Chen and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chun." Jiang Chun inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze toward Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi in the distance. "I have heard that these two have been brought back by you from outside, under the guidance of Uncle Yin. In recent days, the names of these two had circulated widely. Even he, absorbed in his cultivation, had heard of them. Today marked their first formal meeting." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded, succinctly recounting the experiences of their recent journey to Xuanqing. Once he finished his account, Jiang Chen had a clearer understanding of the situation. He then stepped forward to approach Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao. Upon the arrival of Jiang Chun, the leading figure of the younger generation of the family, the two cupped their hands in greeting, saying, "We pay our respects to our elder brother." Jiang Chen smiled, saying, "There is no need for excessive formality among peers." As his words fell, he turned to Jiang Hao, exclaiming, "At merely 12 years of age, possessing such formidable strength is truly astonishing. At your age, my own abilities paled in comparison to yours. You are a prodigy, a true marvel. In the entire dynasty, few can match your talent, and your future achievements are boundless. Yet, innate talent is ultimately just potential and does not entirely equate to strength." Chapter 213, Bountiful Rewards, the Primordial Qi Cauldron. Talent resembles a gold mine buried deep. ultimately requiring one's patience to unearth. During this process, one may encounter numerous setbacks and hardships. Yet, perseverance is essential. One must swim against the tide, eschewing impatience and solidifying one's resolve. The family head once advised me not to be complacent with present accomplishments, nor to settle into the status quo, but to maintain a humble heart in the pursuit of knowledge. Only then can one venture into broader realms. These words have always been regarded as life-esque truths by me, and I now pass them on to you. If we all strive to strengthen our family, surely the family head will find solace in that, and the Jiang family will embrace a brighter future. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if stars were twinkling within them. His voice was gentle, devoid of any hint of ferocity, akin to a spring breeze that soothes the heart. As one who vowed to devote his life entirely to his family, he naturally wished for its growth and the emergence of more talents within it. He had never harbored concerns that the rise of prodigies within the clan would affect his status or the resources he enjoyed. Fortune is a blessing, loss is fate. He believed in letting things unfold naturally. If the family could grow strong, what more could one possibly care about? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a jolt within. For reasons unknown, he experienced a peculiar illusion, as if the figure before him was not Jiang Chun, but the clan leader himself. The sensation was strikingly similar. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao quickly shook his head, striving to dispel this strange thought from his mind. He then turned his gaze once more to his esteemed clan brother, who held immense prestige within the family. Brother, I understand your reasoning. My brother and I owe our current achievements to the tireless efforts and considerable sacrifices made by the clan leader to unearth our talents. In the grand hall of our family, my brother and I resolved to dedicate our lives to the clan henceforth. Should outsiders wish to destroy our Jiang family and disrupt the peaceful lives of our kin, they must first tread over us brothers. Jiang Hao's expression was resolute, his posture upright, and his voice resonant. As his words fell, Jiang Chun placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Hao's shoulder and broke into a hearty smile. Excellent. Truly, you embody the spirit of the Jiang family, with such noble aspirations. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation or face difficulties, you can always seek me through the Kangwu order. Hearing of such a fortunate opportunity, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. After all, Jiang Chun was the strongest in the clan, second only to the clan leader. With his current limited experience, seeking his guidance would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits, facilitating his rapid advancement. Soon after, Jiang Hao recalled the moment he was bested in the semifinals. He spoke up, from this day forth, I shall regard you as my target for progress. Today's battle on the arena, with such a vast disparity in realms, left me unfulfilled. Would it not be better for us to clash again when we are of equal standing? Since the clan leader's lofty stature was insurmountable, he would set his sights on Jiang Qin, the foremost individual beneath him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Haha, splendid. I accept this challenge. In the future, should you reach my realm, I shall grant you an opportunity to compete. His acceptance stemmed from both a genuine interest in Jiang Hao and a desire to motivate him towards quicker progress. Yet, as those words left his lips, an inexplicable premonition stirred within him, as if agreeing to Jiang Jiwei and Jiang Hao's challenge was merely the beginning, heralding a future filled with increasingly numerous challenges. As Jiang Qin's expression grew peculiar, Jiang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Agreed. A promise is a promise. This forthcoming challenge instilled in him a resolute determination to double his efforts in cultivation and strive to reach the same realm as his brother. When that time arrived, they would decisively determine their fates. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Daoxuan officially declared the conclusion of the alliance competition. At this announcement, the higher-ups of various restless factions breathed a sigh of relief. They promptly departed, leading their juniors away from Beta Mountain. Meanwhile, those factions eager to cultivate a good relationship with the Kangwu Jiang family showed no haste to leave. When Jiang Daoxuan announced a banquet in Kangwu City, inviting all to gather, many factions promptly accepted the invitation. However, Jiang Daoxuan himself exhibited little interest in the gathering, delegating the responsibility to the Grand Elder, Jiang Hongguang. He then returned to Kangwu Mountain, settling back into the soft cushions of the family hall, relishing the tranquility surrounding him. With a smile, Jiang Daoxuan summoned the system. Instantly, a series of melodious notifications echoed in his mind, accompanied by lines of text appearing before him. Ding, Alliance competition has concluded. Family task. Alliance competition. Task completed. Settling rewards. Ding, based on the comprehensive performance of the clan members, the score for this event is Grade A, full score. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 points of family fortune. Ding, influenced by the nurturing of family fortune, the Homing tree has advanced to level 3. Unlocking new effects. Newly unlocked effects. Level 3 Enlightenment. Increases the comprehension of clan members within the family residence. 50. Level 2 Fighting Spirit. Enhances the fighting spirit of clan members within the family residence. 20. Level 2 Epiphany. Probability of epiphany for clan members within the family residence. 1. Level 2 Blessing. Newborns within the family residence will have enhanced physique. 20. With a special physique probability of 0, 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sacred Grade Ultimate Mountain Guard Array. 4 symbols Sacred Spirit Array. Detected intruders entering the mountain. 3 warnings can be issued autonomously. If ignored, the 4 symbols Sacred Spirits, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise will be summoned in sequence to attack the intruders. The more Sacred Spirits summoned, the stronger their realm. 1 Sacred Spirit, Early Saint Realm. 2 Sacred Spirits, Complete Saint Realm. 3 Sacred Spirits, Complete Saint King Realm. For Sacred Spirits, Complete Great Saint Realm. Note, the power of the Sacred Spirits derives from the spiritual veins. The higher the spiritual veins level, the more Sacred Spirits can be summoned. Current detection indicates that Kanwu Mountain can summon 1 Early Saint Realm Sacred Spirit for defense. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward, the Primordial Cauldron of All Things. Primordial Cauldron of All Things. Initial form grade unknown, forged from the essence of all things. As heavy as Mount Tai, capable of tempering the physical body, able to fuse divine metals, and undergo continuous upgrades. Once it transforms into a celestial artifact, it can shatter a realm with a mere breath. It possesses the might to collapse the ages. It can be refined into a personal magical treasure. Upon reading the description of the Primordial Cauldron of All Things, Jiang Daoxuan's expression shifted, filled with astonishment. Even though he had anticipated the rewards of this task to be exceedingly precious, he had not envisioned them to be of such extraordinary value. The Primordial Cauldron of All Things, forged from the essence of all things, held the potential to evolve into a celestial artifact. The true worth of such a treasure was already beyond that of Imperial weapons. Furthermore, its ability to temper the physical body was immensely beneficial to him. While marveling, Jiang Daoxuan fell into contemplation. If he were to cultivate using the Zhou Tian Starry Sky scripture as a foundation, supplemented by the Primordial Cauldron of All Things and the Eternal Holy Liquid, what horrifying heights could his physical realm reach with their combined synergy? He suspected that at such a juncture, even enduring the strikes of a heavenly grade artifact would not leave him even a scratch. Subsequently, he withdrew his thoughts, lowering his gaze to the final line of text. Could it be refined into a personal magical treasure? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes gleamed. Thus far, he had possessed numerous magical artifacts, yet none were suitable as his personal treasure. However, this Primordial Cauldron of All Things not only had the ability to temper the physical body, but also exhibited tremendous power and significant growth potential. With the ability to advance into a celestial artifact, weighing all factors, this item was indeed exceptionally suitable for him to become his first personal magical treasure. With this realization, Jiang Daoxuan hesitated no longer and promptly retrieved the cauldron from the system's repository. In the next moment, a small cauldron materialized out of thin air. This cauldron, wholly hued in dark yellow, exuded an ancient and imposing aura. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns resembling flora and fauna, mountains and oceans, embodying the essence of all things. It faintly radiated a sense of primordial creation and the natural way of the Tao. Gazing upon this small cauldron hovering before him, Jiang Daoxuan felt a stirring within him, as though this cauldron were not merely an object but a vast landscape, a starry sky, an entire world. Recognizing this, Jiang Daoxuan was filled with profound astonishment. Anticipation surged within him as he steadied his mind, focusing all his attention on the small cauldron before him. Without further hesitation, he summoned a vast amount of pure yang energy and yin consciousness from within, directing them onto the surface of the primordial chi cauldron. In an instant, these two immense forces coalesced into a brilliant red cocoon, enveloping the cauldron entirely. Simultaneously, to prevent any disturbances during the refining process, Jiang Daoxuan casually waved his hand, dispatching a portion of his energy to the entrance, forming a barrier to deter intruders. After completing these preparations, he finally closed his eyes, immersing himself wholly in the process of refining the primordial chi cauldron. Once the refinement was complete, this object would transform into his personal magical treasure. Not long after, as dusk descended and night fell over Tiandu Prefecture and Tiandu City, two figures swiftly approached from afar. They were Zhaohu and Jiang Xiaobai, having made their way from Beta Mountain. Leading the way, Zhaohu appeared pale, drenched in sweat, and visibly anxious, having lost the commanding presence he once held as the leader of Tiandu Prefecture, leaving only an air of desolation. The root of his distress lay in the mysterious childlike figure beside him, whose seemingly invincible power, akin to that of the sun cycle, rendered Zhaohu's life and safety utterly precarious. One wrong move could spell disaster. He felt no doubt about this, After all, he was merely at the star cycle level. If this being truly wished to harm him, it would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. This realization filled him with immense fear, unaware of what awaited him next. In stark contrast to Zhao Hu's trepidation, Xiao Bai's expression radiated joy. After such a long time, he finally had the opportunity to venture out again, and he cherished it dearly. Following Zhao Hu, he continuously surveyed his surroundings, taking in all the sights. However, as they passed through Tiandu City and approached the governor's residence, Xiao Bai initially showed a hint of reluctance before resigning himself to the task at hand. Remembering his master's orders, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Before long, the two arrived at the governor's residence. As soon as they landed, the monitoring array detected Zhao Hu's presence. Mere moments later, four figures suddenly appeared before Xiao Bai, all clad in uniform attire and emanating the aura of the star cycle. Observing the scene, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Zhao Hu and could not help but chuckle. Your governor is truly amusing. His cultivation is but at the moon cycle. Yet he manages to station 4 star cycle guards in his lair. Is the court so well staffed? Though he deemed these individuals insignificant in strength, the underlying implication struck him as peculiar. After all, deploying star cycle cultivators for mere guard duty seemed like overkill, unless Sima Nan had left something of utmost importance within the residence. This thought ignited excitement within Xiaobai. His master had tasked him with plundering the Sima family and the governor's estate. If this discovery were true, it would be a monumental achievement. Last time, after annihilating the Great River Sword Palace, he had been generously rewarded by his master. He could only wonder what awaited him this time around, feeling invigorated. At that moment, Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder in Zhao Hu's mind. With the realization, even he could not ignore the oddity. As the governor's trusted general, he usually had access to a wealth of information. Yet now, he was stunned to discover that he had never encountered the 4 individuals before him. How could this be? Had the governor deliberately concealed them? Zhao Hu's expression stiffened as he suddenly feared the governor might not trust him. Just as Zhao Hu's countenance grew increasingly grim, the 4-star cycle guards recognized his identity. Noticing that only Zhao Hu had returned alone, with no sign of the governor, they were filled with immense confusion. General Zhao, the governor clearly went with you to Beidu Mountain. Why do we only see you returning? Where are the governor and the young master? Hearing this, Zhao Hu instinctively opened his mouth to respond. However, before he could utter a word, Xiaobai crossed his arms and interjected, "Ha ha ha. Your governor and young master have long since returned to the earth. Perhaps I should extend my kindness and send you all on your way as well." At this declaration, the mocking tone caused the faces of the 4 guards to shift dramatically. Their expressions darkened, revealing the glint of menace in their eyes. Initially, they had not thought much of the child brought by Zhao Hu, but now his words were beyond mere childish folly. They bordered on a death wish. They did not believe that the governor had perished. As the governor's secret confidants, they understood the formidable power of the one they served. Even while at the moon cycle, he could suppress all others of the same rank within Tiandu Prefecture. No one dared to offend him. Now, having attained half-step sun cycle, it would not be long before he took the final step, achieving the sun cycle and being granted nobility by the court. Such an almost invincible existence within Tiandu Prefecture could not simply be declared dead without consequence. Though they recognized the absurdity of Xiaobai's claim, their anger surged. The star cycle could not be insulted. To do so was to invite death. How dare a mere child bark insults in their presence? Unbeknownst to him, one of the guards pointed a finger at Xiaobai, admonishing, "Impudent. How dare you show such disrespect? Did your elders not teach you?" As the words barely left his lips, Zhao Hu instinctively sensed danger. He looked at the guard as if he were a fool. Even I would not dare offend this one. Yet you dare to point your finger at him? Truly commendable bravery. As this thought crossed Zhao Hu's mind, the star cycle cultivator continued. If your elders fail to teach you, allow me to take it upon myself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by a thunderous blast. The star cycle cultivator had no chance to resist as he was instantly obliterated, reduced to a chilling mist of blood. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the remaining 3 star cycle cultivators' pupils dilated, their faces contorted with shock. Their previous fury was doused in an instant, like a bucket of cold water extinguishing a flame. At that moment, they felt a primal terror gripping their hearts, a frantic desire to flee. However, their bodies felt paralyzed, their legs weighted down as if leaden, unable to move. This was disastrous. The 3 star cycle cultivators exchanged terrified glances, regret, and despair flooding their features. They finally understood they had misjudged the situation. This child was no mere rabbit to be crushed at will. He was a terrifying true dragon. Even Zhao Hu, who had anticipated such an outcome, trembled involuntarily upon witnessing the scene. Breathing grew increasingly rapid as he realized just how fearsome a sun cycle cultivator truly was. Then, under the watchful eyes of those around, Xiaobai withdrew his right hand leisurely, casting a cold glance at the 3 remaining guards. I detest being pointed at, and I loathe when someone tries to discipline me. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, penetrating the very souls of those present. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Not only were the 3 stellar will cultivators affected, but even Zhao Hu, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, scarcely daring to breathe. The intensity of this presence was beyond terrifying, far exceeding their comprehension and imagination. Was this level of power truly that of the Sun Wheel? Or could it be the manifestation? The mere thought sent a tremor through Zhao Hu, leaving his throat parched as he swallowed hard. While the Sun Wheel realm was still within the realm of common understanding, the manifestation realm represented an entirely different echelon. To countless cultivators, the manifestation cultivator, hailed as a true sovereign, was akin to a deity. Not only was there the terrifyingly long lifespan of over 5,000 years, but the sheer might to condense the manifestation avatar and unleash devastating power from tens of thousands of miles away, capable of annihilating cities with a single strike, was enough to instill profound dread. In that moment, the 3 stellar will cultivators shared the same realization as Zhao Hu. Their lips parted slightly, overwhelmed by shock, nearly losing their ability to articulate thoughts. It was then that Xiaobai's voice broke through the silence. Speak. What did Sima Nan leave behind here? At these words, the 3, still immersed in shock, paused momentarily, failing to react in time. However, this hesitation was swiftly followed by another surge of ominous power, extinguishing yet another stellar will cultivator. Crimson blood splattered across the garments, hair, and faces of the remaining 2. As they felt the warm, viscous liquid on their skin, a chill ran down their spines, and their scalps tingled with fear. Immediately after, Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. My patience is limited. You have 10 breaths. If you do not speak within that time, there will be no mercy. In order to avoid sharing the fate of the previous unfortunate souls, the 2 remaining stellar wheel cultivators, desperate to preserve their lives, hastily disregarded any past kindness from Sima Nan. They began to divulge everything about this place and the myriad secrets surrounding Sima Nan at an astonishing speed. Listening to their revelations, Zhao Hu was taken aback, occasionally nodding in disbelief as if he were merely a spectator. However, as the disclosures continued, a smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of utter shock and disbelief. For according to their revelations, the wife he cherished most was, in fact, a carefully placed spy planted by the lord of the manor, Sima Nan, who had arranged her training alongside the 4 of them. Moreover, prior to their marriage, she had even been involved with Sima Xian and these 4. How could this be possible? Zhao Hu's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and aflame, resembling a maddened beast. His heart sank, and he let out a howl to the heavens. Suddenly, he felt his strength drain, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. He pounded the ground with his fists, a visage of unwillingness etched upon his face. Sima Nan, how could I, Zhao Hu, have devoted myself so diligently to the Sima family for so many years only to be deceived in such a manner? An unprecedented rage surged within him, coursing through his entire being, causing his energy to stir. In the throes of extreme emotional upheaval, Zhao Hu shattered the shackles that had bound him for years. In one moment, he ascended from the 9th level of the Stellar Wheel Realm to the 1st level of the Moon Wheel Realm. With Zhao Hu's official attainment of the Moon Wheel Realm, the surrounding spiritual energy was stirred, transforming into a tempest of spiritual force that surged wildly. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 Stellar Wheel cultivators widened their eyes in horror. They could hardly fathom that Zhao Hu, upon receiving such dire news, did not succumb to despair, but instead harnessed his fury as motivation, achieving a breakthrough that countless cultivators could only dream of, successfully reaching the Moon Wheel Realm. It is worth noting that this level of cultivation is among the pinnacle of the Tiandu manner, typically reserved for the ancestors of the major factions. Zhao Hu's ability to attain the Moon Wheel Realm at such a young age attested to his extraordinary talent. Yet, as the 2 cultivators marveled in astonishment, Zhao Hu lowered his head in silence. There was no trace of joy at his breakthrough, only an unending coldness. His eyes were filled with an indescribable rage. Sima Nan, Sima family, I shall leave no trace of you behind. If previously he had been coerced by Jiang Daoxuan's threat into reluctantly bringing him to the Sima family, now the situation had undergone a monumental reversal. He was suddenly eager, almost desperate to confront the Sima family, to eradicate every last one of those despicable members. He longed for them to join Sima Nan in the afterlife, to let him understand that the one who would slaughter the Sima family was none other than Zhao Hu himself. Of course, that shameless woman could not be spared either. All the sincerity I offered was turned to ashes, yielding only lies in return. Such humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Meanwhile, observing Zhao Hu's descent into madness, Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing affair. after a moment's contemplation, he turned to the two stellar wheel cultivators and casually remarked, "Let us set aside these matters for now. First, disclose what abnormalities you have observed here." Upon hearing this, the two hesitated, clearly sensing the interest in Xiao Bai's demeanor. They feared that if they revealed too much, they would lose their final value and face death. Noticing their reluctance to respond, Jiang Xiaobai feigned a moment of realization, understanding their concerns. He first cast a silent glance at Zhao Hu, then looked back at the two and smiled lightly. "If you speak, I shall not make another move, allowing you a chance at survival." This statement caused their eyes to widen in disbelief. Once they processed the implication, they were overcome with joy. A being of seemingly manifestation realm strength would not deceive them. Thus, if they provided the information he sought, he would indeed spare their lives. With that thought, their expressions softened, and their worries dissipated as they promptly revealed the peculiarities of their surroundings. Before long, Xiao Bai learned of the situation. Simon and had dispatched these four to guard a hidden chamber. This chamber, constructed beneath the manor, housed Simon N's treasures and imprisoned a severely injured sun-will spirit tiger on the brink of death. It was through periodic baths in the blood of this spirit beast and the consumption of its vital essence that Simon Nan replenished his foundation, enabling his cultivation to ascend to the threshold of the sun-wheel realm. The four were forcibly fed cursed insects by Simon Nan, which consumed their energy and blood, taking residence within their bodies. If they did not receive the antidote within 3 months, their energy would deplete, leading to their demise. Even with the antidote, they could only temporarily quell the insects, which would awaken again after 3 months, necessitating further treatment. Because of this, even when Simon Nan departed for the North Star Mountain, they dared not escape and could only remain stationed here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai expressed his astonishment. "A sun-will spirit beast? How could your lord possess the strength to capture one?" The two stellar wheel cultivators trembled in fear, quickly responding, "Months ago, while accompanying our lord, we inadvertently discovered this spirit tiger. At the time, it was already in such a grave state. Its strength could only manifest at the moon wheel level, and it was subdued by our lord, who fed it numerous poisons. This has once again restrained his cultivation. Once his injuries heal, he will be immediately corroded by these toxins. Subsequently, the lord of the manor commanded us to construct a cage and forge a lock of refined iron inscribed with spiritual runes to seal the opponent's internal spiritual energy. He was reduced to an ordinary sick tiger, his strength inferior even to that of innate realm warriors, thus becoming the lord's substantial supplement." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of intense interest. It is worth noting that in the present day of Kangwu Mountain, companions to play with during leisure time are exceedingly rare. Only those 3 foolish purple eagles and a star-circling white crane remain. Would it not be better to bring this sun-ringed spiritual tiger back to Kangwu Mountain as a companion? Perhaps, as a result, the master would commend him once more. After all, besides himself, there exists no other sun-ringed presence in the entirety of Kangwu Mountain. At that time, if he finds it inconvenient to take action, it would be suitable for this spiritual tiger to act on his behalf. In this moment, Xiao Bai could not help but admire his own cleverness. Thus, he immediately spoke, "Then you may lead the way. I wish to see that secret chamber." Upon hearing this, the two men, fearing for their lives, dared not hesitate for a moment and promptly walked ahead to guide Xiao Bai. However, before they departed, Xiao Bai glanced at Zhao Hu, who was still lost in sorrow, and softly said, "Come with me." This utterance, imbued with an irresistible heavenly might, instantly pulled Zhao Hu's thoughts back. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Hu had become taciturn, his face void of the previous fear he held for Xiao Bai. Only his pupils hinted at a trace of madness. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. All that he once cared for crumbled into dust. He had nothing left to lose and had long abandoned any thoughts of the future. All he desired was for those despicable individuals to pay the price. Not long after, they successfully entered the secret chamber. The surroundings were dark and damp, rendering it impossible for ordinary people to see their own hands in front of their faces. However, for these highly perceptive cultivators, there was no issue at all. The darkness in their eyes was as clear as daylight. Chapter 217. Are you interested in causing a ruckus with me? Soon, the two star-circling cultivators halted before a stone door. They turned to Jiang Xiaobai and cupped their hands, saying, "Senior, this stone door is crafted from an exceptionally unique material. Only moon circle cultivators can forcibly break it. We are unable to budge it. Normally, we can only enter by using the talismans granted by the lord of the manor. However, before leaving, the lord took all the talismans with him." Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, a trivial matter. With that, he unleashed an attack that instantly shattered the stone door. Witnessing this, the two star-circling cultivators were not surprised, given the opponent's seemingly invincible prowess. Breaking the stone door was undoubtedly a simple task, devoid of any difficulty. They then lowered their heads, revealing expressions of nervousness and apprehension as they said, "Senior, what about the promise you made earlier?" Xiaobai's gaze flickered, and he smiled. "You were free to leave," realizing he had not changed his mind. The two cultivators immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They did not dare to linger and swiftly turned to leave. However, just as they began to move, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Zhao Hu, are you going to let them go?" At these words, both cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Instantly, they channeled all their energy in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, there was one who moved faster. Whoosh, a blade shadow flashed by, imbued with an endless chill. And in an instant, it severed one of their heads. In a heartbeat, blood gushed forth, and the star-circling cultivator fell to the ground without any chance to resist. The last star-circling cultivator, perceiving all of this through his spiritual sense, could not help but change his expression drastically. He understood that before Zhao Hu broke through to the moon circle, he had a slim chance of survival by burning his lifespan. However, once the opponent broke through to the moon circle, should he choose to attack, it would be a situation of certain death. After all, the gap between the star circle and moon circle realms far exceeded that between innate and primordial seas. Upon this realization, he ceased his escape, knowing it would only hasten his demise. The only way out lay with that senior of the myriad forms. Thus, he hurriedly turned to Jiang Xiaobai, shouting, "Senior, did you not promise to spare us?" Xiaobai shook his head, stating matter-of-factly, "Do you not yet comprehend? It was I who promised to spare you. Yet now it is someone else who seeks to end your lives. What does that have to do with me?" Having been deeply influenced by their master's words and actions, the dragon naturally understood the essence of keeping promises. Upon hearing this, the last star-circling cultivator felt a chill in his heart. Before he could speak again, a blinding blade shadow rushed toward him. How swift the blade, this was his final thought. In the next moment, blood spattered everywhere. And the last star-circling cultivator also fell in this place. At this point, Zhao Hu slowly retracted his long knife, an endless chill flooding his eyes. These four had entangled with his wife. How could he simply watch them leave? Even if the senior had not spoken, he would have taken action to sever their paths. Afterward, he composed himself and silently regarded Jiang Xiaobai, solemnly saying, "Thank you." Although he would likely perish at the hands of these individuals after the destruction of the Sima family, he was still immensely grateful for the opportunity to vent his vengeance. After all, if the other truly wished to strike, they would have long since perished. There would be no chance for him. In response to Zhao Hu's gratitude, Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled, saying nothing further, and then stepped forward into the secret chamber. Observing this, Zhao Hu hurriedly followed. Soon, the scene before them unfolded. Treasures of various kinds adorned every corner, along with heaps of treasure chests. These were the accumulations of Sima Nan after he became the lord of Tiandu Manor. Should these be brought outside, they would undoubtedly attract the covetousness of numerous moon circle factions, even igniting a bloody war. Gazing at these treasures, Zhao Hu showed no signs of surprise. Deep within, he felt only an unusual calm. After experiencing a dramatic upheaval in life, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. His perspective on many matters no longer remained superficial but instead penetrated to the essence. After all, he was destined to die. What purpose did these treasures serve him? One cannot take anything with him upon death. Why harbor greed for material possessions? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Although he was unclear about the specific functions of these items, he would simply take them all. With a wave of his hand, he instantly transferred all the items into his purple mansion space. After advancing to the myriad forms, the area of the purple mansion space had expanded several dozen times. Collecting these items was more than sufficient. As he watched the surroundings become spacious and devoid of any remaining items, he finally nodded. Then, using his spiritual sense, he scanned the area in search of the sun-ringed spiritual tiger's whereabouts. Soon, he discovered a cage in the corner. Xiaobai's figure moved, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood before the cage. He looked up and saw a massive white tiger lying within. Its fur was snow-white, stained with blood, and faint golden patterns adorned its limbs and forehead. At first glance, it was quite extraordinary, instilling fear. Additionally, each of its limbs, body, neck, and tail were shackled with large iron locks inscribed with spiritual runes. Nevertheless, even so, it could not conceal the fierce aura emanating from its being. Jiang Xiaobai carefully perceived it, his interest growing ever stronger. Fourth level of the Sun-Ringed Realm? How intriguing. He had initially thought the creature had merely just broken through to the Sun-Ringed Realm, but to his surprise, it possessed the cultivation of the fourth level. It is worth noting that before he received his master's bestowed opportunities, he himself had only reached the 7th level of the Sun-Ringed Realm. Even more curious was, the opponent possesses a formidable cultivation at the 4th level of the Sunwheel Realm, making them an exceptionally rare adversary in the surrounding territories. How could such a powerful being sustain such grievous injuries, allowing Sima Nan to seize the opportunity? Just as Xiao Bai pondered this perplexity, the spirit tiger seemed to sense something. Slowly, it opened its bloodshot eyes, filled with fury and fatigue. It lacked the strength to lift its head and could only glance at Jiang Xiaobai from the corner of its eye. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, it felt no interest whatsoever and was about to avert its gaze. However, at that moment, Xiaobai struck without warning. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The sound reverberated with a deafening crack. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible cage was obliterated, reduced to countless fragments. Following this, under the astonished gaze of the spirit tiger, Xiaobai raised his head and smiled. Little creature, would you care to join me in a grand upheaval outside? Chapter 218. The Tiger, Deer, and Sheep Brothers, the Lord of Yinling. As Xiaobai's voice faded, the spirit tiger's eyes widened, its vertical pupils brimming with astonishment. It then projected a thought through its consciousness. Human child, though you are young, your words are bold. Do not presume that shattering this rudimentary cage will free me from the chains binding me. These iron shackles can only be broken with the power of the moon wheel. What can a mere cub like you accomplish? The spirit tiger shook its head, declaring that the cage was never the true confinement. The iron shackles were the real issue. Seeing this, Xiaobai chuckled lightly and replied, why ever not? With that, he vanished from his position and reappeared before the spirit tiger. Under its watchful gaze, he delicately extended his right palm, pressing it against the iron lock. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. With a mere instant, the iron lock, which could only be shattered by a moon-will cultivator, fractured and shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, the spirit tiger's expression shifted dramatically, as it fell into a state of shock for the first time. At that moment, it finally comprehended that it had underestimated its opponent. To destroy such iron locks effortlessly in such a brief time span was beyond the capability of a moon-wheel cultivator. At the very least, it required the prowess of the sun-will realm. Before the spirit tiger could recover from its astonishment, Xiaobai struck once more. Whoosh! The speed was so swift that it left behind afterimages. Those iron locks, perceived as incredibly sturdy by outsiders, were utterly fragile in his hands. With a mere touch, they crumbled to dust. Soon, all the iron shackles binding the spirit tiger were obliterated. Now liberated, the spirit tiger felt an immediate lightness throughout its body. The previously suppressed spiritual energy surged anew, coursing through its limbs and revitalizing it with the strength to rise. However, due to residual toxins and the torment inflicted by Sima Nan, it bore an expression of pain, its breath shallow and weak. Its power barely returned to the Star Wheel realm. Sensing the changes in its body, the spirit tiger's face brightened as it turned toward Jiang Xiaobai and solemnly said, thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Once my strength is fully restored, I shall repay you tenfold. Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, offering no reply. He merely waved his hand, unleashing a pure surge of spiritual power from his palm, enveloping the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger instinctively recoiled, fearing an attack. Yet, upon realizing that this energy bore no malice, it exhaled in relief. However, that relief was short-lived. Once it sensed the terrifying essence within this power, its expression shifted drastically. This force, you are not of the human race. The nature of this spiritual energy far surpassed anything it had ever encountered. Something no sun-will cultivator could rival. It emanated an indescribable, terrifying pressure. As if the bloodline of the individual before it was of such noble lineage that it could dominate all beings, imposing a significant bloodline suppression upon itself. The spirit tiger's pupils dilated in shock. If its instincts were correct, the individual truly was a spirit beast, implying that they possessed at least the cultivation of the illusory realm. It was understood that without extraordinary fortune, a being would need to reach the illusory realm to attain physical form. At this moment, Xiaobai remained composed, casting a glance at it. Indeed, as his words resonated, the pure spiritual power enveloping the spirit tiger transformed into a blazing sun, dissolving all toxins. Before the Dragon Clan's spiritual energy at the illusory level, these weak toxins could not withstand even a single moment, rapidly surrendering and dissipating. In no time, all toxins within the spirit tiger were expelled, and without the toxin suppression, its spiritual energy began to mend its various injuries. In less than 10 breaths, its strength had been restored to the 6th level of the moon wheel realm. With a bit more time, it would regain its full prowess in the sun wheel realm. Feeling the weakness dissipate and an overwhelming power surge within, the spirit tiger was overjoyed and couldn't help but express gratitude once more. Jiang Xiaobai, indifferent, merely waved his hand and casually inquired, what is your name? Such formidable cultivation. Who in this realm could have harmed you? Upon hearing the question, the spirit tiger, now aware of the individual's status as an illusory realm powerhouse, dared not exhibit any negligence. Thus, it gathered its thoughts and solemnly replied, I am called Huli. I once ruled alongside my two sworn brothers atop 5 Thunder Mountain within the territory of Yinling. Recently, the Lord of Yinling, in a fit of madness, sought to capture us as mounts. Naturally, we refused, leading to a fierce battle. In that conflict, I sustained grave injuries and fled to the Mountain Sea Manor, while my second brother is missing and my poor third brother has been captured. Xiaobai contemplated thoughtfully, realizing he hadn't anticipated the unfolding of such events. He recalled some foundational information about the Yinling Manor provided by the master, recalling it as one of the 12 major manors, with its lord being a 9th-level sun wheel cultivator. It was surprising that Huli would be targeted by such a formidable figure. However, the fact that he managed to escape with a cultivation of the 4th level of the sun will indicated his exceptional capabilities. The subsequent events were relatively clear. Having fallen from grace, Huli encountered Sima Nan shortly after leaving Yinling Manor, leading to his unfortunate capture in the administration of various toxins, resulting in his imprisonment in an underground dungeon. His misfortune had reached its zenith. Suddenly, Xiaobai appeared to recall something and inquired about another matter. What of your two sworn brothers? What are their cultivations? Upon hearing the question, Huli, though somewhat perplexed, answered earnestly, my two brothers are named Lu Li and Yang Li. The second, Lu, possesses a 3rd-level cultivation in the Sunwheel realm, only slightly inferior to my own. The third, Yang, has just recently broken through to the 1st level of the Sunwheel realm and is still not fully adept in his training, which is why that wretched Lord of Yinling managed to capture him. Upon learning that Huli had 2 other Sunwheel spirit beasts backing him, Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. If he could bring these 3 Sunwheel spirit beasts back to Kangwu Mountain, it would undoubtedly enhance the Jiang family's foundation and earn him praise from the master. With this thought in mind, he turned to Huli, who was visibly anxious, and with a teasing smile, asked, now that you have been rescued, what are your plans? The mere mention of this sent a wave of tension across Huli's face. As a spirit beast of the Sunwheel realm, his intellect was not to be underestimated. He understood that there was no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world. The realization that the individual's act of saving him was not merely a manifestation of goodwill struck him. Remembering Xiaobai's earlier words upon shattering the cage, Huli's expression shifted to one of understanding. Chapter 219. Subduing Huli, heading to the Sima family. The spirit tiger lowered its body and respectfully declared, from now on, I shall go nowhere else and wish only to follow your footsteps. I shall fight for you. I hope you will take me in. The adage of seeking shelter beneath a great tree rang true. Finding a powerhouse of the illusory realm as a guardian would undoubtedly enhance Huli's safety manifold. One can indeed aspire to lead a life far beyond what was previously imaginable. The prospect of reclaiming one's dignity and rescuing the third brother through the assistance of another is not an insurmountable challenge. With this thought, Huli felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. At that moment, noticing the other's perceptiveness, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in approval. Had the other been foolish, it would have inevitably required some cunning measures. The current circumstances were undoubtedly the most favorable. He then spoke softly, rise, and in the future, when you locate your 2 brothers, they shall surely be welcomed into our ranks. Huli propped himself up, lowered his forehead, and joyfully expressed, thank you, my lord, for your kindness. He never anticipated that not only would he enjoy prosperity, but his 2 brothers could also join him in this newfound fortune. Just then, Xiaobai's voice abruptly interrupted. However, there is one thing you have misrepresented. Oh, pray tell, which statement was erroneous? Huli was startled, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. In the next moment, he heard Xiaobai's voice declare, it is not merely following in my footsteps, but rather the footsteps of my master. This declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving Huli wide-eyed in disbelief. Your master? He had never imagined that the one who rescued him would themselves have a master. After all, that individual was the true monarch of all things, an exceedingly rare and formidable entity within the entire dynasty. The very notion that such a being would serve another was beyond his comprehension. Could it be that this master was an existence surpassing even the realm of true monarch? The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Huli, making his soul tremble. If such a powerful figure truly stood behind him, what then did he have to fear? He could traverse this dynasty with impunity. With this realization, Huli felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately, to accompany his lord in paying homage to that enigmatic master. Observing Huli's astonished expression, Jiang Xibai quickly discerned his thoughts and smiled, nodding in agreement. In his heart, the master represented the most powerful existence in the world. Huli then inquired, may I ask how I should address your master? Xiaobai provided no elaborate explanation. You are not yet worthy to know the name of my master. You may simply call me by Hu Li felt a shiver of respect and promptly bowed, saying, "I, Hu Li, pay my respects to Lord Bai." At that moment, he increasingly sensed the overwhelming might of that mysterious figure. Despite possessing the cultivation of the Sun Wheel realm, he was not even deemed worthy to know the name of this master. One could only imagine the terrifying power they wielded. What was even more unsettling for Hu Li was the fact that this being, possessing the strength to sweep away the entire Qin dynasty, chose to act with such discretion, with no whispers of their existence ever heard. What monumental secret lay hidden beneath this? As Hu Li sank deeper into contemplation, Xiao Bai's voice once again broke through his thoughts. "Come with me. I shall require your assistance shortly." Hu Li was momentarily taken aback. Lord Bai, bearing the strength of the true monarch, was virtually unmatched within the capital. Why then did he need the aid of a mere Sun Wheel realm creature? Noticing the confusion on Hu Li's face, Xiao Bai smiled. "The one who imprisoned you, Sima Nan, has been vanquished by my master, yet the Sima family remains intact. I have come on my master's orders to eradicate the bloodline of the Sima family. Are you interested in this task?" With that, a profound smile appeared in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes, brimming with significance. The mission to annihilate the Sima family could not be exposed. Hence, they would unveil this spirit tiger instead. A Sunwell spirit tiger, having narrowly escaped captivity, seeking revenge by slaughtering the entire Sima clan. What a perfectly reasonable and seamless plan. In that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was filled with admiration for his own cleverness. As Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed, Hu Li's eyes widened, his face lighting up with human-like elation, gradually lowering his head. His large red tiger eyes gleamed with a fierce light. "Lord Bai, I am immensely interested. That Sima scoundrel dared to devour my flesh and drink my blood, treating me so cruelly. If he met his end at my master's hands, he would be fortunate indeed, but now that he is dead, I cannot allow his kin to survive." Recalling the torment he endured at the hands of that villain, from being poisoned to being imprisoned and subjected to daily bloodletting, his rage had reached its zenith. The absence of revenge had been bearable until now, but after being liberated by Lord Bai, how could he suppress such fury? Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, a hint of expectation gracing his features. "The Sima family? A Moon Wheel realm Jiaohu, and a Sun Wheel realm Hu Li. May this grand gift be to your liking." It was as if he could already envision the Sima family's demise. Yet, within him, there was no hint of turmoil regarding it. Every action has its consequences, and they were merely reaping what they had sown. Before departing, Jiang Xiaobai employed his divine consciousness to relay some information to Hu Li. Once Hu Li's expression shifted to one of understanding, Xiaobai inquired, "Do you comprehend what you must do shortly?" Hu Li bared his sharp fangs in a cruel smile, declaring, "Lord Bai, I understand." Pleased, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, free of any lingering concerns. He then stepped forward towards the exit. At that moment, Zhao was crouched beside the wall near the exit, gripping a treasured blade. His gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Only when he sensed someone approaching did he snap back to reality. He lifted his head to see Jiang Xiaobai and Hu Li before him. Gazing at the enormous tiger, Zhao felt a flicker of surprise. Its imposing aura was indeed befitting of a Sun Wheel realm spirit beast. Were it not for its injuries, who could possibly have captured it? This Sima scoundrel truly had remarkable fortune. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaobai observed Zhao's demeanor. This individual was astute enough not to encroach upon them and remained dutifully stationed at the exit, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, whether he would live or die remained uncertain. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of his master, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a composed air. He then walked towards the exit. Seeing this, Zhao hurriedly followed. Once the group had exited the hidden chamber and turned the entire estate upside down, they promptly headed towards the Sima family's stronghold in the city.